Chapter 1 Resource Theft, Bound Amplification. Jiangling City, Number 2 Middle School. It was right after class, and the corridor was noisy. Have you heard? Gu Qingyin's punching power has exceeded 650 gene, but she has not yet broken through to the martial artist realm. What kind of talent does he have? He wants to try to break through the limits of body tempering, and he has the strength of 5,000 gene in one arm. Wow, Gu Qingla, the twin sister, already has a punching power of 550 gene. These twin sisters are amazing. When Mu Er heard these things, he thought he was dreaming. Even Tyson would get punched if he came. What does it mean to have the strength of 5,000 gene 2,500 caddies? When he was fully awake, his memories came flooding back. Time travel? Mu Er's eyes widened. Or perhaps you've transmigrated to a world of high martial arts, where demons roam freely and spiritual energy is resurging. The key point is that the original owner's talent was average, nothing special, and his current punching power was only 120 gene. In his previous life, he might have been considered a muscular man, but this is a world where spiritual energy has been revived. Even an 8-year-old child has a punching power of 10 kilograms. Mu Er couldn't help but rub his forehead. What kind of big deal is this? Resource theft system is being bound. System binding successful. The host will be able to bind with living beings and obtain their resources, and can randomly draw a boost of 10,000 times. A cheat code. Mu Er felt deeply grateful to God for his kindness and for providing timely assistance. The system is very simple and easy to understand, but it is incredibly powerful and extremely useful. And various panels have appeared in front of him. Dong Hao is about to receive a 0.2 gene increase in punching power. Would you like to bind it? Zhao Chang is about to receive a 1.1 gene punching power boost. Would you like to bind your account? Wang Xiaohua is about to receive a 0.1 gene increase in punching power. Would you like to bind her account? Mu Er shook his head, looking at the classmates in the corridor, and couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. We're all just NPCs in real life, this talent is really something. What are you looking at? Suddenly a voice came from behind, and a pair of hands reached out onto Mu Er's shoulders. Looking back. As expected, it was Zhuo Can, that despicable dog, and Mu Er's best buddy. I didn't see anything. You're staring at someone's forehead when you're not looking at anything. Zhuo Can looked around, but couldn't discern anything from the expressions on other people's faces. Mu Er's heart stirred slightly. He glanced at the top of Zhuo Can's head and saw a blue panel prominently displayed. Zhuo Can is about to receive a 0.6 gene increase in punching power. Do you wish to bind it? My good buddy is really talented. He only has 2 months left until the college entrance exam. At this rate, he will gain more than 300 pounds of punching power. Even if he doesn't become a martial artist, he will be more than qualified to get into a top-tier university. As he thought to himself, Zhuo Can extended an invitation. Why don't you come with me to the training room to practice? The placement test will be coming up soon. Okay, let's go take a look. Zhuo Can hadn't held out much hope, but he didn't expect Mu Er to change his mind today. Oh, the sun must have risen in the west today, let's go. He gave a nonchalant whistle and led the way. Although the training room is just a training room, it is actually a building with 3 floors. As soon as you step through the gate, you're hit by the overwhelming smell of hormones. This place is full of men and women training, all of them drenched in sweat. It was truly an era when martial arts flourished. What are you planning to train? How about we go play with dumbbells? Zhuo Can extended an invitation, but his voice grew weaker and weaker as the entire floor suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked behind Mu Er. There's no need for everyone to be so enthusiastic. Zhuo Can chuckled dryly and greeted everyone in the training room. Mu Er pulled his best friend away and whispered. Who's looking at you? They're clearly looking behind us. The 2 men moved aside, and Mu Er turned around and was immediately stunned. A pair of twin flowers stood at the gate. The 2 were exactly alike, with the same ponytail, the same porcelain-like skin, and even the same clothes. Zhuo Can excitedly grabbed Mu Er's hand. My God, the 2 sisters, Gu Qingyin and Gu Qingla. Mu Er's mouth gaped slightly. He had to admit that the school beauties in this world were indeed highly regarded. The 2 sisters have bright eyes and white teeth. One has a cool expression, while the other has a smile in her eyes, making them quite playful. If they were truly 2 people, one had a beauty mark under his left eye and the other had one under his right eye, both exquisitely crafted, adding to their charm. Gu Qingyin is about to consume resources to increase her punching strength by 67 gene. Do you wish to bind her to another user? Gu Qingla is about to consume resources to increase her punching strength by 91 gene. Do you wish to bind her to another user? Mu Er was stunned. He forgot that these two were not only school beauties, but also the daughters of the richest man in Jiangling City, with a lot of money in their families, and both of them were practically born from taking medicine. The speed at which one's punching power increases is not only due to exceptional talent, but also inseparable from resources. Bind me now. Too far away to bind. Damn, there are also range requirements. Hey, stop looking, they've all left. Zhuokan waved his hand in front of Mu Er with a smile. But Mu Er ignored them, slipped past Zhuokan, and rushed toward the twin sisters. What are you doing? It's dangerous. Zhuokan shouted. Mu Er was no longer concerned about anything else. As he watched the distance between himself and the two sisters continue to close, he kept asking the system in his mind. He wanted to pretend to brush past the twin sisters so he could take the opportunity to get involved with them. The ignorant boy was unaware that danger was already approaching. Finally, the distance was sufficient. Successfully bound to Gu Qingyin and Gu Qingla, the host can steal their resources and receive a random boost. The joy on Mu Er's face had not yet spread. A sharp pain shot through my chest. Ah! With a scream, Mu Er fell from the sky in a parabolic arc, landing more than 10 meters away. It turns out he had already gotten quite close to Gu Qingla before. Gu Qingla subconsciously raised her leg and kicked, her straight and slender thigh striking Mu Er in the chest. That's disgusting. Gu Qingla frowned, thinking she had encountered a lecherous man trying to take advantage of her. But Mu Er was still smiling. Gu Qingyin's face was icy cold as she whispered, "You were touched by him?" The students watching felt a surge of murderous intent and a chill run down their spines. They had no doubt that if Gu Qingla said she had been touched, Gu Qingyin would kill Mu Er without hesitation. The two girls were so beautiful that many perverts felt that just being able to meet them was enough to make them feel like they had lived a full life. Growing up in this environment, Gu Qingyin developed a rather harsh personality. No. A look of confusion crossed Gu Qingla's face. Has this guy lost his mind? That kick made his chest collapse, yet he's laughing like nothing happened. That's good. Gu Qingyin said no more and started climbing the stairs. Gu Qingla glanced back at Mu Er, who was still smiling, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Sis, did I knock your brain out? I clearly controlled my strength. It's not a pity if they die, don't worry about it. Gu Qingyin remained expressionless, her voice cold. Chapter 2: A Crazy Night. Are you alright? Zhuokan bent down and helped Mu Er up. Mu Er smiled brightly. It's nothing, just a superficial injury, ouch. You did this on purpose? Zhuokan looked puzzled. How come he didn't know his best friend had masochistic tendencies? How can you still be laughing so happily after being hit? Just kidding. Mu Er waved his hand and said, I'm going home first. Zhuokan inquired further before letting him leave. With the college entrance exam approaching, it's exceptionally easy for students to take leave, and Mu Er found an opportunity to return home. It's a 3-bedroom apartment, and the house is quite large. This doesn't mean the Mu family is rich, they are just an ordinary working-class family. Both his parents work in a factory, and he has a younger brother who is in junior high school. Back in his room, Muji finally had time to sort through the memories in his mind. In his memory, this family had a very good relationship and took great care of him, a college entrance exam candidate. It was just a pity that the original owner was not talented and had little chance of making it forward. But Mu's father still hoped that Mu Er would climb a little further. After sorting through the memories in my mind, it was almost lunchtime. Muji heard the sound of the door lock clicking and went out of the room. Hey, brother, you're back so early? Mu Yuqing was somewhat surprised. I was tired at school, so I came back to rest, Mu Er replied with a smile. My younger brother has some talent, but only to a certain extent. With the support of a large financial foundation, he might be able to get into a top-tier university. However, being born into a working-class family, his future achievements are limited. That's great. I thought you'd be nervous because of the college entrance exam, but I didn't expect you to be so relaxed. Mu Yuqing joked as he put his backpack on the sofa. Hey, do your best and leave the rest to fate, Mu Er said. As they chatted, he gained a better understanding of his younger brother. Children from poor families mature early, and Mu Yuqing is quite mature for his age. He is only in the 3rd year of junior high school, but he speaks and acts very maturely. A short while later, Mu Dayuan and Fang Xiufen returned. These are the parents of the Mu brothers. After exchanging greetings, Fang Xiufen went to cook. It's clear that the shepherd's mother is a quick and efficient woman. The meal was ready in less than an hour. At the dinner table, they're eating. Mu Dayuan took an exquisite box out of his pocket. Here, this is a jade bone marrow generating pill. It can greatly increase your qi and blood, as well as your fighting strength. Take it and eat it. Dad. Mu Er was shocked. Each of these pills costs 120,000 spirit coins, which almost emptied the family's savings. It should be noted that Mu Dayuan and Fang Xiufen's combined monthly salary was only 17,000 to 18,000 yuan. It would take them almost 10 months of not eating or drinking to buy this one pill. Boss, just take it. Fang Xiufen stuffed the box into Mu Er's pocket. There are some openings at the factory, so it's a discount of about 10,000 yuan. The family can still afford it. Mu Dayuan was honest and kind, and spoke in a deep voice. After saying that, he picked up his rice and didn't say anything more. Mu Er was deeply moved. Mu Yuchen also advised, "Brother, just take it." After much deliberation, Mu Er said thank you and could only accept the gift. After finishing his meal, he locked himself in the house. Ugh, this is such a hassle. Mu Erzo held the box in his hand and shook his head slightly. Now that he has a system, it would be a huge waste for him to consume this thing alone. If Mu Yuchen were to consume it, he would receive a multiplied boost. But I can't say it out loud, so it's stuck in my chest. It seems this matter can only be discussed later. Let's leave it for now. As I was pondering this, the system prompted me. Gu Qingyin is consuming resources, increasing her punching strength by 67 gene. The host will receive a 30-fold increase. They're here. Mu Er's eyes lit up. 30 times, not bad. As the system notification faded, a warm current flowed through his body. The feeling is like soaking in a hot spring, nourishing your limbs and body. The effect is amazing. As a result, white steam rose from Mu Er's body, and his body turned blood red like a shrimp. Call. It took Mu Er an unknown number of hours to completely absorb the nutrients, and the pain in his chest disappeared as well. A panel popped up in front of him. Name, Mu Er. Realm, Body Refinement. Punching Power, 2130. Qi and Blood, 316. My God. Mu Er jumped up and swung his fist with great force. He felt a tremendous power brewing within his body. He knew that once he threw a punch, it would surely shatter mountains and split rocks. In this world, if one can cultivate one's body to the 1000 gene level, one can obtain the certification of a quasi-martial artist, and as long as one's qi and blood exceed 1000 points, one can step into the realm of a martial artist. In just one night, Mu Er had already become a quasi-martial artist. It should be noted that there are no more than 300 potential martial artists of his age in the entire Jiangling city. Muji is now one of them, having only spent one day. Gu Qingla finished consuming the resources, his punching strength increased by 91 gene, and the host received a 17-fold increase. Here we go again. 1791. My current punching power is 3677 gene. After trying his best to process the surge of warmth, Mu Er clenched his fist, staring at the afterimage in the air, his mind buzzing. The system is too overpowered. With his current strength, he's already number one in his grade, even without relying on martial arts skills. There's just one strange thing, my punching power has increased so much, so why has my qi and blood only increased by 22 points? Mu Er stroked his chin, looking at the 338 points of qi and blood on the panel, and fell into deep thought. The growth of the physical body must be accompanied by an increase in qi and blood. It is really unreasonable that the fist power has increased while the qi and blood is only so little. I'll ask Zhuoken tomorrow. The next day. As soon as Mu Er stepped out of the bedroom, the dining table was already laden with food. It was all meat, there wasn't a single vegetable in sight. These are all spiritual and physical substances that replenish qi and blood. Come and eat quickly. Hey, wait a minute, son, you seem a little different? Fang Xiufen greeted them, but immediately noticed something was wrong. Mu Er is full of energy now, with a burst of vitality emanating from him, like a rising sun. Isn't it because the jade bone marrow regeneration pills you two gave me so effective? I feel like I've gained hundreds of pounds of strength. Mu Er chuckled dryly. There was no way around it, his physical progress was simply too great. If you looked closely, you could even see that his hair was shimmering with spiritual light. The jade bone marrow generating pill can only increase a fist strength by 100 gene. Is it really that effective? Fang Xiufan fell into deep thought. Mu'er knew things couldn't go on like this, so he quickly grabbed a few steamed buns, ate a bite of meat, and ran outside, shouting, "Mom, I forgot, our teacher has a meeting today, I have to go now." You child. Fang Xiufan's hand froze in midair as she shook her head. Mu'er ran all the way and finally arrived at the school gate. Before I could even get inside, I was blocked. There were 4 people. The one in the lead, Mu'er, knew him. His name was Guansu. He was 17 years old and had a punching strength of over 700 gene. He was a very talented young man. But Mu'er had no grudge against them, so why was he so aggressive in stopping them? Before Mu'er could speak, Guansu gestured with his chin to the side. "Do you dare to come with me to the alley for a private chat?" Chapter 3, Provoking a Quasi-Martial Artist. This is the end of my life. What are the benefits? Mu'er looked at the 4 of them with an innocent expression and bright, sparkling eyes. "Damn it, I'm trying to negotiate with you." Guansu cursed loudly. A lackey next to him grinned and said, "Brother Guan, how about we just take him there?" "Yeah, Brother Guan, this kid is clearly the type who'll take the punishment, not the polite offer." Guansu noticed that more and more people were gathering around him, and many were looking in his direction. He whispered, "Kid, don't make things too ugly." Mu'er also wanted to test his current methods, so he turned his eyes and said, "I'll go, but don't you dare sue me later." "Humph, definitely." "I'll sue you?" Guansu realized what was happening, but Mu'er had already disappeared into the alley. "I don't think I've done anything to offend you, have I?" Facing the 3 of them, Mu'er showed no nervousness whatsoever, but simply voiced his doubts. "Damn it, you're taking advantage of my sister-in-law. Do you think my brother won't mess with you?" One of the henchmen said this. Question mark. Mu'er was full of questions. When did this happen? He frantically searched his memory, but had no idea who Guansu's girlfriend was. Hey, this matter is still in its infancy. Guansu was actually a little shy, and waved his hand nonchalantly. Boss, you started from scratch and worked your way up to where you are now. Miss Gu Qingla has long been secretly in love with you. Isn't it just a matter of time before you get together? The henchman flattered him, making Mu'er want to laugh. So that's what it was about. The person in question wasn't in a hurry. The sycophants rushed to stand up for their goddess. There are just too few books for children in this world. Do you understand now? Guansu looked down at Mu'er. With a punching power of 700 gene at the age of 18, he certainly deserves it. I'm not here to make things difficult for you. Just go and apologize to Miss Gu Qingla in person, and that will be the end of it. I didn't expect Guansu to be so reasonable. Mu'er wasn't going to indulge him, and chuckled. Gu Qingyin didn't even ask me to apologize, and you want me to do something with just a word? Sorry, I'm too stubborn. He emphasized the last few words and looked at the 3 people behind Guansu. Guansu was highly talented and had a clean background, so he naturally received offers from many powerful forces. He joined the Fenghua martial arts school in Jiangling City early on and was groomed as their successor. With talent and connections, there's no shortage of admirers. It goes without saying who Mu'er was mocking with those words. You. Everyone was smart enough to understand the unspoken meaning behind Mu'er's words. Brother, I told you long ago, this guy won't listen to reason, he'll have to suffer the consequences. I'll teach him a lesson and see if he's still so stubborn. Guansu remained silent with a cold expression, taking it as tacit agreement. A slick-haired, powdered-faced henchman stepped forward, grinning slyly as he approached Mu'er. Kid, my 230-pound fist might hurt a bit when it hits you. As he spoke, he withdrew his fist, then gathered his strength and swung it at Mu'er, who stood there like a wooden chicken. A scream rang out in response. It wasn't Mu'er's, but the pink-faced man. Guansu saw it clearly. The unassuming young man simply threw a punch that met the shovel's fist, and the shovel flew backward. Furthermore, the shovel arm was hanging down naturally, indicating that it had clearly broken. Big brother. The sound of a shovel crying could be heard. My hand is broken. Guansu ignored it. Losing a hand was a minor matter in this world. Even if it was a severed arm, it could be reattached as long as the arm was still there. The cost isn't expensive. Because in this world, warriors have to fight against demons, hospitals and clinics are everywhere. I didn't expect you to have some skills. No wonder you're so stubborn. Guansu stepped forward 2 steps, his aura fully unleashed. His body was already burly, about the same height as Mu'er, and his blocky muscles seemed to come alive at this moment, pulsating like fire. Do you know what this is? Mu'er blinked, genuinely puzzled. What is this? The signature martial art of the Fenghua Martial Arts School, the Wildfire Fist. This fist technique is a method of martial arts training, with a total of 9 levels. I am not a martial artist, so I can only comprehend the first level. Guansu's tone was slightly regretful, but his eyes were clearly full of pride. This is the first time I've used it on a person. You should feel lucky. Before he finished speaking, Guansu had already arrived in front of him. It must be said that he was indeed well trained. He could tell that Mu'er was extraordinary, so he went all out and didn't give Mu'er a chance to breathe. This wildfire fist is indeed quite interesting. Guansu coordinated all his muscles and unleashed a punch that truly resembled a fire dragon incarnate, with a surge of powerful blood and chi erupting forth. Only. Bang! Mu'er remained silent, only throwing punches. Guansu flew backward in a parabolic arc, spitting out blood, and crashed to the ground with a dull thud. You. Mu'er moved forward, while Guansu crawled backward. You're a quasi-martial artist? Guansu clutched his chest, ignoring the blood gushing from his mouth, and cried out in terror. His 700-pound punch couldn't withstand the blow from the boy in front of him. Only a quasi-martial artist would have that kind of strength. What a fancy nonsense! Mu'er shook his head and passed Guansu without giving him another glance. As for the other 2 henchmen, they were already pressed against the wall, their eyes lowered, not daring to move an inch. Quasi-martial artist. If they can't understand it, how could Guansu not understand it? There are no more than 300 qualified martial arts students in the entire Jianling city, and number 2 high school only has 4. Now there is one more. They even managed to provoke this one. After Mu'er left, the 3 henchmen collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. They've finally achieved their goal in this lifetime. Isn't this the same pervert from yesterday? Yes, it was him. He was willing to take a kick just to have intimate contact with Gu Qingla. Who can argue with that? I thought everyone was joking, but I didn't expect him to be serious. If I touch Gu Qingla, I'll just get kicked. I'll try it next time. At school, many students pointed and whispered about Mu'er. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. That's it, my life's reputation is completely ruined. This system is so weird it can only be bound to someone when they're close to them. It's such a hassle. Mu'er entered the classroom with a blank expression. Some male students laughed and said, "Oh, here comes the pervert too? Ertzi, tell us what Gu Qingla smells like. I bet it'll taste sweet. Get out. Get out. Get out." Zhuoken waved his hand to chase away the students who were watching the commotion. Are you feeling better? Mu'er took a deep breath and said with great sorrow. How did things turn out like this? Zhuoken looked somewhat embarrassed and forced a dry laugh. You have no idea how fast this news spread. The Goose sisters are practically born to be trending topics. One student shouted. He's still a scout, bragging everywhere about how awesome my brother is, that he actually got close to Gu Qingla. Mu'er's face instantly darkened. You did it too? Hey, waiter. Before Zhuoken could explain, a voice came from outside the door. Mu'er, get out here. Chapter 4. The entire school shocked, entering the quasi-martial arts world overnight. Mu'er looked towards the door. A burly man stood solemnly at the door, like a guardian deity. Isn't this Empress Feng, the 7th one? Why is she suddenly showing up at our door? They've come with ill intentions. What's going on? Zhuoken asked gravely. 7th in age, what does that mean? The top 10 in each age group are all formidable individuals weighing over 800 pounds, and each can be considered a prodigy. Being targeted by them is not a good thing. How would I know? Mu'er frowned slightly and walked towards the door. Zhuoken wanted to go with him, but Mu'er refused. Outside the door, an empty circle automatically formed around Empress Feng, and the students in the corridor dared not approach. What do you want? Mu'er looked up and asked. This guy is so tall, at least 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles. He's obviously a gifted individual. Young Master Ji asked me to pass on a message to you. If there is a next time, his hands and feet will be broken. Feng remained expressionless, his voice deep and resonant like the ringing of a bell. Young Master Ji? Mu'er was taken aback. Ji Chengtian. The students in the classroom erupted in commotion. Ji Chengtian, is that the second oldest martial artist with a punching power of 1600 Jin? It's him, I understand. He's here to help Gu Qingla and her brother Warren Mu'er. Indeed, I've heard that they come from prominent families and can be considered childhood sweethearts. Mu'er is finished. Ji Chengtian has actually set his sights on him. Did you understand? Empress Phone looked at the blank-minded boy in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little irritated. Her two thick eyebrows were squeezed together, like two evil dragons coiled up, and her fierce aura suddenly burst out. Has Ji Chengtian misunderstood something? Mu'er felt a bit strange. It was all a jumble of nonsense. Misunderstanding? If there's a misunderstanding, do you want to talk to young Master Ji face to face? Empress Foam stepped forward, her voice booming. Unbeknownst to her, she had actually used her chi and blood power to try and make Mu'er submit. Mu'er remained unmoved and said softly, "Since it is young Master Ji who has come to see me, let him come in person. Why send someone else to deliver the message? It would be better for us to talk face to face and avoid any misunderstandings." Empress Feng's eyes widened, and she looked just like an angry Vajra stepping out of a painting. Kid, you don't want to live anymore? How could he know what the person in front of him was thinking? Mu'er thought to himself with a smug smile. This Ji Chengtian, at such a young age, possesses a punching strength of 1800 Jin. Besides his talent, he must have family support. If I get close to him and bind him to me through the system, wouldn't I be able to make him work for me? Speak. Empress Foam clenched her fists, her bones cracking. This kid is infuriating. He just stands there in a daze, completely disregarding the fact that he's 7th in age. Mu'er chuckled and said, "Then take the message to him." A sinister look appeared on Empress Feng's face. Things were getting complicated. As Ji Qingtian's follower, he was originally meant to do the dirty and tiring work, but he didn't expect to get off to such a bad start. If he wants any resources in the future, he will probably have to offer some kind of pledge of allegiance. Who do you think you are, to presume to see young Master Ji? Empress Feng sneered, her radish thick fingers reaching out to grab Mu'er. Don't let his big, burly appearance fool you. He's incredibly fast, clearly having learned special martial arts techniques, his claws crackling with electricity. This is Makiji's weakness. He's like a cannon, possessing extraordinary firepower but lacking mobility. However, one force can overcome all laws with great power. Everything is enough. Mu'er casually waved his hand, and actually knocked Foam Ho's hand away. Empress Feng's expression changed drastically. A terrifying force surged from his palm into his body, causing him to involuntarily retreat. Thump thump, thump, thump. He retreated 4 steps. Foam Hokai barely managed to stop. What? Mu'er actually defeated Empress Feng. I didn't see wrong, did I? Did I come to the wrong classroom? Is this still Muji? Holy crap, tell me this is fake. The students were shocked, and many girls were so frightened that they turned pale. This scene is so breathtaking. Mu'er was 2 heads shorter than Empress Feng, but he slapped her so hard she couldn't stop. Zhuokan could hardly believe his eyes. When did my brother become so amazing? Empress Feng's heart pounded like thunder, her eyes widened, and she said coldly, "You're a quasi-martial artist?" Another uproar ensued. A quasi-martial artist? Mu'er has always been pretending to be weak while actually being strong. That shouldn't be the case. He wasn't like this before. That doesn't make sense. If he is a quasi-martial artist, then I'm a first-grade chi martial artist. Mu'er stretched lazily, feeling bored. Am I now qualified to speak with him? I've got it. But kid, a quasi-martial artist who has broken through the barrier and refined their body is not someone you can mess with. Feng Ho paused for a moment before offering a warning. I have done nothing wrong and I have done nothing wrong. Ji Chengtian can come to me anytime. Empress Feng wisely left. Internal strife is not allowed in schools, that's the rule. He had already done his best by making a test, and although he still couldn't see clearly what Mu'er was really capable of, he had already made a general judgment, so the trip wasn't in vain. When Mu'er returned to the classroom, all the students rushed towards him. Waiter, you've become a near martial artist? How many kilograms do you punch right now? Ertzi, you mustn't use unorthodox techniques to enhance your fist power. Don't call him Ertzi, call him Eri. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Mu'er chuckled and said, It was just a temporary breakthrough, and my family prepared some things for me. I see. I didn't expect second master to come from a prominent family. Only Joaquin stared at Muir with a strangely inexplicable expression. He knew his brother's family situation. Even if he had prepared some supplies, it would only cost a few 100,000 yuan. He believed that a few 100,000 yuan could increase a brother's punching power by 200 jin. But he couldn't believe he had become a quasi-martial artist overnight. However, the message has been sent out. The fact that this seemingly ordinary student from Class 2 of Senior 3 had appeared in the school, possibly a quasi-martial artist, caused a stir throughout the entire school. Practice room. Gu Qingyin's face was as cold as frost. She spread her long legs into a split and hung on 2 red cloth rings. This is for practicing body flexibility. Excessive physical exertion reduces a person's agility, which significantly impacts combat effectiveness. Sis, do you remember that kid who messed with us yesterday? Gu Qingla was right next to her, also stretching her body. What's wrong? Gu Qingyin has excellent flexibility and can play with the red cloth rings in a variety of ways. He became a near martial artist overnight, and the whole school was in an uproar. Gu Qingla's red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and she couldn't believe it. Really? Gu Qingyin was also a little dumbfounded, and a ripple appeared on her usually calm face. Yeah, could it be that my kick made him see the light? Gu Qingla tilted her head, looking inexplicably adorable. Gu Qingyin leaped from the air and landed steadily. Humph, body refinement is not like learning martial arts. There is no such thing as being enlightened or not. It is only through hard work and perseverance. If someone can reach the level of a near martial arts master overnight, they must have some kind of secret. But what could this secret be? The school rooftop. Empress Feng finished reporting to the aristocratic family. Ji Chengtian said coldly. Every move he makes ignites the school. First, he deliberately provoked Qingyin and Qingla, and now he wants to step on me to rise to the top. He is cunning and treacherous, and his heart is despicable. He deserves to die. A cold wind swept across the rooftop, carrying a chilling aura. Chapter 5, The Cave Heaven Simulation examined the limit of body refinement at 100,000 jin. Class time is starting. The bell rang. The noisy classroom seemed to have been muted. Lao Ban Haofan walked in. Students, there will be a mock exam in 2 days. You all need to enter the outer realm to slay demons and monsters. Whether you are cultural students or martial arts students, it's for 2 purposes. Firstly, it's to let you experience the cruelty of a real battlefield. Secondly, it's related to your exam scores. The cave you are entering this time is called Gaochen Cave. It is the same level as the one in the grand examination, which is 1 star. I hope you will prepare well. After explaining the situation, the class began. When it came to martial arts training, Muir listened very attentively. Get out of class is over. Teachers in this world don't have the habit of going overtime, Haofan said. Get out of class dismissed. Muir, come with me. Muir was taken aback, got up and walked out the door, following Haofan. I heard you're aspiring martial artists? Although Haofan was only a middle-aged man, his hair was gray and he looked like he was in his 50s or 60s. Hey, classmates are just spreading rumors. Muir dared not admit it. Haofan glanced sideways at his student and said softly. The school's higher-ups have already noticed you. Do well in this mock exam, and maybe a good school will contact you. Muir was greatly surprised. The old teacher didn't even ask him why his strength had increased so quickly. This was completely different from what he had expected. Among the myriad races, the human race faces hardship. However, our race has always been resilient, and rising stars emerge like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. But they cannot withstand the hunting of the myriad races, and very few of the chosen ones can grow up. The situation is not good now. If you have real skills, then show them. The future hope of humanity lies with you. Haofan looked weathered, and his voice was full of stories. Muir felt much more at ease and thought to himself. My teacher is trying to reassure me. What are you thinking about? Haofan could tell at a glance that Muir was preoccupied. I was just wondering why my physical strength is increasing so rapidly, but my chi and blood aren't increasing as much? Muir asked, voicing his doubts. Haofan gave Muir a serious look, seemingly lost in thought. After a long pause, he said. The body refinement realm tempers the physical body, which is divided into the flesh and bones. In theory, these two should be carried out simultaneously. However, on the path of human cultivation, a powerful being came up with a new idea. He paused for a moment, then continued. What would happen if we suppressed the growth of qi in blood, and only allowed physical strength to develop? This is unreasonable, Mu'er said, shaking his head. Aren't you a perfect example? Hao Fan chuckled strangely, as if he had seen through something. Mu'er was startled, but could only manage a dry laugh. Historical masters have discovered that the strength of a 1,000-pound punch is a threshold. Once you exceed the strength of a 1,000-pound punch, your qi in blood will be insufficient to suppress it. In other words, if you want to exceed the strength of a 1,000-pound punch, your qi in blood must increase. Hao Fan didn't dwell on Mu'er's question, but instead earnestly answered his questions. Of course, there are also true geniuses who can surpass the strength of a 1,000-pound punch, but their qi and blood are fluctuating and controlled, thus they can surpass the limitation of a 1,000-pound punch. Mu'er nodded slightly. What are the benefits of breaking through to the first-grade qi martial artist level with a fist strength exceeding 1,000 jin? Think about it, if your physical strength increases, but your qi and blood remain stagnant, what does that mean? Hao Fan patiently guided the students to think divergently. Mu'er drawled, this means that the fundamental nature of one's character is changing. This child is teachable. Hao Fan's lips curled up, and he nodded in satisfaction. Others have 1,000 points of qi and blood and can generate 1,000 jin of punching force, but those truly gifted teenagers can generate 3,000 jin of punching force with 1,000 points of qi and blood. It's terrifying to even think about. This is what they call talent. Mu'er rubbed his chin and said slowly. Good. So where is the limit of body tempering? 10,000 caddies. Mu'er felt a little smug upon receiving this answer. His current punching power has reached 3,677 jin, which is only a short time away from 10,000 jin, just like the time it takes for the two sisters, Gu Qingla and Gu Qingyin, to devour resources once or twice. Why do you feel it's not enough? Hao Fan's words startled Mu'er. What are you joking about, teacher? Mu'er scratched his head, no longer daring to show any expression or thought. The old teacher has a problem. He seems to be able to read other people's minds and see through them. If 10,000 jin isn't enough, then let's aim for 100,000 jin. Hao Fan's words were firm and resolute. Since the outbreak of human spiritual energy, a total of 3 people have broken through the limit of 10,000 jin of body refinement and completed the feat of 100,000 jin of body refinement. First is King Wuling, the founder of martial arts. He single-handedly killed countless members of the royal families of all races. The ancient road of the heavenly Tao is full of the white bones of alien races. In the end, he was intercepted and killed by all races and perished. Second is the Spear Spirit King, who inherited the will of the Martial Spirit King. He once single-handedly fought against more than 3,000 members of the royal families of all races with just a spear, making all alien races in the universe tremble with fear. In the end, he died on the road to becoming a god. Thirdly, there is the great sage who covers the heavens, who now stands at the pinnacle of the human race and is confronting all races in the outer realms. He is the human race's source of reassurance. Mu'er, I can see your ambition and determination. You want to make a breakthrough. Your seniors are all guiding lights on your path. These words made Mu'er's blood boil. He couldn't stand being compared to the top combat power in human history all the time. Teacher, you flatter me too much. How could I not understand the aspirations of a young man? Hao Fan smiled, a hint of smugness creeping into his expression. Teacher, I have one last question. Mu'er quickly changed the subject. Go ahead and ask. If 100,000 jin is the limit for body refining, why are you only saying 10,000 jin now? Hao Fan's mouth opened slightly, and he sighed. If it weren't for the physical strength of 100,000 jin, the difference between physical strength of 10,000 jin and physical strength of 70,000 jin or 80,000 jin wouldn't be that significant. The human race's predecessors deliberately said that the limit of body refinement was 10,000 jin in order to prevent those geniuses from wasting their time on a vague and illusory physical limit of 100,000 jin. Mu'er said, I understand. Okay, then prepare well for the mock exam. I will. Hao Fan returned to his office, where someone was already waiting. How is it? Principal Ma Tianhong asked Mu'er. Very good, he is probably a Qianling body. Hao Fan answered truthfully. I never expected that our school would produce a Qianling cultivator. We must send him to Tianyuan Academy, which will greatly increase the resources of our number 2 middle school. Ma Tianhong was very happy and paced back and forth with joy. Hao Fan looked at Ma Tianhong with a complex expression in his eyes. Ma Tianhong was still muttering to himself. Channeling people's chi and blood grow very slowly, making them most suitable for increasing physical strength. Tianyuan Academy is dedicated to helping channeling people break through the 10,000 gene body refinement limit and pursue the legendary 100,000 gene ultimate physical body. Sending him to Tianyuan Academy would be the most suitable option. A hint of struggle appeared on Hao Fan's face as he suppressed his voice and said, "Principal, I disagree." Chapter 6 Past Events, Entering Gaochen Grotto. What? Ma Tianhong thought he had misheard. Principal, do you know what kind of place that is? Hao Fan's breathing became heavier, and his face became somewhat distorted. Ma Tianhong seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly calmed down, saying, "Hao Fan, you're also from Tianyuan Academy." "I know, that's why I don't want Mu'er to go." Silence fell. A bitter smile appeared on Hao Fan's face. "Principal, as you know, I am also a channeling body. I entered Tianyuan Academy with the dream of having an ultimate physical body weighing 100,000 gene, but it is too difficult. Back then, there were 137 of us in the same batch. If we hadn't pursued the limits of the physical body, even if 80% of the channeling bodies had died prematurely, there would still have been at least 27 Grandmasters. But what happened? Only 7 of my classmates eventually reached the Grandmaster realm. They either died or were injured, but most of them wasted their youth pursuing some vague and illusory physical limits. Is it really worth it? Ma Tianhong became increasingly silent, and the lines on his face appeared even deeper. He is very old in the sense of being the teacher who taught so many students back then. The moment Hao Fan became the spirit of channeling, Ma Tianhong was just as happy as he is today. He had no idea what Hao Fan had gone through all these years. Vast. Ma Tianhong called out. "Principal, I will not change my mind." Hao Fan walked to the window and looked down at the energetic students on the playground. "I used to be proud of being a channeling body, but now I only feel that it is a curse, a shackle that weighs on us. Do you know how happy I was when I broke through the physical limit of 10,000 gene? But later, my progress slowed down day by day, while my classmates in the same grade had already entered the first rank. When I broke through the physical limit of 20,000 gene, I felt that I was close to the ultimate physical limit of 100,000 gene, but 5 years have passed. At this time, those classmates who only had a body tempering strength of 3,000 or 4,000 gene had already become source warriors or even spirit warriors. I can only comfort myself with the fact that I have great potential. But 10 years later, when my physical strength reached 40,000 gene, my classmates from the same batch had become grandmasters or even venerables, while I was still only at the body refining realm, and hadn't even formed a chi-ci. Do you know what kind of torment that was? I was almost going crazy. I chose to enter the cave to find the help of spiritual medicine. My mindset was unstable, and coupled with bad luck, I suffered a severe injury and could only return to Jiangling City to teach. He. Hao Fan laughed out loud, but it was a sound filled with utter desolation. It took 15 years for him to go from a genius to a dog despised by everyone, all because of the channeling body. It's better not to know, because once you know about the channeling body, you'll be like a madman pursuing the ultimate physical body weighing 100,000 gene. But what's the point? Not everyone is a martial spirit king, a spear spirit king, or a great sage who can cover the heavens. Alright, let's discuss this later. Let's focus on passing the mock exam first. Ma Tianhong didn't say anything more, but simply patted Hao Fan on the shoulder. Hao Fan stood by the window, growing increasingly silent. Mu'er, whatever you do, don't go to Tianyuan Academy. They will ruin you. 2 days have passed. Everything was calm. Muji was not disturbed much. Even Mu Daiyuan and Fang Xiufen were unaware that their son had become a prominent figure at school. As for Mu Yuqing, he is currently preparing for the high school entrance exam and doesn't have much time to keep up with his brother's news. Needless to say, this is even more true in schools. Humans are numerous, and geniuses spring up like mushrooms after rain. There are about 300 quasi-martial artists in Jiangling City, so Mu'er's story wouldn't cause too much of a stir. It would only circulate within the school. The students of number 2 middle school gathered at the gate, and one bus after another came to take them to Gaochen Cave. Spiritual energy is reviving, and the channels between heaven and earth are reopening. Many spatial rifts have appeared. Stable spatial rifts with high-quality resources are called grotto heavens. There are also abandoned spatial fissures, generally referred to as landfills. Of course, there are also unstable ones, and this instability comes from within them, where many alien races are trying to climb out and attack the human race. These spatial rifts are known as extraterritorial battlefields, and they are arranged in 4 levels: despair, nightmare, cruelty, and great calamity. Jiangling City is fortunate there is no battlefield there, but it does have 19 1-star grotto heavens and 2 2-star grotto heavens. Second master has arrived. Please come in. This is some food I brought. Would you like to have some? Second master, let me treat you to some ice spiritual water. Second master. Now, everyone in the class calls Guan Mu'er second master. Mu Arai waved his hand. Get out of here, all of you. Go do what you were supposed to do. Okay, second master, let me know if you need anything. The Gu sisters, Qingyin and Qingyin, were in the top class and saw what was happening to Mu'er. Gu Qinglet exclaimed, "Did I really kick out a near martial artist? It doesn't seem fake." Gu Qingyin spoke sparingly. It's all about timing and fate, sis. Why don't you let me kick you too? Get out of the way. The students boarded the bus amidst lively chatter. More than an hour later, we finally arrived at the outer perimeter of Gaocheng Cave. This place was built like a service station. Apart from a central building with the 4 large characters Gaocheng Cave Heaven on it, there were various shops all around, warmly greeting customers. That's interesting. Mu'er watched with great interest. Zhuoken grumbled, business is good in the Grotto Heavens, and Gaocheng Grotto Heaven is a relatively stable source of resources, so many people from outside come here to do business. Bringing resources out of the cave and selling them is the most convenient way for martial artists to make money. Enter the hall. This place is extremely large, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people, much like a football stadium. Many students in school uniforms were already waiting. They were from other schools. A stern-faced administrator, looking up at the sky, walked over. These are all students taking mock exams. What kind of behavior is this, making such a racket? They don't know any rules at all. These words, spoken with passion and energy, resonated and subdued the students. Let me explain the rules to you. First, please line up in an orderly manner to enter the passage. You may experience dizziness, vomiting, or other discomfort, but don't worry, you will be transported to a location. Second, there are many strange beasts in Gaocheng Cave, mostly first-tier beasts, with very few second-tier beasts. Be smart. If you see a second-tier beast, stick together, don't be stupid and die inside. Third, the mortality rate target for this mock exam is 7%, which means bloodshed. I don't know who the unlucky ones will be, but I hope it won't be you. Upon hearing the death rate, the students suddenly tensed up. No living person is afraid of death. As for the other rules, Dong Tian will teach you. Good luck, students. After saying that, the manager shouted. Everyone, please enter the cave in an orderly manner. Chapter 7. So your name is Mu'er? Entering the grotto. It was truly a dizzying experience. Mu'er felt extremely uncomfortable. It was like having a large mouthful of cold air stuffed into his stomach, making him feel bloated and wanting to vomit, but unable to. So much so that my internal organs felt compressed. Only when the blood and qi circulate properly does this discomfort gradually disappear. Opening my eyes, I was greeted by a place filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. This place is completely different from the cities outside. Green hills and clear waters, birdsong and animal roars. It feels like a primeval jungle. More importantly, the air here is noticeably fresher, and looking at the scenery here gives you a sense of clarity, as if you've been washed clean. This is a sign of abundant spiritual energy. Gaocheng Cave Heaven is only a 1-star cave heaven, with spiritual energy so abundant that the human body can have a tangible experience. Some grotto heavens are even more extravagant, with spiritual energy condensing into mist. Those are the true holy lands for cultivation. Let's get back to the present. This is a campsite, made up of all sorts of tents. Of course, there are also quite a few vendors. Many people came out of their tents after hearing the commotion. It was different from what Mu'er had imagined. He thought that, given the nature of the Chinese, they would build a city here. Oh, so you're a student? My child should be at the mock exam time. Yes, let me see. A number of people gathered around, chatting amongst themselves. These people looked like they were not to be trifled with. Their bodies were filled with aura and blood, their eyes were gloomy, and many of them had scars on their faces. Although they were smiling, they were clearly people who had been through bloodshed. Mu'er pondered in his heart. This may be the manifestation of killing intent. Legend has it that when a butcher slaughters thousands of pigs, cattle, and sheep, he will have a kind of aura around him, and the pigs, cattle, and sheep will be afraid when they see him. This is probably a martial artist who has been hunting strange beasts for many years. At this moment, a teacher said, "The scoring rules are very simple. The higher the value you obtain in the cave, the higher your score will be. You will have 5 days of free time, so I hope you will make the most of it." Cultural students do not need to leave the camp within a kilometer radius. You do not practice martial arts, you only need to observe. Martial arts students are to move within a radius of 10 kilometers according to their own strength. There is a map in the camp, and you need to remember it. If any problems arise, call for help immediately. We have 13 rank 3 spirit warrior instructors with us. As long as you call for help, we can arrive quickly. The teacher rattled off a whole bunch of things, and finally it was over. Joaquin approached Muir. "Waiter, shall we go together?" "Okay." There's no reason to refuse. Many students have already started forming small groups and hanging out together. This is allowed even in the college entrance examination, since everything martial arts students do in this world is in preparation for future battles. Team assistance is also a required course. Of course, this approach has also led to a number of bugs. For example, some wealthy students form cliques to buy the resources of other students, thus gaining high scores and admission to good universities. However, most schools don't care about these things. They only look at cold, hard scores. It's not that universities are colluding with these scumbags. Rather, they knew that only those with real ability could stay in the school, while those who entered through deception would be eliminated within a year, or even die. Don't assume that good schools have better resources. Good schools have better resources, but those resources are earned through hard work and dedication. Without the ability to earn them, you're just wasting your time at a good school. Under these conditions, no fool would think of resorting to crooked means. Doing so would be a disgrace even at a top university. Strength doesn't lie. Muir first familiarized himself with the camp. "I really don't feel safe in this kind of environment," Joaquin muttered to himself, holding a map in his hand. That was a miscalculation. They didn't prepare a map. The map of Gauchin Cave, which sells for 15 spirit coins outside, is being sold for 200 spirit coins here. It's inhuman. But there's no other way, we have to buy it. Let's go, let's take a walk around the area first. Muir found the campsite quite boring. This place is clearly a temporary base for martial artists. It hasn't been properly managed and has little value. Joaquin had no objection and followed suit step by step. "Waiter, what's your current strength?" On the way, Joaquin's restless thoughts were stirring within him. "Guess?" Muir cautiously observed his surroundings, feeling inexplicably nervous. This place is lush and verdant, far surpassing the primeval forests of my previous life. The trees are all incredibly thick, with branches and vines that coil up like long snakes, making one's heart pound. Suddenly, a whooshing sound rang out. Muji had poor combat awareness, but his body instinctively dodged. After several backflips, Muir finally stopped. Joaquin wasn't so uncooperative after all, he actually kept up with Muir's pace. "Who?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. The two looked up and saw a monkey gripping a tree branch with one arm. "Copper sand monkey?" Joaquin recognized him at a glance. "Damn it, this thing is definitely eyeing our backpacks." Muir has this memory of the monkey. The bronze sand monkey is golden all over, and is named for its bronze spots that resemble grains of sand. These monkeys are extremely agile and are the little tyrants of the jungle. It's just quite annoying. They have no real strength, their skills are all focused on agility, which only makes them annoying. "Let's hurry up and go." Joaquin wanted to run away. Muir also felt that there was no point in getting entangled with it, so he retreated step by step. The bronze sand monkey, however, was relentless. In a flash, it was in front of the two men, its sharp claws flashing as it reached for their backs. Annoyed to no end, Muir threw a punch. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The copper sand monkey stopped its body in mid-air, almost impossible, then twisted and ran. Joaquin was stunned and exclaimed in surprise. "How is that possible? This involves changing direction in the void. How powerful a core force would that require?" The copper sand monkey realized that Muir was not someone to be trifled with, so it didn't approach him, but instead scratched its body on the tree branch. "Walk." Muir retreated, while Tongsha monkey took a step forward. Thus, the two sides maintained a strange balance, advancing and retreating. The book says that the copper sand monkey is a dogskin plaster, and it's true. Joaquin was so angry that he was practically clenching his teeth. The copper sand monkey didn't go forward, it just hung on the tree and swung along, occasionally picking some stone-like fruits and throwing them at Muir and his companion. Its fighting spirit was frighteningly high. Just as Muir was thinking about how to get rid of this annoying monkey, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Both men were strong and robust, with muscles like iron and stone, and their demeanor was clearly extraordinary. "Brothers, help me!" Joaquin was so happy to see someone that he almost cried. He thought he would be remembered by this bronze sand monkey for the rest of his life. Muir secretly sensed something was wrong. The two men made no attempt to conceal their sinister expressions. Sure enough, one of them suddenly sprang to his feet, his fists whistling through the air, and charged straight at them. "So your name is Muir?" Chapter 8: The Qualitative Gap. "Waiter, something's not right, it's a martial artist," Joaquin shouted, his body already moving, drifting away like a falling leaf. He was shocked. Why were martial artists causing him trouble as soon as he entered the cave? The first grade is really easy to distinguish. Chi warriors can expand their Chi Si from their Dantian, transforming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into usable Yuan Chi. The fist of the charging fighter was covered with a faint white light, clearly indicating that it was imbued with vital energy, making him undoubtedly a first-grade Chi martial artist. "Waiter, don't just stand there, run." Seeing that Muir was still standing there in a daze, Joaquin was anxious and could only shout, "Let's go back and look." Before he could even speak, Muir moved, his fist rising like a drawn bow, and then he suddenly threw a punch. Bang! Fists facing each other. The first-grade Chi martial artist was sent flying backward. "Ah!" The martial artist clutched his shoulder and cried out in terror. "My hand is broken." He just felt a tremendous force spread from his fist to his shoulder and elbow, causing his bones to shatter inch by inch. If it weren't for the protection of his vital energy, that punch would have blown his internal organs apart. "This person is not simple, we should be careful." Another martial artist lunged forward, his fist whistling through the air. Muir was also surprised. Others may not know the power of his punches, but he knows it perfectly well. A punch with the force of 3,000 Jin. This data is so outrageous, splitting mountains and shattering rocks would be no problem at all, yet a first-grade Chi martial artist actually blocked it. The vital energy within the body makes a martial artist extraordinary, completely different from a beginner in the body refinement realm. Compared to Muir's disappointment, Joaquin was completely stunned. Unexpectedly, his friend was knocked back by a first-grade Chi martial artist with a single punch. This is a first-grade cultivator, a possessor of vital energy, a qualitative difference from beginners who only possess physical strength. Yet, it seems he is no match for Muir. My friend is probably more than just a quasi-martial artist. Joaquin was shocked. As the two were pondering this, the remaining martial artist arrived before Muir. Muir narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Let's see just how big the gap is between me and a first-grade martial artist." As he spoke, he repeated the same tactic, opening and closing his fists again, meeting head-on, attempting to shake the mountain. "Idiot!" The martial artist in front of Muir curled his lips, his eyes seeming to flicker like a venomous snake. Bang! On one occasion, their fists collided, and a shockwave erupted as their fists met, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. The two collisions were resolved differently. Muir was sent flying backward, spitting out blood as he traced a tragic arc in the air. How could that be? He couldn't understand how there could be two different outcomes when they were facing the same situation. Zhang Chu stood up, clenching his fist, and grinned maliciously. "Boy, the mysteries of primordial energy are extraordinary. Humanity has not been able to fully understand them even after more than 10,000 years since the beginning of the spiritual energy era. You, a mere child, dare to try to defeat a martial artist with your body refinement realm? Have you gone stupid from reading too much?" Joaquin quickly helped Muir up, and said disdainfully. "Isn't it just martial arts combined with internal energy? You make it sound so amazing, bullying the weak is truly shameless. You little brat." Zhang Chu crossed his arms, remaining non-committal. Joaquin explained in a low voice. Yuan Qi can nourish one's own body and amplify one's punching power. Generally, when a quasi-martial artist enters the first rank, Yuan Qi can amplify their punching power several times over. Martial arts are the application of vital energy, which can amplify punching power several times over. Therefore, once you enter the ranks of martial artists, you already possess extraordinary power. You're already quite strong to be able to exchange a punch with a first-grade martial artist. Mu'er looked at his best friend in surprise. Was this the time to talk about this? These two have clearly come seeking revenge. Their attack will be a deadly move, and they certainly won't let them go. How can Zhuo can still have the mind to talk about these things now? You fucking go to the camp for reinforcements right now, or I'll die here. Mu'er whispered, gripping Zhuo Can's clothes around his neck. Waiter, I've mastered a leg technique. It will take me 3 to 5 minutes to get there. In 3 to 5 minutes, your body won't even be found. Zhuo Can was so shocked that his eyes trembled. He really didn't expect that Mu'er would think of fighting 2 first-grade Qi martial artists by himself. Do you have any other ideas? Mu'er hardened his heart and looked at Zheng Chu and the other man. Zhuo Can's lips trembled as he was about to say something when a tremendous force struck his chest, shoving him several meters away. Mu'er leaped up like a carp and ran into the woods. You two, come and arrest me. Zhang Chu tilted his head and sneered at the person behind him. I'm leaving this guy to you. I'll go after him. The martial artist with the severed hand looked terrible and only let out a muffled groan. Seeing Mu'er running so fast, Zhuo Can didn't say what he was about to say. Just as he was hesitating, the one-handed martial artist approached. A strong gust of wind blew past my ears. Annoyance flashed in Zhuo Can's eyes as he dodged the close-range attack with the speed of a ghost. The warrior with the severed hand was somewhat surprised. There are many geniuses in the body refinement realm whose punches can reach thousands of pounds, making them physically stronger than lower-level first-grade martial artists. But a martial artist is a martial artist with the blessing of vital energy. Their body becomes even more agile. If the body refinement realm is a mortar, then a first-rank martial artist is a field gun, equipped with 2 wheels, so it has to be more agile. The one-handed martial artist inexplicably felt that he couldn't quite catch Zhuo Can. Zhuo Can had already rolled several times and was dozens of meters away. Idiot, come and chase after your grandpa. The warrior with the severed hand turned ashen face. Things had truly turned upside down. He was actually tricked by 2 students at the body refinement realm. Die. They launched an attack in anger. Zhuo Can dodged again. Mu'er withdrew his gaze, feeling much more at ease. My best buddy is no ordinary guy either. He had only thought of this one sentence when the sound of wind and thunder came from behind him. Zhang Chu has arrived. Goosebumps rose on Mu'er's neck, and he felt as if an electric current was flashing through his brain. No, if I ignore it and this blow lands on me, I'll surely die. Instinctively, Mu'er turned around and put his hands together to block Zhang Chu's punch. A powerful force pierced through his body, and an inexplicable energy raged within Mu'er's body. Puff! Another mouthful of blood appeared. Mu'er looked down and saw that his arms were a bloody mess, and his school uniform was torn and unrecognizable. We must take a roundabout approach. He set strategic goals in mind. Zhang Chu frowned, somewhat surprised. Your full-force punch didn't kill you. But Jiquan, a compulsory martial art in schools, is also known as the common people's martial art. Basically, every martial artist on this planet knows it. The martial arts techniques derived from it are countless, with the weakest of the 9th-rank techniques, the 8 extremes mountain-splitting collapse, being one of them. That is, the one used by Zhang Chu. The explosive force of that punch was truly capable of splitting mountains, but unexpectedly, Mu'er managed to block it. Mu'er focused his mind and took a stance, which was Bajiquan. If you can't outrun someone, you can only fight them head-on. On the other side, Zhuo Can was incredibly fast and had already run away. The wind whistled past his ears. He turned to look at the jungle, his lips pressed into a thin line. You leggy idiot, run faster. Waiter, you absolutely must hang in there. Chapter 9, Using a Tiger to Drive Away a Wolf. What a cruel heart. Seeing Mu'er get into a fighting stance, Zheng Chu said with a grin. I thought you were going to run away. Run? I'll kill you. As soon as Mu'er finished speaking, he suddenly turned and stepped forward. The power from the waist and abdomen surges into the fist, unleashing a full-force attack. Good timing. Zheng Chu deflected the punch with his palm and retaliated with a punch. The punch landed squarely on Mu'er's chest. Mu'er was in a truly miserable state, coughing up blood, with ribs shattered, and his body flying out as if he were on a cloud. Don't use your full strength, conserve your power. You've already found a way to die. Zhang Chu looked down at Mu'er with disdain, not understanding why Mu'er was holding back. The next second, he understood. After flying dozens of meters, Mu'er twisted his body and touched the ground like a tabby cat, then quickly covered his chest and ran away. Zhang Chu understood Mu'er's thoughts and shouted. The kid is cunning, he never intended to fight me to the death from the start. He was still suffering from a headache, but he didn't expect the boy in front of him to be so clear-headed, giving him no chance. Compared to a fight to the death, a first-rank martial artist fears a protracted battle even more. If a Qi martial artist doesn't specifically train leg techniques, their speed is only slightly faster than that of a body refinement stage student. Leg techniques are expensive on the market, and not every Qi martial artist can afford them. For example, Zhang Chu and his companion. If they had money in their pockets, they wouldn't have to live such a dangerous life. Idiot! Mu'er spat out a mouthful of blood and sprinted forward with all his might. Just one round trip, and it's another few dozen meters away. To fight a first-rank martial artist head-on is no different from courting death. At this moment, the warrior with the severed hand rushed to Zhang Chu's side, his face alternating between pale and flushed. That kid is no pushover either, he's incredibly fast, I can't catch him. Zhang Chu's eyes flickered as he watched Mu'er's retreating figure and said. Chase him, the target is him. Good. The two sides were only 100 meters apart, and Zhang Chu and his companion were already fast, so the distance between them quickly closed. These students were protected by spiritual warriors, and they arrived at the battlefield in just over 10 seconds. However, the kid who ran away will need 3 to 5 minutes to go back and report the situation. Therefore, we must end the battle within 3 minutes, otherwise we will be surrounded and killed by the spirit warriors. Zhang Chu still had the mind to explain the current situation. The warrior with the severed hand felt a chill run down his spine. No one wanted to face a spirit warrior, so he increased his speed even further. Mu'er was already seriously injured, and feeling the pressure from behind, he thought bitterly. What bad luck! I'd been targeted by a martial artist. If it weren't for my significant leap in strength, I would probably be in deep trouble today. No wonder everyone wants to break through the 1000 gene limit of body tempering. My physical strength is only a little over 3000 gene now, but my blood and qi flow like thunder, which has greatly improved my strength. He's right. There are 2 benefits to improving one's physical limits. First, there is the potential for growth. The higher the physical strength is honed during the body refining period, the further one can go in the martial arts path. Secondly, there is a tremendous improvement in physical health. Why does physical strength increase, but blood and qi increase very slowly? This is because the qi and blood have undergone a qualitative change, and a single drop of qi and blood can contain more power. Mu'er's physique resembled that of a tiger or leopard, with his blood and qi flowing throughout his body, causing mist to rise from his flesh, making it shimmer and glow in the sunlight. Zhang Chu sighed. He's a genius, he's probably already surpassed the limit of 1000 gene. What do we do now? The one-handed warrior licked his lips, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. The primordial energy is profound and has the effect of nourishing oneself. Mu'er's attack did not involve any strange primordial energy causing damage to the wound. In just a short while, his severed arm had already recovered by about 70–80%. This is the perfect time to strike back. Only half a minute has passed, don't rush, Zhang Chu said calmly. Even a cornered beast will fight back. Since Mu'er was already a fish on the chopping block, he might as well take him down in the safest way. The two sides kept their distance at 60 or 70 meters. Mu'er was under immense pressure, sweat pouring down his forehead, but he dared not wipe it away. Sweat streamed into his eyes, stinging like needles, and his eyes suddenly turned blood red. Ah! Mu'er cried out in pain, it hurt so much, and could only close his eyes, which were filled with sweat. The pain that shot into my brain was even more intense than the pain from the injuries on my body. Boom! Boom! A rumbling sound came from afar, and the ground shook. Mu'er's eyelids twitched, and he thought to himself, could it be that those two strange beasts are fighting? After a moment's thought, he changed direction. Upon seeing this, the one-handed martial artist shouted. This is bad, that's the territory of the second-tier exotic beast, the azure-eyed dragon cat. A rare hint of hesitation appeared in Zhang Chu's eyes. He's out of his mind. The blue-eyed chinchilla is violent and takes whatever it wants from the creatures in its territory, killing them at will. Anyone who steps into its territory is sure to die. The warrior with the severed hand slowed down, but he was still babbling. Shut up, Zhang Chu growled in a low voice. The warrior with the severed hand said no more. The only creatures around the camp are the blue-eyed dragon cat and the Jing'an dragon lizard. Both of them have the blood of true dragons and often fight. The booming sound coming from there now is probably a big battle in progress. This kid is cunning and treacherous by nature. He is probably thinking of using us as bait to get rid of us. He paused, then grinned maliciously. The young man is young and reckless, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He is indeed ruthless, but does he really think that we too are without means, and that if he can get in, we can get in too? The second-tier beasts are fighting fiercely, who knows, we might have a big deal coming up. Come in with me. Muir trespassed into the territory of the blue-eyed Totoro and instantly experienced a different kind of Gauchian cave. Everywhere there were snow-white skeletons, both human and animal. The entire jungle was eerily quiet except for the central area, where there was a deafening roar like an earthquake. There was not a sound from any other living creature. In such a strange atmosphere, even Muji slowed down a bit. The blue-eyed chinchilla has a quirky temper and is very intelligent. I really don't want to get entangled with this thing unless I have no other choice. Those two probably wouldn't dare to come in. He knew the situation around the camp. The map above 200 spirit coins clearly showed it. Zhang Chu and his companion were both old-timers in the area and knew the power of the blue-eyed dragon cat, so they certainly wouldn't dare to set foot there. Emerging from the wolf's den, only to find oneself in the tiger's lair. Muir pursed his lips, his heart filled with unspeakable bitterness. A sudden gust of wind came from behind. He glanced back and gasped. Zhang Chu and the one-handed martial artist pursued them with expressionless faces. Are these two crazy? Muir felt as if his body was weighed down by 1,000 pounds, but he had no choice but to urge his body forward again. Damn it, if they don't give us a way out, then none of us should live. He gritted his teeth and plunged straight into the battle. The one-handed warrior shouted, "You brat, stop right there. Idiot." Muir cursed inwardly, already at the heart of the battle with the blue-eyed Totoro. The battle between the two second-tier beasts was truly a sight to behold. The Jindui dragon lizard is as big as a small mountain, and the blue-eyed chinchilla is no less impressive. Neither of the beasts was agile, they simply charged forward relentlessly, each punch landing squarely. Muir suddenly stopped and picked up a stone. Zhang Chu seemed to anticipate what he was about to do, and quickly reached out his hand, shaking his head in alarm. Muir grinned wickedly and threw a stone, which hit the blue-eyed tortoise. It doesn't cause much harm, but it's extremely insulting. Chapter 10 Strange Beast Plaything, really going to die. The blue-eyed chinchilla has emerald-like eyes, grayish fur, and muscles under its skin that resemble stones, making it look like a brown bear. When a stone hits its body, ripples actually appear. Muji's actions seemed to press the pause button on the battlefield. The blue-eyed chinchilla moved its enormous head and looked in Zhang Chu's direction. We're being watched. A chilling aura enveloped Zhang Chu. This is a locked signal. Zhang Chu complained bitterly. He possessed vital energy, which, in the eyes of the strange beasts, was like a moving 300-watt light bulb, even in the darkness. Ga-ga-ga. The Jindui dragon lizard opened its mouth wide and made an incomprehensible sound. Muir thought it was a laugh. This second-tier beast surprisingly made way for itself, coiling up like a snake, resting its head on its tail, and watching the show. The blue-eyed dragon's eyes are a vibrant green, much like a starving wolf under the cover of night. Thump. It took a step forward, and airwaves were released from the soles of its feet. Muir rolled to the ground. He could tough it out, but there was no need, the focus didn't seem to be on him right now. Run! Zhang Chu roared, his body already leaping dozens of meters away. The one-armed martial artist ignored his reminder and even fled half a breath earlier than Zhang Chu. The blue-eyed chinchilla truly lives up to its name as a cat. Although it was as large as a mountain, it was extremely fast and agile than a giant, leaving afterimages in the air. Then a slap. Zhang Chu was sent flying backward, transforming into a shockwave that forcefully cleared a path through the jungle. Muir couldn't bear to watch. This way, Zhang Chu can still live, and we won't have to hunt him down for so long. The blue-eyed Totoro stopped in front of the one-armed warrior. The one-armed martial artist smoothly slid to his knees, showing absolutely no courage to fight him. Among the lower three ranks, the gap between the first and second ranks is not very large, and it is not as insurmountable as divine punishment. However, it is simply impossible for a first-rank Chi martial artist to try to take on a second-rank beast. Beasts are blessed with extraordinary physical endowments. Among the lower three ranks, beasts generally win against martial artists of the same rank. Moreover, it's currently a first-grade opponent against a second-grade opponent. The one-armed martial artist looked in the direction of Zhang Chu's death, and couldn't help but feel a bitter taste in his mouth. I never expected the target to be a madman, disturbing a second-tier beast without any explanation. He really doesn't value his own life. Compared to them, Mu'er is more like a warrior who licks blood off the edge of a knife. This kind of ruthlessness is something that ordinary people rarely possess. The blue-eyed dragon cat lifted the one-armed warrior with its claws and leaped back to the Jindiui dragon lizard. The dragon lizard flicked its tongue, its yellowish-brown eyes darting around. Gaga gaga. Meow. The blue-eyed Totoro responded, and Mu'er seemed to hear a dragon's roar. Just as they were wondering what the two strange beasts were up to, the energy in the claws of the Jindiui dragon lizard surged, causing the earth to shake and dust to fill the sky. Mu'er fanned away the dust in front of him and finally saw clearly. The Jindiui dragon lizard actually manipulated the earth to squeeze out a small mound, resembling a fighting arena. The blue-eyed toad threw the one-armed warrior onto the arena. The one-armed martial artist looked ashen-faced. With the ability to manipulate earth elemental power so skillfully, the Jindiui dragon lizard must be at least at the peak of the second tier. The blue-eyed Totoro could probably fight it, which is probably at this level as well. There was absolutely no chance of escape. Mu'er licked his lips, already having figured something out, and thought to himself. No way, are these two strange beasts really that bored? Just as he had thought. With a flick of its tongue, the Jindiui dragon lizard threw Mu'er onto the arena. Two strange beasts approached the arena, their lantern-like eyes staring at the two little people. Mu'er looked up and almost fainted. He could feel the burning breath of those two strange beasts. They were being treated like toys. Ga ga ga. Meow. Ga. Meow meow meow. The two strange beasts seemed to be choosing a human. A moment later, green light shone from the blue-eyed tortoise's eyes and enveloped Mu'er and the one-armed warrior. A green light flowed over the two of them, causing the whites of their eyes to turn green. A surge of intense emotion rose within Moji. He wanted to fight, to tear everything in front of him apart. Kill! Mu'er roared through gritted teeth. The same applies to warriors with one arm. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, each move a deadly strike. The newly built mound was covered with black lines, all from the blood spit out by the two men. On the other side, Joaquin sped along and spotted the camp. He gathered his strength in his throat and roared. Teacher, someone is attacking the students. Come quickly to our aid. A martial artist at the body refinement realm can have their voice carried for 2 or 3 miles. Apart from the spirit warriors who went out on patrol, all the other spirit warrior instructors in the camp took to the air. Why is it spirit? Those who ride the clouds and mist are spirits. The most important characteristic of a spirit warrior is the ability to fly, which is a qualitative leap. There are 8 of them. Joaquin was covered in sweat, his hair stuck to his forehead, looking quite disheveled. He said, Teachers, there's no time to explain. Mu'er is in grave danger, around the territory of the blue-eyed chinchilla. Seeing this, a teacher picked up Joaquin and said coldly, Give directions. Go that way. Puff. A mouthful of blood gushed from Mu'er's mouth. He felt like he was going to die. Besides their strength being different from ordinary people, martial artists in the body refinement realm also have a stronger ability to generate blood than ordinary people. The bone marrow frantically produces blood, and the heart beats like a drum, sending blood to all parts of the body. It just can't withstand such consumption. Influenced by the blue-eyed tomcat, the one-armed warrior attacked without any strategy, going all out with every move and never thinking about defense. The same goes for Muji. The two exchanged blows with brutal force in this battle without any maneuvering. Mu'er suffered a complete and utter defeat. The vital energy of the one-armed martial artist continued to rage within his body. Mu'er felt a deathly aura, his body turned icy cold, as if a vengeful ghost from the underworld was approaching him with a steel whip and iron chains. This feeling is wonderful. It's like the heart is still alive, but the body is dead. You want to exert force, but you can't do it at all. He coughed up blood again. The blood contained clots, and it was unclear which organ's tissue they came from. The one-armed martial artist swung his fist again. Mu'er instinctively tried to dodge, his brain reacted and issued a warning, but his body felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't dodge at all. Bang! Mu'er flew backward in a parabola, landing on the ground with his eyes closed. The system prompted. Gu Qingyin is using resources and has gained 47 gene of punching power, while the host has received a 17-fold increase. A warm current, like timely rain, flowed into my internal organs. Good thing you came. Mu'er's eyelids twitched, and he tried to get up. The blue-eyed chinchilla and the Jindiui dragon lizard seemed to have sensed something, looked up at the sky, and made an attacking gesture. Suddenly, 13 figures rose into the air. A voice, accompanied by thunder, arrived. "You beast, this farce should end." Chapter 11 Risk. The power of the spirit warriors was already like a mountain, and with 13 of them arriving at once, the entire jungle fell silent in an instant. The wind stopped, and the dust settled. The blue-eyed chinchilla and the Jindiui dragon trembled. Meow meow meow. A surge of energy flowed into his body. Mu-Er was already awake. Hearing the cat's meow, he sneered inwardly. "You're still acting cute at a time like this?" A spiritual warrior in the sky said indifferently. "Although the 3 of them trespassed into your territory, you should not have tortured and killed them for your own amusement." Meow meow meow. The blue-eyed Totoro bared its teeth, its scarlet tongue licking its lips. The martial artist remained silent for a moment, then said softly, "I know you harbor resentment, but considering that you've kept to yourself and the camp's warriors for years, I'll let you off this time. If there is a next time, kill without mercy." Meow. The blue-eyed Totoro flicked its whip-like tail, pushing Mu-Er and the one-armed warrior away. At that moment, Joaquin jumped to the ground and picked up Mu-Er. "Waiter, are you all right?" Mu-Er's body was covered in blood and wounds, making him look horribly gruesome. Unexpectedly, he opened his eyes and gave a sly smile. "I'm fine." "Damn. I was so worried." Joaquin punched Mu-Er on the shoulder. The two stood up and bowed to the aerial martial arts instructor to express their gratitude. The leading martial artist nodded slightly. "Wait a moment. As for those who are chasing you, take them back to the camp and hand them over to the tribunal for interrogation." The tribunal is a department in this world that specializes in judging crimes committed by martial artists. It holds a high position and wields great power. Mu-Er looked at the one-armed warrior and whispered, "This person is most likely dead." Joaquin asked Ling Wuxia what to do, and was told to bring him back according to the law. With no other option, the two could only drag the one-armed warrior back to the camp. Sudden. The system prompted. Detecting that the blue-eyed chinchilla level 2 perfection will increase physical strength by 300 gene, is this a binding option? Detecting that the Jindiui dragon lizard tier 2 perfection will increase thunder origin by 0.000001 points, bind? Mu-Er looked back at the two strange beasts, his pupils widening in surprise. He hadn't expected that strange beasts could be bound together. Moreover, the power provided by this Jindiui dragon lizard is the power of origin. Mu-Er doesn't know what the power of origin represents, but the name itself suggests it's extraordinary. Bind. Without any hesitation. Binding successful. Seeing Mu-Er's delighted expression, the blue-eyed Totoro thought it was a provocation and flicked its tail, causing the ground to tremble instantly. Mu-Er and Joaquin staggered a few times before regaining their balance. "It doesn't seem to welcome us, let's go quickly." Joaquin felt completely unsafe here, so he grabbed Mu-Er and ran away. "These beasts clearly look down on us. When I'm strong enough, I'll kill them." On the way, Mu-Er vented his resentment. Joaquin simply thought it was youthful impetuosity and didn't say anything more. Back at camp, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. The body of the one-armed martial artist was handed over to the head of the tribunal, and then Mu-Er took some statements, and the matter was closed. Mu-Er returned to his tent. "Finally, I can rest." He wasn't physically tired, but he was mentally exhausted, feeling as if he had been up for 3 days and 3 nights and couldn't muster any energy. Dancing on the edge of death, the mental tension was something Muji couldn't handle at all. Even with his strong physique, this aspect couldn't be concealed. The best way to recover mentally is to sleep. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, snoring could be heard coming from inside the tent. Time flows at a different rate in each grotto heaven, to the point that some grotto heavens do not distinguish between day and night. One must be constantly careful when honing one's skills in such a grotto heaven. Fortunately, there is no such risk in Gaochen Cave. Time flows at the same speed as in the outside world, and there is even a distinction between day and night. The sun sets, the moon rises, the sky is clear with few stars, and a gentle evening breeze blows. Joaquin walked to Mu-Er's tent, heard snoring coming from inside, glanced down at the roasted rabbit meat on the plate, and shrugged slightly. "Looks like you're not going to get the word out of it." Unbeknownst to him, Mu-Er's body was undergoing a tremendous change. Gu Qingla is using resources and has gained 34 gene of punching power, while the host has received a 41-fold increase. The blue-eyed chinchilla is using resources to gain 300 gene of physical strength, while the host receives a 7-fold increase. Within Mu'er's body, streams of spiritual energy flowed slowly along his meridians like active molten lava. These spiritual energies seemed to possess self-awareness. They traversed Mu'er's body, searching for parts that needed nourishment and strengthening. Whenever spiritual energy flows through a place, the meridians there are like sparks ignited, instantly bursting with vitality. As the spiritual energy continued to flow, Mu'er's meridians gradually became thicker and stronger, like tough steel wires supporting his body. At the same time, spiritual energy was constantly cleansing his body, removing all the impurities and grime that had accumulated over time. His physical strength was increasing at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people, and his muscles were becoming visibly more solid. Mu'er's strength has now reached a terrifying level. Punching power, 7,970. Chi and blood, 472. In just 2 short days, Mu'er was only 1 step away from the 10,000 gene limit body refinement realm. It's not over yet. The stolen resources of the Jin Dui Dragon Lizard followed one after another. The Jin Dui Dragon Lizard is currently using resources and has gained 0.000001 points of Thunder Essence. The host has received a 99-fold boost. Mu'er seemed to be having a dream. He felt as if he were in a vast, boundless sea of thunder. This sea of lightning was so vast that it defied description. It was formed by countless clouds flashing with electricity, and each bolt of lightning was like a giant dragon, rolling and roaring in the air, releasing awe-inspiring power. Mu'er roamed through this sea of thunder, each step accompanied by the roar of lightning. He reached out and touched the lightning, gaining profound insights, but it was like encountering a math problem he only partially understood. He grasped it, but only a little bit. What Mu'er didn't know was that this was the so-called origin of thunder. After the first rank Chi martial artist, the second rank is the source martial artist. What is a source warrior? A warrior who has come into contact with the power of the source. However, this was actually just the lofty expectation that the ancient sages of the human race had for martial artists after the revival of spiritual energy. Origin martial artists could not comprehend the power of origin, but rather it was a substitute for the lowest level of origin. Simply put, it's about attributes. The goal of a second-grade martial artist is to imbue their vital energy with attributes to enhance their strength. Even the Martial Spirit King and the Spear Spirit King at this level cannot reach the origin. Makiji did it. Although the power of origin was only 0.000099 points, it still allowed Mu'er to experience what the origin of thunder was like. Arcs of electricity crackled around his body, and the entire tent crackled and popped. A patrolling spirit warrior's eyelids twitched, and he looked up at the sky. It's a perfectly nice day, why is it thundering? Chapter 12, Beating Up a Tier 1 Beast, Breaking Through the Limit of 10,000 Gene Body Refinement. Mu'er woke up in the middle of the night. I slept soundly and felt refreshed. He stood up and stretched. His bones crackled and popped like popping beans. What am I doing? Mu'er checked his panel and burst into laughter. Readily. The growth is very obvious. But what is this origin? Mu'er was puzzled. However, he now felt incredibly strong, with his blood and chi surging like a dragon, yet he also felt light on his feet and light on his feet. That's really strange. He crawled out of the tent and was startled to find a martial artist standing in front of him. What are you laughing about in the middle of the night? These were patrolling spirit warriors who came running upon hearing Mu'er's laughter. Mu'er scratched his head and chuckled dryly. A survivor of a catastrophe, a reflection of my temperament. This martial artist was also present during the day, so he naturally recognized Mu'er. Humph, don't disturb the other students' rest. Yes, teacher. The martial artist didn't pay any more attention and left directly. He had a particularly strong memory of Mu'er and had a good impression of him. The tribunal conducted research and analysis on the one-armed martial artist. The martial artist's bones were shattered, his skin was torn and bleeding, and his vital energy was not enough to protect his vital organs. His internal organs were shattered beyond recognition. This was clearly the work of Mu'er. A young man at the body refinement realm actually managed to kill a rank 1 martial artist while fighting him to the death. No one but the chosen ones can do it. It can be said that Mu'er has a very promising future. On the other side, Mu'er walked towards the distance, remembering that there was a cliff there where he could look into the distance. The camp is quiet now, making it difficult to carry out any actions. The cliff was 2 or 3 kilometers from the campsite, and Mu'er walked very fast, arriving in no time. Standing atop the mountain. Mu'er felt as if he could reach out and touch the moon in the cave. The starlight scattered from countless stars draped over him, like a silver battle robe. Mu'er assumed the starting stance and unleashed a Bajiquan punch. Each punch and palm strike carried the sound of wind and thunder. He fought with increasing gusto, his blood surging like a roaring tiger, his body enveloped in a surge of blood energy, making him appear like a god or demon. So comfortable, so very comfortable. After practicing all the basic martial arts techniques he had learned, Mu'er stopped, drenched in sweat. I never expected the thunder origin to amplify me so much. Although I have no yuan qi, my punches and kicks are all imbued with the essence of thunder, making them incredibly destructive. If I were to face Zhang Chu again, I would definitely be able to knock him out of the fight with one punch. Wah! A wolf's howl suddenly rang out. Mu'er felt a chill run down his spine and stiffly turned around. Four vicious wolves climbed down the hillside, each with two bright green eyes. One of its eyes is incredibly intelligent, clearly indicating that it belongs to someone from a higher social class. Good timing. With his strength greatly increased, Mu'er was completely fearless and actually took a stance, beckoning to the four vicious wolves. Wah! The Wolf King understood that the two-legged creature was provoking him, and immediately ordered his 3 wolves to pounce and kill it. A vicious wolf launched the first attack, leaping forward and lunging straight at Mu'er's face with its sharp claws. Mu'er's eyes narrowed, and he quickly dodged to the side while simultaneously throwing a punch in retaliation, landing a heavy blow on the wolf's chest. The immense force caused the wolf to let out a piercing howl, its body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. The other 2 wolves, upon seeing this, showed a flicker of fear in their eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. They pounced on Mu'er at the same time, trying to overwhelm him with their numbers. However, Mu'er reacted extremely quickly. He dodged the attack of a wolf in a flash, and at the same time, he punched another wolf away with his backhand. The wolf howled in pain in the air, and after landing, it struggled and could no longer stand up. The last wolf, seeing its companions defeated one after another, was consumed by rage. It let out a low growl, opened its blood-red maw, revealing sharp fangs, and launched its fiercest attack on Mu'er. Undeterred, Mu'er met the wolf's charge head-on and delivered a fatal punch. This punch, imbued with all his strength and will, struck the wolf's head with the force of thunder. The wolf's head caved in instantly, letting out a deafening howl, before collapsing limply to the ground, completely lifeless. Right after that punch, the Wolf King was already right in front of Mu'er. It was faster than the other 3-headed wolves, almost touching Mu'er's face. The young boxing champion almost vomited when he smelled the Wolf King's bloody breath. However, he was no longer the same as before. He sprang away like lightning, then turned and pounced directly at the Wolf King. The Wolf King had not expected that the seemingly insignificant 2-legged beast would be so fast. Before it could even react, it had already taken a solid punch. Mu'er, not one to back down, rained blows on the Wolf King like a storm. Awu! The Wolf King howled, spitting out blood continuously. It couldn't understand why, despite its advanced cultivation, it was no different from ordinary wolves in Mu'er's eyes. After the battle, Mu'er stood there, panting heavily. He looked around and saw the corpses of 3 wolves and a Wolf King lying haphazardly on the ground, the air thick with the smell of blood. My strength has increased terrifyingly. He suddenly raised his arms to the sky and shouted. Blue-eyed Totoro, you just wait. For the next 3 days, Mu'er frantically searched for first-tier exotic beasts to hone his skills. Zhuo Ken was stunned. It's unimaginable how my friend has transformed after surviving a life-or-death ordeal. Taking down a first-tier alien beast is a piece of cake. A first-tier beast isn't exactly a treasure trove, but selling one for 3,000 spirit coins is no problem at all. In just 3 days, Mu'ershu's assets have already reached 30,000. Dozens of first-tier alien beasts have already fallen to his hands. Zhuo Ken followed him around and reaped a lot of benefits. In this mock college entrance examination, the martial arts division of Mu'er was undoubtedly the best. Even Mu'er and the camp became a big star. Every time those first-rank martial artists saw Mu'er dragging the corpse of a first-tier beast back, their eyes would widen in disbelief, unable to imagine that he was a senior high school student. You should know that they need to form groups and make careful preparations to hunt first-tier beasts, unlike Mu'er who can do it so casually. Rumors spread throughout the camp that Mu'er had reached the limit of body tempering with 10,000 jin. Many school teachers have taken notice of Muji, and some have even negotiated with him. But Muji ignored him. Because his luck was absolutely incredible today. Gu Qingyin is using resources and has gained 147 jin of punching power. The host has received a 2x boost. Gu Qingla is using resources and has gained 127 gene of punching power, while the host has received a 37-fold increase. I heard the system notification. Streams of spiritual energy poured out like a silver river, rushing straight into Mu'er's body. His eyes turned white as they were filled with immense energy. Today, I will break through the 10,000 gene limit of body tempering. Chapter 13, Paying the Price. Mu'er sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy. As time went by, the spiritual energy on Mu'er's body became increasingly concentrated. It gathered in his body like a trickle of water, gradually forming a powerful force. This power raged through Mu'er's body, like a volcanic eruption spewing lava. Mu'er's body jolted violently as he felt an unprecedented pain emanating from deep within his body. His muscles, bones, and tendons seemed to be torn apart at that moment, and the pain was almost unbearable for him. The cells in his entire body felt as if they were shattered, and the pain from the depths of his soul almost made him faint. Streams of blood and energy surged within his body, flowing like mercury, carrying a heavy yet powerful sensation. Each heartbeat is like the beating of a drum, producing a deep and powerful sound. The sound echoed within Mu'er's body, resonating with the flow of his qi and blood, creating a unique rhythm. This seems to be some kind of universal truth. Mu'er felt as if he had become incredibly tall, able to reach out and pluck the stars from the sky. In that instant, Mu'er seemed to merge with heaven and earth, and the essence of the sun and moon poured into his body from all directions. Broken cells, torn muscles, severed tendons, and shattered bones are repaired silently. Mu'er finally understood why everyone was pursuing the limit of 10,000 gene body tempering. This is not just physical growth. This is a tempering method that is almost in line with the Tao. By refining the body in a way that returns to simplicity, one can get closer to the ultimate goal of martial arts. Mu'er calmed down, slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of inspiration struck him. Everything has an origin, so does power also have an origin? When the ancient sages pursued the ultimate in physical training, were they seeking the origin of power? Perhaps. Mu'er thought for a moment and casually threw a punch. The punch left an afterimage in the air, and the ripples caused by the shockwave hit the tent, actually flipping it over. A strong wind howled past, causing Mu'er's clothes to flutter and his hair to stick out to one side. It's completely different now. He was filled with emotion. The gazes of the patrolling spirit warriors suddenly appeared tonight. What's going on with you, kid? Every night, the boy would try something new on him. Mu'er's expression suddenly froze, and he awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "Teacher, I dreamt that I was practicing martial arts." After saying that, he quickly rebuilt his tent and crawled inside. The martial artist frowned, blinked, and murmured, "Something's not right. How can I hear Mu'er's heartbeat from this distance?" The next day, the sun was shining brightly. The supervising teacher earnestly explained at the center of the camp. Today is the last day of the mock exam. Martial arts students, work hard and understand the rules of the cave. This is the last chance after the college entrance examination. Of course, this is only for ordinary students. Students from well-connected families may have already had picnics in caves during junior high school. Of course, mock exams aren't everything, so don't worry. The teacher rambled on for half an hour before finally finishing. The students went their separate ways again. Joaquin found Mu'er and smiled. "Waiter, we're already number 1. How about we go shopping today?" "No, I have something important to do." Mu'er walked towards the outside of the camp. "What are you doing?" Joaquin followed closely behind. "I feel like you're acting a little different again. I feel a bit hot around you." Mu'er's internal energy flowed like mercury, and the heat he released was naturally terrifying. "Look where we've come from," Mu'er said, pointing ahead. Joaquin looked ahead and jumped up in fright. "What are you doing here in the territory of the blue-eyed Totoro?" Mu'er licked his dry lips and grinned maliciously. "I still remember how that fat cat treated me like a toy when I first arrived." Joaquin remained silent for a moment. "Seriously, buddy, are you out of your mind? What do you want?" Mu'er's gaze was deep and cold as he said, "Naturally, the blue-eyed dragon cat will pay the price." "Are you crazy?" Joaquin couldn't understand at all. "That's a second-tier beast. Its vital energy can leave its body. We can't withstand its chaotic spiritual light. The blue-eyed Totoro is incredibly skilled, but its true killing move is its eye technique." The mind-disrupting light was the culprit that caused Mu'er and the one-handed warrior to fight each other. Even ordinary second-rank martial artists are helpless against the blue-eyed dragon cat, so Mu'er going in now would be nothing short of suicide. Mu'er stroked his chin and said softly, "It's not like we're going to fight head-on." "That won't work either," Joaquin said, frowning. Mu'er didn't care about all that and muttered to himself. The blue-eyed chinchilla has a companion vine called Dream Vine. This plant is said to be able to connect with the blue-eyed chinchilla's dreams, protecting it from evil spirits and increasing its spiritual power in dreams. This spirit vine will bear dream fruit, which is very effective in increasing spiritual power. If I pull out this spirit vine, it will probably die of anger. Joaquin knew that this kid had gone mad. Incomprehensible, you're absolutely incomprehensible. I won't help you. After saying that, he turned and left. Mu'er watched his retreating figure and grinned. It's easier for one person to move around. In a flash, he had already entered the territory of the blue-eyed Totoro. Joaquin stood at a distance, watching with a complicated expression, and shook his head, saying, "My friend is fearless and his confidence has soared after breaking through the 10,000 gene body tempering limit. However, it's simply a pipe dream to fight against a second-tier alien beast with the 10,000 gene body tempering limit. I'm afraid we should keep some backup plans. The vegetation is lush and the air is filled with the fragrance of flowers. If it weren't for the abundance of skeletons in the forest, Mu'er would have thought the blue-eyed Totoro's aesthetic was acceptable. The blue-eyed chinchilla's lair is quite nice, full of spiritual energy, nestled against the mountains and near the water." Looking at the tranquil jungle, Mu'er thought to himself, "The blue-eyed dragon cat doesn't seem like a bloodthirsty beast, but it has a morbid obsession with protecting its territory. I'm afraid the root of all this is that spirit vine. Besides vital energy, the strength of a pupil technique probably depends on mental power. This is fundamental to its control over the outside world, so it's understandable that the blue-eyed Totoro is so cautious. If we can uproot the spirit vine, then Fui will be satisfied. If we can't, then stealing the dream fruit will at least quell our anger." Mikiji really didn't like the blue-eyed toad. "We cannot be too compassionate towards exotic beasts. Those who are not of our kind are bound to have different intentions. If it weren't for the jade-eyed dragon cat's fear of the 13 spirit warriors, Mu'er would have long since turned into a pile of white bones and been carelessly discarded in the jungle." Mu'er carefully moved forward, pondering in his heart. "Now that I have broken through the 10,000 gene body refinement limit, my blood and chi are as vigorous as a fireball. In the eyes of second-tier alien beasts, I am nothing more than a bright light bulb in the dark. Such recklessness will inevitably be discovered. We need to find a way to conceal our presence. Hey, I've got it." Chapter 14: A Gathering of Strange Beasts, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Mu'er looked at the bloodstained flower beside him and a plan came to mind. This kind of spiritual flower is not ranked. It has fruits that look like blood beads, and when crushed, they release a strong bloody smell. The world has undergone a cataclysmic change. Human warriors and foreign races are locked in battle, resulting in bloodshed everywhere. Many plants are stained with blood, and the bloodstained flower is one such plant that has emerged from this cataclysmic change. It's just that it's not safe for me to apply it." Mu'er frowned, feeling that it was still not a good idea. "No, let's go back first." Emerging from the jungle, Joaquin was still there. Seeing Mu'er, he rushed forward with delight. "Waiter, you've finally come to your senses." "What? Let's not mess with the blue-eyed chinchilla." Joaquin was trying his best to persuade him. He had just been struggling with his anxiety and it was almost triggered. Mu'er wasn't about to let Totoro off the hook, and chuckled. "I'm going to find some help." "Ah?" Mu'er said as he ran with Joaquin. "There are only a few second-tier exotic beasts in Gauchin Cave. In the Shenling Cave to the east, there is a blood giant bear that loves things with a bloody smell. I used blood-stained flowers to lure it out. In the Azure Lake to the west dwells a giant crocodile named Yao Guang. The map says it was unintentionally enlightened by ancient Buddhist teachings and possesses Zen Buddhist skills, but it has a very volatile temper. If I seduce it with my body, it will surely take the bait. And the herd of azure sparrow horses in the northwest." Joaquin listened with trepidation, for he had provoked a whole circle of second-tier beasts around him. "Waiter!" He felt his mouth and tongue dry and couldn't help but call out. Mu'er spoke with increasing enthusiasm, saying, "If we gathered them all together in the dream forest of the blue-eyed Totoro, the scene would be quite spectacular." "Those are second-tier beasts." Joaquin thought Mu'er must have gone mad. Beasts are born with unique talents. Every beast that can cultivate vital energy has excellent luck and superior talent. What's the difference between provoking these strange beasts and courting death? Most importantly, Mu'er is only at the limit of body refinement. With a punch force of 10,000 Jin, he has difficulty running. He is no match for these strange beasts. They actually offered it to us. I know. Mu'er waved his hand, not taking it to heart at all. I know what I'm doing. I can't get involved in this. Joaquin lost his temper and stopped walking. It's okay, I'll go by myself. Mu'er was not surprised Joaquin had no obligation to risk his life with him. You'd better go back quickly, or I might mess things up and need you to inform the spiritual warriors in the camp. After saying that, Mu'er ran eastward. That's incredibly bold. Joaquin's lips moved slightly, his expression complex. He turned and left, deciding to report the matter to the camp. This isn't about selling out Mu'er, it's about taking responsibility for him. Camp. Joaquin went directly to the responsible spirit warrior. This is a teacher from number 2 middle school, named Yu Yuan Ming. Teacher, I have something important to report. What's wrong? Yu Yuan Ming looked to be only in his 30s or 40s, dressed in a snow-white robe, exuding the air of a grandmaster. Mu'er is going to take revenge on the blue-eyed Totoro and is planning something big. Joaquin reported the truth without daring to conceal anything. Is he crazy? Yu Yuan Ming pictured Mu'er's face in his mind. The young man always had a smile on his lips and a strong sense of arrogance in his eyes. He never imagined that Mu'er would dare to provoke a second-tier alien beast. This is a prodigy from number 2 middle school, and the school attaches great importance to him. He plans. Joaquin explained Mu'er's plan clearly, and Yu Yuan Ming gasped in shock. No, we have to bring him back quickly. Without any hesitation, Yu Yuan Ming took off immediately and was met with a scene he did not want to see. Dozens of kilometers away from the camp, dust filled the sky, and strange beasts rushed towards the dreamless forest like a flood. My God! Mu'er not only provoked a second-tier beast, but also attracted a whole host of other beasts around him. How did he manage that? The beast tide swept in, and the earth shook violently. The martial artists and students in the camp all felt it. What's that noise? An earthquake? Even in a grotto heaven, this can happen? A knowledgeable martial artist exclaimed in surprise. A beast tide. A beast tide has actually occurred. What? The students exclaimed in shock. They were all senior high school students and knew that animal tides usually occurred when migration or survival was threatened. The Gauchin Grotto is currently in a stable period, so why would a beast tide occur out of nowhere? The other 12 spiritual warriors floated in the air, gazing into the distance. What happened? A martial artist approached Yuan Ming and asked. Yuan Ming's forehead veins throbbed, and for a moment he didn't know how to speak. Another martial artist exclaimed in surprise. Why are there people running ahead of this beast tide? They seem to be wearing the number 2 middle school uniform. A third-rank martial artist possesses extremely strong 5 senses, and their eyes can see things with perfect clarity. Even a tiny person dozens of kilometers away appears no different from a normal-sized person to them. It's just that you might not be able to see the face very clearly. Yuan Ming had no choice but to explain the whole story. The 12 spiritual warriors fell silent for a moment. This Mu'er is really bold. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, it has a fierce nature. I like to settle scores and avenge wrongs. These comments were particularly jarring to Yuan Ming. After all, Mu'er was a student at their school. What do we do now? Yuan Ming looked at the first spirit warrior, who was the director of the Martial Arts Institute of the Jiangling City Education Bureau. Although he was only a spirit warrior, he wielded considerable power. Gauchin Cave Heaven has been so lifeless for a long time, it hasn't been this lively. Young people always like to do things that are hard to understand. Let's not be the adults who spoil the fun, let's see how far Mu'er can go. Director Jia Kaifeng chuckled, not angry at all. Yuan Ming breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you, Director Jia. Hey, we humans have always been tolerant of geniuses. Mu'er is a good prospect, and it's good to nurture him." Jia Kaifeng waved his hand, his eyes fixed on the beast-tide army that was gradually approaching the dreamless forest. Mu'er ran very fast. If he had been even slightly slower, he would have been turned into a meat pie under the hooves of the strange beast. Mu'er secretly lamented that he had gone too far. I thought that after breaking through the 10,000 gene body refinement limit, my flesh and blood would only be a little more full of blood and qi. I didn't expect that my flesh and blood would actually contain peony fragrance. Just a little bit of it was spilled out, which made the strange beasts go crazy. Damn it, if it weren't for the blessing of the thunder origin, which increased our speed several times over, we would have been in trouble today. Recalling what had just happened, Muir couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. The effect of using the bloodstained flower to lure the bloodthirsty giant bear was mediocre, so Muir thought of using his own blood as a catalyst. However, when he splashed the blood out, he was instantly dumbfounded. The blood was as clear and translucent as pomegranate seeds, with a fragrant aroma of peonies. The bloodthirsty giant bear instantly became enraged and charged out of the Xianling cave, heading straight for Muir. Chapter 15, Spirit Vine Acquired, Trouble Looms. At the time, Muir was simply puzzled as to why his blood had a strange fragrance. The bloodthirsty giant bear is not in good condition, he must deal with it with all his might. This second-tier beast is strong in its blood and chi, and possesses brute strength, but its speed is slightly weaker, even inferior to that of a typical first-tier beast. Having experienced the stimulation of the thunder origin, Muir's speed far exceeded that of ordinary first-tier beasts, allowing him to outrun the tyrant blood giant bear. Little did I know that the nightmare was only just beginning. Many strange beasts have their eyes on Muir, and more of them have joined the hunt for him. Their eyes were red and they were drooling. Muir had never seen such a large-scale battle before, and could only run away. Have I become a human elixir? The more he ran, the more terrified he became. This is outrageous. Does the limit of 10,000 gene body tempering have this side effect? Muir didn't understand. The muscles around his wound were twitching, and his open wound was probably going to heal soon. The beast tide continues to expand. The beasts emitted various strange and terrifying sounds, some like deep roars, others like sharp hisses. They chased and bit each other, creating a chaotic scene. Some wild animals fell to the ground due to excessive excitement or injury, but were quickly trampled over by their companions, their blood staining the earth red. The entire beast tide was like an unstoppable torrent, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. Muir knew they were getting closer and closer to the dreamless forest. Going back to camp is definitely not an option. Whether the 13 spiritual warriors can withstand the beast tide is another matter. We can't let go of this good opportunity to divert the trouble. With these thoughts in mind, Muir plunged into the dreamless forest. The blue-eyed chinchilla lay in its den. It is described as a nest, but it is actually a cave. The terrain is low, and a waterfall falls from the cliff. The cave is filled with water mist. A vine grows along the cliff face. Its vines are slender and supple, like dancing silk threads, weaving into intricate and delicate nets. Each leaf is like a meticulously crafted work of art, with different shapes, smooth or slightly serrated edges, and its emerald green color is even more vibrant under the sunlight. Its flowers are quite unique, some resembling tiny bells that sway gently in the breeze. The flowers come in a variety of colors, from pure white to deep purple, and they exude a spiritual aura, making them clearly extraordinary. Most importantly, some of the flowers have already begun to wither, but among them are fruits, plump and round, full of purple hues. The blue-eyed chinchilla licked its fur, then suddenly froze, its eyes flashing with ferocity. In a few leaps, they were already outside the cave. Boom, boom, boom. An earthquake-like roar could be heard. As the master of the dreamless forest, it heard everything clearly. Meow. The sound was like a dragon's roar. The blue-eyed chinchilla was enraged, and no creature dared to trespass into its territory. In Gaochen Cave, second-tier beasts each have their own strengths and weaknesses, but this one is definitely in the top tier. Those strange beasts that trespass into our territory are unforgivable. The blue-eyed Totoro leaped up, landing 100 meters away, and embraced the beast tide. Meow? Looking at the countless strange beasts ahead, the blue-eyed Totoro was bewildered. So many? Unbeknownst to it, a figure, like a ghost, entered the blue-eyed Totoro's cave, leaving only faint arcs of electricity in the air. Muir's wounds no longer emitted the fragrance of peonies, and the strange beast returned to calm from its irrational state. Seeing the imposing presence of the blue-eyed chinchilla, they all knew something was wrong. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty giant bear arrived, treading on the ground. Roar, hand over the treasure. The blue-eyed chinchilla paused for a moment, then asked, Meow? What treasure? Roar, roar, roar. A two-legged beast with a peony-scented aroma. If I eat it, my strength will greatly increase. Meow, meow, meow. Are you crazy? How could there be two-legged creatures in my territory? All things have a spirit, let alone mythical beasts that have reached a certain rank. They were chatting in their respective languages, but the general meaning was understandable. The bloodthirsty giant bear was rather naive and lacked the strong mental power of the blue-eyed Totoro. After a few persuasions, it was actually convinced and prepared to leave. At this moment, the blue-eyed chinchilla suddenly arched its body, its fur bristling and standing on end. Meow. The sound was incredibly mournful, as if it were being trampled by a giant, uttering a dying cry. The sudden commotion startled the bloodthirsty giant bear, causing its flesh to tremble. It immediately opened its massive jaws, bracing itself for the attack. Unexpectedly, the blue-eyed chinchilla ignored it completely and turned to rush straight towards its little nest. Roar! The bloodthirsty giant bear tilted its head, not understanding. However, this matter is over. Although we didn't get the supplements, we didn't have any conflict with the blue-eyed Totoro, which is a blessing in disguise. It braced itself on all fours, wobbling as it prepared to leave. In the cave, Mu'er held the spirit vine in his hand and thought to himself, "We've got it, now we have to run." Emerging from the cave, they heard no sound from the jungle. Oh no, the beast tide has stopped. His eyes darted around, and without hesitation, he grabbed his chest and tore off a chunk of flesh. Fresh blood gushed out. With his vital energy surging like a dragon, Mu'er's body instantly transformed into a blood mist wonderland. The fragrance of peonies wafted through the air and lingered in the surroundings. How sensitive are the noses of mythical beasts? In the blink of an eye, the beast, which was about to leave, once again flew into a rage. The beast tide formed once again, rumbling towards the blue-eyed Totoro's cave. Despite the pain in his chest, Mu'er ran in the opposite direction. At this moment, he only regretted that he had not cultivated his Yuan Qi, and that he could not use the remnants of the thunder origin in his body, which was truly a waste of his talents. Moji's speed isn't particularly fast. It's just that the blue-eyed Totoro is too strong. A distance of several kilometers can be reduced to a few miles in half a minute. It immediately recognized the spirit vine that Mu'er had grabbed. Meow. Mu'er didn't understand animal language, but he could still hear the anger in the blue-eyed tortoise cat's voice. If that voice could take form, Mu'er would probably have been pierced by 1,000 arrows long ago. Run! Mu'er took a step forward, and all the blood and energy in his body rushed to his feet. He shot out like an arrow released from a bow. The blue-eyed Totoro hissed as it shot out arrows of green energy toward Mu'er. Mu'er is no longer the same as before, and he dodged them all, but his speed has slowed down. Meow. The blue-eyed chinchilla continued to approach. A second-tier beast's all-out, furious attack is not something Mu'er can withstand. Mu'er felt as if all the bones in his body were broken, and he kept coughing up blood. The peony aroma is even stronger. The blue-eyed Totoro took a deep breath, and a hint of joy appeared in its eyes, which were like a clear spring. It figured it out. This two-legged beast is a much more useful treasure than the dream vine. Mu'er continued to bleed, his heart filled with bitterness. No, how come this blue-eyed chinchilla isn't affected by the peony fragrance in my blood? He was somewhat desperate. The intelligence failures led to significant problems in his decision-making. We must now think of a way to get out of this predicament. Chapter 16, I've escaped death, but caution is still advised. Mu'er originally only wanted to get a bargain by stealing 2 dream fruits and leaving. With the beast tide delaying them, it's impossible for the blue-eyed chinchilla to quickly return to defend. By the time it resolved the beast tide issue, Mu'er had already fled, leaving only the spirit vine behind. However, Mu'er's blood has a peony fragrance, which can awaken the intelligence of strange beasts, making it a powerful weapon. Thinking that he could steal the spirit vine by using its scent, he didn't expect that the blue-eyed dragon cat wouldn't fall for it. Now, instead of disturbing the blue-eyed chinchilla, they themselves are in danger. Puff! Mu'er was struck by a claw, and blood gushed from his mouth. Hearing the earthquake behind him, the blue-eyed Totoro felt a sense of foreboding. If a two-legged creature falls into a horde of beasts, how many points will I be able to claim? It's just that Mu'er is too resilient. Upon reaching the limit of 10,000 gene body refinement, his body underwent a tremendous transformation. It goes without saying that one's chi and blood flow like a dragon. Both physical resilience and recovery ability are greatly enhanced. Even with the full force of a second-tier beast's attack, Mu'er could withstand at least 3 or 4 hits. What he didn't know was that the spirit warriors in the sky were watching everything. What's his name? Jia Kaifeng's eyes burned with desire, as if he had spotted a rough gem. Mu'er, Yu Yuanming said. It has reached the limit of body tempering of 10,000 gene, and its flesh and blood have emitted a strange fragrance. It is clearly a naturally born holy body. Jia Kaifeng's chest heaved violently, and he was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. These people can no longer be described as chosen ones, they can only be called monsters. Throughout the 10,000 years since the revival of human spiritual energy, very few people have been able to reach the limit of body refinement at this age, and even fewer have been able to produce a unique fragrance in their flesh and blood after reaching the limit of body refinement. May heaven bless the human race. If Mu'er grows up, the human race will stand above all other races. Jia Kaifeng's voice was powerful, his heart filled with excitement. It can't be that bad. Yu Yuanming's forehead was covered in sweat. Well, how should I put it? A genius is only a genius when they grow up. A genius who falls short halfway through is just a cause for regret. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the martial artists, he continued. The priority now is to rescue the child. Without the slightest hesitation, Jia Kaifeng descended and said, "Let's go together." Bang! Boom! Mu'er was struck by a claw, and his body spun wildly through the jungle like a shockwave. He's almost at his limit. The blue-eyed chinchilla approached step by step, extending its scarlet tongue to lick the lingering peony-scented blood from the tree trunk. Meow! It stretched comfortably, feeling its vital energy rushing towards it. The effects are amazing. If it eats a two-legged beast, it will surely become a third-tier beast, and its potential is frighteningly high. If handled properly, two-legged animals can be kept in captivity to feed on the body's essence, thus sustainably exploiting them. The blue-eyed chinchilla licked its lips. Just as they were about to move forward, a wire descended from the sky. Its imposing presence, like a mountain, instantly knocked the blue-eyed Totoro to the ground. Bang! In the blink of an eye, its entire body turned into a bloody mist and became dust. The smug, secretly pleased blue-eyed tortoise is dead beyond dead. Mu'er clutched his chest, frozen in place. What kind of power is this? Of course, he couldn't see that the combined power of the 13 spiritual warriors was enough to crush a second-tier alien beast to death. Is it all right? Yu Yuanming landed beside Mu'er and asked with concern. This is the spirit warrior Mu'er. He won't die. That's good. Yu Yuanming gave Jia Kaifeng a look. Jia Kaifeng felt relieved and said in a deep voice, "Let's disperse the strange fragrance of blood and qi, so that the beast tide won't affect the camp." A martial artist, his entire body surging with energy, unleashed a palm strike. A gust of wind blew by, stinging Mu'er's face. The trees in the dreamless forest rustled, and some trees were even uprooted, along with their turf. The effect was obvious. The unique fragrance of qi and blood indeed blew eastward. The sounds of the beast tide also changed. What is this? Mu'er asked with a hint of envy. The wind palm is a third-grade martial art. Once you cultivate your Yuan Qi, you will see a giant palm coming with the wind. Its power is astonishing. Yu Yuanming explained from the side. Mu'er nodded, and seeing the martial artists surrounding him, he quickly stood up, cupped his hands, and said, "I, Mu'er, greet you all, teachers. Today, thanks to the 13 of you, otherwise my life would have been in danger." "Ha, you've got some nerve, daring to provoke a second-tier beast. Excellent, excellent. Exceptional talent and impeccable character. Apart from being a bit adventurous, he's very good." Most people would be overjoyed to hear praise from a martial arts master, but Mu'er just scratched his head. Jia Kaifeng tossed a pill to Mu'er and asked, "The limit of 10,000 gene body tempering has been reached?" Mu'er's held the pill in his hand, not taking it for a long time, but simply thanked him and replied, "Yes. This matter cannot be hidden." A martial artist's eyes are sharp enough to see through anything, making it incredibly easy to assess the strength of a junior's blood and qi in the body refinement realm. Lying at this point would be incredibly disrespectful. All the martial artists saw Mu'er's actions. Ding Yuanming was somewhat embarrassed. The pill that Director Jia gave us is called Biqing Xingji pill, which is most suitable for healing injuries and treating illnesses. Mu'er thanked him again and forced himself to swallow the pill. This elixir was indeed incredibly effective. A cool, refreshing current coursed through my body, and my burning wounds, aching organs, and bones were all rapidly healing. Director Jia has gone to great lengths. You're welcome. Consider it an investment in you. Jia Kaifeng wasn't angry, he just looked at Mu'er with admiration. It's good that you're wary. In today's society, human geniuses are generally welcomed and loved, with little envy or hatred. However, there are bound to be some scoundrels. Your talent cannot be hidden, so you need to be careful. Mu'er was deeply moved by these heartfelt words and cupped his hands in greeting. Director Jia, I was just being overly cautious in judging you by your own standards. Alright, let's go back. Jia Kaifeng waved his sleeves and left. Ding Yuanming grabbed Mu'er and left. From the air, Mu'er looked down at the ground, his heart brimming with pride, but he had some doubts that he couldn't help but voice. Teacher Ding, why does my flesh and blood emit a strange fragrance after I broke through the limit of body tempering? Ding Yuanming pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice. Have you read the history before the Reiki revival? No. Mu'er had no idea what he was up to, so he just shook his head. According to prehistoric history, when a sage was born, or an emperor or general, there was always a sign at the time of his birth, such as a blessing from the celestial court or a star falling to earth. Of course, the fragrance of flesh and blood was also one of the signs. Muji's pupils dilated, his eyes widened. Does the teacher mean that I was born with a sacred body? It cannot be said, but it should be so. Ding Yuanming's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Since the revival of spiritual energy in the human race, historical records show that only about 70,000 to 80,000 martial artists have reached the limit of 10,000 gene body refinement, and only about 1/3 of them have shown unusual phenomena. Your peony-scented flesh and blood are not recorded in any records. You might be the first case of its kind. Chapter 17 Fourth in the City, Family Celebration. Every genius who breaks through the 10,000 gene body refinement limit finds it difficult to conceal their extraordinary phenomena. You need to be extremely careful in your future actions. Alas, your unusual phenomenon seems to be related to the aroma of flesh and blood. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Ding Yuanming muttered to himself as he walked. Mu'er listened thoughtfully without offering any comment. Back at camp, the teacher called the students back one by one. Emerging from Gaochen Cave felt like stepping into another world. In just 5 short days, I've gone from being completely unknown to becoming a celebrity with a body tempering strength of 10,000 gene. Truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable. Mu'er was lost in thought, pondering how to get closer to some geniuses, bind with them, and break through to higher realms more quickly. Waiter, you're not still upset that I told on you, are you? Zhuokan asked from the side. Mu'er laughed and said, what are you talking about? If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead by now. Zhuokan frowned and complained, rather grumbled. Honestly, you haven't even broken through to the first rank yet, and you're already trying to provoke a second-tier beast. Don't do that again next time. Mu'er gave a casual reply. Zhuokan was unaware that his friend had already reached the limit of the 10,000 gene body tempering technique. After discussion, the 13 spiritual warriors decided to keep Mu'er's current situation a secret, and the dream vine was not even included in this results settlement. The dream vine is freshly grown. If cared for properly, it can fully regrow and bear fruit every year, easily worth millions. If this item exists, Mu'er is definitely number 1. But that would be too flashy. After discussion among the 13 martial artists, Mu'er was ranked 4th in this competition. Sister, how come this sleazy guy is ranked 4th? Was my kick really that powerful back then? Gu Qingla asked incredulously, looking at the report card in her hand. Muji's progress was not just rapid, it was like a rocket taking off. They couldn't stop her kick a few days ago, but now she can compete with all the genius teenagers in the city? That's simply a fantasy. Gu Qingyin just stared blankly, then said something out of the blue. No matter how talented someone is, if their character is flawed, how are they any different from those lecherous thieves? Ah? Gu Qingyin's mouth was slightly open, unsure of what to say. Since that day, Mu'er seemed to have died, and never appeared in front of them again, completely unlike those lecherous and dissolute people. He'd better not mess with us, Gu Qingla said to herself from the side. Mu'er returned home in a great mood. Seeing the smile on his older brother's face, Mu Yuchen couldn't help but ask. Brother, did you do well on the mock exam? 4th in the city. Mu'er held up 4 fingers. Ah? Mu Yuchen was so startled that he jumped up from the sofa. Brother, are you out of your mind? Mu'er flung his younger brother's hand away and said smugly. Your brother obtained a secret medicine by chance and has already ascended to immortality. He is no longer the good-for-nothing he used to be. When speaking, one should naturally be half truthful and half lie, so as not to arouse suspicion and to explain the strange phenomenon of leaping through realms. Mu Yuqing's eyes widened, sparkling like stars. Is it like in the TV series, where the protagonist accidentally enters a hidden paradise and receives the inheritance of a predecessor? Mu'er stroked his chin leisurely and said. More or less. Wow. Mu Yuqing was so excited he could hardly speak. Fourth in the whole city. This score surpasses so many genius teenagers. He can probably get into Huaxiao Lingwu University. Lingwu University, or Lingwu for short, is ranked number 1 in the world and is the dream school of countless students. Mu Er feigned profundity. It's hard to say. It's hard to say, but it's definitely true. Mu Yucheng stepped forward and started fighting with Mu Er. A short while later, Mu Daiyuan and Fang Xiufen returned. Seeing his two sons arguing, Mu Daiyuan shouted, "Yu Chen, your brother is taking the college entrance exam soon, don't rest near him." Mu Yucheng said, as if presenting a treasure. "Dad, you don't know, my brother got 4th place in this mock exam. It's for the whole city." Mu Daiyuan was shocked, and Fang Xiufen dropped the vegetables in her hands to the ground. "What?" Mu Daiyuan grabbed Mu Er, 4th in the whole city? Mu Er smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, why would I lie to you? Our good days are coming." Overjoyed at receiving such affirmation, the shepherd's parents declared they were in for a good meal. They didn't think Mu Er would lie. This can be verified, there's no point in lying. At the dinner table, the family chatted for a long time. When asked about how Mu Er had made such rapid progress, Mu Er brushed them off with half-truths, leaving no room for criticism. After the meal, holding the jade bone marrow generating pill, Mu Er made up his mind and knocked on Mu Yuchen's door. "Brother, what are you doing?" He was only wearing his underwear, which was a bit unexpected. "Here, have this." Mu Er entered the room and placed the pill into Mu Yuchen's hand. Mu Yuchen was startled when he saw it and exclaimed, "Brother, you haven't eaten? What's all this noise?" Mu Er covered Mu Yuchen's mouth and whispered, "Don't let Mom and Dad hear." "Brother, this is from Mom and Dad, how can I eat it?" Mu Yucheng refused sternly. "You blockhead, I don't need that anymore. Your brother is 4th in the city, he'll have no shortage of resources." Mu Er gave a thumbs up, looking smug. "No, if I eat it, my parents will scold me to death." Mu Yucheng shook his head, still refusing. Mu Er frowned and patiently guided her. "I originally intended to save these pills for when I broke through, but I unexpectedly found them in the cave. It would be a waste for me to consume these foundation-building and bone-nourishing pills." After much earnest persuasion, Mu Yucheng was finally convinced. "Thank you, brother. I've never tasted anything this good before." He held the jade bone marrow generating pill in his hands, his mouth stretched from ear to ear in a wide grin. Mu Er patted Mu Yuchen on the shoulder, his face full of arrogance. "Follow me, and I'll guarantee you a life of luxury." Back in the room, the system indeed prompted. Mu Yucheng is using resources to increase his punching power by 94 gene, giving the host a 34-fold increase in punching power. "They're here." Mu Er's lips curled up, and his eyes shone like stars in the darkness. He looked at the panel, whose data was truly impressive. Name, Mu Er. Realm, Body Refinement. Punching Power, 16159. Chi and Blood, 511. Origin, Thunder, 0.000099. Not fast enough. Mu Er calmly analyzed the situation. The current bound individuals are none other than Gu Qingyin, Gu Qingla, Mu Yucheng, and the great demon Jin Dui Dragon Lizard. The blue-eyed dragon cat was originally Mu Er's bound companion, but it was crushed to death by 13 spiritual warriors. There are only so many people, it's not enough. Leaving aside the Jin Dui Dragon Lizard, few exotic beasts consume resources to begin with. If it weren't for his interest in the Thunder origin, Mu Er wouldn't have bound himself to it. Although the Gu sisters, Gu Qingyin and Gu Qingla, come from a wealthy family, they cannot take medicine every day, their bodies need time to absorb it. From this perspective, isn't the goal of cultivating 100,000 gene of body energy a distant dream? Chapter 18, Don't Apply to Tianyuan Academy, Incident. If anyone else knew what Mu Er was thinking, they would surely be so angry they would vomit blood. His progress is at a speed that most people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Perhaps I could visit a martial arts school, or maybe deliberately run into some geniuses. Mu Er thought to himself, but he himself had no idea what to expect. Now that we're entering the college entrance exam era, true geniuses are either cultivating under the protection of their families or being recruited by powerful forces they don't actively seek the outside world. The reason Mu Er wanted to take risks was because he was bound to the Gu Qingyin sisters. If they miss that opportunity, the two sisters may never appear at school again. This matter cannot be rushed, we must wait for the right opportunity. The next day, Mu'er went to school early. Good morning, Second Master. Second Master, this is my breakfast. It contains meat from the earth-rolling dragon, and its spiritual energy content is astonishing. I'm offering it to you as a token of my respect. We still have ice spirit water here. All fourth place, that's the hand. A large group of students surrounded Mu'er, showering him with attention. Get out of the way, everyone. Class is starting. Joaquin was like an arrogant lackey in a TV drama, waving the banner of a noble family. He even spoke a little louder. Mu'er finally managed to sit down when the school bell rang. There's not much to teach in class now. The martial arts class only has 4 hours of academic classes in the morning. We are all practitioners, so doing it for 4 hours is too easy. After class, Hao Fan shouted, Mu'er, come with me. Mu'er quickly followed, while the remaining students whispered among themselves. Before they knew it, the two had arrived at the 3rd floor of the martial arts training hall. This was Mu'er's first time on the 3rd floor. This floor is for teachers only. Students selected by the school can go up to this floor. Hao Fan glanced around at Mu'er and explained casually. It's just a pity that most of the gifted young people handpicked by the school come from very good families, so they wouldn't even look at this place. It's unclear who he's mocking in his words. Teacher, why did you bring me here? Before he could finish speaking, Hao Fan suddenly turned around and threw a punch. It was clearly just one punch, but it felt like 10 punches, blooming like a flower before converging at a single point to strike Mu'er directly. Mu'er's hair stood on end, and his mind went blank for a moment. At that moment, he finally understood why police officers in those suspense dramas could tell at a glance whether a murder was committed by someone they knew. As in this case, the perpetrator was someone known to the victim, leaving the victim with no time to react. Mu'er tried to move his waist and abdomen, but it was too late. The fist blossomed and then contracted into a single point, magnified in Mu'er's pupils. A strong wind blew, and his hair stood on end. The fist suddenly stopped. Remember, from now on, be wary of everyone, even those you love or know well. Hao Fan lowered his fist, looked at the cold sweat on Mu'er's forehead, and his voice drifted over. Mu'er's eyelids twitched, he took a step back, and cupped his hands in greeting. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Xia. I have wasted decades of my life, and the only thing I have learned is a fist technique called 100 Flowers Mistake. Today I will pass it on to you. Hao Fan's personality is as cold as ice. He always speaks and acts with a dark face. Even now, when he is teaching someone, he is still so stiff. Mu'er hadn't reacted yet. Hao Fan continued. Are you willing to learn? How could Mu'er dare to accept such an unsolicited benefit? Alright, I'll demonstrate it for you, so watch carefully. Having said that, Hao Fan began to demonstrate on his own. As he hit, he said. The essence of the 100 Flowers fist lies in its unique style of seemingly true yet unpredictable and unexpected boxing techniques. This set of boxing techniques was created by Yuan Shishao, the eccentric swordsman of Tianxi. After experiencing setbacks in his life, his temperament changed drastically, and he vowed to do what no one had ever done before and to perform a style of boxing that no one had ever performed before. So, he visited many famous martial arts masters, integrated the strengths of various schools, and forged his own path, eventually creating this unique style of boxing. The beauty of Bai Hua Tsuchuan lies in the word "kuo" mistake. Each move is similar to the authentic techniques passed down from various schools, but they are not the same. They may seem to be moves from a certain school, but in fact, the force and direction are changed at the moment of the strike, catching the opponent off guard. As he spoke, Hao Fan clearly threw a straight punch, but with a flash of his fist and a change in his body, his fist appeared out of nowhere from below in a bizarre way. Mu'er was shocked by what he saw. He vaguely felt that the upper limit of the 100 Flowers mismatch fist was far more than this. After finishing his punch, Hao Fan took a deep breath and stood still. How? Exquisite and unparalleled, it combines the strengths of various schools, blending firmness and flexibility, and is unpredictable and ever-changing, making it impossible to defend against. Mu'er did not hold back his praise. Try it out for me now. Mu'er's eyes darted around, and he copied the movements exactly as he remembered them. Hao Fan, watching from the side, nodded repeatedly. The power here comes from the waist, but only a third of the force should be used. Never go all out. If your opponent blocks your punch, you'll still have the strength to counterattack. After practicing all afternoon, Muji was drenched in sweat and felt completely exhausted. This was the first time he had ever practiced martial arts to the point of feeling weak in his limbs. Let's go, I'll take you out for a meal. Hao Fan took Mu'er to a restaurant, where they ate spirit meat. The meal cost over $1,000 silver, and it pained Mu'er just looking at it. Teacher Hao, why are you so kind to me? Mu'er felt grateful, yet also felt that this kindness came out of nowhere. Hao Fan smiled faintly, his eyes filled with a sense of vicissitude, and said, "It's just that I see you as a rough gem and don't want you to be tainted by dust." Mu'er didn't understand. Are you planning to pursue the ultimate body refinement of 100,000 gene? Hao Fan suddenly asked. Alarm bells rang in Mu'er's mind, and he didn't know how to answer for a moment. How did the teacher know I had already mastered the 10,000 gene body refinement technique? Now you're asking me about the 100,000 gene plan. What are you trying to do? Sweat poured down his face, his muscles tense, ready to strike at any moment. Hao Fan, a seasoned veteran, glanced at Mu'er's movements, sighed inwardly, and thought to himself. What I taught backfired. He said no more, stood up, and waved his hand, saying, I just want to tell you that your talent is top-notch. Whether it's physical cultivation or martial arts comprehension, there's really no need to be obsessed with the ultimate body refinement of 100,000 gene. Mu'er raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he had ever heard an elder say that one should not pursue an extreme physique of 100,000 gene. Also, no matter what your college entrance exam scores are, do not go to Tianyuan College. Remember that. Having said that, Hao Fan left with his hands behind his back, without saying another word. Mu'er hesitated, wanting to ask something, but he couldn't, as Hao Fan had already walked away. On the way home, Mu'er kept thinking about Tianyuan Academy. This academy is quite famous in China. The great sage who gave heaven was a graduate of this academy. At that time, the school was unparalleled in its popularity, surpassing even Lingda University and Wuda University. Brother, someone asked me to pass you a note. A clear, childlike voice interrupted Mu'er's thoughts. Question mark. Why send a child to deliver a message so late at night? Mu'er frowned, took the note, and read it. Your brother is in my hands. Come to the old factory in the East District immediately. Chapter 19. A second-rank Origin Warriors ambushes. That's it? Mu'er's expression changed drastically, as if he were enraged by the heavens. Who gave you this? He grabbed the child by the neck and lifted him up. The intense feeling of being suspended in mid-air frightened the child and made him cry. Why, it was an uncle. He gave me a lollipop and asked me to give you the note. Looking to the side, I saw that the lollipop had fallen to the ground. Mu'er circled around, his eyes seemingly reflecting a sea of thunder. Damn it, that person is definitely nearby, watching my every move, but just hasn't shown up. He probably knew something about my family background. This was a planned kidnapping. He took a few deep breaths, put the child down, and said in a seemingly relaxed manner. What does that uncle look like? He's wearing a mask, so I can't see him clearly. The child sobbed, and people on the street were already walking towards Mu'er. Mu'er said no more, walked past the child, and ran towards the East District. The old factory is more than 30 kilometers away from Mu'er, so you have to take a taxi. After emerging from Gauchin Cave, he had already converted the strange beasts and Yuming spirit vine he had killed into money, which he deposited into his card. He didn't give the card to his family, mainly because it wouldn't make sense for a man to be without money. At this moment, the money came in handy. Where to? The taxi driver's deep voice startled Mu'er, who looked up and met the driver's eyes in the rearview mirror. These were extremely ruthless eyes, and a scar on his face resembled a venomous snake coiled beside his brow. With the slightest movement, the snake would writhe wildly. The old factory area. Mu'er squinted, his whole body tense. He had seen people like that before. In Gauchin Cave, the veteran beast hunters all had the same look in their eyes. Their faces were expressionless, but a chill emanated from their bodies. This shows that they have killed many strange beasts and seen blood. It can also be called murderous intent. What's your name, master? Mu'er asked. You can call me Lao Feng. The driver focused on driving and stopped looking at the passengers in the back seat. Mu's eyelids twitched. The driver doesn't look like a driver. Oh? What does it resemble? Old Feng asked with interest. Like murder. The car fell silent. Such silence was deafening. So this is the real person. Mu'er's chest heaved as he asked, pursing his lips. Where is my younger brother? You've managed to hold it, and you're a good person with a bright future. Controlling emotions seems simple, but it is actually very difficult. Humans are emotional beings, and sometimes emotional outbursts are caused by physiological hormones. Trying to control them is like fighting against one's bodily instincts, which is incredibly difficult. But Muji did it. Where is my younger brother? These words were practically spat out between his teeth. Your brother isn't in my hands. Old Fong turned around with a bright smile, then slammed on the brakes. Arrive. Gangnam City is located by the river, and at this time, only a few lights were visible along the riverbank, which was completely dark. This is not the old factory area. Mu'er lunged forward suddenly, like a fierce dragon crossing a river. In a flash, the prisoner got out of the car, stood still, and beckoned to Mu'er. It's not convenient to talk in the car, let's get out and talk. Mu'er, bracing himself against the car door, climbed onto the roof and looked down at the old house. Where is my brother? He has thought everything through. I've been watched since I was a child, but even with the note, I wasn't calm enough. How could the person watching me have gone back to the old factory area after spotting me? He must have been nearby, and knowing I'd be hitchhiking, he pretended to be a taxi driver. If I hadn't had amazing eyesight, I probably would have been scammed today. Don't stare at me with those fierce eyes of yours. It's making my scalp tingle. Although Lao Fong isn't a good person, he knows the rules of the underworld. He used the excuse of kidnapping your brother just to lure you out. Old Fong smiled and didn't take Mu'er seriously. My brother is alright. Mu'er's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he immediately channeled the power from his waist and abdomen into his palms, throwing a punch. The old house seemed to hear a thunderclap. Just go die. Mu'er's attack arrived in an instant. The old house's dantian pulsated, and a dark blue aura enveloped its entire body. Good lad, he's definitely a tough one. Bang. The old man took dozens of steps back, his eyes filled with horror. A punch with nearly 10,000 gene 5,000 kilograms of force. Mu'er didn't give him a chance to speak and turned to walk forward again. Old Fong said in a deep voice. Heavenly Wave Water Fist. Streams of water gathered around his fist, like dragons joining forces to bite at Mu'er. Mu'er's spirits lifted, and he roared. Open it for me. Bang. The two intersect. Mu'er was sent flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth. The air was filled with the fragrance of peonies. A second-grade origin warrior. When a body refinement realm cultivator enters the first rank, their strength more than doubles. When a first-rank martial artist enters the second rank, their strength increases again. For most people, 3 or 4 times is already considered good, but for me, it increased 6-fold. Blue energy swirled around the old house, enveloping him like a blue hedgehog. Even if you have a punch with a force of nearly 10,000 pounds, it's no match for me. Mu'er refused to believe it and threw another punch. Too slow. The old house slapped Mu'er's fist away. A cold glint flashed in Mu'er's eyes. The dark blue aura is clearly water-based, soft yet strong, seemingly like jelly, but when it hits you, it feels like a concrete surface. This is similar to a non-Newtonian fluid. The more force applied, the harder the liquid becomes. They're a bit difficult to deal with. Mu'er made his judgment. I never expected my target to be a genius with a body tempering strength approaching 10,000 gene. Geniuses of my generation are already at the 4th or even 5th rank. And now I can actually kill such a genius. Old Fawn laughed loudly, the feeling of torturing a genius sending his adrenaline soaring. Nothing is more pleasurable than manipulating someone else's life. If there is, it is manipulating the life of a genius. The proud son who usually looked down on everyone was now kneeling on the ground, looking up at him, crying and begging for mercy. The images in his mind made Lao Fan's body tremble with excitement. But he unknowingly discovered that something was wrong. Mu'er's punches became increasingly powerful and unpredictable. In Lao Fan's eyes, fists flew everywhere, like flowers blooming in the air. How come there are flowers? He blinked, thinking he must have seen wrong. However, in the next instant, the fist flower condensed into a single point. This is Mu'er's fist. Not good. Old Fong shouted, bracing himself and channeling his energy into his face, but the next second the fist mysteriously shifted direction and landed on his abdomen. No. Puff. Mu'er unleashed a long punch, piercing through Lao Fong's chest and abdomen. Laugh. Hot blood splattered on his face. The shock in Lao Fong's eyes had not yet subsided. He looked down at the hole in his chest and gasped heavily. How is this possible? Bang. Mu'er withdrew his fist, and the old house fell backward, the light in its eyes fading away, and there was no more life in it. A second-rank martial artist is not invulnerable to swords and spears. They have too many weaknesses and are merely of the lower third rank. Mu'er, panting heavily, said coldly, "I thought you were some kind of big shot." Chapter 20: The biggest theft erupts. Mu'er finally realized the power of the 100 Flowers mismatch fist. This martial art technique is of unknown rank. It's truly bizarre. Its strength lies not in its power, but in the fact that its punches can linger in the air, disrupting the opponent's fighting strategy. Of course, when the fist and shadow finally merge into one, the power is also enormous. Who is teacher Hao? How come he has such amazing martial arts skills? Mu'er shook the blood off his hands and looked down at the old house again. The old house is really in a terrible state. His entire chest and abdomen were ripped open, and his internal organs and flesh were blown to pieces. Blood was spilled on the ground. How should we handle this? Mu'er felt somewhat irritated. Why don't we just report it to the police? But it's very troublesome. This was the first time Mu'er had encountered something like this, and he was really conflicted. When a person dies, the birds fly to the sky. I'll dig a grave for you, take care of killing and burying, and you can just be happy underground. After thinking for a moment, Mu'er dug a hole nearby and buried the old house. As for the taxi, he drove it shakily to a spot 1 or 2 kilometers from his home, and then walked home. As soon as I got home, Mu Yucheng peeked out from the room. "Brother, you're back. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Mu'er asked, somewhat surprised. "I've been feeling restless and couldn't sleep," Mu Yucheng said, scratching his head, somewhat embarrassed. For martial artists, mental stability is extremely important. Students in martial arts classes learn standing meditation from a young age, firstly to temper their minds, and secondly to find a calm and stable state of mind during the process. In the eyes of martial artists, a lack of mental focus is a certain symptom. Fine. Mu'er's heart stirred slightly. Could this be the bond between brothers? Mu Yuchen, however, did not believe it and walked out of the door. "Why are you all wet?" This was caused by Mu'er jumping into the river to wash off the bloodstains on his body. "Hey, I ran into a clueless driver on the road and got soaked." Oh. The news was being broadcast on television at that moment. Mu'er changed his clothes and came out, asking, "Where are Mom and Dad?" "I'm working overtime, I'll be back around 11 p.m. "Okay." Mu'er found something to eat to fill his stomach. After breaking through the 10,000 gene body tempering limit, he became extremely hungry. He would feel anxious if he didn't eat anything because his stomach was empty. "Attention all citizens, a major theft occurred in our city yesterday, and one of the suspects is named Fang Shan." Mu'er was still eating when he suddenly froze and turned around abruptly. Photos of Fang Shan were posted on TV. He was a burly man with a sinister look in his eyes, and a scar that connected his eyebrows, making him look like a vicious and ruthless villain. Old house? Mu'er had stopped chewing, his feelings were very complicated. The old house was originally called Fang Shan, and the owner was a thief. "Brother, what's wrong?" Mu Yucheng felt something was off, his gaze shifting back and forth between the TV and Mu'er's face. "Fine." Mu'er turned back to his meal, but kept his ear to the television. "This case is quite sensitive, and many details are unclear. All that is known is that the Wang family was robbed and suffered heavy losses. The Wang family is a prominent family in Jiangling City with a very powerful background. Someone actually stole from them." Mu'er found it unbelievable, but when he thought of Fang Shan's face, he felt that everything made sense. Fang Shan looks like a reckless person who likes to dance on the edge of a knife. After exchanging goodnights with Mu Yuchen, Mu'er returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and thought to himself. He committed a major crime in Fang Shan and is still staying in Jiangling City. He's an idiot. I wonder how many people are in his gang and whether they're targeting me. The next day, Mu'er went to school as usual. There was another wave of praise at the school, and the prestige of being fourth in Jiangling City is still rising. Classroom planting. As soon as Zhuokan entered, he set up a chair, grabbed Mu'er, and said, "Did you know? The Zhang family's house was robbed the day before yesterday. I saw the news. What was stolen from them?" Mu'er remained calm and composed, arranging his books. "Hey, you didn't know?" Zhuokan looked at him like he was an alien. "Should I know?" Mu'er found it funny everyone's lives were a mess, and apart from Zhuokan, who was just a busybody, who would care about these things? What was stolen from the Zheng family was a storage ring. Zhuo Can's statement was extremely exaggerated. Storage ring? Muer's eyes darted around. It was a pity that this thing wasn't on Fang Shan. Zhuo Can muttered to himself. That's a storage ring. It's worth tens of millions, and countless people would love it but never have one. Although it only has a few cubic meters of space, it's an essential item for home and travel. Fang Shan was unlucky. He was carrying a storage ring and was tracked down, while his other accomplices are still at large. That's true. I don't know what Fang Shan was thinking. The fact that he dared to hold this thing in his hand means that the Zhang family ancestor must have put a trace of spiritual power into it. Now it's alright, no one else is wanted, only him. Muer's mind was buzzing, and he could no longer hear what Zhuo Can was saying. The storage ring was actually in Fang Shan's possession. Are you kidding me? He was on pins and needles, feeling like an ant on a hot pan. How could this be? Coming out to kill someone while carrying such a valuable treasure? Muer wanted to revisit the crime scene, so he had to gather all the evidence from Fang Shan. After Zhuo Can finished speaking, he looked at Muer and felt that something was wrong. My friend's eyes seem a little unfocused. Zhuo Can asked. Waiter, are you alright? It's nothing. Muer forced a smile. Zhuo Can felt that something must have happened to him, but waved his hand and said. Fine, don't tell me then. Even during class, Muer was still restless. If the storage ring slips out of your hand, you'll be in big trouble. When get out of class ended and Muer was getting ready, Hao Fan called him back again. How's your 100 flowers mismatched fist practice going? Muer replied perfunctorily. It's alright, I'm gradually getting to know it a little better. Hao Fan's eyes twitched slightly. Something was amiss. He had practiced a special eye technique that allowed him to see through the true nature of martial artists. At this moment, a blood-red thread clearly appeared around Muer's body, a sign that he was about to commit murder. No wonder my student was so distracted in class. It turns out he committed murder. Is there anything else, teacher? Muer's mind was only on Fang Shan's storage ring, and he didn't think of anything else. It's alright. Hao Fan waved his hand. Muer immediately grabbed his school bag and left. After a moment's thought, Hao Fan quickly followed. He wasted more than 10 years of his youth at Tianyuan Academy, but his foundation was too profound. Although he was seriously injured, he still formed a sea of qi that could contain spirituality. He appears unassuming on the surface, but Hao Fan is actually a peak second-grade origin martial artist. In addition, with a solid foundation and a wide variety of martial arts skills honed through practice, his strength far surpasses that of a second-rank martial artist. Keeping up with Makiji is incredibly easy. Muer was unaware that he was being targeted. He went to a street a kilometer away from his home and found a taxi in Fangshan. Thank God, the car wasn't stolen. Chapter 21. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Muer had no intention of keeping the car. So when he drove back from Qinglingjiang, he left the car keys in the car, waiting for the right person to come along. The car thief drove the car, which also helped him dispose of the evidence. I just didn't expect it. Less than a day had passed when Muer got back into the car. As he drove, Muer's heart began to beat very fast for no apparent reason. A storage ring. Such fantastical things had only been heard of in novels, and now they were right in front of him. How could Muer not be excited? Besides, there must be treasure inside. As evening approached, the lights began to come on. Electricity is a luxury in this world. There is no such extravagant infrastructure as streetlights. It's dark, perfect for doing bad things. Muer was cautious and did not park the car at the scene of the incident. Instead, he walked about a kilometer away to approach the location. Detect the surrounding area. The burial site he chose in Fangshan was relatively quiet. Not many people came. Muer jumped down from the tree, grabbed a piece of steel bar, and started digging a hole. A short while later, Fangshan's body appeared. If I were you, I would carry even a dead storage ring with me. Muer muttered to himself as he began to carefully search Fangshan's body. After a thorough search, Muer was somewhat desperate, and Fangshan's wide-open eyes were truly frightening. He was disheartened. Isn't she here? Indeed, why would someone carry such a precious item when going out on an expedition? All that work for nothing. Muer was feeling listless, but then a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. No, if I were Fangshan, and I happened to acquire such a valuable item, what would I think about doing? I would definitely keep it by my side, but where would I put it? He scanned Fang Shan's body, overwhelmed with excitement. It's like hiding drugs, you either put them in the stomach or the anus, but those two places affect movement. If he wanted to intercept and kill me, he certainly wouldn't make such an unwise decision. There's only one place left now. As he spoke, Mu'er began to stroke Fang Shan's skin inch by inch. He could only hide the storage ring within his flesh and blood. Mu'er Jin has reached the limit of body refinement, and his speed of flesh and blood recovery is already terrifying. What about a second-grade origin warrior? It's probably quite easy to simply insert a foreign object under the skin and the wound will heal completely. Found it. Mu'er felt a bulge at the base of Fang Shan's thigh, and there was clearly something hidden inside. He looked around excitedly, then cut open the flesh, revealing an ancient ring hidden within. My God! Mu'er took out the ring, his Adam's apple bobbing. My darling! This ring doesn't have many floral decorations, it just feels simple and unadorned, but you can tell at a glance that it's not an ordinary item. Just like some antique paintings and calligraphy, even if the pages are yellowed, it doesn't affect their value. How do I open it? Mu'er was in a dilemma. I didn't expect Fang Shan to have fallen for the trap. A voice came from behind him, and Mu'er was startled, turning around abruptly. The fist was already at his face. This fist was truly ferocious, like a dragon emerging from the sea, its surface glowing with a deep red light. Mu'er lowered his body and exhaled, then threw a punch in response. Bang! Mu'er took dozens of steps back before stopping. He felt a burning pain in his fist and looked down. Wow! The back of his fist was covered in charred marks, and Mu'er could even smell the aroma of meat. The visitor was surprised only his eyes were visible beneath his mask. Impressive! No wonder Fang Shan fell into your hands. Are you an accomplice from Fang Shan? Mu'er asked. That's right. He was about to leave, but he insisted on coming to kill you. He wasted our time for a few 100,000, and in the end, he even lost his own life. The masked man shook his head and sneered. He's truly greedy by nature, no wonder he was kicked out of the Martial Arts Association back then. It was indeed a case of hiring someone to commit murder. Mu'er's heart stirred slightly, and for a moment he wondered who he had offended. The only person he likely offended upon arriving in this world was Gu Qingyin, but given the personalities of these two young ladies, it's unlikely he would hire someone to kill them. After all, they are from a prestigious family, and doing something like this would probably lower their status. Mu'er didn't pursue the matter further, it was impossible for the twin sisters to be involved. Who else could it be? In Gaochen Cave, Zhang Chu also took money to do things, but in the end he didn't get any answers. Now he's back in Fang Shan. Each time they escalate the situation, what will happen next? Will they send a third-grade spiritual martial artist to kill him? Mu'er felt that if he could escape today, he must find the real culprit. I'll give you the ring, let me go. Mu'er showed no hesitation, picked up the storage ring, and exposed it to the masked man. Hey, you know what's good for you? The masked man's eyes lit up, he probably hadn't met anyone who acted so efficiently and cleanly before. Those in their line of work are all shrewd and cunning, you need to be careful when dealing with them. Give it to me. The masked man walked forward. Stop. Mu'er frowned and raised his voice. I'll drive, you follow. Once we're in the neighborhood, I'll toss you the ring. Even if the masked man kills Mu'er while causing trouble in the neighborhood, he will inevitably be discovered. The people in the tribunal are extremely ruthless towards martial artists who commit crimes. They are comparable to the modern-day Eastern Depot. No martial artist wants to enter that place. The masked man will definitely be wary. Don't even think about killing me. I can kill Fang Shan. You should know my strength. Muji increased his bets again. As expected, the masked man hesitated for a moment. He couldn't understand why Fang Shan had suffered such a fate. Shouldn't a second-rank cultivator crush a body refinement realm cultivator? Okay. The masked man agreed, and Mu'er breathed a sigh of relief, taking the ring and backing away. He began to mentally recount the whole story. The first step was wrong. It's stupid to kill someone and bury the body. They should have just tied stones to Fang Shan's body and thrown him into the Qingling River. Otherwise, it wouldn't have triggered the second step. My desires erupted, and I became greedy for the storage ring, which led me into a dangerous situation. The third step was an even bigger mistake. In an effort to speed things up, I actually used a taxi in Fang Shan. His accomplices must know about this car, and they probably used it to target him. Mu'er never expected that all his efforts would be in vain. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It's infuriating that the peaches were stolen from us. Do you know how much your bounty is? The masked man suddenly asked a question. Muir was taken aback, thinking he could get more information out of him, and shook his head, saying, "Have no idea. 7,200,000 spirit coins, TSK. A mere body refinement realm kit is worth this price." No wonder Fangshan was tempted. The masked man laughed out loud, appearing very relaxed. "What's the difference between this and getting it for free? If it weren't for the storage ring you have, and the fact that I don't want to make a big fuss, I would have killed you today too." Muir walked to the car and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the villain's target was only the storage ring. Anyone with eyes can tell the difference between tens of millions and 720,000. Starting the engine and moving the vehicle requires a moment's attention. It was at this very moment. The masked man suddenly erupted. "You really think I'm going to let you off the hook?" Chapter 22 Bitter Battle, the true power of a second-rank origin warrior. Muir only saw the fire dragon tearing at him. Boom! The windshield shattered instantly. Muir crossed his arms in front of his chest. Bang! The masked man's attack, fueled by rage, engulfed the entire car in flames. Boom! Immediately following was an explosion. Muir rolled over several times before he was barely spared from being harmed by the exploding vehicle. "Oh, you dodged it?" The masked man blinked, somewhat surprised. "That's a punch that's close to the third rank." Muir took a deep breath and extinguished the flames on his body. The most important thing in the third-grade realm is Chi spirit. Chi is like a spirit, and can move outside the body. I didn't expect your group to be so powerful. No wonder he's a top student, he knows a lot. The masked man nodded slightly. A first-grade Chi martial artist refines their body with 1,000 pounds of energy and 1,000 points of Chi and blood, using this energy to create a Chi Si in their Dantian. A second-rank origin warrior absorbs spiritual matter to comprehend the origin and choose the path to the great Tao. This is what makes an origin warrior. A third-grade spiritual martial artist possesses blood and Chi as powerful as a dragon. When spiritual matter accumulates to a certain level, the body can absorb and exhale spiritual energy, and every move is imbued with bursts of vital energy. This is what makes a spiritual martial artist. The masked man's attack was fueled by a fiery dragon emerging from the sea, clearly a sign of a spiritual martial artist. "Come on, let me see how you managed to kill Fangshan." Having said that, the masked man rose into the air. Every punch and palm strike was accompanied by flames. Muji struggled to hold on. It was a one-sided crushing defeat. It's so painful, so incredibly painful. This is a qualitative change. Fangshan is also a second-rank official, but his Chi cannot leave his body. It can only be contained within his physical body and used as a means of attack. Although powerful, Maki can fight back. Where is the masked man now? His vital energy left his body, carrying flames, making it impossible for Muir to touch him. He couldn't cause the masked man any harm whatsoever. How should we respond to a one-sided crushing defeat? Flames raged, and Muir struggled to hold on. "I should thank you. Fangshan has many tricks up his sleeve to remove the residual spiritual energy on the spatial ring. Otherwise, with his strength, how could the storage ring have ended up in his hands?" The masked man punched and slapped. Muir retreated repeatedly, his chest charred black, but no blood flowed out. He felt his mouth was dry and his body was burning with pain. Is this it? Muir's eyes were glazed over, and his mind began to work more slowly. The movements of the 100 Flowers' misaligned fist began to become disordered. "No, I don't want to die." Muir's blood and Chi surged in response to an emergency, a frantic process. The blood and Chi surged violently in the Dantian. A cool, refreshing aura emanated from his Dantian. Muir was radiant. Breakthrough? The masked man was shocked. How can you break through while fighting? This is clearly the opening of the Chi Si. This inexplicable energy surged forth, and power inexplicably welled up within Muir's body as he unleashed the 100 Flowers' fist with frenzied abandon. The masked man's eyes were dark, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "This is really troublesome. Is this really a body refinement realm cultivator?" Muir Baiwa's punches grew larger and faster, and streams of energy surged from his palms, enveloping his entire body. "The bigger it is, the more enjoyable it is." The masked man roared. Bagua Fistly character Fire Dragon. Fiery red energy billowed out, and a vicious dragon was released from the masked man's fist. Boom! Mu'er's mind was completely clouded. He instinctively channeled his energy and roared. Stop them! The expected attack did not arrive, and Mu'er was taken aback. Standing before him was a familiar figure. Teacher Hao? He landed like a grandmaster, channeling his energy with both hands, and golden light burst forth, resisting the fire dragon. Stop getting angry, or you'll break through to the body refinement realm. Mu'er was startled awake. Looking down, he saw that his dantian was sparkling, as if stars were spinning inside. Is this what it means to open up the Qi Sea? As he thought to himself, the masked man's eyes flickered, and he was already considering escaping. Hao Fan was clearly much stronger than him. Humph, you beat up the young one, and now the old one comes along, the masked man sneered. Then you can all just die. After saying that, he circulated his qi throughout his body. Mu'er thought he would see another clash of titans, but the masked man turned and ran away as if riding the wind, walking through the air. It wasn't a real flight, but it captured the feeling. Hao Fan was already prepared, and with a swift pull, golden peak strike sharp qi transforms into rope. Golden energy emanated from his palm, transforming into golden ropes that enveloped the masked man. Hao Fan? You are Hao Fan. That man from Qianling. The masked man roared as if he had seen a ghost. Mu'er raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and thought to himself. Teacher Hao is very famous in the martial arts circle. What is a Qianlingjia? Hao Fan's eyelids twitched slightly, and he tightened his grip a little. Put! Time seemed to slow down all of a sudden. The masked man suddenly exploded, and the gaseous ropes shattered him into pieces. Mu'er's brow twitched violently. So ruthless? The moon was bright and the stars were few. It was completely dark. The only sound beside the Qingling River was the hissing of the remaining embers of the wrecked vehicle. How are you doing? Are you getting used to it? Hao Fan was dressed in white, without a trace of blood on him. Habit? Mu'er didn't understand. You will encounter even more gruesome scenes in the future, Hao Fan explained. Oh, is that what you're talking about? A moment of silence. Mu'er presented the spatial ring to Hao Fan like a treasure. Teacher, this is a ring from Fangshan. Hao Fan looked at him strangely and laughed. If I wanted this thing, you would be dead already. Besides, I don't care about such a small storage space. Mu'er chuckled and put the spatial ring into his pouch. Let me check your storage ring. Mu'er naturally wouldn't refuse. After the inspection was completed, Hao Fan tossed the spatial ring to Mu'er and said, only when a person advances from the first rank to the second rank can their spiritual power leave their body, at which point the storage ring can be used. However, there are always exceptions. Didn't you obtain the dream fruit before? You can try it and see if the spiritual power in your Naiman palace can expand out of the palace. If it can, you will be able to use the spatial ring. Mu'er cupped his hands and said, thank you for your guidance, Teacher Hao. The two stood side by side on the Qingling River. As for the corpse, it had already been burned by Hao Fan. A gentle evening breeze chilled their skin, but Mu'er's heart burned with passion, filled with 1,000 words he wanted to say. Ask me anything you want to ask. Hao Fan overlooks the Qingling River, where the river churns and crashes at night, creating a pleasant, almost hypnotic sound. Mu'er frowned and asked, Teacher, how did you know I was here? I have cultivated a pupil technique called Qi Observing Eye, which allows me to observe Qi. Today I saw red lines wrapped around your body, which was clearly killing intent, so I decided to follow you. Wow! That's amazing? The world is vast and encompasses everything. There are many things even more wondrous than this. Mu'er nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and asked, is Teacher Hao very famous? Chapter 23 The Spirit of the Undead? Famous? A look of reminiscence crossed Hao Fan's eyes. What does it mean to be famous? Famous throughout the world. Mu'er gave his answer without any hesitation. Hao Fan smiled and said, then I am not. Then why does this person know you? Mu'er pointed to the masked man who had turned to ashes. Although Hao Fan consumes metal-type spiritual matter and his primordial energy is also metal-type, he also knows a little about the art of fire, though it's not very powerful. Burning things is no problem for him. To destroy evidence, one must naturally do it cleanly. When the masked man died, Hao Fan burned his body as well. It seems he has no intention of returning the spatial ring to the Zhang family. I was quite famous during my senior year of high school, Hao Fan explained. Mu'er suddenly realized and said, Does the teacher mean that he's already halfway to fame? I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Hao Fan chuckled. When I was in my senior year of high school, I was just like you, at the limit of the body refinement realm with a strength of 10,000 gene, and I was the top student in Jianling City. Exclamation point. Seeing Muer's dumbfounded expression, Hao Fan's eyelids twitched, and he spoke in a low, eerie tone. Do you know why I have high hopes for you? Have no idea. Because we are all Qianling people. The Qianling? Hao Fan took a step forward, as if wanting to better embrace the evening breeze. Yes, Qianling is merely a spirit incubating. Once we begin cultivating, our speed will be several times that of others. We are extremely talented individuals. Mu'er blinked, remaining expressionless. He didn't dare say anything more, because he knew that his rapid progress was entirely due to the system. Qianling. He's a hammer. Then why? Mu'er realized how hurtful his words were as soon as they left his mouth, so he swallowed the rest of his sentence. Why become a teacher at a school? Hao Fan helped Mu'er say the second half of his sentence. He. Mu'er could only manage a forced laugh. Qianling is blessed with unique advantages. Not only is his cultivation speed extremely fast, but he can also reach the ultimate physical body of 100,000 gene. That's amazing? Mu'er then realized that he had underestimated the strength of the Qianlings. That's right, you are now a Qianlingjia. Do you want to obtain a 100,000 gene ultimate physical body? Hao Fan looked at Mu'er, his tone indifferent. Of course I want to. Mu'er shrugged. A body weighing 100,000 gene is something many people dream of. Those from Qianling have the opportunity, so they will definitely push forward. What if it takes 10 years? Hao Fan asked again. Mu'er's mouth opened slightly, and he scratched his head, saying, We should give it a try. It took 20 years? Hao Fan pressed. We still have to try. The blood and qi of a 100,000 gene body must be incredibly rich. So what if it takes 20 years? We can catch up later. After a moment's thought, Mu'er gave his answer. What about 30 years? Mu'er was speechless. Those who were his peers 30 years ago must have already reached the 6th or 7th rank. Even if Qianling's cultivation speed was several times that of others, how much could he catch up with? Moreover, for those of the lower 3 ranks, the essence of life will not change. It takes 30 years, from the age of 18 to enter university, for a total of 48 years. Seeking a breakthrough. If you don't break through to the middle 3 ranks in 10 years, you're finished. Of course, this is impossible for the Qianling people. However, at this point, those peers who are not geniuses of the Qianling people have probably reached a level that the Qianling people cannot even touch. So what if you have the ultimate physique? In the face of a 7th rank or even a 6th rank official, they are nothing but toys. Hao Fan laughed out loud, his laughter quite sarcastic. I know what you're thinking. Even if it takes 50 years to cultivate a body weighing 100,000 gene, it's still worth it. Back then, more than 100 Qianling practitioners at Tianyuan Academy thought the same thing as you, and what happened? The claim that breaking the physical limit of 100,000 gene is a hoax. I have a senior who spent 30 years breaking through to the 80,000 gene body refinement limit. Do you know what the result was? Mu'er did not speak. As a result, he died of old age while breaking through to the 2nd rank. Mu'er was horrified. To die of old age? Hao Fan said, That's right. If you want to break through and cultivate a body of 100,000 gene, you must keep your qi and blood below 1,000 points. Do you know what this means? Mu'er frowned, pondered for a moment, and then answered. Excessive physical strength, but insufficient vitality within the body. Hao Fan snapped his fingers. This is the secret of the Qianling. It suppresses the body's vitality to maintain the strength of an ordinary person in order to allow the body to grow. Although the body has grown, it is all hidden in the flesh and blood and has not changed the essence of life. So when the age of 50 or 60, the qi and blood of the Qianling people are like a balloon with a hole in it, leaking air everywhere. You want to break through to a higher level, but you simply can't. That sounds terrifying. Mu'er felt a chill run down his spine for no apparent reason. Hao Fan was deeply saddened and whispered. That's fine. If there is a stable environment, and with the help of various high-grade spiritual medicines and holy medicines, even the Qianling people still have a chance to survive. The greatest terror truly comes from beyond the heavens. He pointed to the sky above his head. An extraterrestrial race? Mu'er narrowed his eyes. Yes, those people will target and kill those Qianling cultivators. No matter how powerful our clan is, we can't possibly assign a protector to every Qianling cultivator, can we? So, the teacher's injury. Mu'er knew that Hao Fan was injured. The head of the grade had mentioned it casually, saying that teacher Hao was injured and that everyone should behave themselves. The students just thought it was nonsense. Hao Fan sighed. There's nothing we can do. Tianyuan Academy provides the most resources of all universities, but it's still not enough for Qianlings. If I want to quickly refine my body, I can only go out and seek opportunities. I found an opportunity in this gap. Moji was even more puzzled. The potential of the Qianling people is limitless. Teacher, among so many Qianling people in the same year, is it possible that not a single one has succeeded, even if they have exhausted the strength of their entire clan? How could you have such an idea? Hao Fan frowned. This matter concerns the lives of billions of people. What if we put all our efforts into one person and fail? Mu'er seemed to be deep in thought. The fate of humanity cannot be placed in one basket. Cultivating at Tianyuan Academy is already the greatest protection for the Qianling people. Protectors are useless. If a powerful Qianling appears, the alien race will definitely send out stronger beings than protectors to intercept and kill them. Even if the great sage Gadian personally protects him, a dozen or so powerful individuals of similar rank could still easily kill Qianlings. This is not a spirit, but a dead one. Mu'er sighed, so the Qianling people shouldn't live after all. Hao Fan said helplessly. The world is in a difficult state. Never before has our human race been so prosperous. There are quite a few talented individuals among them, so naturally we will be targeted by all other races. Therefore, I suggest that you break through 20,000 or 30,000 in physical strength and enter the ranks of cultivators. That would be the proper time to embark on the path of cultivation. Mu'er remained silent for a moment. Is it really that difficult? He doesn't believe it. Chapter 24, To plot a murder, one must remove the hidden mole. Seeing Mu'er's expression, Hao Fan knew. Well, that was all for nothing. This is the Qianling, a curse planted on every Qianling. Knowing they were exceptionally gifted, how could they not give it a try? It's easy to get obsessed with just trying things out. In the end, it was all for nothing. Mu'er, I know what you're thinking. Hao Fan felt that it was really not easy for fellow Qianling people, and Mu'er was even more talented. He couldn't focus on the 100,000 gene ultimate body that was bound to fail. I just hope that you can come and see me after you graduate from university. What are you doing? Mu'er asked, puzzled. You'll know when you come to me then. The matter is shrouded in mystery, and I will not elaborate further. Okay, Mu'er agreed. Any other questions? Hao Fan asked. Teacher, did any unusual phenomena occur when you broke through the 10,000 gene body tempering limit? Mu'er realized a key point. If this problem isn't addressed, it will become a major headache sooner or later. You have unusual phenomena? Hao Fan asked, somewhat surprised. Promise. Mu'er pricked his fingertip, and fresh blood flowed out, filling the air with the fragrance of peony. A strange fragrance of flesh and blood? Hao Fan leaned closer and smelled it. It stimulates the flow of qi and blood within the body, making it a powerful medicine. Mu'er quickly withdrew his finger. Teacher, please don't swallow your saliva. Hao Fan gave an awkward smile and said, it's a physiological reaction. Fortunately, Mu'er's body is now strong and he can control his muscles, so the wound can be cut off immediately. A strange fragrance of flesh and blood. Could you be a descendant of the Ming Emperor? Emperor Ming? Yes, it is said that in the early days of the spiritual energy revival, gods descended to earth and bestowed upon humans cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. Humans began to travel beyond the realms and, after a period of darkness, began to prosper under the leadership of the martial spirit king. Hao Fan knew more than Mu'er, and at this moment he was like an artist unfolding a series of paintings. Some people are lucky enough to receive the blood of the gods and become a seed of the gods. These descendants of the gods multiply and their bloodline gradually weakens. Humanity is now one of the 10 major races in the universe, with various spiritual entities emerging one after another, while divine bloodlines are secondary. Few people have paid attention to these things in recent years. Mu'er reminded him, Teacher, aren't you going off topic? Cough cough. The reason I thought of the Ming Emperor's bloodline from the very beginning is because it is quite special. Many gods' flesh and blood have a unique fragrance, but this fragrance does not make people feel hungry. The Minghuang Society is like your blood, making people's mouths water and wanting to swallow it. Mu'er took a step back. Hao Fan laughed. You're probably not qualified yet. As your physical breakthrough becomes more powerful, the mutation of your flesh and blood will become even more severe. You'll have to be careful then. Will someone hunt it? Mu'er licked his lips. That's right, I told you you are a great medicine, a great tonic. Once you achieve success in physical cultivation, someone will inevitably try to kill you. Hao Fan wasn't too surprised. When the physical body breaks through its limits, it awakens the genes deep within the bones, and it is not uncommon for divine bloodlines to appear. In short, a genius is one who grows up to be a genius. A genius who dies halfway through, no matter how talented they are, is just a corpse. There's just one thing you need to be aware of: the bloodline of the Ming Emperor has a weakness. That's what the teacher said. That is because he has many children and is blessed, and women who see his flesh will uncontrollably want to take them. That's also a drawback. If everyone has children, isn't that a blessing for humankind? Hao Fan smacked his lips and shook his head, saying, It's just a pity that the bloodline of the Ming Emperor is monstrous. The eldest and second sons, affected by the bloodline, will definitely not be human. Is that so? Mu'er's mouth gaped slightly. The Yaksha clan has the bloodline of the Ming Emperor's descendant. What a mess. Mu'er declined to comment. You still need to be careful. It's best to find a woman who is full of virginity or has a yin body. For some reason, Hao Fan brought up this topic. Mu'er quickly stopped and said with a wry smile, Teacher, I have one last question. You say. I encountered Zhang Chu and his companion in Gaochen Cave this time. They were both paid to kill me, and the same goes for Fangshan. Why am I so ruthless? Mu'er racked his brains trying to figure out who he had offended, and they actually hired someone to kill him, each time with a more ruthless intent. This time it's a second-grade origin warrior. Will it be a third rank next time? We must bring out the enemy lurking in the shadows as soon as possible. How about this? I'll come up with a plan for you. Mu'er was overjoyed and exclaimed in surprise. Thank you for your help, Teacher Hao. It's nothing. Hao Fan waved his hand. Any more questions? If not, we're going home. Mu Erdeo said, All right. Everyone went home and found their mothers. Back home. Mu'er found Mu Yuchen and handed him a box. What the heck? After taking the jade bone marrow generating pill, Mu Yucheng made great progress and has recently become the center of attention at school. He's riding high right now. Dream fruit. Mu'er casually said, Here, have some. The dream fruit, isn't that for first-grade martial artists to break through to the next level? Mu Yucheng dared not reach out, feeling that the heat emanating from the box was rather scalding. The most important thing about the dream fruit is that it increases spiritual power, and a first-grade martial artist must devour spiritual substances to break through to the second grade. To tame spiritual matter, one must address both the physical and mental aspects simultaneously. Therefore, a first-grade Qi martial artist trains in two things: mental strength and blood and Qi. The dream fruit is incredibly precious as a breakthrough material for first-grade martial artists. It's worth at least 400,000 or 500,000. Just eat it. The sooner you eat it, the better. Mu'er stuffed it into Mu Yuchen's hand and then went straight into the room. Mu Yuchen stood there, stunned, deeply moved. Brother, I won't let you down. Back in his room, Mu Yucheng took out the dream fruit and swallowed it all at once. Instantly, a heavy feeling of being enveloped washed over me. Mu Yucheng seemed to see stars, a flowing Milky Way, dazzling and magnificent. Strands of transparent silk floated past my eyes. He tried to grab it, but he couldn't make a move. This is introspection. Only when mental energy breaks through the Naiwan Palace can a martial artist manipulate mental energy to roam freely. After a long while, Mu Yuchen opened his eyes, a hint of purple flashing in them. My Naiwan Palace is full. I've never felt this sense of fullness and satisfaction before. Mu Yucheng pondered for a moment, then his head lolled to the side and he drifted off to sleep. If your mental strength grows too fast, sleep is the best way to integrate it with your physical body. Mu Yucheng was very happy. Mu'er became even more excited. Mu Yuchen is currently using resources, his mental strength has increased by 0.3 slivers, and the host has received a 198-fold increase. It exploded. It's absolutely explosive. This no longer refers to the increases provided by the system. But Mu'er's head was really about to explode. His mental strength increased from almost 0 to 59.4s. This terrifying increase almost pierced his head. Chapter 25 Abundant Benefits, Youth Exchange Conference. Muji saw the scene in his mind. At first, they were just thin threads, drifting everywhere like rootless duckweed. This space is like a glass room. The duckweed will hit the glass, but it will bounce back quickly. And so it goes. Suddenly, this rootless duckweed proliferates like cancer cells. The sight of something filling the glass room with terror in the blink of an eye was terrifying. Bang! The glass room shattered instantly. The transparent threads darted about in a larger space like headless flies. What Mu'er didn't know was that the glass room was actually the Naiwan Palace. He has completed the first step, enough to see inwards. The larger space is the sea of consciousness. Mu'er's mental strength grew too quickly, and he never learned how to control the mental threads. As a result, these spiritual energies were all unclaimed and began to attack the sea of consciousness indiscriminately, trying to escape the place of imprisonment. It could be said that he is now in danger of falling into an abyss. Once the sea of consciousness is breached, at best, Mu'er will become an idiot. At worst, his consciousness will shatter, resulting in complete brain death. What to do? Mu'er wasn't stupid. He knew that if he didn't put those mental threads under control now, he would definitely suffer the consequences. We must control them. Mu'er's face was contorted, and his forehead was covered in sweat. How do we control it? How do I control my chi and blood? Yes, it's because they practiced the body refinement technique for all people. By following the meridians, they can control their chi and blood. The same principle applies to mental strength. But I don't have any cultivation techniques related to mental power. Muji fell into despair. The mental energy threads relentlessly attacked the stone wall, causing unimaginable pain. It felt like a knife was scraping my heart, or an awl was drilling into my bones. He. Mu'er's voice sounded like that of a dying man. First, force them to a single point. I want to do it on the way. He tried his best to control his own thread to entangle the other threads. One is far too weak compared to 50 or so. Give me some. Mu'er's eyes were red. He manipulated his own thread to frantically devour the other threads. The original thread grew wildly, gradually transforming into a small snake. The pain has been greatly reduced. Mu'er knew that he had come back to life. Looking at the small snake in his mind, he felt somewhat confused again. How can my spiritual energy leave my body? Mu'er was on the verge of tears. His mental energy broke out of his Naiwan Palace, and its greatest effect, besides being able to enter the interior, was that his mental energy could leave his body and monitor himself from all angles. But now, he summoned the little snake, and his field of vision was limited to just a tiny bit. Unlike ordinary martial artists, they cannot project their spiritual threads in a 360-degree arc. Grass mud horse. Mu'er was about to vomit blood. Let's ask teacher how tomorrow. Without further thought, he took out his storage ring, full of anticipation. He probed inside with his mental energy. The space is roughly 4 cubic meters. It's big enough. Using a muji now would be considered a luxury. Why are there clothes in there? Even underwear. This must be a medicinal pill. Fragrance condensing pill, isn't it used for perfume making? Could this be a woman's storage ring? 2 bottles of herbal pills, healing elixirs, wow, that's really luxurious. There are so many pills, we've made a huge profit. Although there were many pills, they were all basic ones, but even that was terrifying enough. These things should belong to the Zheng family. This one belongs to Fangshan. Mu'er focused his mental energy on an ancient book stained with blood. The method of swallowing moon pine tranquilizing mud pills. The masked man said that Fangshan's mental strength is extraordinary, which probably comes from this technique. Mu'er took it into his hands and carefully observed and learned from it. Not simple. This is a technique for cultivating mental strength. It details how to manipulate and utilize mental energy. Controlling objects is the simplest method. The most terrifying thing is that the moon-swallowing pine nut pill technique teaches how to use mental power for attacks. This is quite serious. Why didn't Fangshan use his mental power to attack me back then? Mu'er stroked his chin. It's probably because his mental strength isn't enough. If his mental strength were sufficient, I definitely wouldn't be able to beat Fangshan. Mental attacks are impossible to defend against, and Mu'er has no means to deal with them. For a moment, he felt a little worried. It would have been better if we hadn't known before, but now that we know mental energy can be used to attack others, there's no way to counter it in this secret technique. It's infuriating. I feel so insecure. Muir shook his head, thinking to himself, don't be greedy. So many people don't even have a spiritual cultivation method. A sleepless night, battling fiercely with the swallowing the moonpine and tranquilizing mud pill method. The next day. We're going to be late. Mu Yuchen grabbed his school bag and ran outside. His mental strength surged so much that he overslept. Fang Xiufen cursed. You brat, you haven't even eaten yet. I bought some food outside. Mu Yucheng's voice echoed in the hallway, his footsteps making a thump-thump-thump sound on the stairs. Fang Xiufen grumbled. Kids these days are getting more and more unruly. Back in our day, no matter how anxious we were, they would always stay on the table. We're going to be late. Muir slammed the door open and ran out with his school bag in his hand. He had the same symptoms as Mu Yucheng. His mental strength increased so much that he fell asleep without realizing it while looking at the moon-swallowing pine nucleus pill method yesterday. Boss, eat breakfast first, it'll be good to take it with you. Fang Xiufen dared not scold Muir. Students preparing for the college entrance examination are all their parents' precious treasures, cherished and protected. I bought some food outside. Muir's voice echoed in the hallway, his footsteps making a thump-thump-thump sound on the stairs. Fang Xiufen grumbled. Kids these days are getting more and more unruly. Back in our day, no matter how anxious we were, they would always stay on the table. Huh, why did I say it again? Muir returned to the classroom with a backpack full of food. While eating, I listened to my classmates gossip. Oh, you took your medicine? As soon as Zhuokan arrived, Muir noticed that something was wrong with him. Zhuokan's bones shone brightly, his skin was as thin as a cicada's wing, his blood and qi circulated freely, and his whole body even emitted white mist. The students all gathered around. I took some medicine, but I didn't expect my physical strength to increase so quickly. Zhuokan felt a little embarrassed. He was now like a steam engine, and with the whoosh sound, he was just like a locomotive. How many kilograms of physical strength do you have now? Muir realized that he hadn't been paying much attention to his close friend. How can I compare to you? Zhuokan's tone was sour. Just as Muir was about to ask another question, Hao Fan arrived. The two exchanged a glance. Hao Fan said, there's a competition going around called the Youth Exchange Conference, where martial arts practitioners can make friends and the college entrance exam is simulated in a cave. Whoever gets the most points wins. Those of you who want to participate can participate, but be careful not to injure yourselves. It would be a loss if you couldn't heal properly before the college entrance exam. But Makiji, you have to participate. Chapter 26 The Adventure Plan. Upon hearing Hao Fan's words, all the students looked towards Muir. There weren't many surprises. Ranked fourth in the city's mock exams, while not exactly shocking the nation, it certainly caused quite a stir in the class. Teacher, I can participate. Muir knew that this was Hao Fan's plan, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. He was deeply worried that the mastermind behind the hired killer was a thorn in his side and that he had to get rid of him. He's alright, but he has a family behind him, and if he doesn't handle things properly, it could easily cause problems. Most importantly, this is a youth exchange conference, and there might be some genius teenagers there. If Muir could be bound to one or two rich kids, he could rise to prominence quickly and refine his ultimate physical body faster. Hao Fan said a few more words and then started the class. Now, in the final stage of senior year, most of the classes focus on academic subjects, while martial arts are something students have to learn on their own. As the old saying goes, the master leads you through the door, but the cultivation of your mind depends on the individual. This world is the same. Martial arts students' academic subjects only account for 30% of their college entrance examination score, but that is still quite considerable. Ring ring, it's time for get out of class to end. Hao Fan didn't delay, called Muir over, and walked out of the classroom. In the teacher's office. Teacher, could you tell us about the plan? As soon as Muir entered the room, he asked a question. Hao Fan took a big gulp of tea and said, there are only two possibilities for hiring someone to kill you, either your enemy or your family's enemy. You said before that this person is targeting you, so it's clear that he must be your enemy. Now, as long as you show a weakness, those who want you dead will surely appear. The exchange meeting in the cave is your biggest weakness. Muir found himself a chair and sat down, lost in thought. Hao Fan's eyelids twitched slightly. This kid is really not being polite. Was the exchange meeting something that already existed? That's a good excuse. I've never seen you mention this before. There wasn't anyone as talented as you in our class before. That's true. Mu'er stroked his chin and asked with a slight smile. The teacher wouldn't let me go alone, would he? Of course, hiring someone to commit murder is a heinous crime. As a genius at the school, I won't stand idly by. I'll go with you and find a chance to meet up. Hao Fan's words warmed Mu'er's heart. The human race is not declining. In fact, it can be said to be powerful. However, as one of the strongest races in the universe, the human race has incredible potential, and all races are watching them closely, putting them under immense pressure. Protecting more geniuses so they can grow up smoothly is the responsibility and mission of every adult. Of course, as Jia Kaifeng said, every race has its scum and bad apples. It's impossible to completely eliminate them. Teacher, please give me a detailed introduction to this cave, so I can familiarize myself with it. While moved, Mu'er did not forget his business. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The word here refers not only to the enemy, but also to the terrain and environment. This is a 2-star grotto heaven, called the Evil Frost Grotto Heaven. 2 stars? Mu'er's pupils contracted. A 2-star cave heaven means that the highest combat power inside has reached the 3rd rank. Won't there be problems if you stuff geniuses into such a secluded place? Don't worry, there will be protection once you're allowed in. The organizer is the Ji family, who are very wealthy and powerful. All the family retainers they've sent are at the spirit warrior level, and there's even a rank 4 martial artist in charge. You'll be safe. Hao Fan knew what his students were thinking, so he explained the rest of the background information about the youth exchange conference. The Ji family? Mu'er frowned. What's wrong? It sounds familiar. Mu'er thought to himself, it seemed like he had heard it somewhere before. Oh, Ji Qingtian studies at our school. He's so young, yet he's already broken through the physical limits of 1,000 jin. He's the prodigy of the Ji family. You've probably heard of him, haven't you? Hao Fan's words instantly ignited Mu'er's memories. Yes, that's him. Last time, Ji Qingtian sent Empress Phone to cause him trouble, but nothing has happened since then. Mu'er had long forgotten about this matter. What, do you have a grudge against him? Hao Fan frowned. What was Mu'er's background that made him an enemy of the Ji family? Hey, it's nothing. Mu'er scratched his head and laid out the matter. Oh, I know Ji Qingtian. He's not a stingy young man, and he comes from a prominent family. He received a strict upbringing and rarely acts like a spoiled brat. Don't take it to heart. Hao Fan smiled slightly. This is just classmates arguing over girls, what's there to say? Mu'er agreed. The two discussed the details of the plan, and then he left. I wandered aimlessly around the playground. Mu'er was still pondering who the mastermind behind everything was. Hiring someone to commit murder who harbors such deep hatred for him? Is this insane? As he walked, Mu'er was completely unaware of the 3 people approaching him. Mu'er caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze, like gardenias, which smelled wonderful. He turned around and bumped into Gu Qingla. Ha, I caught you, you lecher. You pretended to be nonchalant when you passed by my sister and me, just waiting to peek at us as you walked by. Gu Qingla clenched her fists and waved them up and down, extremely excited. Mu'er was speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Big sister, I was thinking about something when I suddenly smelled the fragrance of gardenias. I wondered where it was coming from, and when I turned around, I saw you. I also want to say that you were thinking of spying on me after you walked past me. You lecherous scoundrel, you actually turned the tables on me. Gu Qingla's face flushed with a blush of feigned anger. Boring. Mu'er shook his head and left. Having lived 2 lives, he had little interest in beautiful women. My heart is as hard as iron, and I will go my own way, solely for the sake of the Great Way. Mu'er thought he looked very handsome at that moment. Maki Koan, wait a minute. The sudden shout shattered the surrounding filter. Mu'er turned around. It turned out that a man dressed in white was standing next to the Gu Qingla sisters. He was very tall and handsome. Who are you? My name is Ji Qingtian. He bowed slightly, displaying great refinement. So you're Ji Qingtian? Mu'er narrowed his eyes, a cold glint hidden within them. Right. Ji Qingtian smiled, and said with a hint of apology. Mu'er, did Empress Feng come to see you? Yes, did he not tell you? Mu'er raised his eyebrows and asked with great interest. He wanted to see what this rich kid was up to. He told me. Ji Qingtian's smile became even more awkward. I called you over to apologize. Empress Feng is honest and straightforward. I'm truly sorry for disturbing you. Oh? Is this an apology? Mu'er waved his hand and said. No need for an apology, just don't misunderstand. After saying that, he tried to leave again. I was surprised to be stopped again. Chapter 27. The young master of the evil frost cave is here. Is there anything else? Mu'er turned around. Ji Qingtian seemed to have a normal sexual orientation, so why was he a bit sticky-toothed? Ji Qingtian pursed his lips, as if he had made up his mind, and said. Mu'er, I know you are very capable. You ranked 4th in the city in the mock exam. I would like to invite you to participate in the youth exchange conference hosted by my family. Oh? Mu'er found it somewhat amusing. Wasn't this a perfect match? The rewards for participating in this competition are very generous. The first place winner will receive a 9-turn essence enhancement pill, the second place winner will receive a mid-grade yellow level spiritual weapon, and the third place winner. The original intention of the exchange conference was to allow senior high school students in the city to exchange ideas. Of course, I'm not lying to Mu'er, this is also a conference for my family to recruit geniuses. Ji Qingtian's sincerity was quite touching. I know about your family background, Mu'er. You will definitely benefit greatly from attending this conference. Mu'er pretended to be deep in thought, and finally nodded. I've been invited by classmate Ji, and it would seem presumptuous of me not to go. I will definitely go. Good. Ji Qingtian clapped his hands, overjoyed. After saying a few more words, Mu'er left. As Ji Qingtian watched Mu'er's retreating figure, the smile on his face gradually faded. The shadows of the trees enveloped his face, making him appear so sinister and cold. Brother Ji, are you really going to invite this lecherous scoundrel? Gu Qingla pouted, somewhat displeased. The Gu and Ji families are old friends. Ji Qingtian, as the twin sister's childhood sweetheart, knows that they have a grudge against Mu'er, yet he still invites others. Isn't this just making things difficult for them? Lele, you must know that having more friends means having more paths to take. You should make as many friends as possible and as few enemies as possible, so that your future martial arts path will be bright. Ji Qingtian smiled brightly and reached out as if to pat Gu Qingla's head, but then, for some reason, he put his hand down. Humph, I know. Gu Qingla kicked at the leaves as she walked forward. 3 days later. Evil Frost Cave. Mu'er arrived as promised. The scale of the 2-star cave heaven is much larger than that of the 1-star cave heaven. If Gaochen Cave were just a service station by the highway, it would be the busiest street in a small county town. The area around Xiexuan Cave is lined with various storefronts, all of which are shops, and martial artists frequently come and go from there. It's so lively. Muji went alone, without even telling his family. He just made up an excuse to say he wanted to learn from Hao Fan. Hao Fan naturally provided cover for Mu'er. Next to the entrance hall of Xiexuan Cave Heaven, there is a counter with a red cloth and white lettering that reads Jiangling City Youth Exchange Conference Registration Area. Mu'er went to deliver the invitation. This is just a pretentious act by the Ji family. Actually, it was high school seniors who signed up, but each applicant received an invitation letter, as if the Ji family was eager to recruit talented people and sent them there. This action alone made many gifted young people feel a strong affinity for the Ji family. That's why the Ji family is considered one of the top families in Jiangling City. Mu, please go inside and line up. The receptionist was a woman with a professional smile. Thanks. Mu'er entered the hall. This place is more than twice the size of the main hall in Gaochen Cave. It's noisy inside now, filled with martial artists, including some origin martial artists and even a few spirit martial artists. The Evil Frost Cave is rich in resources. Not to mention other spiritual materials and ores. Take the Frosty Netherworld Dew, for example. It's unique to the Evil Frost Cave. A single offering, worth 1 million, is a spiritual essence consumed by those aspiring to become water-based martial artists. Such temptation is irresistible to martial artists without a powerful background. Now the area is divided into 2 parts, one side is where martial artists line up, and the other side is where the Youth Exchange Conference lines up. Upon entering, Mu'er received a system notification. Zhang Moyuan is about to consume resources to increase his punching power by 48 gene. Do you wish to bind him? Zhao Chengfeng is about to consume resources to increase his punching power by 56 gene. Do you wish to bind him? It truly is a gathering of geniuses. In that instant, Mu'er saw notifications from no fewer than 10 people. The system only has 3 slots available right now, otherwise I would have bound them all. Mu'er naturally wanted to choose a binder who could best utilize the resources. Maki Koan, you've arrived? Ji Chengtian, who was originally the center of attention, actually stepped out from the crowd and greeted Mu'er in an extremely high-profile manner. This is Mu'er? Fourth in the whole city? Why would the fourth one come to this exchange meeting? What resources are they trying to take from us? We're just unlucky because we're from a poor family. Hey, judging from this, he's been poor for a long time. He even wants to compete with us for this little bit of scraps. This greeting was extraordinary. The bright light emanating from Ji Chengtian instantly transferred to Mu'er. Mu'er's lips twitched. He had a feeling that Ji Chengtian was doing it on purpose. Those who participate in such exchange meetings must come from average backgrounds and have only average abilities. It's obvious when you think about it. If someone is truly powerful, they would have already made contact with other forces and have ample resources and money, so they certainly wouldn't get involved in these matters. Those with privileged backgrounds have more resources than they can use, so why waste several days of their time? Now, Mu'er has instantly become the target of everyone's criticism. Nobody thought they could beat the 4th-ranked team in the city. The first place was already decided. Everyone, I invited Mu'er to attend this meeting. If you have any complaints, please feel free to contact me at any time. Ji Chengtian, however, was bold and decisive, drawing the enemy's firepower all by himself. No one else dared to say anything. They offered some flattering words and then dispersed. Thank you. Mu'er's goodwill towards Ji Chengtian grew even stronger. He had initially thought Ji Chengtian was a spoiled brat, but he hadn't expected him to be so upright and honest. Don't thank me. If you're interested, I can have my dad offer you a high-priced contract, Ji Chengtian said in a friendly manner. However, Muji felt something was off. Ji Chengtian was clearly smiling, so why was there a hint of coldness in his eyes? Now his mental power has surged, breaking through the Naiwan Palace, and a strange, faint feeling comes from the small snake of mental power. Perhaps it's because of the current plan. Mu'er declined, saying, Let's talk about it later, let's talk about it later. Ji Chengtian smiled and joined Mu'er in queuing to begin. I waited for a while. A middle-aged man stood in front of the line. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend the Youth Exchange Conference hosted by the G Group. Our group's mission is to encourage students to interact and contribute to the community. Mu'er nodded to himself as he listened. The G family is really good. Although they had their own selfish motives, they did a great job overall. This one exchange could change the life of a senior high school student. Alright, enough of the chit-chat, let's enter the cave, students. The gates were opened wide. Mu'er followed the flow of people, a cold light gathering in his eyes. I'm here, I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 28 Strange Cave Heaven, Randomly Killing. Entering the grotto. The second phase of the project landed safely. This time he was in excellent condition and did not have the same stress reaction as the first time. You adapted so quickly. However, some students still felt dizzy and vomited repeatedly. One martial artist said, As your strength increases, the discomfort you feel when entering the cave will lessen. Mu'er suddenly realized that perhaps it was because his strength had increased that he hadn't experienced any negative reactions. The Evil Frost Cave truly lives up to its name. The sky was covered with dark clouds, the thick clouds hanging low like lead, and the whole space was filled with a sense of oppression. The air seemed to be frozen with cold, and every breath felt icy and bone-chilling. The trees here have become strangely eerie, their branches covered with thick ice crystals, and every leaf wrapped in frost and snow, shimmering with a cold, eerie light. These trees are no longer vibrant green, but have taken on a deathly silvery white appearance, as if nature has given up its right to grow on this land. A gentle breeze blew by, but instead of rustling the leaves, it brought the crisp sound of ice crystals colliding with each other, a sound that seemed particularly jarring in the silent environment. The distant mountains stand majestically, but under this gloomy sky, they no longer appear magnificent, but rather resemble enormous, eerie shadows. The outlines of the mountains were faintly visible in the mist, and occasionally a few low roars of beasts could be heard from the valley. It didn't snow either? Mu'er looked at the sky, quite curious. This eerie environment is strikingly similar to the plains of Siberia. Hey, you just haven't done your homework enough. Someone posted it here. When Muir saw the man holding a map, he knew things were going to get bad. The frost cavern is shrouded in darkness, its chilling aura rising from the earth, which is how the frost netherworld dew was born. Within the frost cavern, people often lose their way. The map merchant was short and thin, with a small mustache and squinty eyes, looking just like a cunning merchant on TV, with a rat-like face. Alright, just tell me how much the map costs. 350 spirit coins. Muir was so angry he laughed, and turned to leave. You think this is my first time here? The map of Gauchin Cave Heaven only costs 170 spirit coins. Hey, here's 200 for you. The map merchant quickly grabbed Muir. There are only a few opportunities to enter the cave to sell maps, and the people who come and go are all experienced martial artists. Only these forgetful high school students are easy to swindle money from. This is an opportunity that should not be missed. 175. 180. Deal. Muir took out some coins and stuffed them into the map merchant's hand, taking his map in his own. Before taking it away, he added one more thing. Actually, the map in Gauchin Cave Heaven sells for 250 spirit coins. The map merchant's lips twitched, and he muttered. I was wondering why there would be competitors driving down prices. Moji walked to the meeting place of the exchange conference and looked at the map. Mirror Moon Lake, Ice Blood Cave, Hanging Moon Forest, the geographical environment is quite similar to Gauchin Cave. He memorized Mirror Moon Lake, and then he heard someone shout. This exchange will last for 5 days. You can work in small groups or individually. Afterwards, come here to pick up a signal flare. Spirit warriors will arrive directly upon seeing the signal. As long as you don't deliberately provoke powerful alien beasts, your safety is absolutely guaranteed. He mentioned some of the usual precautions, but they went in one ear and out the other. Everyone, feel free to do as you please. The students scattered in all directions. Ji Chengtian blocked Muir's path and laughed. Mu, can I team up with you? Sure, but I was planning to do it myself a few days ago. Muir responded enthusiastically, otherwise, let's work together for the next 2 days and have a good chat. Okay. Ji Chengtian's eyes flickered, and he stepped aside. Wait until Muir walks far away. Ji Chengtian turned to the side and whispered. Follow him. Yes. A man about 100 meters away from him walked straight away. He could hear Ji Chengtian's words from this distance, so he must be at least a source martial artist. As Muir stepped onto the snow, he indeed felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet. This hidden paradise is quite interesting. The chill is coming from the ground. Is there a cold vein underground? Before I knew it, I had walked 4 kilometers. Finally, there weren't many martial artists around. However, no strange beasts were seen. Perhaps because this area is a gathering place for martial artists, not many exotic beasts would stay here. After walking another 4 or 5 kilometers, the true face of the evil frost cave was finally revealed. A vast expanse of white, indistinguishable in all directions. The magnetic field in the cave is chaotic, so a compass is useless. Muir looked back and saw that there was indeed a flag several hundred meters long above the gathering place of martial artists. The flag was bright red, emitting a faint red glow, guiding the way under the gloomy sky. That was the only sign, the path home for the martial artists. It is said that the people who were teleported to some grotto heavens were scattered and did not have a complete gathering place. What would such grotto heavens look like? Muir finds the thought terrifying. If we are teleported directly to a 4th-tier beast, wouldn't we have no chance to escape? That kind of cave must be on the level of utter despair. The environment of the evil frost cave remains unchanged, somewhat like the environment in Siberia at 3 or 4 in the morning. The surroundings were completely dark, and the atmosphere was gloomy and dim. Depression is more likely to occur in such an environment. Hiss. Suddenly, a series of sounds pierced the air. Muir's lips curled up, and his fist was already outstretched. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. His spiritual energy has broken out of the Naiman Palace, and he can now release the small snake of spiritual energy out of his body. He could see everything clearly within a radius of 1 or 2 zhang, approximately 3.3 meters. Muir had already discovered a small icy snake crawling on the ground. The little snake's body was covered in cold white scales, and its pair of inverted triangular eyes were also white. If it weren't for the psychic snake, he would have really been tricked by the icy snake. Laugh. Muir grabbed the small snake and tore it in half, blood splattering on the ground, making a sound like hot oil hitting water. The blood was actually warm. Mu'er was quite surprised and threw away the frost snake, whose body was still twitching. That's not right. If the environment in the evil frost cave remains unchanged, the strange beasts should change accordingly. Why is their blood still hot? He couldn't figure it out, so he could only keep moving forward. Before long, we arrived at Mirror Moon Lake. Hao Fan was indeed waiting for him there. Only. Teacher Hao, who did you kill? Mu Erjing did not approach immediately. Hao Fan was clearly carrying a person whose neck was still bleeding. He didn't care at all and casually said, I was watching you closely, and when I saw this man following you, I killed him. Mu'er's pupils suddenly contracted, and he said with a wry smile, You're being too casual. Chapter 29 Mu'er's Speculation? A very yielding journey. Martial artists must strike with precision and ruthlessness, without the slightest hesitation. This is only the lower 3 stages of combat. When it reaches the middle 3 stages, if one is even slightly distracted or reveals a weakness during the battle, one's head will easily roll. Hao Fan casually tossed the body onto the ground. Mu'er squatted down, looked at it, and recalled it in his mind. I don't remember. He shook his head slightly, feeling a little regretful. At that moment, he wished he had the photographic memory of the male protagonist in a detective novel, so he might be able to find out the identity of this unlucky guy. Fine. Hao Fan, not expecting any value from a mere plaster, said. You didn't see that I didn't spare his life. People like that are probably not doing things for money, but rather the confidants of the person behind the scenes, only doing the tracking. Others will do the dirty work, but one thing is certain, the person behind it all has entered the evil frost cave. It won't be a waste of our time. Hao Fan grew increasingly curious, wondering why he was so interested in Mu'er. The mastermind hiding in the shadows must be very familiar with Mu'er, and it is remarkable that they were able to figure out Mu'er's whereabouts within 3 days. Who do you think the murderer is now? Hao Fan looked at Mu'er, who was deep in thought, and asked. Feel free to speak up, and let's think about it together. Zhuo Can? The image of his best friend flashed into Mu'er's mind. Impossible, impossible. Hao Fan raised his eyebrows, but before he could speak, Mu'er rejected his suggestion. Who could it be? Now Mu'er dares not make any wild guesses. He knew very few people at school. Only Zhuo Can was someone I knew while I didn't have much interaction with the other students in the class. Before the mock exam, Muji was practically invisible in the class. Forget it, the enemy is in the dark, while you and I are in the light. Let's just wait for them to make their move. A multitude of words floated through Mu'er's mind. For a moment he was somewhat dazed, and the little snake of spiritual energy darted back and forth in his sea of consciousness. Ji Chengtian's face appeared and disappeared intermittently. No, no, no. Mu'er shook his head. Judging from Ji Chengtian's personality, he didn't seem like it. Besides, if he was the one behind it all, why would he apologize to him? Are you creating a persona? What's wrong? Hao Fan asked. It's nothing, it's just really annoying. Mu'er let out a long breath. The cold environment made him particularly calm, and the calmer he became, the more terrifying the person behind the scenes seemed. They know his every move, can extend their reach into the evil frost cavern, and are quite wealthy. Mu'er couldn't sleep or eat in peace until this nail was removed. Don't overthink it. If we're lucky, this matter will be resolved in the cave. Hao Fan patted Mu'er on the shoulder. I hope so. Mu'er walked alone on the snowfield. Hao Fan followed from a distance. This made Mu'er feel very safe. They had already planned that as soon as the person behind the scenes made a move, Hao Fan would capture the perpetrator alive. Generally, those who receive money have weaker willpower and are easier to interrogate. Knowing who hired the hitman gives us a direction, and the case is half closed. The key issue is that neither of them knows when the instigator will make their move, so Hao Fan can only follow Mu'er. Nothing much happened for the next 2 days. Mu'er had a very fruitful experience. The weaker Tier 1 beasts are no match for Mu'er at all. Hao Fan, watching from behind, was secretly alarmed. Even if Mu'er's body is tempered to the 10,000 gene, theoretically dealing with a first-tier alien beast wouldn't be so easy. First-tier beasts can use elemental energy. The mystery of Yuan power is still unknown even after 10,000 years of human history. Its profound meaning is beyond the comprehension of those who have not cultivated Yuan power. However, Mu'er bullied the first-tier alien beast as if it were a baby. In just the last 2 days, 13 strange beasts have fallen victim to Shepard's second hand. Muir's fists were incredibly fast, each punch producing a faint sound of wind and thunder. Despite not having practiced leg techniques, his speed was comparable to that of a first-grade martial artist. This is why he can reliably defeat a first-tier alien beast. If Hao Fan hadn't known that Muir was a remnant of the Ming Emperor's bloodline, he would have thought that this kid had refined his body with 10,000 gene of energy and cultivated a divine bloodline. Wow, this is really profitable. Muir killed another Tier 1 alien beast. Hao Fan watched, shaking his head and clicking his tongue in amazement. A Tier 1 beast is worth around 3,000 spirit coins, and Muir has earned more than 39,000 spirit coins in just the last 2 days. The other first-tier martial artists were green with envy. Who are the kind people who come to this cave to buy goods? Hao Fan carefully examined himself and was certain that even at his limit of 10,000 gene of body refinement, he could not possibly defeat Muir. Muir happily stuffed the strange beast into his spatial ring and continued forward. Making money isn't that hard. If Chi martial artists heard this, they would probably be furious. Putting aside the fact that Makiji is a freak. His mental strength is comparable to that of a first-level martial artist, his physical strength is no weaker than that of a Chi martial artist, and he even has residual power of thunder origin in his body. Take Hao Fan for example. Can a Chi warrior bring along a bodyguard comparable to a spirit warrior to help him hunt and support his family? You're dreaming. These resources can be exchanged for money to supplement household income. One don't really need them anyway. Muir thought to himself and continued walking forward. Soon after, a noisy commotion was heard. Muir paused, then walked straight ahead and peered through the bushes. They turned out to be students from the same batch. He still remembers these people. Zhang Moyuan, Zhao Chengfeng. This is a 6-person team, 2 of whom Muir knows. All that could be seen in the arena was 6 people surrounded a snow leopard. The snow leopard had a flower on its forehead, a ferocious face, and a hint of intelligence. It was clearly a high-ranking animal. Is it really that difficult to defeat a Tier 1 beast? Zhang Moyuan and Zhao Chengfeng were slightly stronger, but they used nets and swords to fight a snow leopard, which left Muir stunned. Do we really need to bring so much stuff to enter this grotto? Zhang Moyuan was tall, not particularly burly, but clearly a strong man. He suddenly shouted. Hold on a little longer, or this snow leopard will get out of control. Zhao Chengfeng laughed. I didn't expect this thing to be blocking our way. It's actually a good thing for us. Once we take care of it, we can have our proper meal. What was said unintentionally may have been taken to heart by the listener. Muir's heart stirred. Just as they expected, the first-level snow leopard did not last long before collapsing, blood and foam continuously flowing from its mouth, the heat melting the snow and frost on the ground into water. Brothers and sisters, let's divide the meat. Zhang Moyuan laughed and drew a small knife from his waist. 2 of the 6 were girls, their faces red from the cold, but they were all smiling. A first-tier beast is a treasure from head to toe. Even its internal organs are collected and are worth 3,000 spirit coins or more. Each of the 6 people can get more than 500 spirit coins. This is a huge sum of money. They probably only do this once a day. Muir was getting bored and was about to leave when his ears suddenly twitched, and he abruptly looked back. This is perfect timing. Could this be the snow leopard's wife? Chapter 30, we're all at the body refinement realm, how come you're so outstanding? Since breaking through the 10,000 gene body tempering limit, and with his spiritual power breaking out of the Naiwan Palace, Muji felt increasingly sensitive to his surroundings. This might be what the 5 senses are. The 6 people in the room did not have his amazing sense of smell. They were still happily dividing up the snow leopard meat. Here, this one is for you. Zhang Moyuan took the knife and tossed a piece of meat to a boy. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Here, this is yours. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Before long, half a cup of tea had passed. Zhao Chengfeng wrapped 1/6 of the meat in oiled paper and hid it under a tree. Everyone, put the meat here. Let's go get the opportunity first, and then bring the snow leopard meat back with us. Okay, everyone responded. Mu Urban wanted to leave, since it wasn't his business and he didn't want to get involved. He was genuinely curious about this opportunity. The 6 people were walking forward. Zhao Chengfeng suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Something's wrong. A strange beast is heading our way. The words fell. 3 beautiful figures arrived one after another. It wasn't a woman. Instead, there were 3 snow leopards, with slender bodies and powerful limbs, running gracefully across the snow. Mu'er found them pleasing to the eye, but for Zhang Moyuan and his group of 6, these 3 leopards were a death knell. Run! Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Chengfeng shot off in one direction. The other students didn't linger either, their faces showing signs of needing to urinate, and scattered and fled. In the frosty land, Zhang Moyuan and his group were the first to lose their geographical advantage. The 6 people formed a temporary team, but they lacked chemistry and lost their composure. Let's not even talk about the timing. The 6 people had absolutely no chance of escaping, as the 3 snow leopards surrounded them like sheep being herded. Mu'er saw through the situation and thought to himself, Zhang Moyuan and Zhao Chengfeng are still kind-hearted. If they use the other 4 as bait, they can escape. The thought popped into Mu'er's head, and he was taken aback. No matter what, he was a good young man of the 21st century in his previous life. How could he have such heartless and ungrateful thoughts? Mu'er didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and naturally laughed. Perhaps I was born to make a name for myself in this world. As he thought this, 3 snow leopards had already started fighting with the 6 people. One of the snow leopards was the most imposing, likely a first-tier beast, while the other 2 were slightly weaker, probably on the verge of reaching first tier. The remaining one is not worth worrying about. It was already difficult for 6 people to deal with a single tier 1 beast, let alone 2 at once, with a smaller beast harassing them from the side. I was instantly plunged into a slump. Zhang Moyuan and Zhao Chengfeng showed great responsibility, and immediately got injured themselves. Mu'er's eyes flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he thought to himself, I'd like to see what this opportunity is. After saying that, he picked up a stone from the ground, swung his right hand into a full moon shape, and threw it out. Zhang Moyuan was filled with despair. If it weren't for that opportunity, how could they have come to such a distant location? This is not a place they can touch. It was greed that got the better of them. The strongest snow leopard has already pounced on us. Zhang Moyuan blocked with his arm. The snow leopard landed, its claws slamming into the snow leopard as if a mountain had collapsed. Bang! He was sent flying backwards. The snow leopard, seizing the opportunity, leaped up, intending to bite Zhang Moyuan to death. Zhao Chengfeng was anxious. He roared and swatted away the pesky leopard that was bothering him, and was about to come to the rescue. Unfortunately, a weaker snow leopard charged in. Zhao Chengfeng had no choice but to turn around and defend himself. Save Zhang Moyuan first. It was too late to say that. The snow leopard's strongest teeth had reached Zhang Moyuan's neck, and he could even smell the stench emanating from its mouth. Call out. A loud whooshing sound came from behind the curtain. The stone that Mu'er threw with his 5,000-pound arm strength was comparable to a small cannonball. Meow. The most powerful leopard let out a miserable cry and flew backward, creating a gust of wind. Zhang Moyuan opened his eyes and watched the snow leopard roll on the snow, stirring up a cloud of snow mist. Muji slowly emerged from the snow. It seems you really need some help. Mu'er? Zhang Moyuan called out. Zhao Chengfeng beamed with joy and shouted. Mu, could you please help us? My appearance fee is very high, Mu'er said with a smile. Zhang Moyuan, who only wanted to save his life, said with a wry smile. If you want, all the snow leopards here are yours. We even killed one, and that is for you too. Mu'er shrugged and didn't agree, but he had already made his move. It was only with this one stone that everyone realized how big the gap was between them and Mu'er. Mu'er moved like lightning, and in a flash, he was already in front of a snow leopard. A casual punch. Bang! The weaker snow leopard was instantly sent flying backward, scalding blood gushing from its mouth, and crashed to the ground, its chest heaving. It was too late to get up. Zhao Chengfeng's Adam's apple bobbed. He was terrified. We're all at the body refinement realm, why are you so carefree? With a successful punch, Mu'er swayed again and was already in front of the youngest snow leopard. He delivered another punch, which was earth-shattering. The snow leopard was pierced through by his fist. I couldn't control my strength and thought it had cultivated demonic power. Mu'er slightly turned his head to avoid the splattered blood, feeling only a sense of bad luck. The first-tier beast was protected by demonic power, and Mu'er's full-force punch could not break through the giant beast's exterior. These days I've only been killing first-tier monsters, I've never fought with any low-level monsters. Mu'er didn't hold back his strength, leaving everyone else dumbfounded. Did you punch someone in the stomach and cause it to explode? Is this still the body refinement realm? I would believe you if you said he was a first-grade Chi martial artist. The two female classmates looked at Mu'er, their eyes already sparkling with pink stars. They were already in a dangerous situation when a hero appeared riding on auspicious clouds. The hero saves the damsel in distress plot is so appealing to girls. Mu'er didn't have time to worry about these things, he still had another one to deal with. Seeing the strongest man among the seven looking at him, the snow leopard suppressed his grief, bared his fangs, and pounced in fury. As expected of a first-tier beast, its claws were surrounded by a white, radiant demonic power. If that claw strike were to land, Mu'er would likely be finished. Good timing. Mu'er moved even faster, unleashing a flurry of punches. All the onlookers saw was Mu'er's fist shadow like a flower, which then suddenly contracted, gathering power into a single point, and then punching. Boom! The snow leopard went out everywhere, blood flowing from its mouth. The battle was thus concluded. Mu'er stood in the wind and snow, like a god of war. Mu'er is amazing, thank you so much. Zhang Moyuan walked up, smiling. Other classmates gathered around, showering them with compliments. Mu'er remained expressionless and said softly, I told you my appearance fee is very high. Yes, Zhang Moyuan replied, wondering why Mu'er had suddenly brought this up. Mu'er crossed his arms and laughed. Since that's the case, why not share the opportunity? I'd really like to know what kind of opportunity allowed you to travel more than 20 kilometers and put yourselves in such a dangerous situation. For a moment, the world seemed to be put on pause. All that could be heard was the sound of wind and snow. Chapter 31 Frosty Netherworld Dew, a heaven-sent opportunity. What, you don't want to? Mu'er frowned, his eyebrows resembling the antennae of a dragon, and as they flew up, he looked like a vicious dragon emerging from the sea. He was already covered in blood. An inexplicable aura was released. All six of them took a step back. There was a feeling deep in his heart that if they said no, Mu'er would not hesitate to take action. Gurgle. Zhang Moyuan swallowed hard and exchanged a glance with Zhao Chengfeng. Zhao Chengfeng gritted his teeth and nodded. Student Mu, I can't guarantee this opportunity. Zhang Moyuan was the first to speak, stacking armor. Just say it. Zhang Moyuan pondered for a moment, organized his thoughts, and said. The opportunity lies in the frost nether dew. Exclamation point. Mu'er remained expressionless, but his heart skipped a beat. Hidden in the shadows, Hao Fan's ears twitched, and he too gathered useful information from the wind and snow. It's actually frost nether dew? Interesting. Frosty netherworld dew, a single serving is worth millions. It is a spiritual substance that Chi martial artists who wish to cultivate the water vein Chi technique can consume. This thing is quite special. Frosty netherworld dew is a unique water-based spiritual substance. After ingestion, it imparts a frost-like effect to the breath, making its attacks extremely insidious. Seeing Mu'er's expression, Zhang Moyuan and the others knew that he must be shocked. They were equally shocked when they learned of this news. Are you the only ones who know this? Mu'er was not blinded by the spiritual energy. Frosty netherworld dew is the core asset of the evil frost cave heaven. If it were to appear, not all martial artists would know, but it certainly wouldn't just be a few body refinement realm kids who would know. Hao Fan was equally curious. Even Chi-type martial artists with spiritual essence have no chance to reach out, only origin martial artists have the opportunity to obtain it. How could a few body refinement realm cultivators know the inside story? It's me. Zhao Chengfeng spoke up from the side. Mu'er turned his eyes away. You? He looked him up and down, he didn't seem to have any connections. Zhao Chengfeng took a deep breath and whispered. I'm only telling you this. Okay. Mu'er's muscles bulged as he pressed close to Zhao Chengfeng. Zhao Chengfeng whispered in his ear. This is a test task given to me by the Ji family. They gave me an address to retrieve the frost nether dew. If I succeed, I can join the Ji family. Mu'er was speechless. Aren't you afraid of dying? Not to mention the dangers along the way, the fact that this matter was exposed and other origin warriors were watching was that Zhao Chengfeng was sent to deliver the goods with the other 5 people. Seeing Mu'er's sidelong glance, Zhao Chengfeng panicked and whispered. I'm not leading them to their deaths. Young Master Ji said that the only danger along the way is a first-tier exotic beast, and the location of frost nether dew is safe. You believe me? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Mu'er's mouth. I have no money, no connections, and no enmity with young Master Ji. Why shouldn't I believe you? Zhao Chengfeng retorted. That's true. In the past, scammers were rampant, but there were always some who wouldn't be scammed. It's not that they're righteous, it's just that they're really broke. Scammers won't get their money. Zhao Changfeng is in the same boat now. As a young genius who had broken through the 1,000-pound body tempering barrier at a young age, he was well aware of the difficulty of his cultivation, so it was understandable that he wanted to rely on the Ji family as a powerful force. As for being deceived or manipulated, how could that be? He was clean and honest. Why would a scion of such a powerful and prestigious family deceive him? As the two chatted, the others couldn't wait to join in. Who wouldn't want to hear a secret? In that case, you have no objection to me going with you, right? Mu'er looked at the other 5 people. Zhang Moyuan quickly said. You'll have to ask Zhao Chengfeng. He made it clear to us beforehand that if there's any extra frost nether due, he'll take a portion, and the rest we 5 will split equally. If there is only one copy, then he will compensate us in cash afterwards, and the IOU is here. As he spoke, he took the IOU out of his pocket. Oh my, 230,000 spirit coins, to be paid off in 10 years? Mu'er sarcastically remarked. You all agree to this? They really are just kids, thinking they're playing house? With 230,000 spirit coins, given his current strength, he would need to kill 76 first-tier alien beasts even without eating or drinking. Where did Zhao Chengfeng start looking? Once they enter university and reach a higher level, it's fine if Zhang Moyuan and the others keep up in terms of cultivation. But if they don't, Zhao Chengfeng will pay them based on this IOU. It seems that some kind of ethnic righteousness or danger to humanity is keeping these children in a greenhouse at school, unaware of the wickedness of society. However, Moji also found out. Zhao Chengfeng did not lie to Zhang Moyuan and the others, but told them the truth and offered them a high price to lure them in order to have someone accompany them. It seems that Zhang Moyuan and the other 4 are all quite strong. TSK. Mu'er became conflicted. He definitely wanted to obtain the frost nether dew, but the spiritual essence was already neat in the Ji family's mouth. Mu'er wasn't stupid to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. This is a bit troublesome. Zhao Chengfeng knew that Mu'er was definitely interested, and as a top expert, if Mu'er accompanied him down into the cave, the success rate of this matter would skyrocket. Mu, how about this? I'll give you an IOU just like the others. IOU? Mu'er shook his head. Do you think I believe in this stuff? This. Suddenly, the atmosphere became somewhat somber. Zhao Chengfeng will definitely refuse to reveal where the frosty netherworld dew is. If the items aren't brought back and the spiritual essence is lost, that would be a huge problem. Mu, what do you say? Zhao Chengfeng stamped his foot and asked. A chill spread from the soles of their feet. They were all just students in the body refinement realm, and there was really no need for them to stand there frozen. Okay, I'm going. After thinking for a moment, Mu'er decided to go. If such an opportunity were not meant for him, so be it, but it is right in front of him, and it would be a real waste not to seize the opportunity to make the most of it. What about resource allocation? Zhao Chengfeng was initially delighted, but then calmed down and asked nervously. I don't want the stuff. I've never seen frost nether dew before, so seeing it is an eye-opener. Mu'er waved his hand, pretending to be magnanimous. Zhao Chengfeng tried to be cautious, but it was no use. He can't beat Mu'er. Why? Alright, let's go now. The group set off. Mu'er asked. Now can you tell me where frost nether dew is? Zhao Chengfeng pursed his lips and exhaled deeply. Student Mu, I must say that I will tell young Master Ji everything that I am going through. Mu'er understood the voiceover. If you really want to broaden your horizons, then don't ask. After all, the frost nether dew is quite expensive. The Ji family doesn't lack the money, but face is more important. If the meat in the tiger's mouth is snatched away, what will become of your reputation? If Zhao Chengfeng reveals the address, then the frost nether dew will be lost, and Mu'er will be suspected. If you don't want to talk about it, then so be it. Mu'er waved his hand, not caring much. Thank you for your understanding, Mu. Zhao Chengfeng was on the verge of tears. Communicating with such a master was truly daunting. Chapter 32 Mysterious Cave, The Mastermind. A journey through wind and snow. It wasn't snowing from the sky, but rather the cold air rising from underground that enveloped the entire cave in a frigid atmosphere. As the water vapor condenses, snowflakes can be seen falling from the sky. Mu'er walked in thought. This is very strange. The value of frosty nether dew alone is not enough to make it a benchmark for training a young person in the body refinement realm. They just gave away millions of dollars without a second thought. Aren't they afraid of any unforeseen events? If their spiritual essence is lost, they will have nowhere to turn for help. And just like that, it happened, as if it were child's play. Mu'er remained silent, and the others also dared not speak, making the atmosphere extremely somber throughout the journey. They walked another half-kilometer. Zhao Chengfeng suddenly shouted, "Arrive!" He pointed ahead and there was a big mountain. The mountain was very high, blocking everyone's way. It was covered with frost, making it look like a giant draped in a snow-white coat. "Where is the entrance?" Mu'er asked. "This way." Zhao Chengfeng took the lead, walked to the mountain, touched it, and then tore off a piece of climbing vine. A huge cave was revealed. Mu'er's blood was boiling, and the heat he emitted was just enough to resist the surrounding chill. However, as soon as this cave appeared, the chill that surged out was like a stampede of 10,000 horses, rushing straight towards everyone. "Call! It's so cold." One of the girls couldn't take it anymore. She curled up and started jumping around. The cave entrance was deep and dark, and the rolling chill that emanated from it was permeated with a faint blue light. "This place is dangerous." Zhang Moyuan spoke up. No matter what he said, everyone understood in their hearts. Seeing this, Zhao Chengfeng chuckled dryly. "Don't be afraid, everyone. It looks scary, but it's very safe inside." He opened his mouth, and the cold frost blew into it, causing him to shiver. The crowd looked at them with disbelief. Everyone must believe me." Zhao Chengfeng's mouth opened and closed, but his words sounded rather weak. "Are you still going in?" Standing there idly wasn't going to do anything, so he continued to ask questions, but his gaze remained fixed on Mu'er. "I don't want to go anymore." One of the boys had second thoughts. "Zhong Yuan, if you leave, I won't acknowledge this note." Zhao Chengfeng's eyes showed a hint of joy. This is a good thing. One less person means one less person taking his money. Mu'er thought Zhao Chengfeng wouldn't take the IOU seriously, but Zhao Chengfeng secretly vowed that if he became a contracted martial artist of the Ji family, he would definitely make a lot of money and pay off all the debts. Now that someone has dropped out halfway through, that's exactly what he wanted. Zhong Yuan opened his mouth, and then fell silent. He's only 18 years old. He can't resist the temptation of money. 200,000 spirit coins is a huge sum of money in this world. Let me see. Mu'er looked around, seemingly observing his surroundings, but in reality, he was searching for Hao Fan's figure. His eyesight is now like a hawk's, and he has finally found it. On a large tree, Hao Fan stood on a branch like a label, nodding at Mu'er. "I'm behind you, go ahead." Mu'er understood the meaning behind Hao Fan's nod and felt a little more at ease. As soon as the cave opened, a cold wind rushed out, and the surroundings grew colder and colder. What do you mean?" Zhao Chengfeng asked. Actually, he had second thoughts. The scale of this operation was simply too large. If Mu'er were willing to go, the danger could probably be greatly reduced. "Let's go." As soon as Mu'er spoke, Zhao Chengfeng beamed and extended his hand, saying, Please, I'll lead the way. As for the others, this kid has no time to take care of them." Zhang Moyuan and the others were caught in a dilemma, whether to leave or not. "Zhao Chengfeng is too opportunistic," Zhong Yuan muttered. "Will he really pay back the IOU?" someone asked in a low voice. Zhang Moyuan, with a cold face, snorted. "The Ji family has guaranteed this. If he dares to renege, the Ji family will naturally make trouble for him." "Now we." Another girl hesitated, her words becoming unclear. "Zhao Chengfeng is fearless, what are we afraid of?" Zhang Moyuan thought for a moment, then followed. "Come on, we're already here. Enter the cave." Mu'er then realized that something was quite unusual about it. The surrounding walls were covered with blue ice crystals, and the cold wind was even stronger, making his face sting. Is frost nether dew found in a place like this? Zhao Chengfeng was well prepared, wearing a cotton hat and a mask, and said in a deep voice. Frosty netherworld dew is unique to the evil frost cave heaven, and it is produced in extremely cold places. This place can't be wrong. You're really brave to come to this place. Mu'er, with his immense strength, is now struggling to withstand the cold. Zhao Chengfeng truly has no idea how much he can keep up. If the Ji family hadn't suddenly run into trouble, I wouldn't have been so hasty. I would definitely have prepared more things. Zhao Chengfeng muttered to himself, feeling that he was having bad luck. What happened to the G family? Mu-Er asked curiously. You haven't heard? Zhao Chengfeng was dumbfounded. Was this person a caveman? I've been cultivating in the camp and haven't been paying attention to gossip, Mu-Er said frankly. Ox. Zhao Qingfeng's hands were wrapped in cotton gloves, and his thumbs up looked like radishes, which was quite comical. That's why I said you're fourth in the city. Mu-Er frowned and said. You haven't said what it is yet. Oh, Zhao Chengfeng chuckled dryly. It was Ji Chengluo, a member of a collateral branch of the Ji family, who died in the cave. Who did this? Mu-Er's pupils dilated in shock. The Ji family is the actual controller of Sichuan Cave Heaven. They control 70% of the voices within the entire Cave Heaven. This demonstrates their family's control over the evil Frost Cave. Someone even dared to offend the Ji family in the cave. Wasn't that just courting death? I don't know, you're really bold. The Ji family is furious and has imposed martial law in various places. Zhao Chengfeng shrugged and continued. I heard someone say that the murderer was very skilled and acted swiftly and cleanly. Ji Chengluo died before he could even react. The Ji family speculates that it may have been a spirit martial artist who did it. Mu-Er suddenly remembered something and asked. Where did he die? Mirror Moon Lake, that place is so close to the camp. How could Ji Chengluo die so silently? It's really... Mu-Er could no longer hear Zhao Qingfeng's next words. The fierce wind howled, carrying frost that chilled his body to the bone. The person killed by Hao Fan of Jingyue Lake was actually Ji Chengluo? The Ji family? Mu-Er's eyelids twitched, and he was covered in cold sweat. The sweat instantly turned to ice, covering his forehead and glistening in the surrounding dim blue light. The mastermind behind this is actually the Ji family. I didn't provoke them. Mu-Er's mind raced, and for a moment his hands and feet felt icy cold, while the biting wind made his bones feel hot. Ji Chengtian. He had an idea. In his mind, Ji Chengtian's sunny and bright face instantly twisted, like a flower of evil blooming. It's him. Chapter 33 Companion Spirit Beast. Everything makes sense now. It was all this kid's doing. Rich, powerful, and familiar with his family background. It's him. Mu-Er felt a little dizzy. If it weren't for Zhao Qingfeng's unintentional remark, he would still be in the dark. But why? He thought of Empress Feng. Ever since Mu-Er earned the title of the man below, Empress Feng has been coming to him. Empress Feng was instructed by Ji Chengtian to keep Mu-Er away from the Gu Qingla sisters. Mu-Er was rebuffed by Empress Feng, and as Ji Chengtian's henchman, he would naturally report the truth. Surprisingly, Ji Chengtian still remembers this small matter. Mu-Er thought it was a bit of an exaggeration. Is it really necessary? There's nothing going on between him and the Gu Qingla sisters. It's likely that Ji Chengtian has long regarded these two sisters as his own private property, and no one else is allowed to touch, feel, or even look at them. Mu-Er found it inexplicably funny, and wasn't even very angry. How can someone be so petty? They're all about to go to university, yet they still manage to pull off such a ridiculous mess. Mu-Er suppressed his various emotions, and his eyes gradually turned cold. The accounts definitely need to be settled. So what if it's the Ji family? If you offend him, he will drag even the emperor himself down from his throne. But the thought of being in the Ji family's territory again made him feel a little uneasy. Will they be able to escape from danger this time? Bang! Mu-Er, not paying attention to what was in front of him, bumped into Zhao Qingfeng's back. Zhao Chengfeng turned around in surprise and asked. Mu Tong? Fine. Mu-Er waved his hand. Who cares? Let's get our hands on the frost nether dew first. Why did you stop? Mu-Er asked. Look. Zhao Chengfeng stretched out his hand and pointed downwards. Mu-Er peered down and saw that it was actually a cliff. Below the cliff, the ground was covered with crystals of various colors, which shimmered with a mesmerizing light in the dim light, as if stars had fallen to earth and scattered in this dark cave. Some of these crystals are a deep blue, like gems from the deep sea. Others are a warm amber color, radiating a soft and warm glow. Still others are transparent white, so pure that you can almost see the light passing through them. White frost and mist filled the air, floating lightly and adding a touch of mystery and transcendence to the already dreamlike scene. The frost and mist flowed slowly with the weak air currents, sometimes gathering into clumps, and sometimes spreading out into a hazy white veil, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. The surrounding rock walls were covered with icicles, which looked like works of art from nature, hanging in various strange shapes, some sharp as swords and some round as beads. This is? Muji was stunned. It was so beautiful. Frosty Netherworld Dew. Zhao Chengfeng said excitedly. Did you see those sparkling spots on the crystal? That is Frost Nether Dew. Mu'er nodded and said, I see. Zhao Chengfeng gasped for breath, completely unable to suppress his emotions. Legend has it that when these points of light come together, they form ribbons of light that are as bright as a celestial river, illuminating the entire cave as if it were daytime. These ribbons of light will flow slowly in the air, sometimes converging into a blazing flame, sometimes scattering into a dazzling display of fireworks, breathtakingly beautiful. Of course, it only exists in legends. Why? Mu'er asked curiously. The Frost Nether Dew has been completely collected. Zhao Chengfeng laughed. Right now, they are just a few scattered points, which are impossible to gather into a river. As the two chatted, the others arrived and exclaimed in surprise. There is such a magnificent treasure land in the evil Frost Cave heaven. The Frost Netherworld Dew is inside. I've already seen some. Zhao Chengfeng took out several bottles and tossed them to the 6 men. Let's go down. Carefully sliding down the cliff edge, the group began collecting materials. Frosty Netherworld Dew is not as delicate as other spiritual substances. As long as you aim the bottle opening at it, it will naturally slide into the bottle opening. It looks like a liquid, but it's actually somewhere between a liquid and a solid, and it makes a crisp clinking sound when it falls into the bottle. Hey hey! Zhao Chengfeng couldn't stop smiling. This is worth millions. Even just holding it for a while feels incredibly satisfying. How many light points are needed for 1 dose of Frost Nether Dew? Mu'er asked. Zhao Chengfeng stood up, and as the surrounding mist spread out, he waved and called out. More than 50 drops of light still require everyone's continued efforts. Mu'er also stood up and looked around. There were at least 100 or so specks of light here. He glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and was suddenly startled. Something's not right. 2 of the light spots are moving strangely. The light spots of Frosty de Wall point downwards or move at an angle, while in the dim light, 2 light spots are moving and swaying from side to side. Like the eyes of some kind of ferocious beast, it warily observes its surroundings. The food was from Zhao Chengfeng. Careful! Mu'er roared. It's too late. Boom! A sudden earthquake shook the ground. A strange beast stood up. This creature was so large that it resembled a moving mountain, giving off an aura of unshakable majesty. Its appearance is peculiar, seemingly a combination of features from multiple animals, most notably an old soft-shell turtle. But what's most eye-catching is the colorful crystals covering its back. These crystals grow densely on its surface, shimmering with a variety of colors, from deep blue to warm amber to pure, transparent white. They reflect a mesmerizing light in the dim light, illuminating the entire cave as if it were daytime. The Frost Nether Crystal Beast? Zhang Moyuan cried out in terror. What is this thing? Mu'er instinctively stepped back. The aura emanating from the Frosty Nether Crystal Beast made his mind buzz, and alarms blared wildly. This is not a beast he can fight at this stage. The companion spirit beasts of Frost Nether do start at the 2nd tier, but this one looks to be the size of a 3rd tier beast. Ignoring everything else, Zhang Moyuan ran straight towards the edge of the cliff. Others were also involved. Mu'er grabbed Zhao Chengfeng and roared. Didn't you say it was safe in here? This is what Ji Qingtian said. He said that the companion spirit beast of Frost Nether Dew has been eliminated by the Ji family. Zhao Chengfeng's hurried and flustered demeanor didn't seem fake. Mu'er's eyebrows twitched. What a fucking idiot. They believed that scoundrel Ji Qingtian, who was all talk and no action, without any intelligence whatsoever. Looks like this is a trap too. Fortunately, Mu'er knew that Hao Fan would not stand idly by. Sure enough, the moment this thing appeared, Hao Fan descended like a divine warrior. Chapter 34 The Bound One, Frosty Nether Crystal Beast. Teacher Hao. Mu'er breathed a sigh of relief and shouted out. Ha! Aren't you? The number of people who came was not large. Hao Fan was tall and imposing, with a solemn and somewhat worried expression. This person has raised eyebrows, like Zhang Fei, which is quite comical. He was just about to ask. Zhang Fei has already charged towards the Frost Crystal Beast. You all leave first. Mu'er didn't have time to ask any questions and quickly stepped on the crystal to escape. Roar! Seeing that a human was trying to provoke it, the frosty crystal beast was furious and roared to the sky. The sound waves shook the surrounding area. Zhang Fei remained unmoved, golden light emanating from his fist. Bang! A section of crystal on the back of the frosty crystal beast shattered, and white frost burst forth, resembling flowing colors. They were in dire straits when, unexpectedly, heavenly soldiers came to their rescue. A smile returned to Zhao Qingfeng's face. Wow, that's really impressive. What, you figured it out now? Mu'er knew that Zhao Qingfeng was just a fool, so once he was sure he was safe, he started talking to him again. The source of the frost crystal beast's power is the crystal pillar that accompanies its body. As long as the crystal pillar is broken, the frost crystal beast's strength will be directly halved. However, this crystal pillar is exceptionally sturdy, a level above its own strength. In other words, this martial artist must be at least at the spirit martial level to be able to break the crystal pillar with a single punch. It has to be a spirit warrior who has been immersed in the spirit warrior level for many years. Zhao Qingfeng knows quite a lot. Mu'er was shocked. Unexpectedly, Ling Wu's rescue team arrived, but where was Teacher Haofan? But that's alright. It would be more convenient for Teacher Haofan to hide himself away for the next steps. Ji Chengtian hasn't made a move yet. As Mu'er was thinking, the system reminded him. The Frostfire Spirit Crystal Beast is about to consume resources, gaining 271 gene of punching power. Bind to user? So much? Mu'er's eyes widened. Bind me, he thought to himself. The distance is not enough. Holy crap! Mu'er made a decisive move and jumped down. Zhao Qingfeng was stunned. Hey, what are you doing? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Mu'er moved slightly closer to the battle circle. Successfully bound to the Frostfire Spirit Crystal Beast. Zhang Fei was also stunned. Did my student figure me out? Otherwise, why would it suddenly come down? Unexpectedly, Mu'er jumped out of the battle again and ran away. Everyone fell silent. Is this person mentally ill? When Zhao Qingfeng saw Mu'er return again, his expression turned somewhat unpleasant, and he forced a dry laugh. Mu, you have some nerve. Generally. As the two were talking, Zhang Fei shattered another crystal pillar. He stepped on golden light, moving at incredible speed. Coupled with the golden energy wave in front of his fist, he was invincible. The frosty netherworld crystal beast was no match for Zhang Fei. Roar! The frost spirit crystal beast was enraged. It took a deep breath, and the surrounding air was swallowed into its mouth as if it were a whale. Oh no, it's about to unleash a powerful attack. The spirit warrior has been enraged. Zhao Qingfeng shouted that the wind was blowing fast and ran outside. Mu'er did not delay and followed suit, exiting the cave entrance. A moment later, Zhang Fei emerged riding on a golden light, leaving only the angry roar of the frost nether spirit crystal beast in the cave. Senior. Zhao Qingfeng still wanted to get closer to him. Zhang Fei reached out his hand and beckoned to him. Senior. Zhao Qingfeng's face showed bitterness. Zhang Fei frowned, and Zhao Qingfeng shuddered. Senior, here you go. Zhang Fei nodded with satisfaction as he held the bottle, then looked at the others. The other students were more straightforward than Zhao Qingfeng, and they all handed in their bottles, including Mu'er. Zhao Qingfeng felt as if his heart was being torn apart. These fragments of frost nether dew were so hard to collect. It was gone just like that, before I even had a chance to warm it up in my hands. Zhang Fei shook the bottle, then, without lingering, leaped away and left. The speed was so fast that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. All that could be seen was a golden light flitting up and down in the snow-covered forest. A short while later, Zhang Fei completely disappeared. Zhao Qingfeng stood there, looking as if he had lost his parents, his face grim. RIOU. Zhang Moyuan deliberately brought up a sore spot, directly angering Zhao Qingfeng. Still thinking about the IOU? Damn it, Ji Chengtian has played us all. I'm going back to settle the score with him. With that, Zhao Qingfeng angrily stepped forward. Mu'er watched his retreating figure, a thought stirring within him, and asked. What are you going to do? What do we do? Zhao Qingfeng felt a surge of anger and his liver was blazing. Is it fun to tease us? I'm going to expose his true colors. He said he didn't have any companion spirit beasts, but he was actually waiting for us. Isn't this just sending us to our deaths? Mu'er narrowed his eyes, knowing that there was going to be a good show tonight. I made up an excuse to leave. Mu'er found Hao Fan 5 kilometers away. Here, take this. Upon seeing Hao Fan, he tossed a bottle to Mu'er. This is. The bottle was filled to the brim with a liquid that resembled starlight, and a chill emanated from it. Isn't this the frosty netherworld dew? Mu'er exclaimed in surprise. Teacher, is Zhang Fei you? Hao Fan's lips twitched. Zhang Fei. It's me. The teacher can also use disguise techniques? Hey, what disguise technique? It's just using qi and blood to stretch the skin and then manipulating the bones to shift. It's just something to fool you. Hao Fan waved his hand, finding it amusing. The teacher is really amazing. Mu'er gave a thumbs up. Although it sounds simple, he is well aware of the difficulty involved. While Maki can manipulate muscles to some extent, manipulating bone displacement is extremely difficult. Muji couldn't do it. You'll learn once you get to university. This thing? Mu'er drawled, shaking the bottle in front of his eyes. Here you go. Mu'er was startled. It's too valuable. You are the future hope of our human race, so it's only right that you get some resources. Hao Fan's voice was filled with a sense of vicissitude, and he looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. The future belongs to you. Even if I, an old man, received millions, it wouldn't make my life any better. How magnificent! Mu'er pursed his lips and said, Teacher, I am unworthy of this title. He had no affection for the human race in this world. His desire to become stronger was merely to make his future path easier. Such a sudden and overwhelming favor is truly difficult to accept. Hao Fan turned around, looked at Mu'er, and a smile appeared on his lips. Take it. The way to repay this favor is to help me kill a few more alien races. Of course, you can refuse. After all, this path is very difficult. Okay. Mu'er put the bottle into his storage space, a bright smile spreading across his face. Good lads, this is the future of our human race. The crowd applauded and cheered. After arranging everything, Hao Fan asked, I'm quite curious, how did you guys find the core of the cave? Mu'er's expression turned cold, and he sneered. Teacher, this story is really interesting. Chapter 35 He who kills will be killed in return. How? Hao Fan found it unbelievable that a few kids had found the core's secret realm within the cave. If word got out, the Ji family would be utterly disgraced. After Mu'er finished telling the story of Zhao Chengfeng, Hao Fan's expression was inscrutable, as if he were saying, Are you kidding me? Really, teacher? Mu'er made sure he wasn't making things up. Hao Fan fell silent. He was thinking. The Ji family wields considerable influence in Jiangling City, operating in the raw materials business. The business of the cave is to sell raw materials such as exotic beasts and spiritual materials to various parties, so the business of the cave is extremely important. The Ji family can be found almost everywhere outside the major grotto heavens of Jiangling City. They buy up raw materials on a large scale and then resell them, making a profit of over 1 billion spirit coins every year. The Ji family holds absolute control over the evil Frost Cave, with 70-80% of their business passing through their hands. The Frost Netherworld dew within the evil Frost Cave is of paramount importance. A deal worth millions. What could be more lucrative than that? As the second son of the family's direct line, how could Ji Chengtian not know? And now, it's ridiculous that someone is using something worth millions to prepare a postgraduate degree for a little kid. Seeing his teacher in this state, Mu'er couldn't help but snort coldly. Teacher, this isn't funny at all. Oh? There's a story behind it? Hao Fan asked in surprise. Did you find out the name of the person you killed? I don't know. Ji Changluo, a collateral descendant of the Ji family. What? Hao Fan was so surprised he almost jumped up. The Ji family was at the height of its power in Jiangling City, so how could they have been killed by a member of their collateral branch? Isn't this just asking for trouble? In the blink of an eye, he calmed down again. Wrong. Mu'er's eyes grew even colder. The frost around him was not as icy as his gaze. That's right, teacher, the one who wanted to kill me was Ji Chengtian. It was he who investigated my background. He's the one who hired someone to kill him. It was he who wanted Ji Changluo to follow me. It was he who tried to lure me down to the evil Frost Cave and make me sleep here forever. Mu'er's chest heaved violently, and waves of pent-up anger erupted in his heart like a volcanic eruption, causing his blood and chi to swirl like a surging river, with wisps of white smoke rising from the top of his head. Hao Fan was somewhat surprised, as this was the first time he had seen Mu Er act this way. I'm really angry. That's true, it's normal for them to have emotions when they're teetering on the edge of death. Since Ji Changtian is the mastermind behind it all, then. Hao Fan blinked and said softly. Thinking about it this way, it makes sense. Zhao Chengfeng's matter is most likely aimed at you. Question mark. Mu Er was somewhat surprised. Why do you say that? Don't you think it's unreasonable that Ji Changtian exposed the location of Frost Nether Dew for no reason? Hao Fan asked. Of course it seems unreasonable, but I was involved in this matter. Even if Ji Changtian is incredibly fortunate, how could he have planned my actions? Mu Er shook his head, thinking it was just a coincidence. That's true. After pondering for a moment, Hao Fan could not reach a conclusion. However, there is one possibility. It was simply unrealistic, so Hao Fan didn't say anything. Now that you know Ji Changtian is the murderer, what are you going to do? He who kills will be killed by others. As Mu Er finished speaking, icicles began to fall from the surrounding trees. Hao Fan was amazed and looked Mu Er up and down. This is unlike a high school student. He is highly talented, mature, calm, not easily swayed by emotions, and knows what he wants and what he needs to do. This is very rare. Why does the teacher want to stop me? Mu Er looked into Hao Fan's eyes, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. Hao Fan smiled and waved his hand. I've seen far more than you have, I won't stop you from doing something so trivial. Is provoking the Ji family a trivial matter? Mu Er's eyelids twitched slightly, and he inexplicably felt that Hao Fan was not an easy person to deal with when he was young. But you have 3 problems to solve now. Hao Fan saw that it was getting late and walked forward. First, is the murderer Ji Changtian? If we kill the wrong person, we'll be in big trouble. Mu Er nodded slightly. The evidence now points directly to the Ji family, not to Ji Changtian. Second, if the murderer is Ji Changtian, killing him is very simple for you. Just make a move at school, and he definitely can't withstand one punch from you. But the consequence will be that you'll be sending him to his grave. In short, you need to think carefully about the method of killing him. This is something that needs to be considered. Killing him openly and honestly is absolutely unacceptable, even if we have evidence that Ji Changtian hired someone to commit murder. Assassination is not simple either. Mu Er then realized that killing someone wasn't so simple after all. Third, and this is the most important, as far as I know, Ji Changtian is a direct descendant of the Ji family. His 2 older brothers weren't particularly talented, only breaking through the 1000 gene punching strength barrier at the age of 19 thanks to family resources. Ji Changtian, on the other hand, already has a punching strength of 1300 gene and is expected to break through the 10,000 gene physical strength limit in his first or second year of university. Therefore, the Ji family treats him like a treasure. No matter how he dies, as long as he's dead, the Ji family will resolutely retaliate. At that time, Hao Fan turned his head and looked at Mu Er, staring at him as if trying to see a trace of fear on Mu Er's face. At that time, the Ji family will spend a lot of money to kill me, and may even implicate my family. Mu Er added what Hao Fan hadn't finished saying. You've thought this through very well. Hao Fan patted Mu Er on the shoulder. Spiritual energy has been reviving for 10,000 years. The monopoly of financial groups and the inheritance of power are too commonplace. Large families have the power to crush and oppress ordinary people, and we cannot stop them. Therefore, when faced with such a predicament, we must be extremely careful. We are all like grass growing in the cracks of rocks. We seem to be resilient and strong, with a bright future, but in reality, we are very weak in front of them. Mu Er's mouth was slightly open, and he remained silent for a long time. Humanity is powerful. When it was weak, it was difficult to achieve unity and harmony. Now that it is powerful, although external pressure is increasing day by day, internal problems continue to arise. The oppression of the powerful cannot be changed. If we can't exercise our rights, what's the point of all our efforts? So, have you thought this through? Hao Fan stopped and asked seriously. Mu Er's eyelids twitched, and he took a deep breath. The air here is extremely cold when you inhale it, it feels like needles are pricking your body. However, he became unusually calm. If it were Ji Changtian, I would definitely kill him. Very good. Hao Fan smiled and continued walking forward. I'm not good at giving advice, but just let me know if you need anything. Hurry back to the camp. Thank you, teacher. Mu'er seemed to feel that the surroundings weren't so cold anymore. As soon as Mu'er returned to the camp, he heard a commotion. Ji Chengtian, what exactly do you mean? Frost Nether Spirit Du has a companion spirit beast, why did you lie to me? That's Zhao Qingfeng's voice. Mu'er sneered inwardly. This was going to be a good show. Chapter 36. Isn't this bullying an honest person? The campsite was unusually lively. The area was surrounded by people, 3 layers deep. Zhao Chengfeng was soaking wet, as if he had just crawled out of the water. Ji Chengtian, where are you? Come out here right now. You're a real bastard. You promised a safe journey with only a few first-tier beasts, but there was a companion spirit beast among them that was close to 3rd tier. If someone hadn't saved us, we would have been dead long ago. Zhang Moyuan and others were also present, all angrily cursing Ji Chengtian. The surrounding martial artists watched the spectacle with amusement, feeling that they had missed out by not bringing a bag of melon seeds. As for the senior high school students, they simply watched with a detached, amused expression. Mu'er hid in the shadows, concealing his figure somewhat. He saw Ji Chengtian arrive. Ji Chengtian's face was gloomy, and his steps seemed heavy. Zhao Chengfeng, what's wrong with you? Am I going crazy? When Zhao Chengfeng saw Ji Chengtian, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was beyond furious. Under the threat of death, his mental tension was so high that he was on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for the unexpected arrival of soldiers, he would already be a corpse. Zhao Chengfeng never wanted to experience that kind of fear, that feeling of walking through the gates of hell, again. Ji Chengtian, explain yourself clearly, did you deliberately send us to our deaths? Ji Chengtian looked troubled and reassured him. Zhao, please don't do this. Let's talk about this privately. Talking privately? You're trying to lie to me again. I suspect you're deliberately sending us to our deaths. You have no idea if there are any companion spirit beasts in there. You just want us to scout ahead. Although Zhao Chengfeng had not cultivated Yuan Qi, he was still a student in the body refinement realm, and his roar was very loud, which was heard by many martial artists. Their expressions were all strange. Normally, it's the origin warriors who do the clearing, and each clearing costs 300,000 spirit coins. Plus, they get 50% of the profits from clearing the land. It would be much cheaper to have you students do the clearing. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Ji Chengtian's face darkened further, and his veins throbbed violently. Who is speaking? He turned around angrily, only to see a series of eccentric and arrogant faces, making it impossible to tell who had said those words. These unorganized, self-taught martial artists are inherently tough, otherwise, they would have already joined the ranks of major merchant guilds. Because they do not join any organizations and rely solely on plundering resources within their caves for profit, these martial artists are called cave warriors. They are all extremely vicious and possess astonishing strength. The Ji family? Who cares what family they come from? If they're giving us something, who would refuse it? Jiangling City has seen instances of martial artists from the cave heaven realm being suppressed, which even led to a shocking case where a second-rank martial artist was forced to self-destruct in front of the city hall. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the martial artist had been working hard in the cave, but unexpectedly, he was pressured by various merchants to lower his prices and was even threatened, to the point that he could barely eat. From then on, a state-run trading company called Yaluzi came into being. This was created by the Great Xia government to prevent such a situation from happening again. With the state providing a safety net, the martial artists of the cave heaven also have the means to resist the powerful and wealthy. Young man, why don't we just call the tribunal to make a ruling? This is premeditated murder. Once this young master enters the tribunal, he'll behave himself. Someone else is stirring things up. Ji Chengtian's expression changed slightly, and he quickly leaned close to Zhao Qingfeng's ear. Dude, calm down. We really have dealt with that secret realm. Once you get there, you should know that there are only 1 or 2 bottles of frost nether dew inside. I know this so clearly because we've already cleared that area. As for the companion spirit beasts that appear there, I really have no idea. These words entered Zhao Qingfeng's mind. That makes a lot of sense. It doesn't make sense to use them for land reclamation. They'd die inside and no news would get out. He still looked suspicious. Don't listen to his nonsense, classmate. You're definitely not leaving here without losing money today. Then another busybody shouted again. Ji Chengtian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Okay, I'll make it clear here. I'll give each of you 20,000 yuan as compensation for emotional distress. Zhao Qingfeng's eyes lit up. His family wasn't well off. His parents together earned only about 17,000 to 18,000 yuan a month. So, 20,000 yuan was a huge sum of money. 20,000. The Ji family really is a bloodsucker. Another martial artist started criticizing. Of course, they disliked the Ji family. The relationship between the martial artists of the cave and the merchants is one of both inherent opposition and mutual dependence. The dependency is easy to explain. If it weren't for the merchants buying their goods, the time cost for them to convert their assets into cash would increase dramatically, which would be fatal for martial artists in winter. Those from well-off families wouldn't become martial artists in the cave heaven. The conflict is now simpler. The more money the merchants make, the less money the martial artists from the cave realms receive. As a large conglomerate dealing in raw materials in Jiangling City, how often has the Ji family suppressed martial artists from the cave heaven realm? One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The martial artist from the cave shouted wildly. Oh my, young masters from wealthy families are really something else. They can buy a life for 20,000 yuan. Hey, how much was the compensation for pioneering warriors again? 700,000 or 800,000? Damn it, he's a bastard. Who would use Frost Nether Dew as a trial target? This is probably just the young master of the Ji family making a fool of him. 20,000 yuan? This is just bullying honest people. Ji Qingtian's face was gloomy as he scanned the faces of those martial artists from the cave realms one by one. At this moment, a middle-aged man squeezed in, his brows furrowed, and said, "You're all free now, do you have time?" The martial artist from the cave didn't dare say much at this moment, but just winked and made faces, thoroughly enjoying himself. The visitor was named Ji Huangfang, the chief steward of the Ji family in Szechuan Cave, holding the rank of 3rd grade. Regardless of strength or status, even martial artists from the cave heaven realm have to give them some respect. One of the martial artists, unfazed, chuckled and said, "Old Fong, you're really shameless, giving someone 20,000 yuan as a life-saving fee, TSK. Mu'er raised his eyebrows. He still dared to speak at this moment. He looked over. This man had extraordinary bone structure, bright eyes, and long hands, like a gibbon's, hanging down at his sides. Most importantly, he had a unique way of breathing. After inhaling once, he stopped exhaling. After more than 10 seconds, he exhaled a little, then exhaled 7 times in a row, until his face turned red, before he inhaled again. Do such people exist? Mu'er's astonishment remained undiminished. This might be some kind of breathing technique. After a martial artist has 1,000 jin of punching power and 1,000 points of qi and blood, they need to use breathing techniques to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Through the collision of qi and blood with flesh and bones, primordial energy is generated. However, this breathing method is extremely rare. Xiang Lesan, what business is it of yours here? Ji Huangfang frowned and looked at Ji Chengtian. He chuckled at Lesan and decided not to get involved anymore. Third uncle. Ji Chengtian lowered his head, his voice barely audible. Ji Huangfang frowned even more deeply and said angrily, "Raise your head and look at yourself. Are you still the hope of the Ji family? You can't even handle this small matter. How can we entrust the Ji family to you?" Chapter 37 The Real Culprit. The martial artist from the cave suddenly realized. So this is the prodigy of the Ji family. In this world, because of the existence of extraordinary power, aristocratic families have existed for a very long time. The only 2 ways they perish are either because their families run out of talented people or because they bring disaster upon themselves. The probability of a genius emerging is too low. After all, out of a trillion-strong human race, only a few thousand can be called prodigies each year, tens of thousands are chosen ones, and 100,000 are geniuses. It looks like a lot, but it's actually very little. Trillions of humans. The biggest headache for established families is not business warfare, but the issue of succession. The Ji family is now facing a shortage of capable successors. Ji Qingtian had a total of 27 uncles, of whom only 22 became martial artists, but only 7 became second-rank martial artists and 3 became third-rank martial artists. There wasn't a single person of the 4th rank. They were supported by the elders of Ji Qingtian's grandfather's generation. Leaving aside the clan's heritage, let's just talk about Ji Qingtian's generation. Of the 27 uncles and their descendants, there were nearly 120 people, but only 97 of them had achieved physical cultivation and barely reached the 1st rank, becoming Qi martial artists. Of these, only 12 advanced to the 2nd rank and became origin warriors. Only 2 geniuses managed to break the 1,000-pound barrier in their senior year of high school. One of them went to university, entered a grotto heaven, and died, leaving only Ji Chengtian as the sole genius. As a genius in the clan, Ji Chengtian should have been studying in the main city, but for his safety, he was forced to stay at the second middle school and live near the Ji family. So, if Ji Chengtian isn't the future of the Ji family, then what is? Here, I'd also like to mention why the human race was able to become one of the top races in the universe, even among the 10 races, despite being extremely weak. It's because of the terrifying birth rate and lifespan. If there are no geniuses, then have one. For example, the Ji family now has a crazy number of children, and Ji Qingtian's generation has over 120 people, which is definitely not the limit. People born without illness or disaster can live for 70 or 80 years, and wow, they even have room to grow. All races are extremely envious. They possess unparalleled racial talents, but not such terrifying reproductive abilities. Back to the present. When Ji Huangfang arrived, Zhao Chengfeng was no longer as arrogant as before. He stammered and couldn't speak for a long time. Tell me, what happened? Zhao Chengfeng recounted the whole story. Ji Huangfang narrowed his eyes, frantically thinking about everything Ji Chengtian had done. No, he couldn't understand why Ji Chengtian would do that. If it were truly a test, wouldn't it be better to just have Zhao Chengfeng kill a first-tier alien beast? Besides, a 1,000 gene body refinement realm student is indeed worth recruiting, but it's not worth offering millions of frost nether spirit dew. His gaze sharpened instantly as he stared directly at Ji Chengtian. Ji Huangfang's eyes seemed to be filled with blades, piercing Ji Chengtian's eyes and causing them to sting. Soon, they turned red and watery, but this time he did not lower his head. They came from a prominent family with very strict family rules. Ji Huangfang turned his gaze to Zhao Chengfeng and said expressionlessly, Zhao, right? I already know the details of the matter. We should provide compensation. Generally, we don't use non-martial artists in the body refinement realm when pioneering new areas, so I will compensate you according to the standards for Qi martial artists. 170,000 per person, is that okay? Zhao Qingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he nodded without hesitation. Yes, yes. Zhang Moyuan and the others also nodded in agreement. All they want is an explanation and compensation. There is another person, named Mu'er, Zhao Chengfeng suddenly said. Mu'er? Fourth in the whole city? To Mu'er's surprise, Ji Huangfang actually knew him. Yes, yes, he went with us. Zhao Chengfeng nodded repeatedly. Ji Huangfang frowned and asked. Ah Tian, you still let him go? Just as Ji Chengtian was about to speak, Zhao Chengfeng said awkwardly. No. He recounted how he met Mu'er on the way and how Mu'er invited him to the secret realm. Where are the others? This is what Ji Chengtian asked. Zhao Chengfeng blinked, puzzled. Yes, they should be back by now. Mu'er stared intently at Ji Chengtian, but couldn't detect anything suspicious. Could it be that he wasn't the real culprit? Ji Huangfang understood and shook his head, saying, He was invited by you, and has nothing to do with our Ji family. We will not provide compensation. Ah? Zhao Chengfeng's mouth gaped open, but he didn't know what to say. That's really true. After settling the accounts, Ji Huangfang left with Ji Chengtian. The group of martial artists then left one by one. Mu'er could no longer hide and tried to leave, but Zhao Chengfeng stopped him. Brother Mu. Mu Tongxue has been upgraded to Mu Xiong. What's wrong? Mu'er turned around, looking exhausted from just returning. We received compensation from the Ji family. Zhao Chengfeng said with a happy expression. The system then alerted. Zhao Chengfeng will consume resources and gain 43 gene of punching power. Zhang Moyuan will consume resources and gain 24 gene of punching power. Feng Xiaoxiao will consume resources and gain 27 gene of punching power. Mu'er's heart stirred slightly. After binding the Frosty Netherworld Spirit Crystal Beast, he still had one binding slot left, so he would give it to Zhao Chengfeng. He now has another 170,000 spirit coins. He's about to have an ultimate big explosion. Bind Zhao Chengfeng. Successfully bound to Zhao Chengfeng. I will give 50,000 of the compensation to Brother Mu. I'm really sorry to have put you in such a dangerous situation. Zhao Chengfeng looked ashamed. Mu'er quickly waved his hand. I helped you escape from danger, and now you're turning around and stabbing me in the back? If you use this 50,000, I can generate a value of over 100,000. Isn't that harming me? No, I was just joining in the fun, you can keep it yourself. Having said that, he left without waiting for Zhao Chengfeng to say anything more. Zhao Chengfeng remained where he was, moved to tears. Brother Mu is such a good person. Yes. Zhang Moyuan and the others also sighed in agreement. Mu Er returned to the tent, feeling dizzy. I'm so tired. Whenever he goes out, he always releases his spiritual snake to survey the surrounding area. He is not yet a second-grade martial artist, and doing this will greatly deplete his mental and physical strength. I was exhausted after a long day. The moon-swallowing pine pure mud pill method is now activated. After practicing this mental cultivation method, Mu Er felt it was fantastic. I don't know what rank it is, but it's definitely not bad. Every time I cultivate, my sea of consciousness is truly like swallowing the moon and spitting out stars. The little snake of spiritual power can recover quickly and becomes more and more solid each time. Who knows when the little snake might turn into a giant python? A smile appeared on Mu Er's lips. The thought of manipulating a giant psychic python to bite people was hilarious. At this time, the Frostfire Spirit Crystal Beast is consuming resources, gaining a punching strength of 271 gene, and a system critical hit multiplier of 37. 27,137. Muji suddenly opened his eyes. 10,027 gene of punching power. Chapter 38, Huge Upgrade, Frenzied Resource Plunder. Mu Er sat cross-legged inside the tent. The surge of immense physical strength brought with it a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, so much so that a faint mist surrounded him, as if he were isolated from the world. At first, only a tiny, gentle warmth flowed slowly through his meridians, like the first drop of snow melting in winter, tender yet full of vitality. But soon, this warm current seemed to be ignited, spreading rapidly and turning into a blazing power that surged endlessly within Mu Er's body, as hot and turbulent as magma. It was not only full of vitality, but also carried an indescribable powerful energy that made the entire tent vibrate. It was as if the wind had blown in, causing it to swell terribly. As spiritual energy continued to flow in, Mu Er felt as if his bones were being reshaped. Those bones that were originally as hard as stone became soft at this moment, as if they were undergoing a transformation, a process of moving from the ordinary to the extraordinary. Every bone is undergoing unprecedented changes, they are becoming denser and tougher. A thin layer of light covers their surface, shimmering with a mysterious and alluring color. This change is not limited to appearance. More importantly, the internal structure has also been greatly strengthened, giving Muji an awe-inspiring aura. At the same time, bursts of spiritual light began to emanate from his flesh and blood. These lights appear and disappear intermittently, like the brightest stars in the night sky, both beautiful and unattainable. Every time a ray of light flashes by, one can feel the immense energy contained within it. It was these seemingly faint yet powerful rays of light that were constantly nourishing Mu Er's body, making his muscles stronger and more powerful, his skin smoother and more delicate, and even his blood flowed more smoothly and quickly. The most striking changes occurred in terms of physical strength. As spiritual energy continued to gather in his body, Mu Er discovered that he could easily shake boulders weighing tens of thousands of kilograms with every move he made, and he could run as fast as lightning, leaping several meters high without any pressure. Moreover, he could feel that his perception of the external environment had been greatly enhanced. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly perceive the existence of everything around him and its subtle changes. Mu Er suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in the darkness. A force of 20,000 gene. He looked at his arm, smooth as jade, with veins bulging like long dragons beneath, and the red blood flowing within seemed to glow. It's really inconvenient. The phenomenon was so strong that Mu Er's body underwent extraordinary changes, and anyone with discerning eyes could see through his true nature. There's nothing we can do about it. The most obvious change in physical strength during the body refinement realm is in the body itself, which no one can hide. If Mu Er were to enter university, it would be even more astonishing. Among the top universities in Daxia, one would often find a beautiful woman walking around. Those were all top geniuses with physical strength reaching 20,000 gene. A very fruitful experience. As Mu Er was reflecting on this, the system continued to prompt. Zhao Chengfeng is consuming resources and has gained 43 gene of punching power, while the host has received a 74-fold increase. 4374, totaling 3,182 gene of physical strength. A warm current flowed into Mu Er's body once again. Gu Qinglei is consuming resources and has gained 74 gene of punching power, a 16-fold increase for the host. Gu Qingyin is consuming resources and has gained 99 gene of punching strength, while the host has received a 6-fold increase. The Jin Dui dragon lizard is consuming resources, gaining 32 gene of punching power, while the host receives a 77-fold increase. Suddenly, the system-bound users erupted. Muer's eyes widened, his pupils sparkling with a strange light from the shock. It took a long time for things to finally calm down. Muer checked his own panel. Name, Muer. Realm, Body Refinement. Punching Power, 33,610. Chi and Blood, 609. Mental Strength, 60.3. Origin, Thunder, 0.000099. Final Method, Swallowing the Moon and Pine Retreat to Stillness Mud Pill Method. Martial Arts Technique, 100 Flowers Mismatched Fist. Bound CD, 9 days. That's 30,000 gene of punching power. Muer brandished his fist, creating gusts of wind around him. He felt that he could now smash an ordinary Tier 1 alien beast with a single punch. Even against a Tier 1 beast with high defense, it's only a matter of 10 punches. He could even fight against a late-stage Tier 1 beast. That was awesome. A body weighing 100,000 gene, approximately 50,000 kilograms of the. Muer did not stop, and continued to cultivate his spiritual power by activating the moon-swallowing pine quiet mud pill method. The next day. The evil frost cavern has no distinction between black and white, it is always gloomy. Plants are not suited to survive in this environment, but the vegetation in the evil frost cave is quite lush. Mirror Moon Lake. Bang! A ferocious beast was thrown into the middle of the lake, gliding away on the ice, its scalding blood gushing out. Haofan stopped it. You consumed the frost netherworld dew? Question mark. Muer was taken aback. Sigh, even if you're in a hurry, there's no need to take such a risk. Haofan looked at the beast's wounds and shook his head slightly with a sigh. The beast's wound was on its waist, a huge penetrating wound, clearly caused by a fist that cleanly and decisively pierced its waist. This requires extremely strong power. Muer knew that the teacher had misunderstood, and he just scratched his head. Haofan felt that Muer was wasting resources, and said, although the Frost Nether Spirit Dew has amazing spiritual energy, it is not a spiritual item for tempering the body and cultivating life. It can only increase your strength by 7 or 8,000 gene. If you were to exchange it for money, a few million spirit coins could buy enough resources to increase your physical strength by 12 or even 13,000 gene. It's a real pity. Muer shrugged and said, Teacher, I can't wait any longer. You're going to make your move in the cave? Haofan was somewhat shocked. This is G family territory, countless origin martial artists and spirit martial artists are eyeing it. He lacked the resolve to protect Muer within the cave. No, I plan to go out and test Ji Qingtian again. Didn't you also say that if we act rashly without evidence, there will definitely be big trouble? Haofan was relieved. You're still relatively calm. What's your plan next? Muer looked around. The evil frost cave was shrouded in mist, like a thick layer of haze covering his eyes, making it difficult to see his surroundings clearly. This is a natural pasture, perfect for me to hunt down first-tier beasts. It would also be good to practice on second-tier beasts. Muer licked his lips, full of enthusiasm. A first-tier beast is worth around 3,000 spirit coins. Now, he can kill his target with a single blow as soon as he finds it, which is no different from picking up money. Okay. Haofan didn't stop him. He thought this way of making money was rather stupid, but he also knew Muer's family situation and that they needed money right now. Muerdeo. Teacher, I'm about to start killing. I'll contact you anytime if I need anything. You're quite impolite. Chapter 39, not number 1. 2 days later. Muji returned to the camp, exhausted. He carried a bundle on his back, which was covered with blood and bits of flesh. The martial artist from the cave twitched his brow as he watched. How many people were killed? Zhao Chengfeng and the others rushed forward. Brother Mu, don't tell me you're carrying strange beasts on your back. After surviving a near-death experience in the secret realm, Zhao Chengfeng and Zhang Moyuan began to regard Muer as a close friend. Yes. Muer didn't hide anything and threw his backpack on the ground. Among them, strange beasts were revealed. Zhao Chengfeng squatted down and recited the words while pointing at the strange beast. 0 Yuan fox, mountain-splitting eagle, snow leopard. 7 tier 1 exotic beasts, worth over 200 million. He looked up at Muer with an expression as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Brother Mu, you're too fierce. Zhang Moyuan shook his head, having never seen such a scene before. Even dealing with first-tier exotic beasts is not easy for Qi warriors. There are many things to prepare. But now, I never expected that a senior high school student could hunt down 7 of them in just 2 days. Is this some kind of monster? Unbeknownst to them, there were 13 Tier 1 exotic beasts stored in Mu Er's storage ring. If it weren't for the fact that these beasts were clever and difficult to catch, this number would have soared even higher. He's wasted the last 2 days searching for strange beasts. Not bad, you guys must have had a good harvest too, Mu Er replied. Zhao Changfeng and his companion were naturally in high spirits. The youth conference had been so-so, but the most important thing was the compensation from the Ji family. This was their biggest gain. So. The two smiled subtly, but their joy was impossible to hide. Ji Chengtian also walked over at this moment, with Gu Qingla and her sister by his side. Gu Qingyin's brow twitched wildly when she saw the first-tier beast on the ground. Then, seeing the faint murderous aura emanating from Mu Er and the coldness on his face, she could no longer reconcile the image of the lecherous man who had tried to defile them earlier. Is this really still Makiji? You killed all of these people? Gu Qingla asked even more bluntly, covering her mouth in shock. Mu Er didn't give him a friendly look. No, I found it outside. How can you talk like that? The frost cave was already cold, and Gu Qingla, wearing a white jacket, had a rosy face and looked very cute. At this moment, with her fists clenched and her lips pouting, she was even more adorable. Brother Mu, shall lament no harm, Ji Chengtian said with a smile from the side. He now has a sunny expression, as if the questioning he received 2 days ago never happened, and he can still chat and laugh with Zhao Chengfeng and the others. I don't know how Ji Huangfeng raised his children. Now that Mu Er knows that Ji Chengtian is most likely the mastermind behind it all, he naturally has little interest in having a conversation with him, but he still has to put on a show of politeness. He smiled and said, Young Master Ji, you are truly generous. A few days ago, you compensated Zhao Chengfeng and the others with 170,000 spirit coins. You are indeed a young master of a noble family. I admire you. Ji Chengtian raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth turned down slightly. Mu Er could see this subtle expression clearly. He was deliberately bringing up a sore spot and poking at the other person's sore spot. Brother Mu, this is too formal. If you don't mind, you can just call me Chengtian. Ji Chengtian quickly changed the subject. Oh, no, I wouldn't dare. Young Master Ji is so high and mighty, I'm afraid I'd be sold out by you one day and still have to count the money for you. After saying that, Mu Er picked up the package and headed to the golden platform. Zhao Chengfeng and Zhang Moyuan also left without lingering. Although on the surface it was said that the misunderstanding had been cleared up, a rift remained in the heart, like a broken mirror that could never be put back together whole again. The two of them would definitely not continue to work with Ji Chengtian, and they didn't even feel much about joining the Ji family. The golden platform is where martial artists from the Cave Heaven manifest their power. Cave Heaven warriors generally don't have storage rings. If they take the corpses of strange beasts out, they are easily destroyed by spatial turbulence. Therefore, they usually turn to gold within their Cave Heaven. The merchant provides a transaction voucher, which the martial artist can then exchange for spirit coins outside. Hey, take a look at this for me. Mu Er threw the first-tier alien beast onto the golden platform. The staff member examined it carefully, then looked up and smiled warmly. 7 Tier 1 exotic beasts in total, costing 24,000 spirit coins. Is that acceptable? Okay. Mu Er asked about the market price, and it was about the same. A short while later, the staff gave Mu Er a card that glowed, and the 4 characters Ji Family Trading Company shone with iridescent colors even in the gloomy weather. This world has a bank card system, and this card has a similar function to a bank card. Give me a paper receipt. Mu Er continued. No problem, sir. A short while later, Mu Er emerged from the place where the gold was made. Zhao Changfeng and Zhang Moyuan were still waiting. As the three chatted, students began to gather. It was that middle-aged man from the Ji family who shouted in front of the students. The assembly of young people has now come to an end, and your rankings are now revealed. The first place winner is Ji Chengtian, who received 30,400 spirit coins. Mu Er's eyebrows twitched slightly. A commotion erupted around them. It was him? This is their territory, who else could it be but him? That's so unfair. Who says otherwise? If it was pre-arranged, why would we be here? Don't you even consider that the 9 turn yuan enhancing pill is worth 1.1 million per pill? It can directly advance a source martial artist from the early stage to the late stage. Its value is outstanding. Would you really give it to us? Oh, what a pity. The middle-aged man continued to announce. Second place, Mu'er, earned 24,000 spirit coins this time. He obtained a mid-grade yellow spirit weapon, the Shattered Evil Sword. The students looked at Mu'er with pity in their eyes. The 9-turn enhancing pill should be his. Mu'er remained calm. A mid-grade yellow rank spiritual weapon, worth 3 to 400,000, is not bad. Zhao Chengfeng was somewhat indignant and sneered. I've seen through the Ji family's true nature, none of them are good people. Zhang Moyuan echoed. Who says otherwise? They just have to do this to disgust us. It's like swallowing a fly. That's actually a valid point. In fact, they were quite aware of their own strength. They had never considered the 9-turn enhancing pill, but they did not expect that the Ji family would appoint people without regard to kinship and give the first place to their young master. This is just like flies stepping on rice, it's edible but disgusting. This youth conference has been successfully completed. Thank you all for your participation. It finally came to an end amidst a flurry of flattering congratulatory remarks from the middle-aged people. Everyone went back to their own homes and to their own mothers. Mu'er bid farewell to Zhao Chengfeng and the others, and left Sichuan Cave. It is worth mentioning. He passed by the Gu sisters again without giving them a single glance. Gu Qingla had a strange feeling and murmured. Sister, I feel the gap between him and me is widening today. Gu Qingyin didn't speak, but just stared at Mu'er disappearing into the teleportation portal. Ji Qingtian watched all this with a forced smile on his face, looking rather gloomy. Chapter 40 Danger. Mu'er emerged from the evil frost cave. The sun was shining brightly outside, almost blindingly so. But for some reason, he felt a sense of exhilaration, as if he had come back to life. The evil frost cave is not a place fit for human habitation. The sky was overcast, and frost and snow continued to fall. People who stay in there for too long will become depressed. The martial artists in the caves are indeed not human. They often stay inside for 10 days or half a month at a time. After just 5 days, Mu'er was already struggling to keep up. I won't sell the beasts yet, they won't break down in my spatial ring anyway. Mu'er exchanged the spirit coins and returned home. Mu Daiyuan and Fang Xiufen were at home when they saw Mu'er return, and they were overjoyed. What have you been doing these past few days? Fang Xiufen helped Mu'er take off his school bag. I went to cultivate, and also visited a grotto heaven, Mu'er said with a smile. You went to the grotto heaven? Mu Daiyuan was somewhat surprised. Although he did not practice martial arts, how could the people of this world not know the dangers within the cave heaven? Mu'er took out his school bag and placed stacks of 30,000 spirit coins on the table. Look, this is what I earned. The 100 yuan bills gleamed under the light. Mu Daiyuan and Fang Xiufen both stopped breathing. 30,000 yuan? The two were shocked. They earn only 16,000 to 17,000 yuan a month, while their son took out 30,000 yuan from his pocket. That's really scary. Fang Xiufen nodded lightly, muttering to herself. It's true. Mu Daiyuan murmured. Take this money and use it. You can keep these for household use. I don't need the money. I'll buy some better resources for my brother. Mu'er waved his hand casually. He really didn't care about such a small amount of money. Mu Yuqing can multiply the resources he uses, resulting in even better effects. It must be very dangerous inside the cave. Mu Daiyuan's lips twitched slightly, and whether Mu'er was mistaken or not, the old man's eyes were a little moist. Not bad. Mu'er said with a sunny smile. Your son is quite skilled at swimming in the cave. Fang Xiufen was also somewhat moved at this moment. Her 18-year-old son was bringing money home, which meant that Mu'er had come of age and was the pillar of the family. It also meant that Mu'er had achieved success in his martial arts cultivation and would no longer belong to them, but to the entire human race. Son, your father and mother are useless and can't help you with anything. Tears welled up in Fang Xiufen's eyes and streamed down her face. Mu Daiyuan was quite magnanimous, patting Mu'er on the shoulder. Boss, you're very capable, better than me. Don't say that. Mu Daiyuan was speechless. He wanted to say something about protecting the country and the people, something about the clan and the need to be careful, but in the end he didn't say anything. He just patted Mu'er on the shoulder. It carries a lot of weight. Fang Xiufen, however, felt sorry for her child. Boss, please be careful and don't go to dangerous places. Mu Daiyuan said in a deep, muffled voice. If everyone thought like a woman, how could our human race stand in the universe? Are you trying to send your son to his death? Mu Daiyuan remained silent. Mu'er smiled brightly, his white teeth gleaming. Mom and Dad, don't worry. For the sake of this family and for the sake of our community, I will protect myself. For the next few days, Mu'er stayed at home to practice or learn martial arts from Hao Fan. Hao Fan has a lot of skills. Mu'er shamelessly wanted to learn more. Hao Fan simply said that Mu'er should lay a solid foundation and not be impatient for quick results. Therefore, Mu'er has been learning the basics, and his only martial art is the 100 Flowers Fist. Because of the possession of the yellow-grade mid-level spiritual weapon, the Shattered Evil Sword, Mu'er has even started learning sword techniques. I rested for a week. Mu'er felt he had absorbed enough in the Evil Frost Cave and finally prepared to leave. This time he's going to the Fenghua Martial Arts School. With little time left before the college entrance exam, he planned to get involved with a few more gifted young people, and a martial arts school seemed like a good place to do so. It is worth mentioning. During this week, the Guqingla sisters, who were bound to the group, absorbed resources again, and the Frosty Netherworld Crystal Beast and Jindui Dragon Lizard also absorbed a lot of resources. Mu'er's physical strength increased by about 6,000 Jin again. Fenghua Martial Arts School. In today's martial arts world, martial arts schools are everywhere. Among them are many spiritual warriors, and even fourth-rank warriors. The most important reason why Fenghua Martial Arts School stands out in Jiangling City is that its current headmaster is a fifth-rank martial artist. A first-grade Qi martial artist, whose vital energy cultivation has just begun. A second-grade origin warrior can absorb spiritual matter, modify primordial energy, and allow primordial energy to leave the body. A third-rank spiritual warrior can fly through the air, transcending the mundane world. This is only the lowest grade. Upon reaching the middle third rank, the path of cultivation returns to its original simplicity, continuing to refine the physical body. If the body refining realm only changes the strength of the physical body without altering its essence, then the intermediate third grade body refining is the transformation of the physical body from mortal to spiritual. The essence of the physical body consists of nothing more than the major acupoints, meridians, and bones throughout the body. A fourth-rank martial artist can open up all the major acupoints in their body, and from then on, they can absorb spiritual energy and convert it into vital energy without the need for breathing techniques. Whether sitting, standing, or sleeping, they can cultivate themselves, and they will no longer experience hunger, as they can obtain the body's needs simply by drinking dew and swallowing the morning mist. This is beyond the realm of ordinary people. What about the fifth rank? His meridians underwent a sudden transformation, spreading throughout his body like mountains and rivers. The vital energy that the lower three ranks were so proud of directly became a medium for drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. At this time, a fifth-rank official could summon wind and rain, swallow clouds, and spit out mist, and possess extraordinary supernatural powers. The sixth rank signifies a complete transformation of one's physical constitution, leaving one far behind and showing no trace of humanity, but that's a story for another time. The third rank is a level that changes with each rank, and it is difficult for someone of the third rank to kill someone of a higher rank. This shows how powerful and imposing a fifth rank would be to preside over the Fenghua Martial Arts School. Looking at the imposing Fenghua Martial Arts School, Mu'er felt a surge of emotion. The headquarters alone must have cost at least tens of millions of spirit coins to build. They're fucking rich. Grandpa, is this the Fenghua Martial Arts School? Mu'er's ears twitched slightly as he looked to the side. A young man dressed in a tight-fitting outfit was talking to an old man next to him. Yes, we knocked them down, and then we moved on to the next city. The old man had lost most of his teeth, but his speech was still incredibly clear. Mu'er felt that this old man was unusual. Despite his aged appearance, his vital energy showed no signs of decline. On the contrary, his body was brimming with vitality and spirit. The young man pursed his lips. I've already offended a lot of people by challenging the Transcendence Martial Arts School in Xingfu City. Now I have to challenge the Beacon Fire Martial Arts School. I feel that this is not a good way to enter the Great Xia Extreme University. Bang! The old man was hunched over, but surprisingly agile. He could jump up and give someone a quick flick on the forehead. The knocking made Mu'erji frown. Ouch, that really hurts. This is the same sentiment he shares with the young man. Grandpa, what are you doing? Damn it, I told you to go, so why are you making such a fuss? The boy pouted and said helplessly. I'll go. After saying that, the two walked into the martial arts school. Mu'er followed closely behind, when suddenly the old man turned around and stared straight at Mu'er. Boom! Mu'er's mind was buzzing and his scalp was tingling. This feeling is as if I'm being targeted by a beast 10 times stronger than the frosty nether crystal beast. Chapter 41 Remnants of the Former Dynasty. In an instant, sweat poured down Mu'er's face like a waterfall. This was the first time he had ever felt this way, as if he were being crushed by a mountain, unable to move at all. Even the little snake of spiritual energy in his sea of consciousness was trembling and unable to move. Mu'er managed to utter a single character from his throat. But that's all we can do. Suddenly, the old man smiled, like a gentle spring breeze, instantly relieving all the pressure. Mu'er felt like he had come back to life. The old man turned around and left with the boy. For a time, Mu'er was caught between a rock and a hard place, unable to move forward or retreat. The old man was putting too much pressure on him. Or rather, it wasn't pressure, but despair. There was no despair whatsoever in being able to fight back. Mu'er felt nothing in front of the spirit warriors, he only felt that their power was astonishing and extraordinary. But this old man. Could it be a mid-level rank 3? Mu'er's brow twitched slightly, his eyes darted around, and he walked into the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall. The martial arts school usually has staff to greet people, but at this moment everyone's attention is drawn to the young man. Yu Mingxiu, the 124th generation sole descendant of the Yu family, challenges the Fenghua Martial Arts School. Please accept the challenge. The young man spoke with a firm and resonant voice, his face radiant with pride. Yu Mingxiu? The Yu family? Mu'er was completely bewildered. A student nearby exclaimed in surprise. They're actually from the Yu family. What brings them to Jiangling City? Holy crap, it really is from the Yu family? This is a family with a 1,000-year history. Mu'er felt a surge of shock in his heart. A family with a 1,000-year history. Compared to such a family, the Ji family is nothing. He walked to the side and asked in a low voice. Brother, what's the background of the Yu family? The student had a buzz cut and was very young, seemingly only in his first or second year of high school. You didn't know? Mu'er laughed dryly. Brother, you are learned and knowledgeable, why bother arguing with a commoner like me? The man with the buzz cut said in a low voice. Hey, it's no secret. You may not know the Yu family, but you must know the Holy Emperor of the Great Yu, right? Mu'er nodded. Who doesn't know the Holy Emperor of the Great Yu dynasty? This world underwent a cataclysmic change, with the spiritual energy reviving. As a result, in the first half of the period, the human race revered martial prowess, leading to a chaotic state where civilization and etiquette completely collapsed. When the strong establish their own territories, various states emerge. In the first 3,000 years, there were more than several thousand countries in this world. Until King Wuling appeared, he unified more than 300 countries and established the Great Wu Kingdom. That era was a time of genius, the most glorious age for humankind. Thousands of countries gradually merged and unified, and based on geographical changes, formed the 158 countries that exist in the world today. The Great Xia Kingdom inherited the territory of the Great Wu Kingdom. There were 4 dynasties between the Xia and Wu dynasties, one of which was the Yu dynasty. However, the fate of the Great Yu dynasty was fraught with misfortune. The Holy Emperor of Great Yu established the Great Yu dynasty, but he only had one son, which resulted in no one to inherit the country, and Great Yu soon fell into chaos. Xia Hizi rose to power amidst the chaos of the times and established the Great Xia Kingdom. Unexpectedly, Xia Hizi possessed the power of heaven and earth, yet he did not covet power. He also explained that if the change of dynasties continued, it would obliterate the destiny of the human race, which was truly unacceptable. From then on, the path of martial arts was separated from the secular world. Martial artists focused solely on martial arts and could not exercise power, thus giving rise to the tribunal. As a result, the Great Xia began to recuperate and thrive, and more geniuses emerged, with Xia Hizi's ideas gaining the support of the majority. The Great Xia dynasty gradually descended into a civilization before the revival of spiritual energy. If that's the case, then isn't Yu Mingxiu just a remnant of the previous dynasty? Mu'er was shocked. Holy crap, is the overthrow of the Qing and restoration of the Ming dynasty coming? Hey, nobody talks about that anymore, the man with the buzz cut said, shaking his head. Such a powerful background? Looking at the young man in the arena, Mu'er was filled with emotion. It's so nice to have a good background. Any of the old men protecting him are middle-level experts. It is indeed large, but the descendants of the Yu family have had a very tragic history. It's truly incredible that they have been able to continue their lineage to this day, the man with the buzz cut continued. Why? Didn't you hear that he was the only son in the family? Mu-Er was shocked. Indeed, it was rare for a family with a 1,000-year history to have only one heir to this day. The man with the buzz cut added. That is the attack technique cultivated by the Holy Emperor of Great Yu. Although it is powerful, the biggest problem is that it is difficult to have children. Often, once a child is born, the child can never have another child. Why? The Holy Emperor of Great Yu obtained the bloodline of Jibo in his early years, so having few children was considered a blessing. Isn't Jibo the god of wind? Why does he have few children? There is always a price to pay for inheriting the bloodline of gods. The man with the buzz cut shrugged and said. Mu-Er suddenly remembered what Hao Fan had said. He had the characteristics of the awakened bloodline of the Ming Emperor, but the drawback was that his eldest and second sons would inevitably be monsters. This is the evil of the Ming Emperor's bloodline. For a moment, Mu-Er looked at Yu Mingxiu in the arena, feeling a mix of emotions. It's alright if it's just a single successor. Then why did he come to challenge the martial arts school? Mu-Er asked the key question. The man with the buzz cut frowned. Perhaps it's because we took different paths. What road did you take? Mu-Er pressed. Dude, are you a walking encyclopedia of questions? If you don't understand, you don't understand. If you do understand, you don't understand. No matter how much I explain, you still won't get it. The man with the buzz cut spoke at length, then walked to the side. Mu-Er shook his head and chuckled. I think you don't understand either. Time passed second by second. Yu Mingxiu was getting a little impatient. Is this how Fenghua Martial Arts School treats its guests? The old man showed no impatience whatsoever. He squinted his eyes and swayed slightly, as if he were asleep. Young Master Yu, please don't be in a hurry. A middle-aged man walked over, smiling broadly. I am Ma Xiandong, the person in charge of Fenghua Martial Arts School. Hello, Mr. Ma, Yu Mingxiu greeted him politely. No, I can't accept royal blood. Ma Xiandong said with a smooth face. If it weren't for the imposing aura emanating from his body, others would think he was just a simple businessman. Yu Mingxiu shook his head and said. These are all old stories. I am now just the 124th generation single heir of the Yu family of the Great Xia dynasty. Ma Xiandong smiled and chatted familiarly with Yu Mingxiu for a full quarter of an hour. Most of the surrounding students had dispersed, but they still hadn't gotten down to business. Yu Mingxiu frowned. Mr. Ma, do you think our Yu family is easy to bully and are just trying to fob us off? Ma Xiandong smiled bitterly. How could that be? Then where are the people you arranged for me? Yu Mingxiu asked. Throughout his journey, he followed ancient customs, sending invitations and setting dates for each challenge. Fenghua Martial Arts School already knew Yu Mingxiu was coming, but now Ma Xiandong is making irrelevant things and showing no respect. Ma Xiandong's mouth opened slightly, and he sighed. It's not that the martial arts school is covering it up, it's that Fan Yuan is on his way. Fan Yuan, the leading figure of the younger generation at Fenghua Martial Arts School, is 19 years old and possesses a physical strength exceeding 4,000 jin, ranking at least among the top 3 of his peers in Jianling City. He entered the Great Xia University, which ranked 7th in the entire Great Xia. Chapter 42, Changing the Cast at the Last Minute? Isn't that just ridiculous? On the way? Yu Mingxiu was at a loss for how to respond. Yes, he wasted time in the cave. After all, things always change more often than planned. Ma Xiandong said helplessly. Then how do you say it? Yu Mingxiu turned to look at the drowsy old man. Then forget it. The old man opened his eyes, opened his mouth, and laughed. That smile was particularly creepy. It had no teeth, and its mouth was a dark, gaping hole, like a monster that ate people. Ma Xiandong was sweating profusely. Presumably he had encountered the same situation as Mu-Er. But our time is precious, the college entrance exam is just around the corner. The old man's additional words sent a jolt through Ma Xiandong's heart. Where are they? Help me. Is now the time for the curator to play dead? The old man appeared emaciated, but he was clearly a 6th rank expert. His bones were undergoing tempering, which made him look extremely thin. Damn it, a 6th rank official. You could kill him without even using one hand. Are these guys members of your martial arts school? Why don't we let them come? The old man suddenly turned around and looked at Mu-Er. Instantly, Mu-Er became the center of attention. Yu Mingxiu also looked at him, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. His strength and vision are extraordinary. One can tell how strong Mu Er is just by looking at his hands, which radiated jade like light. Mu Er was about to wave his hand. A deep, resonant voice rang out. He is a student at our martial arts school. A figure slowly walked out from backstage. The man's physique was exactly the same as the old man's. Both were rather hunched over, with thin faces, and looked like patients. The old man was surprised to see who it was. Lu Hongkai, you've attempted a breakthrough? Ma Xiandong shouted. Master. Mu Er was shocked. This person was actually the 5th rank master of the Fenghua Martial Arts School. The other trainees were also surprised. Normally, the head of the Fenghua Martial Arts School is just a figurehead and never shows his face. The last time he appeared was more than 10 years ago when he recruited the current second in command of the Fenghua Martial Arts School. I never expected to see you today. It's completely different from what everyone imagined from its appearance. It doesn't have the slightest hint of the owner's imposing and domineering presence. Yu Kuang, Hu and Ti want to look to the top. Lu Hongkai forced a smile. Mu Er blinked. That's interesting. As we all know, Lu Hongkai is only a 5th rank official. If he climbs up, wouldn't he be a 6th rank official? Is this old man also a 6th rank official? Yu Kuang's expression was complex, and he fell into a rare silence, sighing. You're very brave. Others might not know about the perilous breakthrough of a mid-level rank cultivator, but he certainly did. The middle 3-grade realm is the intermediate stage connecting the mortal and the spiritual realm. The things done there are all things that steal the creation of heaven and earth. If you are not well prepared for the breakthrough, the result will be death and the dissipation of your Tao. A martial artist at the middle 3rd rank who wants to break through must be prepared every time, otherwise they will be invaded by evil spirits and die from their body exploding. Many people hesitate at the 6th rank, but Lu Hongkai has the courage, which is already extraordinary. Lu Hongkai sighed deeply. Looking back on those days, Hey, stop it. Yu Kuang quickly stretched out his thin arm. I'm not here to reminisce with you. Lu Hongkai smiled and said. Ever since I started to want a breakthrough, I've felt how insignificant life is and how vast the universe is. I've come to enjoy reminiscing about the past. Maybe I'm just getting old. Yu Kuang paused for a moment. You mean that guy is a member of your martial arts school? I'm not. Mu Er had no intention of getting involved in this mess, so he quickly spoke up. But after he finished speaking, he found that no one around him reacted, and then he realized that he was actually unable to speak. A voice came from my mind. Little friend, please do me a favor. This is Lu Hongkai's voice, transmitted through mental energy. Mu Er thought to himself. No, I can't beat him. Lu Hongkai's pupils contracted. Has a response been given? He never expected that Mu Er would be able to speak. This means that the boy's spiritual power has broken through the Naiman Palace. How is that possible? For a long time, Lu Hongkai did not respond, but just stared at Mu Er. What are you still dragging your feet for? Yu Kuang, true to his name, had a wild temper. If he weren't currently suffering through the trials of the 6th rank, he probably would have already torn the roof off the Fenghua Martial Arts School. Lu Hongkai transmitted his voice. Brother, we had prepared for this, but Fan Yuan ran into some trouble and can't come to the martial arts school. Yu Kuang is an impatient person and can't wait. If you help me, I'll give you 300,000 spirit coins if you succeed, and 150,000 spirit coins if you fail. How about it? So much? Mu Er's heart stirred. Lu Hongkai said, of course, Fenghua Martial Arts School is not short of money. It was clearly a mental transmission, but Mu Er could hear the laughter in it. It was only then that he realized that Lu Hongkai could discover the thoughts in his own mind. This is the crushing of the weak by the strong. A strong person can project their mental energy and know the thoughts of a low-level martial artist. That won't do. Mu Er thought to himself. I have a little donkey, but I don't usually ride it. Lu Hongkai thought to himself, this kid is clever, he knows how to use singing to hide his true thoughts. How's it going, buddy? He asked again, and Mu Er continued singing. One day, on a whim, I rode my horse to the market, a small leather whip in my hand. I made 700,000. I was feeling quite pleased with myself. Lu Hongkai was speechless. They're playing a puzzle game with me. If I hadn't listened carefully, I wouldn't have understood even 700,000. What if things don't work out? I don't know how, but suddenly I slipped and fell, covered in mud. Stop singing. If things don't work out, the 400,000 yuan will be included, of course, for all kinds of medical expenses and compensation for mental distress. Can. After saying that, Lu Hongkai fell silent. Mu'er, unsure whether Lu Hongkai had left, darted around, thinking to himself. I wish you failure in your breakthrough attempt. Lu Hongkai's complexion was normal, without the slightest abnormality. Okay, I'm leaving. The unlucky shop owner noticed that Mu'er was smiling at him, so he smiled back. Yu Kuang was dumbfounded, and the two men even started exchanging glances. Will it work or not? Of course, Lu Hongkai said. Okay, let's do it then. After Yu Kuang finished speaking, he whispered something to Yu Mingxiu. Yu Mingxiu's expression was normal at first, but then it changed and returned to normal. However, he looked at Mu'er with some suspicion. Having been subjected to such nagging for so long, Lu Hongkai finally lost his patience and said, You guys are so slow. Yu Mingxiu was both amused and exasperated. Both of them were over 200 years old, so why were they still arguing over such a trivial matter? He stepped forward. Yu Mingxiu. Mu Erdeo. Moji. The two stepped onto the ring. Guansu rushed in from outside the martial arts school and was immediately shocked when he saw Mu'er on the stage. Holy crap, it's this kid? Upon seeing that it was Guansu, the student narrating quickly offered compliments. Brother Guan, you don't know, Mu'er was personally selected by the old man of the Yu family to fight, and the master of the gym also agreed. Guansu looked over. As expected, Yu Kuang and Lu Hongkai sat side by side, drinking tea and chatting. He's not from the Fenghua martial arts school either, is he? Guansu was preparing to watch his senior Fan Yuan's grand performance, but unexpectedly encountered his old enemy. The curator said he is. Guansu felt like the sky had fallen. Chapter 43 was really fun. Looking at the two younger generation members on the stage. Lu Hongkai sighed. With such powerful divine bloodlines, the Yu family's geniuses are as numerous as carp crossing a river. The Yu family has been established for 1,000 years, with contributions akin to those of Jibo, whose divine bloodline is incredibly powerful. Basically, every member of the Yu family who is a single heir can enter the middle third rank. Even more impressively, some have reached the top 3 ranks. Yu Kuang said coldly. It's just a curse. The bloodline of Jibo has indeed sustained the Yu family for 1,000 years, but other aristocratic families can accumulate geniuses by having children, but the Yu family cannot. Moreover, the geniuses who emerge from the Yu family are not the monstrous kind. In the span of 500 or 600 years, only one prodigy, Yu Mingxiu, has emerged. How much weight has he gained from body tempering? Lu Hongkai asked. Yu Kuang knew he was asking about Yu Mingxiu, so he said. 23,000. Impressive. Lu Hongkai squinted. Back then, I reached the first rank with 17,000 body refinement points. If I had been lucky, I would have reached the 6th rank at the very least with 23,000. The Yu family's revitalization depends on him, Yu Kuang said. Why has the effect of Jibo's bloodline weakened? After all, it is the bloodline of a dead god. Its effects are gradually weakening, and the Yu family is expected to prosper. Then why did you dare to let him cultivate battle intent? Isn't that forcing him to his death? Lu Hongkai asked, puzzled. We are all descendants of the great Yu Holy Emperor, and we have been cultivating the battle intent technique since ancient times. Even though it has been passed down through a single lineage to the present day, it has not changed. If we were to make him a stud for the Yu family, it would be better to cripple his talent. Lu Hongkai nodded and said. That's ruthless. As for Mu'er, neither of them mentioned him in a strange way. On the arena. Yu Mingxiu asked. You've already broken through the 10,000 gene body tempering limit? Do you have to explain your hand before the battle? Muji asked rhetorically. No, I'm afraid of killing you. Yu Mingxiu smiled. Knowing your background makes it easier for me to use similar strength. Mu'er thought this kid was interesting. Was he a master of showing off? You can attack me at will, I can withstand it. Yu Mingxiu's smile faded, and he said. Grandpa said you're very strong. Yes, you can't escape your old man's eyes. Mu'er stretched, not taking Yu Mingxiu seriously. I can kill a first-tier beast with ease when I go all out. Mu'er raised his eyebrows. That strong? He grinned and said. That works for me too. Having said that, he turned and stepped forward, his muscles bulging and pulsating, his body surface resembling a mountain range crowding forward, his power gathering in his hands. Bang! Yu Mingxiu also landed a punch. The fighting style of students in the body refinement realm is always so simple. Thump thump. Yu Mingxiu took 10 steps back, while Mu'er only pushed back 1 step. So strong. Yu Mingxiu's eyes shone brightly, and waves of fighting spirit surged through his heart. Grandpa is right, we can use our full strength. The students below were completely stunned. Their arms collided, their muscles vibrated, and their bodies roared, like 2 long rivers colliding. Is this even human? Both of them have broken through the 1000 gene punch strength barrier. One of the students exclaimed in surprise. Definitely more than that. Another student added. To everyone's shock, Mu'er and Yu Mingxiu collided again. A clash of titans, a collision of planets. Bang bang bang. The pure collision of flesh, the beauty of ultimate power. Everyone used their full strength, holding nothing back. Yu Mingxiu was knocked away again, shouting. So refreshing, so refreshing. Very few people at this age can break through the 10,000 gene body tempering limit, most are in university. Therefore, throughout the journey, everyone Yu Mingxiu fought had to make him restrain his power, which could be considered a form of training. However, this kind of battle wasn't very satisfying. Only by going all out can one's fighting spirit soar. Rush! Yu Mingxiu's fist carried a strong wind, and its speed suddenly increased. Mu'er stood there, his hair flying in the air. Wind! He felt the wind. It wasn't brought about by Yu Mingxiu's fist, but by the real wind. It was as if the wind was carrying Yu Mingxiu forward. This made his punches even more astonishing. Ji Bo is the god of wind. The divine bloodline bestowed upon the Yu family the gift of wind. They were born to be accompanied by the wind. The wind is their companion. At this moment, Yu Mingxiu kneaded the wind into his fist. Mu'er grinned and took the hit head on. Boom! When the two met, dust flew up. The arena trembled. Bang! Mu'er flew backward in a parabola and crashed to the ground. The wind added at least 30,000 gene of punching force to Yu Mingxiu's fist. Mu'er's body now weighs only 40,000 gene. This is getting interesting. Mu'er swallowed the blood that was about to gush from his throat and raised his fist to meet the attack again. It seemed as if he held lightning in his fist. Wind and thunder are opposites. The two of them created a storm in the arena, with faint arcs of electricity flashing within, making the skin of the onlookers sting. They were all very curious. What kind of power was this? Although it clearly lacked vital energy, its imposing presence was extraordinary. Lu Hongkai and Yu Kuang stood up abruptly. Both of them were powerful individuals striving to advance to the 6th rank, possessing profound insights into the universe. The power of origin? Yu Kuang's eyes widened as he stared intently at the figure facing his grandson. It's thunder. Lu Hongkai's eyelids twitched, he couldn't believe it. How old is Mu'er? At 18 years old, and not yet in university, although his family background is unknown, he doesn't seem to be from a prominent family. How could he have cultivated the thunder origin? The two looked at each other and said in unison. How is that possible? They're going crazy. Cultivation emphasizes gradual progress, and even a single heir of the Yu family cannot change this. Yu Mingxiu possesses the bloodline of Ji Bo and is naturally gifted with a deep understanding of the origin of wind. Therefore, his greatest strength lies not in his physical body, but in his comprehension of wind. That is, artistic conception. There are hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of prodigies in the entire Great Xia dynasty who have reached the level of 20,000 gene in body refinement at this age, but there are probably only 100 or 200 prodigies who have cultivated to the point of attaining the realm of intent. This is what Yu Kuang is proud of about Yu Mingxiu, and he is even willing to face the great calamity of breaking through to the 6th rank, and come out of the mountains to protect him under such dangerous circumstances. Once Yu Mingxiu grows up, the Yu family will surely prosper. But his peers, who were fighting him, had cultivated their own unique style. There's a raw, primal quality to the punches and kicks, can you believe it? What is the origin? The beginning of all things is a level higher than artistic conception. It actually happened to a child. Lu Hongkai and Yu Kuang were deeply disturbed. Could it be some ancient demon, aged 100,000 years, who has transformed into human form and is reborn to cultivate again? In the field, Yu Mingxiu was forced to retreat steadily, and blood kept flowing from his mouth. Mu'er threw punches with great ease, and arcs of electricity flashed between his hands and feet. This was a game he had never enjoyed so much. You're ready for the final blow, the full power 100 Flowers Fist. Chapter 44: A Life of Immortality. All that could be seen was a sky full of fist light and flashing lightning. Yu Mingshu's eyes widened, realizing something was wrong. The fist flashes like a flower, converging into a single point. They were right in front of him. It was a fist the size of a sandbag. Bang! Yu Mingshu was sent flying backwards and could not get up again. Mu'er stood still, his chest heaving. Coo coo coo. A rumbling sound came from my stomach. His vital energy was greatly depleted, and he needed to replenish it. We won. Clad in lightning, this is a war god. That's incredible, no wonder they're fourth. The students were all shocked. Guan Su's lips twitched, and his eyelids twitched wildly. Is this even human? He couldn't beat Mu'er back then, but the gap wasn't this big. Now Mu'er is improving by leaps and bounds, while he's only gained 400 gene of strength. His talent is simply monstrous. Guan Su muttered to himself, no longer feeling smug. What defines a genius? Here's a living example. We lost. Lu Hongkai smiled and turned to look at Yu Quan. Yu Quan's eyes remained calm, showing no surprise whatsoever. It's perfectly normal for a young man like Yu Mingshu, who at this age has cultivated skills that have earned him the favor of the source, to win. Those of Ji Bo's bloodline are all of the divine lineage. However, due to the long interval, all that remained for the successor was the artistic conception, which was a level above the original source. This is a complete and utter defeat. Humanity has hope, you should be happy. Lu Hongkai smiled. Yu Quan's eyes were lifeless, and a half-smile played on his lips. Humanity has hope? Lu Hongkai, you should know how high this kid's chances of survival are. Lu Hongkai fell silent. Humanity is at its zenith, with geniuses emerging in endless streams. Not to mention those who have awakened divine blood, there are also many people with divine bodies, holy bodies, and innate Taoist charm. What was the final outcome? However, he was hunted down by all races and died young. Otherwise, humanity would have long since surpassed all other races and become the true masters of the universe. Talent can be a spotlight for geniuses, but it can also be a death knell. It is impossible for any race in the universe to allow a human genius to grow up smoothly. It is currently under control. Lu Hongkai spoke after a long silence. Yu Quan sighed deeply. Let's hope so. If he catches the eye of the Origin God cult, this kid will be in trouble. Lu Hongkai said decisively. No, there are still us old folks. Yu Quan raised his eyebrows and made a scooping motion with his hand, and Yu Mingshu appeared in his arms. Farewell, I hope you die a little longer. It sounds harsh, but it's actually a blessing. Breaking through to the 6th rank is extremely dangerous, a major tribulation on a martial artist's path. The later one dies, the greater the chance of breaking through. Lu Hongkai stood up and cupped his hands in greeting to Yu Quan. Yu Quan's figure floated away. Although he was walking, he had already moved out of the martial arts hall in a single step. Wake up! Yu Quan looked down, his hand sweeping across Yu Mingshu's chest. The lightning arcs on Yu Mingshu's chest and abdomen were all caught in Yu Quan's hand and then extinguished. Yu Mingshu awoke as if from a dream, feeling only numbness in his body. Grandpa, I lost. There are always people more talented than you. You have considerable talent, so you should compete with him to see who can outlive you. Yu Quan did not blame him. Yu Mingshu lowered his head and meekly broke free from the old man's embrace. What should Grandpa do next? After losing a match, your fighting spirit has stagnated. If you don't defeat Mu'er, you'll have little chance of making any progress in the future. You should focus on honing your skills and preparing for the college entrance exam. The Yu family's battle intent technique is a technique that leads directly to the Great Tao, but its cultivation conditions are harsh, requiring invincibility and unwavering advance. When encountering obstacles, one's cultivation progress becomes difficult to maintain. One needs to calm oneself down and face the enemy again. If one wins, one will advance 10 steps. If one fails again, one's foundation may be damaged. Yu Quan was worried. If Mu'er did not die, Yu Mingshu's battle intent technique would never be able to improve again. I will beat him. Yu Mingshu's eyes surged with fighting spirit, like a blazing fire in the night sky. I trust you. After saying that, the grandfather and grandson disappeared into the horizon. Inside the martial arts school, Lu Hongkai and Mu'er had a private conversation. Master, my money? Facing a half-step 6th-grade martial artist, Mu'er was not intimidated at all, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together with a shrewd air. Lu Hongkai shook his head and smiled. You'll get your share. That's right, the owner is very wealthy. Mu'er gave a thumbs up. How many kilograms of physical strength do you have now? Lu Hongkai asked. Mu'er Deo. Nearly 40,000 jin. There was nothing to hide about his own strength. With his sharp eyes, Lu Hongkai had already seen through Mu'er's true strength and weaknesses. Lying is bad. Besides, this world treats geniuses very well, and there are very few cases of slaughtering geniuses that is something done by heretics. Lu Hongkai's eyes twitched, his heart filled with horror. What a terrifying talent. If one is healthy and free from illness or disaster, one has the potential to attain the 8th rank in this lifetime. Keep in mind that Mu'er is only 18 years old now. If he improves by another 20,000 to 30,000 jin in his freshman year, he might even reach the peak of the 8th rank. Those who reach the 8th rank are called saints, and can already roam freely in the universe, invincible in the world. If not now, when? Lu Hongkai tossed out a card. There is 1 million spirit coins in here. Hey, isn't that too much? Mu'er was somewhat surprised, and Lu Hongkai added. It's not much, the rest is an investment in you. The owner is very generous. Mu'er bowed and thanked him. When faced with a major life crisis, Lu Hongkai remained decisive and unattached, demonstrating his character. Speaking in a hushed and secretive manner was not his nature. If you don't get hunted down, your future will be bright. Who knows, in 20 years or so, I might need your help. Lu Hongkai waved his hand, letting Mu'er accept the money without feeling guilty. A drop of water in need is a spring of water in return. Thank you very much, master. Mu'er never expected that his desire to come to the Fenghua martial arts school would yield such a reward. 1 million spirit coins are secondary, the most important thing is to become a master of a near 6th grade martial arts school. With Lu Hongkai around, Mu'er had the courage to continue. Take this money. Come to the martial arts school in the next few days, and I'll teach you a boxing style. Lu Hongkai thought for a moment and then increased the offer. Moved, Mu'er said in a deep voice. Thank you, master. Then, with a shameless grin, he asked. Is it the flame fist? Lu Hongkai smiled and said. You seem to know about the martial arts school, but not the beacon fire fist. Although this fist technique is a 2nd grade martial skill, it is only a simplified version of what I have learned. The truly powerful one is the blazing light of the oxfire fist. What grade? Mu'er's eyes lit up. This fist technique sounded incredibly powerful. 4th rank. Lu Hongkai didn't hold back. Mu'er was deeply shaken. There are probably no more than 100 4th grade martial arts techniques in Jianling City, and now I actually have the opportunity to learn one. Thank you, master. Mu'er bowed in thanks. Lu Hongkai said. Alright, come see me tomorrow. Mu'er came out of the martial arts school feeling dizzy and unsteady. After the fight, I got the money and the martial arts skills. What an amazing life. Now that a near 6th rank official is backing us up, we should have some understanding of Ji Qingtian's situation. Chapter 45: A Hidden Paradise. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, modern technology has been destroyed. The whole world became indistinguishable from the original world. As the human race stabilized, technology began to flourish again. However, this world is too unstable, making it even more difficult to build a power station. Not to mention televisions and computers. So the technological level of this world is roughly at the beginning of the 20th century. They have telephones, but they need operators. This thing is very expensive anyway, Mu'er has never used it. Therefore, ordinary people still need to send letters to communicate. Of course, martial artists do not need to do this. Powerful martial artists have memory stones or teleportation devices. They are all magical artifacts, functioning as telephones. Mu'er found paper and pen and wrote a letter with his left hand. He is right-handed, and while his handwriting isn't exactly messy, it's certainly not pretty. Little brother, could you please drop this letter into the post office for me? Mu'er saw a child on the street, holding a lollipop as an enticement. The little boy, with snot running down his face, chuckled. Good. He took the envelope and went to the post office. Mu'er's eyes were indifferent as he secretly pondered. Ji Qingtian doesn't seem like a spoiled brat, he's quite cunning. I wonder if this trick will lure him out. If not, we'll just have to put some pressure on him during the college entrance exam. After saying that, he returned home. Oh, Mom, you're back so early? Fang Xiufen sat in the chair, her expression somber. She probably hadn't expected Mu'er to return, and said in a flustered manner, Boss, didn't you go out? Something's not right. Mu'er blinked and his nose twitched slightly. The room was filled with smells, including the strong smell of cooking oil from the kitchen, as well as the medicinal smell of alcohol in Yunnan Baiyao. This is... I'll come back as soon as I've finished dealing with things. As Mu'er spoke, the doors to the master bedroom opened, and Mu Dayuan came out. Xiufen, it seems like I still can't stop bleeding. Mu'er looked closely. Good heavens, Mu Dayuan's head was wrapped up like a mummy, and blood was constantly seeping from the right side of his head. Mu Dayuan was also stunned when he saw Mu'er. Boss. Dad, what's wrong with you? Mu'er stepped forward, grabbed Mu Dayuan, and wanted to see his wound. Mu Dayuan waved his hand and said, It's nothing, I just accidentally bumped my head at the factory. Fang Xiufen stood up at night and said in a deep voice, Big brother, focus on the college entrance exam, your dad will be fine. Mu'er's eyes turned cold. Someone is bullying you. Mu Dayuan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Don't you know how well connected your dad is? He's a nice guy at the factory, how could he be bullied? Yes, don't worry. Fang Xiufen chimed in from the side, but her voice lacked conviction. Mu'er took a deep breath and took out his bank card from his pocket. Mom and Dad, here's $1 million. You can quit working at the factory. Since his parents were unwilling to talk about it, he wouldn't force them, he would settle the matter privately later. 1 million? Mu Dayuan and Fang Xiufen were both shocked. Mu'er just brought home 30,000 yuan a few days ago, and now he has another million. Where did this money come from? Fang Xiufen was terrified. She had never seen so much money in her life. The owner of the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy asked me to do something, and it's done. This is my reward. Mu'er didn't hide anything and revealed his current status. Isn't that a 5th-rank martial artist? Mu Dayuan was dumbfounded. Let alone a 5th-rank expert, even a 3rd-rank expert is like a god in his eyes, let alone a 5th-rank expert. Although martial arts and folk customs are separated in the Great Xia dynasty, and martial artists are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of ordinary people, the entire nation values martial arts, and no one can help but admire the strong. Now that their own son is involved with a 5th-rank expert, it sounds quite prestigious. How could the two of them not be excited? Tell me in detail. Fang Xiufen's eyes lit up, and she forgot about her husband's injury. She pulled Mu'er aside and started chatting about everyday things. Mu'er picked out what he could say, and finally Fang Xiufen and her husband understood. My son has made something of himself. Fang Xiufen's eyes were filled with tears, and her heart was pounding with emotion. Hoping their children will become successful is every parent's dream. The Mu family has now produced a prodigy. Mu Dayuan was equally excited and said good 3 times in a row. After Mu'er comforted him for a while, blood seeped through the gauze from Mu Dayuan's forehead. Dad, just tell me. Mu Dayuan's smile faded, and he sat on the sofa as Fang Xiufen bandaged her wound again. It's nothing. My contract still has 3 years left, but the factory wants me to quit. I don't want to, so they're using this method to force me to quit. Mu'er frowned and said. Why should I force you? It's just that they won't let your dad get the compensation, Fang Xiufen said indignantly. When a factory contract expires, it's up to the workers to decide whether they want to stay or leave. However, if a worker is dismissed before the contract expires, according to the laws of the Great Xia dynasty, compensation must be paid. I see. Mu'er understood. I'll go find them. Mu Dayuan instantly grabbed his eldest son. You have 10 days until the college entrance exam, don't get involved in this. Dad, it's just a matter of informing Master Lu, Mu'er said with a smile. Mu Dayuan's expression was solemn as he earnestly advised. Son, you haven't been out in the world, you don't know about human relationships. It's hardest to repay favors in this world, let alone favors from a 5th-rank martial artist. That's one thing. The second thing is, this is a small matter, but if you reveal a flaw in front of the master and he has to step in, wouldn't it make the master look down on you and ruin your future? Mu'er felt a warmth in his heart. Okay, I'll do as you say. The next day. Mu Dayuan's wounds are almost healed. Medical care is very advanced now, and spiritual energy has been restored, so ordinary flesh wounds are no big deal. As long as a magical object is applied to the wound, it will heal in a short time. Mu'er said goodbye and left home, heading towards the Fonghua martial arts school. Upon entering, the staff were incredibly welcoming. "Young Master Mu, this way please." Mu'er arrived at an elevator. The staff member laughed. "This is the direct elevator to the master's secluded chamber. I cannot enter." Mu'er entered the elevator, and the staff pressed the button. As the elevator doors closed, the staff's smiles remained. That is the power of authority. The staff member was a woman, with strength around the first rank, but at this moment, facing his entire group of students at the body refinement realm, she had to be amiable and smiling. Mu'er felt a surge of emotion. Bite. The elevator doors opened. The office that appeared before him was Lu Hongcai's office. The Fonghua Martial Arts Academy is very large, covering an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, like an emperor's private residence. Lu Hongcai's office is on the top floor, with a glass panel on the south side overlooking the martial arts school. Many of the trainees were practicing. Lu Hongcai stood by the window, not turning around, and said, "You're here?" Mu'er replied. "Let's begin." After saying that, Lu Hongcai did something, and the bookshelf behind his desk opened from the middle. Mu'er opened his mouth wide. Wow, what a hidden paradise! Chapter 46 Harvest. "Come in." Lu Hongcai waved, and Mu'er followed the space after entering the bookshelf. An extremely strong fragrance wafted over, making Mu'er feel dizzy. "What is this smell?" Lu Hongcai smiled and said, "I forgot, you haven't cultivated your Yuan Qi yet, and you haven't adapted to spiritual energy. This is the taste of spiritual energy. Why does it smell so good?" Mu'er felt it was hard to say. "Isn't that a bit too tacky?" Lu Hongcai asked. "Yes." Mu'er nodded. In his heart, he always felt that spiritual energy should be like the clouds on the horizon or the mist around the mountains, and should not have any flavor. But this spiritual energy is too mundane, like the fragrance on a woman standing on the street. Spiritual energy varies. The spiritual energy you are thinking of is correct, but the spiritual energy I have is a variant. As he spoke, Lu Hongcai pointed to a table next to him, which resembled an altar with a censer and a stick of yellow incense stick inserted on it. The fragrance is named Muhuiyin. The spiritual substance I absorbed when I entered the origin warrior realm is called Godi Quan Jin, which can draw out earth fire, produce primordial fire energy, and build a foundation of fire virtue. Therefore, I have used incense to draw out spiritual energy and transform it into fire-type spiritual energy, making it easier for me to absorb. Lu Hongcai truly treated Mu'er as his junior, explaining his background clearly and even adding, "This is also a very important part of cultivation. When the spiritual energy of heaven and earth changes, it affects the surrounding environment and the spiritual atmosphere changes accordingly. If one cultivates under the correct spiritual atmosphere, one can achieve twice the result with half the effort." Mu'er understood. The owner is creating a spiritual atmosphere for himself. Lu Hongcai laughed loudly. "Yes, you are very talented." Mu'er took a deep breath and indeed felt as if his heart was on fire, and as if magma was rolling beneath the ground, with a burning sensation coming from the soles of his feet. He could vaguely feel fiery snakes throbbing through his meridians, causing a stinging sensation. Is this spiritual energy? Lu Hongcai stretched out his hand, and in a flash of inspiration, the incense stick, Muhuiyin, went out, but the fragrance lingered. "You won't feel uncomfortable in a little while." Mu'er thanked him. "Thank you for your care, master." Lu Hongcai waved his hand and sighed. "It's not entirely to take care of you. Now that I've broken through to a crucial point, artificial spiritual energy is useless. Burning incense on weekdays is just for psychological comfort. By extinguishing the incense now, we can save some resources for the martial arts school." Mu'er opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but then he thought that the other person was at the 5th rank, so what could he, a mere body refinement kid, say? So we gave up on that idea. "Come on, let's begin." Lu Hongcai did not forget the important matter. Mu'er asked, "Won't this affect the master's major breakthrough?" "Breakthroughs cannot be rushed. If I can be influenced by you, I'd rather die." Lu Hongcai, on the other hand, was quite relaxed. He walked to the bookshelf next to him and took out a small, thread-bound booklet. "Come on, take a look." Mu'er took the booklet, on which the large characters were prominently displayed. Blazing Light Fist. Upon opening the title page, what comes into view is. Today we wish to discuss a wondrous technique called the blazing light fist of the ox. This fist technique is extraordinary, originating from an ancient tradition, containing the power of heaven and earth, like a raging fire, intensely hot. Its momentum is unstoppable, its power boundless, and it represents the pinnacle of martial arts. There was once a brave warrior who accidentally obtained this skill and used it to dominate the martial arts world, becoming invincible. However, this fist technique is no ordinary thing and requires a firm will to master. Otherwise, it will backfire and lead to imprisonment. Therefore, we should be extremely cautious and not lightly pass it on to others. Lu Hongkai said from the side. Although the fiery light fist is just one martial art, it has a breathing technique to accompany it, as well as a light escaping technique. It is not an exaggeration to call it the fiery light scripture. What I'm showing you now is the complete text. You can memorize the breathing technique yourself. If you want to learn it, find a fire element teacher in university to guide you immediately. As for the escape technique, cultivating this technique requires the blazing light of heavenly fire, which is spiritual light. Each copy is worth millions. I was fortunate enough to master it in my early years, and the martial arts school has no stock left. So please remember this, and learn it again if you have the opportunity. Mu'er read the entire text and was deeply moved. Under Xiaohezi's leadership, the gap between aristocratic families, clans, and ordinary people in this world gradually narrowed, but the strength of clans and aristocratic families transcended time. Their strength lies in their own traditions. For example, the Ji family, although their traditions have only lasted for about 200 years, has complete breathing techniques and martial arts skills, so that the children in the family start learning earlier than those in ordinary families. Ordinary people can only access advanced breathing techniques when they go to university, otherwise, they can only use breathing techniques with impressive sounding names such as river breath technique or longevity technique, which are actually only of the first rank. As for the blazing light fist of the peony, a 4th grade technique, there weren't any good ones available at the academy. This particular fist technique alone would be enough for Mu'er to practice for a long time. Breathing techniques are family secrets and are not shared with outsiders. However, in universities that are not top tier, such as Extreme University or Lingwu University, the highest level of breathing techniques is only grade 3. After graduating from university, one needs to find a breathing technique to inherit, otherwise the future is worrying. Martial arts techniques of the 4th rank that encompass breathing techniques are priceless. The curator. Mu'er was deeply moved and didn't know what to say. Lu Hongkai waved his hand and laughed. I told you, no need to thank me. Consider it an investment. Mu'er remained silent for a long time before kneeling down with a thud. Although the master is very generous, this move already implies that he intends to take on a disciple. I have no way to repay him, so I can only kowtow in gratitude. Lu Hongkai quickly pulled Mu'er up and praised him repeatedly. Although they did not formally become disciples, they had already developed a master-disciple relationship, and their relationship took another step forward. Now I'll demonstrate the blazing light fist for you. Lu Hongkai assumed a fighting stance, without using any yuan qi, but his body was surrounded by bursts of spiritual fire, as if the god of fire had descended to earth, and his punch was accompanied by raging flames. This boxing technique is simple, with only 6 moves. The first, flames of passion. As soon as Lu Hongkai finished speaking, flames rose up in front of him, roaring out in a raging torrent. As the punch was thrown, the air seemed to ignite, producing a slight crackling sound. Blazing flames pierced the sun. Lu Hongkai then demonstrated the second move. The fist strike was as powerful as the midday sun, radiating brilliance, and aimed directly at vital points. This move is extremely powerful. Once it hits, the enemy will be severely injured, Lu Hongkai said as he demonstrated. Fire and shooting stars. One move is finished, then another. The force of the punch was like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, its trajectory unpredictable. The speed of the moves was like a shooting star, leaving Mu'er speechless. I never expected that such a ghostly move would be hidden within such a powerful and masculine martial art. The fiery dragon emerges from the sea. Lu Hongkai roared again. Sure enough, amidst a sea of fire before him, his fist burst forth, truly like a fiery dragon emerging from the sea, with bursts of spiritual light and raging flames emanating from it. Surrounded by a sea of fire, Mu'er's face burned as he was bound by flaming shackles. So strong. This punch was powerful and fierce, and it was also a ranged attack. Chapter 47 Ji Qingtian's reaction. Lu Hongkai wasn't finished yet. His move suddenly shifted to the other side. His body twisted in the air, absorbing the surrounding sea of fire into his fist, and then suddenly exploded. Exploding lava. This move was truly like a volcanic eruption, with lava gushing out of the cave entrance. The fist unleashed astonishing energy. Mu'er felt as if the space itself was being melted by the scorching heat of the fangs. The final move, Junkin Lin. When Lu Hongkai uttered those three completely unrelated words, Mu'er was dumbfounded. Isn't this the blazing light fist of the Oxfire? It doesn't seem like there's any connection between them. He understood the next second. A phantom appeared behind Lu Hongkai, several feet tall, with hair forged from fire snakes and eyes like lanterns. Clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons, it resembled a true fire god looking down upon the world. Its eyes were wide open in anger, like a Buddha or Vajra, and its fists were raised high. Lu Hongkai shouted. Fall. The Vulcan fist descended from the sky along with Lu Hongkai's fist. That punch is going to blow the martial arts gym away. Mu'er opened his mouth wide, his eyes almost closing. Unexpectedly, the flames instantly subsided and vanished. Lu Hongkai stood there blankly and said softly. The final move already possesses the essence of supernatural power, which you cannot master at the moment. Mu'er was surprised, not expecting the master to be able to control his power so easily, which showed his exceptional control over his strength. What are supernatural powers? Lu Hongkai found a futon and sat down. These are all things that mid-level rank researchers study. You're still a long way off. Oh. Mu'er could only respond with a blank stare. Why don't you practice? Lu Hongkai poured himself a cup of tea and looked at Mu'er. All right, please give me your guidance, master. The mailman hummed a song as he delivered the envelope into the Ji family's mailbox. Such a large family actually needs to send letters? He muttered curses under his breath as he waited for the bicycle to leave. A moment later, someone came out and took the envelope away. This is Ji Chengtian repeating what Ji Chengning said. Ji Chengning is a member of a minor branch of the family. Oh, young master actually sent a letter? Thinking about which girl had come to provoke Ji Chengtian again, Ji Chengning shook his head and smiled. Enter the manor. Ji Chengtian was at a martial arts training ground. It contains all 18 kinds of weapons, and even sparring partners. Logically speaking, Ji Chengtian should be living with his parents, but his parents are too controlling, so he moved out under the pretext of taking the college entrance examination. Young master, there is a letter for you. Ji Chengning first handed Ji Chengtian a towel and some spiritual water before taking out the letter. Oh? Who is it? Ji Chengtian was somewhat surprised. He looked at the envelope, which had nothing on it except for the address and the words to be opened by Ji Chengtian. The envelopes and the lacquer printing were also very casual. Have no idea. Ji Chengning shook his head. Ji Chengtian tore off the envelope, picked it up, and read. I have evidence that you hired someone to commit murder. But upon seeing this line of text, his face suddenly turned cold. Ji Chengning sensed something was wrong and asked. What's wrong? Ji Chengtian's eyelids twitched, and he forced a smile. It's okay, where's the delivery guy? You're leaving. Ji Chengning, who was able to become the study companion of the eldest son of the main branch, was naturally very shrewd. He could tell from Ji Chengtian's expression that something must have happened. Should I go find it? Ji Chengtian waved his hand and said, no need. He continued looking. Sigh, it's unbelievable that the eldest son of the prestigious Ji family would hire someone to kill a human genius. If Mu'er knew that you were the mastermind behind this murder, do you think you would still be alive during the college entrance examination? I only want money, nothing else. 30 million for this secret, or you can expect to end up in the tribunal. Upon seeing the words trial chamber, Ji Chengtian broke out in a cold sweat. The tribunal was established by Xia Hezi to specifically oversee crimes committed by martial artists, with members of the same group killing each other. For martial artists, this place is nothing short of hell. The head of the adjudication office in Jiangling City is named Xiao Yangzhou, a notorious cold-blooded and iron-faced man. Mu'er is currently enjoying great popularity and is attracting attention from all sides. If he enters the tribunal, Ji Chengtian will be doomed, even if he is the prodigy of the Ji family. Come. Ji Chengtian let out a soft breath. A wave of regret washed over him. Why? Why did he have to provoke Mu'er? She felt a mix of regret and anger. How could Mu'er survive being attacked by a second-rank martial artist? Brother, are you all right? Ji Chengning panicked a little. He was sweating profusely while reading a letter. Ah Ning, it's alright, you can leave now. Don't tell anyone else about this. Ji Chengtian trusted the person in front of him, so he left those words and went into his cultivation room. In the very center of the cultivation room lay a piece of broken gold, beneath which sat a donkey, its flames a deep blue. Gold dust floated up from the broken gold and merged into the air. For a moment, the room seemed to be filled with the clanging of swords. An ordinary person would probably have been bleeding from the mouth and nose and had their skin torn and broken long ago if they had stayed in this room. Ji Chengtian, on the other hand, was at ease, his blood and qi surging, constantly absorbing the gold powder into his body. This thing has a similar effect to Lu Hongcai's fire of the peony, and can be considered as creating a spiritual atmosphere. He placed the envelope on the table and continued reading. Upon receiving this letter, meet me at the old factory area tonight. Only you are allowed. If there are any tricks, I will not show up. I will be in contact with Mu'er sometime before the college entrance examination, then there will be a good show to watch. That concludes the letter. Ji Chengtian was terrified. He was genuinely scared. If the inscription contained threatening words, Ji Chengtian wouldn't be so afraid. He would only think that the person behind the scenes was all bark and no bite, and had no real substance. However, the words contained a hint of sarcasm and ridicule, which made Ji Chengtian think deeply. Why? I was actually discovered. Ji Chengtian, being a scion of a prominent family, quickly calmed down. There's been no news from Fangshan, so he must have run away. I've changed hands several times, so he probably doesn't know I'm the one behind it all. Either the dark web exposed it, or it's inside the evil frost cave. Gangnam City, being a remote small city, has no internet, only electricity. In some large cities, the internet exists, such as Hanguang City, one of the 7 major cities of the Great Xia dynasty. One of them is the dark web, which is full of shady dealings. Ji Chengtian's hiring of a hitman was also carried out during this process. The dark web has only been around for about 20 years, so changes are to be expected. But if problems arise within the evil frost cave, Ji Chengluo was sent by him to monitor Mu'er, but he was killed en route, enraging the Ji family. Ji Chengtian quickly made up an excuse to brush it off. The martial arts world is ancient. Although the Ji family has existed for 100 or 200 years, the family has only been passed down for 4 generations. The family style is strict and solemn, and Ji Chengtian dares not expose what he has done. The only recourse was to shift the blame, implying that someone was provoking the Ji family. The matter of Ji Chengluo's death was left unresolved. The only one who could be responsible for the problems in the evil frost cave is Ji Chengluo. Could he be Mu'er's protector? Chapter 48, Meeting at the Old Factory Area. The thought of this idea sent chills down Ji Chengtian's spine. That's quite possible. Ranking 4th in the city in the mock exam is already a remarkable achievement. In addition, given Mu'er's clean family background, it's possible that various parties have already made private contact. It is only natural that a protector would appear. Since Ji Chengluo has been exposed, Mu'er must already know about me. He doesn't need to use this to test me. No, Ji Chengtian shook his head. It seems the problem is only with the dark web. The rich young master sighed inwardly. You still can't trust the internet. Despite the claim that the dark web is undetectable and decentralized, it was still hacked and directly exposed. Why did they target me? Ji Chengtian couldn't understand it. Everything done on the dark web is shady, others are fine, but it's really unlucky to be exposed. Why? Ji Chengtian sighed deeply, thinking that he was about to suffer another major financial loss. 30 million is just a small amount of money for the Ji family, but for Ji Chengtian, it's like cutting off a piece of his own flesh. Fenghua Martial Arts School. Mu'er practiced his boxing with great vigor and power. The interplay of power and influence, a clash of thunder and fire, made Lu Hongcai's eyes light up. I forgot that this kid also has the thunder origin as a companion. Heavenly thunder and earthly fire, intertwined and connected, make the fiery light fist of peony fire even more powerful in his hands. After finishing the second set of exercises, he stood in a stance and exhaled. Sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall. This fist technique is more troublesome than the 100 flowers mismatched fist. Completing a set will deplete most of your body's strength. Not bad, not bad. High talent and good endowment. Lu Hongcai clapped his hands in praise, saying, "This is a great talent. The curator's guidance is still the best." Lu Hongcai laughed heartily and tossed a beautiful little box to Mu'er. It contains the blood and qi enrichment due. After taking it, your physical strength can increase by another 100 pounds, and your body can recover quickly. Mu'er took the box and saw a shimmering, colorful jelly inside. This is a good item, worth over 10,000. Having already accepted priceless treasures, it would seem hypocritical to refuse something worth tens of thousands. Thank you, curator. Mu'er accepted it, but didn't eat it. Lu Hongkai didn't care, it was all out of goodwill. Just accept it. That's all for today. The guests have been seen off. Mu'er walked out of the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall and looked back at the huge building. The Fenghua Martial Arts School soared into the sky, bathed in the bright sunlight. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the martial arts hall, making it appear as if it were draped in gold. Oh dear, I've received quite a generous gift today. With these thoughts in mind, Mu'er quickly left. I got back to my building. Mu'er randomly entered a restaurant. This is made specifically for exotic beast meat, which is imbued with spiritual energy and is perfect for replenishing one's vital energy. He was so hungry he was dizzy and lightheaded. What would you like to eat? The waiter came over with the menu. Mu'er nodded. This. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Hey, I don't want these 3 soups, bring everything else. Seeing that the waiter was about to leave, Mu'er quickly grabbed him. Ah? How many people are there, sir? Mu'er smiled shyly, it's just me. The waiter was startled and immediately went to report to the kitchen. Soon, people brought in food in a long line. Mu'er started slurping and munching on his rice. The kitchen staff member wiped away sweat and rubbed his aching arms. There was no mention of a company dinner today. Half an hour later, Mu'er came out while shaving his teeth, and complained as he looked at the bill. No wonder they say the poor are scholars and the rich are warriors. It's just a dozen or so caddies of spiritual meat, but they're selling it to me for 20,000 yuan. The thought of having no worries about food and clothing in the cave, and having dozens of kilograms of meat from a first-grade exotic beast that he could never get enough of, made him even angrier. How come the price of the exotic beast meat, which was worth more than 3,000 yuan in the cave, increased several times over outside? It's not that the restaurant is expensive. A typical body refinement realm martial artist consumes only 1 or 2 pounds of exotic beast meat per day, so Mu'er's consumption of 10 or more pounds of spiritual meat in one meal is truly unprecedented. Next, we'll go to the old factory area and see how Ji Chengtian handles it. Tisk. Mu'er spat the toothpick aside and headed towards the old factory area. The old factory area is now very deserted, with no one for miles around. Several abandoned factory buildings stand empty, with various green plants growing in the crevices and among the buildings. Mu'er's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. He remembered that the old factory area used to be very prosperous, but the factory area began to relocate after Jiangling City introduced the electrical circuit. The factory area was relocated, and all industries followed suit, leaving the old factory area increasingly desolate, with no one coming here on weekdays. Even homeless people. This is why Fangshan chose this place as the burial site for Mu'er. Of course, he didn't expect Mu'er to have such sharp eyes and recognize him at a glance, so he could only find a place near the river to finish quickly. Ji Chengtian, come quickly. Mu'er hid atop an abandoned restaurant, standing on the balcony overlooking the entire old factory area. The sun sets, the moon rises, and the stars emerge from the night sky. Mu'er rested his head on his pillow and gazed up at the starry sky. The universe is vast, and life-bearing planets are not the only ones that exist. The name of the planet where Mu'er is located is a name bestowed by all races. Even when humanity was in decline, many geniuses shone like stars in the sky in the universe. With so many human geniuses, it naturally attracted the attention of all races. They discovered that the location of the human race nurtures the souls of the living at birth, which can greatly enhance the human race's talents. This astonished all races. What they can be proud of is their bloodline and heritage, and the place where humans were born is a treasure land, which is naturally coveted by all races. At that time, the human race was in decline. Although there were still pillars of support, they were surrounded by wolves and had no choice but to cede half of their vital territory. This is the bloody history of the human race. Mu'er remembers it clearly. Later, Emperor Changling emerged like a star, overcoming numerous obstacles and defeating many enemies. With a physical strength of 70,000 jin, he officially embarked on the path of cultivation and spent 600 years becoming a 9th-rank martial artist. Finally, by dragging 19 elders from various races, including the Star Devourer clan, the Ancient God clan, and the Demon Slayer clan, into self-destruction, a clear and bright world was restored. All races withdrew from the Fate Land. Although they could still give birth there, they had to exchange resources for it, and the human race's situation improved instantly. That era was a time when heroes shone brightly. Emperor Changling, Emperor Xingwu, and Emperor Tianqi emerged from the same era, along with foreign popes and divine sons. It was from that time that the human race began to rise. A constellation of stars shone brightly, but it's a pity I wasn't born in that era. The evening breeze ruffled Muji's hair, and he felt a slight sense of emotion. Although he was thinking about Ji Chengtian, he dared not relax his vigilance in the slightest. A small snake imbued with spiritual energy was released to guard against everything. Although the distance was only about 10 meters, it was enough. As long as he isn't surrounded, Mu'er has plenty of ways to escape. Beep beep. Suddenly, a horn blared. Mu'er looked down from the balcony, unsure of how to begin. Ji Chengtian is too arrogant. He came on a date in a luxury car. Beep beep beep. The horn blared again, but this time it sounded rather aggressive. Chapter 49 Plans. Mu'er was naturally in no hurry. He's in the shadows, while Ji Chengtian is in the open. This rich young master is probably like an ant on a hot plate right now. Just as Mu'er had thought, Ji Chengtian couldn't hold back any longer. He opened the car door and stepped out. The evening breeze blew through his hair, which was clearly very refreshing, but Ji Chengtian's heart felt a little chilly. Damn, what a seasoned guy. The surroundings were completely silent, with only the chirping of birds and the sound of the wind. Beep beep beep. He honked the horn again and flashed the high beams. But still no one came out. Mu'er remained seated firmly, unmoved, gazing into the distance. It really was you. He had no intention of dismissing Ji Chengtian today, and watched from a distance of several miles. Now that we know the outcome, what are we waiting for here? Mu'er leaped away quickly. Ji Chengtian was unaware of the situation. He was completely on the defensive. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have acted so impulsively. There are two reasons why Ji Chengtian was unable to remain calm. Firstly, Mu'er was too focused on his work and was forced into a corner by Ji Chengtian. From the moment he received the news, he only had half a day to prepare. In such a short time, Ji Chengtian, unless he had a mind as sharp as a demon, had no way to sort things out and could only obediently take the bait. Second, family reasons. The Ji family has been rooted in Jiangling City for nearly 200 years. Starting from scratch, their ancestor built a family worth billions, and the family has a very strict family tradition. You should know that the patriarch of the Ji family is still alive. With strict family rules and traditions, Ji Chengtian could only steal small things if he wanted to do something. Otherwise, in other aristocratic families, why would they hire someone to kill Mu'er? Ji Chengtian had his own agenda, which was limited to not provoking the elders in his family, and to taking actions that would require him to be sacrificed to protect the family's reputation. Ji Chengtian believed that his family could abandon him without hesitation. It's still the same old story. Geniuses are born that way. Anyway, the current generation of the Ji family can hold on for another 30 to 50 years. If his elders at home found out he had hired someone to commit murder, especially against the city's fourth-ranked genius, Ji Chengtian broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe what he was seeing. Atonement with death would be too lenient. He truly didn't want to enter the tribunal. An organization of cruel officials, trapped inside, where death is unattainable. Beep beep beep. Ji Chengtian honked the horn again in frustration, a chill spreading from his heart to his limbs. His body was normally burning hot, but now he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Aren't you coming yet? Having no other option, Ji Chengtian shouted at the top of his lungs. I know you're watching. Hurry up and come out. Once the transaction is complete, we'll settle the matter once the goods are gone. No one responded. The night was pitch black, with only the bright moon and a few sparse stars in the sky. Ji Chengtian collapsed weakly beside the car, his face twitching. Have we been discovered? His eyes were heavy with gloom, like dark clouds in the sky. Ji Chengtian still had a backup plan. Even wild beasts will fight back before they die, let alone humans. However, they didn't expect that their backup plan was completely unusable, as the person behind the scenes gave them no chance whatsoever. Ji Chengtian licked his dry lips. He knew. The offense and defense have become different. Mu'er returned home. Knock knock knock. Mu Yuching, still half asleep, opened the door. "Brother, you're back?" Mu'er took out the blood chi double do from his bosom and said, "Here, take this." Mu Yuching woke up suddenly and said blankly, "This is?" "Take a look." Mu Yuching opened the box, and inside were colorful jelly-like. "You can use this thing," Mu'er said, winking. Mu Yucheng's pupils dilated in shock. He recognized what this thing was at a glance. "Brother, this thing is worth hundreds of thousands." "I know. You're going to take the college entrance exam now. I don't need this for my middle school entrance exam." Mu Yucheng felt a little guilty and stuffed it into Mu'er's hand. Mu'er frowned, feigning a stern expression. "If you use it, I use it too. We're family, so let's not talk like strangers." Mu Yucheng opened his mouth wide, no longer feeling sleepy at all. Sigh. "Don't worry about eating. Wait until your brother comes back as the top scorer in the national college entrance examination. Then you'll know how amazing your brother is. Hundreds of thousands? He'll feed you millions of dollars every day from now on." Mu'er grinned and closed the door. He returned to his room and summarized what he had learned that day. Their physical strength was increasing rapidly. Whether it was the Guqingla sisters or Zhao Chengfeng and the others, they were all frantically using resources to quickly improve their strength. The main reason is still the presence of the Frosty Nether Crystal Beast, a major resource provider. Mu'er didn't know what was going on, but it would give him a boost in strength every day. It weighs a dozen kilograms at times, and over 100 kilograms at others. After the system doubled the power, Mu'er's physical strength increased extremely rapidly. Open the panel. Name, Mu'er. Realm, Body Refinement. Punching Power, 47,358. Chi and Blood, 639. Mental Strength, 60.4. Origin, Thunder, 0.000099. Final Method, Swallowing the Moon and Pine Retreat to Stillness Mud Pill Method. Martial Arts Techniques, 100 Flowers Intertwined Fist, Blazing Fire Fist. Looking at the panel, Mu'er stroked his chin. His physical strength is approaching 50,000. With that kind of power, taking first place in the city is not a dream. However, we cannot underestimate anyone. As Master Lu said, human geniuses are as numerous as fish in a river, and all sorts of strange people are emerging one after another. Mu'er didn't think about anything else in this college entrance exam. He just wanted to become the top scorer in the country. First, he wanted to do something big, which was to kill Ji Chengtian, because only this identity could suppress the Ji family. Secondly, if you want to make rapid progress, you must go to the highest academy. Only in this way can you bind with various geniuses and scions of noble families and use the system to improve quickly. TSK, not enough. As he spoke, Mu Yucheng had already absorbed the double chi and blood dew, increasing his physical strength by 70 gene, and the system's bonus was doubled by 29. This kind of commotion was already commonplace for Mu'er. Let's practice the moon-swallowing pine tranquil mud pill method to boost our spiritual power. The next day, Mu'er got up early and went to school. Zhuoken has finally arrived. After not seeing him for a week or two, this friend had grown remarkably, as if he had a small sun inside him, and one could feel a surge of heat around him. "What did you eat?" Mu'er stared wide-eyed. He now possesses extraordinary mental strength and can sense Zhuoken's remarkable progress, with his physical strength increasing by at least 3 to 5,000 gene. Without any binding, Mu'er almost vomited blood. Zhuoken chuckled, wiped his nose, and said smugly, "Don't worry about it. Just watch how your dad carries you through this college entrance exam." Mu'er searched his memory for information about Zhuoken, only to realize that he knew about his best friend's family background. It's not that simple. Has anything happened lately? Zhuoken asked in a low voice, slumped over the table. He looked very tired. Mu'er shrugged, preparing to answer. Unexpectedly, a gasp came from outside the door. Chapter 50 Intelligence Kid, too bad you have to die. What's going on? Why is it so lively? Zhuoken peered out the door. Sounds came from outside the corridor. Isn't this Ji Chengtian? What's he doing in the regular class? My God, isn't Ji Chengtian so handsome? He didn't come alone. Did he bring Feng along to cause trouble? Mu'er's eyes darted around. Ji Chengtian was here? Suddenly, he understood. In the envelope, he wrote that if Ji Chengtian did not give him 30 million, he would hand over the information to Mu'er, fearing that Ji Chengtian had found nothing in the old factory area yesterday and that Mu'er had already obtained the relevant information. Zhuokan scratched his head, puzzled. How did Ji Chengtian get here? At this time, Feng Ho blocked the door from the outside, and Ji Chengtian walked in from the side, his gaze immediately locking onto Mu'er. Mu'er leaned back in his chair, his expression unchanged. The classmates were surprised and exchanged glances between the two. Brother Mu, can we come out and have a chat? Mu'er thought to himself, as expected. Zhuokan, still unaware of what was happening, exclaimed in surprise. What does he want from you? Do you need my help? I can take on 2 people by myself now. I appreciate your kindness, but what kind of behavior is this, with all this fighting and killing? Mu'er smiled and stood up, walking towards Ji Chengtian. Both groups, each with their own thoughts, went up to the rooftop. The wind was strong on the rooftop, making Mu'er and Ji Chengtian's hair fly wildly. As for why Empress Feng wasn't included, it's simply because he had a buzz cut. Young Master Ji, your time is precious, what brings you to me? Having lived 2 lives, Mu'er had no problem concealing his emotions. At this moment, he remained calm and composed, which made Ji Chengtian mutter to himself. Firstly, it's to apologize to Brother Mu. Ji Chengtian gathered his thoughts before speaking. Mu'er quickly interrupted, finding it amusing. Leaving aside the second point, where does this apology come from? Could it be that this kid has a change of heart and wants to expose everything? For a moment, Mu'er lowered his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. If Ji Chengtian truly has the courage, will he accept the apology or not? This happened in the Evil Frost Cave. As soon as Ji Chengtian spoke, Mu'er smiled inwardly. As expected, they still lack the courage. How laughable. All my worries were for nothing. Hey, it's all in the past. Mu'er waved his hand. There's no need to talk about this anymore. Did you hear that? You've already said it's in the past. Ji Chengtian was stunned. However, feeling guilty, he didn't get angry, but just chuckled awkwardly. Brother Mu is so generous. Hey! Mu'er smiled broadly, with an expression that said, who are we to each other? Ji Chengtian was greatly encouraged. Judging from this, does it mean that Mu'er is unaware of the inside story? That means there's still room for maneuver. Brother Mu, your performance in the Evil Frost Cave was extraordinary. If it weren't for your family's deliberate manipulation, you would probably be the champion of this youth conference. So I'm going to make it up to Brother Mu. Mu'er raised his eyebrows, wondering what he was up to. Ji Chengtian's rhetoric was problematic. He clearly started by feigning weakness to gain favor, then offered high returns as a reward. This is nothing more than a sugar-coated bullet. How could a clever reborn person be deceived? Compensation? How will we get compensation? A high price isn't necessarily a bad thing. Ji Chengtian, with a solemn expression, said, I plan to invite Brother Mu to my home to cultivate. There are only 2 days left until the college entrance examination. If he cultivates at my home, I can help Brother Mu increase his physical strength by another 200 gene. 200 caddies, which is more than 2 million spirit coins. Wow, they really went all out. Mu'er looked suspicious. Why are you being so nice to me? Ji Chengtian looked bitter. Brother Mu probably doesn't realize how competitive Jiangling City is today. I really don't know, Mu'er said. Ji Chengtian turned around, looked out from the rooftop, and said softly. Jiangling City has many geniuses this time. Brother Mu is exceptionally talented, but if I may be frank, it will be difficult for someone with your talent to even enter the top 10 in Jiangling City, let alone the top 20. Mu'er's eyebrows twitched. He ranked 4th in the city in the mock exam. Wasn't that enough to shut up Hazy? Brother Mu, please don't get angry. I know that geniuses are all a bit arrogant. Just listen to what I have to say, and you'll understand. It's true that you ranked 4th in the mock exam, but the participants were not comprehensive. Many disciples from aristocratic families and reclusive masters have not yet emerged. I see. Mu'er nodded, he hadn't noticed that. Ji Chengtian continued. For example, Yu Mingxiu of the Yu family, Brother Mu, you haven't heard of him, have you? This person is a descendant of the Holy Emperor of the Great Yu, with the bloodline of Ji Bo and a natural Xuanfeng physique. According to the data, although his physical strength is more than 20,000 gene, when combined with his artistic conception, he is enough to defeat a strongman with 40,000 to 50,000 gene. Isn't this a perfect match for my major? Muer's expression was strange, but what Ji Chengtian said was true. Yu Mingxiu was very strong. It was just a pity that the system cooldown time hadn't expired when they broke off their bond last time, otherwise they would definitely have bound the young man. Ji Chengtian looked back at Muer and saw that the young man's expression was calm and he was not surprised. Question mark. Ji Chengtian was filled with questions. Dude, what are you pretending for? Do you know who the great Yu Holy Emperor is? Do you know what the Ji Bo bloodline is? Do you understand what kind of power artistic conception is? Just nod here. Brother Mu, is there anything you'd like to ask? Ji Chengtian forced a smile. Muer gave him the feeling of one of the young masters in the family who did nothing but eat and drink, and knew nothing but nods and hums when listening to their elders. Makiji shrugged. Go on. Ji Chengtian suppressed his anger and continued. Yu Mingxiu is one thing, but there are others stronger than him. Are there more experts? Half of the disciples of the reclusive high sect, Tianxian sect, will descend the mountain to participate in the college entrance examination. Among them, 3 are the most terrifying and can be called the 3 outstanding talents of Tianxian sect: Zhupeni, Qi Kaixian, and Gu Shuling. Among these 3, Zhupeni possessed superhuman strength, with a physical strength of 4,000 jin at birth, and now it is approaching 60,000. Qi Kaixian was born with spiritual bones, and at the age of 13, his physical strength reached 10,000 jin, entering the first rank and becoming a Qi martial artist. Muer's eyelids twitched wildly. This was truly outrageous. During this time, he learned about the Great Xia dynasty. In addition to the universities, the tribunal, and the aristocratic families, the most important force within it was the reclusive Gaozong. This all started with Xia Hizi. Xia Hizi rose to prominence like a superstar, establishing the Great Xia dynasty. However, he had witnessed too much suffering and knew that if the human race were to remain isolated and self-sufficient, their fortune would be completely exhausted. Therefore, Xia Hizi suppressed various sects and killed powerful families, integrating resources into the university, where everyone could enter and obtain scriptures and martial arts techniques that they could only dream of in the past. In this bloody suppression, there was a surrender faction, namely the Hermit Gaozong. In order to save their lives, or knowing that the will of heaven could not be defied, they surrendered directly. From then on, recruiting disciples required official approval. The surviving sects went into hiding one after another, rarely appearing in the mortal world. Even a centipede with 100 legs will not die easily. This sect with a 1,000-year history is truly remarkable. Despite the hardships of the Great Xia dynasty, it has still managed to find so many geniuses. That's impressive. Muer sighed inwardly, speaking to Ji Chengtian. He's practically a prodigy at intelligence gathering. Where did he find so much information? It's just a pity that he would kick Ji Chengtian to death during the college entrance examination. Chapter 51. The college entrance examination begins. Ji Chengtian had no idea what Muer was thinking. Now, only wanting to keep Muer calm, he continued. As for Gu Shuling, she is probably the trump card of Tianxian sect. The only information I have about her is that she is about to buy into the origin martial level. Yuan Wu is also a second-rank official. So fast? Muer pondered to himself, thinking. In this world, martial arts pursue physical strength. The stronger the strength, the more endurance one has. Of course, future potential does not necessarily depend entirely on physical strength. Many factors influence subsequent development. Most people of this age pursue breakthroughs in strength, and few enter the martial artist level. Gu Shuling's progress is so rapid, she probably has the potential to become a body refiner. A body refined to the 10,000 gene, approximately 5,000 kilograms, is considered the ultimate physical body, already very strong, with potential not much different from a body refined to the 20,000 30,000 gene, approximately 10,000 15,000 kilograms level. Therefore, many scions of powerful families and talented individuals from established sects choose to reach the martial artist level at the limit of their physical strength and do not linger there. This is the path that our predecessors summarized as the most suitable for them to take. Ji Chengtian had a lot of information and told Muer quite a bit about it. Muer listened with great interest. There must be a reason why all races regard the human race as a thorn in their side. If so many geniuses can emerge from just a corner of Jianling City, what about the entire Great Xia dynasty? I imagine there are quite a few people who are born with physical limits, yet possess spiritual power that transforms into a god, like being in the womb. When such geniuses grow up, that will be the true end for all races. That's interesting. Ji Chengtian felt his mouth was dry and his throat was sparking. However, the effect was very good. Seeing Mu'er deep in thought, Ji Chengtian chuckled inwardly, thinking, he's been stunned, hasn't he? How can an ordinary person compare to him? Although Great Xia now has good channels for advancement, in the end, a large amount of resources are still occupied by aristocratic families, sects, and even the government. It's still very difficult for ordinary people to climb out. Ji Chengtian really wanted to get closer to Mu'er, so he said with a bitter face. Brother Mu, now you understand, right? This year's college entrance examination is fiercely competitive. You are very strong, but ultimately your foundation is too weak. If you go to my home for 2 days of seclusion, you will benefit greatly and it will give you more strength to climb forward in the college entrance examination. Mu'er, unaware of Ji Chengtian's thoughts, smiled and said. Yes, thank you very much, young Master Ji. Ji Chengtian was overjoyed and waved his hand, saying. No need to thank me, it's nothing. My elders always taught me to be good at making friends, saying that you rely on friends when you're away from home. I just made a friend, Brother Mu. Mu'er gave a forced smile, I'm the one who's above my station. The two, each harboring their own secrets, looked at each other and laughed. Mu'er arrived at the Ji family's residence, a villa with an extremely luxurious cultivation room. Ji Chengtian spent a fortune. Brother Mu, you should continue your cultivation. Mu'er began cultivating, putting the resources beside him into his storage ring without consuming them. He was not afraid in the slightest that Ji Chengtian had any schemes. Mu'er had already told Hao Fan about this earlier. As long as he didn't show up for the college entrance exam, it would definitely be Ji Chengtian who made the move. When the tribunal was mobilized, Ji Chengtian wouldn't be able to escape. During their conversation, he deliberately mentioned this news to Ji Chengtian, who was also aware of it and became even more wary, daring not to act rashly. Cultivation, so enjoyable. The artificial spiritual atmosphere in the cultivation room was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The spiritual energy shimmered with purple light and crackled with electric arcs. This was Mu Erchuan's choice. Ji Chengtian felt a pang of heartache, but he still helped Mu'er with the arrangements. Mu'er practiced the blazing light of the peony fist, and time passed by second by second. 2 days later, the door to the training room opened. Mu'er stopped working. He wasn't wearing any clothes on his upper body. His muscles bulged outwards, with lightning patterns appearing on them, and the heat of flames surging around them. Ji Chengtian was stunned. Is this really a student at the body refinement realm? Brother Mu, it's almost time. Mu'er turned his head, his eyes flashing with electricity, which stunned Ji Chengtian's eyes. There has been further progress. Ji Chengtian was shocked, and feelings of regret and determination welled up in his heart. The shock was that Mu'er was completely different now, like a completely different person from when he entered the training room. Such progress places them fourth in the city. As for regret, Ji Chengtian felt that there was really something wrong with his brain. He was bad at judging people and failed to see Mu'er's talent. He actually hired someone to kill him and even became a target. The more extraordinary Mu'er's performance becomes, the greater the thunder will become, and he will inevitably have to be killed during the college entrance examination. Ji Chengtian's smile grew even warmer, but an icy resolve lingered deep within his pupils, impossible to melt away. Congratulations, Brother Mu. He didn't have a spiritual eye, nor did he know any pupil techniques, so naturally he couldn't see Mu'er's progress. Mu'er suppressed his imposing aura and chuckled lightly. Thanks to young Master Ji. Hey, don't call me young Master Ji. We're about the same age. Just call me Brother Ji. Good. Mu'er smiled and picked up the clothes next to him. Ji Chengtian made a sound and took out a set of clothes. I've prepared this for you. Clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. Brother Mu, wear this set. Ji Chengtian was indeed generous, bringing out a white Han-style robe with gold sleeves. Mu'er felt it was inappropriate to wear clothes given by a dead person, but he couldn't resist Ji Chengtian's enthusiasm. There was no other way but to put it on. Good, good, Brother Mu, you certainly have a fine appearance. Ji Chengtian clapped his hands and sighed softly. As soon as Mu'er put on the hanfu, an aura of a grandmaster emanated from him, which was impossible to conceal. Coupled with his already handsome appearance and the clean, slightly noble clothes, he looked like a young master from a wealthy family. After exchanging pleasantries, the two headed towards the school together. This trip will have serious consequences. The school was packed with parents seeing their children off. Mu Daiyuan is also among them. Mu'er first said goodbye to Ji Chengtian, and then ran towards Mu Daiyuan. Fang Xiufen didn't recognize Mu'er at first glance. Boss? Mu'er smiled and said, Mom and Dad, you've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? For some reason, Mu Daiyuan and Fang Xiufen felt somewhat awkward, as if the person in front of them wasn't their son. You? Mu'er grasped the hands of the two elderly people and said in a deep voice. Mom and Dad, from today onwards, you can enjoy your retirement. Both women were in tears, and Fang Xiufen even couldn't help but sob softly. Mu Daiyuan rebuked. Why are you crying? This is a good thing. Mu Yuqing was worried, but still said in a low voice. Go for it, bro. Mu'er knew why Fang Xiufen was crying. Humanity is in a dangerous situation and is hated by all races. In this environment, entering the path of martial arts will inevitably involve bloodshed, which is why the college entrance examination is extremely rigorous. The most frightening thing is that there are quotas for students who die during the college entrance examination. 2% of the deaths. Hundreds of millions of students taking the college entrance examination. How many people will die? It's unimaginable. This is like a fish leaping over the dragon gate or a death trap. Of course, this only applies to the college entrance examination. For martial arts major students majoring in academic subjects don't have this problem. Mu'er comforted him, saying, Mom and Dad, don't worry, your son will definitely make a name for himself and come back alive. Chapter 52 Shocking Change. The location for the college entrance examination is not in Jiangling City. The highest star cave in Jiangling City is only 2 stars, which is barely enough to accommodate all the students in Jiangling City. The venue for this year's college entrance examination was chosen outside of Jiangling City, in a place called Ningtongfu. Because of the resurgence of spiritual energy, not every place in the Great Xia dynasty is suitable for human habitation. Ningtong Prefecture is an ancient place. Due to the passage of time, the place is no longer safe and inconvenient for humans to live in, so it has become a no man's land. Of course, the no man's land mentioned here only refers to areas where no one lives, but where there are martial arts masters or students from universities across the country who come to train. Hidden within is a 3-star grotto heaven, the elegant grotto heaven. At this point, the students need to drive there. The vehicle wasn't a bus, but a real magical artifact, a spirit boat that sped through the sky. It is a common means of transportation for martial artists, and each boat can carry 8,000 people. Muji stood on the deck, looking down. The land of Daxia shrank, and the rivers and mountains in his eyes turned into long dragons. Human buildings were not visible, and the whole world was immersed in mist. Finally, it's time for the college entrance exam. Looking at the boundless and vast world, Mu'er's mind became active. It was truly a case of the sea is wide enough for fish to leap and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Gangnam City is too small, I can't stay there. Zhuoken was equally excited, saying with great enthusiasm. By boarding the spirit boat, we can be considered to have one foot in the true path of a martial artist. The Pan spirit boat is stable and has a large enough load capacity, so it is often used to transport people or goods. Its audit version is the Pan Star boat, which is a spirit vessel that travels in the universe. Humanity also needs to expand its territory in the universe. Yes, there's a satisfying and reassuring feeling of having your strength put to good use, Mu'er said with a smile. Zhuoken said, You've spoken my mind. As Mu'er was thinking, the sky suddenly changed. The light in the sky gradually dimmed, as if it were being slowly wiped away by an invisible hand. The sun, the star that once gave warmth and life to the earth, seemed to be swallowed up, its light growing weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. The students looked up at the sky and saw only darkness, without a single ray of light. The stars shouldn't be visible during the day, but at this moment, they are exceptionally bright, as if mocking the people on the ground. The moon also hung in the sky, its light pale and eerie. Makiji's heart stopped. This scene was like the end of the world. I'm blind, Mu'er, are you still there? Zhuokan's roar rang out, and Mu'er was even more terrified. He looked to the side and saw that the spot where Zhuokan had been standing had become dark, completely dark. Mu'er circulated his qi and blood throughout his body and grabbed Zhuokan, but he no longer knew if it was Zhuokan or not. Because he couldn't see the scene in front of him at all, he was like a blind man. In an instant, not only did day turn into night, but he also inexplicably became blind and deaf. He could hear Zhuokan's shouts before, but now he can't hear them anymore. Mu'er even felt that everyone's 5 senses were being blocked amidst the changes in the world. Because his sense of touch with Zhuokan's flesh was getting weaker and weaker, even though he had grabbed the person, his hands were empty, as if there was nothing there. What's going on? Day turns into night, and the 5 senses are shut down. This is a kind of suffering. A feeling of powerlessness, as if all sensation had been lost in an instant, washed over me. Mu'er wanted to circulate his chi and blood, and to mobilize the power throughout his body, but he simply couldn't do it. You bastard! A furious roar, like a divine decree. Along with those two words, a crack appeared on the horizon, as if the curtain of the universe had been quietly torn open. Through the crack, a dazzling beam of light pierced through the endless darkness. It was a gigantic sun, slowly rising, carrying boundless majesty and power. This sun is unlike any other. Its radiance contains a mysterious power, and each leap seems to tell an ancient legend. It is surrounded by a colorful halo, like a deity's crown, signifying its supreme status. The sun's surface is no longer a single gold, but interwoven with strange colors such as purple, blue, and green. These colors flow and change under the sun's rays, like a dreamlike bubble. As the sun rises, the darkness begins to recede, but it does not completely dissipate. Darkness and light engaged in a fierce battle in the sky, creating a spectacular sight. Darkness, like a surging tide, repeatedly assaults the defenses of light, while light, like a sturdy dam, repeatedly withstands the onslaught of darkness. The clash between the two produced countless brilliant lights, illuminating the entire sky. Muji felt that his five senses had returned, but only half of them. Joaquin then appeared before them. Many students nearby were already sobbing. The feeling of falling into an abyss and having their senses shut down had terrified them. Waiter! Joaquin grabbed Mu'er. Are you all right? Mu'er shook his head and said, Fine. He stared intently at the struggle between the darkness on the horizon and the sun. Joaquin's face showed fear and indignation, and he roared. How dare the myriad races from beyond the realms? What did you say? Mu'er frowned, not understanding. The daytime has turned into eternal night, and the five senses have been sealed off. This must be the work of the extraterrestrial celestial race. They want to take action during the human race's college entrance examination, Joaquin explained. Mu'er suddenly realized, so that's how it is. That makes it simple. That sun is the guardian deity of the human race, at least at the 8th grade Saint realm, but we don't know who it is. Joaquin's anger remained unabated, and he gritted his teeth, saying, The human race college entrance examination is a grand event that is widely known throughout the universe. During these 5 days, all high-level combat forces outside will regroup and protect the human race. I didn't expect that the myriad races would still make a move at this moment. It's obviously a show of force against us, or an attempt to take advantage of the situation to kill some of our human talents. Mu'er's face was solemn, but he understood. The battle in the sky continues. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the sun, like broken porcelain. The cracks spread rapidly, and the entire sun seemed about to shatter. As the crack widened, energy inside the sun began to be released out of control. Dazzling rays of light burst forth from the cracks, illuminating the entire universe. These lights contained immense power. They pierced through the darkness and illuminated everything around them as if it were daytime. Is the sun about to die? Mu'er exclaimed in surprise. This is clearly a sign of a final burst of energy before death. Darkness is equally unpleasant. It shatters like glass shards, just like the sun. Darkness is retreating step by step. This is a painful matter for our human race. I really do not want to see bloodshed, but I am forced by foreign races and have no choice. Then came the terrifying heavenly sound, as if from a deity. A bright light streaked across the sky, and the whole world seemed to freeze for a moment. The darkness vanished instantly, and whether it was an illusion or not, Mu'er heard screams coming from beyond the sky. The team leader was used to it. Please be patient and keep moving forward. Chapter 53 Secrets. The team leader's words of comfort could not calm the students' emotions. The students discussed it amongst themselves, their faces still showing shock. 2 novels have passed. Mu'er sensed the spirit boat descending and said, Are we almost there? Joaquin peeked out and said happily, It really is true, look at the grand spectacle. Mu'er looked in the direction Joaquin was pointing. There is a high mountain in Ningtong Prefecture, with leaves turning yellow, as if covering the mountain range with a layer of velvet. Below was the site of the National College Entrance Examination Gokao, with a banner reading, Dasha Gokao, Examination Room 17. Then there are the people. Countless people, dressed in school uniforms of various colors, were all students who came to take the exam. There were also many guards with spiritual light emanating from their bodies and cold lightning in their eyes, lined up in long rows to protect the side. Are those all soldiers? Joaquin said in shock. The Great Xia army was too easy to identify. Their uniform bright armor shone brilliantly in the sun, and coupled with the coldness and killing intent on everyone's face, no one from Great Xia would mistake them. Mu-Er exclaimed, their imposing presence is truly that of a king's army. The legacy left to us by our ancestor Xia Hizi. Zhuo Can's eyes gleamed, as if tears were welling up. Mu-Er noticed the change in his friend's mood and felt a little curious, but he didn't ask. He simply said, "Won't there be any problems on the battlefield after the army returns from overseas?" As spiritual energy revives and the planet's territory expands, various grotto heavens descend, accompanied by numerous unstable spatial rifts. These unstable spatial rifts are precisely the teleportation arrays of various races from beyond the realm. They can use this to enter their ancestral land. As the status of the human race rose, they naturally dispatched troops to guard various spatial rifts, which over time formed extraterrestrial battlefields. Zhuokan shook his head and said softly, "You underestimate our power in the universe. This is a big day for us, and foreign races will not dare to make a move." Just now Mu-Er gestured toward the sky with his chin. Zhuokan scratched his head and said, "Sigh, there aren't many races that can fight against us. It's normal for some to be short-sighted. It's also reasonable for them to test us. The battlefield outside the domain is a close-quarters battle, and it's about to be decided. Who would dare to take on this responsibility?" Mu-Er suddenly realized, that's true. The spirit boat came to a stop. The teacher in charge called out, "Students, come down and take your identification tags." An identity tag is something every Xia person is born with. It involves sealing a drop of blood inside and then sending it to the core of the Great Xia, which facilitates supervision and communication between different regions. This is why Fangshan was wanted so quickly. Of course, this method of supervision is not advantageous, especially in a world of high-level martial arts. For example, some martial artists might be lucky enough to have their blood transfused or their blood refined. The identity tag would then be useless. The team leader continued. "Remember, your ID card is very important. All your points will be displayed on it. Losing it will cause a lot of trouble. If you do lose it, be sure to give your proof of earned points to the teacher at the Golden Point platform." Blah blah blah. Mu-Er didn't listen to a word he said. It was something that was always talked about at school. After a short while, the team leader finally finished speaking. Zhuokan asked, "Shall we go in now?" Once they reached Fengya Cave, everything was safe. The students went about their own business, and after leaving the cave, they regrouped and went back together on the spirit boat. "Sure, let us see what Fengya Cave looks like." Mu-Er readily agreed. Unexpectedly, Ji Chengtian came over. "Brother Mu." Mu-Er sighed inwardly, thinking, he's really a stubborn pest. "What's wrong?" He turned around with a smile on his face. Ji Chengtian chuckled and asked, "Can I travel with you?" He was truly afraid that someone with evidence would pass on the news that he had hired someone to commit murder to Mu-Er. "We must keep a close watch on them at all times." Zhuokan was surprised and winked at Mu-Er, the meaning of which was very clear. "You and him are that familiar?" Mu-Er remained calm and chuckled dryly, "Sure." Ji Chengtian didn't stand on ceremony and followed him away. "Brother Mu, let me tell you a secret." As they walked, Mu-Er was thinking about how to enter the cave and kill Ji Chengtian, but unexpectedly, he brought more information. "If you don't listen, you might as well." "You say." Ji Chengtian said mysteriously, "Just now, He Tian was being probed by a foreign race." "Who doesn't know that?" Zhuokan drawled. "Is this all the young master of the Ji family is capable of?" Ji Chengtian's forehead twitched. He didn't give Zhuokan a friendly look and said coldly, "Are you listening or not?" Zhuokan spat out, "Say it or don't, it's up to you." Mu-Er turned his head and smiled. "Don't take it to heart." Ji Chengtian was just about to agree when he didn't expect that Mu-Er was actually talking to Zhuokan. He was speechless for a moment. "Can't tell who's in charge?" Ji Chengtian held back and smiled. "Brother Mu, do you know who that is?" "I don't know." Mu-Er shook his head. Ji Chengtian said, "From the ancient demon clan." Mu-Er raised an eyebrow, surprised, and said, "It is said that although the ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient monsters are powerful in the universe, they are few in number, so much so that they are unwilling to get involved in the war between the myriad races." "Why would an ancient demon suddenly launch an attack at this time?" Zhuokan listened with great interest and didn't interrupt. Ji Chengtian glanced around and whispered, "This is inside information known only to a few people. You must not spread it." Both Mu-Er and Zhuokan nodded. Ji Chengtian continued, there's a monstrous genius in this year's college entrance exam, remember, a true genius, half human, half demon. Mu'er and Zhua can exchanged a glance, both of them shocked. He was born from the union of a human sage and an ancient demon saintess. As you just mentioned, it was extremely difficult for the three ancient races to have children. Now that they have an infant, they naturally want to take him back to their race. However, the human sage is unwilling, and the ancient demon saintess is also unwilling. Therefore, the two conspire to use the art of stealing spirits to hide the fetus, still in the amniotic fluid, inside a 10,000-year-old giant tree. Ji Qingtian's words became increasingly exaggerated, and Mu'er couldn't help but interrupt. How could a fetus survive inside a giant tree before it was fully formed? Ji Chengtian looked puzzled and asked in surprise, you didn't know? Mu'er and Zhuoken shook their heads. Ji Chengtian covered his face, thinking, what a country bumpkin. The three ancient races adopted children in different ways. The ancient god race would throw the child into the center of a dead star. After several cycles, the fetus would have absorbed all the energy of the dead star, and then the ancient god's child would be considered to have survived. The ancient demon and ancient monster races are similar to the ancient god race in that they raise their children by throwing their young children into spiritual creatures that are tens of thousands of years old. Mu'er's eyes widened. No wonder they didn't survive. But as long as you survive, others will be invincible and head straight for the great Tao, Ji Chengtian said with a smile. Zhuoken couldn't help but interrupt the two of them as they drifted off into their own stories, saying, keep telling me the secrets. Ji Chengtian glanced at him, his lips almost curling up in a smile, secretly pleased with himself. He was just ignoring me a moment ago. Chapter 54, Entering the Elegant Grotto. Ji Chengtian coughed and continued. This fetus is lucky it survived for 700 years. So long? Mu'er's eyelids twitched. 700 years, even a stone would become a demon by now. No wonder it's called an ancient demon. The human sage was overjoyed and kept him by his side, giving him a resounding name, Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon lived up to expectations, possessing extraordinary talent. It had the spiritual awareness of an ancient demon and the endowments of a human. Its spiritual power broke through its Naimun palace at birth and was formed from within. Its physical body also made remarkable progress, reaching a body strength of 90,000 jin in just 15 years. Mu'er and Zhuoken gasped in shock. Ji Chengtian liked their expressions very much, and pretended to be calm as he said. Humans are full of extraordinary talents, so one more celestial demon won't make a difference. Zhuoken and Mu'er both rolled their eyes. Such a talent is probably 1 in a billion among humans. Mu'er seemed to be deep in thought, and said in a deep voice, so, this test was aimed at the Heavenly Demon? Good. Ji Chengtian snapped his fingers and sneered, the alien races have never given up their desire to destroy our human race. How could they possibly let such an unparalleled genius live a good life? Naturally, they will do everything they can to hinder him. I heard that the spirit ship where the Heavenly Demon is located was attacked. Is he alive or dead? Zhuoken asked. The question was naturally directed at the Heavenly Demon. Ji Chengtian shrugged, I don't know. Mu'er remained even more silent. There were many suspicious points surrounding this matter. Firstly, given the Heavenly Demon's obvious talent, the human race should protect him more, or even grant him special admission without requiring him to take the college entrance examination. Why then does he so carelessly participate in the college entrance examination? Second, the human race's high command clearly knew that the Heavenly Demon was special and that information about the spirit ship where it resided would be exposed. Third, the alien race knew that the college entrance examination was an important day for the human race, so why did they choose the time when the defenses were most tight? Were they out of their minds? Several questions were swirling in Maki's mind. The system's notification brought him back to his senses. Jin Jia is about to consume resources and gain 37 jin of punching power. Should he bind the account? The Li people are about to consume resources and gain 42 jin of punching strength. Do you want to bind it? Mu'er was thinking about the faces of the students next to him, and he was practically drooling. Unfortunately, he only has 2 spots available now. What are you looking at? Zhuoken glanced at Mu'er and inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. That look in his eyes is so ambiguous. Which girl have you got your eye on? Mu'er looked away and said, I didn't see anything, it just seemed really lively. Ji Chengtian ran out again and said, although this is exam room number 17, there are a lot of people here, nearly 500,000. The largest exam room is number 1. The top 10 exam rooms, such as number 2, are all taking the exam in the 4-star cave heaven, with several million people in each exam room. Mu-Er knew this. The Great Xia dynasty has a vast territory, more than twice the size of Earth in the previous world. There are nearly 100 million high school students every year, and the examination venues in different places are naturally different. At this point, the system prompted again. Jing Feiyue is about to consume resources and gain 367 gene of punching power. Would you like to bind this account? Shan Shuwen is about to consume resources and gain 482 gene of punching power. Would you like to bind the account? Mu-Er stopped in his tracks instantly. These two have taken a stroll and will be the ones consuming the most resources. The others weigh only a few dozen kilograms, and the better ones weigh over 100 kilograms. But these two weigh 300 or 400 kilograms. How can anyone resist them? Zhuokan asked curiously, "What are you doing?" With the help of the system, Mu-Er located the two people. The two were clearly from wealthy families, radiating spiritual light, dressed in fine clothes, and with red threads hanging around their necks. It was unclear what they were. The two were surrounded by a lot of people. Judging from their school uniforms, they were from the same school. Jing Feiyue and Shan Shuwen must be the most popular people in the school. Let's go take a look. Mu-Er didn't let the two object and walked straight towards the group of people. Zhuokan was surprised. "Waiter, you know him?" Mu-Er did not answer and had already reached Jing Feiyue and Shan Shuwen. "Hello." Mu-Er patted one of the people on the shoulder. "Congratulations on binding with Jing Feiyue." Jing Feiyue turned around in surprise and said, "Who are you?" Mu-Er didn't answer, but patted Shan Shuwen on the shoulder. "Here it is. Congratulations on binding with Shan Shuwen." Jing Feiyue thought to himself, so this is Shuwen's friend. How come I've never seen him before? Shan Shuwen looked terrified and asked, "Who are you? Do I know you?" "We're so naturally familiar with each other." Mu-Er chuckled dryly. "I admitted my mistake, I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Zhuokan immediately whistled and went to the side. "How old are you? How can you still mistake people for someone else?" Mu-Er smiled broadly, feeling great. Thanks to the system's boost, he would probably gain another 10,000 gene of physical strength tonight. Zhuokan covered his face and shrugged, not wanting Mu-Er to hug him. "That's so embarrassing." Ji Chengtian breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely believed that Mu-Er knew those two young masters. Shan Shuwen and Jing Feiyue are both from prominent families in Jinyuan City, one of the largest cities in the southwest of Daxia. It's probably only slightly worse than the 7 major cities. It goes without saying how capable the sons of his family are. They acted strangely in exam room 17. It's likely their families used some kind of manipulation. This time, Mu-Er learned his lesson and bought a map outside. Fenya Cave Heaven truly lives up to its reputation as a 3-star cave heaven. Its territory is extremely vast, requiring even a spirit warrior to travel for half a month by flying along its diameter. It can accommodate 500,000 people, which is really not many. The elegant grotto is filled with unique local customs and traditions. It contains a kingdom called the Lingxiao dynasty, which is controlled by the Huanyu clan. The Illusion Feather clan are local tyrants in the elegant cave. "It seems I'll have to deal with them quite a bit," Mu-Er murmured. Zhuokan laughed and said, "The grotto heavens have been controlled by our human race for 10,000 years. Many of the grotto heavens contain various ethnic groups that have been assimilated by us. Some of the geniuses from these groups have even joined our army and schools." Mu-Erdeo, is that so? Ji Chengtian popped up again and said, "Of course, our ancestors put in a lot of effort. Of course, some clans in the caves regard us as outsiders and are hostile to us, but they will not appear in the college entrance examination." "Understood, let's go." Mu-Er, holding the map, walked enthusiastically towards the entrance of Fenya Cave. The entrance to Fenya Cave has 50 gates. 500,000 people were just enough to be distributed, with 10,000 at each gate, corresponding to 50 strongholds in the elegant grotto. The college entrance examination consumed countless manpower and resources. Mu-Er was in line, and it was almost his turn. Ji Chengtian finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You guys go ahead, I'll go find the others." Just as he was about to leave, Mu-Er grabbed his wrist and said with a warm smile, "Why leave? Let's go together. Having more friends means having more options." Chapter 55. One kick to death. Ji Chengtian was visibly taken aback. "You? What do you mean you? Hurry up." Mu-Er pushed him forward. The teacher asked, Identity verification. Ji Chengtian pulled it out blankly, his heart already pounding with emotion. Something just doesn't feel right. After verification, Ji Chengtian walked into the gate and disappeared. Zhuokan frowned and said coldly, "We don't know anything about this person. If we act rashly together, something bad will happen." "It's nothing." Mu'er turned around and smiled, took out his ID, and entered Fangya Cave. Gathering place number 36. Even if tens of thousands of people are diverted, it will still feel crowded. The gathering place was full of students, some looking nervous, others slightly excited. More often, they were vomiting or sitting on the ground, pale-faced. For students with low cultivation levels, the discomfort of spatial teleportation is difficult to eliminate, and some may not even have combat power on the first day. Mu'er landed without any discomfort. Fangya Cave truly lives up to its name. Surrounded by rolling green hills, with verdant peaks and pine and cypress trees dotting the landscape, it resembles a green screen carefully arranged by nature. A mountain stream babbles, its waters crystal clear, with a few fallen leaves floating on the surface, swaying gently with the current, like a small boat bobbing on the blue waves. When sunlight pierces through the thin mist and shines on this land, the whole world seems to be enveloped in a soft golden light. A light, veil-like morning mist swirls through the valley, adding a touch of mystery and dreamlike quality to this tranquil place. The distant mountain peaks appear and disappear, like pavilions in a fairyland, inspiring endless imagination. Zhuokan stumbled and appeared next to Mu'er. "I'm really not used to it." "What?" Mu'er asked. Zhuokan, feeling acid sloshing in his stomach, complained, "The negative pressure in the three-star cave heaven is too strong, most people can't withstand it." Mu'er shrugged, looking completely unfazed. Zhuokan spat, "I forgot, what a monster you are. Let's look for Ji Chengtian. Where did that guy go?" As Mu'er spoke, he searched for the faces of wealthy young men in the crowd. Ji Chengtian had already fled. As a martial artist in the body refinement realm, he didn't have a strong sense of danger, but he still felt something was wrong. A sense of foreboding spread through his mind like wildly growing weeds. Ji Chengtian chose to trust his instincts and made a quick getaway. Ji Chengtian is preparing to change his base of operations. Number 36 is next to numbers 35 and 34, which are only about 20 kilometers apart. For a martial artist in the body refinement realm, or a student who has broken through to the 1000-gene body refinement realm, this distance is not a problem at all. 2 hours passed. The sun was blazing, extremely scorching. Ji Chengtian wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself. "No, does Muji know something? Some things are better left unthought. The more you think about them, the bigger the problem seems. For example, if I take the initiative to find Mu'er, why is Mu'er so indifferent? For example, Mu'er was practicing in the Ji family with a clear conscience and without the slightest fear. For example, why did Mu'er insist on dragging me into the cave? And what was the story behind Muji's laughter before winter arrived?" Despite the bright sunshine, Ji Chengtian shivered. Mu'er's smile seemed to be imprinted in his mind, so dark and damp, like a venomous snake hiding under the cover of a forest after the rain. Wait a moment. Ji Chengtian's eyes widened suddenly. Could Mu'er have found out the real culprit behind the hired killer? Yes. In the evil frost cave, Ji Chengluo, as a trusted confidant, followed Mu'er, but was killed. If Mu'er doesn't have this ability, then who does? Mu'er's protector? Perhaps he has already colluded with other forces? Ji Chengtian was startled when this idea came to him. Call. Ji Chengtian shook his head, trying to clear these chaotic thoughts from his mind. Now is the crucial moment, let's run first and think about the consequences later. A gust of wind blew by. It's urgent. Ji Chengtian felt a stinging sensation on his skin, and his muscles tensed instantly. There is an ambush. He turned around abruptly, and the next second he saw a beam of light. Or it could be a ball of fire. Who? How dare they kill a college entrance exam candidate? They've defied the world's condemnation. Ji Chengtian's eyes widened in anger, but he hadn't finished speaking. His chest was suddenly pierced. Not a drop of blood was spilled. The attacker's fist was radiating heat, like flames, scorching the flesh. A delicious aroma of meat wafted out. Ji Chengtian could no longer smell it. All he saw was an angry face, with eyebrows raised like a monstrous dragon emerging from the sea, and lightning flashing deep within his pupils. Muji. Mu'er is here to kill me. This was the only thought in Ji Chengtian's mind. Mu'er pulled his hand out of Ji Chengtian's chest, and the corpse fell straight backward. Bang! Dust rose everywhere. Mu'er lowered his head, while the shock on Ji Qingtian's face had not yet faded. You may have regretted hiring someone to kill me, but I can't rest easy with this thorn in my side. Only your death can put an end to this hatred. Another figure approached from afar, riding the wind at an extremely fast pace. Zhua Can, panting heavily, stopped beside Mu'er and said with dissatisfaction. Is it necessary? What does the young master of the Ji family have to do with us? He ran away, so what? Why bother chasing after him? Mu'er did not speak. Zhua Can's body suddenly stiffened. Wasn't that Ji Chengtian lying on the ground? A hole punched in his chest, the area charred black. Ji Chengtian is dead? Zhua Can was so shocked that he took 3 steps back. Then he looked at Mu'er and his face twitched wildly, his eyebrows twitching. You killed him? Mu'erdeo said, yes. For a moment, the forest was completely silent. Why? Zhua Can's head was throbbing. Only now did he realize that Mu'er's apparent friendship with Ji Chengtian was a ploy to lure him in and kill him. Mu'er confessed, do you remember when we were assassinated in Gaochen Cave? Zhua Can frowned. This happened 3 months ago. Oh, I remember now. Mu'er coldly said, he is the one who hired someone to kill. Ah? Zhua Can looked incredulous. After Mu'er explained the whole story, Zhua Can suddenly understood. He died a just death. Zhua Can commented. Mu'er picked up Ji Qingtian's body and casually threw it into the bushes. Zhua Can's expression was complicated as he smacked his lips and said, you should hand this matter over to the tribunal. He who kills will be killed in return. I can only feel at ease if I do it myself. Mu'er killed someone without any ripples in his heart. Fang Shan deserved to die back then, and now Ji Chengtian deserves to die too. Zhua Can scratched his head and said helplessly, it's just that you're in trouble. Mu'er looked at his friend and laughed, how troublesome I am is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. Are you going to betray your friend for personal gain? Zhua Can spat and said, what are you thinking? You know that only heaven and earth know, but do you know who heaven is? Mu'er looked up at the sky. It was blue sky with white clouds and the sun was shining brightly. What nonsense is this? Zhua Can covered his face and shook his head, saying, look at you, you don't even understand the situation before killing someone. Do you know why your family felt at ease letting us enter the 3-star cave heaven? It's because there's a 5th-rank martial artist suppressing it, surveying the heavens and questioning the earth. Your killing was bound to be exposed. Chapter 56 Killing beasts is nothing compared to the arrival of a great calamity. 1st grade Qi martial arts, 2nd grade origin martial arts, 3rd grade spiritual objects. Entering the 4th rank opens up a whole new world. At the 4th rank, all the major acupoints in the body are opened, connecting with heaven and earth. Absorbing spiritual energy is as easy as swallowing and exhaling, and from then on, one no longer experiences hunger, cold, or other sensations that ordinary people have. At this level, martial artists enter another realm, their physical bodies transcending the mortal realm. The ancestors of the human race called it the feather transformation realm. At the 5th rank, one's internal organs and 8 extraordinary meridians are opened, and one's physical body is in harmony with the heavens, earth, mountains, rivers, and lakes, which is called the wheel meridian. One's strength increases dramatically. While one may not be able to move mountains and fill seas, splitting mountains and rocks is no problem. This realm requires merging with the metal element of heaven and earth, and refining the physical body like a great elixir. This stage requires secretly harmonizing with the power of heaven and earth and possessing great supernatural abilities. The 6th grade is even more profound, drawing upon the great medicine and metal element refined by the 5th grade, thereby tempering one's constitution and completely unifying the physical body, thus becoming a celestial being. Martial artists at this level can easily move mountains and fill seas. Their supernatural powers are so strong that the laws of the Great Xia dynasty strictly prohibit 6th-rank martial artists from fighting in the city. Simply because they readily resort to violence that destroys cities and territories. These are physical changes, and to accomplish these changes, one must cultivate oneself. That is mental strength. Spiritual power is the only bridge to the heavens and earth. To reach the origin martial level, one needs spiritual power to break through the Naiwan Palace and open the sea of consciousness. The spiritual power surged within the sea of consciousness, eventually taking shape and being forged into a bridge between heaven and earth. Many martial artists blocked this path, but fortunately, the human race was born in their ancestral land and was protected by the gods, so this step was very smooth. If one starts cultivating their spirit at the 2nd rank, how strong is the 5th rank? With the power of a 5th-rank cultivator, one's spiritual energy can cover 1/3 of the 3-star cave heaven, which can completely cover the movement routes of college entrance examination students. This is why Zhuo Can's secret passage was in danger. A 5th-grade wheel meridian expert can monitor the sky and the ground. How could Mu Er possibly evade their mental prying? There's no escaping it. Zhuo Can recounted everything in detail, and Mu Er stood there dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Is that so? Zhuo Can sighed, speechless, and said, the school has already said that. I didn't hear it. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn has passed. Mu Er looked up at the sky, his neck starting to ache. Where are the wheel meridian experts? Zhuo Can was also somewhat surprised why hadn't he appeared yet? Internal strife among humans is already extremely serious, let alone on such a big day as the college entrance examination. Mu Er should have been arrested and tortured in the tribunal. Perhaps it's outside of his mental power? Zhuo Can was also somewhat unsure, and muttered to himself. Mu Er laughed and said, the goddess of fortune is on my side. Zhuo Can pursed his lips, heh. On their return journey, as for Ji Cheng Tian. A stray dog, it's dead, it's dead. On the road. Zhuo Can asked, how did you find Ji Cheng Tian's location so accurately? Mu Er did not hide anything and said frankly, my spiritual power broke through to the Naiwan Palace, and I also cultivated a spiritual power technique, so I attached my spiritual power to Ji Cheng Tian and easily found him. As he spoke, Mu Er took out an ancient book from his pocket and handed it to Zhuo Can. Where did the swallowing the moon pine and stilling mud pill method come from? Zhuo Can asked in surprise after taking a look. Martial arts skills are already precious enough in the Great Xia dynasty, let alone mental cultivation methods. Even in universities, it's difficult to find many good books on this kind of method. Especially good cultivation methods require a huge amount of resources to exchange for. Mu Er told me about what happened in Fangshan. Zhuo Can shook his head and chuckled, I didn't expect that Ji Cheng Tian's hiring of a hitman would also give you such a big gift. As he spoke, he handed the swallowing moonpine quiet mud pill method back to Mu Er. Mu Er did not accept it, but said, this method is good, you can practice it. That good? Zhuo Can raised his eyebrows. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted by a spiritual cultivation method that was priceless. If you think you need this to shut me up, you don't have to. Mu Er said, what are you thinking? I think you're pretty useless right now. If you don't get some cultivation resources, you might end up just following me around eating dirt in the future. Bullshit, I'll definitely surpass you, Zhuo Can laughed and cursed. The two playfully returned to the base. The instructors at the training base are giving a speech. You can rest today and wander around, but today's points will not be included in the assessment, so don't waste your energy. Resting well is the key. Starting tomorrow, for 5 consecutive days, it will be your hunting season. Your college entrance exam scores will be linked to the value of what you hunt, but remember to act within your capabilities. Saying some old, tired things, Mu Er led Zhuo Can out of the base. This is the hidden shadow forest. Beyond the forest, and across a river, lies the Lingxiao dynasty. Mu Er held up the map, pointing to the 4 cardinal directions, and said. Zhuo Can immediately sensed something was wrong and said, you're not thinking of going to the Lingxiao dynasty, are you? Mu Er put away the map and chuckled. Don't you find it interesting? Hunting exotic beasts around here is still the fastest way to gain points, Zhuo Can said, shaking his head. Mu Er clicked his tongue and said, why can't you understand? You could easily rob a shop in the Lingxiao dynasty and earn more than you would by hunting exotic beasts. You're really bold. The illusionary feather king of the Lingxiao dynasty is at the Wheel Meridian realm. Once you enter, you'll be monitored. If you try to do something bad, you'll die if you get caught. Despite Zhuo Can's earnest advice, he couldn't persuade Mu Er to stay. Mu Er walked forward, while Zhuo Can muttered to himself behind him. You really shouldn't go, it's very dangerous. You need to know. Along the way, Mu Er encountered many strange beasts, all of which were first tier, and some were second tier, but none of them were a match for Mu Er at his current level. Hey, you can take these strange beasts. Now you can enter the main city university, right? Mu Er piled up a dozen or so strange beasts in front of Zhuo Can and said. Besides the majority of the strength, you also killed this second tier beast. Zhuo Can was too embarrassed, and he couldn't just abandon Mu Er. Then come with me to the Lingxiao dynasty, Mu Er said with a smile. Zhuo Can sighed and said, then we should take these strange beasts back first. With a flick of his wrist, the beasts fell into his storage ring. Holy crap, you have a storage ring again? Zhuo Ken was shocked. Mu'er said, I managed to pick up all the big cases handled by Fangshan. Zhuo Ken gave a thumbs up and said, you said before that the goddess of fortune was by your side. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. The two headed towards the Lingxiao dynasty. On the way, Mu'er was still bragging, saying he would give Zhuo Ken a storage ring, but Zhuo Ken just thought Mu'er was talking nonsense. The journey is not far. Before long, they passed through the jungle and waded across the river. Mu'er and Zhuo Ken saw a magnificent city wall. The city wall soared into the clouds, seemingly connecting with the sky, majestic and magnificent. The city gate is the most magnificent part of the city wall, with tall arches inlaid with golden copper nails that gleam with dazzling light. Mu'erxi said, we're here, let's go in quickly. Chapter 57. We're all on the same page. Queuing to enter the city. Hello. Hello. A moment of silence. Mu'er and Zhuo Ken were both numb. Most of the people in line were students in school uniforms, with only a few being members of the Illusion Feather Clan. So we're all on the same page. Mu'er even saw Shan Shuwen and Jing Feiyue. Zhuo Ken said in a low voice, everyone wants to make a fortune in the royal city. Who says otherwise? Mu'er's lips twitched, thinking to himself that things were getting troublesome and the competition had suddenly intensified. Indeed, how can the value of hunting exotic beasts vary? Only in the royal city can one differentiate their scores from those of other students. 500 spirit coins, the city guard said. The Phantom Feather Clan has a slender build and long, downy skin that covers their bodies like armor. However, their faces are more like those of birds and beasts, and their beaks open and close, speaking human language. Moreover, they asked for an exorbitant amount. Why don't you just rob it? Mu'er's eyes widened. The city guard frowned and asked, to enter or not to enter? Other students in line peeked out to see. They entered the cave without any money. Mu'er and Zhuo Ken had no choice but to tear off half of the first-tier alien beast they had killed and hand it over to the city guards before entering the royal city. The royal city was very prosperous, with wide streets lined with all sorts of vendors selling these things, and there were even humans among them. This is somewhat similar to the ancient Xia dynasty, Mu'er said, smacking his lips. He never expected the royal city to be like this. Zhuo Ken was dazzled by what he saw, and nodded repeatedly, saying, there are clues. The Illusion Feather Clan and the Human Clan are on good terms. They are not in the cosmic order. The Human Clan has managed Fengya Cave Heaven for thousands of years, so it is normal for them to assimilate them. Mu'er looked at the enormous royal city with a somewhat bewildered expression. Where should we go to make our fortune? Originally, Mu'er was thinking of robbing or stealing, but seeing the peaceful scene in the royal city, he lost that thought. This is one of the benefits of a stable society. External unstable factors will dissolve in such an environment. Let's find a place to rest first. 5 days is still a long time. Zhuo Ken, being an optimist, actually went shopping and bought quite a few things. These items can all be exchanged for points. That's the only way. Mu'er checked into the most expensive restaurant in the royal city. At the dinner table, eating braised pork belly, beef brisket with potatoes, and hot and sour shredded potatoes, Mu'er became increasingly silent. Damn it! What's going on here? The assimilation was too thorough. Zhuo Ken ate with great relish, constantly shoveling rice into his mouth, and said, we finally got a good meal, now you're a millionaire. These meats are all from exotic beasts, and the potatoes and vegetables are cultivated from spiritual plants, making them extremely valuable. The money wasn't brought in by Mu'er, but rather obtained by exchanging it for the monsters he killed. He spent the money from over a dozen monsters on lodging in this meal. After finishing the meal, the two strolled around the street. But there were no opportunities. It's nothing more than hunting exotic beasts or searching for spiritual materials. These kinds of things can be done outside, so Mu'er and his companion naturally wouldn't be interested. Damn it, if we don't have money, we'll be starving tomorrow, Mu'er muttered. The opportunity has finally arrived. In front of a courtyard, there was a magnificent display of gold and jade, with notices plastered all over the place. Young Master Jiao sincerely invites heroes from all over the world, those who have reached the body refinement realm or above, to discuss important matters. The reward is generous and worth millions of spirit coins. Many high school students taking the college entrance exam are also watching it. 10,000 gene for the body refinement realm? That's an outrageous requirement. TSK, I have no hope. Go and take on the job of collecting spiritual materials and killing strange beasts. That's true. It's not our turn to do this. We'll just use the information from the natives to kill some strange beasts and look for spiritual materials. Mu'er suddenly realized that these students had come to the royal city to obtain intelligence. Killing strange beasts in the wild is very difficult. The main difficulty is finding it. Everything else is fine. With the help of intelligence, it becomes much simpler. A moment later, someone stepped forward, tore off a piece of paper from the notice board, held it up, and shouted, "I take it." Mu'er looked over. The man was tall and strong, with a bright and intelligent look in his eyes. He was a prodigy. The guard at the door said in a deep voice, "Honored guest, this way please." Seeing the two remaining notices on the bulletin board, Mu'er was intrigued. "Have you cultivated your body to the 10,000 gene level yet?" Zhuo Ken nodded. Mu'er's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly. "Should we go too?" After discussing it, two of them went up, tore off the paper from the notice board, held it up, and said in unison, "We'll take it." Mu'er and Zhuo Ken exchanged a glance. Is it really that common for people to cultivate a body weighing 10,000 gene? Jiangling City has its share of prodigies with bodies capable of reaching 10,000 gene, approximately 5,000 kilograms. Now that the college entrance examination brings together students from over 10 cities, it's normal to see many geniuses with bodies capable of reaching 10,000 gene, approximately 5,000 kilograms. Let's try our luck with other things, Mu'er said helplessly. There's no reason to argue about this. The opportunity has indeed arrived. Not long after, another luxurious courtyard appeared. The sign above the door reads, "The 10th Young Master sincerely invites heroes from all over the world." Thousands of caddies are above the body refinement realm to discuss important matters. The reward is generous and worth millions of spirit coins. Mu'er made a decisive move and stepped forward to accept the challenge. Not to be outdone, Zhuo Ken followed suit. The other students all turned around and looked at them with surprise. At their age, having a body tempering of 10,000 gene is considered exceptionally talented. Comparing oneself to prodigies is unnecessary and would be very damaging to one's self-esteem. The guard said in a deep voice, "Distinguished guests, please come in." Enter the gate. Mu'er and Zhuo Ken were stunned. It's huge. This kind of courtyard would cost at least tens of millions of spirit coins in Jiangling City. It has mountains and water, and is a perfect replica of the ancient noble architecture of the great Xia dynasty. A short while later, an elderly member of the illusionary feather clan walked over. Both of these distinguished guests have cultivated bodies exceeding 10,000 gene? Mu'er and Zhuo Ken answered yes. You are all outstanding young talents of the human race, come this way with me. As they walked, the elderly member of the illusionary feather clan said, "I am the steward of the 10th prince. You may call me Piluo." Old man Xiaoyu speaks very well, Mu'er praised. Pai Luo laughed and said, "The human race has established schools in various places in the Illusion Feather Clan so that all members of the Illusion Feather Clan can study. Xia language is one of the subjects they learn." Mu'er raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself that the human race's higher-ups were deceiving him. Zhuo Ken asked with some curiosity, "Can the Illusion Feather Clan speak human language?" Mu'er was completely dumbfounded, realizing something was wrong. What kind of problem was this? Are you treating them like mythical beasts? Piluo was not angry, and smiled kindly. Our race is one of the myriad races in the universe, and is not the same as those strange beasts. Zhuo Ken blushed and said, "I'm sorry." Fine. Pai Luo shook his head and led the two to the backyard, where two naked figures in golden armor stood, resembling puppets. Mu'er's brow twitched violently. Old man, what does this mean? Pai Luo reached out and pressed down, saying, "Calm down, young man. Humans are fickle and prone to lying. We need to verify whether you have actually undergone the 10,000 gene body refinement." Mu'er breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing his wrist, and said, "It's just an assessment. This is the thing I'm least afraid of." Chapter 58 Assessment. Pilo deeply agreed, and exclaimed, "The human race is full of talented people, which we cannot match." Mu'er and Zhuo Ken exchanged a glance and smiled. Humanity possesses immense energy in the universe, which is usually imperceptible, but becomes deeply felt when in the presence of other races. Old man, what is the assessment like? Mu'er asked. Piluo pointed to the two big men in the center of the courtyard. "Look, these are them." Zhuo Ken stroked his chin and said softly, "This thing, could it be?" Mu'er asked, "You know?" Zhuokan pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "It is said that the Illusion Feather clan has two strengths. One is that they are born with the ability to fly, and the other is their puppetry skills. Their puppet-making process is different from other races. For example, my race also has puppetry techniques, but we usually use objects to create puppets, while the Illusion Feather clan uses their own." At this point, Zhuokan looked embarrassed and didn't continue. Pai Luo, on the other hand, appeared calm and composed, saying without batting an eye, "What you say is quite accurate, young friend. However, our clan does not call them puppets, but rather guardian spirits of our clan." "Old man, I've learned a lot." Zhuokan chuckled and cupped his hands in greeting. Pilla shook his head and added, "After one of my people dies, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that their heroic spirit will survive. As long as their physical body is not destroyed, after some refining, the heroic spirit can reside in the body, becoming immortal." Mu-Er exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that invincible? With an indestructible physical body and an everlasting heroic spirit, the Illusion Feather clan is bound to be among the top 10 in the universe. Just think, when other races fight, their resources consist of all sorts of random artifacts, but when the Illusion Feather clan fights, their guardian spirits all come out together. That scene is rather beautiful." Pai Luo smiled bitterly, "If it were really as you say, young friend Mu, that would be great. The guardian spirits of the clan have many drawbacks. Once the spirits survive, they lose their minds and can only be used as puppets. Moreover, apart from using rare and precious materials to enhance the spirit's physical strength, there are no other methods. Old man, what level is the strongest guardian spirit of the Illusion Feather clan?" Zhuokan asked bluntly. Pai Luo, without holding back, chuckled and said, "It's equivalent to the 6th rank of your human race. High-level power." Mu-Er raised his eyebrows, "That's impressive. They are known as 6th rank officials, but people prefer to call them great powers. A person with great abilities." Zhuokan gave a thumbs up and praised, "Profound knowledge and experience, not to be underestimated." Piluo smiled bitterly. "How could they compare to the human race? The Illusion Feather clan is born with the ability to fly and dominate the skies, but they lack the strength to sustain it. The only person in the clan to reach the 7th rank was 1,000 years ago. Humanity was at its peak, producing countless talents and dominating the world no one could compare. This is why the old man didn't keep anything to himself, because these secrets were known to all of humanity. At this age, to have reached the level of 10,000 gene and body refinement, even if one doesn't become a high-ranking member of the human race, one will inevitably become a backbone of the human race in the future. Revealing some secrets and praising others will help the race grow. Young friends, let's begin the assessment." Pai Luo said. "No problem." Pilo asked, "Who wants to go first?" Mu-Er and Zhuokan exchanged a glance, and Zhuokan whispered, "I'll go first, you keep an eye on things for me." "Okay." Mu-Er nodded. Zhuokan stepped forward and called out, "Zhan Yuan, come here." "Oh." A guardian spirit, clad in crimson and golden armor, roared and strode forward. Zhuokan lowered his waist and clenched his fist. The starting stance of Baguaquan 8 trigrams boxing. These are martial arts commonly used by humans. Martial arts such as Baguaquan, Taijiquan, and Bajiquan, after being messed around by Xiahizi, have been reduced to the most worthless things and circulated among humans. Zhan Yuan was highly aggressive and came armed with a gun. Zhuokan rolled over to dodge, then punched Zhan Yuan in the stomach. Bang! The punch landed squarely, but Zhuokan grimaced and gasped for breath. Hiss! So hard! Mu-Er squinted and warned, "The guardian spirits of the Illusion Feather clan have integrated ores and spiritual materials into their bodies, indirectly increasing their power. Moreover, their bodies have become weapons. You have to be careful." Zhuokan chuckled and said, "I know." After saying that, he charged down the mountain like a tiger, and was the first to pounce on Zhan Yuan. Zhan Yuan held his gun, his movements powerful and swift, his blood and chi flowing from the tip of the gun, forming a long dragon that forced Zhuokan to retreat in defeat. Mu-Er was dumbfounded and turned his head to ask, "Old man, is this human spear technique?" Pai Luo laughed and said, "That's right. Didn't you say that heroic spirits have lost their minds and cannot make any progress?" Mu-Er frowned. "We also have to look up to the nobles. The nobles have developed martial arts crystals. By integrating them into heroic spirits, one can obtain the inheritance of martial arts techniques. This is extremely powerful, and the combat strength of the heroic spirits protecting the clan increases several times as a result." Pai Luo's face was flushed with joy. Zhan Yuan's fighting strength had exceeded his expectations. Mu-Er was speechless. Needless to say, this is the behavior of the human race's high-ranking officials. It is likely that martial arts crystals were an important trade item between the human race and the illusionary feather race. But Zhuo Can is in trouble. On the field, Zhuo Can felt the pressure increase significantly. Zhang Yuan's martial arts skills were fierce, and he wielded his spear with the ease of an arm, as skilled as a martial arts master. How could Zhuo Can withstand him? In terms of martial arts alone, they were already outmatched. Zhuo Can's face was covered in sweat, he was breathing heavily, and he was somewhat irritable. Zhang Yuan didn't know which school of spear technique he was using. His spear technique was as smooth as mercury, unpredictable and powerful. No one dared to take it head-on. If he were to be hit by a spear, his body would probably be riddled with holes. With such severe injuries, he won't be able to take the college entrance examination this year. Mu Er rubbed his forehead and shouted, "Calm down. You're more agile than him. Wait until he draws his gun again, then strike his right elbow." After exchanging more than a dozen blows, Mu Er had already discovered Zhang Yuan's weakness. A look of surprise appeared in Pai Luo's eyes, and her snow-white eyebrows twitched a few times. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Can looked towards Zhang Yuan's shoulder and elbow. Sure enough, when Zhang Yuan wielded his spear, his blood and energy flowed towards his arm. If he could break through the shoulder and elbow, he would surely win this battle. Kill. Zhuo Can leaped forward, like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, his movements unpredictable and his speed increasing dramatically, like a black tiger descending a mountain, carrying an astonishing aura. Mu Er's eyes widened. What kind of move was that? Pai Luo, a man of wide experience, asked, "The military's killing technique, Black Tiger steals the heart? Military headquarters?" Zhuo Can was able to get involved with the military. Mu Er could hardly believe it. Zhuo Can's move, Black Tiger steals the heart, proved remarkably effective. But Zhang Yuan wasn't stupid. A pair of dreamlike wings sprouted from his back, and he actually changed his posture in the air. With a twist, he dodged Zhuo Can's move and then thrust out with his spear. Holy crap, I forgot he can fly. Zhuo Can missed his first attack, yet he still had the mind to talk. Although Zhang Yuan dodged the killing move, his gun-wielding hand was deformed and unable to exert force. He could only extend his left foot and kick Zhuo Can in the chest. Bang! Zhuo Can was sent flying backward, shattering the bluestone slab with a loud crash. "Kanzi, are you alright?" Mu Er called out. Zhuo Can reached out and used his hands to support himself as he stood up. He's not dead yet. Zhang Yuan wouldn't give him a chance to rest, and charged in again with a powerful gust of wind. Chapter 59. You need to be careful. Zhuo Can's mouth was still bleeding, and he was now forced to hide again. What do we do now? Having narrowly escaped the attack, Zhuo Can was already half dead and had no choice but to ask Mu Er for help. Mu Er fell into deep thought. Zhang Yuan can fly, an advantage that low-level martial artists do not have. Moreover, the phantom feathers of the Phantom Feather clan are very unique. Unlike the wings of other birds, they are more like a directional device, with flight being secondary. Mu Er recalled Zhuo Can's attack just now. It was clearly a sure hit, but Zhang Yuan still managed to dodge it. It's incredibly graceful, with a kind of effortless ease that defies common sense. Puff! Zhuo Can was hit by another vicious punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Dude, if you don't come up with something soon, I'm going to get beaten to death. Mu Er's mouth was slightly open, and he scratched his head, unable to offer any effective advice. Honestly, everyone else can fly, so what's the point of fighting? Pai Luo laughed and said, "You won't be beaten to death, just admit defeat." Zhuo Can remained silent. The college entrance exam is not everything. Self-improvement is the key. If one concedes defeat and retreats when faced with a strong opponent, one's future achievements will be limited. Mu Er watched Zhang Yuan's every move. Zhang Yuan's movements were fluid and powerful, each swing accompanied by the sound of air being cut, as if time itself slowed down at that moment. Mu Er stood aside, quietly observing everything, his gaze fixed on the tip of Zhang Yuan's spear, trying to find a flaw in this series of rapid and precise movements. As Zhang Yuan's training progressed, his moves became increasingly complex and varied, with countless spear shadows that made it almost impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. But amidst this dazzling display, a subtle detail caught Mu Er's attention whenever Zhang Yuan struck upwards. Although the speed was extremely fast, his wrist would pause slightly at the moment of changing direction. Although it was only for a brief instant, it was enough to be fatal for a master. "Zhuo Can!" Mu Er suddenly shouted, his voice filled with excitement and confidence. "Did you see that?" Every time Zhang Yuan attacks from a low position to a high position, there's a slight delay at his wrist. That's his weakness. If we can seize this opportunity. Pilo narrowed his eyes and glanced at Mu'er, thinking to himself, he has a sharp eye. If he isn't hunted down by the alien race, he has great potential. However, he didn't think Zhuoken could win. Zhang Yuan's biggest trump card was his ability to fly. Without the strength to crush Zhang Yuan, flying was the most powerful means. Zhuoken's eyes flickered slightly. Zhang Yuan's move was a downward-upward thrust. They're here. He let out a low growl from his throat. Zhuoken transformed into a fierce tiger once more, his body swirling with energy, and charged forward with a sudden attack. Another example of the military's killing tactics. Zhuoken's momentum was unstoppable. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes, and the illusory feathers reappeared behind him. His body suddenly fell backward at an incredible speed. Zhuoken, having missed his first attack, laughed in exasperation. Well done. Zhang Yuan remained silent, then charged again with his gun, the cold light flashing as he disappeared. Let's see how you run this time. Zhuoken, young and fearless, grabbed the tip of Zhang Yuan's spear with a backhand. Mu'er was shocked and seized the troops. Unless you have overwhelming strength, seizing troops is the stupidest choice. It is still the king of weapons, the spear. As expected, Zhang Yuan's body trembled, and Zhuoken flew up with the spear. Mu'er shouted, now's the time. Strike straight in the face. Upon hearing this, Zhuoken suddenly moved, increasing his speed. It's windy. Mu'er's brow twitched wildly as he looked at Zhuoken's figure and suddenly thought of Yu Mingxu for some reason. Wind. Artistic conception. Zhuoken actually cultivated a state of artistic conception? When did this happen? Has the concept of artistic conception become so commonplace? Riding the wind, Zhuoken's speed increased dramatically, and he arrived in front of Zhang Yuan in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yuan didn't even have time to react. Zhuoken's wind blades danced, heading straight for Zhang Yuan. Pai Luo's figure dissipated, appearing beside Zhang Yuan. His vital energy burst forth, and the wind blades vanished without a trace. Zhang Yuan went berserk and continued his attack. Pilla shouted, step back. Zhang Yuan seemed to have been turned off. His eyes beneath the golden armor dimmed, and he retreated. Zhuoken was in a sorry state, supporting himself on his legs and panting heavily. A thrilling battle. They ultimately used their last trump card. Pai Luo licked his lips. As a human expert, he knew what it meant to cultivate to the point of mastery. Young friend, which school or sect do you follow? Zhuoken waved his hand and said, I have no sect or faction, so I win. Pai Luo, having been thoroughly defeated, was not annoyed and laughed, you won, but you've helped the 10th prince. Mu'er walked up to Zhuoken, looking at him as if he were a stranger. How come there are so many hidden talents around me? Zhuoken rolled his eyes and sneered, don't look at me like that. If it weren't for some stroke of luck, I probably wouldn't have been able to catch up with you in this lifetime. Mu'er shrugged. Who doesn't have their own secrets? Is it my turn? Mu'er looked at Pai Luo. Come here. Pai Luo was somewhat expectant. Zhuoken was unassuming, yet he was actually a master of artistic conception. What about this young man who saw through Zhang Yuan's flaws? War demon, come here. The guardian spirits beside Zhang Yuan, identical to his own, roared and stepped forward. His eyes shone even brighter, like two light bulbs. What's even more terrifying is that the war demon wielded a long spear, carried a sword at his waist, and had a long saber on his back. Zhuoken exclaimed in surprise, he is even stronger than Zhang Yuan. Pai Luo said. That's right. Zhang Yuan only has 1 crystal for refining martial arts techniques, while Zhang Mo has 6 crystals for refining martial arts techniques, namely sword, saber, and spear. In terms of martial arts techniques alone, Zhang Mo uses the 3 weapons with consummate skill. In terms of strength, Zhang Mo is a second-grade origin martial artist. Young friend Mu, you need to be careful. Mu'er shrugged his shoulders. Come on. The war demon roared again and charged forward, spear in hand. Despite his robust physique and the presence of 3 weapons strapped to his body, his agility remained unaffected. All because of the Illusion Feather clan's illusion feathers. The war demon was incredibly fast, its spear tip imbued with azure energy, exuding a menacing aura. Mu'er lowered his body and exhaled, then suddenly moved. Zhuoken and Pai Luo only saw a bolt of lightning flash by, followed by a burst of light, and then flames. Bang! The war demon was sent flying backward, crashing into the courtyard wall, causing several sections of the wall to collapse. Boom, boom, boom. The war demon only stopped after the three voices had been heard. Mu'er stood still, his eyebrows raised. No other meaning, just trash. Zhuokan and Pai Luo's jaws almost dropped to the ground. One punch, and he crushed the second-rank soldier. What kind of strength is this? After a brief silence, Pilo shouted, "War demon!" He rushed into the ruins, his heart filled with sorrow. Mu'er looked at his fist, its blood and chi coiled like a red python, radiating a mercury-like texture. Punching power, 67,591. His punch weighs nearly 70,000 Jin. Even a second-rank cultivator couldn't withstand his full-force punch. Chapter 60. The 10th Prince. The source of punching power is mainly the system binding. With the college entrance examination approaching, those who bind their accounts are using resources like madmen in an effort to stand out in the exam. Let's not even talk about the Gu sisters. They were originally from the Gu family and were very wealthy. Zhao Chengfeng and Zhang Moyuan, the two buddies, used the Ji family's money to improve themselves, which benefited Mu'er. With his physical strength now approaching 70,000 Jin, Mu'er felt he could crush a mountain. Second rank, nothing special. Zhuokan smacked his lips as he walked over. Your physical strength has exceeded 60,000 Jin, hasn't it? Mu'er nodded. Zhuokan grimaced, as if Mu'er's punch had landed on him just now. That's insane. Mu'er shook his head and said, it's just average. Compared to a true prodigy, I'm far inferior. I only defeated Jean Mo because he was not very intelligent and didn't know how powerful I was. There was no arrogance, only composure. Zhuokan had nothing to say. At this moment, Pilo finally retrieved the war demon. Old man, he doesn't need me to pay for it, does he? Mu'er asked. This is like bringing up a sore subject. Piluo blared and said, the Illusion Feather clan has that much money. That's good. Mu'er said with a grin. Pai Luo remained silent, only marveling at the strength of Mu'er and the prosperity of the human race. After Zhanma settled in, Piluo said solemnly, now I will take you to see the 10th young master. Walking along the winding path in the courtyard, you'll find neatly trimmed hedges and various flowers swaying gently in the breeze, releasing a sweet fragrance. The path winds and twists, like a meandering ribbon. As I walked through a bamboo grove, I heard a rustling sound, the natural sound of bamboo leaves rubbing against each other. Stepping out of the bamboo forest, a clear, bright lake came into view. The lake was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and lush trees all around. In the center of the lake stands a small and exquisite pavilion, built of white marble with a roof covered in blue tiles and upturned eaves at the four corners, giving it a classic and elegant appearance. There was someone in the pavilion, sitting at a table drinking tea. Pilu led the two into the pavilion and said, 10th young master, the person has been brought. The 10th prince, dressed in a flowing cloud-patterned brocade robe, moved as lightly as the wind, as if he could drift away at any moment. His face was exceptionally handsome, with an air of untamed spirit between his brows, and his eyes, like the deep night sky, shimmered with a mysterious light. His long hair cascaded down his shoulders like a waterfall, with a few strands occasionally brushing against his face, adding a touch of gentleness. He wore a pair of delicate silver earrings on his earlobes, which swayed gently with his movements, making a pleasant sound. The young master wore a soft white fox fur coat around his neck, which was both warm and made him look noble and elegant. On his wrist was a string of Buddhist prayer beads made of various gemstones, each one crystal clear and emitting a faint glow. Zhuokan was surprised this 10th young master was no ordinary person. This humble student, Hua Taiqing, greets you both. The 10th young master, with the demeanor of an ancient gentleman, bowed slightly. Mu'er and Zhuokan seemed a little uncomfortable, and simply introduced themselves with clasped hands. Pai Luo explained, these young friends have defeated the initial state of Zhan Yuan. He reached out his hand to Zhuokan. These young friends have defeated the war demon in its prime. The old man reached out his hand to Mu'er. Hua Taiqing was surprised, raising his eyebrows beautifully. Brother Mu is truly amazing. Mu'er laughed and said, it was just luck. The war demon has no intelligence and doesn't know its own strength. A moment of silence fell over everyone. That doesn't sound like a compliment. Mu'er coughed and said, I wonder what the 10th young master's mission is. Hua Taiqing smiled and said softly, the Illusion Feather clan strives to be like the human clan, selecting the virtuous and capable to achieve prosperity and strength. Before this, there is a treasure that is of utmost importance, and we need your and his help to compete for it. Zhuokan frowned and asked the question that was on Mu'er's mind. The 10th young master has countless proud and fierce soldiers under his command, and Old Master Pilua was at least a third-rank official. Why not let them go? Hua Taiqing smiled and said, there is a clan rule that only those at the body refinement realm can compete for this item. Mu Er and Zhua Can exchanged a strange glance. However, they do not interfere in the affairs of the Illusion Feather clan. Only Pai Luo's face was slightly bitter. He sighed inwardly and thought to himself, it's all because the human race is powerful. The human race's higher-ups deliberately used the ancestral land of the Illusion Feather clan as a trial ground in order to train their geniuses. Zhua Can and Mu Er only knew that the human race's college entrance examination was a major event, and that experts from all over the world had to return to their ancestral land to protect the examinees. Even drawing troops from the military on the battlefields outside the region was not a big deal. What they didn't know was that not only were the human race's high-ranking officials cooperating with the college entrance examination, but also the human race itself and other groups that supported it were required to help the students take the exam on this important day. Each of the various grotto heavens has its own specially designed trial methods. Hunting exotic beasts in the wild, the scores of martial arts students are not significantly different, since they are all at the body refinement stage and few are martial artists. The only way to differentiate scores is to enter the core trial, which is, of course, a secret, and no one knows about it. Other members of powerful clans might have intelligence, but Mu Er was able to infiltrate them entirely because of his abnormal thought process. Since young Master Sure has invited us, we have accepted. But we'd like to ask. Mu Er asked. Hua Taiqing was very generous, extending 5 claws, this number. Zhua Can's eyes widened, 500,000? Hua Taiqing shook his head and said, 5 million spirit coins. Mu Er and Zhua Can gasped in shock. The two split the 2.5 million yuan, and they no longer had to worry about the college entrance examination. What should we do? Mu Er asked excitedly, eager to set off right away. The 10th prince turned around with his hands behind his back, looked at the lake where the wind was rising, and said, this trial primarily focuses on the core of the ancestral land's Illusion Feather clan, and is known as the Illusion Feather secret technique. Mu Er interrupted, hey, do the Illusion Feather clan need to cultivate secret techniques to fly? The 10th prince shook his head and said, no, our clan is born with the ability to fly. However, our ancestors integrated and refined flight techniques to a new level, gradually treating flight as a skill to learn. Therefore, the ancestral land was sealed off, and only the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, along with the royal family members, could learn it. Zhua Can interrupted again, why steal when you can learn? Hua Taiqing was somewhat embarrassed and sighed, in order to preserve the royal power, our ancestors divided the illusionary feather secret technique into 2 volumes. All members of the illusionary feather clan can cultivate the first volume, while the second volume can only be practiced in the ancestral land. He had great ambitions and wanted the Illusion Feather clan to rise among all races like the human race. However, the royal elders were unwilling to do so. For the sake of power, they shelved the Illusion Feather clan's secret techniques, passing them down from generation to generation, which was quite meaningless. Mu Er nodded and asked, how strong is my opponent? After a moment of contemplation, the 10th young master turned his head and said, most of the sons of the 3 dukes and 9 ministers are just there to make up the numbers. Only my brothers and I, my eldest brother, second brother, third brother, 7th brother, and 17th brother are the most competitive. Mu Er's expression was serious, and he said in a deep voice, your father is really good at having children. Chapter 61 Huge Breakthrough. Hua Taiqing chuckled to herself. He wondered what Mu Er would say. Zhua Can felt extremely embarrassed, and his neck burned. Mu Er said in a deep voice, can we go to the ancestral land now? Hua Taiqing glanced at the sky and said, no rush, you can stay at the manor for the time being. Mu Er and Zhua Can are both perfectly acceptable. The Illusion Feather clan can be said to have been completely assimilated by the human race. Hua Taiqing has the demeanor of an ancient person, and even thinks about doing some elegant things like the flowing wine cups and winding streams at night. Unfortunately, the 2 Mu brothers were rough men who didn't understand elegance at all, so the 10th prince gave up and just ate and drank. The meals on the table were mostly the usual dishes that humans eat, nothing special. Finished eating. Mu Er takes a break. There will be a bountiful harvest of fruit today. Time passed by, and Mu Er sat cross-legged on the bed. A system notification sounded. Jing Feiyue consumed resources and gained a punching strength of 367 gene, a 47-fold increase for the host. Shan Shuwen consumed resources and gained a punching strength of 482 gene, while the host received a 14-fold increase. The 2 of them combined brought Mu Er a punching force of 23,997 gene. This is a tremendous force. Boom boom boom. A tremendous amount of energy erupted from Mu-Er's body like molten lava. The force was so overwhelming that it almost drowned out his consciousness, but with his unwavering will, Mu-Er found a sliver of clarity amidst the violent energy and began to introspect. The first thing he noticed was his own bones under the impact of the energy. Those originally solid bones began to undergo subtle changes. They are no longer simply white or pale yellow, but are gradually covered with a light layer of gold, as if they have been coated with a mysterious metallic film. As time went on, this change became more and more obvious, until finally, the entire skeleton shone with a dazzling golden light, not only becoming incredibly hard, but also seemingly containing some unknown power. Next comes the change in the meridians. The already resilient and spacious meridians became even more incredible after this energy baptism. Every tiny vein seems to have been reshaped, not only becoming thicker and stronger, but more importantly, their elasticity and resilience have also been greatly enhanced. Now, even the most violent and frenzied spiritual energy flowing through them will only make these meridians more active rather than unable to withstand the pressure. This feeling is like rivers suddenly transforming into vast, boundless oceans, capable of carrying more life-giving water. However, the most shocking change occurred in Mikiji's blood. When that unimaginably vast energy surged into the body, it did not dissipate or cause damage directly, but instead merged with the blood in an extremely peculiar way. At first, it was just a slight change in color, slowly turning from bright red to pale gold, but over time, the transformation became more and more complete. Mu-Er's blood has now transformed into a pale golden torrent, like liquid mercury, heavy and textured. It flowed through his body, no longer the light and vibrant crimson of the past, but carrying an ancient and mysterious aura, each heartbeat seemingly echoing the deep rhythm of the earth. This pale golden blood, thick and powerful, flowed slowly through Mu-Er's veins, yet exuded an indescribable majesty and strength. Unlike ordinary blood, it doesn't surge easily. Instead, it's like a bound dragon, moving slowly, but each step contains the power to create the world. As it flows through the heart, each powerful contraction and relaxation seems to cause a vibration in the air, making one feel a roar from the depths of life. Mu-Er's body underwent an unprecedented transformation under the nourishment of this pale golden blood. His muscle fibers became thicker and more elastic, each muscle resembling a meticulously sculpted work of art, brimming with explosive power. Beneath the skin, blood vessels are clearly visible, like a winding network of rivers, carrying this golden river of life, nourishing every inch of skin, making it as tough as iron, yet still flexible, as if it can adapt to any extreme environment. Under the influence of this force, the bones underwent a tremendous transformation. They are no longer a single calcareous structure, but are wrapped in a faint golden light, becoming both hard and elastic, like the branches of an ancient sacred tree, enduring wind and rain without breaking, supporting Mu-Er's increasingly powerful body. The joints shimmered with a subtle sheen, making every movement of his appear fluid and powerful. Whether jumping or running, he displayed extraordinary agility and speed. Even more shockingly, Mikiji's 5 senses were amplified infinitely during this change. His eyes seemed to see through everything, not even the faintest light could escape his perception. His ears could catch the sound of the wind in the distance, the soft sound of raindrops falling to the ground, and even the subtle movements of insects underground. His sense of touch became exceptionally acute, and he could feel the texture, temperature, and even the light fluctuations contained within objects through his fingertips. It's finally all over. Punching power, 91,588. Mu-Er opened his eyes. What kind of eyes are these? His pupils were a brilliant gold, shining in the darkness like a torch thrown into a deep well, and the sharp angles of Mu-Er's face were icy cold. Looking into Mu-Er's eyes was like seeing a divine sword piercing between his brows, sending chills down one's spine. This is a transformation unlike any other. It is a transformation that ordinary people cannot understand. At this moment, Mu-Er was like a young god, having grasped the power that belonged to him. Mu-Er clenched his fist, his skin glowing golden. I feel like I could kill the war demon with a single punch. He didn't know if it was just his imagination. The sudden change in his body left him unsure of his current strength. What Mu-Er didn't know was that things outside were in complete chaos. Since he began his breakthrough and his blood underwent a dramatic change, the fragrance of peonies began to waft from his body. Hao Fan once said that Mu-Er possessed the bloodline of the Ming Emperor, and his body was a great medicine coveted by all the powerful. Now, the bloodline of the Ming Emperor has finally appeared under the intense energy impact. The fragrance of peonies permeates the entire body and cannot be hidden at all. The Illusion Feather clan is alright, they are an intelligent race. The scent of peonies only makes them feel hot and their blood boil. If they restrain themselves, it won't have much of an effect. What I'm afraid of are strange beasts. The Phantom Feather clan is surrounded by numerous strange beasts, which have all gone mad at the scent of peonies. Sure enough, the riots began. Camp 36. The teachers guarding the camp were all spiritual warriors. They were extremely sensitive to changes in the world. First, they faintly smelled the fragrance of peonies, and then the earth shook violently. A martial arts instructor exclaimed, "Beast tide! Inform all camps. A beast tide is attacking Lingxiao Royal City. Students who are still outside should be careful." Chapter 62 Madness. On a moonless night, the sky hangs low, and the stars are hidden. The fragrance of peonies spread from Lingxiao Royal City. The Illusion Feather clan was the first to be affected. In their dreams, they all smelled the fragrance of peonies, and they were all unbearably hot and thirsty. For some reason, they always felt dry mouth and thirst, and they wanted something but could not get it. They are still doing well. Washing their faces with cold water after getting up helped suppress the discomfort. Wild and crazy wilderness. The earth initially trembled slightly, but then the tremors quickly intensified, turning into a violent earthquake. In the distance, a dark mass of figures surged forth like a flood, tens of thousands of wild beasts and birds, roaring and screaming wildly, forming an unstoppable tide of beasts that rushed toward the towering Lingxiao Royal City in the distance. In the horde of beasts, the land monsters had bloodshot eyes and lost their minds. Their fur stood on end with anger and fear, and their claws dug at the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Their enormous bodies huddled together, shoving and pushing each other, emitting deafening roars, each step they took seemingly shaking the earth. Leading the pack was an enormous, ancient elephant with tusks like two sharp swords and eyes that gleamed with fanaticism, leading the herd in a reckless charge forward. In the sky, birds also joined this frenzied attack. Giant wings beat against the night wind, stirring up gusts of gale-force winds. Their sharp, piercing cries tore through the night sky, intertwining with the roars from the ground to create an apocalyptic symphony. Leading the pack was a legendary, extinct thunder eagle, its wingspan reaching tens of feet, each flap of which could unleash a torrent of lightning. Its gaze was fixed on the Lingxiao Royal City. Their eyes were bloodshot, as if they had been sealed away as demons. As the beast tide approached, the entire Lingxiao Royal City trembled, and the guards on the city walls turned pale, their hands gripping their weapons trembling involuntarily. Beast tide! Beast tide! Upon witnessing this horrific scene, the guard general lit the beacon tower and sounded the alarm. With such a beast tide, the Lingxiao dynasty is in danger. Deep within the imperial palace of the Lingxiao dynasty. The Imperial Garden. Here, spring-like weather prevails all year round, with hundreds of flowers blooming and their fragrance filling the air. It's as if the entire garden is enveloped in a light, ethereal atmosphere, making one feel refreshed and relaxed. A magnificent sea of flowers, with all kinds of flowers vying for beauty, red like fire, pink like the sunset, white like snow, and purple like smoke, swaying gently in the breeze and emitting a series of intoxicating fragrances. Dewdrops glistened among the petals, like countless sparkling pearls, refracting a dazzling light under the sun. Passing through the sea of flowers, a path paved with bluestone winds forward, with neatly trimmed hedges on both sides and a few ancient trees reaching for the sky, their branches and leaves lush, adding a touch of antiquity and tranquility to the garden. At the end of the path stands an exquisite little pavilion, with white jade pillars, glazed tiles, and upturned eaves, exuding elegance and royal grandeur. The plaque above it reads Ishan Pavilion in a flamboyant style. Inside the pavilion, two carved wooden chairs face each other, with a low table in between. On the table is a pot of steaming hot tea and two exquisite teacups. The aroma of tea and flowers intertwine, adding to the elegance. At this moment, two people were sitting opposite each other in the pavilion. One was a young emperor, dressed in a dragon robe, with a dignified demeanor. The other looked like an important minister in the court, dressed simply but unable to hide his refined and scholarly air. The scholar, who appeared to be a high-ranking official, was relaxed and showed no fear of the emperor's power. He took a sip of tea, a hint of appreciation in his eyes, and said, "The spiritual energy in this imperial garden is becoming increasingly rich. No wonder even the flowers in the palace are blooming more brightly than in previous years." The emperor smiled slightly and agreed, "Mr. Yu is absolutely right. This place is not only beautiful, but also a good place for cultivation." Mr. Yu put down his teacup and said, "Your Majesty will enjoy it. It all depends on the support of the nobility." This statement revealed their identities. The emperor is Hua Jingshan, the current ruler of the Lingxiao dynasty. Mr. Yu is likely the 5th rank Will Meridian expert among the human race in this year's college entrance examination. Just as Mr. Yu was about to speak, his ears suddenly twitched. Wrong. Hua Jingshan, also at the 5th grade Will Meridian realm, naturally made discoveries as well. In an instant, the two transformed into light and appeared in the sky. Outside the Lingxiao Royal City, the beast tide surged like a dam bursting, unleashing a devastating flood. This is. Hua Jingshan was stunned. The beast tide was coming? How could that be? Mr. Yu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, the leader is the ancient savage elephant, who possesses a trace of ancient god bloodline and is a 5th rank being. The Thunder Eagle is also a 5th rank being. Are they planning a rebellion? I've already made arrangements with them. Hua Jingshan hadn't finished speaking yet. Mr. Yu raised his hand to interrupt, saying, can you smell anything? Hua Jingshan took a deep sniff and exclaimed in surprise, it smells like peonies, and it can even affect intelligence. Mr. Yu's eyelids twitched, a flash of inspiration appeared, and his pupils suddenly turned white. The Lingxiao royal city in his view suddenly shifted to one side, becoming a black and white image with flowing blue threads, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Besides these cyan threads, there is a very conspicuous light source, bright gold, like a sun, with golden energy constantly emanating from the sun itself. This energy almost overwhelmed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Mr. Yu severed the pupil technique and pointed, what place is that? Hua Jingshan frowned and said, my son's residence. Walk. Before he could finish speaking, Mr. Yu had already appeared above the 10th prince's residence. The 10th prince's residence. Young master, something terrible has happened. The beast tide is coming. The sound of falling flesh echoed throughout the mansion, and Mu'er heard it. Mu'er's eyes flashed with golden light, and he immediately realized that it was his own fault. Back in Gaochen Cave, he inadvertently activated the blood of Emperor Ming, triggering a beast tide. Now the beast tide has struck again. Muji couldn't think of any other reason. Hua Taiqing emerged, wearing a cloak, his handsome face showing some displeasure. He asked, why did a problem suddenly arise? Piluo said, I don't know. Zhua Can, who hadn't fallen asleep, rubbed his eyes and came out, yawning as he asked, what did you burn? Why is the peony fragrance so strong? Hua Taiqing was startled. I hadn't noticed it before, but once I got to the lobby, I could clearly feel that the scent of peonies was stronger. Next to the main hall is a side courtyard, where Mu'er lived. Where is brother Mu? Hua Taiqing asked. Zhua Can licked his lips and said, I don't know, let's call him. As they spoke, the group arrived at Mu'er's courtyard and knocked on the door. Wake up, waiter! The beast tide is coming. Zhua Can wasn't worried at all, he kept pounding on the door and calling out. Mu'er's physical changes are too obvious now, if he goes out, he will definitely be discovered. Why? Mu'er sighed and opened the door. Chapter 63, The Child Who Made a Mistake. You smell. Zhua Can suddenly stopped speaking. It was simply because he and Mu'er made eye contact. A pair of eyes, as bright as a dragon's, were burning like a sun. The sight stunned Zhua Can so much that he dared not look directly at it. After only 2 seconds, tears welled up in his eyes. Zhua Can quickly lowered his head. Hua Taiqing was the same, she lowered her head, her heart filled with horror. Pai Luo was slightly better, his cultivation level was at the 3rd rank, but when faced with Mu'er's golden pupils, he also subconsciously lowered his head. Standing before them was no longer Mu'er, but a living dragon king, whose eyes resembled molten gold, dazzling and blinding. You. Zhua Can was breathing heavily, the intense pressure making it almost impossible for him to utter a complete sentence. Mu'er's mouth gaped open, and after a long while, he said, you broke through in the heat of battle and ended up looking like this. Zhua Can was unable to speak. Hua Taiqing understood and exclaimed in surprise, the peony fragrance is coming from you. It gives me a feeling of hunger, and I want to eat you. Mu'er smacked his lips. There's nothing I can do. I have the bloodline of the Ming Emperor within me, and after breaking through, a strange change occurred, which I don't quite understand. For a brief moment, everyone forgot about the beast tide and started chatting. In the sky. Mr. Yu and Hua Jingshan stood side by side. It was him? Faced with Mr. Yu's question, Hua Jingshan asked in surprise, Mr. Yu knows him? I don't know him, we only met once. Mr. Yu squinted, somewhat surprised. I never expected to run into him here. Hua Jingshan congratulated him, saying, Congratulations, sir. Congratulations to the human race for producing such a prodigy. He has cultivated his body to the 90,000 gene level and is of the bloodline of the Ming Emperor. He seems very close to being a second-generation species. Legend has it that Emperor Ming was invincible from birth, a born warrior and fierce general, among the strongest of all the gods. Most importantly, Emperor Ming had many sons, and all his descendants were powerful and influential figures, without exception. This is excellent for the continuation of the human race. It seems he was the one who caused the beast tide, Mr. Yu said frankly. Hua Jingshan nodded and said, it should be true. The bloodline of the Ming Emperor is naturally fragrant with peony, which is a great medicine for humans. The strange beast is not intelligent and has probably been affected. You still need to help my Huan Yu clan. Mr. Yu waved his hand, not taking the matter to heart. The beast tide is a minor matter, it can be resolved tomorrow, but what about this Minglong? Minglong refers to Mu'er, and there is a connection between them. The eldest son of Emperor Ming was called Minglong, and the second son was called Belan. Hua Jingshan did not answer. This is a matter within the human race, and as an outsider, I have no right to participate. It was just Mr. Yu asking himself. Mr. Yu made a quick decision, and with a flash of inspiration, flew towards the 50 campsites of Fengya Cave. Then he pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, I have urgent business to attend to, so I must take my leave now. Hua Jingshan extended his hand, please, sir. Mr. Yu vanished into the horizon like a streak of light. Overlooking Hua Taiching's courtyard from Hua Jingshan, Mu'er's eyes shone brightly like daylight, displaying extraordinary talent. A vicious dragon has emerged from the human race, and another bloody storm is brewing. It seems the beast tide was started because of you. Hua Taiching has now gotten used to Mu'er's changes. As long as she lowers her gaze and doesn't look directly at Mu'er, it's fine. Mu'er said, yes, I apologize for any inconvenience caused to the nobles. Pai Luo quickly replied, young Master Mu is too kind to the Illusion Feather Clan. The human race and the Illusion Feather Clan have been on good terms for generations. This is just a small matter. Hua Taiching felt a pang of sadness. This is the tragedy of vassal races. It is unknown how many members of the Illusion Feather Clan will die in this beast tide. Although it was unintentional, they can only express goodwill towards the instigator and dare not even show any dissatisfaction. Zhuokan said in a deep voice, we can't let the Illusion Feather Clan fight alone, we need to go and help them. Mu'er nodded, that's how it should be. Hua Taiching said happily, thank you both, let's go now. Camp 36. A flash of light streaked across the sky like a shooting star. The guardian teacher moved swiftly and appeared in front of Lu Guang. The flowing light transformed into large characters. The Phantom Feather Clan is surging, we're sending people to help. The guardian teacher acted decisively, channeling his spiritual energy, everyone, wake up. The students woke up and gathered together. The guardian teacher pointed in the direction of Lingxiao Royal City, the beast tide rises and falls, your opportunity has come. In previous years, finding exotic beasts was the difficult part of the college entrance examination. Now the exotic beasts are outside the royal city, and you can hunt them at will. How many points you can get depends on your individual strength. The National College Entrance Examination Gokao officially begins today. The students, full of fighting spirit, headed towards the Lingxiao dynasty. Kill alien beasts, earn points, and go to university. This is their slogan. 500,000 people rushed there, just like a beast tide. Tianyu City is one of the 7 major cities, located in the center of the Great Xiao dynasty. This city has a long history. When the spiritual energy was revived, modern civilization was destroyed and the city ceased to exist. As various forces took over the local area, the first city they built was Tianyu City. Tianyu City has been the capital of the Great Xiao dynasty throughout history. It is full of dragon energy and suppresses the region. It can be called the main city among the main cities. The famous universities of the Great Xiao dynasty, such as Lingwu Academy, Jixian Academy, Xinlian Academy, and Tianyuan Academy, are all located in Tianyu City. Aside from the buildings being more magnificent than those in other cities, the ground level is not significantly different. The only difference is that there is a pavilion in the sky called Jintian. From a distance, Jintian Pavilion appears and disappears, like a mirage, making it impossible to be sure of its reality. The Jintian Pavilion itself is constructed from countless rare materials. Every brick and every tile contains powerful spiritual energy, enabling it to withstand the erosion of wind and rain and remain suspended in the air forever. The attic is predominantly sky blue, accented with gold decorations. The huge eaves and upturned corners resemble a phoenix about to take flight, with each corner intricately carved with complex patterns that tell ancient legends and stories. The pavilion is surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, sometimes gathering and sometimes dispersing, like the breath of heaven and earth, draping the Jintian Pavilion in a veil of mystery. Occasionally, cranes or dragons flit among the clouds, adding to the ethereal atmosphere. It is said that only those with pure hearts and profound cultivation can see the full view of Jintian Pavilion. Otherwise, even if they are close at hand, they will find it difficult to see its true appearance. Inside the Jintian Pavilion, there is a hidden world, divided into countless halls and pavilions, each hiding endless mysteries and treasures. Even in the Great Xia dynasty, only martial artists of the 6th rank or above are invited to enter the Jintian Pavilion. Jintian Pavilion is the war machine of the Great Xia against foreign powers. Central Hall. A godlike figure sat on a futon, with a halo behind his head that kept changing. Master Quan, there is an urgent message from Ningtong Prefecture that you must take a look at. Chapter 64 Crown Prince Zhaoyuan. Only those of the 8th rank are called saints. Sitting in the central palace of the Jintian Pavilion was actually a saint. Quan Sheng opened his eyes, and the stars seemed to shimmer in his pupils, as if the entire universe were within his sight. Hand it over. The divine sound was vast and resounding, displaying the majestic power of heaven. In ancient times, a 7th-grade golden body realm cultivator was known as a sect leader or a venerable one, but at this moment, he lowered his head and offered a stream of light. The flowing light contains a message. After comprehending for 2 breaths, Quan Sheng murmured, "The bloodline of the Ming Emperor, a 2nd-generation species, worthy of attention." As he finished speaking, his eyes flickered, as if the stars were trembling. Everything in the elegant grotto far away is within sight. It's not a 2nd-generation species, it looks more like the 1st generation. Quan Sheng was somewhat shocked, the stars in his eyes were jumping wildly. The 7th-ranking official below stood there in shock. The 1st generation, the bloodline closest to the gods. When the Great Xia dynasty was founded, a large number of divine beings rose up and led the Great Xia to resist the myriad races of the universe. As time passed, few of the divine bloodlines remained. Now, a 1st-generation being has actually appeared. Quan Sheng continued, "It is a fine dragon." The Venerable One asked, "How should this be handled?" When a genius emerges among the human race, it requires the attention of the higher-ups to ensure that their survival rate is greatly improved. Now that a descendant of the 1st generation of the Ming Emperor has appeared, the level of attention will naturally be raised to the highest level. After careful consideration, the holy sage said, "I will inquire further." The 7th-rank venerable was shocked that this matter actually needed to be reported. Whom did the 8th-rank sage inquire about? Naturally, it is only of the 9th rank. A short while later. The Ming Emperor's bloodline is noble and proud. He was invincible throughout his life. He held a high position and knew everything about heaven and earth. He was allowed not to kneel or bow, and was honored as the crown prince of Zhaoyuan. After saying this, Quan Sheng closed his eyes. The remaining 7th-rank venerable one stood there dumbfounded. On the other side, the sky was obscured by thick, dark clouds, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the brutal battlefield. The sudden beast tide caught the Illusion Feather clan completely unprepared, resulting in heavy losses at the front lines. Blood flowed like a river above the city gate. It was unclear whether it was the blood of the Illusion Feather clan members or the blood of strange beasts. Boom! The city gate was breached. Countless beasts surged into it. The Phantom Feather clan was filled with despair. Now, a powerful member of the Illusionary Feather clan arrived, clad in silver-white armor and wielding a spear that gleamed with a cold light. Like a war god descending from the sky, he charged into the beast tide. "You guys go help the other places, I'll take care of this gap." A member of the Illusion Feather clan recognized the man and exclaimed with delight, "It's Duke Yang. We're saved." The Illusion Feather clan imitated the ancient system of the Great Xia dynasty, which included the 3 dukes and 6 ministers. The Duke of Yang's face was stern, and his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination, as if nothing could shake his will. The spear danced in his hand, each swing bringing a shower of blood. The ferocious beasts were torn apart like fragile pieces of paper by his spear, unable to stop his advance. With each step he took forward, more and more corpses piled up on the ground, and blood flowed like a river at his feet. His armor was stained with blood, but he didn't care. He just kept swinging his spear, each attack full of power and speed, as if he were tearing the air apart. The beast tide seemed to sense the threat posed by this powerful figure and began to become even more frenzied. They roared and attacked the powerful Phantom Feather clan member with all their might. A 4th-rank expert is terrifyingly powerful. Roar! A chilling roar rang out. The Duke of Yang stretched out his cold gaze and looked into the distance. A 4th-tier beast with crimson eyes emerged from the beast tide. No one can stop them from obtaining the peony. "You beast, die." Knowing he could not retreat, Duke Yang flapped his wings and charged toward the dead-not beast. Other strange beasts swarmed in through the gap. Fortunately, at that moment, several young masters of the Illusion Feather clan arrived. Upon seeing this, Mu'er knew things were in trouble. I'm going to kill the demon. After saying those words, Mu'er suddenly accelerated and left. Zhuokan's mouth was slightly open as he muttered, showing off, there are second-tier alien beasts in here. But thinking of Mu'er's golden eyes, he was unsure how to stop him. Mu'er's sudden appearance was like a clear stream breaking through the chaos and bloodshed. The scent of peonies emanating from him spread rapidly through the air, instantly attracting the attention of countless strange beasts. As the fragrance of peony spread, countless strange beasts began to turn their heads, their eyes turning crimson, filled with greed and savagery. Saliva dripped from the mouths of these strange beasts, falling to the ground with a chilling sound. Their breathing became heavy, each exhale carrying a strong smell of blood and the frenzy of wild beasts. Mu'er stood still, feeling the gazes of the surrounding beasts pressing down on him as if they were tangible, but his expression remained calm, as if all of this was within his expectations. He knew that the peony scent on his body was an irresistible temptation for these strange beasts, but he could not back down. How could he let the Illusion Feather clan bear the trouble he had caused? Mu'er stood in the center of the battlefield, facing the surging beasts like a tide, and suddenly his eyes flashed with dazzling golden light. This golden light, like the rays of the rising sun, illuminated the surrounding darkness. A faint golden halo formed around his body, as if a mysterious power was protecting him. The first beast rushed in front of Mu'er, opening its blood-red maw, its sharp teeth gleaming coldly, attempting to bite off Mu'er's throat. However, just as it was about to make contact with Mu'er's fist suddenly contracted and expanded at a speed almost invisible. With a loud bang, the beast's head instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The second, the third, more and more strange beasts arrived, but their fate was no different from the first. Each of Mu'er's punches contained immense power, as if it could shake the heavens and the earth. His fists traced golden trajectories in the air, each strike landing precisely on the beast's vital points. The beasts were no match for the attack. They were all smashed to pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Blood splattered on Mu'er's body, instantly staining him red. Now, the first-tier alien beasts have absolutely no chance of resisting Mu'er. But there are too many. The beast tide was like a flood, and even Mu'er, with his strength, could not completely withstand it. Hiss. It's unclear what kind of strange beast gave Mu'er a claw attack, tearing open his chest and causing blood to gush out. The fragrance of peonies burst forth. The beast tide is not just made up of first-tier alien beasts. Upon seeing that Mu'er was injured, the second-tier beasts were stirring. A second-tier beast, impatient, charged towards Mu'er. Second-tier beasts that cultivate Yuanli are no different from humans. They both need to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to imbue their Yuan Qi with magic. This beast has fire on its claws, and its power is like a raging storm. Chapter 65. I don't know, I just came because they said it would earn credits. Zhuokan arrived late. Since Mu'er broke through, his speed has become unmatched, even with the support of the wind intent. Careful. Second-tier beasts are not as intelligent as first-tier beasts. They have a slight awakening of intelligence and even know how to launch sneak attacks. Mu'er knew. Looking back. This is a yellow-haired ferret. He met Mu'er's eyes and suddenly froze. Golden eyes, platinum pupil rings, like a god incarnate. In an instant, a chill rushed into the yellow-haired weasel's body, as if it were in a frozen wasteland. The next second, the yellow-haired weasel's eyes flashed with a fist. Bang! The second-tier alien beast, half the size of an adult, was blasted into pieces. Blood mist filled the sky. It only takes one punch to kill a second-tier alien beast. Mu'er roused his blood and roared, "Come on!" His whole body shone with golden light, and his aura was like an erupting volcano. Countless strange beasts with bloodshot eyes around them were actually retreating. Zhuokan licked his lips and said, "So intense?" Hua Taiqing saw it clearly and exclaimed in shock, "Is this still the body refinement realm?" The others, who were the 10th prince's elder brothers, all asked, "Whose subordinate is this?" Hua Taiqing said, "I recruited them." The brothers and sisters all looked towards Hua Taiqing. The crown prince of the Lingxiao dynasty chuckled in surprise, "10th brother, it seems the secret technique of the ancestral land's illusionary feather is truly yours." The other young men sighed in agreement. Hua Taiqing smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect to find such a treasure." What follows is a one-man show by Muji. He weaved through the beast tide, moving wildly and killing countless beasts, all of them first or second tier. In the sky. Hua Jingshan said enviously, "The bloodline of the Ming Emperor is indeed powerful." Mr. Yu, standing to the side, said, Emperor Ming is a born warrior with boundless strength. As the Crown Prince progresses, he will become even more formidable. He already knew about the decisions made by the human race's high command. From then on, Mu'er was no longer called Mu'er, but Crown Prince Zhao Yuan. The emperor would not allow others to address him by his given name, as it would hinder his progress on the Great Tao. The more people who submit to him, the more people he controls, and the stronger the Ming Emperor's bloodline will become. Your Highness. Hua Jingshan silently lamented to himself, feeling utterly miserable. This is the human race. Their pampering of geniuses reaches an astonishing level. The title of the heir of a clan was casually given to a child in the body refinement realm. He even addresses those involved in the matter in the same way. That's fucking unfair. Mu'er fought with increasing ferocity, but his wounds multiplied, and the scent of peonies grew stronger. The fifth-tier exotic beast, the savage ancient elephant, could no longer suppress its desires. The eyes of the ancient, savage elephant were blood-red, filled with endless desire and rage. Its nose was raised high, constantly exhaling hot air. Each breath brought up a gust of wind, blowing away the surrounding dust and the smell of blood. The peony and the giant peony are right in front of us. It really wants it. Mr. Yu frowned and scolded, If you move again, I will kill you. The ancient elephant's trunk continued to exhale, growing increasingly agitated, but it was suppressed by the two-legged beast and unable to move. Mr. Yu looked at Mu'er's murderous aura and laughed. There is an opportunity for the Crown Prince to train. Do not disturb him. Beneath him, third-tier and fourth-tier beasts, as well as two imposing fifth-tier beasts, were all suppressed and unable to move. Surrounded by the beast tide, Mu'er's figure appeared even more lonely and resilient. His fists lashed out relentlessly, each strike accompanied by a whooshing sound, repelling or even exploding the strange beasts. However, the number of strange beasts was so great that it was like a raging flood, seemingly endless and impossible to kill. Although Mu'er's Minghuan bloodline endowed him with great strength and endurance, he began to feel somewhat powerless in such endless battles. Each punch he threw required a great deal of physical and mental energy, while the beasts seemed endless, constantly surging in from all directions. As time went on, wounds began to appear on Muji's body. At first, it was just a shallow scratch, but as the battle continued, the wound became deeper and deeper, and blood kept seeping from it, staining his battle robe red. Blood began to flow from his mouth, and every breath was filled with the taste of blood, but his eyes remained firm, showing no sign of backing down. Muji felt his strength rapidly draining away, and each punch became increasingly difficult. His arm ached terribly, as if it would break at any moment. But he persisted, because he knew that if he stopped, death would await him. The battlefield was becoming increasingly horrific, with mountains of monster corpses, yet new enemies continued to pour in. Mu'er did not back down and kept moving forward, but his eyes were all red and covered in blood. Suddenly, shouts came from beyond the sky. Kill them! Kill alien beasts, earn points, and go to university. Countless students in school uniforms surged into the Illusion Feather clan like a beast tide. They used their unique abilities to join the hunt for strange beasts. One of the difficulties in the college entrance examination is finding mythical beasts. Sometimes it takes several days to find a strange beast, but now that the beast is right in front of you, what are you waiting for? Kill! Shouts of battle rose into the sky. The students undergoing trials at Fengya Cave Heaven all felt very happy. That was awesome. In an instant, the pressure on the Illusion Feather clan was greatly reduced, and they began to push the beast tide out. The battle continued fiercely. The battlefield was a scene straight out of hell. Countless corpses of strange beasts piled up like mountains, forming horrifying mounds of corpses. Some of these corpses still retained their original postures, while others had been torn apart beyond recognition. Blood flowed from their bodies, forming rivers of blood that crisscrossed the battlefield, emitting a pungent, bloody stench. The ground was stained a deep red, as if it had been soaked in blood. With each step, one could feel the thick blood clinging to the soles of their shoes, making an unpleasant sound. The air was thick with the stench of blood and death, making it almost impossible to breathe. The beasts on the battlefield had already felt fear. As they watched their companions fall one by one, the fear etched into their very bones finally suppressed their desires. One of the strange beasts turned first and ran towards the wilderness. Its steps were heavy, but filled with the determination to escape. Its eyes gleamed with terror, as if it saw death beckoning to it. The behavior of this strange beast seemed to have touched a nerve with the other strange beasts, and they began to follow suit, turning around and fleeing this terrifying place. In an instant, a chaotic chorus of footsteps and terrified screams filled the battlefield. The beasts shoved and jostled each other, scrambling to escape the battlefield, fearing they would become the next fallen corpse. The beast tide receded. Joaquin wiped the sweat from his forehead and pulled over the classmate next to him to ask, "How did you know there was a beast tide in the royal city?" The student grinned from ear to ear. "I didn't know, but they said it would earn credits, so I came." Chapter 66 Rising in Status, the Heir Apparent's Jade Token. The 10th Prince's Residence. Mu'er suddenly woke up. This is a sleeping quarters. The palace was decorated in an extremely luxurious manner, with exquisite murals hanging on the walls. The ceiling is inlaid with countless gems, shimmering with a mesmerizing light. The floor was covered with a soft carpet embroidered with intricate patterns. He slept on a huge bed covered with silk sheets and down comforters, which were soft and comfortable. A man dressed in a scholar's robe walked in and greeted him, "Your Highness." Mu'er looked around but didn't see anyone else. Yes. The man in the scholar's robe lowered his head and did not look at Mu'er. Those golden eyes were so piercing that even a fifth-grade cultivator felt uncomfortable looking at them. Mu'er frowned, his eyebrows bulging like dragons about to take flight, his face turning cold. "What do you mean? Let me first introduce myself. I am Yu Xingfei, and I am the supervising teacher of Fengya Dongtian for this year's college entrance examination." Mu'er was startled, not expecting the man in the scholar's robe to have such a high status. He was about to stand up to greet them when Yu Xingfei quickly stopped him. "Your Highness, please don't get agitated. It's inappropriate for me, as the supervisor, to speak with you in the first place. This is a private conversation." Mu'er paused for a moment, then lay down on the bed. "Tell me first why you address me as the Crown Prince?" Yu Xingfei carefully considered his words. Shouldn't the Crown Prince know that he is of the Ming Emperor's bloodline? Among the gods, the Ming Emperor is a member of the royal family, holding a revered position. His bloodline naturally carries an aura of dominance and nobility, requiring a high status to nurture it. When the Crown Prince broke through to the 90,000 gene body refinement stage, the Ming Emperor's bloodline erupted, making him even more compatible with this path. Therefore, I reported this to the All Saints, and they discussed giving you the status of Crown Prince, with the honorific title of Zhao Yuan. Yu Xingfei's words exploded in Mu'er's mind. There's too much information, he needs to absorb it himself. Crown Prince Zhao Yuan? Did you change your name after that? The human race's high command is incredibly generous. They directly bestowed upon him the title of Crown Prince. Mu'er understood the true value of the title Crown Prince. It simply meant that the human race was handed over to him. But he's just a high school student. Mu'er's eyes moved, and the platinum pupil ring seemed to be flowing. To outsiders, it truly appeared that a giant platinum dragon was coiling in his eyes. It's just that Mu'er is overthinking things. Since Xia Hizi established the Great Xia, the lowliness of the human race has been clearly defined by their genetic makeup, talents, and status. The title of Crown Prince is mostly just a title, without much real power. Mu'er didn't understand, so he naturally felt very cautious. Yu Xingfei remained meek and obedient, standing to the side like a personal protector. Seeing this, Mu'er felt a little embarrassed. After all, the supervisor was a 5th rank expert, which was the same rank as Lu Hongkai. "Teacher Yu, why don't you sit down? I feel a little uncomfortable." Yu Xingfei smiled, sat down, and said, "I naturally understand Zhao Yuan's thoughts. However, Emperor Ming is naturally averse to outsiders addressing him by his given name, hence the honorific title. Now that several 9th-rank generals of our clan have bestowed honorific titles upon him, I'm afraid all races in the universe will know that humanity has produced a crown prince." Mu'er felt immense pressure. Known to all races? Isn't this just asking for trouble? A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. The myriad races have been hunting down human geniuses frequently, and now they've created a crown prince. Isn't that a joke? There should be some kind of protection from above. I think so. As Mu'er was thinking, someone else came in. "Greetings, Prince Zhao Yuan, Mr. Yu." The visitor was extremely respectful and very well-mannered. Mu'er greeted him, then asked, "And you are?" "Hua Jingshan, the current patriarch of the Illusion Feather Clan." Mu'er's eyelids twitched. He was another 5th-rank official. Looking at Hua Jingshan's respectful demeanor, he felt as if in a dream. He had extinguished the beast tide, but how had everything changed? Unbeknownst to them, they had all become princes of the human race. A moment of silence. "How long have I been asleep?" Mu'er asked. Yu Xingfei said, 3 days. "So long?" Indeed, facing the beast tide was like facing 1,000 troops. Emperor Ming's bloodline was almost dried up, so it was normal for him to sleep for a long time. Mu'er got out of bed, tidied himself up, and said, I haven't been to the Illusion Feather Clan's territory yet. Hua Jingshan smiled and said, they are all waiting for the young master. Mu'er was surprised and said, thank you, Clan Chief Hua. Hua Jingshan dared not take credit and only said, it was all because Xiaoshi said that the young master wanted to participate and made a big fuss in the clan, insisting on waiting for you. Yu Xingfei remained silent to the side. Mu'er was moved, his eyes seemingly brimming with golden light. Hua Taiqing is such a kind person. Hua Jingshan had been waiting for Mu'er to say this, and smiled, that's one good thing about Xiaoshi. Mu'er nodded and looked at Yu Xingfei, teacher Yu, the strange changes in my body. This inexplicable breakthrough in cultivation, along with the eruption of the peony fragrance, triggered a beast tide. If this continues, who knows what kind of trouble it will cause when we return to Jianling City. It should be noted that the Great Xia dynasty also had exotic beasts. Secondly, there are those golden eyes. This is so annoying. His bright eyes made everyone keep their distance from him, creating a strange sense of loneliness. Yu Xingfei remained silent for a moment, then said heavily, the youngest son of the Ming Emperor was born with the fragrance of peonies and golden eyes. Only by increasing one's strength can such an anomaly be eliminated. Mu'er pursed his lips and said helplessly, fine. Chatting, the group left the room. Yu Xingfei took out a jade token from his pocket and handed it to Mu'er, saying, Zhao Yuan, this is your token. Mu'er took it and examined it carefully. On the front center of the jade plaque of the Crown Prince, the two large characters Zhao Yuan are carved in ancient seal script, with smooth and powerful strokes, as if each stroke contains unshakable authority. The font is surrounded by delicate cloud patterns, adding a touch of mystery and solemnity. Under the sunlight, the two characters reflected a dazzling light, making it difficult to look directly at them. Turn it over, and a white gold dragon leaps and bounds on the jade pendant, lifelike. The dragon's body is winding and twisting, with delicate and exquisite scales, each one seemingly meticulously carved, shimmering with a soft and noble luster. The dragon's head is held high, its eyes bright and piercing, exuding an undeniable majesty. Its whiskers sway gently in the wind, adding a touch of lively beauty. The dragon's claws are sharp, as if it were ready to spread its wings and soar through the clouds at any moment. The entire jade plaque is made of top-quality white jade, with a warm and smooth texture like mutton fat, and feels warm to the touch. The edges are polished to a smooth, rounded finish, making it both prestigious and comfortable to hold. The platinum dragon and the two characters Zhao Yuan complement each other, and the contrast between movement and stillness perfectly interprets the wearer's talent in both civil administration and military affairs, as well as the demeanor of an emperor. This is too valuable. Mu'er inexplicably felt that the jade pendant was a little hot to the touch under the sunlight. Yu Xingfei laughed and said, this was issued from above. It says that Zhao Yuan can use this token to command the local tribunals and freely enter various grotto heavens. He paused, then continued, sounding somewhat cryptic, of course, how powerful this token is depends on Zhao Yuan's fortune. Mu'er never expected that his status would suddenly rise to the top. What's the difference between this and a pie falling from the sky? Chapter 67. Things have changed. Hua Jingshan was somewhat envious. Comparison is the thief of joy. Some people's starting points are what many people's entire lives are like. After the three finished talking, Yu Xingfei and Hua Jingshan left. Both of them are supervisors of Fengya Cave, and they have a lot to do, so they can't just take care of Mu'er alone. Mu'er accepted the token and went to the 10th prince's residence. Seeing Hua Taiqing's mansion again, Mu'er felt a strange sense of unreality. The token in his mind wouldn't leave him no matter what he did. Stop. As Mu'er was thinking, a voice came from in front of him. He looked up and saw the guards take several steps back. A pair of golden eyes that make people uneasy, instilling a sense of fear deep in one's bones. You. The guards even stammered a little. Mu'er sighed helplessly. Those golden eyes were really getting in the way. He informed the 10th prince that Mu'er had arrived. The guard breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly fled to report the incident. A short while later, a commotion erupted and people rushed over. Hua Taiqing came out to greet him, calling out, Your Highness. 10th young master, there's no need for such politeness. Mu'er's mouth was slightly open. Hua Taiqing shook his head and said, the clan follows the Xiao rituals, and since Zhao Yuan is the heir, he naturally wouldn't dare to overstep them. Mu'er was a little unaccustomed to it at first. He never thought of stepping on others or bullying them with an unapproachable status that would be wrong. but now everyone is afraid of him, and a sense of loneliness wells up in his heart. Mu'er looked at Zhuokan, who was standing to the side. Zhuokan's expression was complicated, and he said in a deep voice, "Your Highness." Mu'er's face was cold, and the icy chill in his golden eyes had reached its peak. Even his own best friend. "It sounds better to call me Xiao'er." Zhuokan lowered his head, a wave of sorrow washing over him. "Your Highness, please don't joke around. You are of the bloodline of the Ming Emperor, born into nobility. Calling you by your name directly will harm your path to enlightenment." Mu'er looked around and saw that everyone around him had their heads bowed and their faces were solemn, without any of the usual joy, only seriousness. All because he is now Crown Prince Zhao Yuan. Mu'er's lips curled up into a mocking smile. Unexpectedly, because of his lineage as the Ming Emperor, his identity had changed so drastically that everyone now knew about it. He. Good. Mu'er stepped into the courtyard. A small pavilion in the center of the lake. Mu'er sat upright, with Hua Taiqing and Zhuokan remaining, and Pai Luo standing beside them to serve. "When will the competition for clan territory begin?" Mu'er has no interest in anything else right now, he just wants to get rid of his strange phenomenon as soon as possible. Hua Taiqing's eyes darted around, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "Starting tomorrow." "Thank you for your trouble, 10th young master." Mu'er exchanged pleasantries, but Hua Taiqing seemed to be facing a formidable enemy, managing only a wry smile. "Your Highness is too kind. It is all our duty." After he finished speaking, the pavilion in the middle of the lake fell silent. Mu'er stood up and looked at the lake. The lake water is emerald green, sparkling in the sunlight, which creates shimmering spots on the surface. The lake was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and the surrounding mountains, like a beautiful painting. A gentle breeze rippled across the lake. "It's a beautiful scene." Mu'er felt lonely and said softly, "Actually, I don't want to be the so-called heir. It's just a title given to me by the higher-ups of the human race." No one dared to speak. Hua Taiqing was still shocked. How dare they speak of the high-ranking members of the human race? Their background was indeed extraordinary. Only Zhuokan felt bitter. Just as he said, the bloodline of the Ming Emperor was inherently revered. From ancient times to the present, the bloodline of the Ming Emperor has always been the emperor of a country and the overlord of a corner. The great Tao is to dominate the world and be invincible. It is really inappropriate to say the name and affect the great Tao. This is why the human race's high-ranking officials bestowed honorific titles upon Mu'er to pave the way for his great path. No one spoke, and Mu'er felt even more desolate. He waved his hand and said, "All right, let me have some peace and quiet here." The crowd dispersed. Mu'er kept Zhuokan by his side, saying, "We will always be brothers, that will never change." Moved, Zhuokan took his leave. Standing in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, experiencing scenery he had never seen before in Jiangling City, Mu'er finally composed himself and sorted out his recent findings. Name, Mu'er. Realm, Body Refinement. Punching Power, 91,588. Qi and Blood, 786. Mental Strength, 61.8. Origin, Thunder, 0.000099. Final Method, Swallowing the Moon and Pine Retreat to Stillness Mud Pill Method. Martial Arts Techniques, 100 Flowers Intertwined Fist, Blazing Fire Fist. Looking at the panel, Mu'er saw that his punching power and blood energy had improved significantly. There was just one thing he didn't understand. Why does punching power increase so quickly, yet the body's energy and blood remain completely unaffected? Mu'er pondered to himself, logically speaking, when physical strength increases, qi and blood should also increase accordingly. Now that physical strength and qi and blood are unbalanced, will there be any problems? It seems we need to ask the seniors about this matter. With nothing else to do, Mu'er practiced the 100 Flowers Fist and the Peony Blazing Light Fist in the lakeside pavilion, gradually gaining a clearer understanding of his own strength. With a physical strength of 90,000 Jin, Mu'er could kill any beast except for a second-tier alien beast with a single punch, but not a third-tier one. A third-grade spiritual weapon represents a qualitative leap for a martial artist, and the same applies to exotic beasts. The spirit creature, relying solely on its vital energy strength, can easily unleash punches of tens or hundreds of thousands of kilograms of force, making Mu'er completely inadequate. The most important thing now is to quickly cultivate a body weighing 100,000 Jin, approximately 50,000 kilograms. Once you reach the first-grade Qi martial artist level, you will receive the blessing of Yuan Qi, which will allow you to cultivate eye techniques, and at that time you will naturally be able to conceal your golden eyes. The next day. The territory of the Illusion Feather Clan is located on a floating island in the sea southwest of Fenya Cave. These islands, like pearls in the sky, float in the azure sky, surrounded by white clouds, resembling a fairyland. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a golden glow over the island and bathing the entire territory in its golden light. The architecture of the Phantom Feather Clan is unique and exquisite, mostly constructed with lightweight wood and transparent crystal. At the heart of the island stands a magnificent temple, dedicated to the Sky God, the deity of the Illusion Feather Clan. Built of pure white marble, the temple soars into the clouds, its top adorned with golden wing sculptures. At this moment, many members of the Illusion Feather Clan gathered in front of the temple. They are all strong contenders in this Phantom Feather Secret Technique competition. His Highness the Crown Prince stood there with a gloomy expression. His brothers and sisters were standing next to him. Everyone looked unwell. Suddenly, a member of the Illusion Feather Clan exclaimed, "The 10th young master has arrived." Everyone present perked up, looked around, and it was the Crown Prince who spoke up, let's go pick them up." The young masters of the Illusion Feather Clan looked grim, but had no choice but to follow. It wasn't to welcome Hua Taiqing, but Mu'er. As Mu'er rode the flying palanquin of the Illusionary Feather Clan to the island, he heard the call of waves crashing against the shore. "Welcome, Your Highness." Seeing the Illusion Feather Clan members kneeling on the ground, Mu'er frowned. "You don't need to do this, I'm just here to compete." Hua Taiqing sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that a human prince would appear in such a small and elegant grotto? Chapter 68. The college entrance examination ends. After a while of arguing, everyone stood up and exchanged pleasantries. Mu'er asked, "When will the competition begin?" The young gentlemen exchanged glances again. Hua Taiqing smiled and said, "Your Highness killed 357 first-tier beasts and 174 second-tier beasts in the Beasttide. With such a record, who else can compare with you?" Naturally, the Crown Prince emerged victorious in this contest. "We haven't fought yet," Mu'er said, but he only said it, feeling a little disappointed. Crown Prince Zhao Yuan's identity is really useful. The secret techniques of the Illusion Feather Clan have been handed over, and the other young masters are probably resentful. The 10th prince chuckled and exclaimed, "The young master has already proven his strength." Mu'er had no more interest in pursuing the matter and said, "Since you've given me the secret technique, I'll accept it and remember the kindness of the Illusion Feather Clan." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince flattered him, saying, "I will need your help in the future." Mu'er twitched the corner of his mouth but did not answer. As for the illusionary feather technique, it easily fell into Mu'er's hands. Back at the 10th prince's residence, looking at the illusory feather secret technique in his hand, Mu'er laughed and said, "I really don't know what it means." He didn't think that being called the Crown Prince meant he was truly invincible in the world. "But things are all right now, I can still get some benefits." Mu'er read through the secret techniques of illusionary feathers and his eyes lit up. "That's right, the Phantom Feather secret technique is very powerful and has been a great help to me. This technique is considered one of the best martial arts skills among humans. It should be noted that only martial artists at the 3rd rank or higher can fly. Before that, it is highly unlikely that humans can achieve flight. Most of them look like they're flying, but they're usually for martial arts purposes, such as movement techniques or lightness skills. The Phantom Feather secret technique allows martial artists to fly, even those who are merely chi martial artists." Mu'er memorized this technique, thinking to himself, "The illusionary feather is powered by Yuan Qi, so it seems that one must reach the 1st rank before one can cultivate it. Moreover, the illusionary feather is not only used for flying, it can be used to turn and maneuver in battle, making it more ingenious than ordinary movement techniques." A very fruitful experience. Mu'er focused on his cultivation points were no longer important. A human prince, which university can't he attend? Only Zhuoken was still worrying about himself. Mu'er suggested giving Zhuoken some points, but Zhuoken refused sternly, wanting to hunt the alien beasts himself. While waiting for Mu'er to wake up, Zhuoken was doing this. As a result, Zhuoken and Mu'er separated from the 10th prince's residence. Time passed day by day. The 10th prince's residence, the 2nd Mu's room. The peony fragrance is strong and the golden light is dazzling, as if a deity is practicing in the room. "Your Highness, it's time." Hua Taiqing called out from outside the door, and Mu'er suddenly opened his eyes inside the room. The golden light in his eyes seemed to freeze, and Mu'er's majesty grew even stronger. In the past 2 days, the system's bound user has used resources multiple times, and Mu'er's physical strength has increased again, now reaching nearly 100,000 jin. Creak. The doors to the rooms were pushed open. Mu'er stepped out, his eyes gleaming with a golden light that seemed almost tangible, like two pieces of gold embedded in his pupils. Hua Taiching lowered his head and said meekly, "Your Highness, news has come that the nobles are gathering. The college entrance examination is about to end." Mu'er said solemnly, "Understood. The college entrance examination is finally coming to an end." Mu'er looked up at the sky, which was a deep blue with fluffy clouds. His identity had suddenly risen from the earth to become a star in the sky, as if in a dream. "I have to go now." Mu'er looked at Hua Taiching. Those golden eyes put immense pressure on the 10th prince, as if a mountain was weighing on his back. "Your Highness, we'll meet again in Great Xia." Mu'er was somewhat surprised and asked, "Are you also going to Great Xia?" Hua Taiching said with a smile, "Naturally, our clan has quotas every year to enter the nobility to study, in order to be able to be like the nobles." "Alright, let's meet again in Great Xia." After Mu'er finished speaking, they headed towards gathering point 36. Jiangling City. The third factory. This is a factory that processes raw materials from exotic beasts. It's a business owned by the Ji family. Workshop Director's Office. Mu Daiyuan's face was ashen, his lips trembled, and he said, "Director, I really didn't damage the materials in the workshop." Mu Daiyuan went to work as usual today, but unexpectedly the lathe in the workshop that was processing materials broke down, destroying all the raw materials and causing a loss of more than 300,000 spirit coins. A co-worker reported that Mu Daiyuan's improper operation caused the lathes to break. He needs to compensate for the 300,000 spirit coins. The director, surnamed Lu, was somewhat thin, wore glasses, and sighed. "Daiyuan, I know your personality, but you've seen the surveillance footage. The car window broke while you were operating it, so you have to pay for the materials." "Director, 300,000. I've never earned that much money in my entire life." The honest and unassuming Mu Daiyuan was now flushed and extremely anxious. "I have a way," Director Lu's small eyes gleamed, "but I don't know if you'll agree." Mu Daiyuan, as if grasping at a straw, asked, "What is it?" Director Lu sat up straight, took out a document, placed it on the table, and said, "Take a look at this document." Mu Daiyuan looked over. Soon after, his face turned ashen, and his hands trembled. "No, absolutely not." Mu Daiyuan didn't even think about it and refused outright. Director Lu frowned, displeased, and said, "This is just a cooperation agreement, why are you so nervous?" "A cooperation agreement?" Mu Daiyuan's eyes widened. "This is clearly an attempt to force me to sell my son, to make him work for free in your factory for 10 years. This is a good thing." Director Lu stood up and walked to Mu Daiyuan's side. "There are so many people who want to sign a contract with the Ji family but don't even have the chance. Think about it, with the Ji family as your backer, how can you be bullied by your co-workers in the factory?" Mu Daiyuan was doing well at the factory, but in the last 3 months, some people seemed to have lost their minds and insisted on causing trouble for him. Mu Daiyuan naturally avoided talking about it whenever possible, and dared not mention it on ordinary days. After all, his contract was about to expire, and the proper way to finish this contract was to do it steadily. Unexpectedly, the co-worker became even more demanding because of the honest man's concession. First, they beat Mu Daiyuan and then harassed Fang Xiufan, which angered Mu Daiyuan, who then retaliated. However, the workers outnumbered him, and Mu Daiyuan was beaten again. The reason Mu Daiyuan bled from his head last time was because of this. "No, my child should be able to choose for himself." Mu Daiyuan was clear-headed and resolutely refused to sign. Director Lu's face turned cold. He sat down in his chair and said coldly, "Since that's the case, then you'll have to pay 300,000 spirit coins, with 18% interest." He paused, then added, "One day." Mu Daiyuan's eyes widened, like an angry old bull. "Director Lu, you are bullying me at the joint factory." Suddenly, a burst of golden light shone from the sky. The factory was in chaos, and someone shouted, "The college entrance exam is over, the results are out." Chapter 69, Prince number 96. The human race's college entrance examination is a major event. A ranking list will be created for the college entrance examination, recording only the top 100 students, which is called the Lucky Koi list. Those on this list have access to top universities and countless resources. They are all exceptional individuals. Director Lu slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I've all forgotten that today is the day the college entrance exam results are released. Your partner should be back soon, right? Let's go see them first. You should also think it over carefully. 300,000 is not a small amount." Mu Daiyuan remained silent, his face ashen. He had a feeling that something was wrong lately. Now that there was an incident of material damage, Mu Daiyuan was under even more pressure. But he thought of the Ji family and his son. He could only say with difficulty, "Director Liu, I don't know how to sign the contract. As for compensation, I'll figure something out." A shadow fell over Director Liu's face, and he said coldly, "It's good that you have a solution. Step out of the office." Director Liu spat and snorted. "Let's think of a way. Let's see if you have more ideas or the Ji family has more ideas." Mu Daiyuan had just come out of his office and did not hear those words. "I just looked at the sky. There, the rankings have appeared, a masterpiece created by the top management of the Great Xiao dynasty, like a 360-degree holographic television screen. First place, Tianyu City No. 7 Middle School, Chulianqing, strength of 100,000 Jin, martial arts score of 138,412,000. The factory was in an uproar. Over 100 million, which is more than 4,000 first-tier alien beasts. Did they go and slaughter the entire cave heaven? My god, even a third-rank martial artist would need 10 to 15 days to kill more than 4,000 first-tier beasts. So strong, and she's a girl. The workers present were incredibly envious. Everyone in the Great Xiao dynasty values martial arts. Even those who have lost their potential will still hone their physical skills in private. So, seeing a promising young talent like Lu Sun naturally makes them happy. Once Chu Lianqing grows up, she will surely become a pillar of the human race. Second place, Do Yangrong, Zhejiang Middle School of Tianyu City, strength of 100,000 Jin, martial arts score of 98,512,000. There was another churning. Third place, Tianyu City Ancient Royal Academy, Tong Mingyu, a martial artist with a strength of 80,000 Jin, and a martial arts score of 84,514,200. A martial artist with a body tempering strength of 80,000 Jin has a promising future. Indeed, as physical strength increases, the difficulty of refining blood and qi also increases simultaneously. At this age, being able to refine 80,000 Jin of second-grade qi is no less than that of Chu Lianqing. Luck plays a part in the college entrance exam. Fourth place, Huang Fei from Yangxingqing Controlling Water Dam No. 3 Middle School, strength 90,000 Jin, martial arts score 87845,410. The factory workers, watching, were all filled with emotion. In the past, the top 100 students were all from the main city, with few children from our remote areas. The teaching resources and other resources are much worse. There's no way around it. It's inevitable that aristocratic families accumulate wealth and that academies compete for students. What a pity, when will we see students from outside the main city make the list? 95th place, Yang Xindong from Four Seasons Middle School in Luoxing City, strength of 90,000 Jin, martial arts score of 7,954,510. Here it comes, finally someone from outside the main city has arrived. Falling Star City is right next to the main city, Shuixing River. What's the difference between it and the main city? It really is. Ranked 96th, Jiangling No. 2 Middle School, Mu'er, strength 90,000 Jin, martial arts score 7,811,000. The workers were stunned for a moment. What kind of place is Jiangling City? It's such a pity that this child is only 100,000 points away from the 95th place. Heh, you make it sound so easy. 100,000 points is more than 30 first-tier alien beasts. It would take a whole day to kill them all. Wait a minute, Jiangling City sounds familiar. The workers fell silent for a moment. Then suddenly a fierce roar erupted. Isn't Jiangling City our city? The Great Xiao dynasty has a second Jiangling City. My son studies at Jiangling No. 2 Middle School. Who is Mu'er? He actually made it onto the lucky draw list. Mu Daiyuan stared in astonishment. Boss? Is he really the boss? It's like a dream. The large golden characters in the sky seemed to transform into pies that smashed onto Mu Daiyuan's head, making him dizzy and his vision blur. Hey, old Mu, how about you name your child Mu'er? A fellow worker shouted. The entire factory fell silent, and all eyes were on Mu Daiyuan's face. Mu Daiyuan had never felt such an intense gaze before, so much so that his face instantly turned red and burning hot. Yes, yes. Boom. The factory erupted in a roar, a cacophony of exclamations. My co-worker's child actually made it onto the lucky draw list. 96th place. Ranking 96th out of hundreds of millions of college entrance exam takers nationwide. What does that mean? It was like rising to the top in one step, soaring to new heights, transforming from an ugly chicken in the mountains into a phoenix on a parasol tree. The congratulatory shouts from his fellow workers completely drowned out Mu Daiyuan. Mu Daiyuan felt his head buzzing and couldn't think straight anymore. Only a few people turned pale, their foreheads covered in cold sweat, and were momentarily at a loss. Ningtung Prefecture. Mu Er looked up at the sky. Only 96? Teacher Haofan is right. There are countless heroes in the world, yet they still stumble and fall on their journeys. How can we mediocre people expect to have a smooth life and everything go as we wish? We still need to work harder. The pride in Mu Er's heart vanished completely. He increasingly felt that the jade pendant of the heir apparent lying in his storage ring was burning hot. He may have the title of heir apparent, but probably no one will recognize his status. The other students had already emerged from Fanya Cave, and the place was now completely quiet. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak, but rather that they dared not. At the center was Mu Er, whose golden eyes seemed to blend into the golden list in the sky. No one could withstand the force of the released wires. The power of the Ming Emperor's bloodline has already become apparent. At this moment, the list of the remaining 4 students on the list was announced, and the golden characters on the list changed. The top 100 on the lucky draw list will each choose a university as is customary, and will be provided with 10 million spirit coins as educational resources. They can take them once they enter the university. The large characters on the list of successful candidates disappeared, then suddenly reappeared. Furthermore, the 96th ranked student, after speaking with a human sage, was bestowed the title of Zhao Yuan and made the heir apparent of the human race. No one may address him by his given name. Hiss. The students of Ningtung Prefecture saw it clearly and all gasped in shock. A human prince? Is this the monster right in front of us? Mu Er was truly a prodigy, with a pair of golden eyes that were incredibly alluring, like torches burning in a deep well, cold and mysterious. Looking into his eyes was like having a bloodstained spear pinned to one's brow. I dare not look directly at them, dare not look at them for long, I can only submit. Your Highness! Someone shouted, and it was like sparks flying from the reeds, crackling and burning. Your Highness! The shouts were deafening, echoing through the sky. Mu Er had become familiar with the group over the past 2 days and didn't say much, simply looking down at his peers. I wonder if the number 96 heir is a blessing or a curse. He pondered silently, somewhat confused about the thoughts of the human race's higher-ups. As the crown prince of the human race, the hardships and obstacles ahead are foreseeable if he is to shoulder this title. Chapter 70 Reactions from all parties. Mu Daiyuan thought this must be fake. My child suddenly became the heir apparent? The congratulatory shouts from his co-workers continued, but Mu Daiyuan remained dizzy. Old Mu, your son is really something. Someone said. Someone immediately retorted, the young master is powerful, but the old shepherd also has martial luck. Mu Daiyuan simply blushed and smiled without saying a word. Some people in the crowd were completely different, they were all pale-faced and their legs were trembling. They were all workers who had bullied Mu Daiyuan before. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. Brother Mu, I've caught a thief for you. Director Lu was brought to Mu Daiyuan with his hands and feet bound tightly. Mu Daiyuan was stunned, not knowing why they had acted so quickly, even tying up Director Lu. What are you doing? Untie Director Lu immediately. The honest man shouted instinctively. The 5 or 6 people who were helping Director Lu were all pale-faced and cried out, Brother Mu, we bullied you before on Lu Erga's orders. If you want revenge, go find him. Mu Daiyuan then realized what was happening. It turns out that after becoming the father of the crown prince and rising in status, all the demons and monsters hiding in the shadows have come out on their own and started attacking each other, trying to avoid getting involved in the karma. The leader, a burly man, was now as fragile as a rabbit in a tiger's mouth, saying, Brother Mu, we know we were wrong. This bastard can be punished as you see fit. Mu Daiyuan opened his mouth slightly and looked at his fellow workers. The workers were eager to see how Mu Daiyuan, who is usually honest and unassuming, would handle the situation. This, sigh, how is this done? Mu Daiyuan was heartbroken and kept sighing. Fellow workers, you understand now. Mu Daiyuan is just an ordinary person and does not possess the majesty of the crown prince's father. Where did the crown prince come from? In fact, Mu Daiyuan also had this question. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, since they have bullied the crown prince's father, they should be beaten to death. A dangerous green glint appeared in the burly worker's eyes as he roared, that's how it should be. Director Lu was thrown to the ground, and countless feet kicked him. Don't hit me, I know I was wrong. Stop hitting him. Ah. At first, he could still groan in pain, but later there was nothing left but broken bones and pieces of flesh scattered on the ground. Mu Dayuan was terrified when had such a scene ever appeared in the factory? This is absolutely not allowed. The fanatical workers tore Lu Ergo to pieces. Mu Dayuan stood there dumbfounded as his co-workers lifted him up, like a king being raised high by the people in feudal times. Is this the taste of power? Something was spreading wildly within Mu Dayuan's heart. It seemed as if something had appeared beside his heart, something called a demon. Fenghua Martial Arts School. Lu Hongkai looked even older, as if he had aged overnight due to a stroke. However, he was in good spirits, his eyes shining as he looked at the sky. The gold lettering is visible on it. Crown Prince Zhao Yuan? Lu Hongkai's eyelids twitched, the corners of his mouth turned up, and his chest made a strange throbbing sound. He was smiling. Unexpectedly, a casual investment ended up benefiting the Crown Prince. Who would believe that if I told them? Okay. Jiangling No. 2 Middle School. The college entrance examination in this world is different from that in the previous life. In the past, students who weren't involved in the college entrance exam would get a holiday, but not in this world. The first and second year high school students are still studying hard. When the results of the lucky draw are announced, the teachers will organize the students to watch it together on the playground. There are so many geniuses this year. One student remarked with emotion. In previous years, it was absolutely impossible for the number 1 martial arts score to exceed 100 million. This is simply unimaginable. You should know that spirit coins have amazing purchasing power. If you obtain 100 million spirit coins in the cave, you will be financially free for the rest of your life as long as you don't cultivate martial arts. In previous years, the first place winner would have received several million. This year's number 1 martial arts champion receives 100 million. This is a dazzling pearl that surpasses everyone else. One student remarked, "It is said that a sage appears once every 500 years in the human race. It has been almost 678 years since the last sage was born. Perhaps our race has accumulated enough fortune to produce so many outstanding talents." Chu Lianqing's name resounds throughout the world. The names of the lucky winners flashed by one by one. One student sighed, "Our teachers taught us that we should not be bound by fate, but should transcend ourselves and do what our predecessors could not do. However, those on the list are all from clans and noble families. What should we do?" A student nearby spoke with a resounding voice, "Martial arts cultivation is a long-term endeavor. They are too bright and will be hunted down by alien races. We need to work hard. The future of humanity lies with us." The students nodded in agreement. News of assassinations by human prodigies has been constant year after year, never ceasing. They are like rainbows piercing the sun, arriving quickly and dazzlingly, and leaving just as quickly and silently. Humanity needs a backbone force. They are the hope for the future. The golden characters in the sky suddenly changed, and Mu-Er appeared. The second middle school was in an uproar. Mu-Er, ranked 4th in Jiangling City, is now ranked 96th in Daxia. Even in this remote corner of the world, there are outstanding individuals. So can I. Some students see Makiji as their role model and want to surpass him. That's amazing. As far as I know, Mu-Er's family isn't well off. The outcome is still uncertain, and we are all potential dark horses. We should strive to move forward. What followed was a public announcement to the world that Mu-Er was to be honored as the Crown Prince Zhao Yuan. The second middle school of Jiangling City was once again in an uproar. Hao Fan was filled with emotion as he watched the students celebrating. To be called the Crown Prince, Zhao Yuan's bloodline of the Ming Emperor is already close to that of the first generation. If he wants to quickly purify his blood and qi, he must bear the energy of a volcanic eruption. Zhao Yuan has suffered. I never expected that the ultimate physique that I could never achieve in my entire life could be obtained by Zhao Yuan. He is truly destined by heaven and deserves the title of Crown Prince. Chonghua Junior High School, Jiangling City. This is the school where Mu Yuqing studies, and he is working hard at his studies. We used the dream fruit, plus some resources given by Yamamaki Ji. Mu Yuqing is currently ranked among the top students in his class. In addition, he has good talent and has already reached a body weight of nearly 300 gene. He is expected to break through the 1000 gene body weight before the college entrance examination. At Chonghua Junior High School, he was already considered a top-tier student. The announcement of the lucky winners list naturally requires a spectator's visit. Mu Yuqing looked up at the golden characters, feeling envious. Whether they are scions of prominent families or descendants of nobles, their presence on the list is a fact. What an honor it is to be able to shine across the globe. Mu Yucheng wanted it too. I wonder how my brother is. For a moment, he thought of Mu Er's smiling face when he said he would get first place in the college entrance examination. Mu Yucheng naturally didn't take it seriously, but a strange hope lingered in his heart. However, no name has appeared yet. The worry I had been carrying was finally put to rest. Eh? Suddenly, another classmate exclaimed. Yuchen, number 96 is from the same clan as you. Mu Yuchen was stunned. He looked at the sky, and several large characters were deeply imprinted in his eyes. 96, Mu Er, Jiangling number 2 middle school. Mu Yuchen's lips trembled as he excitedly said. My brother naturally shares the same surname as me. The classmates' eyes widened. Chapter 71 Secrets. Ningtung Prefecture. Under the sun, Mu Er was bathed in golden light, but his golden eyes appeared cold and bewitching, and no one dared to look at him for long. It was only under the teacher's guidance that the students boarded the spirit boats and prepared to go home. After further arrangements, Mu Er boarded a spirit boat alone. Upon boarding, one could see a man in a scholar's robe and a man in red standing on the deck. Mu Er asked in surprise, Teacher you, who is this? The man in red stared at Mu Er for a few breaths, thinking to himself that he was indeed a ferocious dragon. Then he looked away and smiled. Zhao Yuan, you can call me Tai Ruifeng. Mu Er bowed with his hands clasped. Yu Xingfei introduced from the side. Brother Tai is in charge of the rites in Jintian Pavilion, with a rank of 7th grade. Mu Er was shocked as 7th rank venerable. He knew about the Jintian Pavilion. Before the rise of the human race, the foreign races owned half of the human race's territory. In order to allow more foreigners to give birth in their own territory, they built the pavilion in the sky. They forcibly covered half of the entire planet into 2 layers. Later, powerful human beings reclaimed half of the territory and used a mustard seed method to contain the sky half kingdom established by the alien race. After remodeling it, they placed it on top of Tianyu City and called it Jintian Pavilion. From then on, Jintian Pavilion became the most advanced force among humankind. There were no conspiracies or schemes, no personal interests, only the future of humankind, and all of them were people with lofty ideals. When Xia Hizi established the Great Xia dynasty, the Jintian Pavilion underwent a complete transformation. Its sole purpose was to safeguard the future of the human race. If there were any personal interests at stake, the Great Xia dynasty would not tolerate it. Tai Ruifeng. Mu Er noted it down. Greetings, Venerable One. Tai Ruifeng nodded. He was a good lad, not arrogant just because he was the heir apparent. I wonder what business Your Excellency has with Zhao Yuan? Mu Er asked. There are many things to discuss, let's take it one step at a time. With a wave of his hand, Tai Ruifeng conjured a tea set on the deck. The tea was steaming with white mist, which at first glance looked like drifting dry ice. Mu Er and Yu Xingfei sat down. Tai Ruifeng took a sip of spiritual tea and said leisurely, What does Zhao Yuan think? Mu Er was surprised that the Venerable One would ask this question. His golden eyes gleamed as he said wistfully, Everything has changed so quickly, it's a bit hard to adapt. Your Excellency must know my background. I come from an ordinary working-class family. My title of heir apparent is nothing short of a windfall. Tai Ruifeng nodded slightly. Yu Xingfei pondered for a moment, then said softly. I understand why the Crown Prince feels this way. If the human race wants to stand tall in the world, it must need some guiding lights, and you are very suitable. Mu Er shook his head, his golden eyes trembling, and said. Why? Why are you so sure about me? Yu Xingfei and Tai Ruifeng exchanged a glance. Tai Ruifeng seemed somewhat troubled, and after hesitating for a moment, he said. Do you know about the 8th rank? Mu Er laughed and said, Venerable One, I haven't even reached the 1st rank, how would I know about the 8th rank? Tai Ruifeng fell silent again. Those who attain the 8th rank are called saints. What do you think constitutes a saint? Mu Er replied, to create a new world and establish a unique lineage, to do what predecessors could not, is to be a saint. Tai Ruifeng was surprised, but a smile appeared in his eyes, very innovative and bold. What do you mean? Mu Er asked, somewhat curious. Tai Ruifeng said softly. As you know, the 2nd rank is called Origin, which requires consuming spiritual substances to break through and embark on the path of martial arts. The spiritual substances required for the breakthrough vary. For example, since you are of the Ming Emperor bloodline, the best spiritual substance you can use is the Tianfang Ming Stone, which can help you cultivate origin substance and obtain the path of Tianhuang City. At this point, your path is fixed. To break through to the spirit martial realm, you need the spiritual essence of the Bright Emperor path to assist you until you reach the 7th rank. To reach the 8th rank, you will need to devour the divine essence of heaven and earth. The divine nature of heaven and earth? Mu-Er felt that he had learned some incredible secrets. Now that the Venerable One is explaining things, I am even more eager to learn from him. Tai Ruifeng remained tight-lipped, only briefly mentioning, there are several theories about the origin of the divine nature of heaven and earth. One is that when a sage failed to break through to the 9th rank, their body and soul were destroyed, but their divine nature remained. Another is that the divine nature was already present when heaven and earth were first created, and one had to capture it oneself. A third. Mu-Er stared wide-eyed. Tai Ruifeng was clearly speaking, his lips were moving, but he couldn't hear a sound. Your Excellency. He couldn't help but call out. Tai Ruifeng realized what was happening and chuckled, I almost forgot, you haven't come into contact with divinity, so you can't hear the content of the 9th grade. Mu-Er suddenly realized that the third one concerned the 9th rank. This world is indeed strange, even the content of the 9th rank is incomprehensible to mortals. Tai Ruifeng continued, what did you gain? Mu-Er remained silent, recalling Tai Ruifeng's words. Zhao Yuan understands. He was somewhat horrified. Tai Ruifeng raised his hand, gesturing for them to proceed. Mu-Er's eyes shone with golden light, his eyelids trembled slightly, and he said, does your excellency mean that those chosen by the gods in heaven are all selected, and that only when one lamp goes out can another be lit? Tai Ruifeng nodded and said, as expected of Minglong, his comprehension is amazing. Simply put, it means that only when one saint dies will another saint appear. The struggle for power is a matter of life and death, and it is never a joke. Mu-Er, puzzled, asked. Sages transcend life and do not enter the underworld, so how can they die? Doesn't this mean that the traditions of heaven and earth are monopolized, and there will be no more emerging sages? You'll understand later, there's always a way. Tai Ruifeng didn't elaborate, throwing the problem back at them. Mu-Er did not press the matter, but asked, Venerable One, why haven't you explained why you chose me? Tai Ruifeng laughed and said, I forgot that the divine nature of the Ming Emperor's lineage is still undetermined. If you can reach the 7th rank, entering the 8th rank is inevitable. Mu-Er suddenly realized, and asked with some curiosity, am I the only one with the bloodline of the Ming Emperor? Tai Ruifeng lowered his eyes and sighed, yes, they were all killed. Mu-Er felt a chill run down his spine, thinking of the myriad races hunting down human prodigies. Upon seeing this, Yu Xingfei smiled and said, Your Highness need not worry. From now on, I will be your protector. Muji was caught off guard. Unexpectedly, this scholar-robed man would choose to become a protector of the Tao. You should know that once you become a protector, your martial arts skills will probably never improve again, since protecting the safety of your target is the most important thing. Gentlemen. Muji was moved, but didn't know what to say. Tai Ruifeng stretched out his hand and spat. Zhao Yuan, don't be fooled by him. Yu Xingfei cultivates the round beauty technique. If he stays with you, as long as your strength increases, his strength can rise sharply. He's the one who benefited. Mu-Er was surprised, never expecting such a thing to exist. Yuan Renmai and Tianhuang City should both be considered a path, or rather, a foundation of source matter cultivated after absorbing spiritual matter. Yu Xingfei stood up, bowed deeply, and said, I hope the young master will give me much guidance. Mu-Er also stood up, unconcerned about the round beauty thing, and said, the road ahead will be difficult, and I hope you can pave the way for me. Yu Xingfei said in a deep voice. Your Highness, rest assured, we will fight to the death. Chapter 72 Be careful in everything. Tai Ruifeng looked at Yu Xingfei with a complicated expression, but didn't say anything more. Makiji asked his question. Your Excellency, Zhao Yuan still has a question. Just ask, Tai Ruifeng said, sipping his tea. Mu-Er looked at the golden list in the sky and said. The Lucky Koi list has many advantages, but its disadvantages are also obvious. The top 100 in the college entrance examination are all the pride of the human race and the future pillars of society. Is it not good to make such a big fuss about it? All races are watching. If the human race's prodigy is exposed, wouldn't that be handing the list over to all races? Tai Ruifeng's expression remained unchanged as he said in a deep voice. How many geniuses do you think there are among the human race? Mu-Er frowned and said, countless. Tai Ruifeng said, that's the problem. There are so many geniuses among the human race, and even more so, there are rising stars who have not yet made it onto the list but have surpassed those who have. With such geniuses, the hunting of them by all races continues. Why not expose some of the most talented individuals and make them targets for the alien races? Mu-Er's eyes flashed with a molten iron light, and his voice turned icy. Are we expendable pawns? Tai Ruifeng shrugged, showing no arrogance whatsoever. If that's what you think, there's nothing I can do about it. Mu-Er fell silent. The figure, resembling an ancient sect leader, spoke softly. Abandoned pawns? What abandoned pawns? It's just for the future of the human race. You'll see in the future that some people will die before you. Yu Xingfei laughed and said, for example, myself. If someone attacks Mu-Er, he will fight to the death. To kill Mu-Er, he must first step over his corpse. Muji couldn't quite understand it and was getting a little frustrated. Why can't we live in peace with other races? Tai Ruifeng shook his head and said, the human race is too powerful. Do you know that when the alien races only had 3,000 to 5,000 people, our race had hundreds of millions of people? What does that mean? In the universe, there are billions of races, and their rank is at most no more than 6th grade. But what about us? Not to mention 9th grade, we have 17 8th grade beings who suppress the universe, making them suffocate. The universe is vast. Having lived 2 lives, Mu-Er had his own thoughts. Could it be that even 17 8th rank beings from all races couldn't find it? Yes, it's easy to find 17 rank 8 individuals, but a single rank 9 individual can wipe out an entire race, eradicating them from the very root of their bloodline. Tai Ruifeng laughed. The 9th rank is equivalent to a nuclear weapon, and all parties are wary of it. The pot of tea was finished. Tai Ruifeng looked tired, closed his eyes, lay down, and fell asleep immediately, muttering as if in a dream. Zhao Yuan, with Yu Xingfei protecting you, you can rest assured. However, the alien races have many tricks up their sleeves, so I hope you will be careful in everything you do. The divine power of the Ming Emperor awaits you. Mu-Er was surprised. This is? Yu Xingfei shook the empty teacup and said helplessly. Master Tai is also known as the Sleepy Venerable. He cultivates the eternal sleep, a path that grants longevity and allows one to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish oneself. The only drawback is that he likes to sleep. This is a good technique. Mu-Er gave a thumbs up. Yu Xingfei smiled and said, what I have learned and gained is all preordained. Mu-Er inexplicably felt that he had gained some understanding of fate. A crucial condition for the awakening of the Ming Emperor's bloodline is the flushing of a large amount of energy into the body. He repeatedly obtained system energy and frantically refined his body, thus awakening the Ming Emperor's bloodline. Is this also predetermined? Mr. Yu, what should we do next? Mu-Er asked. Yu Xingfei thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, young master, your physical strength is still 10,000 genes short of reaching the ultimate level. Why not take advantage of the summer vacation to perfect your physical cultivation? Mu-Er nodded. Does the master have a solution? Yu Xingfei said, only by entering the grotto heaven can we obtain this opportunity. Mu-Er stayed in the cabin, having gained a lot in the cave, and needed to summarize it. Looking back on everything that happened during the beast tide, it all seems a bit unbelievable. The horde of beasts, as powerful as a mountain and as mighty as a tsunami, couldn't even withstand a single move from him. One punch after another greatly increased Mu-Er's practical combat experience. Mu-Er sat cross-legged with his palms facing upwards, his blood and chi surging throughout his body, tempering his physical form. As his breathing gradually became deeper and longer, the blood and chi in his body began to surge quietly. The vital energy and blood flowed like a rushing river, surging and rolling, yet maintaining order. They traversed and moved through Mu-Er's meridians, and wherever they passed, one could almost hear a faint rumbling sound, as if a dragon's roar was echoing within his body. Each surge of chi and blood carried a powerful force, causing Mu-Er's body to tremble slightly, as if it were carrying endless energy. Gradually, the powerful energy of blood and chi grew stronger and stronger, like a series of agile dragons swirling and dancing within Mu-Er's body. They intertwine and entwine, creating a wondrous and spectacular scene. Wherever the chi and blood flowed, a soft glow faintly emanated from beneath Mu-Er's skin, a sign that his chi and blood were at their peak. And within this radiance, the most eye-catching feature is its golden surface. The golden light was pure and dazzling, like flames erupting from the core of the sun, or like the radiance of ancient gods, giving people a sense of holiness and inviolability. Golden light flowed along the texture of Mu-Er's skin, each ray seemingly containing endless mystery and power. At this moment, Mu'er's body seemed to have become a furnace, and his flesh was undergoing a thrilling melting process. Sweat seeped from his forehead, slid down his cheeks, and soaked his clothes. However, amidst this seemingly pure intertwining of blood and energy with golden light, a mysterious power quietly emerged. Those were streams of red and black chi, which, like ghosts, silently merged into the surging blood and chi within Mu'er's body. It stirred Mu'er's spirit and penetrated into his sea of consciousness. The little psychic snake looked at the red and black chi and felt inexplicably excited and fanatical. The little psychic snake's body tensed instantly, like an arrow about to be released from a bow. Its tail swayed gently, poised to pounce. The red and black chi remained completely unaware, continuing to slowly circulate within Mu'er's body. They are like ghosts, carrying an eerie aura, and seem to have their own destination. Just as these red and black chi were about to approach the core of Mu'er's body, the small psychic snake suddenly launched an attack. It pounced on the red and black chi with lightning speed, so fast that it was almost impossible to see its figure. Mu'er was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of his body being melted, completely unaware of what was happening. Outside the cabin, Tai Ruifeng was fast asleep, but he frowned, as if he sensed something was amiss. This feeling wasn't very strong. A short while later, the wrinkles on his brow disappeared, and he fell asleep again. Eternal sleep is at its weakest during deep sleep. It was only in situations like this that Tai Ruifeng dared to take a nap. Yu Xingfei stood on the deck, feeling a sudden chill in the air, but he didn't pay it any mind, only thinking to himself, "With your excellency here, you should be safe." Chapter 73 Fierce Battle. Mu'er slowly woke up and examined himself. "You've gotten stronger again?" He didn't know much about the Ming Emperor's bloodline, only a little from Hao Fan. Tai Ruifeng added some points, but they were really limited. The changes in his body are clearly due to the bloodline of the Ming Emperor, and Mu'er feels he needs to ask about it. Step out of the cabin. Tai Ruifeng was still asleep when Yu Xingfei came to greet him, his eyes filled with surprise and delight. "The young master has become stronger again?" Mu'er asked. "You can see through it?" Yu Xingfei shook his head and praised. The prince's body was covered in golden light, and his body was wrapped in a blood dragon. His soul did not wander inward, and his spirit did not roam outward. He had clearly gained a lot. Mu'er looked at his own body, but found no secret, and laughed. "Sir, you are my protector, why such praise?" Yu Xingfei said seriously, "This is not praise, but a fact. When the young master cultivates his pupil technique and can observe chi and fortune, he will understand." Mu'er nodded and didn't mention it again, but asked, "How much longer will the venerable one sleep?" Yu Xingfei's expression was gloomy as he said softly, "There's no need to wait for him. It would be best if the venerable one continued to sleep while cultivating the eternal sleep." Mu'er found it strange. If long-lived sleep can grow by sleeping, then what is the point of growing? Strength can also be found while sleeping. However, Yu Xingfei did indeed leave with Mu'er, ignoring Tai Ruifeng. Tai Ruifeng has not woken up yet. Mu'er felt something was off. Upon returning to Jianling City, Mu'er became known as the Dragon of Jianling. The government and various forces came to offer gifts, all just to meet him. Mu'er's status rose accordingly, and his deeds spread widely. Even 3-year-old children knew that a brilliant dragon had emerged in Jianling City. Having lived 2 lives, Mu'er remained unmoved. He knew that in this world, strength was key. Without strength, nothing could be kept. With that thought in mind, Mu'er followed Yu Sheng to the cave to cultivate. Inside the cave, Mu'er practiced martial arts with Yu Xingfei while honing his own skills. With the help of the system, he finally broke through the 100,000 gene physical strength barrier. On that day, the divine nature of the Great Xia dynasty emerged, and golden light soared into the sky. Within it, the blood and chi resembled a red dragon wandering in the heavens. Mu'er's body was as smooth as jade, and he had refined his physical body to its limit. His blood and chi surged, and he stepped into the first-grade chi martial artist realm, cultivating his primordial energy. Mu'er's strength has improved even further. After returning from the cave, all the schools in the Great Xia dynasty came to invite Mu'er, offering incredibly generous terms. Mu'er chose Lingwu University and entered Tianyu City. In Tianyu City, Mu'er's status became even more prominent. Everyone knows the identity of the second prince of Mu. As his strength increases, he has become an increasingly important pillar of the human race. Spring has passed and winter has come. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Mu'er stood atop the Tianyu City Observatory, overlooking the people of Tianyu City. Time flies. Now, he has reached the 7th rank and become Venerable Zhao Yuan, and his name is known to all. During this period, he fought in all directions, hunting down all races on the ancient Star Road, becoming a thorn in the side of all races. However, he was powerful and escaped danger time and time again, becoming a venerable in adversity. The 7th rank is already the limit for a martial artist. As long as the 8th rank doesn't make a move, he is invincible. Tianyu City is vast compared to it. Zhongling City looks like a small town. Muer's eyes were deep and unfathomable as he murmured to himself. Why can't I remember anything even though I've been through so much? A stream of red and black chi emerged from behind Muer's head, like a pair of hands reaching out from hell, pressing down on Muer's head. As expected, Muer's eyes were clear, and he said coldly, no matter what, for the sake of humanity. Intelligence has come from the 3rd extraterrestrial battlefield that all races are preparing to launch a small-scale probing war in preparation for an attack on the human race. Muer needs to go to the front line in person to command the battle. My husband, it's time. A woman of unparalleled beauty stepped out from behind, her graceful bearing as if she were an empress. Those with the bloodline of Emperor Ming are naturally blessed with many children. The eldest son is bound to be inhuman, and the second son will also be influenced by the bloodline of Emperor Ming and will not be human either. It will only be better when the 3rd or 4th son arrives. However, there is a way to avoid this. Emperor Ming belongs to the Deri lineage and needs to be paired with a Juyin woman to avoid the influence of Emperor Ming's bloodline and successfully give birth to sons such as Bai Lin and Bai Chan. Muer turned around and saw a woman with a veil on her face, her skin as white as jade, and her figure graceful, like a fairy from heaven. Minyao, you stay in Tianyu, I'll be there soon. Zhao Yuan's daughter, Xu Minyao, shook her head slightly and said, my husband, wherever you are, I am there. Muer's eyes shone with golden light. Since his strength improved, he no longer needed to hide his golden eyes. Alright, with Hao Qian, Hao, and Hao Qing in Tianyu, it doesn't matter if my wife and I die on the 3rd battlefield. Hao Qian, Hao Yi, and Hao Cheng are the 2nd and 3rd sons of Mu. The eldest son is Bai Lin, the 2nd son is Bai Chan, and the 3rd son is relatively normal. Each of them is exceptionally talented and has the potential to become the Emperor Ming. Xu Minyao covered her mouth and chuckled, then spat out, husband, if you want to fight a war, why say such unlucky things? Muer smiled, then embraced Xu Minyao's slender waist and vanished in a streak of light. The 3rd battlefield. War raged, and smoke filled the sky. Human warriors fought desperately to hold their ground, but the overwhelming force of the other races forced them to retreat and were unable to lift their heads. Suddenly, a sun burst forth from the sky. All races were terrified and fled in droves. But the sun was intense, its rays dazzling, and the heads of the fleeing tribesmen were ripped off their bodies one by one, staining the sky with blood in an instant. Muer stood atop the crimson sky, his white gold pupils swirling, looking down upon all living beings. Someone cheered, the crown prince has arrived. The sounds converged, transforming into boundless pride that soared into the sky. With a wave of his hand, Muer sent a multitude of warriors from all races to fall with another wave. The battle lines of all races were breached. An angry voice rang out. Zhao Yuan, you have broken the rules. Muer's voice was vast and resounding, like a celestial lord issuing a command, as he proclaimed. Rules? Here, I am the rule, and humanity is the rule. You bastard. The sky tore open, and a hand covered in magical runes attacked from the spatial rift. Muer's brow twitched slightly, and he snorted coldly. An 8th rank official is useless. His body shone with golden light, and a city gate appeared behind him, seemingly made of gold, vast and solid, which slammed into the demonic hand. Spider-web-like cracks instantly appeared on the magic patterned hand. A voice, seemingly echoing from the abyss, said, why aren't you making a move? Are you going to let him lead the human race to oppress all other races? Muer's platinum gold pupil rings trembled. One after another, wires descended from the sky. Crown Prince Zhao Yuan's expression finally changed. 9th rank? It is a realm that cannot be spoken of, and its strength is immeasurable. A wire was lowered, Muer's golden body shattered, blood spurted from the corner of his eye, and the whole world was stained red. Xu Minyao's wail seemed to be right next to her ears. A halberd pierced her chest, and the blooming blood was so beautiful. Muer roared, no. Chapter 74. All is but a fleeting dream. Inside the ship's cabin. Muer's body was as transparent as glass, and his meridians, flesh, and bones were clearly visible. Golden light radiated from his body, within which a black and red aura swirled. This aura hovered around his brain, constantly invading, but it was all blocked by Muer's mental energy snake. Suddenly, Muer's eyes were bleeding, and cracks appeared on his body, as if a broken porcelain vase had been glued back together. A tremendous amount of energy flowed through the body of the newly crowned prince. If Yu Xingfei were here, he would surely be terrified. Muer actually suffered a chi deviation during cultivation and attempted to self-destruct. This is because something went wrong during practice. No one can help Makiji now except himself. The third extraterritorial battlefield. Muji felt that time had slowed down. He could clearly see the human soldiers explode and burst into pieces, and he could also clearly hear the shouts of the people next to him. He could even clearly see the look in Xu Mingyao's eyes as she looked at him, filled with wounds, pain, and sorrow. No! Muer was filled with grief and indignation, and wanted to end it all by self-destructing. He has cultivated for 20 years, and his body is already like a sun. If he were to self-destruct, no one could survive in the third domain outer battlefield. Even those at the 8th rank must discard their physical bodies and have their souls escape. Ha! No, Muer's eyes flickered slightly as he looked into his sea of consciousness. Muer's sea of consciousness is now vast, like a boundless ocean, with each drop of seawater representing spiritual consciousness that can be freely consumed. How did my sea of consciousness become like this? A look of confusion appeared in Muer's eyes. In the more than 20 years of cultivation, he seemed to have never paid attention to his sea of consciousness. What kind of spiritual technique do I cultivate? Muer's eyes showed even greater confusion. Kwahai. No, it's the vast spiritual abyss heart method. The name of this method popped into Muer's mind, startling him. No, that's definitely not it. Is it the boundless azure palace technique? Muer tilted his head, looking extremely puzzled. How could it be this? I've never heard of them. Muer shook his head, and then another mental cultivation technique name popped up. The myriad wonders of the azure sky true scripture. He burst into laughter for some reason, and sarcastically remarked, without even a sea, how can you cultivate a sea of consciousness? Sure enough, a consciousness emerged, conveying the name of the cultivation technique, Mysterious Lake Clear View. Muer grinned and sneered, it doesn't look like it, it really doesn't look like it. No consciousness was transmitted. The confusion in his eyes dissipated, and his platinum pupils swirled like array patterns, capable of seeing through heaven and earth and shattering illusions. Remember the name of the cultivation technique I practice. Damn it! Boom, boom, boom. A shattering sound rang out. Everything around me seemed to shatter like a dream bubble. The dream is over. Inside the ship's cabin, Muer suddenly sprang up. I'm all right? It really was a dream. He touched himself and felt like he was in a dream. Yu Sheng rushed in and called out, Young master, are you all right? Muer shook his head and said, It's nothing, I just had a nightmare. Tai Ruifeng strolled in leisurely, his sleepiness still evident on his face. It wasn't a nightmare. Muer asked in surprise, What is that? You have fallen into demonic possession and suffered a calamity, Tai Ruifeng lamented. Yeah? Muji was confused. Tai Ruifeng, who usually speaks very casually, has suddenly fallen silent for some reason. It seems like there's some inner conflict and a sense of helplessness. Muer said, Your Excellency, please speak freely if you have something to say. Tai Ruifeng thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice. You know that there are thousands of races in the universe, each with different abilities, but most of them live in the real world. However, there is one race that lives outside the real world, and they are called the demons. Some say they come from outer space, others say they are manifestations of the dark side of the gods, and still others say they are created by nature, just like all other races. Their favorite thing to do is to burrow into the consciousness of cultivators, causing them to stray from their cultivation, and then absorb the cultivator's emotions, fragmented divine consciousness, or other things. Moji had been patiently asking questions, but finally couldn't hold back any longer and exclaimed in surprise. Venerable One, isn't this just a demon in one's heart? Tai Ruifeng nodded and said, Your summary is good. The demonic entity can be called the inner demon. However, the inner demon is generated from within oneself. If the great god suffers pain, the inner demon will not be eliminated, and it will shed its original form. The inner demon will transform into countless forms and become a demon. However, the impact of external disturbances on internal cultivation, particularly demonic influences, is still quite significant. Oh, I've been possessed by a demon? Muer blinked. Why is it targeting me? Tai Ruifeng remained silent. Yu Xingfei sighed. Your Highness, you are now the most outstanding person in the forest. All the races are watching you. They might even bribe a demon to make you die from a chi deviation. Mu'er was horrified, his golden eyes almost condensed into needle-like points. Is this an assassination? Yu Shengfei nodded. Tai Ruifeng scratched his head, seemingly a little embarrassed. Fortunately, it's a newly born demon with weak illusion abilities. If you're careful not to get too immersed in the environment, you can still notice the subtle differences. Yu Xingfei pursed his lips. Young master, now you know why the Venerable One told you to be careful in everything. From now on, when you practice your skills and cultivate, you must guard your mind and not be affected by any external disturbances. Mu'er felt a chill run down his spine and said sullenly. I see. Tai Ruifeng yawned and walked outside. Alright, now that you're awake, I should go. Mu'er cried out, Venerable One, are you just leaving like this? Now he finally understands how dangerous it is to be a prodigy in this world. He has only been a human prince for 2 days, and there have already been demonic invasions. How covert and frequent will assassinations become in the future? Can Yu Xingfei handle it all by himself? Tai Ruifeng asked curiously, why shouldn't I leave? Why don't you keep me by your side? I have some problems with my cultivation. Mu'er's tone was gentle, but with his golden eyes, it sounded like a command. Tai Ruifeng felt a little uncomfortable and groaned. Yu Xingfei cultivates the Yuan Renmai technique and was known as the Million Scroll Master in college. You can ask him any questions you may have. What kind of title is this? Mu'er looked at Yu Xingfei with a puzzled expression. Yu Xingfei chuckled dryly. I cultivated in university and shows the path of beauty in all things. I thought about how to help others achieve their goals. Since we are all cultivators, we must be involved in cultivation if we want to help others achieve their goals. However, my martial arts skills are not good and my combat skills are a bit weak, so I can only study, strengthen my theoretical knowledge, and answer questions for my classmates. As I read more books, rumors started circulating that I had read millions of books and possessed first-rate theoretical knowledge. Students with questions would come to me for advice, and my cultivation of roundness and beauty improved more and more. Mu'er suddenly realized, and asked with some curiosity. Sir, have you truly read millions of books? Yu Xingfei smiled subtly. 1,000,000 copies is an exaggeration, 990,000 is more likely. Chapter 75, Forging 10,000 Gene of Physical Strength. Mu'er was overjoyed. Having an encyclopedia by his side would make traveling the world much easier. Sir, please take a look at this for me. He stretched out his hand. His skin gleamed with a golden sheen, like a transparent golden glass. What's going on with me? Yu Xingfei reached out and touched it, his eyebrows twitching slightly. It appears hard, but it's actually soft. Why don't you give it a try, Your Highness? Mu'er currently has no qi in his body, only blood and qi. He can only circulate blood and qi, and his arm swells up instantly. The blood under his skin flows like a long dragon, emitting the sound of a rushing river. Yu Xingfei exclaimed in surprise, the young master has made great progress. An accident. Mu'er himself didn't even know what changes had occurred to his body. After a moment of deep contemplation, Yu Xingfei said leisurely. I have read books about divine bloodlines, but there are very few records about the Ming Emperor's bloodline. I will only briefly discuss a few points. Mu'er extended his hand and said solemnly, Sir, please do not hesitate to teach me. Yu Xingfei said. At the beginning of the spiritual energy revival, the cultivation system was not perfect, so the names of various systems were different at that time. One of the cultivation systems is the divine body, which is a gift from heaven and is formed innately. Those who have mastered the divine body named the system the three realms for the convenience of future generations, the mature body, the cave heaven, and the divine transformation. The Crown Prince's current situation resembles the initial maturation of a divine body. However, what puzzles me is that the Crown Prince clearly doesn't possess a divine body, so why is he maturing so quickly? It's as if he's reforging his physical body. Mu'er looked inward at his body and found that his internal organs, meridians, and other special vessels were all glowing, and even his blood was carrying a clear golden light. I really feel like I've matured. The Ming imperial lineage has no divine bodies? Yu Xingfei laughed. Your Highness is mistaken. The divine bloodline and the divine system are worlds apart. The divine bloodline focuses more on cultivating qi and divinity to help one achieve future success, while the divine system emphasizes supernatural powers and extraordinary strength. Although the ultimate goal is the same, the starting points are different. Mu'er still didn't understand, so the middle-aged Confucian scholar added. Your Highness need not understand, you will naturally understand when you enter university. Mu-Er nodded and asked again. Why is there so little record of the imperial bloodline, sir? Yu Xingfei chuckled and said. The Ming Emperor's bloodline descended into the world, no different from the sun. The Ming Emperor was born as a ray of light in the divine realm, revered by all, and naturally he would be targeted by many. It is normal that his bloodline could not be passed down. Mu-Er wholeheartedly agreed. Before I even left the house, the evil spirits had already come knocking. Yu Xingfei said, let's focus on refining our physical bodies to perfection. As for the 3 stages of divine body refinement, we don't need to worry about that now, we can just let things take their course. Jiangling City. Sunny Garden. When Mu-Er returned home, he saw a huge crowd with red banners hanging in the air. Welcome home, Your Highness, to the glory of Jiangling. Seeing the throngs of people, Yu Xingfei couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Your Highness, you should go home and rest. I'll stay outside. Mu-Er had no choice but to go ahead, so he didn't force the issue and reluctantly walked over. Greetings, Your Highness. Someone shouted. Everyone shouted. Greetings, Your Highness. Someone immediately knelt down. Mu-Er's legs went weak, and he said with a wry smile. No need to kneel, no need to kneel. Speechless. In the end, the mayor stepped in and resolved everything. Mu Dayuan and Fang Shofan were overjoyed, their faces glowing with happiness. Hoping his son would become a dragon, he never imagined his son would actually become one. What pains Mu-Er is that his parents have to avoid eye contact when they talk to him, and they dare not get close to him. Even though Mu-Er is gentle, Mu Dayuan and Fang Shofan do not dare to overstep their bounds. There was no way around it, the Ming Emperor's bloodline was inherently majestic and suppressed others. His pair of golden eyes were as dazzling as the sun, and any martial artist of a low realm would feel weak and unable to stand up if they stood next to Mu-Er. It's unavoidable. No matter how strong Mu Yuqing's heart was, he felt immense pressure being next to Mu-Er, as if needles were pricking his skin and burning him unbearably. Mu-Er felt a little lost, recalling Yu Xingfei's words. He asked the Confucian scholar, my golden eyes make others afraid to look at me. Even my former friends keep their distance from me, which makes me feel quite lonely. The Confucian scholar responded, the crown prince is of the bloodline of Emperor Ming, he is the emperor, the great sun in the sky, and the pearl in the abyss. Those in high positions must bear some cold and wind. Mu-Er, pleased with himself, left a considerable amount of property for his family and departed. As for Mu Dayuan and Fang Shofan's safety and expenses, there is absolutely no need to worry, as the government has already taken care of everything. Mu Yuqing also has a bright future, and the government will focus on cultivating him. Mu-Er could only follow Yu Sheng to the cave to cultivate. 3 days later. Shenglong Cave Heaven. This is a grotto heaven that subtly corresponds to the sun, radiating boundless light. Wearing goggles, Mu-Er stood atop the mountain, gazing at the dazzling lights filling the sky. This is a beautiful sight, even the northern aurora borealis is nothing compared to this. The scenery here is not as simple as lasers. Aurora is not harmful to the eyes, but the autumn here is as dazzling as sunlight, and you cannot look directly at it without goggles. Your Highness has been to the northern border? Yu Xingfei asked, somewhat surprised. Mu-Er smiled and said, I've read it in a book. Yu Xingfei said oh and asked. We've almost finished collecting all the rare and precious materials. Is the young master preparing to break through? In fact, Yu Xingfei was unaware that the energy provided by the system had already brought Mu-Er to the point of breaking through the limit of physical strength. However, just to make a show of it, Mu-Er still planned to consume some of the spiritual materials collected from the Shenglong cave. Alright, the ultimate physical body, starting today. Yu Xingfei was invigorated, and after leaping away, he stood on the rock. I will protect the crown prince. The perfect beauty technique he cultivates can greatly improve Yu Xingfei's strength, as long as others benefit from his cultivation or make significant gains in martial arts. Simply put, as Mu-Er's protector, the stronger Mu-Er becomes, the stronger Yu Xingfei will become. Mu-Er sat down cross-legged, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Let's begin. With a wave of his hand, Yu Xingfei caused the mountain of spiritual materials piled up beside him to fly up. Under the scorching white energy, the spiritual materials melted and turned into spiritual liquid. Drops of spiritual liquid floated around Mu-Er. Yu Xingfei snapped, go! The spiritual liquid formed a line and merged into Mu-Er's body. Boom boom boom. The moment these streams of spiritual liquid touched Mu-Er's body, it seemed to ignite a storm hidden deep within his soul. In an instant, Mu'er's divine body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and his entire body involuntarily trembled slightly. The trembling was not due to fear or weakness, but rather an instinctive reaction from deep within the body to this powerful force. Immediately afterwards, it was as if countless war drums were beating within Mu'er's body. The thump-thump-thump of the drums was deep and powerful, like a war song from ancient times, awakening the powerful force sleeping in Mu'er's bloodline. Each drumbeat was like a raging storm within Mu'er's body, causing his once calm meridians and flesh to begin to boil. As the sounds of thunder and drums intertwined, Mu'er's body seemed to transform into a chaotic world. Chapter 76 Crisis. Enormous energy surged and collided wildly in this confined space, like raging volcanic lava, ready to erupt at any moment. The light of that energy faintly emanated from beneath Mu'er's skin, making his body appear and disappear, like a statue of a war god radiating mysterious light. Under the impact of this enormous energy, every inch of Muji's muscles and every bone was under unimaginable pressure. However, his gaze grew increasingly resolute, as if he had found his own direction in this endless torrent of energy. His meridians expanded and strengthened under the impact of this energy, like resilient rivers carrying this immense power through his body. Suddenly, a deafening roar, like a bolt from the blue, echoed through the space. It was the sound of energy erupting from Mu'er's body, as if a super bomb had detonated inside him. The force of the explosion spread outwards from Mu'er's body, forming powerful shockwaves. The surrounding air was distorted by this force, forming strange rings of light and shadow. As this explosive energy was released, a thick layer of mist enveloped Mu'er's body. The mist shimmered with colorful light, like a dreamlike fairyland. Yu Xingfei was stunned. The rosy glow shines forth, and the mist permeates all directions. Such extraordinary phenomena do not seem to be the work of Emperor Ming. This wasn't the first time he had witnessed extraordinary physical phenomena among humans. Geniuses were never in short supply. Every year, at least a dozen or 20 exceptionally gifted individuals with extraordinary physical attributes emerge. Everyone's visions are different, but this scene of radiant light and ethereal beauty is something Yu Xingfei has never seen before. The middle-aged scholar stroked his chin, pondering to himself. Could it be that Emperor Ming's bloodline is impure? Sudden. The wind tunneled behind. Yu Xingfei's thoughts vanished instantly, white energy swirled around his hands, and he crashed backward. Bite. A spirit sword bounced off and plunged into the ground with a clanging sound. 1,000,000 scrolls of Yu Sheng's life have flown by, truly extraordinary. 5 people walked out from behind him, and Yu Xingfei turned around. The leader smiled, golden light emanating from his hand, and the spirit sword stuck in the ground trembled, turning into a stream of light that flew into his hand. Wu Caizhe. Yu Xingfei frowned and looked at the 4 people beside him. Bu Shi? Yi Ju? Mo Su? Dong Lezhang? With each name he read, his expression grew increasingly cold. Wu Caizhe grinned and said, I didn't expect the famous million volume to still remember us. Yu Xingfei's face hardened, and he coldly said, I didn't expect you all to join the Origin demonic cult. Originating from the demonic cult, it is the greatest enemy of the human race in the ancestral land, and can be described as a tumor growing on the ancestral land of all races. Its origin is a long story, dating back to the time when the human race and all other races jointly ruled over the ancestral land. At that time, the human race was not prominent, and all races took half of the ancestral land. Naturally, all races wanted to take the ancestral land for themselves, so they created the sect Tianyuan. However, the human race was not to be trifled with. They relentlessly pursued and blocked the Tianyuan sect, but the power of all races was overwhelming, and the Tianyuan sect still managed to grow stronger. As the myriad races withdrew from the ancestral land, the Tianyuan sect disappeared, while the Origin God sect gradually flourished, serving as the lackeys of the myriad races and being placed throughout the ancestral land. These dark sewer rats don't think about overthrowing humanity or rebelling, they just engage in activities like assassinating high-ranking humans and stealing human intelligence. That's disgusting. Furthermore, because the myriad races lure people with resources and specifically target human weaknesses, the Origin God cult is impossible to eradicate. Often, as soon as one stronghold is destroyed, another one springs up. It truly is like a wildfire that cannot be extinguished, but springs back to life with the spring breeze. Wu Caizhe sighed softly, glancing at Mu'er with a look of envy. There's nothing we can do, old Yu. Look at this young master, he has an inexhaustible supply of rare and precious materials, and you, the number 1 5th rank official, are his protector. For us ordinary people, the only way to climb up is by taking the crooked path. You traitor who sells out your country for personal gain, you have a spine harder than a crescent worm in the sea sand, and now you're pretending to be a victim? Do you even deserve to be called one? Yu Xingfei's face darkened with anger, and he launched into a tirade of curses. Sea sand crescent worms are invertebrates and taste delicious. Don't you know how many human geniuses the Origin demonic cult has hunted down, and how many of humanity's future talents have already perished before they even have a chance to grow up? Wu Caizhe scratched his ear. What do you know? Only when enough geniuses die will resources be distributed more fairly to the majority. Look. He pointed at Mu'er. Using resources worth millions just to refine his body into the ultimate form is such a waste. These resources would be enough to cultivate a third-grade cultivator. Yu Xingfei was about to burst out laughing at this twisted logic. The third-grade item, built up with millions of resources, is no match for 2 fists from a second-grade Mu'er. Such a person wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder on a foreign battlefield. Shameless, further words are pointless. Yu Xingfei shook his head. This phenomenon is called convert fanaticism. Converts will rack their brains to justify their behavior and reinforce it in their minds again and again, otherwise their beliefs will collapse. Converts are very likely to become rootless duckweed, drifting aimlessly, not knowing where they will die. Damn it, why waste words with him? Kill him, chop off that bastard's head, and go back to the bishop for the reward. A barbarian who was at least 3 meters tall spoke, his voice carrying a savage air, like the sound of bells and drums. Wild giant, you must have acquired quite a few resources at school. The 6 people present were classmates. Yu Xingfei also admired the bishop behind the 5 people, who had actually specifically asked his classmates to hunt them down. Wild giant grinned, swinging his spiked club with ferocious force. What's it to you? As soon as he finished speaking, the giant wild elephant trampled down, instantly closing in on Yu Xingfei. Like a streak of light, it moved with astonishing speed. The middle-aged scholar was so shocked that his hair stood on end. Really fast? During his university years, Yi Ju specialized in physical cultivation, practicing the flesh-to-ancient formation path. He possessed the immense power of 1,000,000 pounds with a single punch, yet his speed was as slow as a snail. However, now, the speed of the wild giant is almost on par with that of a rank 6. Yu Xingfei barely dodged the fierce attack, and the big guy chuckled. Do you possess the netherworld escape technique, a lineage of ancient gods, bestowed upon you by the bishop? Seeing this, Wu Caizhe shrugged and said, Let's not just stand by and watch, let's all join in, finish up early, and go back to our cultivation. The remaining 4 people were surging with energy and exuded a powerful aura. Yu Xingfei's face darkened, and he sensed something was wrong. Wild giant possesses a secret technique, what about the other 4? He glanced at Mu'er, who was breaking through to the next level, out of the corner of his eye, his heart pounding like a drum, and sighed. Looks like I'll have to reveal my hand. I thought this day would come, but I didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Chapter 77 Divine Revival. A 5th-rank martial artist has refined the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 5 internal organs, and has already opened the major acupoints throughout the body, connecting with heaven and earth, and using only the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Every move it makes can move heaven and earth, its power is astonishing. Moreover, it was a battle between 6 5th-rank experts. A loud rumbling sound came. The mountaintop trembled continuously. Yu Xingfei was indeed powerful, still having room to resist even when intercepted by 5 Will Meridian realm experts. Even Muji wasn't affected much. Layers of ink wash like black and white mist swirled around Crown Prince Zhao Yuan, keeping him unaffected by the vortex of war. Wu Caizhe was so angry he gritted his teeth and said, Show us your true abilities, the bishop is not someone to be fooled. After saying that, he circulated his vital energy, which shone with golden light. The spirit sword seemed to sense something and kept spinning. Do. Suddenly, the spirit swords transformed into thousands and tens of thousands of blades, flying straight towards Yu Shang. Yu Xingfei chuckled. Wu Caizhe, sword sect swordsmanship? You, a member of the demonic sect, dare to look down on it? Ignoring the Confucian scholar's mockery, Wu Caizhe unleashed a surge of energy in his hand, his sword flashing skyward. The sword strikes were fierce and ruthless, but Yu Xingfei remained calm and composed, dodging them all. Wu Caizhe had a bad feeling. Unexpectedly, in just over 10 years, Yu Xingfei has made such astonishing progress. The middle-aged Confucian scholar, having narrowly escaped a deadly attack, was not complacent, but instead became even more cautious. Because the giant beast's killing move arrived. The spiked club in his hand expanded to about 10 meters, hovering high in the air, and fell with the force of Mount Tai crashing down. It's not over yet. Bushi's deadly moves came one after another. He wielded a banner, and with each wave he produced gusts of black wind that seemed to strike straight at the soul. Emosu didn't hold back either, wielding a long sword and unleashing a flurry of flames as he attacked. Dong Lijiang was even more amazing. He sat cross-legged in the air, flicking his fingertips, and waves of sound spread out, producing beautiful melodies. Most people would be captivated and entranced into a dreamlike state upon hearing this. Yu Xingfei was only slightly taken aback before breaking free from the sound waves. In a battle between masters, the fight can happen in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the killing moves of 5 experts at the Wheel Meridian realm had already struck him. Yu Xingfei's eyes widened. Not good. Open it. He stretched out his hands, and black and white energies gushed out from his body. The black and white energies, though seemingly heavy, flowed upwards and gathered above Yu Shangfei Tianling. Wrong. Wu Caizhe paid close attention, but felt a chilling, unsettling sensation that made his scalp tingle. Really? Yu Xingfei's head was filled with the rotation of black and white energies. The white energy solidified into a book, and the black energy solidified into large characters. A booklet suddenly appeared. Wu Caizhe said in horror. Divine powers and magic? It's unbelievable. The things that a mid-level martial artist does are nothing more than to temper their body, hone their spirit, and delve into their inner intentions. The concept is divided into 3 levels: enlightenment, perception, and manifestation, which correspond to the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades, respectively. Yu Xingfei is clearly only at the 5th rank, but his artistic conception has already solidified, which is a manifestation of supernatural power. This is also a performance worthy of a 6th rank official. The other 4 were also terrified. Starting from the 6th rank, the path of a martial artist had undergone earth-shattering changes, with each rank like a divine punishment. How can we resist? Surrounded by the black and white energies, Yu Xingfei's expression softened further as he softly said, You 5 are all my classmates. Farewell. Having said that, the book was pressed down. How vast! The sky seemed to be covered up, and the ground seemed to be about to collapse. Bang 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 bang. 5 consecutive sounds rang out, and Wu Caizhe and the others turned into a bloody mist and vanished without a trace. Yu Xingfei's face turned pale, and he spat out a mist of blood. Using the supernatural power of 10,000 scrolls is still too much to ask. However, it actually worked. It hadn't been running so smoothly before. This was certainly not the first time he had researched and developed his own artistic conception. In cultivating artistic conception, one can let the mind lead the way, and the body follow. Physical cultivation is generally simpler. This is why Yu Mingxiu is so highly regarded, because he possesses innate talent and can manifest it. As long as his physical cultivation keeps up, he will definitely become a 6th grade talent. The 9th rank is not to be discussed, the 8th rank is not to be heard of, the 7th rank is just beginning to roam the world, and the 6th rank is already a great power who can rule over a region. Yu Xingfei thought to himself, then turned to look at Mu'er, and thought to himself. Could it be that the young master has broken through to a higher level? Mu'er suddenly opened his eyes, and his golden pupils shot out thousands of feet of golden light. Yu Xingfei opened his mouth wide. What did he see? It is not Mu'er, but a majestic and ancient sacred mountain. His blood, like a surging river, flowed turbulently through his body. The blood was not an ordinary color, but a deep and rich dark red, as if it contained endless mysterious power. Every drop of blood is like a blazing fire, burning with immense energy. As blood flows through the meridians, one can almost hear a deep and powerful roar, like the beating of an ancient war drum, which is awe-inspiring. Blood vessels are like riverbeds carrying this immense power, resilient and wide, rising and falling slightly with the flow of blood, shimmering with a dark red luster, as if endowed with life, possessing their own rhythm and cadence. The heart, the source of life, beat as if ancient giant bones were colliding. Each beat seemed to carry the power of creation, steady yet powerful. The pulsating rhythm was not like the hurried and flustered movements of ordinary people, but rather a methodical and dignified rhythm. It seems to be telling the story of the vicissitudes of time and endless majesty. On the surface of the heart, a layer of ancient light faintly shimmers, a testament to the power accumulated over time and a symbol of its strong vitality. Each contraction and expansion seem to control the fate of the entire world, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Then look at that skin, it's shimmering with golden light, dazzling and captivating. The golden light was not a soft, warm light, but a fierce and domineering light, as if it were flames erupting from the core of the sun, scorching and dazzling. Golden light flowed across her skin like liquid gold, outlining mysterious and ancient patterns. These patterns are not random, rather, they contain the most profound laws and powers of the universe. Every line is clear and deep, as if carved with the sharpest blade, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty that makes one dare not look directly at it. Divine runes lingered on the skin. These runes were like living things, lively and mysterious. They are either like winding, coiling dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, exuding a majestic aura, or like phoenixes spreading their wings and soaring high, magnificent and noble, radiating colorful light. The divine runes shimmered with an eerie light, mingling with the golden light to create a wondrous visual feast. At this moment, Mu'er's divine body was like a sacred being resurrected. That aura that could suppress all races seeped out from every pore of his body, permeating the entire space. It was as if all things had to bow down and all races had to submit before him. Chapter 78 is not a good thing. Yu Xingfei rubbed his eyes. When did the ultimate physique become like this? The divine light on Mu'er's body dissipated, the golden light receded, and his skin turned bronze. Only his golden eyes remained unchanged. It all felt like an illusion. Sir, what's going on? Mu'er looked at the 5 clumps of blood on the ground with some surprise. Yu Xingfei snapped out of his shock and stammered. I have killed some arrogant people. Mu'er narrowed his eyes, his face revealing a sinister look. A hunter? Yu Xingfei said, yes, it originated from the demonic sect. Your Highness must be careful in the future. Mu'er nodded, showing no fear. Having achieved the ultimate physical body, his confidence soared, and he felt an indomitable will to move mountains and fill seas. It's not that Mu'er now possesses such supernatural abilities, it's simply that his willpower has greatly increased. Under the influence of the Ming Emperor's bloodline, he is unafraid of any danger. Even if there were enemies blocking the way ahead, Mu'er would still dare to draw his sword. Death is all that matters, what is there to fear? Yu Xingfei was so curious that he couldn't help but ask. Your Highness, may I examine your body? Mu'er said, okay. Extend your hand. Yu Xingfei used his spiritual power to examine himself internally and marveled at the sight. Good heavens, the changes in Mu'er's body are quite obvious. His whole body is golden, as if it were cast from gold. The flesh and blood are many times tougher than before. Yu Xingfei guessed that if an ordinary person's heart were pierced, they would die on the spot, but if the prince's heart were pierced, he would definitely be able to recover. An ultimate physical body, cultivated through training, possesses divine and demonic power. It's just a pity that few people have recorded it, so there's no reference to it. Upon hearing this, Mu'er laughed and said, there's nothing particularly miraculous about it, I just feel more energetic, my heart beats more slowly, and I'm stronger. Yu Xingfei, recalling the scene that resembled the resurrection of gods and demons, shook his head and laughed. Your Highness has not developed even 1% of the ultimate physical abilities. It seems you need some real combat experience. Mu'er was thrilled and said happily. What are your plans, sir? Yu Xingfei thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice. The great brightness realm within the ascending dragon cave heaven is opening. Shall we make a trip there, Your Highness? De Guangzhang? Mu'er nodded slightly. Can. Shanglong Cave Heaven is a 4-star cave heaven, which is considered a high-level cave heaven in the Great Xia dynasty. Its core area is De Guanza. Mu'er looked at it and sighed. What a magnificent sight! The Great Guangza hangs high above the mountain peak, like a blazing sun, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. Its radiance is a brilliance that cannot be described in words. The light seemed to gather all the brightness in the world, spreading outwards with an indomitable momentum. Each ray of light was like a sharp sword, piercing through the curtain of darkness and illuminating the entire mountaintop and the surrounding area as if it were daytime. Whether it's the mountain boulders, the ancient trees, or the winding paths, nothing can hide under this light. The textures of the stones and the veins of the leaves are clearly presented, as if they were the most delicate traditional Chinese paintings in the world. Its colors are so intense, just like the sun when it bursts forth with its most vital energy. It was a dazzling golden color, like pure, refined liquid gold, flowing with endless energy. Legend has it that this is a divine treasure, but no one has ever been able to decipher its secrets. Yu Xingfei explained from the side. Mu'er frowned and asked, no experts of the 7th rank or above have tried? Yu Xingfei said, of course, I did try to waste time, but this great Guangza is very strange. It is not a relic from any path. A sage wanted to take it in, but was ultimately refused. Mu'er asked in surprise, so strange? Yes, back then a sage wanted to use force, but was stopped by a ninth-rank cultivator, and in the end it was all over. However, this legend has been passed down, and many martial artists are thinking of trying their luck. How can I improve myself? Yu Xingfei smiled, pointed at De Guangzi, and said in a deep voice. There is a strange beast inside, called Starflamegold, which is at the peak of the third rank. You can find it to hone your martial arts. Mu Er nodded and said. I see. Having said that, he climbed to the mountain peak and entered the Great Radiance Pavilion. The great light shone brightly and absorbed Mu Er. Inside the Great Guangzi, it felt like entering a cursed volcanic world. The atmosphere inside was extremely gloomy and dark. The sky was shrouded in thick black clouds, which looked like ancient giant beasts gathered together, pressing heavily on people's heads and making it hard to breathe. Occasionally, a few faint rays of light would seep through the gaps in the dark clouds, but they seemed more like a mockery, appearing so powerless and forlorn in the darkness. The ground is made of rough volcanic rock, and the dark red rocks are covered with holes of varying sizes, as if they were torn apart by some enormous force and then randomly pieced back together. With each step you take, you can hear the dull echoes of the rocks, like the faint heartbeat of this mysterious place. And that magma was like the soul of the Great Guangzi. They flow violently beneath the dark surface, like angry fire dragons weaving through the veins of the earth. The color of the magma was a terrifying deep red, a mixture of blood and fire, interspersed with specks of gold, like angry sparks contained within the magma. The temperature of this lava is astonishingly high, and the heat waves are so intense that even from a distance, you can feel your skin being scorched. The air distorted due to the high temperature, forming waves of heat that blurred the surrounding scenery, as if the whole world was melting under the influence of this heat. The scorching heat carried a pungent sulfurous smell that wafted into people's nasal cavities, making them cough involuntarily. Each cough felt like it was spitting out my internal organs. My chest felt like it was burning with fire, and the pain spread throughout my body. Mu Er covered his mouth, realizing something was wrong. It contains toxic gas that can affect mental state and hinder the flow of qi and blood. Coming here unprepared seems rather risky. Unexpectedly, the Great Guangzi was so beautiful on the outside, but so desolate and dilapidated inside. It was truly a case of gold and jade on the outside, but rotten cotton inside. As Mu Er was thinking this, a voice came to his ear. Bang bang bang. There was fighting and the roars of beasts, so they must be hunting strange beasts. The young man pondered for a moment, then walked toward the sound. There were 4 people in the battle, surrounding and killing a strange beast. The beast had hard, armorless hide, and was dark black, as if it had crawled out from beneath the great light. It was incredibly powerful, with a blue face and fangs. 2 bone spikes, over 3 zhang long and exceptionally sharp, grew from the sides of its arms. These were the weapons of the strange beast. An older member of the martial arts team shouted. Take young Master Mu and run. This monster is a 4th-rank monster. It's beyond our capabilities. Upon hearing this, Mu Er's heart skipped a beat. 4th rank? Chapter 79 Reality? Illusion? Mu Er hid behind the rocks, thinking to himself, it's probably not going to be easy to escape. Really? The blue-faced, fanged beast sneered and roared, its long, bone-spiked blades spewing forth raging flames as it charged forward. A single, sweeping strike, a semicircular blade of light carrying demonic fire, sent the 4 fleeing in all directions. One of the older women quickly called out. Miss, come into my arms. Mu Er looked over. A bright-eyed, white-toothed young girl, her face tense, threw herself into the old woman's arms. Open. The old woman formed a hand seal, and earth-yellow energy emanated from her, erecting high walls in front of her. Boom. It only provided a brief respite under the beast's blade. The energy barrier shattered with an explosion. Mu Er couldn't bear to cover his eyes. We don't know which expert is observing, but the Shu family of Chunyu City hopes that you can help us out. The old woman spat out a mouthful of blood and turned to shout in Mu Er's direction. Mu Er was somewhat surprised he had actually been discovered. While working alongside Yu Xingfei, he learned a technique called concealing breath, which allows him to hide his cultivation level, conceal his form, and even evade the mental probing of powerful individuals. But to everyone's surprise, the old woman, a mere 3rd-rank official, was able to discover him. The Shu family? Mu Ernian said, this name is quite unusual. However, his face froze instantly, and the image of Shu Mingyao's peerless elegance and her face with pink lips and red lips appeared in his mind. What happened? What is your relationship with Shu Mingyao? After thinking for a moment, Mu Er asked directly. Suddenly, the battle fell silent. The girl said in a clear, crisp voice. That is my master's elder sister. Since you know her, why don't you come out and meet her? Mu'er was in a daze, his mind resembling a thunderclap. There really is a Shu Mingyao. The demon that the evil spirit stirred up was the demon within my own heart. Why does it reflect reality? Is it just a coincidence? Regardless, Mu'er decided to investigate and went outside. The girl heard footsteps, looked up, and froze instantly. Golden eyes. Those golden eyes held a fatal attraction for her, like a whirlpool trying to pull her in. In an instant, the girl blushed, her lips parted slightly, and she exhaled a fragrant breath. Mu'er frowned, and instantly realized that the bloodline of the Ming Emperor was blessed with many children and a pair of golden eyes, plus a body fragrance, which was most attractive to the opposite sex, especially those with slightly lower cultivation levels. Upon seeing the bloodline of the Ming Emperor, they would be like taking hallucinogens, and would unconsciously become confused and agitated. The girls' guards were clearly not ordinary people. As soon as they saw Mu'er's golden eyes, they knew something was wrong. They first lowered their heads and then separated the girl from Mu'er's gaze. "Young hero, please help me." The old woman was horrified, but since things had come to this, she decided to deal with the immediate crisis first. Mu'er said indifferently, "I'll save you, tell me about Shu Mingyao." This. The old woman hesitated. Their identities were merely those of protectors, and they could not fabricate stories about their master's affairs. "Hurry up, we can't hold on much longer." Two warriors in the battle circle shouted. The beast wielding the knife displayed powerful and unrestrained swordsmanship, forcing the two third-rank martial artists into a retreat, even leaving them with injuries. The girl avoided looking Mu'er in the eye, her body quickly returning to normal, and said, "No problem, please make your move, young master." But did the old woman doubt that the young man before her possessed such strength? Mu'er clapped his hands and called out, "Sir, could you please help me with this?" A black and white gust of wind swept by, and the beast holding the knife looked terrified, roaring repeatedly, but the sound drifted further and further away, and it was blown away by the black and white gust of wind to an unknown place. The girl was stunned. Was that all? The old woman was terrified and cried out, "I wonder which esteemed person lent a helping hand." The other two martial artists were also terrified. The third-rank martial artist had no ability to resist the black and white wind, and even the fourth-rank martial artist could not do it. Only the fifth-rank martial artist could. In other words, this golden-eyed youth has a protector of rank 5 or higher by his side. Scions of large families. The old woman thanked them on behalf of the remaining three. Mu'er waved his hand and said softly, "Tell me about Shu Mingyao." The girl stepped forward, raised her eyes and met Mu'er's golden eyes again, instantly falling into a daze, as if a pair of devilish hands wanted to knead her into Mu'er's body. The girl bit her tongue, snapping back to reality, but she no longer dared to look Mu'er in the eye. "Shu Qiutong of the Shu family greets you, young master." "Okay, let's begin." Muji sat down cross-legged beside him, ready to have a good talk. Shu Qiutong thought to herself how rude it was that the person didn't even introduce themselves. However, considering the fifth-rank expert behind Mu'er, she dared not show her emotions. "How did young master Shu Mingyao find out?" Mu'er frowned, his eyes filled with a sinister and wicked light, and said, "Our transaction is simply a question-and-answer session." Shu Qiutong pouted and said aggrievely, "Young master, at least let me know what you want to know." The life story of Shu Mingyao. Mu'er was sparing with his words. Shu Qiutong stood next to Mu'er and recalled, "I haven't met my sister Mingyao much. She is from the main family and lives in Four Seasons City in Jizhou." Four Seasons City? Mu'er thought to himself that this was indeed a large family. As its name suggests, the Four Seasons City allows visitors to experience all four seasons within a single city. This city is long and narrow, with a vast territory and some unique geographical features, so much so that one can experience all four seasons within its walls. Four Seasons City is also quite powerful. It is said to be more like a main city than a main city. Those who can be called aristocratic families in it can get a glimpse of their strength. Shu Qiutong continued, "I only go back to Chunyu City when the main family holds a clan meeting. My elder sister Shu Mingyao always appears there, but she always wears a veil, so I can't see her face." Pity. Mu'er thought to himself, if I knew what she looked like, I could get Shu Qiutong to describe her. After saying that, there was silence. Mu'er frowned and asked, "Anything else?" Shu Qiutong asked, puzzled, "What else would you like to ask, young master?" Mu'er asked, "Is she of the Juyan bloodline?" Shu Qiutong was slightly speechless and said, "Young master, how would I know that?" Indeed, how could a member of a collateral branch of the Shu family know the inside story? How talented is Shu Minyao? In the realm of inner demons, Shu Minyao is like an imperial princess, possessing not only unparalleled beauty but also formidable strength, capable of suppressing entire regions with ease. Shu Qiutong said, "Of course it is extremely strong. There are rumors that my elder sister has already refined her body to the level of 100,000 jin and entered the ranks of martial artists." That strong? Muer's eyes flashed with golden light, but he quickly realized what was happening. What am I doing? What does Shu Minyao have to do with him? The Great Xia dynasty is so vast that there are countless people with the same name. Thinking of this, Muer lost interest and waved his hand, saying, "You should leave as soon as possible. This is not a place you are allowed to enter." Shu Qiutong agreed, and the others thanked her and quickly left. "Young master, I haven't asked your name yet." Muer walked forward and said lightly. He never changes his name or surname, and that is Muer. Shu Qiutong repeated it several times, her pupils suddenly dilating in shock. Crown Prince Zhao Yuan? Chapter 80 Starry Flame Gold. A scorched earth, with waves of heat rising from it, bubbles bursting on the molten lava, and wisps of blue smoke rising from it. Muer kept replaying the illusion created by the demon in his mind. Shu Minyao was a real person. Could the illusion become reality? The thought of Muer self-destructing in that environment, and Shu Minyao being pierced through the chest, sent chills down his spine. Do demons also have the ability to see the future? Muer shook his head, thinking to himself. It wasn't without its gains. The system has been linked to Shu Qiutong, and I've learned about Shu Minyao, which is quite meaningful. The system started giving warnings as soon as I came into contact with Shu Qiutong. Shu Qiutong can use resources to enhance her physical strength, and Muer easily became bound to her. Physical strength can be continuously increased, so binding more people is not a big mistake. For some reason, a sense of urgency suddenly rushed to Muer's forehead. This world is strange and unpredictable. Even if the illusion is not real, nor is it the future, the hunting of him by all races will never stop. We need to improve our strength as soon as possible. Muer quickened his pace, searching for Xingqiu Yanjin. Along the way, the young prince encountered many powerful beasts, but they were all first or second tier, and were no match for him at all. He crushed them one by one and stuffed them into his storage ring. Until they came across a cave, where flames soared into the sky and heat waves rolled in. Yu Xingfei's voice came through. "Your Highness, the Starflame Gold is among them." Muer's spirits lifted, and he stepped into the crowd. The ground beneath my feet was a heartbreaking expanse of scorched earth, a color etched by extreme heat, as if the earth had been licked by a giant flame. The once solid ground has become brittle, and with every step you take, you can feel the fragile vibrations under your feet, as if it could collapse at any moment. The air was filled with a pungent burning smell, a mixture of rocks, soil, and unknown substances under high temperatures. Muji only took a few breaths before his throat felt dry and uncomfortable. Waves of heat surged from the depths of the cave, like the roar of an invisible beast. Each slap felt like a gentle caress from a scorching iron hand, bringing a burning pain. These heat waves distorted the air, making the surrounding scenery appear shimmering and unpredictable, like being in a dreamlike purgatory. The mountain walls on both sides of the cave offer breathtaking views. The magma flowed slowly within, forming winding rivers of fire, its color a deep and vibrant red, like congealed blood. Strangely, the lava did not drip, as if it were bound to the mountain wall by some mysterious force. They resemble living blood flowing in veins, sometimes surging rapidly, sometimes slowly wriggling, accompanied by a faint shimmering light. Muer stepped forward, observing his surroundings, secretly shocked. Muer was suffering from the scorched earth and heat waves in the cave. Every step was extremely difficult. Sweat kept seeping from his forehead and cheeks, soaking his clothes. The sticky feeling made him even more irritable. Suddenly, a cool sensation, like a gentle breeze, came without warning, just like stepping into an air-conditioned room on the hottest days of summer. This sudden change startled Muer, and his body instinctively moved towards the cool breeze. As he stepped inside, a vast square suddenly appeared before him. The air here seems to have been carefully filtered and cooled. Every breath carries a slight chill that invigorates the spirit. In stark contrast to the stifling heat inside the cave, this coolness was not cold, but rather a perfectly refreshing sensation, like a gentle autumn breeze caressing the skin and bringing a comfortable feeling. The square is paved with a smooth and cool stone. Walking barefoot on it, you can clearly feel the refreshing coolness that travels from your feet to your heart. The surrounding mountain walls seem to change here as well. The flow of lava was gone, replaced by minerals that emitted a soft glow. These minerals were of various colors, including pale blue and light purple. The light they emitted was not dazzling, but rather like twinkling stars in the night sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Mu'er was somewhat surprised and said, "There's actually snoring." Yu Xingfei's voice came, "Your Highness, be careful, Xingqiu Yanjin is here." There was only a loud bang. "Who is it?" A roar came, as loud as bells and chimes. Mu'er's expression changed. "Isn't this ridiculous?" Without a doubt, it must have been Yu Xingfei who awakened Xingqiu Yanjin. A series of heavy footsteps approached. Mu'er opened his eyes wide. Xingqiu Yanjin was actually a monster with a human head and a spider's body. Its spider legs had turned into 8 hairless, bronze-colored arms with muscles that bulged like blocks of iron. Humans? Xingqiu Yanjin was taken aback. "You don't understand the rules of the Great Guanzi?" Mu'er asked, "What rules?" Xingqiu Yanjin smiled and said, "If you don't understand, you don't understand. I'll tell you after I gouge out those annoying eyes of yours." Having said that, it pounded the ground with its 8 hammers, leaped into the air, and charged towards Mu'er. Mu'er threw a punch back, colliding with him. Bang bang bang. They exchanged over 100 blows in an instant. Xingqiu Yanjin said in surprise, "Where did this little monster come from? His punching power must be over 100,000 jin by now." If he hadn't known that the person in front of him was human, he would have thought that the person in front of him was a remnant of an ancient demon beast. Muji didn't respond, he just swung his fist. These punches had no effect on Xingqiu Yanjin. The Star Flame Gold's body is very soft and resilient, hitting it feels like being fluffy, and attacks are deflected. "Humph, you dare to fight me without cultivating your own inner energy? You're just asking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, Xingqiu Yanjin moved with a roar. His massive body did not diminish his agility. In the blink of an eye, his fist was already in front of Mu'er. Bang! One punch sent Mu'er flying. Mu'er shifted his body in mid-air, activating the movement techniques from the Phantom Feather secret technique, and finally stabilized himself before crashing into the mountain wall. Using the rebound force, he once again charged towards Xingqiu Yanjin. In the air. Mu'er didn't know how many punches he threw, all he saw were countless fist shadows that then converged at a single point. Boom! The fist, imbued with golden light, slammed into Xingqiu Yanjin's body. Bang! Xingqiu Yanjin took several steps back. "You bastard, die!" It roared angrily, its entire body surging with energy, and red and blue chi, carrying the scorching heat of flames and the chill of frost, clung to its fists. A red and blue dragon lunged at Mu'er. Puff! Mu'er spat out a mouthful of golden red blood, and the fragrance of peony burst forth and spread. Chapter 81 Tempering. The bloodline of the Ming Emperor is a natural elixir, a deadly stimulant for exotic beasts. Xingqiu Yanjin was no exception. His blood and qi surged extremely rapidly, causing his eyes to turn bloodshot as he grinned maliciously. The bloodline of the Ming Emperor? It wanted to eat, its very genes were awakened. Hunger creeps up the insides, causing it to drool. "Eat, I'm going to eat you." Starry Flame Gold roared as it charged toward Mu'er. Mu'er resisted, and the two figures intertwined, like two streaks of light. All that could be heard in the space was the sound of banging. Mu'er was repeatedly stabbed in the blood. The power of the Starry Flame Gold was immense, and it struck Mu'er with each punch as if trying to carve him out of his body. Mu'er also benefited greatly. His strength had increased too quickly before, like a castle in the air, but now Xingqiu Yanjin's punches were like helping him solidify his foundation. However, the cost of this is enormous. Creak! A tooth-grinding sound came from behind. Mu'er gasped. "My arm is broken." Even though he is now strong and his bones have undergone a transformation, he can't withstand the constant punches hitting him. Seeing that Mu'er was weak, Xingqiu Yanjin became even more arrogant and grabbed Mu'er, ready to bite him. "Stop!" Suddenly, black and white energies appeared in the sky, condensing into two large characters that smashed down on Xingqiu Yanjin's head. Starry Flame Gold seemed to be frozen in place, truly motionless. "What is that?" Yu Xingfei landed and put Mu'er down. "Your Highness, how are you feeling?" Mu'er coughed up blood and said, "The third rank is not a realm I can resist." He thought he could easily crush first and second tier beasts, and third tier beasts should be no problem for him. He thought he could fight them and deal with them at will. "I didn't expect that I couldn't even break through the defense of a third tier alien beast." It's simply a one-sided beating. Yu Xingfei explained. First-level Qi martial artists refine their Qi in blood, honing their Yuan Qi, which is not much different from the body refining realm. Second-level Yuan martial artists imbue their Yuan Qi with spirit, increasing their strength several times over, and can still break through with brute force. But third-level spirit martial artists are different. At the third rank, martial arts are imbued with spirits. When combined with physical training, each person's physical strength exceeds hundreds of thousands of Qi. It is extremely difficult to break through with brute force alone. Mu'er exhaled and laughed. It seems I underestimated the third rank. If Xingqiu Yanjin had used some of his best skills, I wouldn't have been able to withstand so many moves. Yu Shengfei nodded and said bluntly. That's right, but Your Highness, don't underestimate yourself. I sent you to find Xingqiu Yanjin for two reasons. First, to have him help you temper your body, and second, to hone your martial arts. Your Highness, please rest for a moment and continue. Thank you, sir. Mu'er cupped his hands in thanks, sat down cross-legged, and began to recover his strength. Yu Xingfei provided Mu'er with a lot of rare and precious materials, and with his own Ming Emperor bloodline, his body recovered extremely quickly, even his broken bones were rapidly regenerating. Xingqiu Yanjin was stunned. Damn it, a 5th grade expert? This explains why the inheritors of the imperial bloodline would not have protectors. Yu Xingfei looked at the strange beast's eyes moving before him and laughed. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you or peel off the flame gold star river map from under your belly. Xingqiu Yanjin's belly trembled, and he said with a fierce but weak expression. You're just a mere 5th rank expert. I have far more than just 5th rank experts behind me. If you dare to touch me, be careful, I'll send a venerable to kill you. Yu Xingfei didn't care at all and coldly said. I know you are venerable Zhouha's pet, but don't use that to pressure me. I only asked you to help the young master cultivate, and I have no other purpose. Starry Flame Gold inwardly groaned. He absolutely didn't want to be a third-rank sparring partner, but to save his life, he forced a dry laugh. Sir, could you please release him first? Yu Xingfei replied, of course. Once Xingqiu Yanjin was able to move, he glanced at Mu'er listlessly, muttered curses under his breath, and then lay down to doze off. A day has passed. Mu'er finally opened his eyes, full of energy and showing no signs of abnormality. Xingqiu Yanjin slept beside him. Mu'er knew that Yu Xingfei must have taken care of it for him. Sai, let's have another match. You have to go all out. Xingqiu Yanjin lifted his eyelids, glanced around, and, not seeing Yu Xingfei, yawned and said. Go ahead and attack. Upon seeing this, Mu'er unleashed his blazing fire fist. He crashed into Xingqiu Yanjin like a shooting star. Xingqiu Yanjin remained motionless, only raising one leg to fight Mu'er. Bang bang bang. Mu'er seemed to be having a great time, but it was like facing a punching bag that would automatically retaliate. He didn't feel any pressure at all. After 100 or so rounds, Makiji withdraws from the battle. I'm not called E, call me Lord Yanjin. TCH, what a piece of trash. He has no strength at all, yet he calls himself Lord Flamegold. Mu'er wanted to provoke Xingqiu Yanjin. Xingqiu Yanjin was not angry, but sneered, if you didn't have a 5th grade protector, you wouldn't even be qualified to speak with me. Mu'er's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that Xingqiu Yanjin had already treated the battle as a mission and didn't have much willpower to hone his skills. What should we do? The young prince was somewhat worried. The star flame gold had awakened its intelligence, making it much more intelligent than ordinary mythical beasts. I've got it. Mu'er's eyes darted around, and he sneered. Come on, let's have another good fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu'er spat out a smear of golden red blood. The scent of peony wafts out. The starry flame gold instantly went berserk. The bloodline of the Ming Emperor, a powerful medicine, it's edible. The human and the strange beast grappled together again. Half a day has passed. Yu Xingfei once again immobilized the star flame gold. Xingqiu Yanjin looked at Mu'er, who was sitting cross-legged beside him, recovering his body, and his teeth itched with anger. He has no dignity whatsoever as a descendant of the Ming Emperor. He actually uses blood to seduce people. How utterly despicable. Yu Xingfei laughed and said, that's one of the methods too. Xingqiu Yanjin was furious and sneered, I will never be fooled again. One day later, Mu'er jumped up and shouted. Flame Gold, fight with me. Xingqiu Yanjin changed his position and continued sleeping, completely ignoring him. Mu'er slashed across his palm, and golden red blood flowed out, releasing the fragrance of peonies. Xingqiu Yanjin leaped up, his eyes bloodshot. The bloodline of the Ming Emperor, my great elixir, here I come. Half a day has passed. Despite his battered and bruised body, Mu'er continued his cultivation. Xingqiu Yanjin froze, his face full of sorrow. How could this happen? I was fooled once. It's impossible to defend against. Seeing Xingqiu Yanjin being bullied so pitifully, Yu Xingfei sighed. I once heard a quote in a book, when you can't resist it, you might as well enjoy it. Starry Flame Gold was filled with resentment and said, Is this a serious book? Yu Xingfei coughed and said, Of course it's serious. Snort. Xingqiu Yanjin ignored him and continued sleeping. A day later, Mu'er stood up again, full of energy. He felt that his foundation was becoming more and more solid and his strength had improved a lot. Again! He declared war on Flame Gold. Chapter 82 First Grade Warrior. Xingqiu Yanjin roared towards the sky. You are not allowed to use the bloodline of the Ming Emperor to seduce me. Mu'er naturally did not respond, and coldly said, Since you are accompanying me in my cultivation, I will naturally not resort to such methods. Okay. Xingqiu Yanjin rolled his eyes and agreed. Fight again. Despite her efforts, Yanjin couldn't put enough pressure on Mu'er. How cunning. They show up but don't put in the effort. Mu'er shook his head and spilled the blood. Boom. The scent of peonies permeates the soul of the fiery gold, reigniting a surge of longing. With his crimson eyes, Yanjin charged at Mu'er without holding back. Puff. With just one strike, Mu'er was already coughing up blood. That's great, just like it. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Half a day later. Starry Flame Gold stood rooted to the spot, wanting to cry but having no tears. You scoundrel! When did the human prince ever need to resort to such methods to seduce alien beasts? Yu Xingfei smacked Yanjin's head repeatedly, warning him. Show some respect to the crown prince. Xingqiu Yanjin brought up the old story again and shouted. I am backed by Venerable Jiuhe. I am going to the Jintian Pavilion to report you. Yu Xingfei scoffed. Your Highness's title is Zhao Yuan. I am Yu Xingfei, and I am ready to accompany you at any time. Ah! Xingqiu Yanjin gritted his teeth, extremely displeased. Being just a sparring partner would be fine, but the problem is that he can't get his hands on a piece of meat, which is causing him great distress. The fat keeps jumping up and causing him some damage. Who can he complain to? One day later. Mu'er, now fully recovered, said with high spirits. Flame Gold, again. Xingqiu Yanjin had resigned himself to his fate. With bloodshot eyes, he charged toward the young prince, determined to make this human pay the price and show him that he was not someone to be trifled with. Good timing. Mu'er laughed loudly and got into a fighting stance. 2 months have passed. Mu'er slowly sat cross-legged, his posture steady and resolute, as if he had become one with the world. His back was straight, like a proud pine tree standing tall. As he slowly adjusted his breathing, his blood and chi began to surge quietly, like a dragon that had been sleeping for 1,000 years slowly awakening. The chi and blood surged and circulated within his body. At first, it was just a slight ripple, but gradually, it gathered into a powerful force, like the surging waters of a mighty river, rolling forward. A faint golden glow gradually emanated from Mu'er's body. This glow was not an ordinary light, but rather the light of blood and chi emanating from within. The pale golden light enveloped his entire body, as if draping Mu'er in a mysterious golden veil, making him look like a deity, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Bathed in this pale golden light, a strange glow shimmered faintly in Mu'er's dantian, as if a flame were burning within it. As the chi and blood surged, that power grew stronger and stronger, seemingly about to break through all constraints. Yu Xingfei, standing nearby, exclaimed in delight. Is the crown prince finally preparing for a breakthrough? Xingqiu Yanjin raised his eyelids, glanced at it, and hummed. A first-rank official is nothing but an ant. But his eyes held a deep sense of awe. The bloodline of the Ming Emperor was indeed worthy of being called the bloodline of the Ming Emperor. The lineage of Mingyang was born war gods, growing stronger with each battle. Advance through battle. As a result, in the early stages, Mu'er could only withstand about 200 moves from Xingqiu Yanjin, but after a month, Mu'er was able to withstand about 500 moves from Xingqiu Yanjin without falling. Even now, although Mu'er still loses, he can now withstand Xingqiu Yanjin's 1,000 moves. Keep in mind that Mu'er hasn't even reached the rank of grade yet, which makes him stand out among the monstrous geniuses of the human race. A deep rumble resounded within Mu'er's body. It was the sound of his blood and chi surging and breaking through his dantian. Although the sound was not loud, it seemed to contain boundless power, echoing in the silent space and inspiring awe. The moment the dantian was opened, wisps of primordial energy burst forth from the dantian pool like dragons emerging from the sea. These vital energies displayed a dazzling array of colors, intertwining and swirling together like magnificent ribbons dancing in the air. After surging out of the dantian, they quickly flowed along the meridians in Mu'er's body, and wherever they passed, the meridians shimmered with brilliant light, as if they had been given new life. The vital energy flows through the meridians at an extremely fast speed, carrying an indomitable momentum. They relentlessly impacted every part of Muji's body, each impact causing his muscles to tremble slightly, as if he were undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. Wherever the vital energy reached, the previously blocked meridians were gradually opened up, and some hidden impurities were also washed out, turning into wisps of black smoke that drifted out from Mu'er's pores. As the vital energy continued to erupt and flow, a powerful aura formed around Mu'er's body. The aura emanated from him and spread outwards. Within this aura, time and space seemed to freeze, and everything revolved around Mu'er and the primordial energy erupting from his body. Mu'er's expression was focused and resolute. His eyes were closed, yet he could perceive every slight change in the vital energy within his body. The dantian was like scorched earth before, but under the flushing of chi and blood, the scorched earth cracked open, and a pool unfolded, from which primordial chi gushed out, much like a spring. Mu'er's body gradually became the center of an energy vortex, constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, which merged and collided with the primordial energy that erupted from within him. The pale golden luster grew stronger and stronger, almost illuminating the entire space, while Mu'er's aura continued to rise, as if he was about to break through some kind of limit and usher in an unprecedented transformation. Suddenly, Mu'er opened his eyes, and the blazing golden light resembled two golden pillars. He circulated his vital energy in his hands. He threw a punch. The fiery light fist. The fist, a mixture of fire and yang, was released and slammed into the mountain wall. Boom! A fist-shaped mark appeared on the mountain wall, dented inwards, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks. The earth shook violently. Its power is astonishing. Starflame Gold called out. "Oh dear, my little darling, this is my sacred space, don't you dare wave it around." Mu'er focused his mind and spirit, and the vital energy emanated from his palms. "This is what a chi martial artist is. I've finally cultivated my Yuan Qi." Yu Xingfei flew to the side and congratulated him. A body weighing 100,000 jin at its peak, a first-grade chi martial artist, the young master's martial arts will flourish. Mu'er was extremely grateful and treated Xingxiu Yanjin with great courtesy. Xingxiu Yanjin pouted and said arrogantly, "Do you need to thank me?" Having finally broken through to the first rank, Mu'er was in high spirits, with boundless pride surging through his chest. The body refinement realm may seem powerful, but it actually has many limitations. The body refinement realm requires close quarters combat, but once you reach the first rank and have Yuan Qi, you can release it. Just like when Mu'er threw a punch, he didn't touch the mountain, but the mountain still left a fist imprint. This is precisely the wonderful use of vital energy. Mu'er couldn't wait any longer and asked, "Sir, is the university about to start classes?" Chapter 83 Flaming Gold Galaxy Map. Yu Xingfei calculated the days and said, 7 days left. Mu'er said in surprise, "I did not receive an acceptance letter." Yu Xingfei laughed. "The young master is among the top 100 on the lucky list, so he can go to any school without any problem. He doesn't even need an admission letter or anything like that." "Sir, which school do you think I should choose?" "I had already planned this out." Mu'er asked with delight, "Tell me about it, sir." Yu Xingfei stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, "The top 3 universities in the Great Xia Academy are Spirit Martial Arts, Divine Refinement, and Limit University. You only need to choose one of them." "What's the difference?" Mu'er asked. Yu Shengf Kido. "Differences? It's not so much a difference as some distinctions. Lingwu has 360 side arts that far surpass other universities, while Xunlian is the number 1 in spiritual power cultivation in the Great Xia. As for Limitless? It's full of madmen who pursue the great Tao that is the limit of humanity, hence the name." Mu'er thought for a moment. In this strange and demonic environment, he had chosen Lingwu University. Why not change his approach? "I'll go to Extreme University." Yu Xingfei neither confirmed nor denied, and said softly. Can. Mu'er said to Xingxiu Yanjin. We became friends through a misunderstanding, and I will leave today. I will come to find you again when I have time. Xingxiu Yanjin snorted. We should hurry up and go. After saying that, he listlessly lay down on the ground. Cultivating here is extremely tedious, and the lifespan of the strange beasts is far longer than that of humans. You should know that although he is only at the 3rd level, he has been cultivating for more than 300 years. He wasn't exactly lonely, but Muji certainly added some color to his black and white world. Mu'er smiled and prepared to leave. Yu Xingfei reached out to stop him. Mu'er raised an eyebrow, and the middle-aged scholar sighed. It's just a pity that your spirit transformation technique is progressing too slowly, otherwise you would have been able to take a trip to the human world. The venerable Wine River allowed you to remain here to cultivate because you have not yet taken human form. Xingxiu Yanjin's eyelids twitched. What did that mean? Does the master have a way to increase cultivation speed? He shamelessly walked up to Yu Xingfei. Mu'er rolled his eyes and chuckled softly. My gentleman is known as the million-book genius, having read millions of books and possessing vast knowledge of astronomy and geography. However, he is merely practicing the spirit transformation technique. You might gain some insights if you consult him further. Yu Xingfei gave Mu'er a look. The young master was indeed intelligent. Teach me, sir. Xingxiu Yanjin disregarded the dignity of the beast and knelt down beside Yu Xingfei like a puppy. Yu Xingfei turned his head and said earnestly. Human relationships are about give and take. Xingxiu Yanjin wasn't stupid, and quickly said. I will help the crown prince with his cultivation. Yu Xingfei sneered. You can deceive the crown prince, but how can you deceive me? During your sparring session, you clearly showed some resistance to the Emperor Ming's bloodline, but you still wanted the crown prince to spill his blood before you were willing to exert yourself. Isn't that because you can absorb the crown prince's blood to reshape your body and change your constitution? It's true that the young master has gained a lot, but didn't you also benefit from it? Mu'er then woke up with a start and pointed at Yanjin, saying. You bastard! I was wondering why you always made me smear your blood as bait. You're taking advantage of me. I never thought you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, would be so cunning. I misjudged you. Xingxiu Yanjin was somewhat embarrassed. His face, which usually appeared rather upright, was now grinning mischievously, and he said. Your Highness, isn't this about helping each other? Yu Xingfei said in a deep voice. It is your honor that the crown prince needs your help. Xingxiu Yanjin said with a bitter face, yes, but sir, could I exchange the cultivation method of the spirit transformation technique with you? Yu Xingfei and Mu'er exchanged a glance, finally falling into the trap. Let's see your sincerity, the middle-aged scholar said calmly. Xingxiu Yanjin thought for a moment, then suddenly pulled out a ring from somewhere and tilted it toward the ground. Something kept pouring out. Mu'er watched in horror. There were 2 or 3 storage rings, countless spiritual materials and precious roots, and an unknown number of gems and spiritual artifacts. He did a quick calculation and estimated that Xingxiu Yanjin's net worth was probably in the hundreds of millions. Wow, that's incredibly wealthy. Xingxiu Yanjin pushed the treasure towards Yu Xingfei. This is all we've accumulated over the years. Sir, is there anything you like? A 3rd-tier spirit beast is already a local overlord. As long as it doesn't court death, it can live for many years. With other exotic beasts intruding into its territory, coupled with foolish martial artists, it's incredibly easy for a 3rd-tier exotic beast to accumulate wealth. Yu Xingfei merely glanced at it and said coldly. These are all low-grade spiritual materials, what use are they to me? Xingxiu Yanjin was in a dilemma. Then I don't have anything left either. Yu Xingfei gave an O and stared at the giant beast in front of him. Really? Xingxiu Yanjin frowned, then suddenly realized. You plotted against the flaming Golden Star River map on my belly? He looked injured. I was sincere to you, but you only schemed against me. Mu'er was curious, what exactly was this flame Gold Star River map? But he didn't ask. Yu Xingfei scoffed. Do you think I'm easy to talk to? As he spoke, black and white mystic energy burst forth from his body. Am I not sincere enough with you? Indeed, as a 5th-rank beast, crushing a 3rd-rank beast is a piece of cake. The fact that it can still speak properly means it already considers the star flame gold something. Xingxiu Yanjin was a little nervous and said dryly. If I am unwilling to produce the Star River map, forcing me will be useless. Yu Xingfei's fingertips swirled with black and white energy, swirling around each character before dissipating. Would you like to give it a try? Xingqiu Yanjin immediately said. Sir, if you teach me the spirit transformation technique, I will show you the Flame Gold Star River map. Those who understand the times are wise. Besides, Yu Xingfei was definitely showing it to Mu'er, and whether Mu'er could learn it was another matter. Yu Xingfei said, the deal is done. Without further ado, Xingqiu Yanjin turned over and exposed its belly, just like a tortoise turning over in the water. Just watch carefully. As he spoke, he activated the Yuan power of starry flame gold, and a golden red light shone all over his body. A series of mysterious and profound auras erupted from it. Mu'er felt as if he were in a wild wilderness. That's a taste from ancient times. Golden red chi flowed across Xingqiu Yanjin's belly, like threads that intertwine and swirled, with mysterious energy being injected into them. The intersections of the clusters of light on the lines lit up. Yu Xingfei lifted Mu'er and leaped into the air. You can see it more clearly from up there. Mu'er looked down and was so shocked that his scalp tingled. Starry flame gold has the body of a spider, black in color, with a black patch on its abdomen resembling a deep starry sky, while the orbs of light resemble stars. The stars, each a different color, were connected by crimson and golden chi, truly resembling a star map. So that's how the Flaming Gold Galaxy map works. Chapter 84 Unbelievable. Mu'er suddenly realized what was happening and watched with rapt attention. Seeing this, Xingqiu Yanjin said to himself, my ancestors were once very wealthy. It is said that they were the companion spirit beasts of a branch of the ancient god clan. Each clansman would have a star map appear in his belly, which would grow into different patterns as he grew up. This diagram is still incomplete now. As my strength increases, the Star River diagram will become more and more complete, and the power it unleashes. At that time, he originally intended to crush Yu Xingfei and kick the human race's venerable one. Seeing Yu Xingfei's dark face, she couldn't help but lower her voice. He just muttered, what's with the swagger? Yu Xingfei shushed him and said, silence, the crown prince has suddenly realized something. Mu'er felt as if he were traveling through the starry sky. Stars shimmered before my eyes, connected by golden and red lines. Isn't this exactly the chi and blood in my own body? After undergoing the second stage of maturation, Mu'er's blood and chi turned golden red, exactly the same as the flame gold color. Why not use chi and blood to connect them? Thinking about it, he used his chi and blood to connect. However, the stars are as heavy as Mount Tai and cannot be moved at all. A contest of strength? Mu'er's eyes gleamed with golden light. I've never been afraid of anyone. Boom! He mobilized his entire body's energy and blood, drawing upon the stars. 1, 2, 3, 7. 7 stars swirled around Mu'er, drawn together by threads of chi and blood, making him appear like a star god. Xingqiu Yanjin was stunned. This is impossible. Yu Xingfei exclaimed in surprise. What is impossible? I never expected that the young master would directly comprehend the secrets of the Flame Gold Star River diagram and actually use it as a secret technique. That's one line of thinking. Xingqiu Yanjin was almost going crazy. Mu'er had easily comprehended what was in his bloodline. Was this a joke? This world is insane. It's absolutely insane. My clan's treasure. It's already quite remarkable that others can comprehend some of the profound mysteries of martial arts and see the direction of the future by contemplating the Flaming Golden Star River map. Mu'er actually managed to draw a Star River map of his own in a daze. This is theft. Xingqiu Yanjin refused to accept this and shouted, no, this is theft. I don't want the spirit transformation technique anymore. Yu Xingfei sneered repeatedly and said, now you have no choice. The black and white energies erupted, suppressing Yanjin so that he could not move at all. Mu'er's cultivation has also reached a crucial stage. At this moment, 7 dazzling stars slowly appeared around him. These 7 stars are not ordinary sights, each one shines with an unusual light as if it were a tangible object. They varied in size, yet all exuded a profound and mysterious aura, as if containing endless cosmic secrets. One star shone with a fiery gold, its light as dazzling as the sun, yet gentle, as if formed from the purest energy in the universe. Another shimmered with a rich red, like a burning flame, intense and unrestrained, with a powerful force seemingly surging within it. The remaining 5 stars emitted light in pale gold, orange gold, light red, deep red, and a mixture of gold and red, respectively, reflecting each other to form a magnificent and mysterious star map. 7 stars slowly rotated around Mu'er, gradually increasing their speed. At their center, Mu'er resembled the core of the universe, radiating an invisible gravitational pull. As the stars rotated, thin yet resilient golden red blood vessels extended from the stars, like nimble threads, reaching towards Mu'er's body. These blood vessels shimmered with a golden red light, as if they were formed from the purest life force. They traversed through the void, creating faint ripples, as if the very space itself trembled at this magical scene. When the chi and blood threads touched Mu'er's body, they emitted a slight buzzing sound, as if they were resonating with Mu'er's body in some mysterious way. In an instant, Mu'er's body trembled violently. The 7 stars seemed to be summoned by something, and suddenly accelerated their rotation. Then, with an unstoppable force, they rushed towards Mu'er's body. With a flash of dazzling light, the 7 stars precisely aligned with the major acupoints on Mu'er's body. With a loud boom, Mu'er's clothes exploded instantly under the impact of the powerful force. The tattered cloth fluttered and scattered in the surrounding space like butterflies, revealing his powerful body. On his body, a mysterious and magnificent 7-star pattern had appeared at some unknown time. The design, centered on Mikiji's body, fits perfectly onto his skin, as if it were an innate mark of the gods. The 7-star pattern shimmered with a dazzling golden red light, within which mysterious runes and ancient patterns flowed. With the appearance of the 7-star pattern, Mu'er's temperament changed abruptly. He exuded a powerful aura, which spread outwards like a surging tide, distorting the surrounding space. Under this powerful aura, he was like a star god descending, controlling the power of the stars and becoming the master of this mysterious space. This. Xingqiu Yanjin looked distressed. Why is it even more powerful than my star chart? Yu Xingfei had a plan in mind and thought to himself. The Mingyang lineage is orthodox and luminous, and should not be in harmony with the stars. Why is it so fitting for the crown prince? Is there some explanation behind it? It's easy to imagine that Mingyang is the sun. When the sun rises, the universe is desolate, the stars and the moon are not visible, only the blazing sun hangs in the sky. At this moment, it's not appropriate for Mu'er to merge the sun and the stars. Yu Xingfei originally wanted to broaden Mu'er's horizons, but he didn't expect that Mu'er could carve a star map on his body. Whether it was good or bad, even this Confucian scholar who had read thousands of books could not say. Mu'er landed on the ground, feeling the immense power within his body, and grinned. Excellent, this star map is very good, it can be used for suppression. He sensed the immense power contained within the star chart. It was difficult for an ordinary person to even stand upright under it. This is yet another method of attack. Xingqiu Yanjin said with a mournful face. You're a thief. Mu'er clicked his tongue in amazement and said, I never expected that nobles would have such a secret technique. Thank you very much. They even stabbed him in the heart. Xingqiu Yanjin almost cried out, You bastard, hand over the spirit transformation technique right now. Since things have come to this point, let's take the benefits first. As promised, Yu Xingfei explained the profound meaning of the transformation of spirits technique to Yanjin in detail. Mu'er clearly noticed a hint of joy in Yanjin's eyes. It seemed this big guy had also made quite a haul. They said goodbye to each other. Yu Xingfei took Mu'er away from Diguangza. This secret realm holds many secrets, which can only be explored in the future. Mu'er always felt that he had a connection with Diguangza and would come again in the future. Chapter 85 Farewell, Going to School. Jiangling City. Mu'er returned home. Mr. and Mrs. Mu Daiyuan warmly received them. The two men had rather complicated expressions, and simply called out Zhao Yuan. Mu'er felt a pang of sadness. How could the college entrance exam have caused such a breakdown in his parents' relationship? There was really nothing to talk about, so I can only offer words of comfort. After Mu Daiyuan and his wife gave him repeated instructions, Mu'er left. As for Mu Yucheng, Mu'er has nothing to worry about. He entered Chongling Middle School through the high school entrance examination. It is the best high school in Jiangling City, which cultivates top students. Even if Mu Yucheng's talent is poor, he can still break through the 1000 gene physical strength mark during the college entrance examination. Moreover, Mu Yucheng's talent is excellent. The school teacher said that with proper training, he is expected to be able to achieve a 10,000 gene physical strength in the college entrance examination. Things at home are tidied up. Mu'er went to number 2 middle school and met Hao Fan. Hao Fan's performance was not unfamiliar, calling out, Crown Prince Zhao Yuan. Mu'er was surprised and shook his head, saying, Teacher, I. However, he couldn't bring himself to tell Hao Fan not to call him Zhao Yuan. After all, his fiery golden eyes were so intense that no one dared to meet his gaze. Even Yu Xingfei needs to close his eyes, but now Haofan only needs to look into Mu Er's eyes to burst into tears and can only bow his head in submission. Haofan knew his student was feeling down, so he comforted him. The path of martial arts is not subject to human desires, Your Highness. Take it easy. Who knows, by the time I turn into a handful of dust, Your Highness will already be renowned throughout the world. This is what a martial artist is. The more advanced one's cultivation, the longer one's lifespan. Most powerful individuals are detached from worldly desires and have no wants. This doesn't mean they have no desires at all, but rather that familiar people, parents, and elders will die before their eyes. Mu Er laughed. If that day ever comes, I will scatter the finest wine from a foreign tribe on my teacher's grave. Haofan smiled with relief. Go, the dragon shouldn't stay in Jianling City. Mu Er then left and went to the Fenghua Martial Arts School. In the lobby, a burly young man stared intently at Mu Er, daring only to observe from afar and not daring to approach him at all. Seeing Mu Er's imposing presence, like a king, the underling sighed. Boss, you and the Crown Prince went to the same middle school, right? Huansu's mouth opened slightly, and he said self-deprecatingly. More than that, I even thought about causing trouble for the young master back then. The underlings were all astonished and wanted to know what happened next. At this moment, the museum owner, Lu Hongkai, came out. He was getting older and older, and the skin on his face was sagging, making him look somewhat frightening. Mu Er stepped forward and asked, Is the owner of the museum well? Lu Hongkai dared not accept the courtesy and hid to the side, saying, Your Highness, there's no need for that. This is simply a necessary step in advancing from the 5th rank to the 6th rank. Mu Er sighed. Is the owner of the museum also like this? Lu Hongkai looked up and saw Mu Er's bright golden eyes. Just one glance was enough to make it seem as if a cold iron spear was pointed at his brow. He was startled and had no choice but to turn his head away. The Crown Prince's status is different now. Mu Er, feeling listless, silently said, I will always remember the kindness the master showed me. I will repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. If you ever need anything in the future, you can come to Extreme University to find me. Lu Hongkai agreed, knowing that he had made the right investment. A promise from the human prince is priceless. Mu Er still wanted to find Shuo Kan, but he only heard that he had gone to military school and had already gone to the school, so he couldn't find him. So he gave up. Mu Er boarded a spirit boat and sailed out of Gangnam City. As Jiangling City receded into the distance, he finally withdrew his gaze. I can't quite describe the emotion, but there's a strange flutter in my heart, a mix of excitement about going to a new world and uncertainty about the future. Yu Xingfei stepped out of the cabin and said in a deep voice. It's lonely at the top, Your Highness, don't think too much about it. Mu Er asked, Is the martial path truly devoid of emotion? Yu Xingfei hadn't expected such a philosophical question. After a moment's thought, he said, I will tell the Crown Prince my story. Mu Er listened attentively. I am not from a prominent family. My parents are just factory workers. They were very happy when I went to university, and they were even more excited than I was when I achieved something. However, as my cultivation level increased, so did my lifespan. They withered away before my eyes one by one. It was not that martial arts were ruthless, but rather that time was merciless. All we can do is serve them well while they are still alive, so that we have no regrets. Mu Er said, It's a pity my parents don't even dare to look at me now. Yu Xingfei had nothing more to say. Well, the way of martial arts is inherently like this. It is not a matter of following a set pattern. It is full of unpredictable twists and turns, and no one knows what they will encounter. Cheer up, Your Highness, the road ahead is not easy. Yu Xingfei patted Mu Er on the shoulder. Mu Er nodded and said, Don't worry, I will. Yu Xingfei took out an ancient book from his robes and handed over a jade bottle, saying, Young master, now that you have entered the 1st rank of Qi martial artist, you can begin formal cultivation. Eye techniques are naturally indispensable. I have chosen the great golden eye for you. Firstly, it can conceal your golden eyes, and secondly, this golden eye is in harmony with the Mingyang lineage, capable of breaking through illusions and slaying demons and evil spirits, making it extremely powerful. With the assistance of the illusory gold spirit water for cultivation, considering your talent, you can reach the 1st level even before entering the academy. Mu Er thanked him and accepted the great golden eye and the diluting golden spirit water. I must continue cultivating. I cannot tarnish the reputation of the human race's heir. The Great Golden Eyes technique cultivates golden eyes, which are divided into 9 layers. Each layer adds a layer of pupil rings to the eye. When you reach the 9th layer, you have 9 layers of pupil rings in your eye, which allows you to see through time and tear through space. It is extremely powerful. 3 days. Mu'er had already cultivated the first level. Sure enough, when his golden eyes were concealed and he did not deliberately use them, they would retract. When he did use them, he would release the Great Golden Eyes, with 2 layers of pupil rings that looked just like array patterns. Good. Mu'er looked at his own dark pupils in the mirror and felt somewhat excited. I never thought I would be able to come back one day. He was truly fed up with his golden eyes. If I had started cultivating a few days earlier, I wouldn't have behaved so disrespectfully in front of my parents. Yu Xingfei's voice came from the deck. Your Highness, we have arrived at Tianyu City. Mu'er stepped out of the cabin and was immediately struck by what he saw. The sky was filled with countless spirit boats, as if a vast army was attacking Tianyu City. Trade between Tianyu City is very prosperous, and with students going to school recently, there are more spirit boats. Yu Xingfei explained from the side. Standing on the deck overlooking Tianyu City, Mu'er was even more awestruck. Tianyu City stretches as far as the eye can see, with towering buildings and skyscrapers everywhere. Even from the air, the ground appears as tiny as an ant. However, the density of buildings in Tianyu City is still quite impressive. This doesn't feel like a city at all, it feels more like a country. Gangnam City is built against the mountains and is big enough. But compared to Tianyu City, it's just a small district. Yu Shengkido. Your Highness, let's go. Chapter 86 Enrollment. Looking at the completely blocked waterway, Mu'er couldn't help but ask. Will this work? Yu Shengkido. Of course there's a way. We can't keep the young master waiting too long. The words fell. Then a powerful force emanated from Tianyu City. Under the influence of an invisible, powerful force, the spirit boats were arranged in a row. Mu'er's spirit boat walked forward in a grand manner. This. Yu Xingfei laughed. Tianyu City is mysterious and extraordinary, shrouded in numerous arrays, and these spirit boats have serial numbers. As long as they are under the jurisdiction of Tianyu City can take control of the spirit boats. Mu'er gave a thumbs up and said, that's really impressive. Yu Xingfei introduced. Did you see those towering, arrow tower-like structures? Those arrow tower-like buildings are very tall, some tens of meters, and some hundreds of meters. Yu Xingfei said, those are machine guns, which are spiritual weapons. One shot can turn a third-order beast into a dead soul. A powerful machine gun can be as powerful as a 5th or 6th order martial artist. Mu'er suddenly realized that Tianyu City had such a secret protection. These arrow towers, spaced every 10 meters or so, truly protected Tianyu City impenetrably. The cities in this world are connected in a fragmented way. There are many strange beasts in the wild, of all levels. Some of them have a hard life. Xia Hezi originally wanted to find out about them one by one, but then he thought that if they relied solely on the strange beasts in the cave to cultivate, without the pressure of the real world, the human race would fall into a state of pleasure and safety. This is done on purpose, leaving the wild to the survival of the strange beasts, so one should be more careful when walking around on ordinary days. The spirit boat that Mu'er was in passed through the passageway. Mu'er could feel the gazes of the other people on the spirit boat. Although they couldn't hear what was being said, everyone's eyes were focused, clearly indicating that they had some suspicions. Good heavens, to be able to stop millions of spirit boats just to let him pass, those people don't even need to think to know that this young man must be a big shot in Tianyu City. Before long, the spirit boat entered Tianyu City. We found a spot to park. Yu Xingfei and Mu'er got into the car. It really is a car, just without wheels, like a jet ski. Cars, powered by spirit stones, are also part of magical artifacts. However, Tianyu City has a rule that such cars cannot exceed 140 km per hour, otherwise it is a violation. Yu Xingfei saw Mu'er looking around and introduced him with a chuckle. Mu'erdeo. Jiangling City is still using gasoline-powered vehicles, and now they're using new energy vehicles? Upon hearing the words new energy, Yu Xingfei silently pondered them and said, wow, new energy, that sounds great, not bad at all. Mu'er asked curiously, spirit-shattering stones aren't cultivation resources, so using them as fuel is a bit of a waste. Yu Xingfei said, naturally, they are cultivation resources, but the human race is powerful now and has its own territory in the universe, so a few fragments of spirit stones can still be used. What will we do when we run out? Mu Er asked worriedly. Yu Xingfei shrugged and said, just rob them. Otherwise, why would all the races hate us humans? It's just that we humans are getting stronger and stronger, and our territory is getting bigger and bigger, and they are unwilling to accept it. Mu Er frowned and said, but the act of robbing will never end. Yu Xingfei nodded and said, that's why our clan is researching sustainable psionic fuels. After all, it's useful and pollution-free. Of course, Tianyu City still mainly uses gasoline, and related industries are also being improved. As they chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the gate of a university. Daxia Extreme University. Yu Xingfei said, we've arrived, Your Highness. Mu Er looked over and was secretly alarmed. Well, just by looking at it from the outside, you can tell that this university is ridiculously huge. First, there is a wide, tree-lined avenue, with trees as thick as an adult's embrace, lush and green, showing no signs of autumn's desolation. There were countless pedestrians at the entrance, all of them new students, and there were also senior students greeting them. Yu Xingfei handed Mu Er a package. Your identity and admission notice are all here. You are free to do as you please at university. I have placed my mental energy on you, so I will come immediately if the Crown Prince encounters any problems. Mu Er took the package with great interest and said happily, thank you, sir. Seeing this, Yu Xingfei pursed his lips and whispered. Your Highness, you must be careful. The school is not as wonderful as it seems. Oh? Mu Er asked with interest. What do you mean, sir? You'll understand once you get to school. Remember to be careful when making friends. Yu Xingfei said a few more words and then disappeared. Mu Er took the package and walked to the reception desk. Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? The senior student who greeted us was youthful, vibrant, and very beautiful. Mu Er was rummaging through the package, while the upperclassmen next to him were stunned. What era are we living in? Why are we still using packages? Don't we have suitcases? One of the senior students laughed and said, don't rush, classmate. You can put it on the table and look for it slowly. Finally found it. Mu Er took out an acceptance letter with a picture of a koi fish. Senior, can you take a look at this for me? Okay, wait a moment, we might need to know your identity. Before she could finish speaking, she was already stunned. A lucky draw ranking? The admission notice featured a koi carp, leaping and appearing very lively. People gathered around. He really is someone from the lucky draw list. My goodness, why did the lucky student from the koi list come to report in person? Holy crap, this is the first time I've ever seen a junior on the lucky draw list. The upperclassmen became extremely enthusiastic and gathered around. The freshmen were also stunned. Is this some kind of prodigy from the lucky koi ranking? They don't look any different from us. The fact that they need to report it personally suggests they don't have much of a background. Quickly, see who it is. Upon opening the admission notice, the two large characters Zhao Yuan immediately catch the eye. It is the Crown Prince. I felt a surge of excitement. Mu Er sighed helplessly and said softly. Everyone, are you ready? The senior student was extremely excited and said, okay, come with me. Some people wanted to go together, but others stopped them, since there were other new students to take care of. The senior student kept talking on and on the way. Mu Er knew that this senior student was named Cha Mengman. She was a sophomore and was currently at the second level of cultivation, which was considered to be above average. Mu Er also learned that the students on the lucky list usually do not report in person, but are guided by their teachers. This is the first time that Mu Er has done this at Extreme University. The student on the lucky list lives in Tianyuan, East District, a luxurious villa for each person. On the way there, Mu Er kept seeing foreigners and couldn't bear to ask them. Senior, who are these aliens? They are so easy to distinguish. Although they are human, they have strange markings on their bodies, or important parts of their bodies have not yet taken human form. Cha Mengman smiled and said, Junior, you'll find out later. They are all from various races of the universe, studying at Extreme University. Chapter 87. Is there really such a good thing? Cha Mengman's words startled Mu Er. Aren't all races in the universe and humanity inherently opposed? Looking at the expression on the face of the junior next to her, Cha Mengman knew what he was thinking and said. It is true that all races in the universe are enemies of us, but the benefits of learning from each other far outweigh the hatred. Mu'er, puzzled, asked. What benefits can they bring us? They were just children, not powerful beings from all races, so there was very little they could leave behind. Cha Mengman said. There is a school in the school that specializes in instructing people of other races. It has collected a lot of secret cultivation techniques of other races, which are very useful to humans. It is said that it costs a lot for foreigners to enroll in our university. According to statistics, the tuition fees paid by one foreign prince can educate about 100 students. So many? Mu'er glanced sideways, somewhat surprised. Cha Mengman nodded and said, yes, they go to great lengths to get into university, they have many ulterior motives, but he. The pretty senior student gave a cold shoulder. What does this mean? Mu'er didn't ask, because they had already arrived at Tianyuan. It truly lives up to its name, Tianyuan. It's practically a small town within the university, with villas built against the mountainside, shrouded in mist and with cranes flying overhead, a scene straight out of a fairyland. Cha Mengman looked dazed, and everyone couldn't help but envy her. There are 9 spiritual veins beneath Tianyuan that supply the school, and Tianyuan is above these spiritual veins, so the concentration of spiritual energy here is far greater than in other places. Just standing here gives you a feeling of your blood surging and your vital energy flowing smoothly. Mu'er scratched his head, feeling only that the air around him was fresh, without much else to say. Is it really as miraculous as they say? The school really spent a lot of money. Cha Mengman chuckled and said. Tianyuan was not built by the academy, but donated by the extraterrestrial demon race so that adult members of the demon race could study there. Is this place also funded by a foreign race? Mu'erdeo said, the alien races are really rich and powerful. Cha Mengman snorted and said, that's right. For nearly 8,000 years, alien races have ruled the world and have seized countless resources from beyond the realm. Each of them is very wealthy, and the human race can't compare to them now. Mu'er disagreed, saying, we have caves scattered all over the world, and our resources are not bad either. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Cha Mengman frowned. Back then, the myriad races from beyond the realm devoured half of our territory, leaving nearly half of the grotto heavens in ruins. If it weren't for the cultivation by the saints in our clan, some of the grotto heavens might have been destroyed and could no longer produce anything. Even now, the poisonous influence of the myriad races from beyond the realm still has a far-reaching impact. Mu'er hadn't expected this, considering that the myriad races had obtained many treasures from the cave heaven. Cha Mengman handed Mu'er a plaque, very old-fashioned, that read A3#405 on it. Here, this is your check-in certificate. It's in Zone A3, room 405. I won't go in. Mu'er was taken aback and said, Senior, why don't you come in and sit down? There are some things I'd like to ask you. Cha Mengman waved her hands repeatedly and said, Tianyuan is not a place we can enter at will, and besides, I can't offer any guidance. Please do as you see fit, Your Highness. After saying that, she turned and left, as if she had made up her mind. Mu'er did not insist and entered the heavenly garden. Standing in the Tianyuan garden, he finally understood why Cha Mengman had left. The heavenly garden has a formation, and the sign for entry is the proof of entry. Mu'er could sense its fluctuations. If it weren't for the sign, forcing his way in would likely have resulted in trouble. Keep walking forward. The winding stream was like a fairyland. Soon we arrived at an open space where people were fighting, with clanging and clattering sounds. The area was surrounded by people, divided into 2 groups. A large group of people from various extraterrestrial races surrounded them, forming multiple layers. The other group consisted of humans. Without a closer look, there were probably only about 20 of them. Yamaha, give him a good beating. A burly, foreign man with demonic markings all over his head shouted. Mu'er paid no attention, focusing entirely on the fight. The 2 were fighting. One was a human, holding a sword. His energy flowed with a clanging sword aura, making him incredibly powerful. He should be a first-grade freshman. His moves look fierce, but he is still quite naive and has never seen blood. Mu'er silently evaluated it in his mind. The other person was probably a member of the same clan as the burly man. Both arms were covered in demonic markings, and his muscles were bulging. He was 2 or 3 meters tall, like a small giant. His body was filled with demonic energy, and his punches were powerful and forceful. This alien race is very strong. Mu'er's eyes flashed, but I should be able to take him down with just 1 punch. Upon hearing the man with the demonic tattoo shout, the surrounding alien races began to jeer. Yamaha, is this really necessary? Does a mere human really need to spend so much time? Could it be that they want to be the dog of the great human race and are deliberately going easy on him? When did the heavenly demon clan fall to such a state? Upon hearing this, Mu'er was somewhat surprised. This was the heavenly demon clan? The heavenly demon clan ranks among the top races, each member being robust and powerful. Some of them are leaders of exotic beast tribes and are most proficient in magic and combat skills. In the outer realms, they are first-rate warriors. Upon hearing the provocative words, Yamaha's veins bulged instantly, his muscles seemed to flow, and he poured all his strength into lunging at his opponent. Die! At the same time, his demonic energy surged, and a phantom of a demon god seemed to appear behind him, making this attacking motion. The sword-wielding youth who was fighting him was startled and shouted, "Heavenly sword technique, a dance in the gentle breeze." His body was enveloped in vital energy, and he moved with such grace that it was as if he were dancing. His sword strikes were soft yet long and continuous, like a gentle breeze. Mu'er sighed and couldn't help but mutter. How can you use such a light and airy sword technique? You should break it with force. Really? Yamaha exuded a ferocious aura, with the demonic statues behind him appearing grotesque and roaring incessantly. One punch after another shattered the gentle breeze. The sword-wielding youth was preparing to change his moves when Yamaha's fist was already upon him. Bang! The sword-wielding youth was sent flying backward, spitting out blood. Mu'er rubbed his forehead. Yamaha leaped up and stomped on the chest of the sword-wielding youth. The sound of bones breaking echoed, and the man was firmly embedded in the floor. Wow, beautiful. That was awesome, give me another kick. Yamaha grinned and shouted, the new generation of humans is nothing more than this. The demon servant, whose head was covered in demonic markings, commanded from below the stage. Cut off his legs and feet, throw him into the university hospital, and we'll pay his tuition. Yamaha was about to make his move. A man stepped forward from the human group. He was dressed in black, had a buzz cut, and glared angrily. He shouted. We agreed to have a friendly spar, but now you're drawing blood and even want to cut off their hands and feet. Yellowkong, do you want to die? Yellowkong revealed a mouthful of steel teeth. What, you're not convinced? The man, unable to withstand the pressure, leaped onto the stage, his body bursting forth with boundless energy. The ancient human race received your teachings in person. Chapter 88. Have you always been this brave? Yellowkong picked at his ear and said disdainfully. Cut off his legs and feet first. Yamaha chuckled, his demonic energy forming a blade in his hand, about to slash at the sword-wielding youth. Zangu roared, and it seemed as if a Buddha appeared behind his head. The Buddha spoke, and Buddhist chants resounded. The air around us was turbulent, and the trees and flowers rustled. Mu'er was shocked. Buddhist martial arts? He never spoke of Buddhism in Jiangling City, so it's strange that Buddhist martial arts still exist there. Does this world also contain Taoist cultivation techniques? I've never heard of this before. Upon hearing the Buddha's roar, the demonic energy dissipated somewhat. The Buddhist lion's roar is most effective against demons and evil spirits. Yamaha kicked the sword-wielding youth aside, his eyes deep and unfathomable, and said in a deep, resonant voice. I wonder which Buddhist sect's disciple he is. Zengdu clasped his hands together, his face showing pity, assuming an expression of great compassion. Since the founding of the great Xia by ancestor Xia Hizi, all methods have returned to their origin, Buddhism has gone into seclusion, and Buddhist disciples have not emerged. I have merely converted to Buddhism and studied on my own. Fine, don't talk then. Let me teach you a lesson, you bald monk. Yamaha doesn't believe it. Only 3 types of students are eligible to enter Tianyuan. One type of student bribes, such as the extraterrestrial celestials of course, powerful members of the human race can also bribe. The second category consists of students who are on the lucky draw list. There are 3 types of special admissions programs for top universities. College entrance exam scores are only one aspect of a person's ability. Truly talented people will not be forgotten by universities. The younger generation of all the races outside the realm are very familiar with the names on the lucky draw list. Zangu was obviously not on it, except for one who was specially recruited by Extreme University. Amit Ba. Zangu chanted a Buddhist prayer, saying, "It is time for this humble monk to enter and vanquish the demons." Having said that, he strode forward with a fist that echoed with the sound of wind and thunder. Thunder sound 8 styles. Buddhist boxing style, with overwhelming power, is said to have an 8th move that can slay dragons. Yemoi showed no sign of yielding, his fists imbued only with demonic energy, like endless dark clouds, as he clashed with Zangu. Heavenly Demon Supreme Fist. The pure boxing style seems to come from ancient times, without any fancy techniques, only moving forward. The two exchanged blows, their figures clashing, and had already gone through more than 10 moves. A short while later, both of them were already bleeding. Break! Zangu's face was covered in golden light, and his body turned completely golden. He roared, like a lion exploding. The Buddhist lion's roar is a sonic attack used to dispel evil spirits and drive away demons, shaking the mind and spirit. This was the opportunity he seized. The two were evenly matched in strength, and the contest came down to combat experience. Zangu had considerable combat experience and seized upon Yemo's weakness. As the sound wave struck, the flesh on Yamaha's face folded back as if it had been blown by a gale. While others didn't feel much discomfort, Yemo felt extremely uncomfortable. Having fully absorbed this roar, it was as if a million Buddhas had sprung up in his mind, chanting sutras and reciting Buddhist scriptures, almost shattering his mind. How could the Buddhist lion's roar be so powerful? However, he was also a genius, and he recovered in just a few breaths. This is already quite remarkable. But it was still too late. In the battle between demons, every breath is crucial. Zangufu used the Buddhist lion's roar, followed by the thunder sound 8 styles face to face. The sound of wind and thunder swept by. Yamaha was knocked off the stage and coughed up blood repeatedly. When he awoke, all he saw were the mocking faces of the myriad races from beyond the realm. "Your Highness, I have lost." Yellow Kong, his face cold, shouted, "Useless trash, watch me kill him." Having said that, he leaped up and landed in front of Zangu. "Bald monk, do you dare to fight me?" Zangu said, "It is common for martial artists to spar. As long as you know your limits and follow the rules, I am willing to fight you." Yellow Kong shook his head, his muscles twitching repeatedly, as if he had come alive. "You humans have so many rules. In the Heavenly Demon Clan, strength is everything. I only took his position by killing the previous 17th prince." Zangu's face twitched. He truly couldn't compete with these extraterrestrial races in terms of ferocity. Umitba, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Demonic runes swirled on Yellow Kong's head as he said disdainfully, "I'll spare your life." Having said that, his body was enveloped in a dense cloud of demonic energy, far stronger than that of Yamaha. Zangu's face darkened, realizing the danger. Yellow Kong grinned maliciously and stepped forward. It's still the Heavenly Demon Supreme Fist. With immense power and sheer force, it was all physical. Every move it made carried a cloud of demonic energy, making it extremely aggressive. Before Zangu Laiyin had even set up his 8 stances, Yellow Kong was already upon him. That speed? Muer's brow twitched. What kind of footwork was this? This footwork is incredibly strange, covering 10 meters in a single step, giving no one a chance to react. Bang! Yellow Kong sent Zangu flying with just one move. It's not over yet. He dodged and weaved, managing to treat Zangu like a punching bag. Before long, Zangu was covered in blood, his bones were shattered, and he was reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. The scene was extremely brutal. The various races from beyond the realm below roared excitedly, shouting contemptuous words such as, "Two-legged sheep. You bastard, you dare to kill someone even at Extreme University." Some freshmen couldn't stand it anymore and went up on stage to challenge them. Yellow Kong threw a punch, knocking the man to the ground. "I've come to meet you." Another person jumped up, but the 17th prince of the Heavenly Demon Clan still threw a punch. "I'll do it." One punch. "I'll do it." Humans fought bravely one after another, but most were still defeated with a single punch. Some could withstand 3 or 4 punches, but ultimately they were still defeated. Before long, only 3 or 4 people remained in the area where the humans were, all of them pale-faced, trembling, and without any fighting spirit. Looking at Yellow Kong was like looking at a god or a demon. Yellow Kong was covered in blood, and the surrounding area was filled with human beings, all of whom had their skin torn open and their flesh torn, and some even had bones protruding from their internal organs, with blood dripping everywhere. Human blood is so delicious. The 17th prince sniffed the blood on his finger, then licked it clean. Muer stared coldly, his face icy. No matter what, he is the crown prince of the human race. How could he stand by and watch his own people be bullied like this? So he pushed away all the races from beyond the realm. "Who the hell is this? Why are you pushing me?" Some outsiders glanced at them, and although they didn't want to move, they were forcefully pushed away by a tremendous force. Other foreign tribes, too, tried their best to stand up, but were still pushed away, to the point that the floorboards were crushed and broken. Mu'er violently carved out a path and slowly walked onto the arena. Another person is being sent to their death. The blood stained Yelukhan's lips, making them appear even more crimson. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Mu'er with strange footwork. A flash of golden light appeared in Mu'er's eyes. Yelukhan noticed this detail and was startled, but it was too late. He saw countless fist shadows filling the sky, hundreds? Thousands? He couldn't see clearly anymore. He only saw these fist shadows merge together, rapidly enlarging before his eyes, and then smashing into him. A sharp pain shot through me, as if striking my very soul. He looked down. A hand pierced through his chest. The boy in front of me looked puzzled. Have you always been this brave? Chapter 89 Opening Eyes. It should be noted that even the prince of the heavenly demon clan is only in his newborn stage. He simply has more vigorous blood and energy and a stronger physique than other races. Ultimately, they were still just ordinary mortals. With their chests and abdomens pierced and their hearts shattered, they were beyond dead. Your Highness 17th. Yamaha's eyes were bloodshot with rage, and with a stomp of his foot, he was about to avenge his master. Mu'er's face was contorted with rage, and his vital energy erupted, his blood and chi surging with a thunderous roar. Yamaha was quite powerful. Behind him stood a demon god statue, and the demonic patterns on his arms swirled wildly. His arms suddenly swelled up to the size of tree trunks. He threw a punch. Mu'er also landed a punch. Yamaha's arm melted away as if it had struck a meteorite from outer space, all the way down to his torso. No. The will to die enveloped him, and he cried out unconsciously. Mu'er's punches continued relentlessly, piercing through his body. Bang! Amidst the rising dust, Yemohi and Yelukhan lay together, master and servant falling to their deaths one after the other. The audience was stunned. These humans are too arrogant. They actually dared to kill the prince of the heavenly demon clan directly. Isn't this just a friendly sparring match? A foreigner shouted. Mu'er said coldly. Yelukhan made a solemn vow that the sparring must end in blood, and I was merely fulfilling his wish. The rules you agreed on. Then another foreign tribe shouted. Rule? Mu'er pointed to the human prodigies lying on the ground below the stage. When did the heavenly demon clan abolish the rules? At least they didn't die. Ming is dead. Mu'er remained unmoved. Some of the prodigies lying on the ground had already woken up. Upon hearing this, they quickly smeared the blood on their bodies, then tilted their heads to the side and closed their eyes tightly. This is outrageous. Who can kill this scoundrel? That's right, he broke the rules first, so don't blame us for being ruthless. The various races from beyond the realm were filled with righteous indignation, raising their hands in a gesture of eagerness to join the fray. I'll do it. A member of a foreign ethnic group leaped onto the stage. The Blazing Flame Clan, exhaust them. This foreign human was of medium build, with no hair on his head, only burning flames. As soon as he appeared, waves of heat rolled around him, and the temperature rose sharply. Mu'er simply waved. You bastard, die. Flames rolled across Hao's body, instantly spreading throughout his entire body. Mu'er understood somewhat why the extraterrestrial races could dominate the universe. There was indeed a method to it. Leaving aside the heavenly demon clan, whose physical bodies are extraordinary from birth and whose demonic powers are profound, their demonic attacks are so powerful that they are irresistible. As for the Blazing Flame Clan, their innate energy is inherently attributed, so their power is beyond question. At the first rank of the human race, the Yuan Qi is merely Yuan Qi. It is only at the second rank that Yuan Qi is empowered. The Blazing Flame Clan's innate advantage allows them to easily crush human martial artists of the same realm. However, being a first-rank cultivator, his vital energy could only adhere to the surface of his body and could not be released externally. In close combat, Mu'er was not afraid of anyone. His fist possessed both wind and thunder, its light carrying the power of the sun and flames colliding with the energy of the fire. A large, dark hole appeared in Haoji's chest. The smell of sulfur and saltpeter wafted out. It's somewhat unbelievable that Hao bowed his head. You're not a first-rank official? The fist was accompanied by fire, the sun, wind, and thunder. This was clearly not a Qi martial artist, but a source martial artist. Mu'er did not respond, but merely raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He didn't die. It turns out they are not carbon-based organisms, but silicon-based organisms. Are the Blazing Flame clan made of stone? Surprisingly, this attack didn't kill him. When he received no response, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes, and flames swirled around his body. Soon, the hole in his chest was covered by flames, and the flesh next to it melted and glued the hole back together, as if the wound had healed. That's interesting. Mu'er watched with great interest. You can't kill me, now it's my turn. Haoji grinned maliciously and lunged forward, his fists crackling with flames, determined to crush Mu'er. Mu'er dodged back and forth, no longer hardening his body. If we can't find a weakness in the Blazing Flame clan, continuing the fight will be pointless. Thinking of this, he released a small snake of mental energy and locked onto Haoji. A member of a different race in the audience seemed to sense something and reminded them. Be careful, his spiritual power has broken out of the Naiman Palace. Mu'er was greatly shocked and looked around. It was a creature with snow-white hair and 2 antennae on its head. At this moment, its antennae were glowing, as if it were sensing something. Mu'er recalled that this seemed to be a Spirit Touch clan member, a natural master of spiritual power. Haoji's expression changed. He never expected Mu'er to use his spiritual power. I don't. Before he could finish speaking, Mu'er roared with thunderous force. It's too late. The words fell. Haoji's right abdomen was pierced by a punch. That was the core of the Blazing Flame clan, or rather, the core of the Blazing Flame clan. The sound of shattering glass rang out, and the flames on the Blazing Flame clan gradually died down. Its body twisted and turned into pieces of red and black stone that fell to the ground. Elder brother. A member of the Blazing Flame clan screamed and tried to rush forward, but was held back by others. Now they understand that Mu'er is no match for them. A member of an alien race stepped forward, tall and slender, with a dignified posture and a faint halo behind his head, and questioned. You are not of the first rank. Mu'er asked coldly, who are you? The Heavenly Emperor clan, Emperor Wushuang. The alien races didn't react much, while the humans whispered amongst themselves. The Heavenly Emperor clan is the 3rd largest clan among the myriad races outside the realm. It has a profound foundation, and it is said that its ancestors survived from the era of the end of the Dharma of the gods. Mu'er's blood and chi surged, and he could hardly suppress his fighting spirit. The Heavenly Emperor clan sounds incredibly powerful. They're perfect for sharpening knives. I am a first-rank official, do you dare to fight me? Mu'er pointed his sword at Di Wushuang, golden light emanating from his eyes. His blood and chi were surging too fast, and his chi was changing too strongly, causing his golden eyes to become somewhat unable to suppress their power. You are of the highest rank? Why is your vital energy called the source? Instead of giving a direct answer, Di Wushuang asked Mu'er about the issue of Yuan Chi empowerment. Mu'er frowned and said, there is an opportunity. Di Wushuang snorted coldly and said, you are a first-rank cultivator, so why did your spiritual power break through your Naiman Palace? This is clearly the work of a 3rd-rank cultivator. Mu'erdeo said, there is an opportunity. The foreign race remained silent. Why don't you call yourself a hexagonal warrior? Di Wushuang scoffed. If you are a freshman, why don't you show proof? Mu'er remained expressionless and coldly said. No need for proof, I just want you to open your eyes and see. Question mark. The foreigners were puzzled, asking what it meant to open one's eyes. However, Mu'er had already closed his eyes, and then slowly opened them. This aura was like the rising sun at the beginning of time, when the universe was in chaos. An inexplicable aura of majesty emanated from Mu'er's body. That was a terrifying power that reigned supreme over the world and was invincible. Ah! Some people only looked for a moment longer, and their eyes felt as if they were being stabbed by knives and swords, causing them to shed tears from the pain. Many other alien races turned their heads away, unwilling to lower their heads or meet Mu'er's gaze. Mu'er spoke, his voice carrying thunderous and majestic heavenly tones. Limit University, freshman, title Zhao Yuan. Emperor Wushuang, are you ready for a battle? Chapter 90 The Unparalleled Human Prince. Boom! The audience erupted in uproar. It turned out to be Zhao Yuan, the crown prince of the human race. Those golden eyes don't lie. It really was him. I've seen Zhao Yuan's portrait before. His real name was. Some aliens wanted to reveal Mu'er's real name, but suddenly their throats tightened and they couldn't speak. Mu'er's golden eyes locked onto him, like a sharp sword hanging high above. If he were to reveal Mu'er's real name, he might face utter destruction. Zhao Yuan, no wonder. Those golden eyes are even more ferocious than those of the Divine Eye clan. Di Wushuang was somewhat embarrassed. How did I end up running into a human prince? But now that he's in such a precarious position, there's no reason for him to back down. Human prince, what's your name, Zhao Yuan? Mu'er is your real name. He stepped onto the ring, looking fierce. Mu'er's eyes shone with golden light. You dare to call me by my real name, but you don't dare to look me in the eye? Diwu's double eyelids twitched, his mind raced, and he stared directly at Mu'er. Why wouldn't you dare? Di Wuxuan's eyes shone with silver light, clearly a unique pupil technique. Coupled with the divine will behind him, he was actually on par with Mu'er. Okay. Mu'er's lips curled up, his heart filled with excitement at the sight of his prey. This is the first time someone at the same level as him has dared to look him in the eye. It is a good whetstone. Come on, let's have a fight. North of Tianyuan. This is the dormitory building for senior students. The older students stood together, gazing at the arena in the freshman area. A young man carrying a long sword laughed. Interesting, the crown prince has actually come. The way he addressed him as crown prince showed little respect. It was more like a joke. Since the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty, all titles such as crown prince, prince, and his highness of the previous dynasty have been abolished and have remained unchanged for hundreds of years. Unexpectedly, another crown prince has emerged now. Many people look down on it. What, you still want to test your sword against him? A man with long hair standing nearby asked. The young man with the long sword said, I wouldn't dare. Besides, he can't withstand one of my sword strikes right now. I don't think so, someone scoffed. Under the bloodline of the Ming Emperor, the weak will kneel down directly, while the strength of the strong will be limited by 2 levels. If you are at the same level as him, you will definitely lose. The man was dressed in a Taoist robe and had his hair styled in a bun, looking every bit like an ancient person. Xiao Haochu, are you out of your mind? Why should I be at the same level as him? I just need to maintain my current progress and always be stronger than him. The young man with the long sword rolled his eyes. Xiao Haochu chuckled and said, your cultivation is better than theirs, but they have theological knowledge and an ultimate physical body. What level are you at when you enter the first rank? Do you want to try my sword? The young man with the long sword placed his hand on the hilt, ready to draw his sword and strike at any moment. All right, shut up. On a distant artificial hill, a woman in a trench coat rebuked in a deep voice. The crowd could only grunt twice and then fall silent. Don't forget our mission. The woman's eyes were filled with the intense battle between Di Wuxuan and Mu'er. Xiao Haochu made a hand seal and said with a grin, don't worry, those alien races aren't crazy. They won't be thinking of hunting down students at this time. Also in the north, Tianyuan Zifu. This is where the senior students from other ethnic groups live. On a high platform, surrounded by no fewer than 30 or 50 people of various races and ethnicities, at the center was a beautiful woman draped in a snow-white fox fur coat, her skin as smooth and white as the first snow of the north. She was no different from any other person, wearing a backless cheongsam, exuding charm and allure. Her fox-like eyes made onlookers' blood boil, and they were willing to die for her. This is the crown prince of the human race? Her voice was melodious and clear, like a mountain stream flowing, ethereal and pleasant to the ear. Just listening to her voice made one's blood rush. Yes, my real name is Mu'er, and my honorific title is Zhao Yuan. The people behind them all looked fervent. Let's find an opportunity to kill him. Holy crap! Wow! They were clearly courting death, yet these alien races were full of enthusiasm, and some humans also had burning eyes, eager to join the fray. The woman randomly picked someone. Go ahead. The man was so excited he almost fainted. The battle on stage has reached a fever pitch. Di Wuxuan, as expected of someone from the Heavenly Emperor clan, possesses extremely profound knowledge and can wield various martial arts techniques with ease, making him a veritable encyclopedia of martial arts. From fist techniques and palm techniques to leg techniques and martial arts skills, the variety of moves is frightening. In comparison, Moji appears rather monotonous. Use the 100 Flowers Fist and the Blazing Fire Fist back and forth, or at the very least, use the Illusionary Feather Secret technique to assist in the attack and evasion. You should go to the library to learn more martial arts techniques. Mu'er thought to himself. Seeing Mu'er suppressed, Di Wuxuan felt extremely pleased. Ha ha ha, the human prince is nothing special. Mu'er used his mental power to attack, but unexpectedly, Di Wuxuan's divine will at the back of his head rotated, isolating his mental power. My divine will has been completed, so spiritual power is useless to me. Di Wuxuan laughed even more wildly, adding punches and kicks, making Mu'er look rather disheveled. We underestimated the heroes of the world. Mu'er sighed inwardly and urged his vital energy. For a moment his clothes were bulging, then with a bang, they ripped apart, revealing a delicate, powerful, pale golden body. There are 7 spheres on its body, like some kind of seal. Emperor Wushwang seemed to be moved. Are these stars? Mu'er unleashed his full power and laughed, you guessed right. The starry skyflame golden diagram is activated. Others did not feel it so deeply, they only saw 7 luminous pearls enveloping Di Wushwang, while Di Wushwang felt immense pressure. He felt as if he had arrived in the heavens, in the universe, facing countless stars, among which 7 stars were pressing down on him. Boom! Di Wushwang knelt on one knee on the ground, silver blood gushing from his mouth. One picture was enough to suppress it. Mu'er's fists came one after another. Go to hell. Di Wushwang's eyes widened in fury, no. There's nothing he can do right now. The power of the star chart is immense, how could it possibly move stars? This is nothing short of a supernatural ability. Just as Mu'er's fist was about to strike Di Wushwang, he heard a whooshing sound. That was fatal. If you don't dodge, you will definitely die. Mu'er had no choice but to activate illusionary feather and create distance. The danger has not disappeared. Mu'er's mental energy enveloped the surroundings, and he felt as if he were locked on. Any slight movement would surely result in his death. In the blink of an eye, a figure entered Mu'er's mental energy domain. Quickly, Mu'er only saw a dark shadow approaching him. Mu'er felt a chill run down his spine, his blood surged instantly, and his eyes seemed to explode with golden light. Get out of here! He channeled his lightning essence, combined with the blazing light of the peony fist, and unleashed a powerful punch. But this power is nothing more than a drop in the ocean compared to the shadowy figure. Clang! A sword rang out. A long sword fell from the sky and blocked Mu'er's way. A young man walked slowly towards him. Tisk, why isn't Miaoxuan's dog getting weaker and weaker? Chapter 91 Fame reached the limit. The Azure Sword belongs to Gu Yuchuan. This is a third-year university student. He is very strong. His swordsmanship is almost like magic. He is known as the number 1 in the 3rd rank of the ultimate swordsmanship. Mu'er was surprised, he hadn't expected the newcomer to be so strong. Why didn't they show up earlier and let Yelukan beat the new students? With a light flick of his sword tip, Gu Yuchuan unleashed 13 strands of azure sword energy that condensed into a cage. The shadowy figure revealed its true form. It was Nightshade Shadow Servant Ming, whose skin shimmered like tar, and whose bone blades extended from his 10 fingers emitted a hissing sound like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. The moment the bone blade collided with the azure nether sword, 37 layers of hidden force exploded at the edge of the blade. Mu'er's pupils reflected a sky full of purple-red starlight, and those bursting points of light actually condensed into the shape of chains in mid-air. The Nightmare Clan's unique soul-killing curse was spreading along the point where the weapons clashed. Suddenly, Gu Yuchuan's wrist flipped in an arc that defied the joint structure, and the spine of the sword rolled upwards, brushing against the bone blade. The black wide sleeves were filled with spiritual power. When she turned around, the hem of her clothes fluttered and swept across the ground, and the dark gold Bagua diagram lit up one by one with the folds of the fabric. The shadow beneath Ming's feet suddenly twisted into an asphalt-like swamp, and the shadow binding runes he was so proud of were now reflecting mirror patterns from the center of the array. The Ken position signifies returning to the source. Gu Yuchuan murmured softly, as if a judge were writing with his pen. Ming was shocked to realize that the shadow strike he had unleashed was breaking out of the array and piercing through his own ankle. Before the Nightshade Clan's unique dark blue blood could even drip, the Azure Sword was already 3 inches above his Adam's apple. Mu'er suddenly noticed Gu Yuchuan's left hand hanging by his side. The 5 fingers were interlaced in some ancient sacrificial gesture, and what was leaping between the fingers was not ordinary lightning, but a dragon-shaped talisman wrapped in bluish-purple plasma. The wandering runes formed meridian-like light paths under the skin, clearly the phenomenon of thunder hidden in the meridians that only appears when one has cultivated the Heavenly Gang Thunder Seal to the 7th level. Dual cultivation of swordsmanship and martial arts? Mu'er's eyes gleamed. Tellin Miaoxuan. Gu Yuchuan lightly tapped Ming's cheek with the blade of his sword. Dare to use a shadow puppet to test the freshman of Limitless University again. The residual sword energy suddenly shattered the jade talisman at Ming's waist, revealing a twisted worm inside, its azure aura permeating it, resembling a demon. This is a creature similar to a goo worm, cultivated by the Nightmare Clan. It's called the soul-eating worm, and it can devour souls. It's extremely insidious. Mu'er was secretly alarmed. Ming was a top assassin who had come with a murderous intent. If it weren't for Gu Yuchuan's intervention, we would probably have been defeated today. Must die. The moment Gu Yuchuan uttered those two words, his killing intent surged. Ming's face turned pale, and his mind went blank. And Miaoshuan could see it clearly from a distance. She could even sense that Ming's connection with her had weakened by 7/10 under Gu Yuchuan's threat, and he was almost breaking free from her control. You bastard. And Miaoshuan frowned. It was fine if she didn't frown, but when she did, her whole face came alive. The surrounding light dimmed by 3/10. 9 phantom foxtails bloomed behind her, the blue flames burning at the tips of the tails almost falling, reflected in her glassy eyes as bewitching stars. As she stomped her feet, her embroidered shoes, adorned with mermaid pearls, crushed the blue bricks, while the foxtail begonias blooming from the cracks made the air sweet. My lord, please calm your anger. The 12 silver armored guards simultaneously slashed their palms, letting the blood soak into the patterns on their weapons. The wolf demon guard in the front row had his pupils shrink to vertical slits, and he roared as he tore at his left arm with his fangs, I'm going to dig up that Mugai's ancestral grave right now. The half-skeletal ghost cultivator behind him spat out a tongue nail, and the poisoned barbs on the nailhead pierced his own jaw in his excitement. Gu Yuchuan is too strong. How could I bear to send you all to your deaths? And Miaoshuan simply smiled, but her 100 generals became even more fervent. I would gladly die for you, my lord. My lord, please let me go. And Miaoshuan's smile remained unchanged, but her pupils were frozen in ice. A faded thread of fate slowly rose from her fingertip, and her lips uttered venomous words. Let's deal with Ming later. As for the human prince, I will personally take action. As the last note swept across the frenzied faces of the crowd, the gold hairpin in her hair suddenly fell to the ground. Hundreds of her attendants had actually started fighting among themselves over this ordinary piece of jewelry. Mu'er clasped his hands in a fist salute, the golden eyes in his eyes now hidden. If it weren't for Senior Gu today, you are the human representative who will be affixing your handprint to the covenant of all races. The sudden clang of a sword returning to its sheath cut off his words. Gu Yuchuan conjured ice shards at his fingertips, washing away the blood on his body. Dying before my eyes would be troublesome. Mu'er stared at the lightning patterns flowing within the ice crystals, secretly amazed. Just who was Gu Yuchuan? His swordsmanship and magic were unparalleled. What does this human race represent? He didn't take Gu Yuchuan's disdain to heart. In this world, the strong are respected. Even with Xia Hezi's reforms, this rule still applies among martial artists. The only way to gain recognition is through superior strength. I advise the young master to temper his arrogance, lest he be beaten to death by others. This place is not like Zhongling. As the lingering sound dissipated in the wind, Gu Yuchuan had already leaped towards the library by stepping on pine branches, the startled flock of cranes leaving trails of sword energy behind him. Mu'er clicked his tongue in amazement. I definitely made the right choice coming to Extreme University. He looked down upon the new life of countless races beyond the realm. So, do you guys still have any challenges? No one dared to answer. Boring. Mu'er, lacking interest, found his villa and moved in. The house has 2 floors and a very simple structure. The first floor has a living room, kitchen, bathroom, storage room, and 2 guest rooms. Mu'er couldn't figure out what the purpose of this guest room was. The second floor is even simpler, with only 2 rooms, a bedroom and a martial arts training room, both of which are very luxurious and fully equipped. Not bad, not bad. Feeling comfortable, Mu'er began studying notes for freshmen enrolling at Limit University. This book, with over 3 million words, is an epic work. It would take a whole day to finish reading it. Since we're unfamiliar with the place and the people, we still need to do some careful research. Cafeteria number 7. Get out of class is over, and it's lunchtime for the students. The cafeteria was overcrowded. Have you heard? The Crown Prince has appeared. Zhao Yuan? Yes, he killed the 17th prince of the Heavenly Demon Clan as soon as he came in. TSK, he's really fierce. Ha, the human race hasn't had the title of Crown Prince for thousands of years, how come a Crown Prince suddenly appears? I heard it's from the bloodline of Emperor Ming. No wonder. The Bagua symbol resembles a spark igniting on a pile of dry firewood. The story of Mu'er killing the demon quickly spread throughout the university. The school has had its share of ruthless individuals who killed various extraterrestrial races during the freshman year, but Mu'er became extremely popular mainly for one reason. He is the heir of the human race, and by all accounts, every student at Limit University should bow and greet him. Who could stand this? Chapter 92 Clash. Mu'er pulled his upper body out of the sea of books. The instructions for new students of Extreme University was of great help to him. Extreme University is a place where humans and other races live together. The various races outside the region try every means to send the geniuses of their races to their ancestral lands for cultivation, while the various races in the universe and the human race are like fire and water. Therefore, half of this book is about interacting with various races from beyond the realm. Suddenly, Mu'er's nose twitched. Why does it smell like cedar? The scent is so refreshing that just smelling it makes my heart race for no reason. Ring ring. The doorbell rang. Who will come looking for me? Mu'er thought for a moment, then went downstairs and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the scent of cedar wafted out, and standing in front of it was an absolutely beautiful woman. The first thing Mu'er noticed was her loose hair. 3,000 strands of black hair shimmered with a ghostly blue halo under the moonlight, their ends gleaming like stardust. Though still and hanging down, they evoked the image of a venomous snake raising its head, its taut, deadly curves. When she looked up, the moonlight in the entire corridor turned into cheap silver dust. Her frosty, dewy eyes reflected both the crescent moon and the blood moon. Beneath her porcelain white neck, a pool of flowing gold shimmered in the hollow of her collarbone. The eerie golden light flowed along the smoky purple gauze dress, condensing into a breathing spider lily pattern at the waist. What's most captivating is the rhythm of her walk. The agate pendant hanging from her left ear always sways half a beat slower than the pearl pendant in her right ear. This staggered, dynamic beauty makes the hearts of all who watch her gradually race. Have you seen enough? The woman chuckled softly, exuding a captivating charm. The cinnabar mole on her eyebrow suddenly split into 9, only to revert to its original state in the blink of an eye. As her fingernails, stained with balsam juice, brushed against the corner of her lips, Mu'er suddenly realized that she had no shadow at all, or rather, all the shadows in the entire space spontaneously gathered into a carpet, crawling beneath her embroidered shoes adorned with pearls. Danger! 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 Mu'er felt a chill run down his spine, and the Ming Emperor's bloodline activated automatically. His golden eyes lit up, and the golden patterns in them were like a living imperial seal, climbing along the veins and finally melting into a totem of 2 dragons holding a pearl on his iris. The moonlight along the entire corridor began to flow backward. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be light dust escaping the scrutiny of those eyes. And Miaoxuan suddenly tasted rust on her tongue. It was her own fox blood flowing back into her mouth. The twin dragon totems in Mu'er's pupils began to reverse their course, and the golden waves stirred up by each dragon scale precisely washed over the demon core within her body. The 9-tailed celestial fox was startled to find that her body was out of control. A tingling, numbing sensation came from her tail, and an unparalleled desire welled up from the bottom of her heart. You and I are the same kind of people. Her breaths, mingled with the broken ringing of bells, escaped her throat, and her meticulously manicured nails dug deeply into her palms. Those fox eyes, which were meant to bewitch all living beings, now uncontrollably revealed crescent-shaped markings that only appeared during the mating season. Even more terrifying was the raging demonic fire in her dantian, which was frantically reshaping the meridians and forcibly altering the heavenly fox secret manual, which she had cultivated for 10,000 years, into a sacrificial dance score for worshipping the human prince. Boom! Ultimately, it was overwhelming strength that suppressed desire. And Miaoxuan forced Mu'er's sharp edge aside and left on the edge of the wind. Mu'er frowned, looking at the beauty's disheveled figure, feeling utterly bewildered. It comes quickly and goes quickly. What exactly do they want to do? However, he was extremely wary of this woman. Anyone who could make the Emperor Ming's bloodline operate automatically was definitely not simple. What's going on? Why does her face keep popping into my head? And what exactly does one type of person mean? Mu'er returned to the training room, still puzzled. He simply subconsciously compared in Miaoxuan and Xu Minyao. Both of them are absolutely stunning. A single glance at them would stop your heart from beating. Xu Minyao is more like a cold and aloof iceberg, exuding an air of nobility, someone to be admired from afar but not to be trifled with. And Miaoxuan, on the other hand, is a stunningly beautiful woman, with an indescribable air of worldliness. This touch of worldliness doesn't make her seem cheap. On the contrary, it makes her even more attractive. Mu'er shook his head. Don't think about it anymore, school will officially start in a couple of days. When Miaoxuan crashed through the 7 layers of moonlight barrier and fell into the bedroom, the silk ribbons binding her chest were spontaneously combusting. The moment the gauze woven from the silk of ancient ice silkworms touched her burning skin, it instantly ignited with blue flames mixed with fox fur. 36 Chalcedony bottles on the dressing table shattered one after another, and the spilled beauty-preserving elixir formed the character prisoner on the ground. Absurd! She tore open her clothes and gasped for breath in front of the water-moon mirror, the dragon scale patterns that appeared below her collarbone startling the precious mirror into cracking. In the afterimage in the mirror, 3 of the 9-tailed fox's tails were wrapped around his neck, with the tips of the tails still covered in the starlight that had splashed from Muir's golden eyes. As her fingertips brushed against the newly formed reverse scale on her lower abdomen, the dormant virginity mark that had been dormant for 1,000 years suddenly transformed into a miniature dragon head, biting her finger as she tried to summon her natal foxfire. The intense heat of the flames nearly made her faint. No, no. Her smooth forehead was glistening with fragrant sweat, and desire, like a great dragon, was about to devour her. Qingqiu's ancestral precepts. She curled up amidst the mess, biting her tongue to try and use the pain to bring back her senses. The sprayed blood mist condensed in the air into a pattern of 2 dragons playing with a pearl, with Muir's rugged face clearly reflected inside the pearl. And Miaochuan finally screamed and crushed the communication jade slip, but what emerged from the shards was not her confidant, but a projection of Muir's golden eyes from 365 different angles. Unable to control their desires, decadent and lewd sounds filled the palace. The next day, Muir woke up, quickly washed up, and prepared to have breakfast. There was a knock at the door. Luo Guanyo of Fengyang requests your highness's guidance. Muir came out of the restroom with a handkerchief in his hand. Weren't the myriad races scared off yesterday? That's really interesting. He pushed open the door and saw his clansmen standing outside in the courtyard. Muir asked, puzzled, what are you doing? Luo Guanyo stood as straight as a pine tree, holding his sword, and shouted loudly. Luo Guanyo of Fengyang requests your highness's guidance. His voice was full of energy, more invigorating than the crowing of a rooster at 4 or 5 in the morning. Muir glanced around and noticed that heads were peeking out from the surrounding villas, clearly indicating that the freshmen were all very interested in this big show. I wouldn't presume to offer guidance. Who are you, sir? Muir wiped his hands, tossed the towel onto the sofa, and asked casually. The 3rd son of the Luo family of Fengyang. He was very proud, his face beaming. Muir said, you're not on the lucky draw list, are you? Luo Guanyo remained unmoved, and chuckled lightly. I thought the young master was a man of great talent, but I never expected him to be so short-sighted. Among the backbone of our human race, how many are on the lucky koi list? And how many are not on the lucky koi list? Isn't that obvious? Most of the prodigies on the koi fish ranking were hunted down by various races. Muir, unwilling to elaborate, asked. A friendly spar? A point-to-point exchange, or a fight to the death? Luo Guanyo seemed to realize something, his face turned pale, and he said. Naturally, we'll stop there. Chapter 93 Humility. Come. Muir waved. Luo Guanyo unleashed orange-red energy from his palms, executing the first level of the 9-yang intercepting meridian hand, the burning lampstance. Scorch marks suddenly appeared on the surface of the blue bricks in Tianyuan. This was the unique scorching energy of the Luo family of Fengyang, which could make an opponent's blood boil. With a flick of his fingers, he actually formed a 6-wheeled array of flames in front of him. Muir lightly touched the ground with his toes, activating the illusionary feather secret technique, Shadowy Strike. 7 afterimages cut in through the gaps in the flame wheel. The 100 Flowers Fist, falling petal style, unfolds, with pale golden petals formed from primordial energy seemingly drifting towards the Qihai acupoint, but in reality sealing the primordial energy node at Luo Guanyo's Susanli acupoint. A mere trick. Luo Guanyo changed his move to the melting gold hand, his palm condensing crimson energy into the shape of a branding iron. Just as he was about to crush the petals, those vital petals suddenly reflected sunlight, gathering into a spot of light near his Tanzhong acupoint, a sign that was the prelude to the gathering of yang energy by the peony fiery light fist. As their fists collided, Muir's fist suddenly emitted incandescent light. Luo Guanyo felt the scorching energy flowing backward along the Taiyuan acupoint. He hurriedly activated his family's secret technique, only to be shocked to discover that the energy invading his body contained a hidden cold attribute. This is what I gained from comprehending the Flame Star River diagram. If it can absorb starlight, why can't it absorb moonlight? Muir condensed the absorbed moonlight into hidden energy, creating a yin-yang clash with the blazing light fist. Yu Xingfei knew this was one of Muir's trump cards and praised it repeatedly. Break! Muir spun around and unleashed 3 rings of Yuan Qi. Luo Guanyo looked up in panic. Before he could regain his footing, Mu'er's left hand had already gripped his wrist, and his right hand, brimming with energy, held a blazing fist 3 inches from his nose, the force of the punch causing the leaves behind him to flutter wildly. Luo Guangyao, his face covered in sweat, hurriedly said, "Thank you for your mercy, Your Highness." Mu'er lowered his hand and said calmly, "It's all right, just a friendly spar." The surrounding new students watching the battle were all terrified. Luo Guangyao was defeated in just a few rounds. What kind of strength was this? Luo Guangyao, having directly fought Mu'er and knowing the inside story, asked. I wonder how much of his strength the young master used. Mu'er thought for a moment and said modestly. About 20% is about right. Hiss. Those around gasped in shock. Is it really that powerful? Before the water stains on the bluestone slab had dried, a figure in black leaped out of the villa. The newcomer, clad in tortoise-patterned soft armor, clasped his hands in a fist salute, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Qin Jinshan of the Xuanwuchen family requests your guidance on the Xuanwuzhen Yueju. An earthy yellow aura rose from his body, which condensed into tortoise shell-like patterns on his skin. Being able to empower vital energy at the first rank indicates that this person is no ordinary individual. Mu'er raised an eyebrow slightly, activated the illusionary feather secret technique Swallow Return, and suddenly circled behind Qin Jinshan. As Baihuat Suichuan Jimei Shou extended his fist, he suddenly felt as if his fist was sinking into a quagmire. The opponent's back had inexplicably risen with the phantom image of a mountain of vital energy, which rebounded 30% of the fist's force back. Your Highness, be careful. Qin Jinshan lowered his stance and slammed his palms on the ground. Dozens of streams of mysterious yellow earth energy emerged from the cracks in the blue bricks of the martial arts arena, condensing into 8 dragon trapping stakes to block Mu'er's retreat. This is the third move of the Xuanwu technique, Earth Binding. In the spectator stands, a student's sword was so crushed that its scabbard broke. A golden light flashed in Mu'er's eyes, and his toes suddenly touched the thickest earth energy node of the dragon binding stake. The blazing light fist technique, known as the wildfire style, is restrained and unleashed, using only half of one's vital energy to ignite the yin energy of the earth's veins. Qin Jinshan was startled to feel a tingling sensation under his feet, and the dragon imprisoning array he had painstakingly created suddenly began to turn into glass from its base. Break! Mu'er spun around and kicked the crystallized earth energy cage to pieces, and the crystal powder scattered in the air refracted a rainbow of light under the sunlight. Qin Jinshan hurriedly changed his move to protect himself with Xuanjia, but he saw Mu'er pointing his fingers like a sword. The fragments of rainbow light were actually controlled by the 100 Flowers Fist and the bee guiding style, and they drilled into the Qihai acupoint along the gaps in the tortoise shell pattern. As Qin Jinshan staggered to his knees, Mu'er's fingertips were holding the golden silk ribbon binding his armor. Just now, while the rainbow light was dazzling his eyes, the illusionary feather secret technique, Butterfly Through Flowers, had already broken through 7 of his vital points. Brother Chen has mastered 7/10 of the essence of the Jinyue technique. Mu'er flicked the silk ribbon back to the other's waist, but the earth's energy flow was slowed down by half a breath every time it reached the chin position. As he spoke, he stomped his left foot, and the ground responded with a sound, revealing the remnants of the prisoner dragon stake's energy. The gap at the chin position clearly still retained the intent of the 100 Flowers Fist. Suddenly, a gray-clad youth stood up from the crowd. Just how much of your strength did you use? Mu'er brushed the crystal powder off his cuffs and chuckled as Qin Jinshan's pupils widened in surprise. About 25% this time? An uproar erupted around them. They are surprisingly powerful. He truly lives up to his title as the Crown Prince. Mu'er clearly sensed a hint of awe in the eyes of those around him. Once you've shown off a little, there's no one left who'll want to embarrass themselves. Mu'er wanted to learn as much as possible before the start of the semester. There is only one library at the Limit University, and most of the contents are academic materials such as cultivation experiences or local chronicles. To learn martial arts, you must go to the library. The university has 7 libraries, each with 7 floors, containing 1,000,000 volumes of martial arts and various techniques collected from all over the world. Ordinary students need credits to enter, but Mu'er is different. He has the heir apparent token. Yu Xingfei said that the power of this token depends entirely on Mu'er himself. Now that he has gained some fame and prestige, he can freely enter and exit the first floor of the library. Mu'er was overjoyed, completely captivated. For a moment, they completely forgot themselves. The moment his fingertips touched the title page of 7 Laments of Winter Plum Blossoms, frost suddenly appeared on the west window of the library. This ice-based fist manual disintegrated into 700 illusory images in his pupils, and the unique profound insight of the Ming Emperor's bloodline automatically activated. When he turned to the last page, the snow burial ceremony, a six-sided ice crystal had formed on his left little finger. The cold air flowed back through his Taiyuan acupoint, freezing the incense that a fire elemental student had just lit into an ice pillar. Many people cursed and scolded. We want to find the source. Only those standing next to Mu'er were secretly astonished to see Mu'er's miraculous feat of mastering most of the martial arts techniques after only one glance. Look at the 19 swords of flowing clouds. Someone deliberately threw the sword manual into the air. Without even looking up, Mu'er swung out the crane-catching hand technique he had just learned, and the crane's beak formed from his spiritual energy precisely caught the falling scroll. The moment the sword manual appeared before his eyes, his right shoulder trembled involuntarily 19 times, each tremor corresponding to the trajectory of a sword move. With this tremor, the bookshelf became entangled in a struggle, and the icicles fell rapidly. When the administrator arrived to stop it, Mu'er had casually broken off a withered branch from the window and carved a complete flowing cloud sword formation diagram on the ground. The most astonishing thing was when he was studying the ghost shadow escape technique. This secret manual, which requires 10 years of rigorous training, caused Mu'er's joints to crackle like popping beans after he merely glanced at the diagrams of the movement techniques. In the bronze mirror 7 steps away, his afterimage moved half a beat slower than his real body, which was a sign of the mirror reversal when the technique of concealment was perfected. A new member of the Shadow Clan from beyond the realm, who had been learning the technique, tried to imitate it but ended up getting stuck in a crack in the wall and unable to move. Stop! The administrator finally lost his temper and lunged forward, the protective compass he was holding buzzing loudly. Chapter 94: An Unintentional Success. Just as Mu'er finished reading the last book of 8 Extremes Mountain Shaking Palm, his turning and deflecting motion subtly matched the essence of the Mountain Shaking Palm's Earth Dragon armor removal technique. When the old man stumbled and bumped into the bookshelf, the entire row of ancient books fell to the ground with a rustling sound. Mu'er, however, stepped on the ping zone boo he had just comprehended, leaving 9 afterimages that were difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion amidst the rain of books. 7 sighs of winter plum lacked a bit of fierceness, while 19 swords of flowing clouds added a variation. He stopped at the corner of the stairs, the ice crystals that fell from his sleeves intertwining with the sword energy in the sunlight to form a musical score. The general outline of martial arts that the administrator was holding tightly was automatically flipping to the last page of the annotation column without any wind, on which small blood-red characters slowly appeared. Having read 3,000 volumes, one knows that the path of martial arts is boundless. That statement is quite accurate. Mu'er suddenly realized what had happened and was somewhat surprised by his previous state. Upon touching the ancient book, one's heart is filled with excitement, and then one enters a mysterious state where any martial art can be used instantly with just a glance. Why did my vital energy empowerment come ahead of schedule? This was his question. The old administrator, his beard bristling with rage, roared. Hey kid, look what you've done to the library. Mu'er glanced around and immediately felt embarrassed. The first floor library was in complete disarray, bookshelves were overturned, ancient books were scattered everywhere, and unfortunate students lay bruised and battered, some on the ground, some frozen in ice, and some crushed under the bookshelves. What's going on? The human prince murmured. The old man roared, it's all your fault. You're reading like you've gone mad. I'm going to report you to the principal. Seeing that things were not going well, Mu'er quickly made his escape. Back to the villa. All the new students I met on the way greeted me. Mu'er entered the training room and felt his body swell up, as if something was about to burst out of his flesh. Upon internal observation, each blood vessel appears as a molten gold river, with the surging blood and chi within them creating a thunderous roar. Oh, right. Mu'er was somewhat dazed. Once you reach the first rank, cultivation requires specific methods. It's no longer just about casually tempering your physical body. Instead, it allows the vital energy to circulate orderly throughout the meridians. However, Mu'er did not do so, letting his vital energy grow wildly, relying entirely on his physical body to support it. If it were anyone else, they would probably have been burst by the vital energy in their body long ago. The swelling of flesh and blood is due to the excessive increase in Mu'er's primordial energy, which has no way to circulate through the great circulation. Instead, it is all blocked in the dantian and then dissipates freely into the flesh and blood. Mu'er was speechless. How could Yu Shengfei have come up with such a big joke? The world is indeed a huge makeshift operation. If Yu Shengfei knew, he would definitely cry foul. How could he know that Mu'er had no cultivation methods to rely on? How could a human prince have fallen to such a state? What do we do now? Faced with the surging, tide-like energy, Muji fell into deep thought. We've learned so many martial arts techniques today, shouldn't we use them to condense our vital energy? Martial arts techniques involve outputting vital energy along a specific path, but they cannot increase vital energy. This is why Mo Mu'er can always use vital energy. Others just don't know that Mu'er has a system that can plunder other people's resources and increase Mu'er's vital energy without limit. As a result, without a method to cultivate vital energy, things went into chaos. I can't worry about that now, I'll use martial arts to regulate my energy first. It's really uncomfortable when your vital energy is blocked in your dantian. 7 sighs of winter plum and 19 swords of flowing clouds will be released first. Suddenly, 7 golden lotuses burst open at the Tanjong acupoint, and the surging torrent of primordial energy from the lotus hearts crashed into the dantian wall, creating star-shaped cracks. Snap! When the first crack appeared, Mu'er saw the boundary of his chi-si begin to turn into glass. The original primordial lake spun wildly, and a mountain rose from its center, formed by the fist intent of the 8 extremes mountain shaking palm. What erupted from the mountaintop was not magma, but 1,000 crane shadows conjured by the crane catching hand technique. Each time these cranes' beaks struck the chi-si wall, the boundary crumbled outward by 3 inches. When the 7th layer of chi-si barrier shattered, Mu'er was surprised to find a miniature blazing sun floating in his dantian, a mark of perfecting the blazing light of the peony fist. The area swept by the sun's corona automatically had the newly learned ghost shadow escape technique meridian diagram inscribed on the newly formed Sea of Life. The most bizarre thing is the twin dragon phantoms formed from the bloodline of the Ming Emperor, which are probing the depths of the chi-si with their tails, stirring up a tide of yuan chi that carries fragments of martial arts with each tail swing. Boom! A dragon's roar suddenly came from his spine, and Mu'er discovered that the projection of the expanding chi-si appeared on his du meridian. The meridians that were originally as thin as gossamer are now being coated with silver frost by the icy essence of 7 sighs of winter plum blossoms, while the sword energy of 19 swords of flowing clouds is opening up new tributaries between the flesh and blood. When the chi-si, which had expanded to its limit, suddenly collapsed, all the martial arts techniques and profound mysteries that had been practiced collided at the singularity. The originally misty yuan chi condensed into a liquid state, reflecting a glassy luster on the reshaped chi-si wall. Mu'er looked inward and discovered countless engravings in his dantian. These marks seemed to be innate and were clearly martial arts training diagrams. What's going on? The vital energy actually stabilized and began to circulate according to the path created by the integration of martial arts techniques. Because there are so many martial arts techniques, at least a dozen, the great circulation diagram is frighteningly long, covering the 8 extraordinary meridians and even the most minor meridians that are not used in martial arts techniques. Mu'er's throat bobbed, realizing he had done something wrong. Others can complete 1 cycle of cultivation in half an hour, while those with higher talent can complete 1 cycle of cultivation using a top-grade cultivation method in the time it takes to burn half an incense stick. And for him to complete 1 cycle of this cycle, it would probably take a whole day. The rate at which vitality is growing is outrageously slow. The fat is in the fire. Mu'er poked his teeth, but he wasn't too worried. After all, he had a system and had already signed contracts with many people when he entered Extreme University. It's okay if it's slower. He was an optimist, and even had the interest to call the cultivation method he had researched true understanding of martial arts. What is the true understanding of martial arts if not the method of cultivating vital energy by using martial arts techniques to output vital energy? Mu'er felt the immense energy within his body and thought to himself, I should already be at the peak of the 1st rank, and I can try to break through to the 2nd rank, but where can I find the spiritual essence of the Mingyang lineage? After much thought, I still feel that I need to use the Crown Prince's token. Such a large university like Extreme University, surely it wouldn't be the Mingyang department's, Tianfang Mingshi? Ring ring. A knocking sounded suddenly. Another person has arrived. This is really disturbing. Mu'er shook his head and opened the door. There was a freshman standing in front of the gate. I've been seeing him a lot these past 2 days. I think his name is Ronglian. Your Highness, we freshmen are having a party today, will you be coming? Mu'erdeo asked, school hasn't started yet, has it? Ronglian said, school starts tomorrow, so let's relax a bit today and get to know each other. Okay, give me the address. Chapter 95 is a favor. Ronglian was quite excited. Standing in front of him was the crown prince of the human race, whose status was incredibly high. This gathering would definitely be elevated a level because of him. The address is Zhao Yuan in the Central District. We eagerly await your highness's arrival. Mu'er smiled and said, I wouldn't call myself an honored guest, it's only right that I exchange ideas with my classmates. Rong Lian was overjoyed. He had heard that the crown prince was not easy to deal with, but judging from his demeanor, he seemed quite approachable. After Rong Lian left, Mu'er continued his spiritual practice. He's facing some pretty big problems right now. First, he's caused issues with his dantian lower abdomen. He's probably the only one who cultivates vital energy using martial arts techniques, which makes his cultivation path quite different. What should we do? Mu'er looked at the 10 or so martial arts techniques emerging from his dantian and felt somewhat worried. As soon as he started practicing, his vital energy circulated according to the cultivation diagram, and good heavens, it took almost half a day to complete one cycle. Well, the path has already been set, so there's no going back. Even if we have to incorporate it into our future martial arts training. The thought of the cultivation energy diagram growing larger and covering an increasingly larger area of the body gave Mu'er a headache, who knew that one cycle might eventually take a whole day. Before I knew it, it was evening. Mu'er couldn't stand it any longer and muttered, "This is terrible. It's only one Sunday in an afternoon. Is this some kind of joke?" The key point is that there are not many benefits. The vital energy cultivated by circulating it through one cycle is only the size of a hair. If one were to cultivate on one's own, it would take an unknown amount of time to break through to a higher realm. Fortunately, he had the system. Mu'er was speechless for a moment, then composed himself and headed to Xiaoyuan River. Xiaoyuan River, located east of Jixian University, meanders like a green ribbon, flowing quietly among the mountains. The river water was crystal clear, and the pebbles on the riverbed shimmered under the sunlight, like countless gems inlaid on the riverbed. On both sides of the river, ancient trees reach for the sky, their branches and leaves are lush, and their canopies are like umbrellas, blocking out the sun. Occasionally, a few fallen leaves drift down with the wind and gently land on the water's surface. As night deepened, the gathering place along the Xiaoyuan River was already bustling with activity. On the grassy bank of the river, a bonfire blazed brightly, its light reflecting on everyone's faces, making them appear exceptionally warm. The new students gathered in twos and threes, some sharing their cultivation experiences, others talking about their future dreams, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere. Just then, a tall, slender figure slowly walked from the upper reaches of the Xiaoyuan River. Mu'er's arrival did not attract much attention until someone inadvertently looked up and caught a glimpse of him, and immediately exclaimed, "The young master has arrived." This shout was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. The once lively gathering place suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned to Mu'er. Some were surprised, some were curious, and some even showed a hint of disdain in their eyes. Is it really the crown prince? Why is he here? Some people whispered among themselves. I heard that although he is the heir apparent, his strength is not outstanding, and many people are not convinced by him. Another person whispered in agreement. Mu'er seemed not to hear the discussions and continued walking calmly towards the crowd. His gaze was calm, as if nothing around him could shake his composure. However, his heart was not entirely unmoved. "Your Highness, you've also come to our gathering?" A burly young man stepped forward, his tone tinged with a hint of probing. He was one of the best among this year's freshmen, named Lejian, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the first rank. He was straightforward, but also somewhat unruly. Mu'er was somewhat stunned. Did others not know? At this moment, Rong Lian arrived. "Brother Lejian, I invited the young master." Lejian's eyes flashed, and he said, "We are truly ashamed that the young master has condescended to come." Rong Lian's expression changed. Mu'er thought to himself, "I thought he was just a big, dumb guy, but I never expected him to be so cunning." Didn't this statement put him on the opposite side of many students? The students around them were whispering amongst themselves. Mu'er was a figure on the lucky list regardless of his strength, his talent alone was already recognized, not to mention his status as a human prince. He actually attended the party that's really giving him face. Rong Lian said, "Hey, Brother Lejian, we don't talk about princes or status here. We're all freshmen at Extreme University." Lejian gave a forced smile and said in a muffled voice, "You think that way, but the young master probably doesn't think that way." Rong Lian looked at Mu'er as if pleading for help. Mu'er waved his hand and said, "Actually, I don't like the title of heir apparent either. You can just call me Zhao Yuan." This finally warmed up the atmosphere. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Rong Lian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly invited everyone to continue the gathering. Around the campfire, the new students sat together again, and the topic shifted from Mu'er's identity to cultivation and martial arts. After all, the students who can enter Extreme University are all exceptionally talented, and the pursuit and discussion of martial arts skills are always their most interesting topics. Just then, a thin young man stood up, his face showing some hesitation, but he finally mustered up the courage to walk up to Mu'er and said respectfully, "Senior brother Zhao Yuan, I have recently been practicing a martial art, but I have not been able to grasp the essentials. Could you please give me some pointers?" He has indeed made a name for himself recently. Mu'er has become a prominent figure at Extreme University. Mu'er looked up at him and recognized him as one of the more low-key freshmen this year, named Chun Cheng. Although Chun Cheng's cultivation level was not top-notch, he was diligent and hardworking, and he always cultivated alone in silence. Mu'er smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "All right, show me how." Upon hearing this, Chun Cheng's face lit up with joy, and he quickly walked to the open space to the side and got into a fighting stance. He practiced a martial art called Wind and Thunder Palm, a powerful and swift palm technique that emphasizes defeating opponents with the force of wind and thunder. However, when Chen Xing used his palm strike, although the wind from his palm was fierce, it always felt like it lacked a bit of agility, and its power was greatly reduced. Mu'er only glanced at it a few times before he saw the problem. He stood up, walked to Chen Xing's side, and said calmly, "Your palm technique is too focused on force and ignores the changes in the power of wind and thunder. Wind has no constant shape, thunder has no constant force, and palm technique should be the same." As he spoke, Mu'er raised his hand and waved it gently. The palm wind was like a gentle breeze, seemingly soft, but in an instant it turned into a sharp bolt of lightning, which struck a boulder not far away. The boulder shattered instantly, turning into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Upon seeing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. This seemingly casual palm strike contained extremely exquisite martial arts principles, perfectly blending the power of wind and thunder, combining strength and gentleness, and possessing astonishing power. Chen Xing was stunned, then suddenly realized what was going on and quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Zhao Yuan." Chapter 96 Mutual Destruction? Mu'er waved his hand and smiled, "No need to be polite. The key to martial arts training is comprehension. You just need to ponder it more, and you will definitely make a breakthrough." This scene captivated the other freshmen present. Those who had doubts about Mu'er had to admit that the prince's strength was indeed extraordinary. Soon, another young girl stepped forward and said respectfully, "Senior brother Zhao Yuan, I always feel that my steps are sluggish when I practice the flowing cloud step. Could you please give me some pointers?" Mu'er nodded, signaling her to begin. The girl was light and graceful, her steps as flowing as clouds, but as she said, there was always a slight hesitation between her steps, which affected the overall smoothness. Mu'er glanced at it and said, "Your steps are too focused on elegance, neglecting the changes in force under your feet. Even though flowing clouds are light, they still have a foundation. Try to concentrate your force on your toes, and your steps will naturally become much smoother." The girl adjusted her movements as instructed, and sure enough, she felt her steps become lighter and more free. She moved across the open space like flowing water, drawing admiration from everyone. Next, several more freshmen came forward to ask questions, and Mu'er gave them guidance one by one, with every word hitting the nail on the head and making them suddenly understand. Gradually, the atmosphere of the gathering became lively again, and everyone's attitude towards Mu'er changed from initial awe to sincere admiration. Lei Jin stood aside, watching this scene with a somewhat complicated expression. He originally intended to take the opportunity to embarrass Mu'er, but to his surprise, Mu'er not only did not show any arrogance, but also won everyone's respect with his superb martial arts skills. Although he was unconvinced, he had to admit that Mu'er did indeed have his own unique strengths. Seeing this, Rong Lian was secretly delighted. He quickly walked to Mu'er's side and said with a smile, "Senior brother Zhao Yuan, your guidance has truly benefited us greatly. Why don't you share your cultivation insights with us as well?" Mu'er glanced at him and smiled slightly. "The key to cultivation is perseverance. Everyone's path is different, but as long as you find the right direction for yourself, you can go further." As soon as he finished speaking, a round of enthusiastic applause rang out around the campfire. Everyone nodded in agreement. As night deepened, the gathering along the Xiaoyuan River continued. Mu'er sat by the campfire, his gaze calm, but inwardly he was pondering his path of cultivation. He knew that his Dantian problem was still a huge hidden danger, but no matter what, he had to persevere. "Perhaps, this is my path," Mu'er murmured to himself, his gaze resolute. Attending the gathering at this time is also to bind some wealthy young men with the system, making it easier to break through to higher realms. The true understanding of martial arts that he researched required terrifying resources. As night deepened, the bonfire on the banks of the Xiaoyuan River gradually dimmed, but the noise of the crowd grew even more enthusiastic thanks to Mu'er's guidance. Suddenly, a blinding purple light streaked across the sky, tearing through the thick clouds. The light, as if alive, twisted and expanded, swallowing half the night sky in the blink of an eye. Muir's pupils shrank sharply, his dantian suddenly trembled violently, and the martial arts technique Shadow Wall, which had been operating slowly, began to flicker wildly, as if it had been forcibly activated by some force. Boom! A deafening roar came from the heavens, and the entire earth undulated like ocean waves. Ancient trees on the riverbank were uprooted, boulders shattered into dust, and the new students with weaker cultivation levels collapsed to their knees, bleeding from their ears and noses. Muir barely managed to steady himself and looked up, only to see a dark crack appear in the sky, within which two enormous phantoms were locked in battle. The phantom on the left had 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes, each hand holding a burning star. The phantom on the right was a constantly collapsing, eerie blue vortex, swallowing up even the light in its path. It's the 1,000-Star God clan and the Ruins Return clan. Lejean suddenly roared, veins bulging on his forehead. Didn't these two clans perish together 3,000 years ago? The freshmen were all speechless, not knowing what Lejean was talking about. Muir was also curious as to why the appearance of these two races caused a change in his dantian. As if in response to his question, one of the stars in the 1,000-handed phantom suddenly exploded. The raging sparks poured down like a torrential rain, with one fireball crashing straight into the Saoyuan River. The river water instantly evaporated, creating a pit hundreds of feet deep. Amidst the boiling steam, the skeleton of a giant crimson python was revealed from the riverbed. Each vertebra of the skeleton was engraved with blood-red runes, which were now ignited by sparks and turned into a sky full of blood mist. As the mist churned, it condensed into a hideous ghost face, which lunged at the crowd. "Step back!" Muir shouted, and 10 martial arts techniques lit up simultaneously in his dantian. He forcefully activated his vital energy, only to find that the originally slow circulation of his vital energy had increased 100-fold under the stimulation of the starlight. The moment the ghost face lunged at him, he pointed his right hand like a sword, and a wisp of sword energy wrapped in lightning suddenly pierced out. The moment the sword energy pierced through the ghost mask, Muir's whole body trembled violently. The screams of thousands of vengeful spirits came from the blood mist, and his consciousness was almost torn to pieces. "Swallow it," he roared inwardly. "Everyone retreat to the center of the talisman array." A clear, cold female voice came from high above. As everyone looked up, they saw 12 bronze palace lanterns floating in the sky, their wicks burning with icy blue flames. The person carrying the lantern was a girl in a moon-white robe, the hem of which was embroidered with star trails. It was Luo Qingli, the top student of the 4th year in the talisman department. With each step she took, an ice lotus bloomed beneath her feet, and where the petals fell, the frenzied blood mist instantly froze into frost. Snap! White bone claws suddenly emerged from the frozen blood mist, but were shredded by a sword light before they could touch the ground. At the top of an ancient tree by the river, a young man in black, holding a sword, lazily said, "This year's freshmen are quite lucky, they just happened to be caught in the Godfall tide." The jade pendant at his waist was engraved with the character Xing, and he was none other than Xing Wufeng, the second senior brother of the law enforcement hall. Muir's pupils contracted slightly. Xing Wufeng's seemingly casual sword strike left a crack in the air that lingered for 3 breaths, a sign that he had fused the laws of space into his swordsmanship. "Don't be stunned." Luo Qingli gracefully landed beside Muir and touched his brow with her fingertip. The restless martial arts barrier within Muir's dantian suddenly fell silent, replaced by an ice pattern. "You have divine causal lines within you, which easily attract impurities. This spirit-suppressing seal can last for 2 hours." Before the words were even finished, the skeleton at the bottom of the river suddenly trembled violently. Crimson runes detached from the spine and condensed in the air into 9 human skin lanterns. In the light and shadow cast by each lantern, the remnants of battlefields from different eras emerge, and the roars almost shatter one's soul. "It's the 9 Tribulations soul guiding lamp." Lejean suddenly roared, his body erupting with purple lightning. "Everyone, form the Thunder Chi formation." As the new students frantically formed their battle formations, Muir noticed something amiss. The light and shadow of the lantern suddenly distorted as they approached him, as if being torn apart by some force. He looked inward at his dantian and discovered that the martial arts shadow wall was absorbing the resentment emanating from the lanterns, and cracks had appeared in the ice patterns of the spirit suppression seal. "Call out." A lantern suddenly lunged at Muir. Chapter 97 Sacrifices. God's Fall Tide. And Miaoshuan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This is a great opportunity. The benefits brought by the Godfall tide are numerous, with the greatest opportunity being a wisp of divinity. Cultivating divinity is almost impossible, it can only be passed down through generations. The Godfall tide may bring independent divinity, which is a necessity for reaching the 9th rank. Walk. And Miaoshuan tossed her dress and left in a grand procession with her entourage. Where do you want to go? Gu Yuchuan walked out from the side path, his eyes cold. And Miaoshuan's expression changed. Throughout the entire Extreme University, her seductive skills rarely backfired. Even some powerful individuals who were at a higher level than her could not resist her. But Gu Yuchuan can. This man was born with a sword heart, untouched by worldly dust. Let alone seductive arts, even if Miaoshuan stood naked in front of him, Gu Yuchuan would remain unmoved. Are you going to stop me? And Miaoshuan had no way to deal with this kind of stinky man, so naturally she wouldn't show a pitiful and soft side. Gu Yuchuan, holding his sword, said leisurely. It's good that you know. I am a member of Extreme University, and Miaoshuan said angrily. You are not qualified. Gu Yuchuan grinned and said. In Tianyuan, strength is everything. Besides, do you even deserve to be a part of it? And Miaoshuan's face darkened. She turned around, her expression weak and tearful. He bullied me. Kill. His entourage rushed toward Gu Yuchuan with fervor. Clang. Gu Yuchuan was ruthless and taciturn. He drew his sword and moved. Xiaoyuan River. The lantern, carrying a stench of blood, swept towards him. In Muer's pupils, the distorted afterimages of the battlefield reflected on the lantern's surface iron cavalry with severed limbs flying everywhere, pregnant women being sacrificed alive, and burning infant towers. Each frame transformed into a sharp cone piercing the mind, and the ice patterns in the dantian emitted a fine, crisp sound. Laugh. At the critical moment, sword energy wrapped in lightning suddenly swept across. Xing Wufeng's sword sheath had somehow extended half an inch beyond its edge, but the sword energy that should have shattered the lantern strangely disappeared into the lampshade upon touching it, reflecting his suddenly solemn expression. Karma backfires. Luo Qingli's ice lotus exploded under Muer's feet, but it only slowed down the lantern by half a point. The image that appeared at the wick of the lamp was the scene of Xing Wufeng's family being wiped out when he was a child, and his sister's cries could be heard from the blood-red light and shadow. Muer suddenly smelled a metallic scent rising from deep within his dantian. The moment the spirit-suppressing seal shattered, 10 martial arts techniques pounced on the lantern's resentment like hungry beasts. His right hand uncontrollably formed an ancient hand seal, clearly the same hand gesture that the Thousand Hands Phantom had once made. Boom! Crimson runes shot up from the spine and condensed into a crimson star map above Muer's head. The lanterns that had rushed towards them suddenly changed direction, circling the star map as if on a pilgrimage. A sickening creaking sound of bones grinding came from the riverbed, and eerie blue flames flickered in the eye sockets of the giant python's remains. The crimson star map suddenly contracted into a cocoon-like shape, enveloping Muer layer by layer. Gilded patterns appeared deep within his pupils, and his fingertips unconsciously traced the star trails of a thousand-handed phantom in the void. The giant python skeleton at the bottom of the river raised its head like a marionette. No! Xing Wufeng's sword suddenly turned towards Muer's brow. His internal energy circulation has reversed. Luo Qingli threw out 7 palace lanterns to form a chain, but it was shattered by the powerful energy bursting from the star cocoon. The icy blue flames surged back, leaving charred marks on her wrist. It's not possession, it's a bloodline sacrifice. At this moment, Muer seemed to sink into viscous amber. He could hear the fighting outside, but not even his eyelashes could tremble. The martial arts screen is devouring all the approaching vengeful spirits. With each one devoured, a scarlet crack appears in the golden core of the dantian, and those cracks are slowly piecing together a totem of 1,000 hands. Your Highness, I'm sorry. Leijin transformed into lightning and attacked suddenly. The purple heaven divine lightning gathered in his palm, striking the star cocoon. But the instant they touched, 12 illusory arms suddenly unfolded behind Muer, each hand forming a thunder magic hand seal of the same origin as Leijin. Boom! The backlash from the lightning blast sent Leijin flying 30 feet away. When he crashed into the outer wall of the library, his face was filled with disbelief. This is the 12th capital heavenly god lightning, a secret technique passed down by the Lei clan? Muer, inside the star cocoon, began to undergo a transformation. Star-shaped scales appeared on his skin, and his spine emitted a metallic clanging sound. The illusory image of 1,000 hands whispered in his sea of consciousness, its voice carrying the weight of ancient times. Back then, I etched star marks into your placenta, waiting for the tide of divine demise. Luo Qingli suddenly bit her fingertip, using her blood as ink to draw the demon's sealing talisman in the air. His 3 acupoints have accumulated star power. Attack his qi. Xing Wufeng's sword transformed into a stream of light, but was frozen in time and space the instant it pierced the star cocoon. Click! Muir's cervical vertebrae suddenly developed bone spurs, and half of an arm formed from starlight emerged from a tear in the skin on the back of his neck. The hand gently grasped Xing Wufeng's sword, and actually crushed the sword energy containing the laws of space into crystal powder that scattered. "Look at the ground," a freshman screamed. The star cocoon's projection in the shadows on the ground clearly revealed the outline of a monster with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. The giant python skeleton had somehow coiled into an altar, and 9 broken human skin lanterns were being reassembled. With each lantern reassembled, a blood ring appeared in Muir's white eye. Luo Qingli suddenly summoned her natal talisman, 72 ice soul talismans forming a hexagonal snow prison. He has a star scab behind his left ear, that's the life-threatening spot for a god's reincarnation. Before he could finish speaking, Muir suddenly let out an inhuman roar. His right arm swelled to 3 times its original size, and the bulging star veins under his skin formed a chain pattern, the mark of the 1,000 star gods enslaving their vassal races. The freshmen who were swept by his gaze suddenly knelt down in unison, the same slave mark appearing on their foreheads. "Wake up!" Xing Wufeng suddenly slit his wrist, sacrificing his life-bound sword spirit with his blood. The sword's cry transformed into a dragon's roar, soaring straight into the star cocoon, finally granting Muir a moment of clarity. Muir saw a terrifying truth in the chaos. A miniature version of the 1,000 Hands Phantom was curled up in his dantian, and those so-called martial arts shadow walls were clearly the 3,000 seals that suppressed the phantom. At this moment, most of the seals had been broken, and the phantom was drawing tidal power through his meridians. No. He tried to muster his remaining consciousness, but his right hand uncontrollably reached out to grab Luo Qingli. The black light of the void swirling around the 5 fingers was none other than the divine power of another giant from the previous rift in the sky. Suddenly, all the bronze coffins in the void opened, and the 9 corpses entwined with star chains turned towards Muir. The first ancient corpse to awaken contained a star core that perfectly matched Muir, suspended within its chest cavity. The 1,000-handed phantom laughed maniacally, and Muir's self-awareness seemed to plunge into eternal night. The last thing he heard was Luo Qingli's shattered cry. His fate is that of a living sacrifice. Muji could no longer hear any of this. In an instant, so much happened. What is the Godfall Tide? What are the 1,000 star gods and the returning Void Clan? Why are there so many strange things in my dantian? Muir's head was no longer able to turn, as if he were drowning in the permafrost, his consciousness sinking deeper and deeper. Chapter 98 Rebirth. A strong wind whipped up the wide sleeves of his crane feather cloak, and the old man with the jade crown of Joey Mountain stood with his hands behind his back on the stargazing platform. The crimson moonlight cast 7 rings of stars beneath his feet, each ring reflecting the battle situation in a different area of the academy. This is the Dean of Extreme University, an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. The methods are very sophisticated. This Godfall Tide is really fierce. The southeast corner of the medicine house has fallen, and the Shannon 100 Poisons Classic in the Qingnan Pavilion is being distorted. The Dean of the Talisman Academy flicked his finger, and an image immediately appeared on the bronze compass. Countless dark green characters were crawling out of the ancient book, drilling into the wounds of the injured students, turning the living into walking poison books. The soul-suppressing bell at the waist of the Hall Master of Law Enforcement moved automatically without wind. Send the 12 guards of Sword Pavilion to intercept and kill them? No, the Dean of the Weapon Forging Academy held a miniature version of the Academy's sand table in his palm, with 17 of the 360 beacon fires glowing with purple light. The iron-eating insects planted by the Guishu clan in the weapon forging cave have begun to lay eggs. Swords will only help them reproduce if they get too close. Suddenly, the entire sand table trembled violently. Everyone looked toward the central battlefield. The star cocoon where Muir was located had expanded to a height of 100 feet, and 3,000 rotating golden eyes appeared on its surface. The building swept by the golden eyes twisted into fleshy chambers, and the roof tiles turned into sharp, white teeth. The 1,000-star god clan's myriad forms. A charred finger bone slipped from the principal's sleeve, its tip glowing with a ghostly blue soul fire. 30 years ago, during the Battle of the Northern Underworld Sea, the enemy used this move to turn the entire Xuanwu army into a coral reef. Suddenly, 9 colored smoke and clouds shot into the sky from the direction of the medicine hut, and the young students pushed the alchemy furnace to the front line. A third-grade alchemist burned his life essence in blood, and the furnace spewed out 7 aperture soul-locking smoke, which temporarily stopped the spread of the poisonous scripture text. These children. The Dean of the Talisman Academy's hand trembled slightly as he made a hand seal. The crystal lens reflected a student whose body was corrupted by poisonous runes. This student was the last disciple he had taken in just last month. Wait another half an incense stick. The headmaster began to carve runes in the void with his finger bones. As each rune lit up, the clanging of chains echoed from the depths of the clouds. That anchor point within Mu'er's body is not yet fully activated. Severing the link now will cause the Godfall tide to permanently pollute the ley lines. The tide of divine fall enveloped the entire Extreme University, with demonic clouds and monsters emerging from all directions, and various ghosts and monsters rising from the tide. Older students led younger students to fight the enemy. In large-scale battles like these, talismans are the most useful. The rune array team is filling in. The blood-soaked girl stomped on a rotting corpse crawling out of a crack in the ground, her array flag piercing the cracked vermilion bird relief. Behind her, 20 new students simultaneously bit their fingertips, blood trickling down the grooves in the floor tiles, rekindling the dim protective array around the gate. Suddenly, a rain of bronze began to fall from the sky. These were 5,000 demon-slaying daggers thrown by the Weapon Forging Institute. The moment the dagger touched the vengeful spirits, it automatically formed an array, pinning the 3 9-headed ghost chariots to the archway. The ghostly flames spewed out by the dying ghost chariot were caught by the sword cultivators and transformed into the ultimating fire used for tempering swords. "Watch out for what's above you," someone shouted hoarsely. Then, more demons were spewed out from the tide. On the other side, Mu'er's body underwent another strange change. A crack appeared in the star cocoon where Mu'er was located, and the flowing starlight actually materialized. Upon landing, he transformed into a skeleton warrior clad in star armor, his eye sockets burning with the same gilded flames as Mu'er. What's most terrifying is the martial arts they use, which are ancient forbidden techniques recorded in the Academy's library. That's the Crimson Sky blood burning technique? Leijin, who was forming the array, spat out a mouthful of blood. He had personally witnessed how the Lei family patriarch was backfired by this forbidden technique, burning through 100 years of his lifespan before finally killing his powerful enemy. At that moment, more than a dozen skeleton warriors unleashed their power simultaneously, and the entire Long Street was instantly engulfed in blood flames. The students of the medicine pavilion collectively threw out the cold jade bottle, and the 100-foot-high frost temporarily froze the sea of fire. But suddenly, starlight tentacles emerged from the icy mist, precisely piercing the dantian of each caster. It was the devouring power that Mu'er had used after the Thousand Hands God clan descended. Don't use your vital energy. Luo Qingli's palace lanterns formed a circular barrier, but Xing Wufeng suddenly tore through space and appeared directly above the star cocoon. The tattoo pattern passed down through generations of the law enforcement hall appeared on his chest. It was a forbidden technique that involved burning one's lifespan to gain power. "Prince Xiaoyuan, return this sword to the human race on my behalf." Xing Wufeng's telepathic message reached Mu'er's ears, but the sword, carrying the resolute determination to shatter the Dao Foundation, pierced towards Xingzhan's vital point. The sand table suddenly shattered, and the dean of the Weapon Refining Academy staggered backward. The great Dao of cause and effect. The Starlink closed loop has been implanted in that child's body. This time, the Godfall tide and their forces came prepared. The deans were all somewhat alarmed. Why? Right now, they only have this one thought in their minds. It's obvious they're after Mu'er, but why? What did all the races of the universe see that would make a 9th-rank being with causal divinity willing to perish prematurely in order to plot against Mu'er? The principal's finger bone finally completed the last stroke, and 12 bronze chains descended from the heavens. Order all departments to activate the reverse time array. Before he finished speaking, a roar like that of a primordial beast awakening echoed from the depths of the entire academy. 72 ancient altars emerged from the ground, each displaying a phantom bound by chains, the remnant souls of sages who had fallen in the tide of divine destruction throughout history. Fight poison with poison. The dean of the Talisman Academy suddenly understood the principal's plan, cold sweat soaking his back. Use pollution to fight pollution? The principal's eyes reflected the space that was collapsing and rebuilding. His aged hand pressed against the stargazing platform that was being transformed into a demon. No matter what the myriad races want to do, tonight we must at least protect this child. An ancient chant suddenly resounded from the ground battlefield. The dying students discovered that their own blood was automatically drawing arrays on the ground, secret arrays left by the first headmaster in every floor tile, which would only appear when the tide of divine fall reached its peak. Suddenly, Mu'er, inside the star cocoon, opened his eyes, his left eye a golden pupil and his right eye a blood-red pupil. Where their eyes met, the principal on the summit of cloud-hidden peak seemed to see an old friend return, and the finger bones in his hand shattered in response. Xing Wufeng was dumbfounded. His all-out attack, fueled by burning his own life essence, was extinguished. Luo Qingli pulled the dazed Xing Wufeng away. "Don't be in a daze, you're already lucky to be alive." Xing Wufeng, with a bitter face, said regretfully, "I just saved the young master, what a great achievement I have done." Luo Qingli did not respond, but simply looked up at the sky. Mu'er moved with a step into the void, and the illusory image of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes behind him was like a towering mountain, enveloping the entire extreme university. Yumashuan, it's been a long time. It was clearly Mu'er who opened his mouth, but it wasn't Mu'er's voice. The voice seemed to come from the universe, carrying divine sounds. Yumashuan is the current dean of Extreme University. Chapter 99. The farce should be over. Yumashuan's crane cloak fluttered without wind, and the 7 star rings beneath his feet shattered inch by inch. Shan Yuan, you really are hiding deep within Mu'er's bloodline. He ran his fingertips along the engravings on his finger bones, which were clearly miniature versions of the Academy's ley line map. When I took you to the God Clan to see the sacred statues, I swore a blood oath. Mu'er raised his hand and made a grasping motion. 3 ancient altars 1,000 miles away collapsed with a roar, revealing the frozen bronze coffins beneath. As long as the Holy Emperor's remains are forever sealed in the earth's veins, the coordinates and the finger bones will never be awakened. The head of the enforcement hall suddenly attacked, and 9 demon sealing nails pierced straight into Mu'er's nape. However, it melted into molten iron upon touching the star ring. 9th rank? The natal cauldron summoned by the Dean of the Weapon Forging Academy has developed cracks. Reborn as a 9th rank official, what is the background of this high priest? A star-like crown appeared between Mu'er's brows, and the suppressed earth veins began to boil. The remains of the Holy Emperor within the 72 coffins resonated and trembled, transforming into streams of light that converged towards the star ring. You think you can sever karma by altering fate? This child is of the Ming Emperor's bloodline, not of your kind. Yumashuan suddenly crushed his finger bones, and the ghostly blue soul fire ignited the entire cloud-hidden peak. A loud cracking sound came from underground as chains snapped, and a fragmented skeleton of starry jade emerged from the ground that was the true skull of the Holy Emperor. You did indeed hide the most crucial part. Mu'er formed an ancient hand seal behind his back, and a star array with a diameter of 100 miles appeared in the sky above the academy. But how long can the injuries you sustained when you stole the bones last? To everyone's horror, the principal's left chest began to crystallize, and starlight, identical to that of the Holy Emperor's skull, emerged beneath his skin. Yumashuan remained expressionless and said, "How long can your 9th rank last?" Mu'er snorted coldly and said, "Killing you is enough." A blinding light burst forth from the point where the star rings shattered, and all 8 of Yumashuan's star rings were consumed by fire. His arms transformed into bronze chains, binding Mu'er's 1,000 hands Dharma image. His flesh carbonized and peeled off in the starlight, yet he still managed to tear a 3-zhan-long rift in the star array. I should have crushed this finger bone of yours into stardust 300 years ago. The star crown on Mu'er's forehead suddenly reversed, and 72 bronze coffins pieced together in the void to form an ancient starship. The instant the Holy Emperor's skull was embedded into the bow of the ship, the earth veins of cloud-hidden peak were uprooted, and the frost-covered rock layers were peeled off piece by piece like a dragon shedding its skin. The Dean of the Weapon Forging Academy's natal furnace exploded with a deafening roar, and the 9 weapon spirits were sucked into the starship's rift with mournful cries. Let the river of blood drown these ants. The 1,000-handed Dharma image gripped the mast of the starship, and Mu'er's pupils had transformed into a swirling galaxy. Just as the starship was about to break through the boundary membrane, a 3,000-foot-long ribbon of clouds suddenly descended from the sky. It turned out that someone had woven a cage from the clouds. Qian Yuan. For the first time, cracks appeared in the image of the second monk, and the speed of the 1,000 hands forming hand seals suddenly stopped. The phantom figure emerging from the rosy light bloomed golden lotuses in the void with each step, but the lotus hearts were burning with the demon sealing nails that the Hall Master of Law Enforcement had just unleashed. Back when you stole the Fountain of Youth from the Hall of 10,000 Stars, you weren't this arrogant. The phantom raised its hand and tapped lightly, causing cracks to appear simultaneously in all 72 coffins. The starlight emanating from the Holy Emperor's skull, as if striking an invisible mirror, condensed into chains on its return journey, binding Mu'er's true form. The rumble of gears turning came from deep within the earth's veins, as if the entire continent was being restructured. Mu'er roared as he urged the starship forward, only to find an octagonal crystal pillar emerging from his dantian. The surface of the crystal pillar was covered with the ancient earth vein patterns of Yunin Peak, which locked his life's cultivation in 360 star apertures. The old fogies asked me to pass on a message. Qian Yuan's illusory figure flicked his finger, shattering the star crown. The broken starlight reformed into a phoenix in his palm. The stolen 9th-grade karma should be returned to the Ming Emperor's bloodline. The long cry of the phoenix pierced through Mu'er's dantian, and the 1,000 hands Dharma image, like a glass lamp, crumbled inch by inch, collapsing into a miniature nebula along with the Holy Emperor's skull, spinning out a desolate Milky Way deep within his dantian. Yumashuan's half-crystallized body plunged into the fissure of the earth's veins, and he glimpsed the illusory image of Qian Yuan dissipating into the morning mist. Mu'er's body floated down from the sky, like an autumn maple leaf. Yumashuan coughed up blood, and holy light flashed in his hand, drawing the other person over. Mu'er lay on the ground. Various martial arts techniques circulated within the Dantian, and now there were also phantoms of the Thousand-Star God clan and the skull of the first Holy Emperor, making it extremely lively. Headmaster. The head of the enforcement hall and several deans landed, their faces filled with sorrow. The removal of the skull of the Thousand-Star God clan from the underground of Limit University has already affected the Grand Formation. If it is not maintained, Limit University will shatter directly during the collapse of the Grand Formation. The skull of the first Holy Emperor is currently in Mu'er's Dantian. Principal, how about we dig out the skull? A suggestion was made by the dean. Yumashuan shook his head and looked down at Mu'er, who was unharmed. Qian Yuan ranks among the top in strength among the 9 ranks of the Great Xia dynasty. He is a Tao of suppression. This time, he suppressed the Holy Emperor's skull in Mu'er's Dantian, which was obviously intentional. Besides, not taking it would be of immense benefit to Mu'er. Never mind. Before Yumashuan could finish speaking, the head of the enforcement hall said, Principal, Zhao Yuan has the divine nature of the Mingyang lineage, so why does he need the divine nature of cause and effect? Wasn't he the skull of the first God Emperor of the Thousand-Star God clan a divine nature of cause and effect? It would be a waste to use it on him. Yumashuan smiled warmly and said, It's only right not to waste it. But Principal, you possess divinity that allows you to break through to the 9th rank. You've spent 300 years refining yourself. The head of the enforcement hall blushed and sweat beaded on his forehead. Yumashuan glanced at his body, half of which was embedded in the earth's veins and had already crystallized. There's no chance. In the short time it took to speak, the degree of crystallization in his body increased again, reaching his waist and abdomen. I have lived for 700 years, and I took over Extreme University when I was 400 years old. I have lived enough. Now it is up to you. Zhao Yuan needs time. He will experience explosive growth after this incident, so you must take good care of him. I've never spoken of a 9th rank individual with dual divinity before. Perhaps you'll have the chance, ha ha ha. Just imagine the scene of a 9th rank alien being seeing Zhao Yuan wielding cause and effect in his left hand and radiant light in his right. It makes me want to burst into laughter. Yumashuan laughed so hard he wrestled with his arms, thoroughly enjoying himself. Amidst the laughter, the enforcement hall and several deans fell increasingly silent. Before long, more and more people came to Yumashuan's side. As the dean who has been in charge of Extreme University for the longest time, most of the people here have a teacher-student relationship with Yumashuan. Yumashuan ignored them, only looking at Mu'er with a kind expression. Zhao Yuan, the road ahead will be difficult. If you can't hold on, go to the Jintian Pavilion and have Quan Shang remove your bloodline and skull. Don't overexert yourself. Mu'er couldn't hear it. The dean completely crystallized and merged with the underground mountain range. He replaced the skull of the first Holy Emperor of the Thousand-Star God clan and became the core of the Extreme University's reverse time array. Dean. A sob filled the air. A profound sadness permeated the entire university. As for Muji, he finally woke up after sleeping for 2 weeks. Chapter 100 Trouble. Rainwater meandered on the stone tablet, forming teardrop-shaped patterns. Mu'er loosened his clenched fist, which had turned white at the knuckles, and the moment his fingertips touched the surface of the monument, a muffled rumble of thunder rolled through the depths of the clouds. The mountain wind, carrying raindrops, pierced the back of his neck, and the chill of his white shirt clinging to his spine filled him with an indescribable sense of unease. The old man Yumashuan passed away. During the 2 stars that Mu'er was sleeping in, he was buried, and Mu'er did not even get to see him one last time. Splash! The pine needles, unable to withstand the accumulated water, fell down in a rustling sound. Footsteps came from behind, and they walked up to Mu'er's side. You've been standing here all day. The newcomer was the head of the enforcement hall, named Shanlong. He had a square face and somewhat sunken eyes, which made him appear rather sinister in the rain over the green hills. Mu'er said, Senior Luo Qingli told me that if the principal hadn't tried so hard to stop me, I would have been taken away by the high priest of the Thousand-Star clan. Shanlong nodded and said, Yes, you were in a very dangerous state at the time. As a 9th rank cultivator, it would have been very easy for Zhang Yuan to take over your body. The principal died for me. Mu'er's heavy voice pierced through the thick rain and reached Shanlong's ears. He died for humanity. Boom! Thunder rumbled through the clouds, and the rain poured down harder and harder. Mu'er placed a yellow chrysanthemum in front of the grave and said, "Principal, we have never met before, and I don't know if you like chrysanthemums." After waking up, everyone at Extreme University was talking about the Godfall tide. Even though Mu'er only heard rumors, he already knew most of what had happened. He would like it. Shanlong's eyes were unusually gentle. The principal once told me that it would be enough to put a few chrysanthemums on his tombstone after he dies. Mu'er said, "That would be best." Dan Long seemed to realize that his words sounded fabricated, so he added, "He was my teacher." Of course, nowadays most deans of colleges in the university are students of their teachers. An inexplicable pressure came from behind him. Mu'er's lips twitched slightly, and he said, "Looks like I've gotten myself into trouble." Dan Long casually replied, "It has nothing to do with you at most, it's related to the Ming Emperor's bloodline in your body." It's another descendant of the Ming Emperor. Mu'er felt inexplicably irritated and asked, "Why? Why are they always targeting me?" "Because no one can inherit the divine nature of Ming Yang, you will definitely reach the 9th rank in the future. The myriad races outside the realm can allow hundreds of 8th rank humans to be born, but they cannot allow another 9th rank human to appear." Shanlong made no attempt to hide anything and explained the gravity of the situation very clearly. Mu'er didn't dwell on the issue, he simply asked, "What does the Godfall tide have to do with this?" Shanlong explained. The Godfall tide, as the name suggests, refers to the celestial phenomena that occur after a god falls. "Do you know about spiritual mechanisms?" "I know," Mu'er replied. As Lu Hongkai explained, changes in the heavens and earth affect the magnetic field of spiritual energy, causing changes in spiritual energy and generating various spiritual phenomena, such as fire illuminating the 9 heavens, thunder shaking thousands of miles, or the sea rising in the east and falling in the west. It can even create an artificial atmosphere. Jintian Pavilion predicted the spiritual forces of heaven and earth, knowing that a god would fall, and made preparations accordingly, intending to use the time of the god's fall to bring benefits to the students that they could not obtain in ordinary times. But unexpectedly, Shang Yuan was a madman who went against the grain, committing suicide prematurely. He entered the Great Xia dynasty through the passage guided by the Jintian Pavilion, attempting to possess your body and live a second life. Mu'er asked, "Is Entropy Abyss a god?" "No, I'm only a hair's breadth away from being a god. I'm at the 9th rank, Shanlong said without hiding anything. Mu'er was horrified. A 9th rank warrior, the strongest fighting force in this world. Even if he tried to say anything about the 9th rank, it would be erased by the heavenly secrets. And while he was unconscious, Shang Yuan controlled his body. "Don't be afraid, he's already dead." Dan Long glanced at her and said softly, trying to comfort her. Mu'er's throat bobbed, but he simply looked down at his dantian. Through his vision distorted by the rain, he saw a stardust-like halo emanating from his abdomen, the unique light dust of the 1,000 Star God clan when their bloodline awakens, burning his meridians along the path of the fallen martial arts technique. 365 meteorite trajectories intertwined in the Qi Sea, with shattered star cores suspended at each acupoint. The patterns on the divine arm were clearly the movements of the martial arts techniques that Mu'er had practiced in the library, but now they were coated with divine blood that looked like liquid gold. Every fist imprint, sword imprint, palm imprint, was wrapped with the embers of a supernova explosion. The blood-patterned skull suddenly sprang out from behind the statue, and the clicking sound of its jaw opening and closing was synchronized with Mu'er's heartbeat. Those spiderweb-like scarlet lines were not cracks at all, but countless pulsating capillaries, greedily sucking up the starlight scattered from the statue. Danlong stared blankly at the divine light emanating from Mu'er's abdomen. The divine nature of Ming Yang and the divine nature of causality appearing in the same person. It's hard to say whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Mu'er stopped circulating his vital energy and said, "Will the skull of the first holy emperor really not come back to life?" Shanlong said, "I don't know." Or rather, the skull of the first holy emperor never died at all. Danlong's words sent a chill down Mu'er's spine, making him feel uncomfortable. The first holy emperor of the 1,000 Star God clan was a great figure at the beginning of the spiritual energy revival. The talent of a person who could establish a holy dynasty is beyond doubt. He has been merging the causal divinity with his own body for nearly tens of thousands of years, and he is already a figure above the 9th rank. Although he is dead, the causal divinity is still alive, so he cannot be considered dead. Mu'er felt a pang of unease. So, the first holy emperor was the essence of causality and divinity? But that's why the first holy emperor was dismembered into pieces. Wasn't it because he wanted to comprehend divinity and break through to the 9th rank? That's also why the Thousand-Star God clan, despite its formidable strength, has now fallen to the 2nd or even 3rd tier of minor clans. It's because the causal divinity within their clan is incomplete. Danlong was unveiling the curtain on the universe to Mu'er, revealing many secrets that Mu'er was learning for the first time. Mu'er remained silent for a long time. Are you scared? Danlong glanced sideways at Mu'er. The prince shook his head, looking at Yu Maoshuan's tombstone, his golden eyes gradually brightening. In the gray rain, those golden eyes shone like 2 bright lamps. Afraid? What are you afraid of? The myriad races beyond the realm originally wanted me dead. Now I only have the life of a 9th rank member of the Thousand-Star God clan on my shoulders. It's no big deal. Having a lot of debt doesn't weigh you down. Having a lot of lice doesn't mean you're not afraid of being bitten. Mu'er had figured it out. The only way to survive was through strength, and the divine nature of cause and effect hidden within his body would make it easier to improve his strength. Shan Long smiled and said, "Rain falls on green mountains, bones become steps, mist swallows the starry sea, eyes become torches." This is the spirit of the students of the Limit University. They are determined to break through limits and forge ahead. Chapter 101, Entering the 2nd rank. Mu'er came down from Yunin Peak. Yu Xingfei was walking uphill, holding a handful of yellow chrysanthemums in his hand. "Gentlemen." Mu'er was somewhat surprised, not expecting Yu Xingfei, who had been absent all along, to appear here. The middle-aged scholar, his face etched with sorrow, merely managed a weak smile and called out, "Your Highness, I'm going to check on the headmaster." Both of them have the surname Yu, could it be? Mu'er's lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but Yu Xingfei spoke first. "The principal is an ancestor of my Yu family. However, since he became the principal of Jixian University, he has never contacted the Yu family again. We, the descendants of the Yu family, dare not use our ancestor's name casually when we are outside. Please accept my condolences." Mu'er thought for a moment, but really didn't know what to say. "It's nothing. Our ancestor was an optimist who took life and death lightly and had no regrets in his life." After saying this, Yu Xingfei headed up the mountain. Mu'er watched his retreating figure, feeling a pang of sadness. It should have been expected that Yu Xingfei, as a 5th-grade martial artist at the Wheel Meridian realm, would not have been able to easily obtain the identity of the protector of the human race's heir if he did not have a background. As the old saying goes, even a low-ranking official can be found in front of a prime minister's door. Being the protector of the human prince will inevitably lead to a rise in status, making it a desirable position, though it certainly requires a certain level of strength. Just as Mu'er was about to leave, Yu Xingfei suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, "Your Highness, you need not worry. Our ancestor did not die solely for you. I know. Your Highness should now focus on yourself. You have grown a lot during this godfall tide." Mu'er responded and returned to Tianyuan. Upon entering the practice room, he sat cross-legged and finally began to examine himself. The cluster of star cores suspended within his dantian was collapsing into a ring, and 365 meteorite trails etched a galaxy scroll onto the surface of his bones. The phantom of the 1,000-handed god swayed like a reflection in water, with each finger joint embedded with a miniature black hole, tearing the surging liquid starlight in the meridians into a tassel-like waterfall of light. I never expected that I could directly use the statue of the Thousand-Star God clan. Could this be a benefit brought about by the skull of the first Holy Emperor? Mu'er was secretly alarmed. Within his dantian, a world of its own unfolded, where the majestic statues of the Thousand-Star Gods stood tall between heaven and earth. Though illusory and not solid, the aura they emitted was incredibly powerful. It's time to study the skull. Mu'er pondered for a moment, then focused his gaze on the Holy Emperor's skull. Since waking up, he has not yet truly studied the skull of the first Holy Emperor of the Thousand-Star God clan. There must be more to it than just cause and effect and divinity. Sure enough, when Mu'er injected his vital energy into the Holy Emperor's skull, the orbital vortex of the first Holy Emperor's skull began to collapse, and star ring patterns appeared on the surface of Mu'er's eyeballs. Within the ancient memories gushing forth from the gaps in the blood-red patterns, the 12 forbidden world-destroying techniques of the Thousand-Star God clan are materializing. Universal metamorphosis, the first Holy Emperor lightly touched a star with his fingertip, and the matter of the entire star field instantly collapsed into the fluid in his palm. As the Milky Way poured into his fingers, it transformed into 72 battle forms. Stellar resonance, 3 dying stars were torn into string-like shapes and wrapped around the Holy Emperor's spine to form a resonant bow. A single tremor of the string caused the cluster of star cores in Mu'er's dantian to explode. Abyssal eye rift. When the Holy Emperor opened the vertical pupil between his forehead, scorch marks immediately appeared on Mu'er's retina that gazed directly cleaved the dark matter ocean, pulling out a curled-up dimensional creature from the void. 1,000 tribulations weaving fate, the stardust scattered from the Holy Emperor's hair automatically wove into a net of fate. Mu'er saw that every vein in his body had become a trembling spider silk on the net, the ends of which were tied to the future of billions of people. Suddenly, Mu'er's consciousness began to detach, and he appeared in the universe, seemingly looking down at a certain place. 1,000 armed, 1,000-eyed deities strode through the void, the ripples from the ringing of silver bells on his ankles condensing into black hole shackles. Is this the first Holy Emperor? Mu'er stared wide-eyed, finding it somewhat unbelievable, yet everything seemed so reasonable. The first Holy Emperor used the universe as a training ground, specifically for Mu'er to practice various supernatural abilities. But I only glanced at it. Mu'er felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt dizzy and lightheaded, and a burning sensation came out of his nose. He reached out and wiped his eyes, then opened them to look. It was blood. Indeed, what right do I have to even glimpse the divine powers of the first Holy Emperor? Mu'er smiled, showing no signs of discouragement. The skull of the first Holy Emperor is in his dantian, so how could he possibly run away? Supernatural powers require at least the 6th rank to attain. The path is still long. After resting for a while, Mu'er adjusted his aura to its best. Whether it's the phantom image of the 1,000-star god clan or the divine powers and secret techniques of the first Holy Emperor, these are all very distant things, and for Mu'er, they can only broaden his horizons. The only thing that can help now is that Mu'er has already broken through to the 2nd rank and is at his peak, and can break through to the 3rd rank at any time. During the more than 1 week that Muji was in a coma, he had too much residual spiritual energy in his body, and unconsciously circulated it throughout his body, causing his vital energy to increase rapidly. His dantian and qi expanded to a level that was unprecedented and unparalleled. Others' qis might only be the size of a pool, and even monstrous geniuses could probably only expand their qis to the size of an ocean, but Mu'er's qi had literally expanded his dantian into a small world. The medical school professor who examined Mu'er at the time was terrified because this little world was still expanding. If Mu'er is not allowed to break through to the next realm, his body might be burst by the spiritual energy. There was no other way, so the Academy could only offer the heavenly bright stone as spiritual material for Mu'er to absorb, enabling him to break through to the 2nd great origin warrior realm. Mu'er closed his eyes, and his golden energy circulated. His aura surged, his vital energy like a giant dragon that had been dormant for 1,000 years, now slowly awakening and beginning to circulate in an orderly manner. The primordial energy initially flowed like a gentle stream through the meridians, nourishing every organ and meridian, leaving a faint halo around it. Guided by Mu'er's mind, the circulation of vital energy became increasingly rapid, like a rushing river, vast and unstoppable. It whistles and weaves along its predetermined path, each turn accompanied by a soft whooshing sound, like an ancient war song being sung. The vital energy continuously gathered and condensed, forming a dazzling ball of light in Mu'er's dantian. The ball of light shone brightly, so bright that it was difficult to look directly at it, yet it exuded a captivating charm. Just as this powerful flow of vital energy reached its peak, a wondrous scene suddenly appeared. At the center of that light, the Tao Foundation, Tianhuang City, slowly emerged. It truly resembled a golden city gate, towering thousands of feet high, like a giant pillar connecting heaven and earth. The door is made of pure gold, and every inch of its texture shimmers with golden light, as if it were forged from countless stars. The most terrifying thing is the golden plaque hanging at the city gate, where every stroke of the 2 characters Tianhuang is made up of burning solar prominences. Wherever the light touched, the space seemed to be ignited, rippling outwards as if it were about to collapse at any moment. This golden city gate truly possesses an imposing aura that can suppress heaven and earth. It stood there, like a pillar stabilizing the world, radiating a terrifying pressure. The surrounding space seemed to be frozen by this oppressive force. Anything that came near was suppressed by an invisible power, as if the slightest movement would trigger annihilation. The aura of power permeated the entire world, causing all living things to tremble and dare not make the slightest move. Chapter 102 Rapid Progress. Mu'er looked at Tianhuang City, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. This foundation is most suitable for suppression. No wonder the lineage of the Ming Emperor are all born war gods. This is the kind of progress he's most comfortable with right now. Not bad, not bad. The young prince calmed his mind and continued to hone his skills. After 3 full days, Mu'er finally opened his eyes and embraced his recent gains. Stepping out of the villa, Tianyuan was completely quiet. Yes, school has already started, and most students are going to class. Mu'er slapped his forehead, somewhat speechless at himself. He was still wondering why there were so few people in Tianyuan. Do you need to go to class by yourself? After thinking it over, Mu'er decided that the most important thing was to fully supplement the true explanation of martial arts. The martial arts manual, True Explanation of Martial Arts, only contains a dozen or so martial arts techniques, which is clearly inconsistent with the name of a self-created technique. It should contain at least 100 or 1,000 martial arts techniques to be worthy of the name. Mu'er excitedly headed to the library. Upon entering the library, he immediately immersed himself in a sea of secret manuals. The martial arts manual he casually picked up was called Shattering Star and Breaking Wind Fist. The handwriting on the pages was vigorous and powerful, as if every stroke contained boundless power. The true explanation of martial arts naturally needs to cover all martial arts techniques. If it only picks and chooses, how can one cultivate and attain enlightenment? And what then constitutes the true understanding of martial arts? Martial arts techniques must be learned one book at a time. Mu'er's gaze was intense, his eyes fixed on the analysis of moves and descriptions of key techniques on the pages of the book, his eyes gleaming with fervent light. He felt as if he were in a wondrous world of martial arts, where all the noise of the outside world was shut out. As he read on, vivid images gradually emerged in his mind: a peerless master on the vast land, his figure as fast as lightning, each punch accompanied by a whistling wind, seemingly capable of tearing apart the void and shattering stars. This is the essence of the Shattering Star and Breaking Wind Fist, to break through all obstacles with unparalleled speed and incomparable power. An overwhelming surge of excitement and longing welled up within Mu'er. He unconsciously raised his hands gently, mimicking the starting stance described in the manual. Although his movements were still a little clumsy, his earnestness and focus were evident. He meticulously studied every small movement, feeling the flow of energy around his body and experiencing the sensation of force rising from his dantian and traveling through his meridians to his arms. Before long, he grasped the essence of the first move of the Shattering Star and Breaking Wind Fist, Starlight Sprouts. This move emphasizes speed, requiring the explosive release of immense power in an instant, like the dazzling yet deadly light of a newly formed star. Mu'er took a deep breath and used the move again. His body suddenly trembled, and his fist struck out rapidly, actually producing a slight whistling sound. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by this sudden force. Having tasted the sweetness of enlightenment for the first time, Mu'er became completely absorbed in it. He continued to immerse himself in the manual and learned the Breaking Wind in Thousand Shadows technique. This technique emphasizes agility and speed, making the body appear like a phantom moving through a raging wind, elusive and unpredictable. Mu'er stood up and made full use of his skills in the cramped library space. His steps were light and his figure flickered, sometimes appearing on the left side of the bookshelf and sometimes on the right side, as if he had truly transformed into an invisible shadow. The benefits of the Ming Emperor's bloodline are obvious. In particular, after cultivating the Heavenly Emperor City, his mastery of martial arts has reached a new level, without much fancy trickery. After watching it once, you've learned the basics of the martial arts technique. After watching it twice, you've learned most of it. By the third time, you can practice it completely. By the fourth time, you've mastered the technique and even made some improvements. Moji once again entered a state of self-forgetfulness. Various martial arts techniques circulated in his mind, and the martial arts technique screens within his dantian grew larger and larger, gradually. Within Mu'er's dantian, the once tranquil space has now become incredibly lively, resembling a grand martial arts stage. The martial arts screens stand like towering monuments, their numbers increasing, radiating a mysterious and dazzling light. On the screen wall, the gilded carvings of tiny figures are so lifelike that they seem to have been given life. Each little character is a martial arts master, and they each demonstrate different martial arts techniques. Look at those little figures practicing their boxing. Their movements are as agile as cheetahs. Their fists whistle through the air, each swing seemingly tearing through the fabric. The little figure of the Shattering Star and Breaking Wind Fist moves with incredible speed. The moment he throws a punch, light flashes around his fist, as if the power of stars is gathering. One punch after another, he moves with the force of a tiger. Look again at the little figure practicing palm techniques. His palms dance like butterflies flitting among flowers. The opening and closing of his palms carries a wondrous rhythm. They unleash the lightning palm of spiritual shadows, rapidly waving their hands, their palms crackling with lightning, as if they controlled the power of thunder and lightning. Wherever his palms touched, the air was compressed, producing a dull sound. And those petty people who studied swordsmanship were not to be outdone. They wielded swords, their swordplay sharp and graceful. The little figures, who had cultivated the Lingxiao sword control technique, wielded their flying swords with unparalleled skill. Flying swords circled around them, like nimble silver snakes. Sometimes the sword thrusts out like a bolt of lightning, its energy crisscrossing, other times it twinkles like stars, attacking the imagined enemy from all angles. The transitions between sword moves were seamless, flowing like clouds in water. Those little figures focused on their swordsmanship also possessed an extraordinary aura. The long swords in their hands gleamed with a cold light. The raging wave sky-slaying blade technique was known for its powerful and imposing style. When the little people swung their knives, the blades created huge vortexes in the surrounding air, as if they could pull everything into them. Each slash carried the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. The sword energy roared, as if it would cleave the space in the Dantian in two. These gilded figures practiced on their own on the screen wall in Dantian, seemingly sharing some kind of tacit understanding. Occasionally, a little person would stop, as if observing the martial arts skills of other little people, and then incorporate their own understanding and continue to practice. The entire Dantian was filled with a strong martial arts atmosphere, and the light of various martial arts techniques intertwined, like a dazzling firework blooming in Mu'er's body. Chapter 103 Breakthrough. Mu'er knew everything that was happening in his Dantian. But it doesn't matter anymore. Now that you've decided to learn the basic martial arts, then go all the way down this path. Next, Mu'er became completely absorbed, immersing himself in a sea of martial arts techniques. Most of the martial arts techniques we encounter now are first and second grade, but Mu'er doesn't mind. As the saying goes, turning the rotten into the magical, it's true that first and second grade techniques aren't strong, but what about when they're combined? Nobody knows. The only time Mu'er ever left the library was for eating, drinking, and relieving himself. After all, he hasn't reached the 4th rank yet and hasn't been able to transcend the mortal realm, so he doesn't need to eat or drink. On this day, Mu'er read martial arts manuals as usual. The martial arts technique he was reading was called 9 Dragons Shining Sun Technique. On the cover of this manual, 9 golden dragons coil and dance, as if about to leap off the page. Their scales shimmer with a mysterious luster, and their eyes reveal both majesty and agility. As Mu'er gently turned to the first page of the manual, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the pages, like the sun breaking through the clouds. The golden light enveloped Mu'er completely, his body instantly being wrapped in a golden light curtain, like a golden sculpture. The light shone through his skin, illuminating the wondrous sight within him. Within Mu'er's Dantian, the martial arts figures that had been fighting independently all began to stir. The human prince was somewhat puzzled. The little martial arts figure in his Dantian was usually quite restless, but never as intense as it was now. Regardless, he continued to cultivate the 9 Dragons Shining Sun technique. Immersed in cultivation, his Dantian underwent another transformation. Those little figures practicing martial arts had taut muscles and whistling winds from their punches. Their moves were powerful and fast, and each punch seemed capable of breaking through the barrier of the Dantian. The little figure practicing swordsmanship moved as lightly as a swallow, his sword moves were as fast as lightning, and his sword energy crisscrossed, drawing sharp streaks of light in the space of his Dantian. The lesser martial artists, skilled in palm techniques and swordsmanship, were equally impressive, their various skills gleaming and colliding with each other. As the golden light continued to pour in, the movements of these martial arts figures became faster and faster, their figures gradually blurred, and then they began to merge together. First, there are 2 little figures, one skilled in leg techniques and the other adept at body movements. The moment they approach each other, the power of their legs and the agility of their bodies combine perfectly, forming a more powerful and well-rounded little figure. Then, more little people joined in the fusion, and the power of fist techniques, the sharpness of sword techniques, and the weight of palm techniques were continuously blended together. During this process, Mu'er's body trembled slightly, and his face showed a mixture of pain and excitement. It's here the qualitative change has finally led to the quantitative change. His veins felt as if they were being pierced by countless fine needles, or as if they were being scorched by a raging fire. The pain penetrated to the very marrow of his bones, yet his eyes remained unwavering. As the fusion deepened, the originally scattered martial arts figures eventually coalesced into a gigantic and dazzling humanoid light and shadow. This humanoid light and shadow appeared to be cast from pure liquid gold, with every inch radiating dazzling light. Its posture is upright, possessing the fierce momentum of boxing, the graceful agility of swordsmanship, the steady and profound nature of palm techniques, and the unique charm of other martial arts. Finally, amidst a deafening roar, the humanoid light and shadow, formed from the fusion of countless martial arts essences, slowly contracted, eventually condensing into a golden elixir. The golden core floated in Mu'er's Dantian, like a small sun, radiating a suffocating heat and powerful energy. Boom! Mu'er burst out of the library's main gate like a golden lightning bolt. His speed was so great that the surrounding air whistled sharply, as if being torn apart by his momentum. Upon reaching an open space, the human prince's body naturally took flight. At a height of 100 feet in the air, Mu'er slowly sat down cross-legged. His body radiated a dazzling golden light, which was not merely light, but contained endless martial arts secrets and powerful energy. The golden light flowed like liquid gold, tracing the contours of his body and outlining the lines of every muscle. Each muscle texture seemed to be meticulously sculpted from gold, showcasing his powerful foundation. The moment Mu'er sat down, a vast and magnificent spectacle suddenly appeared behind him. A colossal statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes slowly emerged, towering over 100 feet tall, almost bursting through the heavens and earth. The statue's body was woven from brilliant golden light, each ray resembling a mysterious rune. Each eye of this 1,000-armed, 1,000-eyed statue gleams with a sharp light, like a star fallen to earth. 1,000 eyes, 1,000 kinds of gazes, some deep as an abyss, some sharp as lightning, some steady as a mountain, and some lively as water. These eyes seem to see through everything in the world, penetrate all illusions, and strike straight into the depths of the enemy's heart. And those 1,000 hands displayed endless wonder. Each arm was muscular and powerful, as if it could easily tear the sky apart. The martial arts techniques used by these 1,000 hands are all different, yet they all contain earth-shattering power. Some hands were performing fist techniques, and each punch was accompanied by the roar of dragons and the howl of tigers. Wherever the fist passed, black cracks were torn in the space, as if this whole world could not withstand the power of the fist technique. The golden light on the fist was like a burning flame, scorching the surrounding air and emitting a pungent smell. Some hands wielded swords, the sword light as smooth as water, yet sharper than water itself. The flashing sword shadows seemed to sever the constraints of time and space. Each sword light was like a silver lightning bolt. They intertwined to form an impenetrable sword net. Whoever was caught in it would be torn to pieces by the sword light. Others used palm techniques, pushing out with both palms, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power. This palm strike is like a surging tsunami, capable of destroying all obstacles in its path. Each time he clapped his hands, he left a huge golden handprint in the void. The handprint lingered for a long time, radiating a suffocating pressure. Those wielding swords were equally formidable, brandishing their long swords and unleashing sword energy that stretched for miles. Wherever the blade flashed, everything was neatly cut apart, as easily as slicing a piece of tofu with the sharpest blade. The golden light on the blade intertwined with the black shadow of the blade, creating a beautiful yet deadly scene. Strange phenomena continued to emerge around the 1,000-armed, 1,000-eyed statue. Time and space seem to be distorted here, the power of stars gathers, and the light of the sun and moon merges. Mysterious runes flashed in the void, constantly rotating around Mu'er and the statue. Chapter 104. Go and try it. Extreme University was shocked. Countless students stood up and looked up at the sky. Golden light enveloped Muji, making him resemble a small sun, while the 1,000-armed, 1,000-eyed statue enveloped the sun, displaying various martial arts techniques. Such majesty almost made countless people groan. Who is that? He looks like Crown Prince Sowen. Isn't Prince Zhaoyuan a new student? He has not been to school for 3 months, which has greatly displeased the school. However, given his status, they have not said anything. But no one expected that the young master would actually break through to the 3rd rank. Break through to the 3rd rank in 3 months? Is this a joke? Who knows? And judging from this, it seems like a 3rd rank official isn't joking. The students were deeply shocked, and more people came out of the teaching buildings and libraries to look at the strange phenomenon in the sky from the corridors. The teachers at Extreme University also gaped, their eyes wide with shock. A 3rd-grade phenomenon? Is this terrifying? Unprecedented. Unprecedented. This is unprecedented in human history since the revival of spiritual energy. Is Prince Zhaoyuan truly destined to become the human emperor? Dan Long stood with an old man. The old man, with white hair and a youthful face, stroked his beard and said, "What do you think?" Dan Long looked pleased and praised. "I thought the Crown Prince wouldn't use the statues of the 1,000-Star God clan, but I didn't expect him to take a different approach and make the statues of the 1,000-Star God clan use martial arts. That's quite a clever idea." This old man is the acting principal of Extreme University, named Zhedurong, a peak 7th rank cultivator. Because there is potential to break through to the 8th rank, I am temporarily acting as their agent. It's indeed a clever idea, completely different from what the 1,000-Star God clan learns. They prefer to focus on one divine ability and use the power of the divine statue to amplify its power tenfold or 100-fold. Zhao Yuan's move, Jie Durong uttered these words without changing his expression, causing Shan Long to feel uneasy. He could only manage a dry laugh. The Crown Prince possesses the divine nature of cause and effect, while the divine nature of Bright Sun is also vacant. He will certainly not cultivate a single supernatural power in the future, so it is understandable that he is learning miscellaneous things now. Jie Durong said, I'm afraid of being a jack of all trades and master of none. Jie Durong pondered for a moment and said, I've heard that Gu Yuchuan, a third-year student, has a natural talent for swordsmanship and has been diligently practicing the way of the sword. He's incredibly strong. What do you think of his strength compared to Zhao Yuan's? Dan Long sensed something was wrong and said. Gu Yuchuan had already reached the third rank in his second year of university, and had been immersed in this realm for nearly a year. If it weren't for his desire to expand his meridians, he would have already reached the fourth rank. And now, the young master has just reached this level. Jie Durong waved his hand and laughed. Let Gu Yuchuan go and beat him up. A short while later, Gu Yuchuan was called over. Shan Long said he understood what Durong was thinking. Gu Yuchuan pointed to the sky, his face filled with shock. Master, I still want to live. He was watching perfectly fine, why did he suddenly have to go on stage? However, the young master is indeed quite capable. In just 3 months, he has already advanced from the first rank to the third rank. Judging from this momentum, he is not just a simple third rank. Shan Long frowned and said, I'll beat you to death. Don't worry, Zhao Yuan's breakthrough phenomenon is connected with the movement of heaven and earth. It looks frightening, but in fact, most of the power comes from the power of heaven and earth. Jie Durong suddenly spoke up, seemingly feeling that the reassurance given to Gu Yuchuan wasn't enough, and added. Such a great opportunity to show off in front of the school, don't you want to give it a try? Gu Yuchuan laughed heartily and said. Principal, please don't provoke me. If I were to pursue these empty titles, I wouldn't be practicing swordsmanship. In this world, anyone who practices martial arts knows a few sword techniques, resulting in a frighteningly large number of sword cultivators. Of course, 9 out of 10 are not proficient in their skills. But the remaining small group are absolutely geniuses, even the innate sword heart is no match for them. Jie Durong's face darkened, then he suddenly burst into laughter. Alright, I was originally thinking of bringing you the Great Shu Sword Manual so you could take a look, but alas, we're destined to be apart. The Great Shu Sword Manual? Gu Yuchuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy among humans, various sects have sprung up, among which the Shu Mountain Sword sect is particularly famous, with its swordsmanship being the most close to that of immortals. The swordsmanship philosophy from over 8,000 years ago is still outdated today. There are many people in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion of Extreme University who admire the Great Shu Sword Manual, but they only read fragments. Now that the complete version is available, who wouldn't want to read it? If the students of Tianjin Pavilion found out, many would be willing to lick Jie Durong's toes. Gu Yuchuan's mouth was practically watering. Principal, this matter is none other than mine. Please prepare the Great Shu Sword Manual for me. The phrase single eyelid twitching is quite apt. They really don't treat a temporary principal like a principal. He couldn't help but think of the scene when he wanted to recruit Gu Yuchuan into the law enforcement hall. The enforcement hall is a special institution at Extreme University. It is directly managed by the teachers and is responsible for handling bloody incidents such as students fighting privately and using their inner energy to spar. Gu Yuchuan was a promising talent, and Shan Long wanted to recruit him. However, Gu Yuchuan was arrogant and disdainful of the world, and he didn't care about the position of chief of the enforcement hall at all. So much so that Shan Long later harbored resentment and sought out Xing Wufeng, who was also a swordsman. Jie Durong stroked his beard and laughed heartily, saying, Go ahead, the Great Shu Sword Manual will not be bad. Clang! Gu Yuchuan drew his Qingming sword and leaped into the air, exuding murderous intent. Willing to risk everything, even the emperor can be brought down. Gu Yuchuan, a third-year student of Tianjin Pavilion, seeks guidance from Prince Zhao Yuan. Amidst that vast and magnificent spectacle, Mu'er sat cross-legged in the void, like an eternal deity. The thousand-handed, thousand-eyed deity statue still shone brightly behind him, and the dazzling martial arts techniques performed by its countless hands gradually subsided. Those dazzling fist lights, like flames that have burned out, slowly retracted into the arms. With each reduction in strength, the all-tearing force in the air weakened slightly, but what remained was an even more refined and powerful feeling. When the light of the final punch disappeared into the arm, it was as if the whole world breathed a sigh of relief, and the tense power of heaven and earth also relaxed slightly. The sword light, flowing like water, began to swirl back. Each silver lightning bolt, like a nimble fish, reversed its original trajectory and returned precisely to both hands. Where the sword light disappeared, the tear in space began to slowly heal, as if carefully stitched together by a pair of invisible, skillful hands, and the originally chaotic space gradually returned to calm. The force of the two palms, which had been whistling through the air, slowly receded. The golden handprint gradually faded in the void, like the receding tide, leaving only some damp marks as proof of its once invincible power. As his strength returned, Muji's arms rested firmly on his knees, like two ancient mountain peaks, steady and resolute. The long sword, once gleaming with dazzling light, gradually lost its sharpness, capable of cutting through anything. The cold gleam on its blade, like a sleeping beast, quietly returned to Mu'er's sides. As the blade energy dissipated, the neatly cut gaps in the space gradually closed, like a piece of porcelain that had been repaired. Although the original damage could still be seen, it had been restored to its original state. The shimmering star runes and the light from the convergence of the essence of the sun and moon around him, like summoned spirits, swarmed toward Mu'er. Chapter 105 Battle. Awesome! They seeped into every pore and every inch of Mu'er's skin. The moment these rays of light entered Mu'er's body, they seemed to transform into a gentle stream, flowing along his meridians. Starting from the toes, infuse power little by little along the meridians of the legs. The muscles in their calves trembled slightly, absorbing the energy and becoming firmer and stronger. As they reached the thighs, the already powerful muscles seemed to have been reforged, with every fiber seemingly leaping with joy and radiating a powerful aura. The radiance continued to spread upwards, passing through the hips and reaching the waist. Muji's waist is like a core hub of energy, where light gathers and rotates, connecting the forces above and below. The bones here made a slight cracking sound, as if adjusting their structure to adapt to the greater force. The spine in my back also began to deform, and the bones were like carefully arranged building blocks, recombining in a staggered and orderly manner. Each bone shimmered with a golden halo, as if it had become a dragon skeleton cast in gold. When the light reached his chest, Muji's heart pounded like a great bell. With each heartbeat, a large amount of spiritual energy is delivered to every part of the body. His chest was like a sail billowing in the wind, full of power. The radiance climbed up the shoulders, arms, and hands. His hands were like two mysterious treasures, containing endless martial arts secrets. With a slight movement of the fingers, one can feel the power that combines hundreds of martial arts techniques dancing at the fingertips. Every cell is like an activated warrior, ready to go. Sudden. A strong, resonant voice rang out. Gu Yuchuan, a third-year student of Tianjin Pavilion, seeks guidance from Prince Zhao Yuan. Mu'er opened his eyes, his dark pupils speckled with gold. He has already mastered the control over his golden eyes. You? Their eyes met. Gu Yuchuan's heart skipped a beat, and goosebumps rose up on his back. He had only one feeling: he was being watched by a dragon. Young Master Zhao Yuan, it's been 3 months since we last met. I never imagined you would have already entered the spirit realm and soared through the void. The swordsman was forced to engage in polite conversation. Mu'er's face was expressionless, appearing rather cold and aloof. This is the influence of the Ming Emperor's bloodline within him, which is diminishing all expressions on his face. Emperor Ming was a born war god and a supreme ruler, born with a face that resembled both knives and swords. You want to challenge me? An inexplicable aura was revealed, like mercury spilling from the bottom, completely enveloping Gu Yuchuan and almost suffocating him. So fierce. Gu Yuchuan's eyelids twitched, his fighting spirit soaring, and the azure nether sword in his hand whistled. What does Zhao Yuan think? Can. Mu'er was sparing with his words, yet his energy burst forth. Gu Yuchuan had a complicated expression. He never expected that the young prince who needed his help just 3 months ago would now be on the opposing side. This kind of progress is too frightening. But it's precisely this kind of opponent that's exciting. Gu Yuchuan was filled with excitement, transforming all the pressure into fighting spirit. He stomped his feet hard in the air and charged forward like lightning. The azure sword in his hand unleashed countless sword flowers, each one as sharp as a tangible object, seemingly capable of severing the air currents in the void. This was the exquisite swordsmanship he had comprehended through his innate sword heart, the starlight sword technique. The sword light blazed brightly, like twinkling stars in the night sky converging into a river, rushing towards Mu'er. Within this river of swords, every sword aura contains Gu Yuchuan's sword intent and spiritual power, enough to tear apart mountains and sever rivers. Despite the fierce attack, Mu'er remained unfazed, a disdainful sneer curling his lips into a slight smile. He first gently raised his left hand, his index and middle fingers together like a sword. A golden sword aura shot out from his fingertip, growing larger in the wind and instantly transforming into a giant sword aura several meters long, like a golden celestial blade, fiercely slashing towards the sword river. The sword river collided with the golden sword energy, producing a deafening roar, like two meteors colliding and bursting out with dazzling light. The surrounding space was distorted by this powerful force, forming visible spatial ripples. Gu Yuchuan felt a numbness in his arm as the sword river was forcibly torn open by this finger. The spirit rhinoceros wind-breaking finger, you're actually using it as a sword technique? He was somewhat surprised. What kind of approach is this? I don't understand it at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu'er tapped his right foot in mid-air and moved like a ghost to the left of Gu Yuchuan. He then struck out with his right palm, unleashing the powerful thunderclap palm. Lightning crackled in his palm, as if a small thunderstorm was brewing. As the palm strike was unleashed, the lightning transformed into thick chains of electricity, coiling towards Gu Yuchuan. Wherever it passed, the air crackled with electricity and emitted a burnt smell. Gu Yuchuan snorted coldly. His innate sword heart allowed him to achieve the ultimate control over swordsmanship. He spun around quickly, the azure sword dancing around him, creating layers of sword shadows that formed an impenetrable sword shield, blocking the chains of lightning one by one. At the same time, he uttered a low shout, "Sword heart clarity!" A sharp sword light flashed in his eyes, and the light of the azure nether sword in his hand increased several times. Then, he thrust out the sword. This sword strike incorporated the power of his innate sword heart, and its speed and power reached their peak. Sword heart pierces the sky. With 2 consecutive moves, Gu Yuchuan's skills were not lacking. Mu'er sensed the sharpness of the sword and dared not be careless. He quickly put his hands in front of his chest and crossed them into a cross. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual energy within his body surged wildly, flowing into his arms, and he unleashed the indestructible Vajra technique. Instantly, his arms shone with golden light, his muscles bulged, as if covered by a layer of golden armor, and he forcefully withstood this incomparably powerful sword strike. With a loud clang, like steel clashing, sparks flew everywhere. Mu'er felt a numbness in his arms, and his body involuntarily slid backward for dozens of feet, leaving 2 deep footprints in the void beneath his feet. Gu Yuchuan was also in bad shape. Although he had used all his strength in this sword strike, he was still shaken by Mu'er's powerful defense and recoil, causing his tiger's mouth to bleed and his arm to ache as if it were broken. However, neither of them showed any sign of stopping. It doesn't matter whether it's life or death, but it's essential to determine a winner. Chapter 106. What do you think is the meaning of my life? With a loud shout, Gu Yuchuan took a strange step with his feet one in front of the other. This was the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's top movement technique, sword-controlling wind step, which made his figure instantly elusive, leaving behind afterimages in the void like a ghost. He brandished the azure sword in his hand once more, this time not with a single sword move, but by combining many killing moves from the Starlight Sword technique into a continuous river of swords that swept towards Mu'er from all directions. Upon seeing this, Mu'er's eyes flashed with golden light. He raised his spiritual power to its limit, then pushed off the ground with both feet and leaped high into the air, constantly tumbling and changing his body shape in the air to avoid most of Gu Yuchuan's sword energy attacks. At the same time, he quickly formed hand seals and chanted incantations, unleashing one of his thousands of martial arts techniques, the Chaos Universe Fist. He was surrounded by rings of chaotic energy, and as he swung his fists, he generated waves of violent power, each punch containing the power to create the world. When Mu'er fell from the sky, he landed right in the circle of Gu Yuchuan's sword river. Without hesitation, he threw punch after punch, the chaotic energy colliding with the sword energy, causing a violent explosion. Each explosion generated a powerful shockwave that spread outwards, blasting away those who were watching nearby. When Gu Yuchuan saw that his sword river had been broken by Mu'er in such a domineering way, he was shocked, but he was experienced in combat and immediately changed his tactics. He took a deep breath, gathered all his spiritual power into the azure nether sword, then raised it high and swung it above his head. In an instant, countless sword energies converged from all directions, forming a giant light sword that hovered above his head. The lightsaber exuded a destructive aura, making the surrounding space turn cold. Mu'er looked up at the huge lightsaber, his eyes filled with fighting spirit, not a trace of fear. He frantically compressed the spiritual energy within his body, gathering it all into his dantian, and then used his primordial energy to condense a giant sword. He gripped the sword hilt with both hands and roared, "Sword sweeps across the 8 wastelands." As he finished speaking, the long sword burst forth with intense light, piercing towards the light sword above his head. Boom! Intense energy ripples erupted in the sky. Countless students looked up in awe and exclaimed in wonder. These two are the best among the third-rank individuals, and they are already invincible. Not bad, the strength it displayed is comparable to that of a fourth-grade player. The thought of the gap between me and a genius makes my scalp tingle. Hey, why is everything so quiet? Who won? The storm has passed. Gu Yuchuan had disheveled hair and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Mu'er stood there blankly, showing no sign of being in a sorry state. The winner and loser are obvious. Another uproar ensued. The young master actually won, yet he only reached the third rank. The bloodline of the Ming Emperor is so powerful. There is no record of it in the books. Something's not right. Gu Yuchuan wiped the corner of his mouth, held his sword, cupped his hands, and said, "Your Highness, I have lost." Mu Erdeo said, "Regardless of winning or losing, I have gained a lot." Gu Yuchuan gave a bitter smile, looked up at the sky, and said, "I pride myself on being a swordsmanship genius, and I usually consider myself the best of the third rank. I never imagined I'd suffer such a crushing defeat." He knew in his heart that if Mu'er went all out, he might be able to withstand 35 moves, but he would eventually die. Mu'er didn't know how to comfort him. The path of martial arts is inherently cruel. Strong is strong, and weak is weak. Unless there is a mutual understanding, how can a few words change someone's mind? You. Gu Yuchuan waved his hand and said, "Your Highness need not say more. I will go and study diligently, hoping not to fall too far behind your Highness." Having said that, he darted away. Seeing this, Mu'er had no choice but to descend, intending to go back and wash up properly. The battle in the sky was quite a sight to behold. Jie Durong stroked his beard repeatedly and said, "Not bad, not bad. Gu Yuchuan's swordsmanship is excellent, and his foundation is very solid. He will become a sword venerable when he reaches the 7th rank, and a sword saint when he reaches the 8th rank." Dan Long's eyes gleamed with a strange light, and he sighed. What a pity. Jie Durong naturally knew what the head of the enforcement hall was regretting, so he smiled and said, "The bloodline of the Ming Emperor is inherently terrifying, crushing all the heavens in myriad realms. He will surely become a giant in the future, or a regional king. What is there to regret?" Shan Long said, "I'm afraid Gu Yuchuan has dampened their spirits." Humph. Jie Durong snorted coldly, "If he can't even handle this little setback, how will he become a sword master or a sword saint in the future? He has a long way to go." Gu Yuchuan was a representative figure of Extreme University during his junior year, and the school paid close attention to him. The innate swordsmanship talent is perhaps the most remarkable swordsmanship talent in the last 100 years. Their advancement doesn't rely on divinity, but entirely on comprehension. Nurturing them fully is very valuable. Gu Yuchuan landed beside the two, his face ashen, and said, "I lost." Dan Long's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "It's alright, he has divine blood in his body, and can be considered a first-generation species." Jie Durong's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant. Could it be that he couldn't hold back? Gu Yuchuan, his face weathered, said in a low voice, "Master, Principal, what do you think is the meaning of my cultivation?" The two bigwigs from Extreme University exchanged a glance, alarm bells ringing in their minds. "This opening, no way." Dan Long hurriedly said, "Gu Yuchuan, sword cultivation is about forging ahead. Occasional setbacks are also a good thing, as they can help us hone our foundation. You absolutely mustn't think about anything else, and as for its significance, well, that's too much to ask." Gu Yuchuan shook his head, turned his back, and looked quite lonely. "Master, the professors of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion said that the most important thing for a sword cultivator is the sword in his hand. No matter who you face, one sword is enough. If that's not enough, then 2 swords will do." "And what about Zhao Yuan?" "He learned a wide variety of martial arts, from fist techniques to leg techniques, and he mastered all kinds of weapons, including swords, clubs, axes, halberds, and forks. How could someone with such a diverse range of skills defeat me? Now that you've defeated me, what's the point of sword cultivation? Is the saying 1 trick is all you need wrong? Shouldn't we learn more about other skills?" Faced with a series of questions, Shan Long and Jie Durong became numb. Jie Durong wanted to say, "Can you compare yourself to others? Those with the bloodline of the Ming Emperor are born with golden eyes, which not only allow them to dispel illusions and eliminate evil spirits, but also give them a clearer understanding of the natural order and the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Learning a little bit of miscellaneous knowledge is not a bad thing. You have a natural swordsman's heart, how can you compare to him? Wouldn't saying this be too hurtful to the students?" Jie Durong fell silent for a moment. He really didn't know how to comfort people. Upon thinking of Gu Yuchuan's shattered Dao heart and extinguished sword heart, Shan Long felt a pang of panic and said, "Don't overthink it. Didn't you want to see the Great Shu Sword Manual? Principal, hurry up and give it to him." Gu Yuchuan's ears perked up. Jie Durong quickly replied, "Look around, feel free. I'll go to the old site of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect and get it for you." Gu Yuchuan quickly turned around, bent down, and smiled. "Thank you, Principal." Chapter 107. After the Tide of God's Fall. Mu'er returned to his room and fell fast asleep. He finally woke up after 3 days. "You slept for so long." Mu'er stretched and walked down the stairs. It's no wonder he was so sleepy in the 3 months he spent in the library. Apart from eating, drinking, and relieving himself, he didn't close his eyes even once. He was only at the 2nd rank at that time, which put a lot of pressure on his body. If it weren't for the nutritional supplements from the university cafeteria and the spiritual energy transmitted by the system, he would have been able to survive. The human prince has long since passed away. "Hey, who are you?" I had only walked halfway when I saw a middle-aged man sitting in the living room. Hearing the voice, the middle-aged man stood up and chuckled. "I am Ban Ingfa, the head of the Comprehensive Department of Extreme University." Ban Ingfa's hair was neatly combed, and he leaned back in his suit, which made Mu'er feel a little uncomfortable. "Hello. Greetings, Crown Prince Zhao Yuan." The two sat down. Ban Ingfa first said, "Please don't be offended that I entered your room without your permission. I had something to discuss with you, so I waited there, fearing that you might go back to your cultivation after you finished your seclusion." Mu Erdeo said, "I'm not that diligent in my studies either." Ban Ingfa gave a thumbs up and said, "The young master spent 3 months studying diligently in the library and jumped to the 3rd rank, which has become a legend in the school." The principal specially commended him to show the school's students. Mu'er remained silent, then asked, "Has the school got a new principal?" Ban Ingfa said, "The acting principal specially appointed from Jintian Pavilion is called the Body Venerable, named Jie Durong. He is incredibly powerful, and the young master should go and meet him." Mu'er pondered for a moment and then asked, "What brings you here?" Ban Ingfa didn't quite understand Mu'er's thought process, and simply replied, "The principal believes that the young master has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd rank and should go out and explore. After all, it's not good to work in isolation." Mu'er raised an eyebrow and asked, "A mission?" Ban Ingfa chuckled dryly and said, "I dare not accept the task." "Minister, please speak frankly." Ban Ingfa coughed and said, "The crown prince of the fallen gods knows about this." Mu'er said in a deep voice, "Yes. The fall of gods is a 9th grade fall, which causes the heavenly Tao to change to a 9th grade. At this time, all sorts of strange things will inevitably appear. Normally, we are prepared for this, so we are not afraid. However, this time the high priest of the 1,000-star god clan made preparations in advance, so many places were not protected. The young master needs to go there." As Ban Ingfa spoke, he conjured up a file folder and placed it on the table. Mu'er picked up the file bag and looked at it carefully. "The matter is simple. Yang Shuangfu, located next to Tianyu City, has been mysteriously invaded, and a team of 1st to 3rd rank is needed to clear it out." Yang Shuangfu was also an ancient post, usually sparsely populated. However, fearing that the strange creatures might grow and cause trouble in the future, they went to clean it up in advance as a precaution. The task allocation was 2 rank 3 leaders, with the remaining 12 rank 2 members and 4 rank 1 members. "First class?" Mu'er frowned. What kind of combat power did they have? Now, when he thinks back to his days as a 1st rank official, he realizes how weak he was. The vital energy cannot leave the body, nor can it be used to empower others. It is not much different from the body refinement realm. The strange creature that emerged from the tide of divine fall must possess some strength, no matter what. Going to Yang Shuang's residence with someone like that is like delivering vegetables to someone else's door. Ban Ingfa said, "This is a tradition, where experienced teachers mentor new students, honing their potential early on." For some reason, Mu'er thought of the old headmaster. "Okay, I'll take it." Ban Ingfa appeared extremely pleased, probably not expecting the task to be completed so easily. "When does the crown prince plan to depart?" Mu'er asked, "What else do you need to prepare?" "We need specialized weapons to exorcise evil spirits, but we can set off as long as we have them with us," Ban Ingfa said. Mu'er said, "Let's leave today." So fast, without giving anyone any time to prepare, it's clearly an expression of their dissatisfaction. Ban Ingfa forced a smile and said, "Okay, I'll go and inform them right away." It was nearing evening. An 18-person team gathered at the entrance. Upon seeing Mu-Er emerge, the 17 men bowed their heads in greeting. Your Highness. Mu-Er looked at the female student whose aura fluctuated the strongest. Name, learned. The female student was clearly nervous and stammered. Dong Jiwon, a third-year student majoring in array formations. A formation? Mu-Er was somewhat surprised. Dong Jiwon said, yes, some strange things can't be dealt with. We need to use formations to suppress them, mark them, and then report them to the school. Mu-Er nodded. When other students wanted to introduce themselves, Mu-Er interrupted them directly. The others should get to know their teammates on their own, and Dong Gil-min will manage them all. After saying that, he boarded the minibus. Dong Jiwon readily agreed. As for the other students of the second and first ranks, they all looked embarrassed. However, he didn't say much more. Mu-Er is now a prominent figure at Extreme University. He killed a new student of the Heavenly Demon Clan when he enrolled, then encountered the Godfall Tide, and then broke through to the third rank, defeating Gu Yuchuan with ease. Any one of these things, if applied to one person, would be considered extraordinary now they've all come together in a powerful statement. If anyone else had done this, they would have been furious. The fact that this person can still speak shows that their attitude is already quite good. Everyone boarded the bus, and it started moving. They needed to go to the boatyard first, where the Limitless University's spirit boats, which were used for missions, led to Yang Shuang's residence. Your Highness, this is a weapon crafted by the Weapon Forging School. Dong Jiwon handed Mu-Er a package. Mu-Er took it. It made a clanging sound and was quite heavy. Upon opening it, one finds all sorts of weapons inside, including swords, clubs, axes, halberds, and forks. Are you all like this? He was somewhat surprised. It was all absurd. Dong Jiwon innocently measured the short dagger at his waist and said, no, we only have one. Mu-Er looked at the others. The other students brandished their weapons, some with knives, some with swords, and some with guns. Few carried multiple weapons. Mu-Er stuffed the weapon pouch into his storage ring, thinking to himself, the storage ring needs to be enlarged. The journey was smooth, and we boarded the spirit boat to head to Yang Shuang's residence. Boating ground. On the deck of a spirit boat, a woman of unparalleled beauty and captivating charm stood silently. Behind her stood countless fanatical followers, their burning gazes undisguised. No doubt about it. If this woman wanted them to die, they wouldn't hesitate for a second. The woman extended her slender fingers, licked them, and murmured, Zhao Yuan, you smell better and better. I really want to eat you. This gesture is incredibly alluring. The attendants behind him were all flushed and their blood was boiling. His spirit boat started moving, heading in the exact same direction as Mu-Er. Chapter 108. The Phantom of the Old Site. The former site of Yang Xuanfu is a patch of yellow earth. A gentle breeze stirs the yellow earth, carrying an ancient and profound aura, the scent of time's passage that inspires awe. Mu-Er stood on the periphery, and couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect there to be such a place around Tianyu City? Dong Jiwon said with a smile. Your Highness, you are unaware that we have already traveled more than 100 kilometers outside of Tianyu City, so we can no longer be considered to be in the vicinity of Tianyu City. Mu-Er suddenly realized that the spirit boat had indeed shortened the distance between various parts of the Great Xia. Where is our mission location? Dong Jiwon pointed forward. It's just ahead. There's a huge mine there, a place where they mine a kind of ore called earth-melting gold. Approaching the mine entrance, the area was desolate, with only various mine buildings visible. The mine has been shut down due to the Godfall Tide event. Mu-Er frowned and said, is no one coming to handle this? Dong Jiwon said, of course there are people involved, but the mine manager was too arrogant and didn't clean it up properly. Those strange things are like weeds, so they've spread everywhere. Now we're needed. Mu-Er nodded, circulated his vital energy, and poured it into his eyes. As he moved, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and everyone's gaze involuntarily focused on his strange eyes. Everyone says that Crown Prince Zhao Yuan has a pair of captivating and awe-inspiring eyes, and everyone wants to see them now. Mu-Er's eyes slowly opened, revealing two dazzling golden pupils that shone like two bright stars in the night sky, instantly illuminating the entire Yang Shuangfu site. The light was intense and blazing, seemingly able to penetrate all darkness and mist, drawing everyone's attention. The students were astonished. The Emperor Ming's golden eyes weren't as terrifying as the rumors suggested. The idea that you couldn't look directly at them was just a myth. Mu-Er remained silent, focusing solely on activating the Great Golden Eye, causing the array patterns within his eyes to begin to swirl. The array patterns, like ancient runes, danced in Mu'er's eyes in a mysterious and orderly way. Each array pattern shimmered with a faint light, intertwining and overlapping to form complex and mysterious designs. As the array pattern shifted, the entire site of Yang Xuanfu underwent a dramatic transformation. What was originally just an ordinary patch of yellow earth now seemed to have been given life and began to surge. The lush was still lush, but beneath it, wisps of black smoke were faintly rising. The black mist rose like black smoke, mixing with the dust in the air to create an eerie and oppressive atmosphere. These black wisps were not still, but rather intertwined in a peculiar way. Sometimes they intertwine, forming clusters of black clouds, other times they scatter, like black tentacles waving wildly in the air. Wherever the black mist passes, everything seems to be shrouded in a black shadow, sending chills down one's spine. Even more astonishingly, as the black mist spread, all sorts of ghosts began to roam the land. They scurried around like headless flies, some floating in the air, others crawling on the ground. These ghosts come in various forms. Some have ferocious faces, while others have mournful expressions. Their eyes gleamed with an eerie green light, conveying an indescribable sense of terror and despair. So much? Mu'er didn't understand. Is this a mine or a graveyard? Dong Jiwon's pupil technique cultivation is related to formations. Other students' realms are not high enough, and their pupil techniques cannot see through illusions, so they can only worry helplessly. Mu'er pondered for a moment and said, "You come with me and kill some of them first." Dong Jimin said, "We can't see it." Golden energy appeared at Mu'er's fingertips, gliding through the eyes of the 17 students one by one. Suddenly, the scenery before everyone's eyes changed drastically. Ghost. Some students groaned, saying it was like hell. Mu'er stood amidst the chaos. The array patterns in Diwen's golden eyes continued to swirl, as if he were engaged in a silent battle with these black mists and ghosts. The air around us grew increasingly heavy, as if the whole world had fallen into chaos. "Are you ready?" Mu'er asked. "Ready," the accompanying students responded in unison. "Let's begin." Suddenly, Mu'er shouted loudly, his voice like a booming bell, making people's eardrums hurt. With his shout, the array patterns in Diwen's golden eyes instantly accelerated their flow, and the golden light became even more dazzling. As if summoned by some force, the black mist and ghosts began to surge toward Mu'er. Mu'er was not afraid at all. He stretched out his hands and waved them fiercely at the black mist and ghosts. Instantly, a golden light shot out from his hand, slicing through the darkness like a sharp sword. Under the light, the black mist and ghosts let out mournful screams before dissipating into the air. Dong Jiwon's mouth opened slightly, and she thought to herself, "The weapons we brought for the crown prince are unnecessary." The other students drew their weapons and rushed forward to rid the evil spirits. Those who can enter Extreme University are all geniuses from all over the world. Even those who are at the first grade level are not weak. Killing a few little devils is more than enough for them. Before long, nearly half of the evil spirits outside the mine had been killed. Mu'er's golden eyes remained unchanged, but his brows furrowed deeply. "Wrong." Dong Jiwon asked, "What's wrong?" "Look over there." Mu'er pointed around the mine. There are indeed fewer little devils, but the yin energy hasn't changed at all. Dong Jiwon and the other students then realized what was happening. Yes. Could it be that a giant monster has been born here? It seems we need to go deeper underground. After pondering for a long time, Mu'er said, "Let's clear out the strange things on the outside first." Yes. Everyone responded enthusiastically and gave their all. Half an hour passed. The number of the little devils on the periphery has decreased by more than half. Finally, the world that Jin Tong saw changed. Inside the mine, an indescribable ghostly aura, like a demon awakened, surged wildly from the deep darkness. The ghostly aura seemed to possess a physical form, exhibiting an eerie color of inky black tinged with a ghostly green, twisting, entwining, and churning wantonly in the air. It was like a group of ferocious demons having a wild dance, sometimes coalescing into a huge black vortex, and sometimes dispersing into countless tiny shadows, casting all sorts of terrifying shapes on the cave walls. As the ghostly aura surged, waves of yin energy continuously emerged from the depths of the mine. The chilling aura was so palpable that it seemed to freeze the air wherever it went, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply and making people shiver. Amidst this terrifying atmosphere, chilling roars could be heard. Mu'er's spirits lifted, and he whispered, "Gentlemen, the big fish is here." Chapter 109 Natural Disaster? Man-made catastrophe? Everyone already knew without needing to say more. Because the ghostly aura has already burst forth. These ghostly energies, like a black torrent, carried endless malice and resentment, spreading rapidly through the air. They intertwined and merged, gradually coalescing into an enormous monster. This monster was enormous, standing tens of meters tall, like a majestic black mountain rising from the earth. Its body was formed by countless black ghostly energies, which wriggled like flexible tentacles and emitted a nauseating stench. What's most terrifying is its appearance with 1,000 faces. Each face was different. Some were ferocious, with sharp fangs showing in their gaping maws and blood-red eyes that seemed to devour people. Others had mournful expressions, with tears streaming down their faces and their mouths slightly open, as if telling endless grievances. Still others had faces covered with angry lines, their brows furrowed, and their roars seemed to shake the heavens. What a ferocious monster! Dong Jiwen said in a low voice. Mu'er said softly. Can such a powerful and eerie phenomenon be formed within the tide of divine fall? This hit Dong Gilmin's blind spot. I don't know, the Godfall tide is not something ordinary people can come into contact with. Mu'er looked the monster up and down. It was still mutating. The monster's thousands of arms stretched out from its sides, each arm as thick as a giant python, with huge and powerful hands and sharp nails on its fingers that made a piercing whistling sound as they cut through the air. Some of their arms had green flames burning at the ends, flames that seemed to be the flames of the soul, emanating a chilling aura. As the monster moved slowly, the ground beneath its feet trembled, as if it could not bear its weight. Each step it took left a deep footprint, from which emerged not soil, but even more black energy, as if it were constantly releasing its inner dark power as it walked. He's coming! A member of the team shouted. They wanted to retreat, but seeing that Mu'er remained unmoved, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and stay where they were. Mu'er waved his hand and said, You should all step back. This monster has strength approaching that of a third-rank monster, and its abilities are unknown. It should have no problem dealing with ordinary third-rank monsters. Looking at the dark mineshaft, Dong Jiwen shouted. Your Highness, we should go back and let the school handle it. Mu'er shook his head and pulled a long sword from his weapon pouch. The sword is as smooth as jade, clearly made of jade and iron. Weapons made from such castings are generally only used as instruments and rarely used in combat, but the targets are different. When facing evil spirits, weapons forged from mutton fat jade and broken iron are the most lethal. I'll handle this. You can leave. The accompanying members fell silent for a moment. They realized from the beginning that Mu'er had no intention of taking them with him to complete the mission. His Highness only wants to go it alone. Dong Jiwen drew the dagger from her hand and said, I won't leave, you guys can leave. Students who managed to climb up from a small corner of the country are all quite spirited. I'm not leaving either. Great, let's join in. If I go like this, my classmates will laugh at me. Mu'er was not surprised. The weakest martial artists cultivated the external form, the next level of martial artists were willing to cultivate the internal form, and the martial artists who went the furthest cultivated the heart. Every student who gets into Extreme University is an exceptional individual. Very good. I will record your choices in the final mission report. I hope you will survive to see it. After saying that, Mu'er had already harnessed his energy and headed straight for the thousand-handed, thousand-faced monster. The moonlight stretched Mu'er's figure into a distorted afterimage. The moment he gripped the hilt of the sword with his other hand, the soul-suppressing incantations engraved on the spine of the sword lit up one by one, and the blue-green light coiled around the sword like a venomous snake's tongue. The monster's 1,000 faces simultaneously bared their fangs, and a stench of decay, carrying with it fragments of bone, rushed towards them. Come on! Mu'er growled like a wild beast. His boots exploded with air currents, and his entire body transformed into a spinning blade that slashed into the jungle of his arms. The pupils beneath the bronze mask suddenly contracted. Those arms were not limbs at all, but chains formed by twisted human figures, each knuckle protruding with a wailing ghost face. The 9-section steel whip grazed past his ear, the heat it generated scorching the stray hairs at his temples. Mu'er leaned back, letting the 3 bone blades slash past his nose. The putrid slime dripped onto the breastplate, instantly etching out sizzling dents. As he fell, he twisted his waist, the blade drawing a crescent-shaped arc of light. The 7 python-like tentacles that attacked him snapped off, spurting out tar like black blood from the broken ends. The Sun position is broken. With a powerful shout of truth, Mu'er's feet stomped through the void, creating golden ripples. Using the force of that kick, he shot through layers of black mist like an arrow released from a bow, the tip of his sword precisely piercing a pale ghost face that was chanting incantations. The entire space suddenly fell into an eerie silence, the runes on the sword flashing wildly until boom! The stabbed arm exploded from the inside, spewing forth countless wronged souls, while bluish-purple ghost fire burned backwards along the meridians. The monster's 999 faces simultaneously emitted inhuman screams, the sound waves causing the ground to crack. The scattered black blood did not dissipate. Instead, it condensed into a swarm of venomous snakes that launched a counterattack. Mu'er spun around and swung his sword to block, only to find that the blade had been corroded and was pitted and mottled. The giant face in the very center suddenly stretched open to its ears, and a rotating blood curse array appeared in its dark mouth. Dong Jiwon's pupils contracted sharply. She recognized the formation. It was an ancient forbidden spell, and it was also recorded in the library of Extreme University. Mu'er was unaware of this. He only knew how to fight relentlessly. Ah! The monster howled again, then transformed into ghostly energy and retreated back into the mine. Mu'er was too strong. He managed to cut off most of Mu'er's tentacles. Continuing the fight was clearly not a wise move. And intelligence. Mu'er thought to himself, holding his sword and preparing to move forward again. Dong Gilmin called out, "Your Highness." What? Mu'er turned around and looked back. Dong Jiwon's Adam's apple bobbed as he nervously said, "Your Highness, the Yang Shuangfu mine may not be a natural disaster, but rather a man-made one." Mu'er paused for a moment, then landed beside her and said, "Tell me in detail." Dong Jiwon said, "Let me take a look first." Dong Gilmin stood there quietly, the original color in her eyes gradually fading and being replaced by a mysterious black and white. As vital energy flowed continuously into her eyes, the black and white colors became increasingly profound, like two bottomless pools. In an instant, her vision and the entire world were filled with these two colors, black and white. Everything around, whether it was the distant mountains, the nearby vegetation, or the azure sky, had lost its original color, leaving only a deep black and pure white. Chapter 110: Entering the Mine. In this black world, white threads began to quietly emerge. They float lightly in the air like nimble sprites, each thread radiating a soft and mysterious light. These threads appear disordered, yet they seem to follow some hidden pattern. They move slowly, drawing closer to each other. Dong Ji-min finally had an idea. Outsiders naturally cannot see any of this. This is spiritual light, creates arrays and illuminates the eyes from the library. It can be used to set up, deduce, and break arrays. When I first saw it, I wanted to learn it, but since it only relates to arrays, I didn't choose it. Mu'er saw it clearly and thought to himself that this little girl was quite strong and must be a master in terms of formations. A moment later, Dong Jiwon's spiritual eyes disappeared, and she said decisively, "As expected, this is a blood curse array, set up by outsiders." Mu'er asked, "What is the purpose of the blood curse array?" Dong Ji-min's face was icy cold, and she exhaled a chilling aura. Skinning and drawing blood, raising ghosts and demons, are the most vicious acts. Can it be broken? Mu'er asked the core question. Dong Jiwon's expression was not good, and she said in a deep voice, "It can be broken, but we need to find the core of the formation, and it will take time. I don't have much knowledge about the blood curse formation. We're all model students, why are we researching heretical formations? It's extremely rare to see someone using unorthodox formations in broad daylight, but I never expected to encounter one now." One of the accompanying students, a second-rank official, stepped forward and said, "Senior, I know how to break the blood curse array." "Man Yuza?" Dong Jiwon was somewhat surprised. "Why would you?" Man Yuza scratched his head and chuckled dryly. "When I had nothing to do at the academy, I liked to study those heretical formations, such as the Netherworld Soul-Devouring Formation, the Blood Shadow Ghost Formation, and the Netherworld Poison Bone Corroding Formation." His voice grew weaker and weaker under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "Is this your junior from the Array Formation Department?" Mu'er asked with a strange expression. Dong Jiwon coughed and said, "The Array Formation Department likes to study all sorts of random things." Mu'er pondered for a moment and said, "Alright, Man Yuza is in charge of the formation, Dong Jiwon is in charge, and the rest of you will provide support from the outside." "Your Highness, we also want to go," a second-rank official suggested in a low voice. Mu'er said, "It's very dangerous inside, and the more people there are, the more inconvenient it becomes." "We have ways to protect ourselves," the easygoing students insisted. "You are on the outskirts, this matter is not open to further discussion." After saying that, Mu'er picked up Man Yuza and left. Dong Ji-min can fly on her own and can keep up with his speed. Enter the mine. To outsiders, it appeared unremarkable, but under De Win's golden eyes, wisps of ghostly energy seeped from the mine walls, connecting to the mine shaft. Mu'er organized his thoughts and asked, "How to activate the blood curse array?" Man Yuza glanced at Dong Jiwen and said, "In addition to the array patterns, the blood curse array requires the blood of 99 people to be activated, which serves as the array's core. Once the array is activated, the blood must be continuously drawn. Can you tell how long the blood curse array has been active?" Mu'er asked, waving his hand and casually killing a little devil. Man Yuza twitched his fingertips, and after a moment said, "The blood curse array is a rare, evolving array. Its duration depends on the cultivation levels of the 99 individuals who activated it. If they are at the third rank, the array will likely remain for 1 to 2 weeks. If they are at the first rank, the array could last for several months. If they are just ordinary people, this great formation may have existed for more than several years." Mu'er seemed to be deep in thought when he asked, "Didn't anyone notice this before?" Man Yuza said softly, "The emperor is far away, so perhaps someone discovered it, but they couldn't report it. No, the mine erupted after the Godfall tide, and that's when mining stopped. It's impossible that no one discovered it all this time." Mu'er felt there were many doubts that needed to be addressed one by one. Dong Gilmin said, "Does the crown prince mean that the mine manager is one of the masterminds behind this?" Mu'er shook his head and said, "I don't know. There's some inside story involved, and further investigation is needed." Soon, the view opened up, and we entered the interior of the mine. This place looks like a square, probably where workers usually work. Of course, what's inside is even more terrifying. The surrounding rock walls were damp, with water droplets constantly falling and making a dripping sound that was particularly clear in the silent environment, as if it were a countdown to death. In the dim light, countless figures could be vaguely seen slowly drifting in the air. Those were countless vengeful ghosts, each with a different shape and size, yet they all shared a common characteristic: they exuded a chilling aura of malevolence. These vengeful ghosts encompass all age groups, from innocent children to weathered old men. The child ghosts are small in size, their faces filled with fear and anger. Their eyes, which should have been innocent, are now empty and lifeless, yet they glow with an eerie crimson light. Their bodies were slightly transparent, and one could vaguely see that they were wearing tattered clothes in some cases. The outline of their bones was even visible. The adult vengeful ghosts were even more robust, with twisted and ferocious faces. Some had long, disheveled hair that covered their faces, revealing only a pair of eyes that gleamed with bloodlust. Others had festering skin that exposed their white bones, as if they were evil spirits crawling out of hell. They were surrounded by black mist, which was the manifestation of their endless resentment. As for the elderly vengeful ghosts, their movements were relatively slow, but the oppressive feeling they exuded was even stronger. They moved hunched over, inching through the air, and with each step, the surrounding air seemed to grow colder. Their eyes were deep-set, yet they shot out sharp and fierce gazes, filled with hatred for the world and malice towards those who came. Just then, Mu'er and his two companions cautiously stepped into this terrifying area. In an instant, the wandering ghosts seemed to receive some kind of signal and became agitated and restless. They all stopped drifting and turned their heads in unison towards Mu'er and the others. Those bloodshot eyes burned with raging fury and boundless greed, as if they had spotted the most delicious prey. Immediately afterwards, these vengeful ghosts let out a series of sharp howls, the sound echoing in the confined space like thousands of steel needles piercing the eardrums, causing a splitting headache. With a howl, they pounced on Mu'er and the others like a pack of hungry wolves. "How many?" Man Yu's eyes widened, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Dong Jiwen sneered, "It seems that this is not only a blood curse array, but also an array related to evil souls." Man Yuza seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed in surprise, "No wonder this place attracts the eerie forces beneath the falling tide of gods." Mu'er drew his long sword and said coldly, "Gentlemen, let's stop chatting and receive our guests." They were incredibly fast, closing the distance to Mu'er and the others in the blink of an eye. The child ghosts nimbly darted through the air, their small hands outstretched, their nails becoming incredibly sharp, like razor-sharp daggers, reaching out to grab Mu'er and the others' faces. Chapter 111. You shouldn't have came. The adult ghosts, relying on their strong physiques, leaped forward, attempting to knock Mu'er and the others to the ground. The elderly ghosts, though slightly slower, followed closely behind, chanting incantations as if casting some kind of evil curse. Mu'er grinned maliciously, his eyes filled with a venom no less malevolent than those of a vengeful ghost. "Let's deal with them first and force the big boss behind the scenes to come out." Deep within the dimly lit mine, the already nauseating stench and heavy resentment were now like a powder keg that had been ignited, exploding instantly. A deafening shriek was heard, as if it came from the deepest part of hell. Countless vengeful ghosts surged towards Mu'er from all directions like a raging black torrent. These vengeful ghosts came in all shapes and sizes. Some were twisted and contorted, their limbs whipping wildly through the air like soft whips. Others had ferocious faces, their gaping maws revealing serrated fangs, their dripping saliva turning into wisps of blue smoke in mid-air. Still others had eyes that gleamed with an eerie light, like two cold stars, radiating endless malice. Their numbers were astonishing, layer upon layer, with the vengeful ghosts in the back row desperately shoving their kind in the front row, trying to drown Mu'er in this endless darkness. Each of the vengeful spirits bared their fangs and claws, their black, sharp nails gleamed coldly in the darkness, as if a casual swipe could easily tear apart anything that stood in their way. However, amidst this desperate and dark torrent, Mu'er was like a blazing sun in the sky, his whole body radiating golden light. The golden light was dazzling and bright, like pure flames burning fiercely around his body, dispelling the surrounding darkness and gloom. His expression was cold and resolute, his eyes showing no fear, only boundless majesty and courage. Mu'erzo held the standard longsword of the Extreme University's weapon forging department in his hand. The sword was thick and exuded a chilling sword aura. As the vengeful spirits approached, he moved with lightning speed, subtly shifting his body to the side and easily dodging the attacks of several spirits that rushed towards him. Immediately, he shouted and swung his sword, sending a dazzling golden sword aura piercing the sun like a rainbow straight towards the ghosts. Wherever the sword energy reached, the bodies of the vengeful ghosts were torn apart instantly, like fragile paper. The struck ghost let out a shrill scream, the sound echoing through the mine and adding to the terrifying atmosphere. Black smoke billowed from the broken parts of their bodies, as if they were being scorched by fire, and fragments of their limbs were scattered on the ground. Seeing this, the other vengeful ghosts not only did not retreat, but instead pounced on Mu'er even more frantically. But Mu'er was not afraid. He moved lightly through the horde of ghosts, each swing of his sword precise and accurate. With another spin, he raised his sword from below, decapitating several vengeful ghosts. The heads rolled to the ground, their faces still showing expressions of utter terror, their eyes wide open, as if they couldn't believe they had been so easily killed. Those ghosts that got even slightly close to Mu'er could clearly feel the immense righteous energy and powerful pressure emanating from him. Their already fragile souls trembled before this force, wanting to escape but being pushed forward by their companions. The closer they got to Mu'er, the more they felt the fear of facing death, which made their attacks even more chaotic. So much so that even ghosts are afraid of him? Manyuza was stunned. What kind of approach was this? It can even scare ghosts? Suddenly, a fierce ghost darted out from a dark corner like lightning. This vengeful ghost was tall and withered, its skin a grayish-white color, like a tattered cloth that had been dried out by time. Its eyes were sunken deep in their sockets, yet they flickered with an eerie light, like two will-o'-the-wisp swaying in the darkness. It rushed toward Menus at an extremely fast speed, and before anyone could react, it had already crashed into Menus. In that instant, Manyuza felt a powerful force strike him, as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding carriage. His body flew backward like a falling leaf and crashed heavily to the ground. This sudden attack made the world before Manyuza's eyes instantly blur. He tried to lift his head, but it felt as heavy as lead, and he couldn't move it at all. What's even more terrifying is that the light in his eyes is rapidly fading, and his once bright eyes have become empty and lifeless, like a shell that has lost its soul. At this moment, he lay on the ground, completely dazed and oblivious to everything around him. It turned out that his soul had been forced out of his body by the fierce impact of the vengeful ghost. That wisp of transparent soul drifted in the air, emitting a faint light, as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. The surrounding vengeful spirits seemed to have sensed the presence of this soul. Their eyes immediately gleamed with excitement as they pounced on Manyuza's soul as if fighting over food. Some vengeful ghosts stretched out their sharp claws and waved them wildly in the air, trying to grab the soul. Others opened their blood-red mouths, revealing their fangs, attempting to swallow their delicious prey whole. Manyuza's soul felt unprecedented pain, as if countless red-hot iron needles were piercing his body at the same time. His soul let out mournful cries, echoing through the mine, filled with helplessness and despair. "No! Save me!" A faint voice came from the darkness, but was drowned out by the roars of the vengeful ghosts. The vengeful ghosts fought and tore at Manyuza's soul, each movement causing Manyuza's soul to tremble violently. Dong Jiwen was covered in sweat. Dealing with these vengeful ghosts without any protective formations was quite a challenge for her. Hearing Manyuza's exclamation, she looked and called out, "Junior!" Mu'er glanced to the side, and the veins between his eyebrows throbbed violently. Manyuza's soul was being torn apart by the vengeful ghosts, who seemed to have gone mad and all wanted to devour Manyuza's soul. "Get out of my way!" Mu'er unleashed his demon-slaying sword technique, the golden light carrying the sacred crescent moon sweeping across the land. Wah-ah! Before the vengeful spirits could even wail, they all vanished into black smoke. Mu'er leaped to the location of Man Yu's soul and kicked out. Man Yu's soul instantly left his body. Ah! When the soul returns to the body, the pain travels from the depths of the soul to the flesh, as if tiny insects are gnawing at the flesh and blood. Man Yu's was in so much pain that he rolled on the ground in agony. What should we do? Mu'er was at his wit's end. Could he possibly dig out Man Yu's soul fragments from inside those vengeful ghosts? Chapter 112. What a talent! Dong Jiwen was also a little anxious, and rolled her eyes as she said, "There's an unorthodox method." Mu'er looked wary and asked, "What?" "Soul fluid can be refined to repair the soul." Dong Jiwen looked at the sky full of wronged souls and said, "The finest ingredients are laid out here." Mu'er's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Is this how all formation-based departments are? One studies unorthodox martial arts techniques, and the other studies unorthodox soul-repairing secret techniques." Dong Jiwen was a little embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly. The formation system emphasizes following principles, but since all the principles have been explored by predecessors, it naturally needs to be more unconventional and strange, otherwise it will be difficult to achieve anything. The Great Xia dynasty has only one 9th rank array master. It's not that the martial artists who cultivate arrays have mediocre talent, but rather that there is only one case of divinity in the array system. That was Zhou Tian, the master of ceremonies. As a result, it is extremely difficult for a formation master to break through to the 9th rank, unless they are defeated by a 9th rank formation master of the Great Xia dynasty. Therefore, students majoring in formations are all thinking about how to find another way out, and many of them take a crooked path. Mu'er sighed and said, "This is the only way now. I feel that if we don't repair Man Yu's soul, it will gradually disappear." "Yes." Dong Jiwen replied solemnly. "What should I do now?" Mu'er asked. Dong Jimen said, "Your Highness, just protect me. No one else should disturb me." Mu'er asked in surprise, "You've learned this evil art?" Dong Jiwen hurriedly said, "Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. I've only seen it, but I've never used it." Mu'er was speechless for a moment. The array formation department really was full of talented people. "All right, you can begin." Dong Jiwen nodded, and the air around her seemed to freeze slightly because of her presence. She took a deep breath, slowly raised her hands, and her slender fingers moved gently in the air, as if playing a silent melody. At her fingertips, faint wisps of light began to appear. They were strands of vital energy, like delicate strands of hair, yet radiating a subtle glow. These strands of energy initially emerged sparsely from her fingertips, barely visible, like dewdrops on grass in the early morning, barely discernible in the dim light. As Dong Jiwen's fingers danced, more and more strands of energy appeared, drifting out from her fingertips and slowly intertwining and entwining in the air. The strands of energy intertwined, like a group of agile elves dancing gracefully. They moved along some mysterious trajectory, gradually outlining a complex pattern. These patterns resemble ancient runes or mysterious star charts, exuding a profound and enigmatic aura. Each strand of vital energy is precisely interwoven during the process, moving up or down, left or right, interlacing and connecting with each other without the slightest disorder. Gradually, the outline of a Zhou Tian formation began to emerge clearly. The array emitted a soft light, enveloping Dong Jiwen within it. The light was like a thin veil, swaying gently. "Your Highness, could you guide your soul into my formation?" Mu'er said in a deep voice, "Okay." After saying that, Mu'er changed. It was a change in his aura. Mu'er resembled an ancient and majestic deity. The golden light emanating from him was like the blazing sun breaking through the shackles of darkness, shining brightly in an instant. The light was so dazzling that it seemed to burn away all evil in the world, bathing the entire mine in a sacred golden glow. His eyes, which were already as deep as a still pool, underwent a startling change at this moment. With a sudden change, Emperor Ming's golden eyes were activated, and within those eyes seemed to lie endless mysteries and power. The gold in his eyes was no longer just ordinary light, but rolled like lava, or shimmered like stars in the universe, mysterious and profound. As the Emperor Ming's golden eyes were activated, a terrifying aura emanated from Mu'er. His face remained cold and expressionless, like an iceberg that had never melted. However, this coldness was more terrifying than any ghost at this moment. The ruthlessness of a vengeful ghost is a nauseating malice, while Mu'er's ruthlessness is a majestic authority that transcends the mortal world and controls life and death. It seemed as if a golden dragon was about to crawl out of Mu'er's eyes. The image of the dragon appeared and disappeared in the golden light, its scale shimmering with dazzling light, each scale seemingly crafted from the purest gold. The dragon's eyes are like two blazing suns, revealing an aura of dominance and arrogance. Its enormous body twisted and struggled in the golden light, as if trying to break free from some invisible constraint and descend into this world. The fierce ghosts of Zhou Tian sensed this unparalleled power and were filled with fear. They emitted sharp screeching sounds that echoed through the mine, weaving together a symphony of death. Some of the vengeful spirits tried to escape, frantically flying through the air, colliding and shoving each other. Others hid behind their companions, their bodies trembling, their eyes filled with fear. Mu'er slightly raised his finger and pointed in the direction of Dong Jiwen. His movements were elegant and composed, as if he were commanding a vast army. A deep, powerful voice came from his mouth. "Go!" The voice, like a divine decree, echoed throughout the mine. Each syllable carries an irresistible power, as if it can penetrate the depths of the soul. Driven by this sound, the countless vengeful spirits seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force. They roared and howled, yet they had no choice but to swarm toward Dong Jiwen. Their originally chaotic flight paths suddenly took direction, like a surging black torrent sweeping eastward towards Jiwen with overwhelming force. Dong Jimin stood frozen in place, her red lips slightly parted, her pearly teeth gently biting her lip, thinking to herself. Is the bloodline of the Ming Emperor really this terrifying? Now she understood that Mu'er's golden eyes were not the Emperor Ming's golden eyes at all, but a disguise. Once he opened his true golden eyes, it would be like an emperor looking down on the world, or a god descending to earth. Even vengeful ghosts can be commanded directly. Stay calm. Dong Jiwen was startled and hurriedly activated his vital energy. Her fingers twitched slightly again, each movement resonating with the invisible forces of heaven and earth. Suddenly, flames burst forth from the Zhou Tian formation. This flame was no ordinary fire. Its color was as dazzling as the blazing sun, a rich, almost radiant golden red. As the flames rose, they seemed to come alive, automatically twisting and coiling into the shape of lively fire snakes that danced wildly in mid-air. The flames emanated an extreme masculine energy, a power capable of penetrating the depths of the soul. This power is like the primordial force from the beginning of the universe, pure and powerful, possessing a divine attribute that destroys all evil. The vengeful spirits that rushed into the formation let out shrill howls as soon as they came into contact with the flames. The sound was no longer the terrifying shriek of before, but a mournful wail filled with despair and pain. The flames, like a leech, spread rapidly once they touched the body of a vengeful spirit. Chapter 113 is too much. The bodies of the vengeful ghosts began to emit billowing blue smoke as they burned in the flames. The smoke carried a pungent, putrid smell. Mu'er frowned slightly and used his vital energy to block his nostrils, but the smell still came from outside. That's interesting. The human prince blinked, realizing that the green smoke could penetrate the soul. Amidst the swirling smoke, one could still see the distorted faces of the vengeful spirits, their expressions twisted with pain, their once ferocious looks now reduced to nothing but endless fear. They wanted to escape, but if they did, they would have to face Mu'er. So the vengeful spirits were stuck awkwardly inside the formation, neither daring to enter nor daring to leave. Go in. Mu'er, unsure if there were enough, could only wave again. The vengeful ghost screamed as it charged into the formation. As the flames burned, the vengeful spirits were gradually refined amidst their howls. Their bodies shrank rapidly, like rags that had been drained of moisture, and eventually turned into things that looked like bluish-purple beads. These beads vary in size and have unusual textures rather than smooth surfaces. Each bead emitted a faint light, but this light did not bring any warmth, only a deep chill, as if it were the lingering echo of the struggling souls of these vengeful ghosts. More and more vengeful ghosts rushed into the formation. The vengeful spirits in the mine are becoming increasingly scarce. Inside the mine, the already oppressive atmosphere became even more tense. The surrounding rocks began to tremble violently, as if the earth itself was groaning in pain. Cracks spread rapidly across the walls and floor of the mine like a spider web, and dust fell from above and all around, like a gray rain of dirt. The enormous sound echoed continuously in the narrow space, deafening, as if countless giant beasts were roaring and howling at the same time. The ground beneath one's feet became extremely unstable, sometimes rising high and sometimes sinking deep, making it difficult to stand. Mu'er frowned and said in a deep voice. Is it ready? Something's about to come out. Dong Jimin's smooth forehead was covered in sweat as he gritted his teeth and said. Your Highness, you've given too much, we need more time. She thought there would only be a few hundred vengeful ghosts, but she didn't expect there to be thousands, or even tens of thousands. The workload increased dramatically, and she was running out of energy. Mu'er flicked his sword and said expressionlessly, "No rush." Some huge rocks broke off from the top of the mine, crashing to the ground with a whooshing sound, and then hitting other protruding rocks as they bounced up, kicking up more gravel and dust. The shaking intensified, and the mine seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Everyone could sense that behind this thick layer of rock, an immense and powerful entity was stirring. It was like a colossal beast imprisoned for countless years, now struggling desperately to break free of the cage that bound it, to emerge from the mine, and to unleash its boundless rage and power upon the world. "What is that?" Dong Jiwon was uneasy, and the formation swayed slightly in the air. "Judging from the commotion, I knew something was amiss." Mu'er said coldly, "The person behind the scenes is about to emerge." As they spoke, they entered a passageway. A figure slowly walked from the darkness into the light. The mine was dark, but the two people present were both martial artists, third-rank martial artists. Not only could they fly, but their five senses were also greatly enhanced, so this darkness was nothing to them. Mu'er saw it clearly. The procession was enormous, but the man who stepped out was a burly man, about 7 or 8 feet tall. He had an ordinary appearance, but he was completely naked, and his skin was covered with various human head tattoos, like ghost patterns pasted on. The tattoos overlapped with each other, almost making him look like a black man. "You've gone too far." He actually spoke up. Dong Jiwon exclaimed in surprise, "It can actually talk?" Mu'er ignored him and asked, "Did you cause this mess?" "What? You eat my food, use my things, and now you want to take over my place?" That person clearly misunderstood Mu'er's purpose. "Eat yours?" Mu'er glanced at Dong Jiwon and suddenly realized. "If I hadn't used your vengeful ghost to refine the soul liquid, would you still be prepared to come out?" Killing a few vengeful ghosts only allows them to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation, but if you intend to refine them into soul liquid, that would be an act of severing their roots. "Eating a few is my way of entertaining you, but..." The man pointed angrily at Dong Jiwon, his voice filled with boundless rage, "You fucking eat so much?" Many more vengeful ghosts were seen reluctantly drifting towards Dong Jiwon. Mu'er's mouth gaped slightly, "This..." The man didn't give him a chance to speak and charged straight at Dong Jiwon with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, his technique was already in front of Dong Jiwon. "Stop, Grandpa Fengtong." Dong Jiwon's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting this person to be so fast, no different from a ghost. "Your Highness." The shouting had not stopped. Muji's attack has arrived. He channeled his inner energy into his hand and grabbed Fengtong's wrist. "Soul, I want to eat you and you, I want to cleanse you as well." A crimson light flashed in Fengtong's eyes, and his hair danced wildly like a demon being sealed, as he said, "Very well, I thought we were kindred spirits, but it turns out we're just two people coming to our deaths." Mu'er's alarm bells rang loudly, and he suddenly sensed something was wrong. He suddenly looked at his palm. The tattoos on Fengtong's body were actually slowly wriggling. At first, there were only slight undulations, as if an invisible little insect was gently scurrying under the skin. Then, the lines of the tattoo gradually became clearer and more distorted, as if they had gained their own consciousness and slowly broke free from Fengtong's body. The process was very strange. The colors of the tattoo became increasingly vibrant and deep, as if drawing more power from the abyss of darkness. The tattoo that had broken free resembled a nimble black snake, carrying a chilling aura, and instantly coiled around Mu'er's weapon-wielding hand. Before Mu'er could react, the tattooed man bit down hard. Mu'er felt as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his palm at the same time. The pain was not just physical, but went straight to the depths of his soul. His palms instantly turned icy cold, as if countless icy tentacles were spreading through his veins and throughout his body. Soul attack. Mu'er was shocked. Could it be that the tattoos on Fengtong's body were all a kind of soul attack? This is bad. The soul attack was extremely fierce. Chapter 114. People unaffected by golden eyes. Mu'er's brows furrowed tightly, his teeth clenched involuntarily, and large beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Soul attacks take effect on the body much faster. The excruciating pain caused Mu'er to involuntarily pull his arm back. He hurriedly released his weapon, and his body staggered back a few steps due to the intense pain. "Hee, kid, never seen this before, have you?" While Fengtong was talking, his hands were also quick, repeatedly grabbing at Mu'er. Mu'er could only dodge. In his hands, the Phantom Feather secret technique became even more extraordinary. After incorporating multiple light body techniques and footwork methods, the speed of the Phantom Feather secret technique has increased by at least 3 to 5 times. "Jackfruit ha." Mu'er spoke slowly, his voice seemingly not coming from his throat, but from the depths of his soul, carrying a mysterious and ancient charm. Each syllable was clear and heavy, like an ancient temple bell tolling in the silent night, echoing throughout the space. As the chanting began, a faint golden light suddenly emanated from around Mu'er. The light, like a soft veil, swayed gently, shimmering with a mysterious and sacred aura. From that light, some runes could be faintly seen appearing and disappearing. These runes have peculiar shapes, some resemble twisted tree branches, others twinkling stars, and still others seem to be the eyes of ancient gods, radiating a profound and powerful force. These runes slowly drifted toward Mu'er's soul, gently swirling around it like loyal guards protecting their sovereign. The moment the rune comes into contact with the soul, a warm and powerful force instantly flows into the soul. The wounds that had been spreading across his soul were gently pressed down by an invisible hand, gradually stopping their spread. Under the light of the runes, those dark, corrosive forces began to melt away like ice and snow meeting the sun, and a glimmer of life gradually emerged from the wounds of the soul. However, this is only a temporary relief. The Brahma sound soul suppressing technique is a method for protecting one's spiritual power. It was learned in the library and Mu'er also put it to use. That little mudfish deserves to die too. Fengtong was incredibly experienced and showed no sign of urgency, gradually forcing Mu'er to flee in a frantic manner. Mu'er's face tightened as he pondered to himself. They're not in a hurry to kill me, they're acting so cautiously, this is really troublesome. He prefers aggressive enemies whose every move is filled with murderous intent, making it easier for them to expose weaknesses. Now that he is skilled in martial arts and can use various techniques at will, he has a better chance of defeating opponents who enjoy the dance of swords. Once the opponent gets into a stable position, Mu'er will be the one who needs to find a way to break the deadlock. Mu'er suddenly looked up, his bright golden eyes shining brightly, like the sun bursting forth, instantly illuminating the entire dark mine. He suddenly opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar, "Open!" The sound, like a resounding bell, echoed through the mine, carrying an irresistible force. As Mu'er shouted, something seemed to be activated in his bright golden eyes. Golden rays of light shot out from his eyes, like tangible beams of light, and shot straight toward Fengtong. At the same time, a deep and powerful dragon roar resounded from around Mu'er's body. The dragon's roar was faint at first, but in the blink of an eye it resounded throughout the entire mine, as if a real dragon had awakened in this small space. Golden light intertwined in the air to form a giant golden dragon, its scales shimmering with dazzling golden light, its eyes bright and piercing, as if carrying ancient wisdom and supreme majesty. The golden dragon bared its fangs and claws as it pounced towards the windcopper. Its speed was extremely fast, and the air was torn apart wherever it passed, making a whooshing sound. Seeing this, Fengtong showed no fear on his face, but instead revealed a strange smile. He slightly raised his head, staring directly into Mu'er's bright golden eyes, and sneered, "You think I don't know you have the bloodline of the Ming Emperor? Too bad, it's useless against me." Mu'er originally thought that once Emperor Ming's golden eyes appeared, Fengtong would surely flee at the mere sight of him or be intimidated by the power of the golden eyes. However, Fengtong showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he remained remarkably calm, which startled Mu'er. In his mind, Emperor Ming's golden eyes had never failed. No matter how powerful the enemy, once they are targeted by Emperor Ming's golden eyes, they will be greatly deterred. At best, they will lose their fighting spirit. At worst, their souls will be suppressed by that majesty. But Fengtong was in no way inferior. Dong Jimin was so shocked that her scalp tingled. Mu'er is of the Ming Emperor's bloodline, so how come the Ming Emperor's golden eyes are one of his trump cards, yet he didn't use them? This does not mean that I will die here today. For a moment, her vital energy was weak and unstable, and she could not control the formation. Seeing Dong Jiwon's expression, Mu'er comforted her. "You just do your job and leave the fighting to me." Dong Jimin felt inexplicably at ease, calmed her mind, and remained as still as a mountain. Fengtong also glanced at Dong Jiwon, his eyelids twitching, his heart aching as if it were being torn apart. These are all his resources. Now they're actually getting grilled by Dong Jiwon. But it's fine, just treat it as a chef cooking. They dealt with the thugs right in front of him, their big customer, and then put them on the table. This person is of the Ming Emperor's bloodline, his soul must be very sweet. Fengtong licked his lips with his scarlet tongue. The bloodline of the Ming Emperor is a great medicine. It can be taken. Die. Fengtong twisted around again, his tattoos surfacing. Fengtong suddenly twisted his body and leaped upwards like lightning. His movements were light and agile, as if he were dancing in mid-air. As he moved, the tattoos on his body began to flow violently. The tattoos seemed to come alive. The originally static patterns undulated and moved beneath the skin. They intertwined and coiled together, like small black snakes weaving across his body. Some tattoos resemble gaping mouths, revealing ferocious fangs. Others resemble sharp claws, slicing through the air with a cold light. Fengtong and Mu'er are fast after all. Mu'er used the Emperor's golden eyes again. Fengtong was not to be outdone. But it was in this process that Muji discovered a blind spot. I understand. Fengtong's moves remained unchanged, each time targeting Mu'er's vital points. What do you know? Mu'er dodged while laughing. So you used a technique involving soul substitution. When my golden eyes shone on you, you used your soul as a shield, which is why you were able to remain unchanged. Fengtong's moves became even more ferocious, and he coldly snorted. What do you know? Just look at how many souls I have. That's all. Fengtong's aura surged, and purplish-blue yuan qi rolled out. The tattoo burst open like a stream of light. Chapter 115, Breaking the Situation. The aura swept through the entire space like a whirlwind, carrying a pungent, putrid smell that made people nauseous. The tattoos on his body underwent a strange change as his aura surged. From behind him, the tattoos seemed to come alive, slowly wriggling. Gradually, one by one, souls were pulled out of the tattoos. Their faces were ferocious and terrifying. Some stared with blood-red eyes, some grinned with sharp fangs, and some stuck out long tongues with disgusting saliva dripping from them. The tattoos on their chests were equally striking, transforming into various terrifying soul forms. Some of the spirits were enormous, occupying most of the field of vision, with ferocious expressions, as if they wanted to devour everything in front of them. Others were small and exquisite, but their eyes were unusually cunning, nimbly moving through the air, looking for an opportunity to attack. The tattoos on his arms also came to life, with individual spirits emerging from his skin. These spirits had thick, powerful arms with bulging muscles. They swung their huge fists and smashed them down hard at Mu'er. Each swing creates a whistling sound, as if it can tear the air apart. The tattoo on his leg also changed, with countless souls pouring out from his trouser leg. Some of them rode strange mounts, some carried sharp weapons, and some attacked directly with their hands and feet. Some of these spirits even have 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of their heads has a ferocious appearance, and each arm holds a different weapon, including knives, swords, guns, and clubs, in all sorts of ways. These souls clung to Fengtong, as if they were part of Fengtong's body. Suddenly, Mu'er's pressure increased dramatically. What kind of approach is this? The human prince didn't consider himself very knowledgeable, but he had read through most of the first and second grade martial arts techniques in the library, yet he had never seen anyone who could nurture their soul within their body. Moreover, these souls can also be used as a means of attack. Fengtong grinned maliciously. This farce can end now. The tattoo on the sole of his foot suddenly transformed into several strange beasts, carrying the wind copper as it moved forward, increasing its speed once again. Bang! Mu'er couldn't dodge in time and was hit squarely in the chest. It not only has a real effect, but it also affects Mu'er's soul. A stinging sensation came over me. Mu'er looked down and saw a dark blue fist shadow on his chest. Give me the town. Unable to bear the pain in his soul, Mu'er had no choice but to use the Brahma sound soul suppression technique again to suppress the injuries to his soul. Fengtong roared, his voice like thunder. He moved like lightning, suddenly rushing towards Mu'er. Behind him, thousands of souls roared in, like a black torrent, covering the sky and the earth. Mu'er's eyes sharpened, and he brandished his long sword, its light blazing as he slashed at the souls. Each of his sword strikes contained immense power, the blade whistling as it sliced through the air. A spirit wielding a knife lunged forward. Mu'er seized the opportunity and slashed down with his long sword, striking the spirit's blade precisely. With a clang, the sword that held the soul was cleaved away by Mu'er's sword, and the soul dissipated along with it. At this moment, other souls also surrounded him. One of the souls, wielding a gun, thrust forward with all its might. Mu'er dodged to the side and swept his longsword horizontally, forcing the approaching souls back. His movements were agile and fluid, as if he were dancing in the ocean of his soul, and each attack was precise and powerful. However, the number of souls was simply too great. They went forth one after another without fear. Several halberd-wielding spirits attacked simultaneously, and Mu'er's longsword clashed with the halberds, producing a series of metallic clanging sounds. Suddenly, the force of the halberd was too great, and Mu'er's longsword could not withstand it, shattering into several pieces. Mu'er was startled, but he didn't have time to think about it. He hurriedly took out another long weapon from his weapon bag. This action gave Fengtong an opportunity. Taking advantage of the opportunity, a sword-wielding spirit lunged forward from Fengtong's left chest and slashed at his shoulder. Strangely, the wound did not bleed. Instead, a bluish-black line appeared. The line spread rapidly, as if it were alive, and wisps of blue smoke rose from it, emitting a pungent smell. Dong Gil-min, observing the battlefield closely, called out softly. "Your Highness." Mu'er extended his hand and said, "Go about your own business, I'm fine." Only he knows how badly he is injured and how dangerous his situation is. Once a god begins to bleed, it is only a matter of time before he is killed. It's nothing, still spouting nonsense. Kill them all. Feng Tong's eyes blazed with crimson light, his excitement overwhelming him, and he charged into battle once more, carrying the soul within his body. Mu'er used the Brahma sound soul suppression technique to suppress the wound again, and then made a hey-ha sound. The sound was like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the space and making people's eardrums buzz. With his roar, a dazzling golden light suddenly surged around him. The light was as dazzling as the sun, almost blinding. Golden runes slowly emerged from around Mu'er's body. After the talisman appeared, it began to spin rapidly around Mu'er. Their speed increased, gradually forming a golden vortex. Within the vortex, the runes constantly changed shape and position, releasing beams of golden light. These rays of light intertwined, like a fine golden net, enveloping Mu'er within it. Suddenly, the talismans paused abruptly, then quickly combined to form a giant golden bell. The golden bell slowly sank down, steadily covering Mu'er and completely enveloping him. The third-grade martial art, immovable golden bell, is a secret method of Zen Buddhism, recorded in the library, and is one of the most advanced defensive techniques. Clang! All of Feng Tong's attacks landed on the golden bell, producing a heavenly sound. Turtle shell? Feng Tong grinned and pointed at Dong Jiwen, who was still refining the soul liquid. "You should just hide." "What about that little beauty?" Dong Gil-min's expression changed drastically. The wind copper was already hurtling towards her. Mu'er remained calm, pondering how to break the deadlock. Feng Tong has a soul inside him, which is clearly the source of his power. Others who want to cultivate martial arts need to progress step by step, but those souls come with their own martial arts, and can even grow stronger, using ever-changing moves. Mu'er felt he had already used enough methods. However, Feng Tong possesses even more soul techniques. He is not good with fists and feet, but he can also freely conjure and use weapons. So what is the cost? Mu'er recalled the details of the battle with Kaze Bronze, including the route of each energy circulation. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck me. I understand. Unless we break through the spell with brute force and kill Feng Tong outright, but Feng Tong is incredibly strong, on par with me, and killing him outright is impossible, then there's only another way. Chapter 116. I've got you. Find his weakness. Mu'er murmured to himself. But where is the flaw? Dong Jiwen's face was burning red, and she was extremely anxious. Several array plates were thrown out. Just as he was about to make arrangements, a gust of wind from Feng Tong blew him away. "Ha, Array Master, my favorite back in the day. It's just a pity, now you have to die." Mu'er arrived at this moment and blocked Feng Tong. "Your Highness." Dong Gil-min almost burst into tears. The feeling of being protected was wonderful. "Are you willing to come out of your shell?" Feng Tong smiled, and his soul emitted a hey-ha sound, as if mocking Mu'er. Mu'er looked at it with great interest using the Emperor Ming's golden eyes. Feng Tong's expression remained unchanged. "What's the use?" Mu'er laughed and said, "I know your weakness now." Feng Tong shrugged and said calmly, "My soul is here." He pointed to his head. "You win if you pull me out." Then, he gave a provocative smile. "Can you do it?" Mu'er shook his head and said, "I can't do it unless I smash your head." "It's good that you know." Feng Tong was about to make a move. Makiji added, "But, your soul substitution technique will cause your soul to change locations." The tattoos on Feng Tong's body seemed to flow, each one appearing alive. Those tattoos flowed and were filled with intricate patterns, making them more difficult to decipher than any formation in the world. Appreciation appeared in Feng Tong's eyes, and he nodded, saying, not bad, but can you find my soul?" "Trying to summon my soul is like looking for a needle in a haystack." Mu'er casually replied, "I actually can find it." "I don't understand what you're saying, but I'll give it a try." Perhaps because his deepest secret had been discovered, Feng Tong was furious and acted with extreme ruthlessness. Mu'er practiced dodging and occasionally put up a fight. Bang! The spear in his hand shattered instantly. Fortunately, he had a lot of weapons in his weapon bag, and he drew out another long weapon to fight directly. Good lad, you're proficient in all 18 martial arts. A strange light appeared in Feng Tong's eyes. At his age, he is still honing his martial arts foundation and cultivating himself. It is already a genius that he can rest and learn 2 or 3 martial arts techniques to protect himself. How could he be able to learn so many martial arts techniques? Could he be the reincarnation of some old guy? I love killing geniuses the most. The soul within Feng Tong stretched even longer, increasing its attack range, and relentlessly pursued Mu'er. Muji finally coughed up blood. He exhaled a purple, gaseous substance. This is soul blood. Mu'er has already suffered fundamental damage. Haven't you found it yet? Feng Tong continued his psychological attack, saying, your strength isn't up to par either. Mu'er would occasionally use his bright emperor golden eyes to glance back at Mu'er, trying his best to memorize the patterns and fluctuations on Mu'er's body. But this would force him to face the wind and copper directly, resulting in him getting hurt many more times. Mu'er's soul was already broken, like a mulberry leaf that had been eaten by a wicked silkworm. The piercing pain in his soul was unbearable for him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the 7th attempt, a look of joy finally appeared in Muji's eyes. Found it? What? Suppressing his pain, Mu'er calmly said. The patterns on your body mostly ripple like water, but they only stop when your soul transfers. The transferred soul then wriggles, like maggots. A hint of fear flashed in Feng Tong's eyes, but he still forced himself to continue. Try calling it. Good. This time, Mu'er advanced instead of retreating. Mu'er and Feng Tong approached each other rapidly in an instant, their figures streaking across the sky like 2 bolts of lightning, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch their trajectory. In the blink of an eye, Mu'er had already rushed to Feng Tong's side, so close that their eyes met and sparks seemed to fly in the air. It's been delivered right to my door. A look of wild joy appeared on Feng Tong's face, and he roared, guys, eat him. As he shouted, a dense aura of darkness surged from his body, and countless souls hidden within him erupted instantly, like a surging black tide, sweeping over Mu'er. These souls, each with a different form and a hideous appearance, exuded a chilling aura. They opened their blood-red maws and mercilessly devoured Mu'er. Feng Tong was overjoyed. He was confident that he could completely devour Mu'er in just 1 or 2 breaths. Dong Jiwen saw it clearly. Mu'er rushed forward like a moth to a flame, with a sense of tragedy and despair. Your Highness! Tears welled up in her eyes, and she could hardly bear to look at her. Mu'er was instantly enveloped by these countless souls. The surroundings were pitch black, with only the eerie light emanating from those souls flickering before his eyes. The pain instantly spread throughout his body, as if countless hands were tearing at his soul and flesh, but his expression remained as firm as ever, without the slightest wavering. In this endless darkness, Mu'er's eyes shone even brighter, like the most dazzling star in the night sky. He suddenly stretched out his arm and, with lightning speed, plunged it directly into Feng Tong's shoulder blade. In that instant, Feng Tong's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened in disbelief and terror. Mu'er's arm was as hard as if it were made of steel. He tore it with force, and a crisp breaking sound was heard, as if something had been torn off. The souls that were devouring Mu'er's soul suddenly stopped. Their faces began to distort, revealing expressions of extreme fear. Then they let out roars filled with despair and resentment. Feng Tong's expression froze instantly. His mouth was tightly closed, but a sound came from deep within his throat. No. The voice of the soul reaches the depths of the heart. At this moment, Mu'er's face shone with golden light, as dazzling as the sun, sacred and inviolable. He was like an enraged monarch, majestic and imposing, roaring, "Come out here!" With his roar, a face was slowly pulled out from Feng Tong's shoulder blade. It was a face filled with evil and fear. This face is exactly the same as Feng Tong's, but it looks even older. I've found you. Mu'er smiled, but Feng Tong felt that smile was like that of a demon. No, no, no. Feng Tong shook his head, trying to bite Mu'er's hand. But he couldn't do it. The shepherd's hands were covered in golden light and strange talismans, which bound him tightly. Mu'er's face was pale, as if he had been poisoned, and he quickly landed beside Dong Jiwen. Can soul elixir heal soul wounds? Yes. Dong Jiwen said, as he released the soul liquid onto Mu'er. The soul liquid was indeed effective. Its drops felt like a refreshing rain after a drought. Mu'er closed his eyes and said, I need to rest and recuperate. I'll be relying on you during this time. Chapter 117 Soul Seed Technique. Aha! Dong Jiwon nodded vigorously and quickly set up several array plates around the area. She had finished preparing the soul refining liquid the moment Feng Tong was defeated, and now she finally had some free time. Mu'er closed his eyes and began to look inward into the depths of his own soul. My soul is shattered, like a broken piece of glass ravaged by a storm, its edges jagged and its light flickering faintly and chaotically. The surface of the soul was covered with cracks, from which bluish-black smoke seeped out, as if the soul was flowing with pus and blood, exuding a nauseating and disgusting aura. Each breath felt like countless sharp needles piercing deep into my soul, bringing unbearable pain. The soul's expression was one of great pain. It was curled up in a corner of the soul space, its hands tightly wrapped around itself, its body trembling incessantly. Its face was contorted in pain, its lips slightly parted, as if it were screaming silently. Her once bright eyes were now dull and lifeless, revealing despair and helplessness as sorrow and resignation to her own fate. The surrounding soul space was filled with all sorts of scratching marks. Deep ravines covered the entire space, as if it had been frantically scratched by some violent force with huge claws. These traces exuded a dark aura, intertwining with the bluish-black smoke on the soul, making the entire soul space gloomy and terrifying. At the edge of the traces, some broken fragments of the soul are scattered. They were once part of the soul, but now they can only drift alone, like poor abandoned children. Let's begin. Mu'er could hardly bear it and lightly applied the soul liquid. Suddenly, a drop of soul liquid exploded in Mu'er's soul space. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth like a brilliant firework, illuminating the entire soul space. As the soul liquid exploded, it transformed into countless tiny, dazzling points of light. These points of light, like agile sprites, swiftly and orderly enveloped Mu'er's tattered soul. Each point of light radiates a gentle and warm power, softly clinging to the surface of the soul, like a loving mother caressing her wounded child. The dark blue cracks and seeping smoke on the soul began to blur under the nourishment of this power, like parched land receiving a sweet rain, greedily absorbing this precious nourishment. More soul liquid, like a gentle rain from heaven, poured down upon the soul. Each drop of soul liquid contains endless vitality and restorative power. They flow continuously from the void, like brilliant streams, converging into an ocean of souls. These soul liquids quickly integrate into the soul upon contact, further enhancing the soul's repairing effect. Nourished by the soul liquid, the scratch marks on Mu'er's soul began to slowly heal. The deep ravines were gradually filled in, and the broken edges were gradually merged together, just like a piece of porcelain carefully repaired by a pair of skillful hands, regaining its former integrity and smoothness. The soul's expression was no longer so painful, its muscles gradually relaxed, its body stopped trembling, and light rekindled in its dull eyes. Outside world. Dong Jiwon continuously transported the soul liquid into Mu'er's body. You really need this much? Looking at the soul liquid that had mostly disappeared, Dong Jiwon even had some doubts. Was this soul liquid really enough? It should be noted that there are tens of thousands of soul liquids here. Ordinary third-grade cultivators can only use a few hundred drops of soul liquid to repair their souls, but Mu'er used most of them. Fortunately, Mu'er began to automatically reject the soul liquid. Dong Gilmin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "That's enough, thankfully." Mu'er suddenly opened his eyes shining brightly, as if he had been reborn. "I feel that my soul has grown further." Dong Jiwon smiled and said, "The prince has benefited from misfortune. When the soul liquid repairs his soul, it also has the added effect of strengthening his soul and spirit, which is quite remarkable. There's also this saying. Is it true that you can't build something new without destroying it?" Mu'er nodded and said, "Mental strength has also increased due to the strength of the soul." He stood up, still clutching the wind copper in his hand. Feng Tong was actually roaring the whole time, but Mu'er blocked his voice. "Now I finally have time to face him. Why are you at Yang Xuan's residence?" Mu'er questioned. Feng Tong was no longer as arrogant as before, and simply smiled ingratiatingly. "My lord, it was an accident, completely an accident. Can't you understand human language?" Mu'er increased the force in his hand, and Feng Tong instantly felt an explosive power. "If this continues, he will explode. My lord, I have joined the origin god cult, no, the demon cult, and asked them to help me rebuild my physical body. They have chosen a location in Yangshuang Prefecture. I can also tell you the location of the origin god. Demon cult in Yangshuang Prefecture." Facing Mu'er's golden eyes nakedly, Feng Tong dared not lie. He felt immense pressure and could only think about how to survive. Origin of the demonic cult? Mu'er and Dong Jiwon exchanged a glance, surprised by the unexpected gain. "What kind of practice do you follow?" Mu Er asked again. Feng Tong bluntly stated, it's a kind of soul technique. Dong Jiwen reacted immediately, saying coldly. Soul planting techniques aren't like this. Mu Er asked curiously, you know? Dong Gilman explained, the soul implantation technique is a kind of soul technique derived from the soul techniques of other races. It can implant a soul into other souls and is generally used to protect the younger generation. However, as the Crown Prince should know, the soul is the most mysterious thing, and the soul implantation technique can of course also be used to enslave others. Feng Tong hurriedly said. My lords, what I cultivate is indeed a soul implantation technique, albeit a slightly modified one. My soul implantation technique involves planting the soul within the flesh and blood to aid in combat. Is that amazing? In martial arts, the soul exists in another dimension and is not normally observable. Only when one cultivates to the 6th rank and refines the primordial spirit can it be observed by others. The soul planting technique, on the other hand, directly plants the soul on the surface of the body, thus taking a different approach. Is this the cultivation technique given to you by the Origin demonic cult? Mu Er asked. Feng Tong said, of course, how could a mere 6th rank cultivator like me possess such profound secret techniques? Mu Er was not surprised by Feng Tong's 6th grade cultivation level since his soul could leave his body, he must be above the 6th grade. As for why they were so easily manipulated, it's probably because their strength hasn't recovered. Feng Tong felt wronged. What did he mean by his strength has not recovered? Mu Ertai is clearly a monster, possessing absolute strength that can crush a 3rd rank cultivator, leaving his 6th rank soul completely useless. After a moment's thought, Mu Er stuffed the wind copper into his storage ring. Alright, rescue Man Yuza first, then destroy the mine. As for the Origin demonic cult's headquarters, I'll go and meet them. Man Yuza was on the verge of tears. Your Highness, you finally remembered me. Chapter 118. His desire to destroy me remains undiminished. Dong Jiwen gave an O and sprinkled dozens of drops of soul liquid on Men Yu's body. Suddenly, his body shimmered with light, and his pale face turned rosy. Mu Er and the other two then ignored Man Yuza. Your Highness, shall we go to the ruins of the Church of Origin now? Dong Jiwen tidied up the array plate and asked. Mu Er said, I'll go, but you won't. Huh? Dong Jiwen was a little surprised. Your Highness, I can help. Menis has some knowledge in other areas as well. Mu Er insisted, no, it's too dangerous. I'll go myself. No need to go, we're coming to find you. A loud voice rang out. Mu Er was horrified someone had entered the mine and he hadn't even noticed. One by one, figures emerged from the mine. Dong Jiwen said in a low voice. Your Highness, I didn't count them exactly, but there were about 20 people. Mu Er's eyelids twitched slightly, and suddenly he thought of something, and questioned. Where are the students from Extreme University outside? The leader grinned and said, of course, we kill them. Boom! Dong Ji-min's mind was buzzing, as if struck by lightning. They're all dead. 15 of my junior classmates died. You! Dong Gil-min's chest heaved violently, and her eyes were red-rimmed. Mu Er stopped Dong Jiwen and said coldly. From the Origin demonic cult? Suddenly, those people all knelt down in unison, heads held high, hands forming hand seals, and shouted. All things originated from this. The God of Origin, the creator of heaven and earth. After completing the ceremony, the leader stood up and smiled, saying, The Origin God cult has met with Prince Zhao Yuan. Mu Er shook his head inside. When Mr. Yu told me that the myriad races from beyond the realm would not let me live, I did not believe it. I did not expect to meet you as soon as I left the Extreme University. Mr. Yu was right after all. But Tai Ling opened his mouth and laughed loudly, looked around, and said, Is the Crown Prince threatening us? Mu Er said calmly, Mr. Yu is right here. If you want to die, then do it here. The purpose of his rambling was to tell himself that he had protectors, and that taking action lightly would only lead to mutual destruction. But Tai Ling shrugged and said, Mr. Yu Xingfei is known as the #1 person of the 5th rank. He has read 10,000 books and learned 10,000 books of supernatural powers. Once summoned, he can suppress the sea of books. No one is afraid of him. It's just a pity, TSK, naturally someone helped me stop Mr. Yu. Really? Mu Er exhaled a breath of stale air and transmitted his voice to Dong Jiwen. You guys decide how to run later. Dong Jiwen replied telepathically, Your Highness, if you stall for a bit, I can set up an array. Even if there are 4th rank experts on the other side, I can stop them. Mu'er quietly observed the surroundings and said, "It's useless, they'll be wary of you and me using other methods." "What should we do then?" Dong Jiwon asked anxiously, her face turning bright red. Mu'er smiled brightly and said, "It's alright, you guys just need to run." "Your Highness, have you finished making the arrangements for your passing?" But Tai Ling scratched his ear and asked loudly. Mu'er circulated his vital energy, filling every part of his body, and said, "That's fine. Superior." But Tai Ling grinned arrogantly and waved his hand. More than 20 people, like wolves and tigers, spread their arms and surged towards Mu'er. Their footsteps were rapid and powerful, kicking up a cloud of dust in the mine. Their eyes revealed ferocity and ruthlessness, as if they wanted to devour Mu'er completely. Mu'er's expression was solemn, and his eyes gleamed with contemplation. He knew that he could not back down at this moment. The most urgent task was to find the enemy's weak point and fight for a chance of survival for himself and Dong Gil-min. At this critical moment, Mu'er keenly sensed that the enemy's attack from the right was relatively weak. He moved with lightning speed, rushing in that direction. A gleaming blade appeared in his hand, flashing brightly in the dim mine. "Humph!" Mu'er snorted coldly, his sharp blade flashing with impenetrable speed, each strike aimed precisely at the enemy's vital points. In an instant, several enemies fell to the ground with screams, their blood splattering on the ground. However, the enemy was too numerous. Seeing their comrade fall, they showed no fear and instead charged at Muji with even greater frenzy. Mu'er's heart tightened, but he remained calm and moved nimbly through the crowd, constantly searching for the enemy's weaknesses. "You think you can kill me so easily?" Mu'er shouted loudly, and the vital energy in his body surged wildly, pouring into the halberd in his hand. The halberd suddenly shone with a dazzling light, as if it had transformed into a divine weapon. As Mu'er fought valiantly, the enemy gradually became somewhat disorganized. He seized the opportunity, rushed to Dong Jiwon's side, and forcefully threw Dong Jiwon out of the mine. "Your Highness, be careful!" Dong Gil-min shouted from the air. After being thrown out of the mine by Mu'er with all his might, Dong Jiwon's body drew an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Ignoring the pain, she quickly rolled over, got up, and ran away into the distance. At this moment, her face was filled with fear and anger, and she kept praying that Mu'er would be safe and sound. Suddenly, 3 people appeared ahead, their figures appearing particularly sinister in the moonlight. "Hey little girl, done playing?" one of the men in the middle said with a wicked grin, his voice echoing through the night, sending a chill down one's spine. Dong Jiwon's eyes turned cold as he pulled out 3 array plates from his robes. Her fingers danced like elves, her fingertips swiftly tracing patterns across the array plate, instantly activating the array runes and causing them to shimmer with a mysterious light. "Humph, you're courting death!" Dong Jiwon shouted, pushing the array plate in her hand forward with a swift motion. Upon seeing this, the leader's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "Not good. It's a formation master, close combat." However, it was too late. Dong Jiwon's formation took shape extremely quickly, instantly enveloping the 3 of them. The array patterns shimmered with dazzling light, like a giant net that tightly bound them. "No!" The 3 screamed in despair, but they were already unable to break free from the formation's restraints. Dong Jiwon's eyes were cold, and she slightly tightened her grip, causing the formation to begin operating. The array patterns flickered faster and faster, forming a powerful strangling force. The 3 struggled desperately within the array, but to no avail. With a crack, the 3 bodies were instantly shredded by the formation, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Dong Jiwon withdrew the array plate and coldly stared at the blood mist before her, without a trace of pity in her eyes. When Man Yuza woke up, he felt only soreness in his back and waist. "Senior, where's the prince? How did we get out here?" Dong Jiwon's eyes filled with tears as she dragged Man Yuza along, and whispered, "We must hurry back and seek help. The crown prince is surrounded by the Origin demonic cult." Inside the mine, Mu'er blocked the cave entrance and stretched out his hands, saying, "We can continue." Chapter 119, Borrowing Your Life to Make a Fortune. But Tai Ling walked forward leisurely, not at all intimidated by Mu'er's powerful and sweeping martial arts skills. As for the dead believers, they are not worth mentioning. The Origin God cult is not the great Xia. Human life is worthless to them. "I suppose the crown prince doesn't know me," Mu'er said. "I really don't know." But Tai Ling was not surprised and chuckled. "But does the young master know Zhou Kai, who ranked 37th on the last lucky draw list?" Mu'er was even more confused. Fortunately, Tai Ling didn't keep him waiting too long before saying, Zhou Kai's words were based on advice given to the Zhou family. Yan Shuangfu is right next to the Extreme University. Although it is far away, Lingzhou is fast, and martial artists of the 6th or 7th rank and above are extremely fast. The longer Muji delays, the safer he will be. So he was happy to joke around with K. Tailing. Of course, the ancestors of Xuan Yuzhou produced a great sage who made great contributions during the dark ages of the human race. Before the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty, Xuanyu City was even called the Little Zhou Kingdom because of their great sage ancestor. But Tai Ling clapped his hands and asked, "Are you aware of the Zhou family's talent for persuading them?" Mu'er shook his head and said slowly, "I don't know much about other people's talents." But Tai Ling laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, as expected of a prince, and a born war god of Emperor Ming. He has terrified all races beyond the realms and made gods hide in fear throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It's normal not to know him." Mu'er said calmly. "You knew that, yet you still dared to intercept and kill me?" But Tai Ling looked at his hands, which were emitting a soft white light, indicating that his vital energy was already circulating. Even if Mu'er was playing cat and mouse with his intentions, he didn't want to answer questions that were clearly meant to stall for time. The Zhou family's talent for persuading others is called Golden Mouth, and they cultivate the heavenly way, which means that as long as they fulfill their promises, they can gain a lot of benefits from the event. That's amazing? Mu'er was somewhat surprised the cultivation path in this world was truly strange. He even envied such talent. Imagine, the Zhou family is a powerful clan in Xuanyu City, and there must be many people coming to them asking for favors. Given the Zhou family's influence, they can probably get at least 70–80% of the favors done. The cultivation levels of the disciples under their clan are rising rapidly. That's interesting. Why are you bringing this up? On second thought, Mu'er felt puzzled again, wondering if Tai Ling really thought this was a tea party? But Tai Ling smiled and tossed her loose hair. "Zhou Kai is dead. He was killed by my holy sect." Mu'er's pupils contracted, and goosebumps rose on his back. Could it be? But Tai Ling nodded and said, "Indeed, just as the crown prince thought, after Zhou Kai's death, the holy church will inlay the golden word on my body. That's all." But Tai Ling's movements were swift and decisive, as if in that instant, his body was driven by some invisible force. With lightning speed, he ripped his clothes open from the middle with a sharp ripping sound. The sound of tearing fabric was particularly jarring in the silent air, like a thunderclap suddenly exploding in the darkness, instantly shattering the original tranquility. As his clothes were torn open, his waist and abdomen were exposed to everyone. The skin, which should have been smooth and connected to flesh, now presented a bizarre appearance. Runes flickered and swirled beneath his skin, emitting a chilling light, like writhing black snakes slithering through his flesh. Each rotation of the rune seemed to carry a mysterious and evil power, sending chills down one's spine. What's even more chilling is that a mouth slowly grew out from the center of the interwoven runes. The mouth first swelled up from the flesh into a small fleshy bulge, then slowly cracked open, and then the crack grew bigger and bigger, with lips, teeth, and tongue growing out little by little. Blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth, flowing down his chin and dripping onto the ground with a drip, drip sound. Makiji lost all control over his facial expressions. His eyes widened, and he gasped. "Is this Zhou Kai's mouth?" Mu'er pointed to K. Tailing's waist and abdomen. "Good." But Tai Ling laughed unrestrainedly, a shadow falling over his handsome face. "I was just a college student in a rundown university, with no hope for the future. But then I met the Holy Church. They said my talent was just misused and that Great Xiao was not suitable for me. Once I join them, my strength will increase every day. Indeed, the Holy Church went to great lengths to kill Zhou Kai and implanted his mouth into my body. I used the golden mouth talent to greatly increase my strength. 3 months. In just 3 months, I'm about to break through to the 4th rank. Can you believe it?" But Tai Ling became more and more frantic as he spoke, his face contorted like a reptile in the shadows. Mu'er's eyelids twitched, and he said coldly, "So what? As far as I know, Golden Mouth is not a combat talent." But Tai Ling laughed. "I'm not going to kill you with my golden words, I just want to make another profit." Having said that, Tai Ling grasped at the air, took out a jade bottle, uncorked it, and a bloody smell wafted out. "The blood of the Zhou family," K. Tailing said, pouring the blood into his mouth at the waist and abdomen. The blood, like a red stream, slowly flowed into that eerie mouth. The moment the blood touched her lips, it seemed as if an invisible hand was guiding it, slowly flowing into her mouth from the corner of her lips. Its lips moved slightly, greedily sucking every drop of blood, making soft gurgling sounds, as if it were savoring the most delicious wine in the world. As more blood was poured in, the color of its lips became increasingly vivid, so red it looked as if it were about to bleed. After drinking his fill, red smoke drifted from his lips as he spoke, saying, "But Tai Ling must kill Mu'er to nourish himself. My scalp is tingling. It felt like an electric current was running through my forehead." Muji had never seen such a bizarre scene before. He opened his mouth on his body, fetid blood, and made a vow. What kind of operation is this? This world is insane, absolutely insane. Mu'er's figure was like a lightning bolt slicing through the darkness, rushing wildly towards the outside of the mine. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, the soles of his shoes scraping violently against the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Each step seemed to use all his strength. His strides were so large and so fast that it was almost impossible to see his footsteps. His legs moved rapidly, muscles tense, like a wound-up machine, full of explosive power. It moved so fast that electric arcs even appeared at its feet. But Tai Ling's voice came. "Useless prince, the holy sect already knew you were practicing lightning magic, and it was very fast." Mu'er ignored it, but a net appeared in front of him, a very simple net, as if woven by a spider. But no matter what Mu'er did, he couldn't get around it. There was always this net blocking his way. Unable to. He stopped, turned around, and asked. "This is?" Chapter 120 Only Battle. But Tai Ling led his followers slowly forward. "This thing is a net that can cover everything, but it's just woven. A real net can hold even the gods." Muji had a terrible headache. "If you have such a treasure, why did you come to intercept and kill me in person? You might as well just use the planet-destroying cannon to blast me to smithereens." But Tai Ling was stunned. What was a planet-destroying cannon? Judging from the prince's tone, this thing must be very powerful. However, he understood what Muji was complaining about, so he explained. "Don't worry, no powerful treasures will come out to help. Spiritual artifacts that reach the 5th rank or above have already developed their own consciousness. As soon as they appear, those old fogies in the Jintian pavilion can instantly locate them and eliminate them. Therefore, this is a real showdown. An unexpected delight." Mu'er's mind started to wander again. It seems that the human race has not simply ignored the various races outside the realm and the origin god cult. They have done a lot of research on them. "Oh, I'm relieved. What are you worried about?" But Tai Ling didn't understand. Mu'er smiled and said, "I'll kill you without worry." But Tai Ling's face darkened, then he smiled and said, "Speaking such nonsense, Your Highness, haven't you grasped the situation yet?" Mu'er said no more and turned to leave. With his hands brimming with energy, he effortlessly wielded various martial arts techniques. Seeing Mu'er's fierce attacks, Tai Ling dared not relax for a moment. He moved swiftly, trying to avoid Mu'er's storm-like attacks. His feet moved rapidly across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Each dodge was perfectly timed, narrowly avoiding Mu'er's attacks. Mu'er's lips curled up slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, and his attack rhythm quickened. He shouted loudly, and his energy condensed into a sharp blade that gleamed with cold light, which he slashed fiercely at Tai Ling. This strike contained immense power. The air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. But Tai Ling felt an overwhelming pressure coming at him, making it difficult for him to breathe. He gritted his teeth, pushed off with his feet, and flew backward like an arrow. However, Mu'er's attack speed was too fast. He had only flown a short distance when Mu'er caught up with him like a shadow. But Tai Ling was secretly alarmed, knowing that he could no longer keep dodging. He quickly formed hand seals and chanted incantations. In an instant, a dark blue light screen appeared in front of him, meeting Mu'er's attack. Boom! The sharp blade slashed fiercely at the light screen, splashing up a dazzling burst of light. But Tai Ling felt a numbness in his arms, and a tremendous force was transmitted through the light screen, causing him to involuntarily take several steps back. But his gaze remained firm, fixed on Mu'er, searching for an opportunity to retaliate. Mu'er frowned slightly when he saw that his first attack had failed, but he did not stop there. Instead, he launched another attack before Tai Ling could recover. He flashed and instantly appeared to Tai Ling's left, swinging his blade again, this time at an even more cunning angle, aiming straight for Tai Ling's vitals. But Tai Ling was shocked and hastily dodged to the right. However, Mu'er seemed to have anticipated his actions, and his attack suddenly changed direction, chasing after the direction he had dodged. Helpless, Tai Ling had no choice but to use his movement technique again to barely avoid the fatal blow. At this moment, Tai Ling knew that he could no longer remain in a passive and defensive position, otherwise he would surely be defeated. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and decided to use his best skills. He moved his hands rapidly, and complex runes emerged from his palms, merging into the surrounding air. As the runes were integrated, the surrounding space began to undergo strange changes, and an invisible force gradually condensed. But Tai Ling's expression turned serious, and he shouted loudly, "Netherworld illusionary domain." As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding space suddenly darkened, and everyone seemed to be in a dark, ghostly place. Thick fog filled the surroundings, and eerie roars could be faintly heard, sending chills down one's spine. In this dark environment, Muji's vision was also greatly affected. He looked around warily, sensing the mysterious power surging around him. But Tai Ling seized the opportunity, his figure appearing and disappearing in the darkness. He quietly circled behind Mu'er, his hands rapidly forming hand seals, preparing to launch the final attack. Mu'er noticed the movement behind him, was startled, and quickly turned around. The moment he turned around, Tai Ling's attack had already arrived. A beam of eerie blue light shot out from the darkness, heading straight for Mu'er's face. Mu'er had no time to dodge, so he could only gather the energy in his hands in front of him to form a defensive barrier. Bang! The light struck the defensive barrier hard, producing a loud bang. A good opportunity. Mu'er cheered inwardly and suddenly accelerated his movements. A long weapon shot out from his hand. It moved with lightning speed. There's no escaping it. But Tai Ling was shocked, never expecting Mu'er to have this trick up his sleeve. "I'll do it." The short man leaped out, grabbed Tai Ling and pulled her away from the circle, then stood leisurely in front of Mu'er. He wore rings on his wrists and ankles, which appeared to be made of some mysterious metal and inlaid with dark blue gemstones. As he moved, wisps of blue energy emanated from the rings. Amidst the swirling blue mist, it seemed to contain boundless, mysterious power, causing the surrounding air to appear distorted. Despite his small stature, he exudes an extraordinary aura. He was dressed in a strange outfit. The tight black clothes accentuated his muscular physique, and a gold belt around his waist was adorned with various small accessories that jingled as he moved. "Humph, I didn't expect you to be so clever." Mu'er looked at the suddenly appearing little man, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He trembled slightly with the long weapon in his hand, which emitted a chilling light. "Don't underestimate me. With me here today, you won't be able to hurt him in the slightest." The short man raised his head and met Mu'er's gaze without fear. His voice, though not loud, was full of power. Mu'er sneered, "You ignorant fool, you think you can outdo me?" With that, he stomped his foot on the ground and shot towards the shorter man like an arrow. The long weapon in his hand danced with streaks of light and shadow, each strike containing immense power, as if it could tear the air apart. The short man remained calm, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Suddenly, the rings on his wrists and ankles emitted an even stronger blue light. The blue light acted like a shield, enveloping him completely. Whenever Mu'er's attack approached, the blue light would flash, cleverly neutralizing the fierce offensive. What kind of magic weapon is this?" Mu'er was surprised. He had never seen such a bizarre defensive method before. Chapter 121. He really deserves to die. "This is a secret treasure of my holy sect. How could I let you see through it so easily?" The short man's lips curled up slightly, and taking advantage of Mu'er's momentary daze, he suddenly took a step forward. He was incredibly fast, arriving in front of Mu'er in the blink of an eye. The ring in his hand had somehow transformed into two sharp daggers, which he crossed and thrust at Mu'er. Mu'er was shocked and hastily retreated. But the smaller man's attacks were relentless, each step perfectly blocking his retreat. "Looks like you're nothing special." A hint of mockery flashed in the short man's eyes, and he accelerated the dagger in his hand, stabbing it fiercely towards Mu'er's throat. With a fierce determination, Mu'er held his long weapon horizontally in front of him, attempting to block the fatal blow. Clang! The clang of metal rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. Mu'er felt a numbness in his arm, and the long weapon almost slipped from his grasp. Using the force of the attack, the short man gracefully retreated and stood beside Tai Ling once more. This magical artifact also enhances physical strength. Mu'er's face remained frosty, but he secretly thought that danger was imminent. Those who came from the Origin demonic cult were all elites. This was a premeditated ambush. But Tai Ling watched as the short man's arms were slightly entangled, and his heart was filled with turmoil. The 4 rings on the short figure are called God's Chosen. They possess the means to seize the creation of heaven and earth and steal the divine powers. In other words, wearing the Chosen One makes the short man equivalent to a young deity. Perhaps his martial arts skills are slightly lacking, but his physical strength is by no means weak. However, when Mu'er countered his attack, the small man's arm was still trembling, clearly indicating that he was exhausted. And what about Mikiji? The weapon in his hand trembled slightly, then stabilized. We lost. But a nameless anger rose in Tai Ling's heart. I've sold my soul, trampled my personality on the ground, and become someone else's lackey, so why can't I still beat Mu'er? Damn it! But Tai Ling's face alternated between pale and flushed. He waved his hand and said, "Attack together. Kill him." Tai Ling's face alternated between pale and flushed. He waved his hand and said, "Attack him together. Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, the 20-odd members of the Origin demonic cult, like a pack of hungry wolves, roared in unison and swarmed forward. Their eyes gleamed with a fierce and greedy light, as if they wanted to devour Mu'er alive. In an instant, a strong murderous aura filled the air, and the entire scene descended into chaos and bloodshed. Mu'er's expression was cold and stern, showing no fear whatsoever. He knew he was in dire straits, but he was not one to give in easily. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, and the long weapon in his hand danced like the wind, turning into streaks of silver light as he met the enemy who surged towards him like a tide. Clang! 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 The clang of metal clashing was incessant, each strike containing immense power. Mu'er's long weapon clashed with the enemy's, sparks flying and illuminating the dim space. However, the enemy was numerous, and they took turns attacking Mu'er, giving him no time to catch his breath. Under the siege of a group of people, Mu'er gradually felt overwhelmed. His arms began to ache, and each swing of the long weapon required all his strength. Sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking his clothes, but he gritted his teeth and continued fighting. "Humph, you think you can kill me so easily?" Mu'er roared, a resolute glint in his eyes. He suddenly channeled his spiritual energy into the long weapon, causing it to emit a dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, he swung his long weapon, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy spread outwards. Bang! Those enemies who were close to Mu'er were struck by this surge of spiritual energy and were sent flying backward, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. This temporarily relieved Mu'er's pressure. But the enemy did not give up. They quickly adjusted their formation and launched another attack. At this moment, a ruthless glint flashed in Tai Ling's eyes. He secretly took out a handful of poison from his pocket and, taking advantage of the fact that Mu'er was in the middle of a fierce battle with the others, suddenly threw it at Mu'er. Mu'er noticed Tai Ling's actions and was startled. He tried to dodge, but he had been stabbed several more times, which slowed his movements. The poison was instantly sprayed onto his wound, and a sharp pain shot through him, causing him to wince. "Ha, Mu'er, you're dead." Tai Ling laughed triumphantly. However, Mu'er endured the excruciating pain, plunged the long weapon into the ground, gripped it tightly with both hands, and used its strength to support his body. He took a deep breath, channeling the last bit of spiritual energy within his body into his eyes. In an instant, his eyes became bright and piercing, gleaming with golden light. In an instant, everyone lowered their eyes, avoiding Mu'er's golden gaze. "Flame Gold Star River Map, give it to me to suppress." Golden light emanated from Mu'er's body, and wisps of star patterns appeared on his body. The light gradually intensified, like a blazing sun slowly rising from his body. As Mu'er shouted, a strange and turbulent scene suddenly unfolded in the mine. A dazzling light broke through the shackles of darkness, gradually revealing a huge phantom image of a god. That is a statue of a god with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Each hand holds a different magical artifact, such as a sword, a halberd, an umbrella, or a tower. Each artifact radiates a unique light, demonstrating its powerful supernatural abilities. The statue holds up stars in its hands. Those stars are dazzling and bright, like the most dazzling gems set in the night sky. Golden lines connect the stars, resembling a vast and boundless star map. The star map continued to rotate and expand, unleashing a powerful aura. The wires swept outwards like a surging tide, giving everyone present an unparalleled sense of oppression. The members of the Origin demonic cult, who were originally full of momentum, were now shocked by this sudden phenomenon. They involuntarily stopped their attack, looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. The powerful force of the wires made their steps heavy, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to move an inch. What is this? Tai Ling asked, his face pale and his voice trembling. He had thought victory was assured, but he hadn't expected Mu'er to have such a powerful trump card. At that moment, an ominous premonition welled up in his heart, as if everything was out of his control. Muji felt the continuous power flowing within his body. He felt a spiritual connection with the illusory image of the star map in the sky, as if they had become one. He slightly raised his hands, muttered incantations, and manipulated the star map to slowly press down on the enemy. The star chart rotated faster and faster, the golden lines flashed more and more frequently, and the light it emitted was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. The light, like sharp blades, tore through space and pierced towards the members of the Origin demonic cult. Chapter 122. Why are you running? Ah! Someone let out a painful scream that was the first person who couldn't withstand the wires. His body began to smoke under the light, as if it were on fire. Then, more people began to fall, their bodies as fragile as ants in the face of overwhelming power. Some people just exploded. Blood mist filled the sky. We can't let this end here. We must all fight together. But Tai Ling shouted loudly. Those from the Origin demonic cult all fought back fiercely, using their best techniques and daring not to hold back in the slightest. Mu'er gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to activate the star map. But Tai Ling roared. Mu'er has been poisoned with my heart-destroying goo poison. It won't be long before. Mu'er lifted the statue and smashed it towards the followers. The statue created a whistling sound in mid-air, as if it were carrying endless anger and majesty. The followers were furious, their eyes were wide with fear and despair. No! How could this be? Is this monster immortal? Help! I don't want to die. Cries of agony rose and fell as the followers turned and fled in panic. Some tripped and fell to the ground, but ignored the pain and immediately got up and continued running. Others pushed and shoved each other, all trying to escape first, creating a chaotic scene. No matter how much Tai Ling shouted, it was no use, his voice was drowned out by the chaotic waves. Seeing everyone else flee, he was left to run away, filled with resentment. Stop! You cowards! Come back! Tai Ling shouted as he ran in the opposite direction from Mu'er. When the statue reached them, it suddenly turned into points of light and disappeared into the air. Seeing this, Tai Ling was furious. His face turned red and the veins on his forehead bulged. Damn it! What are you afraid of? I already told you he's on his last legs, why are you running away? But Tai Ling pulled over a fellow believer and yelled at him. The cult member lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Tai Ling's eyes, thinking to himself, didn't you run away too? What are you talking about? But he didn't dare say it aloud, only muttering under his breath. I'm sorry, sir, we were scared too. But Tai Ling flung the follower away, and the follower stumbled and almost fell. But Tai Ling looked in the direction where Mu'er had disappeared, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Chase him. If he gets away alive, we'll all be in trouble. 7 or 8 followers remained and suddenly rushed out of the mine. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, Mu'er leaned against the wall, panting heavily. His body was covered in wounds, and his clothes were stained with blood. Only after watching the members of the demonic cult leave did Mu'er come out. You think you can catch me? No way. Cultivating in the library is not just about practicing martial arts, it also involves special techniques for concealing one's breath. He combined dozens of concealment techniques to form the one he uses now. It can completely conceal one's aura below the 5th rank. Mu'er had great ambitions and believed he could create a concealment technique to evade the gods. Beep beep beep. The blood on his body splattered on the ground, making a sound. The human prince looked down and thought to himself. If I hadn't broken through to the 3rd rank and already been able to suppress the peony fragrance in my flesh and blood, I would be in big trouble today. Phew. I need to get back to school quickly. Mu'er, pale-faced, leaned against the wall and walked out step by step. Soon, heavy footsteps, like war drums, approached from afar, echoing in the deathly silence. Then came the sound of something rolling, rumbling and tumbling rapidly down the ground. Mu'er was greatly alarmed and immediately became alert, his body tense like a bow. His gaze swept sharply in the direction from which the sound came, and he thought to himself. Could it be that members of the demonic cult have returned? Their reaction was so quick. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, each second feeling as long as an eternity. Muji's breathing became rapid and heavy, his eyes fixed on the front, trying to make out the appearance of the person who came through the darkness. The next second, as the rolling sound became clearer, the shadows on the ground also gradually became more distinct. When Muji saw what had rolled down the ground, he couldn't help but gasp. That was none other than Tai Ling's severed head, his hair disheveled and scattered across his blood-stained face, his eyes wide open, seemingly filled with disbelief and fear before his death. Next came the short man, and then the heads of the rest of the demonic cult members. Who is it? Mu'er's pupils suddenly contracted. There was no gratitude, only vigilance. If the person who came was friendly to him, they would not have made such a show of force. A moment later, a group of people rushed in like wolves and tigers, surrounding Mu'er in a circle. Their footsteps were disordered yet powerful, pounding the ground with a dull thud, as if the death knell of fate was tolling. These people all had fierce eyes, staring at Mu'er like wolves, and exuded a strong killing intent. Their clothing varied. Some wore black night clothes, while others wore simple servant attire. But without exception, each of them gripped a weapon tightly in their hand, the weapon gleaming coldly in the dim light. Mu'er pursed his lips, inwardly groaning. His gaze swept quickly across the group of people, and a sense of despair welled up in his heart. These guys are tough opponents. Who are you? No one responded. The crowd parted silently, and the sound of footsteps slowly approached. The footsteps were neither hurried nor slow, yet they carried an invisible sense of oppression, as if each step was pounding on one's heart. The aroma wafted over even before the person arrived. The fragrance is delicate and long-lasting, like flowers blooming in spring, exuding a captivating aroma. It gently lingers around the tip of the nose, giving one a sense of inexplicable familiarity and peace of mind. Mu'er frowned. Why did this scent seem so familiar? Cedarwood? And Miaoshuan? And Miaoshuan smiled radiantly as she walked gracefully towards us, like a flower swaying in the wind, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Even though there was no wind, her clothes fluttered without any breeze, as light and graceful as colorful clouds. Her face wore a captivating smile, a smile as warm and bright as the spring sunshine. Her lips parted slightly, her voice soft and alluring. This humble servant greets your highness. That voice was captivating. Mu'er's golden eyes lit up naturally. And Miaoshuan pulled up the corner of her clothes and turned her head to cover half of her face. She is charming and alluring. Your highness, what are you doing? Among the top 10 races outside the realm, there is one race that is not a single race, but a mixture of various races, called the Kingdom of 10,000 Demons. And Miaoshuan, on the other hand, was born in the Kingdom of 10,000 Demons, a place of great importance. Mu'er didn't think Miaoshuan was being so kind. You want to kill me too? And Miaoshuan's face was streaked with tears as she said. Your highness is wronging me. Chapter 123. I need your help in my cultivation. Mu'er's eyebrows trembled. What exactly do you want to do? And Miaoshuan chuckled. Your highness is born with the potential to become an emperor, and your bloodline is pure. Last time, I tested you and suffered greatly as a result. Now it is time for your highness to pay the price. The thought of her previous experience fueled in Miaoshuan's burning desire. Her Qingqiu bloodline was born with a disease, and she needed external stimulation to grow a nine-tailed fox. Mu'er was the best way to stimulate her. Mu'er was somewhat puzzled and frowned, saying, You want to kill me? And Miaoshuan covered her face, laughing so hard she bent over slightly. How dare I? Your highness is a divine being. If I were to harm you, would I even want to live? The alien races in Daxia did not dare to kill, let alone someone of Mu'er's noble status. Although it was just a title, it was enough to show how much the human race cared about him. So, Mu'er was completely confused. What exactly did he want to do? And Miaoshuan said earnestly, Could your highness assist me in my cultivation? Mu'er naturally rejected the idea, shouting, No. It's not up to you. And Miaoshuan's eyes held a coldness as she softly said, Help them tie up the prince. Mu'er remained silent. You should have said you wanted to use force earlier. In this situation, who can resist? Outside the mine, the sky was gradually darkening, and a sense of tranquility was permeated with a slight chill. With agile movements, Yu Xingfei rushed into the mine like a streak of light. Upon entering the mine, a damp and rotten smell hit you. Yu Xingfei frowned slightly, but did not stop at all, and continued running forward. The surroundings were silent, and no one could be seen except for signs of fighting from all sides. Deep footprints and drag marks were visible on the ground, indicating that a fierce conflict had taken place there. On the wall, there were still traces left by the sword energy, as well as some splattered bloodstains, which had dried and turned black. Not far away, several corpses lay on the ground, in various positions, their expressions pained. Some were armed and seemed to be fatally struck before they could even react. Others appeared to struggle before their deaths, but ultimately could not turn the tide. Yu Xingfei's gaze swept quickly over the corpses. There is no crown prince. He was almost going crazy. Your Highness, where are you? He roared in all directions. Mu'er's fate is not only related to his own future, but also to the fate of the human race. He is the heir apparent, and if an accident occurs in the mine, there will definitely be problems. The first generation of this species, which is close to the bloodline of the Ming Emperor, has an undeniable future potential. If something were to happen to him, Yu Xingfei felt he wouldn't be able to survive. Don't worry, Your Highness, hold on a little longer, I'm coming to find you. In an instant, Yu Xingfei felt his blood rush to his head and coughed up a mouthful of blood. It wasn't that he lacked composure, but rather that the Origin demonic sect had arranged for 2 6th-rank cultivators to intercept him, along with 4 5th-rank cultivators to assist him. Although Yu Xingfei escaped alive, he had revealed all his trump cards and suffered severe internal injuries. He dared not stop for a moment, all for Mu'er. Unfortunately, we were still too late. Put. Yu Xingfei coughed up the blood from his chest, ignoring his injuries, and transformed into a stream of light to find Mu'er. In the sky. On a luxurious carriage and a precious ship. The coolness emanating from the jade bed seeped into his spine. Mu'er stared at the fluttering silk gauze curtains above his head, his Adam's apple bobbing laboriously beneath the black iron chains. And Miaoshuan's silver bracelet struck the Celadon medicine bottle, the clinking sound like a nail being driven into his temple. Even the descendants of the Ming Emperor's bloodline are afraid of pain? Subai's fingertips parted his blood-stained collar, and her wide, silk sleeves brushed against his chest, causing a slight shiver. Mu'er gritted his teeth, and a sharp pain suddenly shot through the festering wound. She had pressed the entire gel into the knife wound under his ribs. Moonlight streamed through the carved window lattice, casting a frosty hue on Miaoshuan's flowing hair. The cinnabar dot on the forehead, resembling a fallen immortal, swayed with the movement, like a drop of blood about to fall. Mu'er smelled the scent of spring and the snow mixed with the smell of blood. As she leaned down, her neck brushed against his lips, and the warm pulse of his arteries throbbed beneath her thin skin. Don't move. The moment the silver needle pierced the Chu Yuan acupoint, Mu'er's muscles tensed, and the chain scraped against the cold jade bed with a teeth-grinding sound. And Miaoshuan pressed her knee down on his convulsing thigh, revealing his ankles adorned with golden bells beneath her skirt. The sound of the pestle grinding against the wound was horribly sticky, and she suddenly chuckled softly. The golden silkworm goo loves highly venomous blood. Do you think they're trying to burrow into your heart right now? Cold sweat trickled down Mu'er's spine and into his lower back as he stared at the malachite pendant swaying behind the woman's neck. As her nails, adorned with henna, traced the creases of her abdominal muscles, a surge of heat, more dangerous than any poison, suddenly exploded in her dantian. You healed my wounds and helped me out of trouble, but what exactly do you want? Mu'er was in extreme pain, his whole body was covered by the gang leader, and he couldn't move at all. And Miaoshuan said in a sweet voice, "Of course, I'll have the crown prince help me with my cultivation. How does one cultivate oneself? I'll borrow a drop of the crown prince's blood." Mu'er was horrified. His eyes darted around. No, the only way to break through now is through the golden eyes. Mu'er vaguely remembered that last time Miaoshuan faced his golden eyes, she was defeated without a fight. There is still a chance. And Miaoshuan was much more cautious this time, intentionally avoiding Mu'er's golden eyes. Is this much blood enough? Mu'er suddenly tilted his head back and slammed it against the edge of the cold jade bed, the chain around his throat taut and straight. And Miaoshuan instinctively reached out to protect the back of his head, the malachite pendant on her wrist brushing against his eyelashes, meeting his suddenly bursting golden gaze. The moonlight seemed to solidify into a physical form in that instant. The subtle fragrance of spring in the snow suddenly became so strong it was almost pungent, and in Miaoshuan's fingertips, still damp with blood, hovered above her Qihai acupoint. The Sanskrit characters flowing deep within her golden eyes were reflected in her gradually fading pupils, and 3 petals of a crabapple blossom fluttered down from her hair. It's over. The pestle slipped from her fingers, and the golden bell jingled erratically with her staggering steps. Mu'er took the opportunity to tense his waist and abdominal muscles, and his locked wrists suddenly showed dark dragon scale patterns. As Miaoshuan knelt absent-mindedly at his waist, the silk gauze curtain suddenly moved without wind, revealing the tattered phoenix totem that appeared on the back of her neck. The chains groaned under the weight, and Mu'er whispered hoarsely in her ear. Whose blood is boiling now? Bloodstained canine teeth loosely gripped the reddened neck, and Miaoshuan's knuckles, which were gripping his clothes, turned bluish-white, and fine beads of blood seeped from the fallen immortal mark. In that instant, only one thing occupied in Miaoshuan's mind. Desire. Only desire. It looked like something was about to devour her. No! And Miaoshuan wanted to refuse, but her body resisted and she rushed into Mu'er's arms. Then he asked for a kiss and started undressing. Mu'er was shocked. What kind of approach is this? He's still tied up, he doesn't like being passive. Chapter 124. Don't ask. The BMW sped through the sky like a streak of light piercing the heavens. Suddenly, the car body dipped slightly, as if an invisible force had pulled it sharply. The air around them seemed to freeze, a silence tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Immediately afterwards, countless guards emerged from the shadows, their figures nimble and agile, their eyes revealing vigilance and ferocity. Who? Yu Xingfei's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. He had long anticipated such a scene. He slowly raised his hands, and black and white energy quietly gathered in his palms. At first, the primordial energy was just a faint light, but as his inner strength was poured in, it gradually became brighter, like two stars in the night sky, shining with a mysterious and powerful force. With a flick of his wrist, Yu Xingfei unleashed black and white energy that shot out like a serpent, its speed so fast it was almost impossible to follow. The primordial energy traced graceful arcs in the air, instantly transforming into ancient characters. These characters seemed to possess a life of their own, radiating a deep, eerie light. They arranged and combined in the air, forming complex runes. The guards looked at the sudden appearance of these words with expressions of horror. They tried to dodge, but the words seemed to have eyes, following them closely and landing on them one by one. Once touched by the words, the guards seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move. Their eyes were filled with despair and resentment, but no matter how they struggled, they could not escape the shackles of those words. Yu Xingfei watched this scene coldly, his heart unmoved. Surprisingly, Mu'er was running out of the cabin. He was holding clothes in his hand, and his forehead was covered in sweat. As he rushed out of the cabin, he didn't forget to look back. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but then swallowed it back. As she turned around, she bumped into Yu Xingfei. Your Highness. The middle-aged scholar's voice was sincere, his eyes filled with tears. Muji was somewhat embarrassed. Sir, please take me with you. Okay. The middle-aged scholar glanced at the cabin with a strange look, then pulled Mu'er away and they vanished into the sky like streaks of light. Inside the ship's cabin, the moonlight flowed across in Miaoshuan's reclining waistline and landed precisely on the phoenix tail feathers at her navel. The 12-piece fairy skirt was torn into several pieces and scattered at the foot of the bed. The mimosa flowers embroidered with gold thread were soaked in the spilled candle wax, like the totem left over from some kind of sacrificial ritual. Half of the gauze curtain wrapped around the bedposts hung down, with a torn piece of chebula still hooked at the end. The gilded armlet swayed slightly, wedged between the carved seams, reflecting the beads of sweat pulsating in the hollow of her collarbone. A silver hairpin with a lotus scroll pattern lay broken beside the pillow, and her dark hair was spread out like splashed ink. And Miaoshuan's bent knees still bore red marks from gripping, and a few strands of black hair were wrapped around a golden bell on her ankle, mixed with fragments of the broken chain on Mu'er's wrist. The sap of the blood-clotting grass by the bedside was crawling along the patterns on the cold jade, gathering behind her waist to form half an unfinished Sanskrit character. The most striking is the fallen immortal pattern. The once deep red cinnabar mark now spread to the corners of her eyes, flickering and fading with her rapid breathing. And Miaoshuan had actually woken up a long time ago. I just didn't expect it to turn out like this. She actually had sex with Mu'er. How could the noble fox clan of Qingqiu associate with the lowly human race? Tian Yuan. Yu Xingfei landed with Mu'er. Your Highness, what exactly happened? Makiji recounted what had happened. Yu Xingfei suddenly realized and asked. I see. Show me the soul of the wind bronze. As soon as Mu'er took out the soul of Fengtong, it cried out in agony. Sir, I really know I was wrong, please don't lock me up in the darkroom. Yu Xingfei rebuked. Shut up. A forbidden spell enveloped Fengtong, rendering him unable to speak. Interesting, clearly someone who has cultivated their soul. Yu Xingfei picked up the wind copper as if he were picking up a pokeball. Mu'er said, he'll leave it to you, sir. Yu Xingfei held the wind copper and looked it up and down. Mu'er hesitated greatly, having some things he wanted to say, but not knowing how to express them. Gentlemen. What's wrong? Yu Xingfei could tell that his young master had something to say. After thinking for a moment, Mu'er braced himself and said, Sir, is it true that the bloodline of the Ming Emperor brings many children and much happiness? Yu Xingfei nodded and said, That's natural. He seemed to have thought of something. Your Highness, were you in the luxurious carriage? Mu-Er nodded, and said helplessly. I made a mistake, I got involved with an Miaoshuan. I really didn't expect my golden eyes to be so powerful. One glance and she pounced on me. Puff. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Xingfei coughed up a mouthful of blood. Mu-Er jumped away immediately. What is it, sir? Yu Xingfei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said. Fine. Mu-Er's eyes were strange, and Miaoshuan and the master still have a relationship? No. Yu Xingfei quickly shook his head. Damn it, it has nothing to do with me, but I'm out here working myself to the bone, and you're sleeping with other women. Why can't I be killed by a 6th rank member of the demonic sect? And Miaoshuan is a princess of the 10,000 demon kingdom, and I heard she is also the direct descendant of the empress. The young master is very fortunate. Mu-Er said anxiously. Sir, that's not what I meant. I meant, is there a risk of problems? Will the first child born of the Ming Emperor's bloodline be a demon? Yu Xingfei's expression instantly turned serious, as he immediately realized the gravity of the situation. That's right. The eldest son of the Ming Emperor is Bai Lin, a born warrior who is no less powerful than the Ming dragon. The second son is Bai Chan, who is naturally sinister and the most vicious. The remaining sons are all exceptionally talented, unlike ordinary people. However, this applies only if the woman conceives has a yin constitution. If she were an ordinary person, giving birth to a child would not only bring no blessings, but would actually be harmful. Listening to the middle-aged scholar's explanation, Mu-Er felt a headache coming on. Sir, what should we do? Yu Xingfei said, I'll contact the higher-ups and have them taken Miaoshuan into custody. Mu-Er's mouth gaped slightly, feeling inexplicably irritated. After all, we are husband and wife. Yu Xingfei nodded and said, Your Highness, I understand. After saying that, he left with Feng Tong. After pondering for a moment, Mu-Er returned to his villa. These past 2 days have been extremely dangerous. The battle against the members of the demonic cult was a life or death struggle. Thinking of the threat posed by the members of the demonic cult, Mu-Er felt a chill run down his spine. The Origin demonic cult should not be underestimated. They have many methods, especially their core disciples. But the thought of an Miaoshuan gave Mu-Er a headache. That was truly a fierce battle. Working from night to day, and Miaoshuan was like a madwoman in bed, only thinking about taking and not about anything else. Well. Mu-Er could only let out a long sigh. I fell asleep without even realizing it. I'm so tired these past 2 days. The next day. Before Muji even got out of bed, there was a knock on the door. Who the hell is this guy? He has no manners at all. Still grumpy from waking up, Mu-Er opened the door. Chapter 125, Calamity. Dong Jiwen stood gracefully in front of the door. Mu-Er's morning grumpiness vanished instantly. What brings you here? Your Highness, we are very worried about you. As she spoke, tears began to well up in Dong Gilmin's eyes. Are you going to cry? Mu-Er's mind suddenly became a mess. It's like I'm the one who bullied you. Man Yuza suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Your Highness. You're still alive. Mu-Er's lips twitched, and he said. What do you think? Man Yuza chuckled and said, Thank you for bringing me out, Your Highness, and for healing me with the soul liquid. My spiritual power has benefited from this. Dong Gilmin took the opportunity to wipe away her tears. Man Yuza said in surprise. Senior, your eyes are so red, didn't you sleep well? None of your business. Mu-Er stopped the two who were fighting and asked. What happened to the students who died at the hands of the Origin demon cult members? The two fell silent. Dong Gilmin spoke after a long while. After the compensation was distributed to the martyrs, their parents came to the school after being notified. They cried very hard, and all the students saw it. However, they didn't cause any trouble. They all knew that this was a compulsory course for martial artists, because you never know where you might accidentally die. Mu-Er looked up at the sky. As the sun rises, its orange-yellow rays, like a giant red yolk, slowly appear on the eastern horizon. Those warm and bright colors should have brought endless vitality and hope to the earth, but Muji only felt a bone-chilling cold. He stood on the land of the martial arts world, feeling the cruelty and ruthlessness of this world. Here, the concept of might makes right is deeply ingrained. Strength is everything. Those who stand at the pinnacle of martial arts possess unparalleled glory and power. They look down upon the world like gods. In the eyes of these powerful figures, martial artists of lower realms are nothing more than roadside weeds, trampled upon and utterly devoid of dignity. Their existence seems solely to serve to highlight the greatness and nobility of the strong. Mu'er knew his own level was low in this world. He was nothing more than an insignificant being, who could be wiped out at any moment by those powerful beings. He was unwilling to be controlled by fate, unwilling to become a weed under someone else's feet. He yearned for power, longed to change his destiny, and to become a powerful figure revered by all. Cultivate diligently. That was all Mu'er could say. Manyuza clenched his fist and shouted, "I will avenge them." Mu'er gestured for the two to leave and returned to the training room. "Begin your cultivation. We cannot stop for even a moment." The only help the system can provide to Mu'er now is to offer unlimited energy. That's already very good. The rest requires Mu'er to cultivate on his own. As for the origin of thunder, such a rare and precious thing is something that can only be encountered by chance. After pondering for a moment, Mu'er calmed down and honed his martial arts skills. Having the system around has one advantage: he doesn't need to absorb energy, so he can focus on honing his martial arts skills. Mu'er walked barefoot across the 36 star trail array patterns, his arches crushing the frost that had formed the night before. The 1,000-year-old cold jade embedded in the walls of the training room reflected multiple afterimages. The cold light of the 7-kill sword bloomed from the fingertips of the left hand, while the swaying of the right arm was as powerful as the sky-splitting spear, and the toes of the feet hooked the sinister trajectory of the Netherworld Pavilion's assassination techniques as the practitioner moved. Clang! The moment the heavy iron knife slipped from his hand and embedded itself in the crossbeam, he suddenly froze in the drifting icy mist. Sweat rolled down the grooves of his back muscles, evaporating into a mist when it touched the pale gold contract lines on his lower back. Last night, and Niaoxuan's fingertips suddenly returned to the Qihai acupoint, and the dormant golden pupil power in her dantian began to boil along the 8 extraordinary meridians. Wrong. He stared at the bloodstains on his palm from the hilt of the knife, and the moves of various martial arts techniques disintegrated frame by frame in his mind. When the afterimage of the 3,000th punch was reflected on the cold jade wall, Emperor Ming's golden eyes suddenly opened uncontrollably. Buzz. The ice crystals suspended in the air trembled simultaneously. Mu'er's right leg swept out a fierce wind spear style that was still hanging in mid-air, while his left hand instinctively formed a flower-picking finger seal. Fragmented martial arts memories are reassembled within golden light. The trajectory of the 7-kill sword overlapped with the spiraling force of the formation-breaking spear. The ghost step of the Netherworld Pavilion's assassination technique perfectly merged with the 7-star step of the Cold Moon Valley's healer lineage, and there were various other martial arts techniques. I see. The gust of wind he created as he spun around shattered 3 bronze lamps, and the spear-like energy gathered in his right fist suddenly transformed into a palm blade. When the 18 afterimages finally merged into one, the star trail array pattern on the floor of the training room suddenly burst out with blood-red light. It was clearly an array diagram in which various martial arts patterns were intertwined. From then on, Mu'er practiced martial arts day and night, attempting to restructure them. I don't know how much time has passed. Boom! Suddenly, cracks appeared in the void where the fist touched, and the dark patterns of dragon scales on Mu'er's body flickered. The phantoms of 72 weapons collapsed into blazing white points of light amidst the golden light, and finally exploded with a deafening roar as the Sanskrit chant emanated from his throat. The floor tiles of the entire training room were cracked in a radial pattern, and the steam rising from the cracks condensed into a semi-transparent phantom of the Emperor Ming. This enrollment occurred at a time when all methods were broken. As he finished his attack, his fingertips were still dripping with molten gold like blood, while the array beneath his feet bloomed into a crimson lotus, reborn from the ashes. It is called Ember of Calamity. Mu'er didn't know how powerful this move was, but it was a shot he had poured his heart and soul into, and it was very meaningful. This is completely different from before. In the past, he simply combined various martial arts techniques and used them with ease and mastery, but now, Mu'er disassembled the martial arts techniques and completely fused some of them together to create Ember of Calamity. This is a fist, a palm, and even more so, a sword, spear, and club. It is entirely the result of a fusion of martial arts techniques from various sources. Is this the end of martial arts? That's interesting. Mu'er's lips curled up. I didn't notice it while practicing, but now that I've stopped, my stomach is rumbling loudly, like thunder. Mu'er was startled. How long has it been? I glanced at the calendar next to me. 7 days have passed? Mu'er was somewhat surprised and quickly ran to the cafeteria for a meal. Mu'er sat in front of the mountain of plates, with all sorts of delicious food laid out before him, their aromas irresistible. Without the slightest hesitation or politeness, he picked up his chopsticks and began to feast heartily. His mouth was like a highly efficient eating machine, constantly opening and closing. They quickly devoured the delicious food on the plate, one bite after another. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. This is how students eat. If it's a regular meal, you might eat half a sheep or half a cow. If it's spirit meat, it's a little better, but it's still a few pounds. Mu'er was eating when he heard a voice beside him. Did you know that Bijin Cave is now open? What? The country even restored the dilapidated grotto? If it can be opened, it must have been restored. I can hardly believe how badly the Bijin Cave was seized by foreign tribes back then. It's almost unbelievable that it has been restored. Mu'er's ears twitched. So, Bijin Cave Heaven can be considered a new cave heaven, right? Yes. Then can't we go and clear the land? Chapter 126 Extreme University Collection Pavilion. Clearing land? Mu'er's ears perked up. He found this rather interesting. In Gangneung City, a pioneer is worth over $1 million. Even a first-rank martial artist. The higher the level, the more expensive it is. If it were just a simple fee, that would be fine. But the resources obtained by the pioneers could be divided, bought out, or they could leave with that money. Of all the goods received, the initial shipment was a very profitable one. The student continued. It's just a pity that the pioneering work is definitely reserved for core students, and it has nothing to do with us. Another student said with a hint of regret. Sigh, we're in school right now, so we can't go out and take on jobs. The two became somewhat frustrated as they talked and then stopped speaking. Mu'er was quite interested and wanted to give it a try. Enforcement Hall. Upon hearing Mu'er's words, Shan Long couldn't help but be shocked and said, Zhao Yuan, do you know how long it's been since you attended class? You're still thinking about running away, and the Origin demonic sect has its eyes on you now. You dealt with more than 20 elite disciples from Yang Xuanfu who came to your door, but next time they'll be mobilizing their entire force. Mu'er is now a thorn in the side of the Origin God cult. Mainly because he's too dazzling. At Extreme University, after breaking through to the third rank in 3 months, various strange phenomena emerged. At the school, students don't mind exchanging a little bit of information about Mu'er for money, so things at the Extreme University are generally not kept secret from the outside world. The Godfall Tide and the Breakthrough Anomaly are enough to demonstrate Mu'er's potential. Don't forget, Mu'er now possesses a wisp of causal divinity. That's an essential item for breaking through to the 9th rank. If exposed, it would be a huge piece of meat in the eyes of the entire world, and everyone would be willing to take a bite. Does the Hallmaster mean I should just hide in Extreme University and wait until I'm out at the 8th rank? After careful consideration, Shan Long said. That actually works. Anyway, we have plenty of practical experience. You really agree? Mu'er rolled his eyes, looking at Shan Long's innocent expression, and was somewhat speechless. Master. Dan Long sat in the chair, waving his hand somewhat irritably. Alright, go if you want. The principal has already said that if you don't fight, you won't meet the requirements of the Mingyang Meridian, and if you don't show yourself in front of the world and don't get enough respect, the Minglong bloodline won't be activated. It concerns a matter of great importance, so there's not much more to say. The Mingyang lineage is born with the spirit of war, destined to be emperors on horseback, looking down upon the world as a supreme ruler. Staying in school would even cause the Mingyang bloodline to degenerate. I really don't understand. Joining the law enforcement hall brings the same prestige and allows one to cultivate their bloodline. Why insist on going to the frontier? Dan Long muttered something and tossed a token to Mu'er. This is the key to the school's collection room. You did a good job on the last mission, and the school is giving you a reward. Go there. Mu'er accepted the token and cupped his hands in greeting. Thank you, Master. The collection pavilion is located in the southeast corner. Mu'er gazed at the 9-zhang-tall bronze gate before him, with bamboo leaf-shaped patina flowing down its cracks. This is the oldest building at Extreme University. Legend has it that the coiled dragon pattern on the door knocker moves at midnight, and at this moment, those crimson eyes are staring at the newcomer through the millennia-old patina. No new students allowed. A hoarse voice seeped from the crack in the door, carrying the cold, metallic scent unique to bronze artifacts. Mu'er took out the Xiantai token and pressed it into the center of the door knocker. The bronze suddenly became transparent, revealing the star map flowing inside 360 points of light forming the pattern of the Azure Dragon's 7 mansions. The stone gate suddenly split in two, and the scent of sandalwood mixed with the smell of rust wafted out. So young and already has a token? An aged voice slowly drifted over and walked leisurely to Muir's side. The grey-blue hem of his robe brushed against the tip of Muir's boots, and the old man seemed like a ghost emerging from the bronze patina. His hunched back was covered with star-shaped age spots, a bronze sundial earring hung from his right ear, and the sands of time embedded in his left eye socket were flowing, with thousands of stars appearing and disappearing within them upon closer inspection. As he raised his claw-like finger and pointed at Muir, the verdigris seeping from under his fingernail dripped onto the black iron token. Student Zhao Yuan. Muir took a half-step back in salute, and the hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stood on end. The old man was circling around him in an ergonomically unnatural posture, the rotten sandalwood scent mixed with a smell similar to that of a coffin. The cracked lips suddenly stopped near Muir's ear. "I can smell it." The old man's sands of time in his left eye suddenly accelerated. The seventh person in 2,000 years to enter the pavilion with this scent. Has he lived for 2,000 years? Muji's pupils suddenly contracted, but his expression remained calm. Students can receive rewards for completing tasks assigned by the school. The old man nodded and asked, "Do you know what's in the collection pavilion?" Muir respectfully replied, "This student does not know." The old man let out a chuckle like sandpaper scraping in his throat, and his withered, twig-like fingers suddenly poked at the white cocoon on his left. The amber light shattered, revealing a bronze cauldron covered in human teeth. Rare treasures? Look at this, the Taotai Zun recorded in the Great Wilderness Western Classic, which swallowed 3 7th-rank venerables who dared to trespass into the pavilion last year. He struck the floating bronze chime again, saying, "It's made of Kuei ox bone. One strike can cause all living beings within 100 miles to conceive stillborn babies." As he stumbled forward, cocoons of light awakened one after another along the way. Muji's pupils contracted slightly. The 9-headed serpent, immersed in the pool of blood, suddenly opened its 18 eyes, and black mist began to seep from the bamboo slips that sealed the murderous aura of the ancient battlefield. The most terrifying thing was the living creature struggling in a ball of purple light. It was clearly a fleshy ball made up of countless human hands, each finger clawing in the air. This is the true essence of the collection pavilion. The old man stopped at the corner of the spiral staircase, where a jade box, bound by 28 runic chains, floated. 800 years ago, a student was just as calm as you, until he opened it. A hand covered in age spots suddenly patted Muir's shoulder. The third layer of the Guizhongyi has devoured his sense of time. Now that kid is still repeating the action of opening the box in the corridor at a frequency of 300 times per second. The phone slid across Muir's neck. Looking to the side, I saw a young man dressed in black clothes opening and closing the box repeatedly. That can be considered as gaining eternal life. The old man made a sarcastic remark and continued walking forward with Muir. Sudden. The Taotai pattern on the surface of the jade box began to writhe, and Muir then realized that the pattern was actually inlaid with solidified blood and tears. As he instinctively channeled his vital energy, the bronze gears of the entire pavilion simultaneously emitted a sharp whistle, and the sands of time on the dome poured down like a torrential rain, but strangely flowed back into the air when they touched the old man's clothes. Don't panic. These are treasures from before the universal era. It's normal for them to be a little temperamental. Muir looked at the monstrous-looking thing next to him, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It didn't say the collection room was that dangerous. The old man picked up the token that Shan Long had given him, examined it for a moment, and sighed. "I'm sorry to have to give you 3 secret treasures." Chapter 127, 3 Treasures, Secrets of the Chaos Era. The old man's withered fingers suddenly plunged into his chest cavity, but what he pulled out was not his heart, but 3 orbs of light bound together by bronze chains. The moment the chains snapped, the light in the entire pavilion suddenly began to flow backward. The first thing. He flicked his finger, shattering the cyan light sphere, and a dark purple sword light suddenly pierced towards Muir's brow. The sword's blade was forged from the spinal cord of an abyssal worm, its hilt covered in fine, reversed scales, and its tip constantly emitted wisps of void matter. The Void Abyss Sword, forged from the ancestor of the abyssal worm. It requires 3 caddies of heart's blood monthly, otherwise. The scales on the sword hilt suddenly opened, revealing a dense array of suckers inside. It will run away on its own, and it will be very difficult to find it again. The moment Muir received the sword, he heard an eternal wail. The suction cup was inserted directly into his hand, giving him an unparalleled affinity for Su Yuan, as if it were growing out of his own body. Sharp. Muir lay across Su Yuan, observing him carefully. The sword's interior conjured an illusion of countless vertebrae pieced together, while the devoured abyssal creatures eternally fell within its marrow. The sword embryo formed from the broken horn of Zhu Join was thrown into the ruins of Return by the swordsmiths of the Chaos Era and nurtured for 90,000 years. As the old man spoke, he suddenly scratched the sword with his fingernail, and what flowed out was silvery white brain matter. This sword ranks among the top 10 in the universe and is the most bloodthirsty. It wants to slay gods every day. Powerful? That's a pitiful assessment. The second item. When the black sphere of light exploded, the area within a radius of 3 zhan was instantly plunged into absolute darkness. Mu'er felt cold, damp tentacles wrapping around his ankles. When the light returned, he found a black mist that kept changing shape perched on his shoulder, with 7 blood-red eyeballs floating in the mist. 1,000 faces, the remains of the shadow monarch of the Chaos Era. When faced with a fatal attack, it will transform into the appearance of the person the enemy misses most, including aura, memories, and even soul fluctuations. The old man suddenly chuckled, but if used 3 times in a row, it will truly devour the traces of that person's existence. Mu'er was somewhat speechless as he experienced the 1,000 faces. What's the use of this? The old man glanced at Mu'er and said calmly. The best defense is to win people's hearts. Mu'er seemed to be deep in thought. The most amazing thing was the third golden sphere. Just as the old man broke the seal, a bronze brick suddenly protruded a human face and screamed, "Stop it!" A palm-sized bronze fragment was frantically crashing into the barrier. Star patterns flowed along the edge of the fragment, and each movement left a half-second afterimage in place. The fragments of the measuring heaven instrument were shattered by lightning during the calculation of the heavenly Tao. When the old man swung out the bronze chain to bind it, the chain rusted to dust within 10 breaths. When in possession, it can perform spatial jumps at the cost of lifespan, but after each teleportation, it will try to escape back to the time Rift used this to trap it. The 3 treasures floated in the void in a triangular formation, and the corresponding ancient contract array appeared on the bronze floor. Suddenly, the sands of time flew from the old man's left eye, leaving an hourglass-shaped mark on the back of Mu'er's right hand. The abyss drinks blood, the 1,000 faces devour shadows, the master of ceremonies fragments consume life. Now. You can go now. Bang. Mu'er was thrown backward from the collection pavilion, staggering 2 steps before coming to a stop. The bronze doors of the collection slammed shut. It seems I'm not very popular. The human prince looked embarrassed, but thinking of the treasure the old man had given him, he felt somewhat relieved. I can understand if someone's attitude was a bit poor after I took their collection. Mu'er bowed towards the bronze door and left. On the road. Mu'er felt he had gained a lot. The Void Abyss sword is a renowned sword that ranks among the best in the world, and it is most fond of the blood of gods. Its destructive power is astonishing, and its strength amplification during combat would likely be outrageous. 1,000 faces, a defensive item, seems somewhat useless. The corner of the MCs, measuring the sky, can be seen as a treasure for escaping. Its speed is so fast that it even takes time to suppress it. If this thing were taken out, wow! Who can stop him? Now that we have all the necessary equipment for offense, defense, and escape, we can go explore the new areas. On the floating spirit boat. Yu Xingfei looked at the empty space next to Mu'er and said with some surprise. The young master is going to clear the wasteland alone? This doesn't look like the pomp and circumstance of a human prince at all. Mu'er shook his head and said, the students who went on the mission with me last time were all implicated because of me. This trip is likely to be dangerous, so it's not a good idea to bring people along. That's true. Yu Xingfei nodded. Mu'er thought of the origins of the collection pavilion and asked. Sir, are you familiar with the collection at Extreme University? Wow, that has a history. Yu Xingfei, who had grown a beard at some point, stroked it and said. Mu'er became interested and said, Sir, please tell me more? Hiss. Yu Xingfei gasped. How should I put it? Mu'er asked, are there any taboos involved? Yu Xingfei gritted his teeth and said, if the young master wants to hear it, I'll tell you. The mast of the spirit boat suddenly lowered by half a foot, filtering the starlight into bluish-purple spots. Yu Xingfei sent out 7 bronze lamps from his sleeves, which floated around him. When the lamp wicks burst into flames, they formed a soundproof barrier. The year the first dean built the collection pavilion, the Chaos Sea had not yet been sealed. He dipped his finger in tea and drew a blood-red star map on the deck. Those bronze bricks were forged from the skulls of 360 alien holy emperors. Each brick imprisons a broken holy soul. The deck you are standing on now is a fake made to imitate the defensive array of the collection pavilion. Mu'er suddenly felt his palms burning, and the hourglass mark on the back of his right hand glowed with a bluish light. Upon seeing this, Yu Xingfei smashed the teacup, and the flying porcelain shards actually pieced together a totem from the primordial era in the air. The time speaker is not a person's name at all, but the time authority stripped away by the first Dean. The one you saw should be the 9th generation vessel. His left eye contains the sands of time, which has the power to change time. Is the old man merely a vessel? Mu'er felt a chill run down his spine. The time speakers have always been powerful. Before the words were finished, the bronze lamps at the bow of the ship suddenly shattered one after another. Yu Xingfei quickly formed hand seals to calm his agitated spiritual energy, then lowered his voice and said, "The 7th generation time speaker once used Moment of Eternity to freeze 100,000 troops of the Chaos Clan. Those soldiers are still standing at the border of the northern underworld in their charging posture. Their time has been divided into 1,000,000 parts, each part allowing them only a moment of thought." The tea stains on the deck suddenly vaporized into a blood-red mist, transforming into a terrifying battlefield. The one-eyed old man stood in the void, stepping on a bronze compass, with 9 shattered moons floating behind him. When he tore off his left eye and threw it into the enemy ranks, the alien royal who was hit began to grow in reverse, eventually turning back into an embryo and falling into the bronze urn. At the end of the 8 Desolations era, the Holy Emperor of the Three-Eyed Clan came to visit with the world-destroying bell. Yu Xingfei suddenly pointed his fingers and broke the illusion. That time speaker dragged the entire battlefield into a time rift. 3 breaths passed outside, but 3,000 years of fighting had already taken place in the rift. In the end, the hammer of the world-destroying bell is still hanging on the 7th floor of the collection pavilion as a doorbell. Mu'er suddenly remembered the bronze sundial on the old man's earring, with dense star patterns engraved on its edges. Just as I was about to ask a question, a strange knocking sound suddenly came from the bottom of the boat. Chapter 128, Pioneering the Beijing Cave Heaven. Yu Xingfei's expression changed drastically, and he unleashed a talisman that turned the entire spirit boat black. Damn it, talking about these old monsters really does trigger their detection. Outside the inky barrier, countless phantom bronze gears could be vaguely seen gnawing at the barrier. Golden blood suddenly seeped from the hourglass mark on the back of Mu'er's right hand, and the gears instantly stopped, then transformed into the old man's hoarse warning. "You little brat, if you dare to pry into the secrets of the Chaos Era again, I'll stuff you into the gluttonous vessel as a hangover cure." Yu Xingfei heard this and chuckled awkwardly. "I won't do it again, I won't do it again." After a while, everything disappeared. Mu'er's doubts deepened. "Shiyu, why are they so powerful?" Yu Xingfei stroked his beard and smiled. "Because they control time, they can completely pass on what they've learned, making each generation stronger than the last." Mu'er asked in confusion, "Then wouldn't that mean they're even more powerful than the gods? Would someone like that be willing to work as a caretaker in the collection room?" Yu Xingfei sighed and said cryptically, "Those who manipulate time will ultimately be trapped by time." Mu'er seemed to be deep in thought. "What is the Chaos Era? It sounds very ancient." Yu Xingfei shook out 12 tortoise shells from his sleeve, which floated in a ring. The hexagrams on the shells were engraved with characters from different eras. When the world was first created in the Chaos Era, there were 3,000, or some say 9,000, innate gods and demons who were still tearing each other apart in the ruins of Return. The second tortoise shell glowed with a bloody light. In the 30,000 years of the era of Return to Nothingness, the heavenly Tao collapsed for the first time. The surviving beings etched their memories into their bones, hence this era is also known as the Era of Bone Engraving by myriad races. The film showed images of countless races kneeling before the Bronze Tower. The collection pavilion was fully formed at that time, used to contain the fragments of the collapsed heavenly Tao. "Wait a moment." Mu'er stretched out his hand, his face full of doubt. "During the era of returning to the void, the human race wasn't at its peak, was it?" Yu Xingfei said, "That's right, the human race in the Guishu era has not yet seen a resurgence of its popularity." Mu'er frowned and asked, "Then why was the collection pavilion established? Could it be that the principal is a figure from the era of Return to the Void?" Yu Xingfei shook his head and said, "What are you thinking about? The first principal went back to the Chaos Era to pursue the Great Tao, and then comprehended the Great Tao in the Return to the Void era. He then established the collection pavilion and placed it in the Limit University. Call." Hearing this, Mu'er's heart clenched, and he held his breath for a long time before finally exhaling a large breath of stale air. Travel through time and space back to the Chaos Era, experience the Ruins Era, and build a collection pavilion? How strong was the first principle? Yu Xingfei thought for a moment and said bluntly, "Compared to the person who was closest to a primordial god or demon." Mu'er's eyebrows twitched, and he said, "Such a powerful figure can die? He is already immortal, but unfortunately, the heavenly Tao does not tolerate him." Yu Xingfei pointed helplessly to the sky. There was a lot of information, and Mu'er felt he needed to sort it out. Yu Xingfei continued. "Why is the collection pavilion so powerful? It's because it contains many fragments of the collapsed first heavenly Tao. The Great Calamity era was the most devastating, and the time speakers were born in that era. The seventh generation of the Guardians burned for 36,000 days and nights, using the alien Holy Emperor's eternal moment against them. The starry sky you see now is still the frozen battlefield remnants of the Great Calamity era's end." The fourth cracked tortoise shell began to tremble violently. The eighth desolate era was merely a brief period of revival, but it lasted for tens of thousands of years. Yu Xingfei suddenly bit his fingertip and touched the crack in the tortoise shell. "Those fools who call themselves royalty are nothing but hyenas that stole the corpses of powerful beings from the Great Tribulation era." Finally, the crystal-clear tortoise shell floated to Mu'er's front, its surface reflecting the hourglass mark on the back of his hand. This current era is known to the time speakers as the Starfall era. 30 years ago, the planet Greedy Wolf suddenly transformed into a giant bronze box and crashed into the North Sea, and the aura of the Chaos era began to seep from various forbidden areas. Suddenly, the hourglass-shaped marks on Mu's palms became scalding hot. "Stop talking." He shook his hand and quickly stopped Yu Xingfei. "Oh." The middle-aged scholar quickly shut his mouth and said no more. Suddenly, the view opened up before me, and the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. In the distance, the green mountains stretch endlessly, like a winding dragon coiled on the earth. The mountains are shaded by lush trees with abundant foliage, the rich green seemingly flowing down. The wildflowers on the mountain are colorful, red like fire, pink like the sunset, and white like snow, dotting the grass. When the breeze blows, they sway gently, like a group of fairies in colorful clothes dancing gracefully. The sky was a deep, jewel-like blue, with fluffy white clouds floating in it like cotton candy, constantly changing shape. The sunlight shone on the earth, bathing everything in a golden glow. Yu Xingfei said, "Your Highness, we have arrived at Bijin Cave." The spirit boat descended slowly, its hull emitting a faint glow, appearing exceptionally mysterious under the sunlight. The clouds and mist beneath the boat gradually dissipated, and the scene below could be vaguely seen. As the spirit boat drew closer to the ground, the two finally saw the appearance of the stone door. The stone gate is several meters high and is made of huge stones with rough and hard surfaces. The door was covered with strange symbols and patterns, which emitted a faint glow and exuded a mysterious aura. The two slowly stepped off the spirit boat and onto the open ground. "Why is nobody here?" Mu'er was curious. "All the grottos I visited in Gangnam City were packed with people. There's nobody here," Yu Xingfei explained. "The Bijin Cave has just opened, and everything is in need of rebuilding. We don't know what secrets it holds, so we need to clear the land before we can do anything about it." "Is that so?" Mu'er exclaimed in surprise. Yu Xingfei naturally said, "That's to be expected. What if this cave isn't a resource-rich one? If it has nurtured an organized race, then we'll need to communicate with the natives inside, which would be a time-consuming and labor-intensive task." Muji was somewhat looking forward to it. Could a new star race be born within this celestial realm? Yu Shengkido. That's right. Bijin Cave Heaven was nurtured in the Supreme Treasure Year Furnace. 1 year there is equivalent to several hundred years in the outside world. It has been nurtured for 200 or 300 years now, which is more than an epoch. It is not surprising that a young god was born in it. Wow! That's really good. Golden light gleamed in Mu'er's eyes. "Let's go in." The two entered the stone wall, and Yu Xingfei let out a cry of pain, thinking to himself, "It's over. I didn't let the young master place his spiritual power on me. Oh well, I'll go find him." Teleportation within the cave is divided into random anchor points and fixed anchor points. Who knows what kind of anchor point Bijin Cave Heaven evolved into? Chapter 129: An Old Man and a Young Man. Mu'er descended from the sky and landed on the ground. "This is in a forest. Yu Xingfei is not by my side. It seems that the points were plotted randomly." Mu'er secretly made his own plans. Generally, the caves at random anchor points are of a relatively high level, and they look rather dangerous. Just then, the sounds of fighting broke out. Mu'er pressed his face against the cold, hard bark, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down with each swallow. On an open ground 10 jang away, an old man with white hair was using an iron rod to hold back the tiger's claws, sparks falling down the rod. The beast had dark gold fur all over its body, but the tip of its tail gleamed with a cold, iron-like light. Its front paws pressed down suddenly, and the old man's knees sank half an inch into the mud, withered leaves exploding into dust at his feet. A young man drew his bow behind a boulder in the southeast corner. Suddenly, the flowing blue patterns on the arrowhead shone brightly. The sound of wind breaking accompanied 3 arrows coming in a triangular formation. The tiger's tail swept across, creating a strong gust of wind, and the arrow froze in midair for half a breath. In that split second, the old man flicked out a black iron chain from his sleeve and wrapped it around the tiger's waist. The Tiger King roared, shaking off the cold dew from the branches. 3 crescent-shaped wind blades shot out from between its fangs. The boy spun around quickly, and the last wind blade grazed his hair. The ancient tree behind him, which would take 3 people to encircle, snapped with a crash, and a strange indigo sap seeped from the broken end. "Xingling," the old man roared. The boy knelt on one knee and drew the bowstring taut again, but this time the arrowhead flashed with a scarlet blood-red light. Just as the Tiger King's whip-like tail was about to snap the chain, Muir suddenly saw tortoise-shell patterns appear on the back of the old man's neck. The iron rod twisted and wrapped around the tiger's claws as if it were alive. As the arrow left the bowstring, it was accompanied by a clear whistle like the cry of a phoenix, and the Tiger King's left eye burst forth with a golden-red flame. It shook its head wildly, and molten liquid flowed from its eye sockets pierced by the blood arrow, burning charred holes in the decaying leaves as it landed. Taking advantage of the moment, the old man pulled on the chain, and the iron rod suddenly split into 9 sections of steel whip, which crackled and lashed at the white spots on the Tiger King's nose. Muir was somewhat surprised. This old man should have the strength of a second-grade cultivator, but his martial arts skills were very rough and lacked detail. What kind of world is this? What evolved was actually humankind. The Tiger King felt the pain, and wind blades once again gathered between its fangs, this time forming 5 intersecting golden arcs. The old man's tortoise-shell pattern on the back of his neck bulged out, and his 9-section steel whip formed an iron net in mid-air. The clanging of the metal against metal made Muir's eardrums ache. Xingling suddenly let out a muffled groan, and the second blood arrow was accompanied by the sound of dragon roars and tiger howls as it left the bowstring. "The sun position!" the boy roared hoarsely. The old man's cloudy eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light, and the 9-section whip shattered, with 3 of the steel rings precisely looping around the Tiger King's left forepaw. Xingling's third arrow was shot almost close to the ground, the arrowhead igniting a ghostly blue flame in flight, turning the decaying leaves in its path into ice crystals. The lava spewed from the Tiger King's right eye collided with the ice arrow, and the billowing white mist instantly enveloped an area of 10 jang. Muir took the opportunity to roll to the side of the broken tree, where he could see the flow of the Tiger King's energy. The Chi point is located at the 3rd rib on the right side. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Rescuing the 2 natives helped him with his subsequent actions. The old man suddenly bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the chains. The black iron chains instantly glowed with a dark red light, branding the Tiger King's fur with charred runes like a branding iron. Xingling discarded her bow and drew her sword. As the sword blade sliced across her palm, a trail of blood appeared, and the crimson blade faintly revealed the emblem of a firebird. The Tiger King let out a deafening roar, startling all the birds within 100 miles. Where its iron tail swept across, countless sharp iron spikes suddenly burst forth from the ground. The moment Xingling's left shoulder was pierced by the sudden thrust, the old man's steel whip finally struck the moonwhite mark. Muji saw that time seemed to stand still for a moment. The sound of the strike shattering was like jade falling to the ground, and the Tiger King's dark gold fur faded to gray-white at a visible speed. When Xingling's sword pierced the location of Chi mentioned by Muir, the firebird emblem on the blade suddenly came to life and emitted a clear cry, and indigo liquid surged wildly into the Tiger King's body along the spine of the sword. As the last glimmer of dark gold faded from the Tiger King's eyes, the old man collapsed onto the messy ground. Xingling, using her sword for support, suddenly turned to Muir, revealing her blood-stained teeth. "Senior, how did you know the Tiger King's weakness?" Muir slowly walked out, looking like a wise and enlightened sage, and shook his head, saying, "Vision is the key to victory." The old man took a deep breath, then got up, bowed, and said, "Senior, I am Qingfu. Thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, my grandson and I would be in grave danger today." Hiss. Xingling gasped, unsure whether it was from the stinging pain in her shoulder or from the old man calling her senior. Upon seeing this, Qingfu quickly bandaged Xingling's wound. Watching the grandfather and grandson busy themselves, Muir thought for a moment and tossed Xingling a pill. Qingfu was immediately startled. "This elixir." Muir was stunned. This was just the simplest healing pill, not even a second-grade one, So why was there such a strong reaction? Our predecessors saved us from dire straits, how can we possibly deserve such a great gift? Qingfu snatched the pill from Qingling's hand and returned it to Mu'er. Is there no tradition of elixirs in this world? It's okay, I don't want your money, Mu'er said casually. After thinking for a moment, Qingfu decided to feed Qingling. Instantly, a sky blue aura emanated from Qingling's body and surrounded her. The wound disappeared instantly, and even the qi seemed to grow stronger. Mu'er was taken aback. This reaction didn't seem like that of someone who had taken a healing pill, it seemed more like that of someone who had taken a qi boosting pill. You've never taken any elixirs? Qingfu exclaimed in surprise, that thing is called a pill? It really is a treasure. Qingling was very polite, she stood up, bowed deeply, and said, Thank you, senior. Mu'er didn't pay attention and asked, Where is this place? Many martial artists ventured out into the world, and Qingfu and Qingling didn't pay attention to Mu'er's identity, especially since Mu'er's accent didn't sound like someone from their hometown. This is a secluded valley on an autumn night, Qingfu responded. Oh. Mu'er feigned sudden realization and then said, I'm lost. I wonder if I could stay at your house for a while. Qingfu laughed and said, Of course, no problem. Senior is my savior. Mu'er smiled and said, You may call me Zhao Yuan. Yes. The three of them excitedly embarked on their return journey. As for Tiger King, Qingling dragged him away. Weighing thousands of kilograms, Qingling handled it without hesitation, without feeling any pressure whatsoever. Mu'er thought to himself, Body tempering costs at least 30,000 to 50,000 gold coins, which would be considered genius level in the Great Xia dynasty. The key point is that Qingling is only 12 or 13 years old. This is undoubtedly a genius, but it's a pity that the cultivation methods in this world don't seem to emphasize physical training. Otherwise, if Qingling endures a few more days, it's not impossible for her to cultivate 70 or 80,000 gene of body refinement. The old man was taciturn, but Qingling had been well-mannered. So much so that the three of them walked in silence the whole way. As Mu'er walked through the jungle, he felt something was very strange. There's something strange about it that I can't quite put my finger on. For the time being, I couldn't find out what was strange about it. Mu'er pondered for a moment, then thought to himself in surprise. All right, how did I manage to understand what they were saying? Chapter 130, Qingyuan Town. Mu'er only realized it now. From the very beginning, he understood the old man calling out to the young Qingling. Then, as was his habit, he used the Xia language to point out the Tiger King's weakness. The three of them had a completely unobstructed and helpless exchange. This is practically an ancient version of the Great Xia dynasty. As the fog in the forest suddenly thinned, a cacophony of voices suddenly filled Mu'er's ears. More than 10 men carrying hoes emerged from the side road, their straw sandals covered in mud, and all stopped when they saw the Tiger King's corpse. The woman selling mountain produce was oblivious to the crooked bamboo basket, and the pickling jar rolled to Qingling's feet and shattered, overflowing with a sour aroma. Tier 2 Tiger King? Good heavens, there are actually people who can hunt them? Arrive! Qingling suddenly raised her chin. Black iron chains hung from the branches of the ancient cypress, hanging half of a bronze gate covered with claw marks. The three seal characters Qingyuan Town on the lintel were mottled and greened by vines. Mu'er stared at the relief carving on the gatepost. It clearly depicted the evil-suppressing beast Bian, a common sight on the border of the Great Xia dynasty, except that the pearl that should have been in the mouth of the divine beast had been replaced by an upside-down iron sword. How big is Qingyuan Town? Mu'er asked. It takes 2 hours to ride a horse. The boy slammed the tiger carcass to the ground, causing the verdigris on the door knocker to fall off in a flurry. Mu'er glanced at the rammed earth wall, which was no more than 3 miles long, and swallowed back the comment that it was a tiny place. The moment he stepped across the threshold, 7 pairs of eyes focused on the Tiger King's golden striped fur from different angles. The sound of cup lids tapping softly came from the second floor of the tea house. When the waiter, wearing an indigo apron, leaned out, a horsewhip wrapped with gold thread was visible at his waist. In the bamboo basket carried by the old woman on the street corner, the compartment that should have been filled with herbs was filled with dark red talisman paper. Qingling has really made something of himself. In the blacksmith's shop, a shirtless man struck the anvil hard, and sparks that landed on the tiger's carcass ignited a purple glow. Several young children chased after the flickering sparks, only to be dragged back inside by their parents, who grabbed their ears. The curtain of the pharmacy was suddenly lifted, and the shopkeeper, dressed in a long linen robe, came out rubbing his hands. This is a Tiger King that appears only once in a century. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the crystal core on the Tiger King's forehead, Xingfu's pipe was already positioned between them. I'll just take a look, how stingy. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together and wisely left. Xingfu looked around and laughed. I'll treat the neighbors to a meal then. When Mu'er pushed open the door to the old house with withered vines climbing the bluestone walls, he smelled the scent of aged mugwort mixed with rust. The brocade cushions on the armchairs in the main hall were finely stitched, yet covered with a thin layer of dust next to the faded cloth tiger on the long table. The bronze 9-linked rings remained half open. Has your son not returned home yet? Mu'er ran his fingertips across 3 scratches of varying depths on the window frame, the newest one still bearing a splinter. The fire in the blue duck's pipe suddenly turned dark red. I've been in the army for 3 years. Xingling, who was tidying up the tiger's carcass in the corridor, suddenly ripped off half of the iron chain, and dark golden tiger blood flowed down the cracks in the blue bricks, forming strange hexagrams. When the boy lowered his head, Mu'er caught a glimpse of an old scar on the back of his neck that didn't match his age. The moment the door to the side room was opened, Mu'er squinted at the strong aroma of medicine that wafted towards him. The display shelf didn't hold antiques, but dozens of ceramic jars with talismans pasted on them, and the beeswax seal on the top jar was slowly melting. When Xingfu took down the lantern from the eaves, Mu'er noticed that the lantern frame was covered with scriptures for suppressing souls. The guest is staying in a side room, which has already been prepared for you. Mu'er nodded. Then the blue duck began to dismember the Tiger King and made a meal from its flesh. Xingling ate with grease dripping from her mouth, frequently exclaiming her delight. After the meal, when Xingling was practicing martial arts, Mu'er even gave her a couple of pointers. The boy benefited greatly. It got dark. The whole town was peaceful. At midnight, the clapper sounded 3 times, and Mu'er leaped onto the eaves of the drunken immortal pavilion. This is the tallest building in Qingyuan town. The stone lion statue crouching on the roof ridge suddenly turned its head, and the bronze ball in its mouth rolled down, tapping out a rhythmic pattern of 7 stars on the tiles. When Mu'er leaped to the Chiwen, a mythical creature, in the direction of the Big Dipper, the outline of the entire Qingyuan town shimmered with blue scales under the moonlight. The 7 main streets subtly corresponded to the 7 constellations of the Azure Dragon. Inside the carved window on the top floor of the restaurant, Mu'er's pupils suddenly contracted. The rammed earth wall, which is only 3 miles long during the day, now stretches out as a 10-mile-long phantom under the moonlight. Countless translucent chains float in the shadows of the city walls, and at the end of each chain is a struggling, beast-shaped ghost. What kind of approach is this? Mu'er was a little confused. Is a spirit suppressed beneath the town? He recalled that during the day, there were various suppressing runes in the Qing family courtyard. That's interesting. After a moment's thought, Mu'er leaped into each of the courtyards. His cultivation level is so high that he won't let others discover it. Really? All the objects in each courtyard use the same runes. The patterns may be different, but their functions are almost identical. All of these serve to suppress the soul. Mu'er stroked his chin, pondering why. Clearly, Qingyuan town has made these runes a daily occurrence. The residents may not even know the function of the runes, but they are used by word of mouth, leading to their widespread use. Of course, it's not entirely useless. These runes all serve the purpose of the formation for the entire Qingyuan town. It's like a main formation, and all the artifacts in Qingyuan town are part of that formation. Mu'er returned to his room and silently began his cultivation. The next day, Mu'er got up. Xingling stood shirtless under the old locust tree, and crimson gold flames condensed where his fist struck. The moment the boy twisted his waist and lowered his elbow, 12 lines of fire shot up along his spine, forming a blurry tiger head shape above his head. Ha! Xingling lunged forward in a bow stance, and the flames wrapped around his right arm suddenly grew 3 feet longer. The fire was strange. Instead of scorching the locust leaves, it evaporated the morning dew into a pale purple mist. Mu'er leaned against the doorframe and counted to the 7th move, noticing that every time the boy retracted his fist, a ball of fire would remain stuck 3 inches from his waist. Try circulating qi to Tai. Mu'er, with a blade of grass in his mouth, strolled over to the stone lock. When your left foot steps on the Ken position, let the qi flow diagonally from the Chongmen acupoint into the Jinggu. Upon hearing this, Xingling paused slightly, and her normally straightforward punches suddenly twisted into a tricky arc. The sluggish flames suddenly burst into flames, spiraling upwards along the dew meridian and exploding into 7 golden lotus flowers at the Baihui acupoint. The old locust tree moved swiftly without wind, and the night dew that had condensed between its leaf veins turned into crystal powder and fell to the ground. So it turns out we need to borrow the force of the counter shock. As the boy finished his practice, the sparks around his body condensed into 9 rotating runes, which took a full 3 breaths to dissipate. He clasped his hands in a salute to Mu'er, and the red tiger stripes were faintly visible in the white mist rising from his back. This advice from you, senior, is worth more than 3 years of my hard work. Mu'er casually flicked the grass stem away, and the withered grass burned to ashes in the air. It's because you have enough comprehension that you can unleash the burning mountain fist with the power of a wildfire. What is the burning mountain fist? Xingling scratched his head. Mu'er was surprised. This kid didn't even know his boxing technique? Perhaps it's just a difference in how you address someone? Xingling said oh, and then said. We call it the Crimson Shock Fist.